She was originally the longest-living nine-tailed fox in the world, but willingly married you, a mortal, and became a virtuous wife and mother. Wanting to repay her kindness, she intended to serve you comfortably throughout your life. Little did she know, you may appear to be a simple villager, but in reality, you are an immortal with unlimited lifespan. In order to spare your wife the pain of separation and death, you plan to live in obscurity after her passing, to end your worldly ties. And so, after enduring a century of hidden thoughts, fearing any disturbance, you ultimately chose to fake your death first to end this marriage in this life. But what you didn't expect is that many years later, your daughter-in-law and you will unexpectedly reunite in a way you never imagined. At this moment, the fox spirit, still looking like an old lady, stands in front of your grave. After asking the villagers to help bury you, she finds the village chief, sells the land deeds and house deeds, and then treats the villagers to a final feast. The next day, when people find her again, she is already peacefully lying in the coffin. The villagers think she died of excessive grief for you, so they bury her again. However, they do not notice a beautiful pure white figure appearing on top of a distant tree. With 2 fox ears on her head, she looks extremely proud, showing a hint of Li Tsuetsue's appearance from years ago, but even more beautiful and charming. As she watches people burying her coffin, her gaze shifts to 2 other tombstones nearby. A flash of guilt passes through her eyes, and she sighs softly, thinking that if her husband had married a mortal wife, they might have had many children and grandchildren by now. Later, the memory flashed back to the moment when you two first met. When you were picking herbs on the mountain, you accidentally saved an injured white fox, took care of her carefully, and released her back into the deep mountains after several months. In order to repay your kindness for saving her life, she heard that your original fiancé was taken as a disciple by an immortal after being detected with spiritual roots. Immediately, the mother-in-law changed her face and tore up the engagement, not only publicly humiliating you as a poor and useless waste, but also frequently blocking your door and making a scene. In the end, your honest and decent parents had no choice but to leave their hometown. After all the trouble, although you settled in an outer village, you became even poorer, and after several years, you still haven't found a wife willing to marry you. So, the white fox transformed into Li Tsuetsue and married you in this situation. She even, in order to repay kindness, used her cultivation to create a daughter to please the old couple and make you happy. As for why she didn't really have a child with you, it's just because she felt that humans and demons are different, and you two are not meant to exist in the same world. So, after 18 years, both your parents passed away due to illness, and your daughter has reached the age to get married. In order to prevent the lie from growing bigger, Li Tsuetsue had no choice but to make her daughter terminally ill and pass away. From then on, she constantly urged you to remarry and continue the family line, so that she could repay her debt of gratitude and then peacefully depart. However, at this time, you not only knew that your life was not in danger, but also that your body would be strengthened every year. Destined to be alone, you only wanted to live as a hermit after your wife's passing, wandering the world. But what you didn't expect was that Li Tsuetsue lived a long life, reaching the age of 99, still working daily to take care of you. Despite her repeated persuasion having no effect, in order to relieve her exhaustion, she finally chose to fake her death to set her free. At this moment, the fox spirit Li Tsuetsue, who deceived you all your life and failed to give you an heir, felt some guilt in her heart. Knowing that fate cannot be changed, she could only bow deeply in front of your tombstone, then turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared into the night sky. Soon, the cemetery became depleted, with occasional crows stopping by, cawing a few times. You, lying in the coffin, had already opened your eyes, listening carefully to the outside movements at this moment. After making sure there was no one around, you pushed the coffin lid with both hands and climbed out effortlessly. With the strength of 26 points you possess now, it was a piece of cake to lift the coffin lid. After climbing out of the coffin, you covered it again, then reburied the soil to conceal any traces. Only after this was done did he gaze over to the 2 graves next to him, one for his daughter and one for his daughter-in-law. It's kind of the beginning of the end. He's already living forever, and it's the only way he can say goodbye to his wife. There is an explanation for the long-dead parents, and the only regret is that there are no offspring left. From today onwards, he will have no more attachments, and he will be free from the mortal world. And from now on, he will be incognito, and he will go on his way. It had been 80 years since he came to this world, and Li Changsheng had long since adapted to this world. In the first 80 years, he had lived for his parents. In the future, he decided to live for himself. Marrying and having children is not to think about. No one's life expectancy is as long as his, and now his only goal is to travel this side of the world, to see the world's prosperity. It is also not in vain to come to this world to walk a time in this life. Finally, after glancing at the tombstone, Li Changsheng turned around and disappeared into the darkness. It was quiet as usual within the Lu family village. Li Changqing just took a glance from afar and then stopped lingering. There were no more relatives there. The night was more dangerous. So Li Changqing didn't continue walking and found a hidden place to rest for the night. By the early morning of the next day, he was at ease and on his way. 80 years as if it were a lifetime ago. Li Changqing is still the same as he was back then. Just look at the world again. Things have long been different. A month later, Li Changqing changed his face into an unfamiliar one and came to the once Li family village. This was the first time in 80 years that Li Changqing had returned to the Li family village. Probably because there was so much curiosity and unwillingness in his heart. After some inquiries, Li Changqing realized that the Li Shuyao family back then had long since turned into a cultivation family. Today's Lijia village has long been turned into Lijia town. The population has increased by thousands of households. The memory of Lijia village has long changed. Everywhere is a brick palace, floor tiles, stores, and the flow of people is many times more than 80 years ago. Because of Li Shuyao's status as a cultivator, this place turned into a town and prospered. And naturally, Li Shuyao's family has become the richest in the town. And the family's mortal relatives have also become the town's management. And I heard that there are relatives who have directly sealed the county magistrate, which can be said to be a person who has gained a lot of money. After Li Changsheng made some inquiries, he was able to learn something about Li Shuyao's family. Li Shuyao's parents had died a long time ago, but Li Shuyao's family had broken the incense, because Li Shuyao was also an only daughter. And so far she had been fighting in the cultivation world, and hadn't come back for decades. Her relatives are relying on Li Shuyao's relationship sword. Incense passed several generations, children and grandchildren. Power also gradually became a side of the snake. No one dares to mess with. Perhaps, back then, Li Shuyao's initiative to break up with him was really right. If Li Shuyao really followed herself, most likely she would have lived a very shabby life, and her future wouldn't have been so big. This also makes Li Changsheng heart relieved. People's destiny is different. Li Changsheng once also had a wife and child. That life is not so over. Just as Li Changsheng was about to leave this place and bid farewell to the past once and for all of a sudden, his gaze lurched, and he saw two silhouettes in the distance coming with their swords. Seeing someone flying with a sword for the first time, as if they were a real immortal, Li Changsheng was envious in his heart. If only he could be a cultivator too. Wow! The immortals are here. The mortals in the town also saw the two figures flying in the sky and stopped to watch curiously. The purple spirit sect is overthrown, and the remaining relatives of Li Shuyao are to be killed. Boom! Two terrifying pressure amplitudes scattered the entire town. All of a sudden only to see a ray of light and shadow fall. The town should be lively in the blink of an eye. Blood flow into a river. Corpses all over the place. Chapter 04, The Massacre of the Li Family Village. Ah! Poof! No! Run! Poof! Help! Murder! Ah! Pooh! For a while, the not-so-big town was swarming with people fleeing in all directions. Li Changsheng hid in an alleyway and watched the two black-robed silhouettes standing on their flying swords. A sword light shot out, or a fire shot up to the sky, and in a short while, the town was filled with the smell of blood. Where had Li Changsheng seen such a scene? He immediately hid around like the others. Li Changsheng's speed was fast, and when he arrived at the edge of the town, he was just about to rush out when he saw a man on the other side pass through a layer of transparent spirit patterns. He was pierced through by a green light before he could escape far and died not far in front of Li Changsheng. This made Li Changsheng's heart and mind shake. Obviously this immortal had a special sensing aura that simply could not escape. After a pause, Li Changsheng rolled over and crossed the wall to hide in a family's house. The sound of killing outside is constant. Li Changsheng has never seen this kind of scene. Just like the end of the world can only pray for a quick end. Even though he could live forever. But if he was killed that would be a death. He as a traveler where he had seen this kind of scene. He was afraid of death. I don't know how long it had passed, but the cries and shouts outside were a little smaller, and occasionally they would come across screams that quickly faded away again, just when Li Changsheng thought that they had already left. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door of the room was kicked open. I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't come out, you're dead. Only a man's voice could be heard from outside. Li Changsheng's heart was shocked and he turned pale with fear. Slightly looking up, he saw that black-robed strong man staring at his direction with a cold smile on his face. My lord, I am just a mortal. I beg you to spare me. I have seen nothing and know nothing. Li Changsheng accompanied a smile. Trembling walked out. At this moment his heart was in his throat. Where has he seen this kind of strong man with a knife? It looked like a murderous demon, covered in blood, with blood dripping from the blade. If you want to blame it on your bad fate to come to this Li family village. I am kind-hearted and leave you a whole body. Seeing Li Changsheng's life-hungry appearance, the burly man didn't have any nonsense, flipping his hand with a flash of his figure and rushed up with his sword. Seeing that burly man killing, Li Changsheng was scared. Instinctively he dodged, raised his hand and grabbed the burly man's wrist and pinched it fiercely. Bam! The strong man's expression shook, only to feel as if his wrist had been viciously clamped by a vice. The intense pain caused the burly man to grimace and break into a fit of rage. Don't you dare! Poof! Before that burly man could finish, his body was hit by another heavy blow and he fell to his knees with a thud as if he had been crushed by Tarzan. The ground that his head was pressed against was so hard that it just about exploded. The strong man wanted to run his body's spiritual chi to resist, but he was surprised to find that Li Changsheng above him was not moving at all, as stable as Mte Taishan, pressing down on him to death. Don't you move! Don't scream! Li Changsheng suppressed the burly man almost instinctively. With unexpected ease, Li Changsheng knew that he was strong, but he didn't realize just how strong he was. The strong man underneath him was indeed incredibly strong, and the surface of his body would erupt from time to time with a transparent colored halo, as if it was a layer of passport, wanting to top-fly Li Changsheng. However, Li Changsheng only added a little bit of strength, and the transparent halo completely crumbled away, and when the strong man tried to get up, Li Changsheng smashed his head into the ground over and over again. Elders, spare my life! Elders, spare my life! I won't dare anymore! Please spare me! At this moment, the burly man was completely shocked, violently realizing that this seemingly slim man must be an even more powerful cultivator than him. It was highly likely that it was a Foundation Establishment Stage Grand Cultivator. Say, who sent you? Li Changsheng quickly asked. Senior, this is the mission of the Corpse Refining Sect. The Purple Spirit Sect has already been destroyed. All the relatives of the remaining disciples of the Purple Spirit Sect's old families have to be eliminated, and I am also following orders. The Corpse Refining Sect? Li Changsheng was stunned in his heart. He knew nothing about the cultivation world. He just hadn't thought that the cultivation world was so cruel. It was a bit too much to think that when a clan was exterminated, the mortal relatives of its named disciples would have to suffer. Elder brother, save me, kill him. Just as Li Changsheng was silent, suddenly the strong man underneath shouted harshly and fiercely resisted. Li Changsheng's face was shocked, and between his raised hands, he choked the neck of the strong man and threw it out. Pust! The strong man's body flew out. He himself didn't realize that Li Changsheng's explosive power was so strong. Pinching him was like pinching a chicken. A cold light flashed in his face, and the strong man didn't even have a chance to defend himself, and was pierced through his body on the spot. Ah! Senior brother, I will avenge you. The same burly man at the doorway looked startled, and immediately pulled out 2 talismans and shot them out. Where had Li Changsheng seen this kind of spell before? Only to see the talisman erupt in hot flames and rush towards his figure. Li Changsheng didn't dare to be slow, and his figure rushed over like a ghost. In the stout man's shocked gaze, Li Changsheng had already reached his side. The burly man's face was ruthless as he raised his hand and slashed. Seeing this, Li Changsheng sidestepped and dodged at the same time. He punched the strong man's face. With a loud boom, the strong man suddenly only felt his body flying backwards like a kite with broken strings. Pust! A mouthful of old blood sprayed out, and when he raised his eyes again, Li Changsheng stepped on his chest, and 7 or 8 of his 12 ribs were directly broken. The strong men could see even if they were stupid. The man in front of them was an even more powerful existence than them, and they were still stupid enough to think that the other party was mortal. However, it was true that they hadn't sensed this man's surrounding aura before, and even up until now, the man's aura hadn't been sensed at all. Apparently this man was so powerful that they couldn't even detect it. Elders, spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. Ah pooh. Li Changsheng looked at the corpses around him and gave another hard kick, only to hear a muffled sound. The chest of the strong man was directly exploded by him. In the eyes of today's Li Changsheng, the strength of these 2 burly men was there, but it only felt a little stronger than average, and just upon contact, Li Changsheng had the illusion that he could easily pinch them to death. This disparity in strength was too obvious. The combined strength of these 2 men might not have been as much trouble as he had in moving a 10,000 pound boulder, having killed 2 people in a row, which should be counted as 1. Li Changsheng didn't know why, but instead, he wasn't afraid in his heart. When he stepped outside, the streets were filled with corpses as if it were a massacre. This caused Li Changsheng to calm down even more. Stepping on the bright red ground, his figure was far away, and he soon fled the place. This world is too dangerous. I have to be careful. This was Li Changsheng's first thought. Chapter 05, Xanadu as a chef. Can a person survive in the wilderness for the rest of his life? The answer is no, and even less so in the demonic otherworld. Only in the big city was the best environment for Li Changsheng to live in. 1 golden egg fried rice, 1 steamed sea bass, 1 boiled fish. In the back kitchen of an imposing restaurant, the name of the dish was reported, and in the back kitchen, a middle-aged man wearing a large white high hat and a large white lab coat was skillfully turning the spoon and frying vegetables. After a few flames, the light as a hair iron pot was flipped, and a delicacy of all colors and flavors was made. Who else could this person be if not Li Changsheng, who came to the big city to live and fight? 10 years ago he traveled over mountains and rivers and finally landed in this imperial city called Xiadu. This place is the place of the imperial city of the Daxia dynasty, at the foot of the Son of Heaven. With a population of tens of millions of people, the city is prosperous to the extreme, with 1,000 years of history and culture. The overthrow of the Purple Spirit sect, and the rise of the Alchemy Corp sect are all located in the territory of the Daxia dynasty, which can be seen in the depth of its heritage. In the cultivation world, clans were not under the management of dynasties, and dynasties were not under the management of clans. The clan sheltered the dynasty to manage the people, and the dynasty would provide the clan with a constant supply of fresh blood, complementing each other. In order to settle down in the summer capital, Li Changsheng with a handful of good cooking skills to become the chef of the restaurant, because of the delicious food is more famous, although he is immortal, but also have to eat and drink. Xiadu's house prices are ridiculously expensive, and only the restaurant has a package of food and shelter. Sitting on a chair, Li Changsheng's gaze turned to the people of all shapes and sizes outside, and his heart could not help but feel a little nostalgic. He had stayed in this restaurant for 10 years. It was reasonable to say that it was time for a change. Just putting on makeup and a mustache every day was a bit of a hassle. If he were to change places, he'd have to take up a new profession, and he couldn't be a cook anymore. 10 years of life passed by in a flash, which might be half a lifetime for mortals. While it was a bit short for Li Changsheng, finally it was time to get off work. Li Changsheng packed up his things and returned to the old house that the restaurant had rented for him. This was the residence of the restaurant's fellows, and he naturally lived in the best room. Name, Li Changsheng. Lifespan, immortality. Age, 110. Talent, 5 mixed spiritual roots. Judgment, extremely poor. Level, first level of Qi practice. Strength, 26. Endurance, 26. Defense, 26. Agility, 26. Mental, 20. Available attribute points, 0. Li Changsheng sat cross-legged on the wooden bed. The attribute points he had accumulated over the past 10 years, he had added all of them to spirit. Not for anything else, just for that 5-system miscellaneous spirit root. 10 years ago, he had obtained a copy of the Qi drawing and practicing technique after killing 2 body refining sect cultivators, which was the most basic method for the first time in the cultivation world. Li Changsheng originally looked at it for fun and tried the cultivation method, but he didn't expect to really have a feeling. And the system also showed the spiritual root attribute. It turned out that he originally possessed a spiritual root, only that this spiritual root qualification was almost negligible in the cultivation world, and was equal to not having a spiritual root. This is like a mortal cultivating Qigong. Cultivating for a few decades may really have a Qigong enchantment, but to become a real Qi refining stage cultivator is almost impossible. Li Changsheng did have so much of the feeling of drawing Qi and practicing Qi after he had cultivated the Qi drawing and practicing technique. The Qi refining stage cultivates the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, which is not even considered to be spiritual Qi, and in order to cultivate spiritual Qi one must advance to foundation establishment to do so. After 10 years, Li Changsheng was still stuck at the first level of Qi cultivation realm and had not progressed in the slightest. However, with the increase in spirit points, Li Changsheng's perception ability was greatly improved, which was an unexpected blessing. Is Uncle Everlasting here? Just then, a crisp sound rang out in the yard. Li Changsheng came back to his senses, and when he walked out, he saw a pavilion big girl standing in the courtyard. Miss Shou, what brings you here? The visitor was the only daughter of the owner of the restaurant, named Zhou Man. 10 years ago she was 10 years old. 10 years later, she was already 20 years old. I heard that you're leaving, right? A hint of shyness flashed across Zhou Man's delicate face. Yes, it's been a long time since I've been home, and I've saved up some silver. So I'm going to go back to my hometown and open a restaurant to do it myself, Li Changsheng said with a smile, lying without even blushing. Actually, if you want to open a restaurant, I can tell my father to help you open one. We can combine our efforts, Zhou Man said here, his face full of reluctance. 10 years ago, Li Changsheng was still a clean-cut big brother. She was 10 years old at that time. Since Li Changsheng came, she had eaten a lot of new and strange meals, and since then she only ate meals made by Li Changsheng. If Li Changsheng didn't do it, she would cry and make a scene, because Li Changsheng was handsome and had a good cooking skill, and he was kind and didn't have a frame. Deeply liked by parents. 10 years of hard work never made a mistake, but also the parents of the restaurant revitalization of the bigger and bigger. There were now a dozen apprentices, but Li Changsheng was leaving. In fact, in her heart, Li Changsheng has long occupied an indelible memory in her heart. When her love sinus was first opened, Li Changsheng is the most ideal half of her heart, able to work hard, cook well, filial, and good character. Where to find such a man? Dad and Mom naturally also saw Joe-man's mind. Many times under the side. But also sort of know Lee Changsheng has long been married and have children. Which also let Joe-man sad for a long time. Looking at Joe-man's expression, Lee Changsheng could only keep his distance and play dumb. It wasn't that he couldn't see last man, but he didn't want to be going through yet another cycle of life and death. This was the second reason why he insisted on leaving. If he stayed on, Joe-man's marriage might drag on for years more. A girl who doesn't marry at 20 is pretty much a leftover in this world and will be looked at funny. After chatting for a while again, Joe-man finally left sadly, and by the next day, Lee Changsheng packed his things and left the restaurant decisively. He didn't walk too far. The imperial city was a bit bigger than half of the province now. Lee Changsheng walked from the east city for 3 days and came to the north city to settle down. As long as you hang out in the imperial city, it's better than being out in the elements. There are no demonic beasts or ghosts, and it's safe as hell. Lee Changsheng refound a mason's job. Tired is a little tired, but the good thing is that you do not need to be like a cook day to day. A month can always rest half a month long. North Shingle Extension. $200 a day. Who's going? I'll go. Me. A foreman came over with a roar. Squatting in the corner waiting for work of various craftsmen masons have brushed around. Lee Changsheng naturally not lagging behind, but he is standing at the end. He himself does not lack of money, but want to find a job for themselves to casually mix the day. If it is every day to sit down to eat and wait for death, that will not be able to eat for a long time. With $200 a day, you can earn 5 or 6 taels of silver a month, but not every day there is this kind of lucrative work. Chapter 06, Working as a Tiler in Xanadu. On the northern citadel of the summer capital, hundreds of masons were building a new watchtower. When Lee Changsheng stood on the city tower, it was gloomy outside, and there was a mist shrouded in the distance, which was somewhat eerie. Do it quickly. No slacking off. There were soldiers upstairs supervising. The masons naturally didn't dare to be lazy. Lee Changsheng was assigned a place by the foreman and started working. Lee Changsheng also knows how to work as a mason, just not skillful. But with some old masons, a little learning for a day or two will also be a 7 or 8. Kid, come here. Just as Lee Changsheng was moving the bricks, suddenly the foreman pointed at himself and said. Lee Changsheng was a bit bored and followed the foreman towards a figure in the distance. It was an old man, all dressed in black robes, looking full of energy and not a bit old. Lord Immortal Master. The foreman nodded his head and looked extremely respectful. The old man just waved his hand, and the foreman wisely retreated, only to see the old man slightly raise his eyes and look at Lee Changsheng. Hands out. Once Lee Changsheng heard that the other party was an immortal master, his heart tightened, but he still obediently and presently put his hand out. The old man stretched out his pale fingers to flick a point on Lee Changsheng's wrist. 5 systems of miscellaneous spiritual roots. That old man's old eyebrows raised, and the flash of brightness in his gaze quickly dissipated. The 5-system miscellaneous spiritual roots, also called waste spiritual roots, like Lee Changsheng, who was not even considered a waste spiritual root, was the same as having no spiritual roots. How many years have you been practicing? The old man looked at Lee Changsheng and indifferently asked. Back to Immortal Master. Practiced for 10 years. Lee Changsheng didn't dare to lie. He had indeed been practicing for 10 years. I don't know if this talent is considered excellent. Who did you learn it from? The old man continued to ask. I learned it from a passing immortal master in my early years, Lee Changsheng said after a pause. 10 years of cultivation to the first level of chi cultivation is considered outstanding among mortals. The old man laughed. Among cultivators, you're not even considered an initiate. Lord Immortal Master, do you think I can be a cultivator? Lee Changsheng asked curiously. Can't. Your miscellaneous spirit root is almost equal to nothing. Just grab a mortal to teach for a few years can also get to your level. Practicing chi to strengthen your body is enough. The old man was quick to judge. A 5-lineage miscellaneous spirit root like Lee Changsheng's was too shallow, while other people's 5-lineage miscellaneous spirit root senses were still a bit stronger. Lee Changsheng's miscellaneous spirit root senses were too weak. According to the cultivation world, this is called recessive miscellaneous spiritual roots. If you get married and have children to produce the next generation, continuous genetic improvement may be able to produce dominant miscellaneous spiritual roots. Then you can barely start as a cultivator. However, in general, large clans will not accept the 5 mixed spiritual roots, unless there is a shortage of manpower. Then they will accept a few to use. So like Lee Changsheng, this kind of miscellaneous spirit root at best, can only be a cultivation world of casual cultivators to muddle through. Mixing a few decades will be exhausted without any future. Cultivators in the chi refining stage live a little bit longer than mortals. Most of them can live for 80, 90 or even more than 100 years, but never more than 200 years. And only cultivators who have reached the foundation stage can live to be over 200 years old on average. You go down. Yes. Li Changsheng bowed and retreated back. The surrounding masons naturally heard the speech and looked at Li Changsheng in surprise. I didn't realize that Li Changsheng was still a cultivator. Only that the immortal master couldn't even look at him. In the eyes of real mortals, as long as it is a little bit related to the cultivator, it is a capable person. Even if Li Changsheng is depreciated by the immortal master, it is still a little bit better than the mortals. Old man Yishua watched Li Changsheng go far away. When he came up just now, Yishua noticed his chi practicing level 1 aura. I thought it was a loose cultivator, but when I called over and checked, I realized that it was a miscellaneous spirit root kid who had learned from nowhere. This kind of waste miscellaneous spiritual root in the eyes of cultivators is not even considered a spiritual root. It can only be considered a little bit stronger than mortals. Not to mention that Li Changsheng's spiritual root is still hidden, so it is even less of a spiritual root. Many of the mortals have this hidden miscellaneous spirit root, and after a few generations of breeding and improvement, there is a chance of producing a spirit root offspring. Mortals with hidden miscellaneous spirit roots could also cultivate basic techniques such as chi drawing and chi practicing. Cultivate a few years can also reach the level of the first layer of chi cultivation. If in a little bit of effort, cultivate a 30 to 50 years or can be cultivated to the level of the second layer of chi cultivation. But it can only go so far, and this kind of mortal is at best a qigong master, not a cultivator. Without paying attention to Li Changsheng, Yishua's gaze turned to the distance. Outside of that northern city, the Yin Qi was compelling. From here, flying all the way north one could reach the border of the demon race. There will be an immortal master lord seated on each of the 4 city towers in the southeast, northwest, and north directions of the imperial city. Those are the real immortal masters. Even the emperor has to give these immortal masters 3 points of face. Awesome. I met the immortal master today. I don't usually get to see him. Normally even if you saw it you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Immortal masters are the same as us mortals if they don't expose their breath. Fair enough. On the way back, an old mason talked eloquently about the immortal master of the North Citadel, and even bragged that he had been stationed at the Citadel for at least 100 years. There were also people who said that his lifespan had already reached 500 years, which surprised Li Changsheng. Mortal lifespan is short and incomparable. Immortal masters have long and short lifespan. Those who can be called immortal masters, that lifespan is 200 or 300 years to start with. Li Changsheng followed these masons and found a tavern to have a good meal. Some masons would bring their own tents and mats and quilts back to Nestle under the citadel for the night to save money. Because they're masons, the soldiers won't kick them out. Some of the masons rented a shabby empty house and a tavern to live in with the owner, which was cheap because there was no bed furniture. This is the daily life of a casual laborer in the imperial city, looking like a beggar wandering around, but several times better than a beggar. Li Changsheng watched them sleep on the floor in the empty simple big house. Compared to them, he has no attachments and no worries, do not have to run around for his family. So what is there to complain about? The next day, Li Changsheng and the crowd once again came to the bottom of the city tower, and as soon as they turned around, they saw 2 soldiers posting notices at the entrance of the city tower. Recruitment? Anyone between the ages of 16 and up to 30 can enroll in the army. And the treatment? My goodness. 200 taels of silver a year. And a pension for discharge. And good land to give away. Suddenly recruiting? Is this a war? Looking at the recruiting information, the crowd was shocked. And there were also old masons who spoke in a pretense of contemplation. Being a soldier pays well. It just kills people. The death pension is also high. So it's worth fighting for your family. The surrounding people all gathered around and talked about it. Li Changsheng just looked at one and climbed up to the city tower. A soldier? He wouldn't like that. Chapter 07, Recruitment in Xanadu. When you're a soldier, you go to war, and when you go to war, you die. Li Changsheng does not want to go to the battlefield. Properly in the imperial city for a couple of 100 years, in a different imperial city for a couple of 100 years, and so on and so forth, is not it a pleasure? There are already people in the masonry who have signed up for the army, 200 taels of silver a year, which is enough for them to work hard for 10 or 20 years in order to earn. Such a big temptation. Many young masons immediately went on strike and quit to sign up for the army. In a few days, the masons were left with some old and sick, but of course there were also those like Li Changsheng, who were young and afraid of death. Why don't you go into the army? On the city tower, Immortal Master Yishuo looked at Li Changsheng who was concentrating on laying bricks and casually asked, I'm still young and don't want to die that early. Li Changsheng smiled and said, young people, there is no impulse, cannot become a big thing, when the military will not necessarily die. Good luck can also be an officer, retired without worrying about food and clothing. As if Yishuo could see Li Changsheng's timid nature, he smiled and said, having been stationed on the northern citadel for a long time, he had seen all the world's prosperity, and when he was bored, he would look for these mortals to chat casually. I think it's good to be a mason. Starving and comfortable. Don't you want to contribute something to the great Xia dynasty? Protecting the country is a man's ambition, but contributing to the country doesn't necessarily mean being a soldier. A mason building a house for the country is also called contributing, isn't it? Yeshua was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to retort. How many silver taels does a mason earn in a year? You can get a wife and buy a house and farm in a year as a soldier, but you might die in the military. Is early retirement considered desertion? The children are unteachable. Yeshua's tone was flat, but he could feel his mind blowing up a bit. People have their own aspirations, and there was no need for him to get angry over a mortal who was afraid of death. Li Changsheng did not say anything more. He is just greedy for life and fear of death. A good long life. In case he went to the battlefield hiccups. Then also long life a ghost peacefully hiding in the imperial city as an ordinary citizen. How comfortable. Do not have to fight for their lives. Peace of mind to pay taxes is enough. After a month like this, Li Changsheng was still on the city tower repairing the walls every day, and a new schoolyard appeared outside, with many newly added soldiers drilling. Li Changsheng could see them training every day in addition to reinforcing the city walls, so he wasn't bored anymore. I've heard that these people are actually going to war, and there's been a recent personnel commotion, with the townspeople talking about which empire this is a war with. Some said it was the neighboring De Luo Empire in the west, while others said it was the demon race in the north, with varying accounts. After another 3 months, Li Changsheng saw with his own eyes that those new recruits interspersed with veterans had marched from the northern city towards the far side. Looking at the direction, it was the borderland in the north. It looked like it was going to fight with the demon race in the north. The north wind was sluggish, the weather was getting colder and colder, and goosefeather snow drifted in the imperial city. Because of the lack of manpower, Li Changsheng did not finish working on the citadel for a year, and the fortification and new construction of the citadel foreshadowed the suddenness of the coming war. Li Changsheng also do not like to understand these war affairs. Every month to take the wages, in the city to eat and drink, cannot starve or get rich, and occasionally can save some money for emergencies. Free and easy. It is worth mentioning that none of the soldiers who went to the north one after another have returned so far. There's no word on that either. And some say the north is so far away that a year of traveling back and forth wouldn't be enough. And rightly so. Others say they are all presumed to have died in the north, never to return for the rest of their lives. Li Changsheng also did not care about this matter. Anything in the world does not have much to do with him. He just need to live each day peacefully and steadily to be satisfied. Until one early morning, Li Changsheng came to the city tower as usual. Suddenly, his gaze lurched and he saw a figure outside the citadel swaying towards this side. The distance was too far, a distance of 2,000 to 3,000 meters, and the soldiers hadn't discovered it yet, but Li Changsheng had discovered it long ago. As his eyes turned once again, Li Changsheng was shocked in his heart and hurriedly squatted down to continue working again as if nothing had happened. Not far away, Yeshua's eyes looked over, and there was some doubt in his heart. Just now Li Changsheng seemed to have been staring outside. Could it be that he had discovered the figure? Seeing Li Changsheng squatting down again with a calm face, he lost his smile and shook his head. At such a distance, even a foundation establishment stage cultivator would not be able to see it. Yeshua's gaze retracted and looked to the north, where a silhouette slowly approached. It wasn't until the man approached that the soldiers realized him. He was covered in blood, his clothes had long been torn and tattered, and he was leaning on a spear weapon, his eyes full of numbness and horror. Dead, all dead. His mouth murmured something, slurred. Who is the visitor? Give your name. From the citadel, an officer shouted, but the soldier in the snow did not answer him, but took a step to the door of the citadel, knocking helplessly at the gate. On the city floor, the masons were also looking at the soldier with shocked faces. How come he was the only one who came back? Soon the gates opened a crack and the soldier was received. What happened after that? Li Changsheng didn't know, and he didn't inquire about it, but it was obvious that there was an extremely tragic war in the north. As if nothing had happened, the masons were given a gagging order that the matter was not to be spoken of anywhere or they would be killed without pardon. The masons naturally did not dare to talk too much, and after another half a month, the masons all quit and were ready to run away. After all, the longer they worked on the city floor, the more they knew, and some of the old masons, as if they knew this well, resigned and ran away, or else they might be killed and exterminated one day. Li Changsheng seemed to have realized this, and immediately wanted to resign and run away. But the foreman surprisingly wouldn't let him, and had the soldiers watch him. Li Changsheng had no choice but to find old man Yeshua. Don't worry, as long as you do a good job here, the old man guarantees that he won't kill you. Don't think twice. Yeshua naturally knew Li Changsheng's concerns, but it was obvious that these mortals were overthinking it. Sir, immortal master, I'm afraid of death. You might as well let me resign. I really don't want to do it, Li Changsheng said with difficulty. even though Ishua had given him assurances that he would not be implicated. But in this situation, who would dare to stay here? Hearing Li Changxing's words, Ishua also hated him. There was nothing more he could say about this kind of life-hungry person. Since, just as Ishua was planning to let Li Changxing leave, suddenly his expression stagnated and his gaze turned to the north. His figure actually erupted with a terrifying spiritual pressure. Li Changxing, in the twinkling of an eye, he took off into the air towards the north at an extremely fast speed. Cam! Li Changxing didn't know what was happening, but there was already a sense of crisis in his heart. He rushed to the foreman and officer and said, "Lord Immortal Master said when I left, can I go now?" "I'm sorry, you can't leave without the Immortal Master's word." Immortal Master just said Since what? Chapter 08 Forced to become a soldier. In the end, Li Changxing didn't make it. Those soldiers even made it a point to give him a place to stay and get someone to watch over him. "I don't know where I'm so popular. It's just that the masonry work is good. It's not that bad," Li Changxing thought about quietly escaping, but on second thought, if he annoyed the Immortal Master, he might be even more unlucky. A month later, the city began to capture the strong man. All young men were forcibly taken to set training, not from the fight. Even beggars are not spared. Now that the city is on edge, even the imperial city is not safe. Li Changxing had dodged a bullet as a mason, and after another month, immortal masters flying with imperial swords often appeared in the sky, and they all flew towards the north, seemingly in a hurry. People are also stupid enough to know that something big has happened in the north, and some people have long since moved out of this place and started to move towards other cities, until one morning, a figure flew from the sky and landed steadily on the north citadel. "Ha, you haven't run yet?" Seeing Li Changxing's figure, Ishua was a bit surprised. "Can I run now?" Li Changxing's face was filled with black lines, so angry that he really wanted to curse, but he held back. "Not anymore. There's just a shortage of men over there. You're going to be a soldier." Ishua looked at Li Changxing and with a wave of his hand, two soldiers framed Li Changxing. "I'm not a soldier. Master Immortal. I'm not a soldier. Hey, I'm not a soldier." Li Changxing wanted to break free, but he didn't dare to expose himself with the Immortal Master present, so he could only let the two soldiers drag him down. He was even exempted from special training, and given a large sword and forcibly set off with the army. When he reached the army, Li Changxing was surprised to find that there were a few other strong people in the group whose breath was stronger than his. They should be cultivators, which made Li Changxing even more afraid to move. On the city tower, Ishua watched the team leave, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally looking towards Li Changxing. Mortals were ants in his eyes, and the role of ants was naturally to act as cannon fodder. Ishua will not have any compassion. Now that the front is tight, Li Changxing's age is just right for a soldier. It doesn't matter if he dies or not, he always has to make use of it. This army consisted of more than 1,000 men, most of whom were stalwarts pulled in temporarily to make up the numbers. In the past, you can still pull a few thousand people, tens of thousands of people. Now the city's strong men are fast catching can run away early. Li Changxing is also unlucky. The rules of the people, in the end, or to be used to fill up the number of people. This made Li Changxing realize a truth. Sometimes it's not good for people to be too honest. Someone in the army was crying and wailing, causing the officer a moment of distraction, scolding him and then pulling him over to give him a beating, which made him a little more honest. Most of those cultivators were at the chi refining stage, more than enough to watch over the mortals. Li Changxing didn't know how strong he was. He had once killed 2 cultivators, but he didn't know how strong they were either. And that was still without defense. The good thing is that there is food and drink on the road, and there is no hunger. And along the way people are numb, and every day they are forced by those officers to move forward at a fast pace, until they collapse from exhaustion, and they are beaten and scolded until the evening when they stop to rest a little. A few days later, the army arrived in front of a large mountain, and Li Changxing saw the broken cliff passage. The cliff was as if it had been split by some weapon with a single sword, directly splitting from the middle and forming a heavenly rift, and from what the officer said, it was a passageway split by a great cultivator of the Yuaning stage, which was thousands of meters long, eliminating the trouble of detouring around the road. Walking at the foot of the narrow mountain road, rough and rugged all around, there were many stray footprints on that road, all traces left by the soldiers in front of them. Li Changxing felt in his heart that after this mountain range, it would be almost impossible to turn back. Once they passed through this mountain range, the front became even more rugged, and the vast expanse of primitive forest-covered land was filled with a gloomy and cold aura. From time to time, there would be eerie roars of beasts around them, and a violent commotion from the forest in the distance. Li Changxing looked behind him, but found that the original passageway was actually obscured by the mists, and he couldn't see the way he came at all. Again, he didn't know how long he had been traveling, 1 month or 2 months, Li Changsheng couldn't remember. He only knew that every day they were running with high intensity. It wasn't until after going over a mountain range that the front suddenly opened up, and the large camp ahead was already faintly visible. That camp stood on top of the plains, stretching for dozens of miles, and when Li Changsheng approached, it was not as overcrowded as he had imagined, but instead it was bleak and desolate. Some of the veterans did not show any welcoming looks when they saw Li Changsheng and these newcomers, and there was more sympathy and pity in their gazes. Just after arriving at the camp, Li Changsheng felt a strong and incomparable aura enveloping the entire camp, and there were cultivators flying back and forth with their swords in the sky. Where would one normally see so many cultivators? But here, they could be seen almost everywhere. It was truly an eye-opening experience. The officer pulled them into an open camp and shouted, "When you get here, eat and drink well. Eat whatever you want. This may be your last meal. Later on, a Lord Immortal Master will come over to give you a lecture. Don't think about it. There's no turning back for you. You can either live or die." The officer finished his sentence and walked out, when a large group of soldiers came in from outside, carrying barrels. The barrels were filled with large fish and meat, and there was a variety of fruits in marijuana bags, but some of them were rotten, but still edible. The soldiers walked out as soon as they put the big fish and meat on the dozens of big tables. The crowd didn't even have chopsticks, reaching for the big fish and meat and eating it. They knew that they had come here to die 9 or even 10 deaths, but along the way those officers had not shied away from anything and had been brainwashing them, saying something about how it's all 9 deaths anyway, and as long as you live, you'll be rewarded with flights of fancy and tens of thousands of taels of gold. If you want to run, you have to die. Instead of dying for nothing, you should fight and die again. Listening to the officers' brainwashing, the crowd could only resign themselves to their fate. Where did they have the heart to think about anything other than running as hard as they could every day and being hungry? Most of them were desperately eating, crying on the ground when they were full. They also understood that if these immortal masters wanted to kill them, why go through so much trouble to eat and drink? They must be using them as cannon fodder. Just think of it as the last full meal you'll ever have, and forget about it if you can get some Ben back. Soon, a middle-aged Confucian with an immortal style walked in. As his breath spread out, the crowd is gradually calmed down. Facing these immortal masters, they do not have any resistance strength, can only let the pinch, do as they are told. Old man Gong Chengwen, next I'm going to explain to you the horrors you're about to face. I'm only going to explain it once. After that, your life and death will all depend on your own destiny. The moment these words came out, the crowd was shaken. Finally, they were about to know what terrifying thing they were facing. Chapter 09, The Black Mist Comes. 3 years ago, the army of the Great Xia dynasty fought with the demon race at the northern border, all because of the discovery of a spiritual vein. The spiritual vein provoked the cultivators to fight for it, and gradually the demon cultivators started a more intense war with the cultivators of the Great Summer dynasty. As the war expanded, the two parties discovered another ancient dungeon beneath the spirit vein, instantly drawing high-ranking cultivators from both sides to fight. Both parties thought that this was a secret place, and in order to fight for the resources inside, the two parties fought and died. But just as the Great Xia dynasty was about to seize control of the underground palace, a strange change suddenly occurred. A terrifying mass sound came from the depths of the earth, and in an instant, black mist enveloped the land for tens of thousands of miles in a radius, and countless underground monsters rushed out. At that time, not to mention the thousands of low-ranking cultivators, even that Yuaning stage and even the old monster of the God realization stage did not escape the clutches of the black mist. 3 years had passed, and no one who had entered the black mist had come out alive. Cultivators studied and found that the black mist inside had a severe repulsive reaction to cultivators, and the lower the rank of the cultivator went in, the greater the chance of survival, and mortals went in with the greatest chance of survival. There have been mortals who have broken out of it, but they were covered in wounds, deranged, and became either insane or cuties, and it didn't take long for them to bleed to death from 7 holes. The one mortal who has survived so far escaped back into the imperial city, but not long after that he too died suddenly and violently. There are ancient monsters from the ground in the black fog. They can't cross out of the black fog. They can only survive in the black fog. But the black fog is also getting bigger and bigger. As the range is expanding, the borderland is also being eaten up step by step. The demon race and the border of the Great Summer dynasty are trying to find a way to go in to find a solution in the black fog. For this reason, mortals had to be formed into armies to kill them in the hope of controlling the black fog. Obviously, this approach was effective. As long as mortals were constantly allowed to enter, those black mists would stop expanding. In case the black mists spread again, that means the people who went in are dead. In the camp, the crowd stared in disbelief as they listened to the bizarre story. What exactly was in that black fog? The people outside had no idea. The only information they knew was that there were countless ancient monsters in the black fog, and they specialized in eating all kinds of living beings, especially people. Another piece of news was that those monsters weren't afraid of the attacks of the cultivators, but instead the attacks of the mortals were extraordinarily effective. In other words, that ancient monster was weak when it met weakness, strong when it met strength, soft when it met softness, and hard when it met hardness. Lord Immortal Master, then won't we die for nothing? At this time a strong man mustered up the courage to ask I mean, is there a way to survive? There has to be a hope for us. The middle-aged Confucian looked at the burly man and did not mean to get angry, only to say after a moment of silence, there is a way to survive, and that is that the stronger your spiritual power, the greater your hope of surviving. None of the mortals who ever came out of it alive were beings whose mental powers yielded most of them. What do you mean by spiritual power? As mortals, what did they know about spiritual power? And even if they had spiritual power, it was only basic spiritual power. When Li Changsheng had just crossed over, his spiritual power was 10 points. And this was still a doubling effect after he crossed over and was reborn. If we follow the system's projection, the average mortal's spiritual power should be just 1.2 points, with a few at 4 to 5 points. Of course there were cultivators who majored in soul power, and the stronger the soul power, the stronger the spiritual power. Spiritual power is also known as the so-called willpower, nerve self-control ability, emotional self-control ability, soul power and so on say different things. Most of your spiritual power is born unable to cultivate. The only people who may specialize in spiritual power are us cultivators, but they are also very few. The middle-aged Confucian Gong Chengwen patiently explained, rest for the rest of the day, and refresh yourselves to go into the black mist tomorrow. Gong Chengwen looked at these panicked mortals and without any unnecessary nonsense, he turned around and left the camp after he finished speaking. The black fog spreads too fast. If there are no these mortals to go in and fend it off, in less than a year it will be able to diffuse to the vicinity of the imperial city of the Great Summer Dynasty, and then it will really be powerless to return to heaven. Cultivation circles have naturally sent cultivators to go in, but it does not help. The number of cultivators is limited. The number of mortals in the Daxia dynasty is several million times more than the number of cultivators, so it is natural to use mortals to explore the road is the most cost-effective. What to do? Run. Run? If I could run I would have done so long ago. Running is also a death. Not running is also a death. Going to the black fog I don't know what the hell I have to face. I didn't want to come. It was all because they forced me to come. Who isn't? I should have known to leave Xanadu earlier. Now I can only wait for death. In the camp, the people were talking. Some were sighing. Some were crying as if they had died. Li Changxing's face was also gloomy to the extreme at this moment. According to what Gong Chengwen said, entering the black fog basically 10 deaths. Where there is still hope of living, he is supposed to live forever. He is sick to come to this kind of ghost place. Whether the black fog was diffuse or not had a hairy bird to do with him. And this was a good thing, being brought here by force. He should have known that halfway down the road he should have forced his way out and gone far away. Now it is too late to say anything. Outside are all cultivators. With his combat power, deal with one or two still a little sure. Deal with a group of cultivators, that is not a lantern on the toilet looking for. Looking at the spirit points in the system, 20 points. I don't know if 20 points of spirit tops it. If he had known that he would come to such a hellish place, he would have left a little attribute point dedicated to spirituality. After eating and drinking, the crowd where there is time to sleep, have stayed up with dark circles under their eyes cannot sleep. To the latter part of the night, we only gradually sleep. Li Changxing sneaked out while the others were sleeping. Try to run and you die. However, not long after drilling out of the camp, a terrifying spiritual pressure locked onto Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng was in a cold sweat. The greatsword in his hand was gripped tightly, and when he turned his head to look, he saw a valiant figure in midair looking at him indifferently. It's surprisingly a woman. In this world, women are more status. All thanks to women can also cultivate immortal credit. Some female cultivators can top half the sky, which also led to the mortal world. Women have also been greatly emancipated. Unlike the ancient traditional idea that a woman's talentlessness is virtue. I just wanted to take a piss. I wasn't trying to run. Li Changshan laughed, immediately took off his pants and peed up. The woman looked at Li Changshan, and was not ashamed to look at him. This made Li Changshan unable to hold his urine for half a day, and in the end, he just resentfully lifted his pants and returned to the camp. Li Changsheng was depressed and kept his eyes open in the camp until dawn, until people woke up one by one and came out of the camp crying. When the people saw the black mist that filled the distance, they all stared in shock. That black fog shot straight up into the sky, cloudy and covering the heavens and the earth, as if it were an ancient beast slowly advancing outward. The black fog is spreading. Everyone listen to the order, rush in. those who don't, kill on the spot. Chapter 010 Monster in the Black Mist. On the plains, the black mist crept in front of the crowd as if it were a flooding beast. The moment the people were swallowed by the black fog, that black fog also stopped spreading. The cultivators outside were also shocked into a cold sweat when they saw this black mist. No one could retreat from this black mist in one piece. Li Chang was angry and gritted his teeth. When the black fog enveloped the moment, he found that the space around him seemed to be cut off by something, and then turned his head and wanted to retreat back, but found that he had long since not been able to find the way back. It appeared to be backing up, but it was like walking blindfolded, never going in a straight line. The people around Son hadn't dispersed yet, and all of them crowded together, looking at the darkness in front of them for a while. What to do? What do we do? As mortals, where had they seen such a battle? And for a while they were out of ideas. But everyone was mortal, and without the monks in control, for a while they had active minds in addition to terror. Marred. Those bull immortals. Let's send us to our deaths. Let's not send them to our deaths. Let's just stay where we are and see what they do. I heard that there are scary monsters here. It's useless to stay put. We'd better quickly find a cave or dig a hole in the ground to hide in. Roar! Just as the crowd was making a lot of noise, a low beast roar came from the distance, which seemed to penetrate people's hearts and minds, hitting their souls directly, instantly breaking down everyone's psychological defenses. Run! I don't know who screamed. All of a sudden the scene was chaotic, have fled in all directions. Ah! No! But help! Suddenly, miserable cries came from the distance, and as people sniffed and looked, they only saw a figure being devoured by a four-legged monster that was more than 2 meters long. This made people run even faster, and Li Changsheng also had a shocked expression on his face as he followed a group of people fleeing around. At this time, where else would anyone care about the death or life of others? Saving his life was most important. Li Changsheng was no exception. His eyes quickly adjusted to the dimness, and when he looked into the distance he couldn't tell what was with what at all, and could only approximate what was a tree and what was a rock, as if his eyes had lost the ability to recognize color. Roar! There was another beastly roar, and a four-legged monster suddenly popped out of the darkness in the distance to lunge at the figure in front of him. Li Changsheng was right behind him, and when he saw this, he slashed up without saying a word. Pust! What shocked Li Changsheng was that he just slashed with force. The monster was even split into two by him like tofu. Warm blood sprayed all over the place. The monster just struggled on the ground for a while and then lost its life. This scene caused the crowd to stop and look at Li Changsheng incredulously. Don't be afraid, everyone. This monster is weak when it encounters weakness and strong when it encounters strength. As long as we work together, we can definitely kill them. Li Changsheng calmed down to pacify everyone and said, "What Big Brother said is true. Why didn't we think of that? This monster is weak when it meets weakness and strong when it meets strength. In fact, we don't need to be afraid of them at all. Yeah, when you meet weak, you're weak. When you meet strong, this monster isn't powerful." For a while, the crowd slowly calmed down. Roar! Another roar came from the crowd, and they all looked nervously, only to see a monster pouncing again. The face of a strong man in front sank, and with a loud shout he even killed out alone. What was amazing was that the monster and the burly man fought to a standstill. This monster isn't strong, so why don't you guys come over and help? Hearing that strong man's shout, the crowd came back to their senses and simultaneously raised their swords to kill. As expected, under the combined efforts of the crowd, the monster was slashed to death without any effort at all. This made the crowd's hearts feel great, as if they knew the method, and they were pleasantly surprised. Seeing this, Li Changsheng also felt that these monsters were just too weak, and were not as terrifying as imagined. Li Changsheng immediately gathered dozens of mortals around him to form a team, and as all the others ran away and scattered, Li Changsheng led the team again and began to search for those people. Naturally, they encountered some monsters on the way, but they were all killed one by Li Changsheng and the others. Soon, Li Changsheng gathered more than 200 people together. According to Li Changsheng's analysis, these monsters were weak when they encountered weakness, so it was only necessary to put the weakest-looking people at the front and the strongest people in the middle, which would ensure that the monsters were always weak. Following this method, the crowd surprisingly killed hundreds of monsters in a row without any unexpected situations. Tired, they took the monster's beast roasted and ate it. Extraordinarily delicious. In the light of a fire, the crowd this time to see the monster's appearance. The creature had the head of a goat, the tail of a crocodile, no hair on its body, more like human skin in general, black in color, and red blood, completely different from the monsters in the outside world, and very ugly. In order to get a better night's sleep, the men had to take turns standing guard, and when they were well rested they were on their way again. On the way they discovered the man who had come in before had been turned into a corpse, his entire body covered with nothing but stumps and broken arms. his head half-eaten. Soon, Li Changsheng gathered more than 400 people, and there were no more people. Everyone basically dispersed. The battle power of more than 400 people was not small. Even if they encountered dozens of monsters, they had enough backbone to quickly decimate them. It's a miracle that this new group of incoming mortals lasted quite long. Beyond the mists, two middle-aged men sat on the high platform of the camp and looked at the mists. It's probably just luck. And a month isn't that hard. Alas, I really didn't think that we immortal cultivators would rely on mortals one day. Aren't we cultivators also crawling out from the pile of mortals? Mortals are the root. Many cultivators are afraid that they have long forgotten about this. That's true. I hope they can hold out a little longer. And if they can find a solution to the black mist, that would be great. Don't expect so much from them. We can't do anything about it, let alone mere mortals. In the past, when mortal armies went in, they would last for about half a year at most, and that was still the result of tens of thousands of troops entering. If a few thousand people go in there, they won't be able to support it for a month or two. A little bit of time passed, and no one thought that a month had passed, and 2 months had passed, 3 months had passed, and the black fog was motionless, which meant that the latest 1,000 or so people to go in hadn't died out yet. 4 months had passed and the black mist was still motionless, which agitated the cultivators outside. 5 months had passed, and the black mist was still as motionless as before. 6 months had passed. The cultivators outside had long been shocked. More than 1,000 people were still alive. This had exceeded their cognition and subverted their imagination. 7 months have passed, which completely exceeds the previous record high of 6 months. 8 months, 9 months, 1 year. Chapter 011 Black Fruit. In the black mist, a group of more than 20 monsters were creeping in a depression. Kill. Just then, a weak figure suddenly jumped out of the darkness, and all of a sudden more than 20 four-legged monsters looked up at him. With a flash of blood in their eyes, they all rushed towards the figure, and just as the monsters pounced, suddenly more than 300 figures jumped out around that figure. Kill. More than 300 people killed the monsters with desperation, and those monsters also rushed over with desperation, but because they had copied the strength of that weak figure, they instantly turned into a pack of dirt dogs in general. A burly man slashed down, and the monster was split in half with a single slash, just like a hyena. At this time, the monsters were still the people's opponent. 3 times, they were hacked to death in the pits by the people. The crowd cheered and divided the bodies to make a barbecue to eat. Hey, it's still Big Brother who's smart. We're still alive and well in this year. Yeah, I didn't expect these monsters to be able to replicate our strength. Find the weakest Erdnase to stand out. Those monsters are as weak as dirt dogs. The crowd chatted freely while munching on meat, and all eyes looked towards a figure in the center appearing to be extraordinarily respectful. Li Changsheng was also a bit depressed at the moment. He didn't want to be their big brother. It was just that in order to survive, he had to need them to lead the way in front. The last time he encountered more than 100 monsters, there is a copy of his strength. I thought that this is a tragedy. The monster is absolutely immortal. I did not expect that the monster even only copied his cultivation of practicing chi layer. The system gives him the attributes cannot be copied, but even so that monster was a top-tier monster, killing several mortals in a row before it was eventually decimated by the combined efforts of the crowd. Here, only Li Changsheng was a chi refining stage 1 layer cultivator. Everyone else was a mortal, so he naturally became the leading brother of the crowd. The original group of over 400 was now down to just over 300, and the people who used to come in were long gone, perhaps all dead, and they were the only ones left. These monsters seemed to be unable to finish killing. Killed a batch and a batch. Once they also tried to go out, but no matter which direction they went they could not reach the outside. As if they had lost their way. They could not get out at all. This also made the crowd a little frustrated, and since they couldn't get out, they would just listen to God and let nature take its course. To be able to live in the black mist for more than a year, they themselves felt incredible. If they were alone, I'm afraid they would have died long ago. Li Changsheng reached out and touched the storage pouch on his waist. This storage pouch was the lowest level storage pouch. It looked ordinary, and there was no difference between it and the small pockets used by mortals, but the space inside was 4 or 5 square meters large. This was still something that Li Changsheng had obtained from the 2 cultivators he had killed in the Li clan village back then, and it was not until he had cultivated the chi drawing and practicing skill that he was able to use this thing. Suddenly a ray of light shot out, and dozens of black fruits were added to Li Changsheng's hand. Seeing this fruit, everyone quieted down and looked at Li Changsheng with hot eyes. The effect of this fruit is known to everyone, so I won't say more. According to the old rules, the more monsters you kill and the more effort you put in, the fruit is rewarded. As Li Changsheng spoke, his eyes looked at the crowd, sweeping them one by one before starting to call names. 3 dogs, 2 eggs, Big Bull, Big Strong, The people whose names were called walked over excitedly and received the black fruits one by one, causing the crowd to burst with envy. The fruit was stumbled upon by the group together, growing on the black fruit trees where monsters gathered, making it hard to spot. And the effect of this fruit is very strong. Mortals can eat one can be strong and healthy. Prolong life. Eat 2 will be able to become a first-class master. Strength like a cow. Eat 3 will not be sick. Restful in old age. It doesn't have any effect after taking 4 of them. It might have, but nothing has been found so far. Cultivators can grow their cultivation and refine their aura if they eat one. Eating 2 of these will cleanse the muscles and marrow and increase mental strength. Eating 3 of these will cleanse the spiritual roots, remove impurities, and increase the speed of cultivation. There was no effect after taking 4 of them. There might be, but Li Changsheng didn't find anything at the moment either. He had eaten 4 of them, and felt that the vital energy in his body was much more refined, but the effect of cleansing the tendons and marrow was minimal. And his spiritual power had also improved slightly but not much. There was a little impact on the spirit root qualification. It might be an illusion. Anyway, Li Changsheng felt that there was not too much difference from before. There was not much change. Perhaps he himself was immortal, and his physique had reached a point where it could not be changed. And even his spiritual roots did not show any signs of improvement, which was a bit depressing. The enhancements to mortals are extremely noticeable. After a year of killing, more than 300 mortals had followed him, and half of them had already eaten at least one black fruit. These fruits were just like immortal fruits to them. They never dreamed that they could eat the immortal fruits that the cultivators all dreamed of. If they went out one day, they could all be the supreme masters among the mortals. Those who hadn't eaten the fruits would also be rewarded with one based on the contribution of attracting monsters. And all the collected fruits naturally belong to Li Changsheng's management. If anyone is caught stealing the fruit, they will be expelled from the group. In the past, someone had stolen the fruit, causing the monster to copy their strength and lose several companions. Although the crowd had powerful mortals as big as oxen now, they had also disguised themselves as strengthened monsters, so once they encountered monsters, they could only hide behind them first, waiting for the monsters to replicate the weaker mortals so that they could make a big kill. Watching more than 30 people share the fruits, Li Changsheng himself also kept one. He was originally the captain. Every time he shared the fruits he must keep one. The crowd naturally did not have any opinion. The rest of the day was the same as usual, killing monsters while looking for an exit. Another year passed in a flash of time, and the number of their team was getting smaller and smaller, decreasing by a dozen or so each year, with dozens of people at the most. It was hard to avoid, and if they ran into hundreds of monsters pouncing on them, or if one of them copied a strong one of them, they could always take a few of their companions with them. It wasn't until 5 years later that they saw a light, and it was as if there was a barrier ahead that cut off the black fog. The crowd thought they had finally found the exit, but they didn't realize that this was the core of the black fog, and at a glance, the sky was still surrounded by black fog, which just encircled the land. The only thing to be happy about was that there were no more of those monsters to be seen on the open area without the black fog filling it. In its place was the golden four-legged monster. Those golden monsters are very large. One is as big as an airplane, and people are as small as cats and dogs in its eyes. With a single kick, several mortals were easily trampled to death. Run! Chapter 012, Poisoned Wine. The terrifying power of the golden monster was beyond imagination, and with a slap, people had no power to fight back. The crowd spread out and darted toward the front, and there were always slow runners who were swallowed by the golden monster in one bite. At this moment, people were already desperate, only to hear the miserable screams behind them. What was originally a group of over 200 people, in the blink of an eye, there were more than 100 people left. Li Changsheng ran the fastest, scurried to the front in a flash of smoke. He didn't want to die here because of these monsters. As for the others, to be honest, there was nothing he could do to help, so he could only fend for himself. Suddenly, his gaze lurched, and to his surprise, he found a palace in front of him, and without saying a word, he rushed over at the first opportunity. The people behind them also saw the palace and immediately accelerated again to follow. The palace was very old. It was impossible to tell the exact age. It was covered with a sense of vicissitude, like an old castle. When Li Changsheng ran over, he didn't rush in first, but turned to look at the mortals. Come on, run over and get in. God knew if there were any monsters or organs inside or not. He definitely couldn't risk his life to be the first one to go in. The crowd gratefully chased after them and drilled in without much thought. And when Li Changsheng saw that nothing happened after they went in, he quickly ran in. The golden monster could only stick its head in when the gate was open, and Li Changsheng and the others were relieved when they saw this. Looking at the crowd again, there were only about 50 people left at the moment. This time they had suffered heavy losses, and as their eyes turned to their companions who had died tragically outside, the crowd sympathized and celebrated. If they had known, they wouldn't have gone into this damn area. It would have been safer to stay in the black mist instead, but it was too late to backtrack. The monster just blocked the doorway, its huge golden eyes glaring at them, looking extremely patient. Li Changsheng and the others waited for a long time and realized that the monster never left, which caused them to despair. The eyes turned to the surroundings of the great hall, on which various threaded patterns were revealed, looking completely different from the current architectural style of the cultivation world, and it was impossible to recognize exactly what era it was from. The crowd climbed up to the second floor along the palace, and without going far, the crowd was surprised to find an open warehouse in front of them piled high with gold and silver treasures, with pearls and emeralds glittering like nothing else. Wow, that's a lot of gold. At the sight of the gold, all the people were wide-eyed and rushed over regardless. Li Changsheng was a step slower. He surveyed the surrounding buildings and didn't find anything strange before he carefully walked over. Get rich, get rich! A group of people around the warehouse, a handful of gold, jewelry. Some people have been these treasures to the trouser pockets pocket stuffed, but so many treasures, they cannot even loaded. Simply cannot be loaded. Just as the crowd was filled with joy, suddenly a flash of spiritual light came from the ground. It was a small pentagram spell formation, each of which was only about a square meter, and in the center of that one pentagram spell changed into a cup made of crystal with a green liquid in it. A strange aroma wafted up from each glass that was to die for. This is... The crowd looked at those cups in amazement, and after counting them carefully, there were exactly 52 pentagram spells, 52 cups, corresponding to 52 of them. It's as if by design. The crowd grabbed the gold and walked out, and a burly man walked over to a phalanx and carefully picked up the cup. Dude, could it be poisonous? Why don't you try drinking it? Or it might have an unexpected effect. It's also possible that it's a spiritual tea or something like that immortals drink. Some people were filled with curious colors, and the burly man was also straight, and immediately took a sip to smother the green liquid in his cup. At this moment, everyone was nervously looking at the burly man. Good-smelling wine. The burly man smacked his lips, savoring the memory and feeling no strange reaction overall. Guys, it's okay. Just as the burly man was about to say something, suddenly the pentagram spell formation under his feet lit up abruptly, accompanied by a flash of 7-colored light. A large living person just disappeared into thin air, teleported away along with the cup. This is a teleportation spell that only immortals can use? Maybe it's a teleportation out spell. Some people looked at this scene in shock, and at the thought of possibly teleporting out, the crowd was instantly excited and chose a pentagram spell to stand on. Poison. Help! Just as the crowd was about to smother the green liquid in their wine glasses in one gulp, suddenly, a miserable scream came from the distance. The crowd turned their eyes to look, only to see that the man was bleeding from 7 holes. His body began to go limp and weak, his flesh and blood rotted, his bones disappeared, and his body was bubbling with a thick bloody gas. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, looking at the cup again already filled with fear. Looks like it's a matter of life and death if you want to get out. Mud. What the hell? Big deal. Brothers, I'll do it first. At that moment a man bellowed and took a mouthful of the green liquid and smothered it in the crowd's expectant gaze. As expected, amidst the crowd's astonished gazes, the pentagram formation under the man's feet lit up and disappeared in front of their eyes once again. Seeing this scene, the crowd was also entangled. It was obvious that each cup of this green liquid had a different effect. The lucky ones will be teleported away. The unlucky ones will bleed to death from 7 holes on the spot. Li Changsheng stood in a pentagram formation as he lifted his wine cup, not daring to drink at all. He was originally a person of immortality. There was no need to run around for life like them, let alone go against the heavens for longevity like the cultivators. How could he have come across such a ed-up thing? He didn't need to fight for his life at all. He didn't need to fight for that luck at all. There must be a way to break it. He didn't want to gamble with his life. These people could do it because they had a short lifespan and could be reckless when they got to the place of despair. But he couldn't. He was long-lived but cherished his lifespan more than anyone else. It was not worth it to gamble on the possibility of dying and having his endless lifespan perish as a result. Poison. Another unlucky person died in place and turned into blood, which caused Li Changsheng to panic even more. His hand was shaking as he held the glass. Even though we all had one life, he could never gamble his life as easily as everyone else, because it's so not worth it. Just like this, Li Changsheng watched the crowd leave one by one. Some teleported away, not knowing where they had teleported to, and some died on the spot. In an extremely tragic state, Li Changsheng silently counted the number of deaths. 3, 4, 5, 10, 20, 21, 22, 23, 30, 31, 40, 41, 42, 43, Chapter 013, Crystal Coffin. 43, in the empty hall, Li Changqing dully counted the puddles of blood in the pentagram formation. A total of 43 people were poisoned, which is a horribly high probability that the next one will be 44. Doesn't 44 mean death? Isn't he the last one who hasn't drunk the poisoned wine yet? This is too add up. Li Changqing annoyingly put his wineglass on the ground and stared around him in disbelief. Li Changqing began to look for other ways to get out. There must be other ways to get out. Even though he had lived for over 100 years, and had gotten married and had children over, and had experienced the life that mortals experienced, he was even more afraid of death. He himself is immortal. Has not yet seen all the world's prosperity. Where will not be afraid of death? He would never do a line like this gambling in general, because it was too unworthy. In case it's poisoned wine, the stakes of his immortality are too big for his own complete lack of acceptance. Other people were gambling with decades of future lifespan, while he was gambling with endless lifespan in the future. And he wasn't stupid. After searching around, Li Changqing didn't find any organs in dark passages or anything like that. Li Changqing disbelievingly went downstairs and started to search carefully. Now he was alone in the whole castle, so he had stored some dried meat in his storage bag, enough to last for a few months. He wasn't a cultivator with a high level of cultivation, but he could survive for a long time without having to eat. Though he lives forever, he is not immortal and will starve to death if he doesn't eat. Outside the castle, the golden monster was still waiting patiently at the door like a hairless cat, and when it saw Li Changqing, it stretched out one of its claws and hooked it in to try to grab him. Li Chang angrily raised his greatsword and slashed at it. Click! Only heard a loud sound, as if metal collision. This monster's skin was just like King Kong, surprisingly could not be cut through. After a few consecutive slashes, he then looked at his greatsword that had long since broken, and his weapon was just gone. The golden monster's gaze was filled with contempt, as if it was angered by Li Changqing more recklessly clawing around the hall. Li Changqing could only hide his claws and began to search carefully. Soon he found a staircase leading underground, and Li Changqing walked into the underground passage with the broken knife. The passageway was gloomy and turned pitch black when he reached the inside. Li Changqing could only take one step forward, surrounded by a dead silence, which makes Li Changqing's heart produce fear. Want to turn back but found that already walked for a long time. If you go back certainly still do not have any way out. So hard to continue to break in. When Li Changqing came to the basement, he only felt a coldness around him, a bone-piercing coolness that stretched out his hand. Li Changqing crouched down and groped his way forward with the broken knife tapping on the ground. The only thing that made him feel slightly more at ease was the crisp tapping sound. Powerful spiritual power represented perception, and Li Changqing did not feel any danger. After groping around, Li Changqing didn't find anything. This kind of haunted place, what could be found in the dark? Just as Li Changqing was about to go back, suddenly his gaze was fixed in the distance, and a bright light revealed itself in the extreme distance. The light was too far away, as if it was in an endless abyss, at least a few thousand meters away from here as far as the eye could see. Suddenly, the front was empty. Li Changqing's heart was shocked. It turned out that there was still underground in this underground passage, and the front was a ladder, but this ladder was a bit too empty. Li Changqing threw the broken knife down, and there was a clanking sound of the broken knife falling to the ground, which shook his heart. The height of this ladder to the bottom is at least 2 meters. This is not a ladder. This is a cellar, right? Looking at the bright light in the distance, Li Changqing felt that it should be the exit, which made Li Changqing tangle up. Going back there is only that poisoned wine, and going down there could be the exit. It wasn't far anyway, just a few thousand meters, so he would just have to go over and take a look. If it was fake, he could totally climb back in. Thinking like this, Li Changqing extended the edge of the ladder to fall down, only to realize that his hands picketed the ladder, but his feet did not touch the ground below. This is not a ladder, is a high wall. With a ruthless heart, Li Changqing let go and jumped down. The distance of more than 2 meters was not too high for Li Changqing. When he landed on the ground, he quickly touched the broken knife, and after hesitating for a split second, he jumped vertically and once again peeled himself to the first rung of the ladder, and so on several times. Li Changqing had already imagined in his mind that this was a giant ladder, and he was a dwarf in general. Once again, he tried the edge of the second step with the broken knife, and dropped the knife down. Another 2 meters or so. Li Changqing slowly tried down the edge as he did, layer after layer. Just as Li Changqing was watching the light getting closer and closer, suddenly a squirming sound came from under his feet. Li Changqing felt something under his feet. He couldn't feel anything in his shoes. It just felt a little soft. With a whoosh, the thing drew back quickly. Who? This made Li Changqing's face look as shocked as if he had exploded. There were even other creatures here. He hadn't sensed anything else just now, but when he listened carefully to the movement around him, the squirming sound was gone again. Just as Li Changqing crouched down and was about to touch the knife, suddenly his hand was soft, and Li Changsheng was immediately shocked into a cold sweat. He touched something soft, and his first impression was that it was a creature like a snake, or a soft-bodied worm without hair. This made Li Changsheng explode and immediately drew back his hand. The squirming sound became louder and turned to disappear. "Who? Come out!" Li Changsheng shouted. The squirming sound was gone, and the surroundings once again fell into a dead silence. His feet touched the broken knife, and Li Changsheng hurriedly picked up the broken knife and groped around with force, trying to cover up his fear with his voice. The broken knife was thrown down, and Li Changsheng quickly extended the edge to fall down, layer after layer. The sound of writhing would come from his ears from time to time, and it was obvious that the soft-bodied monster had been around him all along, and Li Changsheng had touched it several times, which caused Li Changsheng to have a nasty chill. It was like a snake, soft, but slimy, like a loach, and like a big black fish, and it was impossible to tell what kind of monster it really was. The bright light in the distance was closer. Li Changsheng had no turning back. He could only continue to move forward. So the monster didn't seem to want to eat him. He could only speed up his steps, and step by step, he groped his way towards the bright light in the distance. The Emperor's heaven was not to be denied. After an hour of groping his way forward, Li Changsheng finally came to 100 meters away from that bright light. When Li Changsheng saw exactly what that light was, his entire being was bad. That was not an exit. It was clearly a crystal coffin hidden in the darkness that emitted a strange haze. Chapter 014 Golem 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 Golem. The coffin emitted a mesmerizing light all over its body, and the whole thing was made of glowing crystals that were engraved with bizarre runes. The coffin was so large that it was more than 10 meters long, several meters wide, and more than 2 meters high. It stood so eerie in the darkness. Only at this time did Li Changsheng Fong see the ground through the light. A pile of white bones piled up, smooth and chilling. This ground full of white bones, in the end, how many people can be constructed by killing? Li Changsheng walked towards the coffin, under the impression that the person who could be in the coffin must be dead. I don't know what is the origin of the person in this coffin, even using the land of white bones as a grave. When he was close to the coffin, suddenly the aura on the coffin flickered, which caused Li Changsheng's body to be shaken. After calming down for a while, Li Changsheng once again stepped forward. Since the coffin was too high, Li Changsheng had to pick at the lid and climb up. As he climbed onto the lid of the coffin, he chanced to be dizzy and shook his head vigorously, and when he came to his senses again to look toward the coffin, it was with a shock. Inside the coffin, a stunningly beautiful figure lay silently in gold and blue trim. There wasn't a trace of decay or dryness in the woman, as if she had just lain in as a corpse, intact and with skin like cream. No words in the world could depict the picture Li Changsheng was seeing at this moment, and no words of praise could match the beauty of this woman. It was a kind of shock from the soul. In Li Changsheng's eyes, this was no longer called a woman. This was a real fairy, a beauty without a single flaw, as if it was Li Changsheng's ideal type of beauty, flawless, the feeling that just by looking at her, he would completely fall in love with her, as if just a glance, even if for her to die is willing. This feeling cannot be expressed in words. That is not a worldly kind of beauty, but from the soul of the desire of the beauty, longing for such beauty, even though the woman was already dead. Li Changsheng couldn't help but gulp at the beauty of one glance. If this woman was still alive, if his wife was still alive, all this woman needed was a hook in her eye, and he would have immediately betrayed his wife and greenmailed her with no feeling of remorse. A stabbing pain came from his head, and Li Changsheng hurriedly shook his head, once again coming to his senses. His gaze was forcibly turned away, to the various fine objects that made up the majority of that coffin. Among them, there were hundreds of crystal boxes, each of which contained all sorts of treasures that the cultivation world wouldn't even dare to think about, including magic treasures, pills, and talismans. Next to the crystal box there was also a sheet of gold foil, which was densely engraved with ancient words, which was obviously something similar to a kung fu method. There were hundreds of sheets, and it was thought that all of them were the secret kung fu techniques left behind by this girl's predecessor, not to mention the hair panic jewelry that this woman was wearing. Each of them was aura compelling and unheard of, and it was estimated that the ring she was wearing on her hand was also the legendary space ring. This made Li Changsheng excited. He didn't expect to find such a huge amount of treasure so easily. It wasn't in vain that he had the courage to run here. Although he has been immortal, but in order to live in this world, their own life preservation skills cannot be less, not to mention so many treasures, to who cannot be moved. I'm sorry for disturbing your resting place. I have no intention of intruding into this place. If I can obtain a piece of your inheritance, when I go out, I will remember your kindness and burn incense and paper for you every year. And I wish you to have a dashing life in hell as well. Li Changsheng knelt on the lid of the coffin, looking at the stunning woman, sincerely worshipped 3 times. The so-called dead is great. If you can really get her treasure, kneeling 3 times and kowtowing 3 times, that is not a loss. Although he is immortal, he is also a naked vulgar. Vulgar and unbearable vulgar. Not much big dreams, just want to live a life. Not to pursue fame and fortune, but so many treasures. If he does not take it, he feels that it is also spoiled. After paying 3 obeisances, Li Changxing began to feel around to see if there were any organs or something like that. But after searching for half a day, he found nothing. Gollum! Just then, there was a writhing sound in the darkness. Who? Li Changxing's face was shocked. He was busy turning around to look, but he found nothing. The sound of writhing still came from that darkness. Listening to this voice made Li Changxing feel his scalp tingling, as if there was a pair of eyes staring straight at him in the darkness. Are you a man or a ghost? Come out. I see you. Li Changxing raised his broken sword and shouted into the darkness. Gollum, 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 Gollum. What responded to Li Changxing was still a mocking squirming sound, and a sound as if he was spitting bubbles. Remembering the feeling of the soft-bodied monster from before, Li Changxing felt that this monster must be a large demonic beast like a snake, or perhaps a guardian beast of this place? I have no intention of intruding. If you don't want me to take this treasure, I will leave immediately and never linger. Li Changxing said tentatively, compared to life and treasure. Of course life is important. The monster hadn't killed him by now, so surely it was negotiable. Gollum! The sound of writhing came out, and Li Changxing couldn't understand it at all. Meaning it's okay for me to take it? Grunt, grunt, grunt. So I go. Am I going or am I not? Li Changxing was completely puzzled as he tentatively jumped off the coffin and began to push the lid. I pushed? If you don't let me push you'll scream twice and I'll leave right away. To Li Changxing's surprise, the squirming sound was gone. This made Li Changxing's heart rejoice. It seemed that the monster was still quite kind, which meant that the monster didn't mind him taking the treasure. Spiritual patterns flickered on the crystal coffin. Li Changxing used all his strength, and as his strength increased, the spiritual patterns on the coffin shone more and more. Rumble! A dull sound rang out, and Li Changxing was surprised to find that the coffin lid was pushed. It had to be said that the weight of this coffin lid was really horrible. With his strength that could move 10,000 pounds of boulders he could only push a tiny bit. But since it was able to move, it was simple. And Li Changxing once again increased his power to start pushing it up. The lid of the coffin was slowly pushed open, and it was at that moment that a strange change occurred. The surrounding spiritual light appeared. Suddenly a black shadow covered and came, covering the entire light. Li Changxing's face under the great shock before he had time to see what was happening. Suddenly his eyes went black, and he only felt that his body was not free to float. The lid of that coffin opened automatically, and all of a sudden, the sound of violent writhing resounded in his ears, and when Li Changxing tried to resist, his body was bound by a huge force, and he was pulled into the crystal coffin in the next second, where Li Changxing couldn't see, that is, the circumference of the coffin. A writhing monster like a kneaded piece of rotten meat wrapped around the entire coffin. And in the blink of an eye, the entire world was once again plunged into endless darkness. Chapter 015, The Unnameable Thing. Master, I want to be beautiful. Growling, because that way, it's possible to be with him. Above the boundless sea, a young girl with an unimpressive look stood on the surface of the sea, her hands clasped in front of her chest, her face full of devotion and purity. In front of her, a pure white tentacle reached out from the bottom of the sea and wrapped itself around the young girl's figure. The young girl opened her eyes and upon seeing the tentacles was not the least bit scared. Instead she played with them. She was the only one in the world who wasn't afraid of her and called her master. In all her long years, this was the only human woman she had ever befriended and taken on as her apprentice. Like a confidant, like a mother and daughter, that young girl was transformed into a woman of great beauty with the help of her master. Star-studded, and likewise attracted the attention of her beloved. Master, my talent is so bad, can you make me more powerful? Gollum. Because then I'll be worthy of him. The stunningly beautiful girl prayed reverently to the white tentacles in the sea. The white tentacle didn't say anything and granted her request once again, allowing her to leap to become the youngest and most beautiful genius girl in the sect, stunning everyone. But human life is ultimately short. 10,000 years later, that beautiful woman has long become a party hegemony, but the lifespan is about to dry up. The woman once again went to the depths of the sea and prayed, Master, I want to live forever and ever. This time, the sea was silent for a long time, growling, really? Thank you, Master. That stunningly beautiful woman gained immortality, with an almost unlimited lifespan. But one day, her partner learns all her secrets, and the woman has no choice but to come to the sea again. Master, can you let my husband live forever together? This time, the sea did not respond and the woman could only leave disappointed. After that, the woman never came to see the sea again. Suddenly, one day, a huge wave rose from the sea, the land trembled at the moment, and along with the rising sea, a pure white unnameable monster covered the sky. The monster was indescribably large. Just one white tentacle was tens of thousands of meters long and hundreds of meters thick, and people couldn't even see her full face. The entire continent began to shake after her appearance, and it turned out to be that her body had already covered the entire continent, and countless tentacles stretched out, directly shaking the entire continent. If you move, I'll let her die. This seat orders you as the heavenly Yuan immortal sex patriarch to hand over the secret of longevity. Ugly monster. Above the sky, a man was choking a stunning woman with one hand and the woman's beloved child with the other. Facing such a terrifying and boundless monster, the man was undaunted, and the terrifying aura on his body was like a candle in the wind in front of that monster, unable to withstand a single blow. But that was it. The man had full confidence in dealing with the monster. Master, I'm sorry, the stunningly beautiful woman spoke mournfully, and the monster fell into silence, eventually handing over the secret of longevity. You guys still don't make a move. Eradicate the demonic beasts and live forever together. After obtaining the secret of longevity, the man's breath instantly skyrocketed, and all of a sudden, dozens of terrifying breaths appeared in the four directions of the continent, and endless ancient ceiling runes rose up to the sky, suppressing the monster. The unnameable monster knew it was being cheated, and the continent burst into flames in a violent rage. However, under the suppression of that ancient divine pattern, her power was endlessly suppressed, and she couldn't exert 1/10,000th of her body's power anymore. Even so, the continent broke at this moment. Half of it sank to the bottom of the sea, her countless tentacles were severed, and her entire body turned from pure white to dark black. At the moment of the final seal, she saw the most painful scene of her life. In the middle of the coffin, Li Changsheng seemed to have had a strange dream. A long dream. When he woke up, he found himself in a slimy paste, and reaching out, he touched a mass of flesh and blood, which was more like a loach than flesh and blood. The feeling was unspeakable. He felt his body being wrapped around and engulfed by this strange thing. Steeply opening his eyes, Li Changsheng realized something and tried to get up, but to no avail. The tiny tentacles that demanded on his body scurried into his body and were sucking out his functions. It didn't feel like much, but the trance made him tired, as if he were stuck, and it was unusually hard. Raising his hand and grabbing a slimy mass, even though his eyes couldn't see it, Li Changsheng could feel that it was a tentacle. Associating it with the unnameable object in his nightmare, Li Changsheng's heart stopped abruptly. He struggled to get up now, but the more he did, the countless tentacles had already wrapped around him, getting tighter and tighter, and were greedily absorbing something. Ah! Li Changsheng shouted loudly. The surrounding flesh and blood gave a slight lurch, and a terrifying aura flooded Li Changsheng with a loud bang. Two tentacles just pierced into his eyes, and the intense pain caused Li Changsheng to almost faint. He felt as if his eyes were blind and blood was coming out of them as he wailed in pain. Struggling hard but to no avail, he felt like he was dying. Was his life going to be cut short here? No, he mustn't die here. He still had a lot of things he hadn't done. He was immortal. How could he die like this before he could enjoy the prosperity of this world? Li Changsheng struggled violently, rolling around in this mixed blood and flesh as if he was rolling around in a pile of worms. Li Changsheng endured the nausea. His strong will to survive made him no longer care about anything else. Well, suddenly, a clear and delicate voice rang out, causing Li Changsheng's heart and mind to be shaken. Abruptly opening his eyes once again, looking into the darkness in front of him again, he only felt a warm, soft, jade-like sensation assault his body. It was an all too familiar feeling, one that only came from sleeping with his daughter-in-law. Did you just dream again? A dream within a dream? Listening to the soft touch on his body, Li Changsheng couldn't help but respond. It felt too real and scary. Wasn't he in a coffin? Wasn't the coffin just that one stunningly beautiful body? Thinking of that stunningly beautiful corpse, Li Changsheng was surprised to visualize this figure with no visible features as her. For a while, Li Changsheng fell into it and could no longer extricate himself. Unbeknownst to him at this moment, in the crystal coffin, Li Changsheng was being wrapped by a piece of monster made of mixed blood and flesh rubbed together. The monster's whole body was filled with slender tentacles, occupying the whole crystal coffin. At the moment it was as if he was sleeping in a pile of rotting flesh, his whole body filled with slimy liquid without realizing it. Flesh and blood rolled over, constantly streaming out. The entire crystal coffin cannot accommodate the body of the monster that cannot be named. There is no skin, as if open meat sausage in general, so that people want to look at the vomiting and fainting. Chapter 016, 20 years passed in a flash. 20 years passed in a flash, and when Li Changsheng woke up again, it was as if he had a very long and beautiful dream. At this moment, Li Changsheng was sitting in the pentagram spell on the second floor of the castle, and all the memories seemed like yesterday. The green liquid in that glass was still as good as new. It's called Yellow Springs wine. Drinking this wine immediately reduces your life expectancy by 100 years, which is why some people have died strangely after drinking it before. It is impossible for mortals to live to be over 100 years old. Only cultivators can live to be over 100 years old. The reason why the mortals who were teleported away before didn't die is because they all ate the black fruits and awakened their hidden spiritual roots, and when they go out, they will be cultivators. Why did Li Changsheng know this secret? He himself found it unbelievable. If he didn't look at the extra attribute points in the system, he didn't even know how long he had been here. For 20 whole years he'd been in this castle and couldn't get out, and in the blink of an eye he was still sitting here. His eyes turned to the stairway of the castle, and he couldn't remember which was real and which was unreal. It was as if he had been in the basement of the castle, as if he hadn't, as if he had dreamed it, as if he hadn't. Thinking of something, Li Changsheng had a wave of nausea and wanted to vomit. It's no longer hesitant to pick up the wine cup and drink it. The fragrance of the wine was overflowing, and Li Changsheng didn't feel anything strange. In the blink of an eye, the pentagram formation radiated a dazzling light, and vaguely, his gaze flickered to see a tentacle reaching out from the stairway as if bidding him farewell. When Li Changsheng opened his eyes again, he had already reached an open area, and with a turn of his eyes, Li Changsheng saw a black fog in the distance. Finally out. Looking at that black fog, Li Changsheng had a feeling of regaining his life. The black fog was not spreading. That surrounding was still guarded by cultivators. In any case, he didn't want to be caught again. And as for what happened in the black mist, to this day, Li Changsheng still felt a vicious chill. He hurriedly found a lake and jumped into it, rinsing it off before lying down under a big tree for a good rest. Flipping his hand, Li Changsheng took out a gold foil from his storage bag. Not a dream. Looking at this gold foil made Li Changsheng couldn't help but think of the indescribable thing with that monster, which might be a shadow for his whole life and could never be erased. This gold leaf was gifted to him by the creature. Longevity True Flame. The hegemonic aptitude of burning longevity at the cost of extracting other people's longevity to burn together. Exchanging life for life. Simply put, you can extract as much lifespan from yourself as you can from someone else. If the other party had a 100-year lifespan, he only needed to burn 100 years of his own lifespan to instantly make the other party lose 100 years of lifespan and turn into blood. This wasn't some secret art of burning lifespan to enhance power, but a supreme divine ability that directly exchanged lifespan for lifespan. However, this divine ability also had a fatal flaw. Once this divine ability was activated, how much longevity was burned? Then how long was the cooldown? If you burn for 100 years, the cooling time is 100 years. And if you burn for 10,000 years, the cooling time is 10,000 years. Does she know I'm an elder? Li Changsheng murmured in his mind, recalling 20 years of ridiculous behavior. He was certain that he had never mentioned that he was an elder. The monster never asked that question either, and just did that ridiculous thing all day long for 20 years. Li Changsheng didn't even ask her name. She didn't know her name either, and the two of them just quietly got tired of being together for 20 years, as if they were passing through life. At the thought of this, Li Changsheng's intestines were green with remorse. He couldn't tell whether he had done that with the monster or with, well, that corpse. Name, lifespan, immortality, age, 140, talent, 5 mixed spiritual roots, judgment, extremely poor, level, G practitioner level 1, strength, 26, agility, 26, endurance, 26, defense, 26, mental, 50, skills, transfiguration, cooking, masonry, avatar, longevity true fire, available attribute points, 0. Since he cannot think, then do not think about it, just think of it as a dream. In the future he will never come here again. At ease to be immortal, live a life, do not ask anything. After a good night's sleep, the next day Li Changsheng walked in the direction of the summer capital. A month later, he bypassed the northern city and entered the city from the eastern city. 20 years had passed. Xanadu hadn't changed much. The population seemed to have stabilized, and it was only after some inquiries that he learned that the war in the north had been lifted 10 years earlier. Obviously that black mist had been controlled. Li Changsheng didn't know how it was controlled, and he didn't want to ask more. Watching the people of all shapes and sizes come and go, Li Changsheng finally felt the once peaceful mortal life again. But unfortunately this place could no longer be stayed. He had to head to another city to settle down. Before that, though, he wanted to take one last look at the tavern where he had once worked as a chef, and wondered if it was still there after almost 30 years of history. Following his memory, Li Changsheng arrived at the address of the former restaurant, and with a turn of his gaze, he saw the Zhou restaurant revealed. Sure enough, the restaurant that was once there was still there, only the restaurant's decoration was a bit old, and the clientele had become a bit less. Stepping inside the tavern, The figures inside had changed, and not a single acquaintance was recognized. It seemed time for the once fellow apprentices to leave and disperse. After all, 30 years had passed and things had long since changed. What would you like to eat, sir? At this time, a familiar face walked over, and Li Changsheng was shocked in his heart and said offhandedly, "Chow man?" The young girl was stunned in her mind. "You know my mother?" The young girl suspiciously surveyed the man in front of her, looking about her age. That he would know her mother. "Ha? Oh, I don't know. I've heard of you. Your mother is very pretty. People say I look like my mother. I don't go by the name of Zhou anymore. I go by the name of Li Shuanger." Okay. Hearing this name, Li Changsheng looked stunned. His once daughter was called Li Shuangshang. He didn't realize that the person Zhou man married was also surnamed Li, and gave his daughter the name Frost. "What about your grandparents? They passed away, and now it's my parents who are holding the family together." Hearing these words, Li Changsheng heart sighs with emotion. The years are not forgiving. Once acquaintances after 30 years, gone, passed away, ultimately not turned into a cup of yellow earth just. Li Changsheng casually ordered 2 dishes and then prepared to eat a meal to sneak a look at Zhou man and then leave. Doing the math, Chow man is almost 50. Alas! Just as Li Changsheng sat and waited, all of a sudden, a few big, burly men barged in the door. "Is the shopkeeper in or not? I've wrapped up this business today. Don't get out yet." Only to see a dilettante-looking man knocking on a wooden stick, pointing at the guests who were eating not far away and cursing loudly. The already sparse clientele was also quickly scared off. Chapter 017, A Formerly Deceased Person. "Gentlemen, what are you doing in the restaurant?" The chef from the back kitchen ran out, and that's when an extremely old-looking man came forward. "What for? Eating? Of course. What? Not to eat? You can't shoo our guests away for dinner. Much talk. Give me a beating. Old man came to eat in your place is to give you face. Don't give face." Words between the two parties to fight, or that elderly man blocked in the middle. A good voice to free the bill to calm the anger of the crowd. "Boss, it's still you who knows what you're doing. Hurry up. Good wine and good food are brought up to serve." A few burly men arrogantly headed to the table, a look of a grandpa dilettante. "By what right? No one is allowed to cook, and if you want to eat, you have to pay for it and pay for our damages." Just then, a middle-aged woman walked out with an unassuming look on her face. Li Changsheng's complexion shook when he saw the middle-aged woman. His memory seemed to go back 30 years, and he instantly recognized the woman as Zhou man. Age is really a killing knife. Now Zhou man has been dying, face covered with sadness, but also a lot of vicissitudes. "I'll tell you, we'll sell this restaurant if we want to. We won't sell it if we don't want to. No one can force us to, so go and do your springtime dreaming." Zhou man looked at the crowd and said in a cold voice, "You who? Boss lady, you've got some backbone. That's good. Brothers, do it." When the several thugs who were causing trouble heard this, they immediately became more excited, and immediately lifted the table and smashed the cans, and for a time, the entire restaurant became chaotic. Looking at this scene, Li Changsheng was also stunned. Really did not expect Zhou man. This family has lived so bitterly. The world can still happen this kind of thing. This is the imperial city. Boss, there's another guest here who hasn't left. Cam, hit me. One of the beaters spotted Li Changsheng and immediately rushed up ready to violently beat him. Li Changsheng sighed helplessly, and with his backhand, he blocked the bench that smashed over. With a loud bang, the bench shattered, and Li Changsheng was not damaged in the slightest. Just by raising his hand and flying out with a kick, the fighter was kicked dozens of meters away. Another fighter rushed up. Li Changsheng was not polite, punching one by one, put down one by one, beating them all over the ground, wailing and begging for mercy. This scene also caused Zhou man and the others to widen their eyes in shock, and they all looked at Li Changsheng, a strange youth, in amazement. "Boss, is my food ready?" Li Changsheng calmly sat down on the table and said in a calm tone, "Dishes? Do it right away. It's ready right away. Quick, go make dishes for your benefactor." That boss was thrilled to see Li Changsheng with such a great skill, and hurriedly greeted the chef to cook the food. When the few obtrusive thugs climbed out of the restaurant, Zhou man and boss Li gratefully walked over, and beside them, Li Shuanger also looked at Li Changsheng with a face full of astonishment and admiration. "Young warrior, thank you for your help. There are people behind that gang. We don't want to involve you. You should leave quickly." Zhou man looked at this unfamiliar man. For some reason, she looked at Li Changsheng's eyebrows with a sense of familiarity, but it was too long ago for her to confirm it. The one hidden in his heart could never be this man's. By age, he's 60. I think, when the road is rough, pull out the sword to help. I just don't like them. It has nothing to do with you. Li Changsheng waved his hand, unconcerned. In Li Changsheng's thought, if these people were cultivators behind them, There was no need to use such despicable means. Then it could only be said that their backs were at best the personnel of a rich and noble family. The royals couldn't have done this kind of thing either. And since it was something the nobles did, he wasn't afraid of it. Big brother, you're awesome. Are you a martial artist? Lee Frosty asked adoringly. Yes, martial artists. Then can I be a martial artist too? Can I worship you as my teacher? Lee Frosty said excitedly. Frost, stop it. Jo-man hurriedly pulled her daughter back. Li Changsheng glanced at Li Shuang'er and smiled. Give me your hand. Li Fenair obediently stretched out her hand, a trace of shyness flashing across her face. Detecting spiritual root qualifications was something that cultivators in general would be able to do, and although Li Changsheng had never been in a sect, he would be able to detect spiritual roots. A faint yuan qi struck into Li Shuang'er's wrist, and under the yuan qi sensing, Li Changsheng's eyes lit up. Li Shuang'er's sensitivity to yuan qi was beyond imagination, and it was obvious that her body possessed the qualification of a spiritual root. Only that Li Changsheng's cultivation was too low to distinguish exactly what attribute of spiritual root it was. Haven't you ever gone to an immortal master to have your spiritual roots tested? Li Changsheng opened his mouth and asked. This? No. The man surnamed Li looked like an honest man. Hearing this word, Heartshuk sincerely replied. In recent years there have been rumors that the corpse refining sect is an evil sect, so I didn't let my daughter go to test her spiritual roots and forgot about it. Young warrior, please show me the way. Li Shuang'er also knelt down immediately and said. Immortal Master. You must be Lord Immortal Master. Please also accept me as your disciple. Get up. Li Changsheng was also speechless, and hurriedly pulled up Li Shuang'er, glancing at the three people's expectant gazes. After thinking about it, he said, Boss, I don't accept disciples, and I'm not an immortal master. However, I can recommend a real immortal master to you. You will now take your daughter to the North City building to look for an immortal master named Yishua, and if anyone stops you, you can show them this wooden tablet. I used to work there as a mason. Li Changsheng flipped his hand and took out a wooden tag, which was a mason's unique wooden tag that allowed him to go up to the city building. As long as you succeed in worshipping him, your problems will be solved. Many thanks to Immortal Master for his guidance. Boss Li excitedly received the wooden plaque and immediately called for a car to take his daughter and speed towards the North City Tower. At this time the meal had already been served. Li Changsheng had long been a little hungry, and immediately took a big bite. Jo-man added some more hard dishes to him, and Li Changsheng had no qualms about it. Dare I ask, Immortal Master, your name? The old student really doesn't know how to repay your great kindness. Jo-man sat down on the opposite side of the table with a look of gratitude. It was really unexpected that in their lifetimes, their family would be able to hook up with an immortal master. If their daughter could really become a disciple of the immortal master, then the man in front of them would be the greatest benefactor of their family. Hearing this, Li Changsheng paused, looked at Jo-man, and ultimately did not tell her his real name. This will only make the other side in vain. One is immortal. One is a long life. The two are destined to be two worlds. Perhaps another 10 or 20 years. Jo-man has passed away. She is also sooner or later. She is also his own long years in the rush to pass by just. The years had already passed by for 30 years, and Li Changsheng did not want to make the other party feel sad again in vain because of the brief meeting of the deceased. Haphazardly saying an unfamiliar name, Li Changsheng just calmly buried his head to eat. However, this scene fell in Jo-man's eyes, but it had a feeling of growing familiarity. She was afraid to admit it, and she was afraid to say it. Chapter 018, The First Lesson of Immortal Cultivation. The citadel is off limits to the uninitiated. At the entrance of the North Citadel, a soldier stopped a father and daughter. This official, we're looking for Lord Immortal Master. May I ask if he's in? Is Lord Immortal Master something you can just want to see? Hurry up and get lost. If you offend Lord Immortal Master, a few of your lives won't be enough to compensate you. The soldier had an impatient look on his face, and immediately gave his expulsion order. There are many mortals who want to see the Immortal Master every day. Is the Immortal Master something that anyone can see? If he were to be blamed, it would be difficult to protect his life. Officer, have mercy. We were also recommended here by a friend who knows Lord Immortal Master. Boss Li hurriedly fished out 10 taels of silver from his arms and took out another wooden sign to curry favor. This wooden tablet is that friend's token. The Immortal Master will definitely recognize it when he sees it. Really? Seeing the silver, the soldier's tone eased up a bit. Really? But please pass a message. Hardworking official. Okay, if it's fake, you know what happens. The soldier hesitated for a split second and looked at the wooden sign, which he was familiar with. It was the wooden sign of the mason on the city tower. But looking at the texture of the sign, it was already from a long time ago. True is true. The soldier eyed the father and daughter suspiciously and turned to walk up the rampart. Father, is it really okay? Next to her, Li Shuang'er was already nervous to the extreme. She was scared. We can only take a gamble now. Since that young warrior can recommend us to come here, we must trust him, Old Man Lee said with a firm face. Even if it was fake, he admitted it. That young warrior didn't need to go through so much trouble if he wanted to harm them. A short while later, the soldier returned, a smirk on his face. Lord Immortal Master has agreed to see you. Follow me up. Hearing this, Old Man Lee's face was overjoyed, and Li Shuang'er was also excited. The duo followed the soldier to the citadel, and at a glance, they saw a grey-robed old man sitting cross-legged on the citadel. At this moment, Immortal Master Yeshua was surveying the wooden plaque in his hand with great interest. The little people pay their respects to Lord Immortal Master. Boss Li and Li Shuang'er nervously walked in front of them. Careful. Who gave you this wooden sign? Yeshua looked at the father and daughter and asked in a calm tone. Yes, it's a friend who used to work here as a mason, and he says you know him. Boss Li replied honestly. Oh, a mason? What was his name? Yeshua came to be interested. There were plenty of masons in the citadel. He couldn't remember anyone's name. This Xiao Min doesn't know. He said that Xiao Min's daughter has the qualifications to cultivate immortality, so he recommended that Xiao Min come to Lord Immortal Master. Boss Li had a nervous face, and immediately pulled Li Shuang'er forward. Li Shuang'er also understood, and immediately cried out in a well-behaved manner. Little folk Li Shuang'er, pay homage to Lord Immortal Master, and also ask Lord Immortal Master to accept little folk as a disciple. These words caused Yeshua to be even more surprised. His gaze turned to look at Li Shuang'er, and he pinched Li Shuang'er's wrist between lifting his hands, and an aura was struck into her wrist. Single system water spiritual root. Yeshua's heart was shocked. He really didn't expect that this young girl's spiritual root qualification was really good, and that she had the potential to cultivate immortality. Such a talented young girl. Why didn't that person take it himself, instead of cheapening it for a bad old man like him? It should be known that cultivators in the cultivation world, after knowing that they don't have much room for progress, will think of accepting more disciples to make a name for themselves, and this is also for the sake of having a continuous relationship in the cultivation world to stabilize the kingdom, to be able to accept a disciple with good qualifications. In the future, when he made a name for himself in the cultivation world, the master's face would also be honored, and if he surpassed the master, then he would be the master's backer. There is no fear of enemies finding their way to the door, and one's own inheritance will not be lost, and one's descendants will be able to take refuge if they are not good enough. So it can be said that there are many benefits. A good seedling like Li Shuang'er, as long as he cultivated hard and his resources could keep up. The worst of the future would be the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage at the worst. Not to say that he would be able to achieve much, but at least in the future, he would be too much stronger than the mortals. It was also a woman. So if it was a marriage with a cultivation family, it would also be a strong combination, with no harm done. If Li Shuang'er's Taoist heart was strong, breaking through the Jidan stage in the future would not be impossible. Such a good seedling was like picking up a leak in the antique circle for Yeshua. Yeshua immediately asked about the mason's appearance, but unfortunately, Yeshua did not remember who this person was even after thinking for a long time. He immediately took the two of them up in the air and flew in the direction of the East City. Soon, the three of them landed at the entrance of the restaurant, and Zhou Man was thrilled to see that the Immortal Master had really come. What about that mason? Yeshua didn't beat around the bush and asked immediately. Reporting back to Lord Immortal Master, he left after dinner, and has probably left the summer capital by now. Zhou Man said carefully. This caused Yeshua to lose his mind for a while. He would have liked to meet this mason. Being able to measure that Li Shuang'er had an immortal cultivation physique, and generously giving him this good seedling was hard for him to understand. Just then, a group of mortal fighters came from the distance. Hundreds of them, all of them fierce and vicious. This is the store. Brothers, smash it for me. Yeshua turned his eyes to see hundreds of fighters killing their way in, and his brows furrowed. Unbridled, a majestic pressure spread out, and in a flash, hundreds of fighters all fell to their knees with a thud. Xian, Master Xian, this tavern is under the old man's cover, and for you and others to act recklessly at the foot of the imperial city is simply not knowing how to live. Between the words, a leading strong man was directly grabbed through the air. Yeshua's eyes turned cold, and in the crowd's trembling gazes, that strong man was directly pinched into a pile of rotten meat. Good disciple, this is the first lesson for you from your master. The strongest is honored. Li Shuang'er looked at this scene in stunned silence. The beaters who were arrogant to the extreme just a moment ago were just trembling like ants without the slightest power to fight back. Yeshua's tactics were decisive and ruthless. This was the right of the immortal masters, having the power of life and death over mortals. The difficult problems that were quite tricky for mortals were solved by the immortal master, which made Li Shuang'er even more determined to cultivate the immortal way. Only by becoming an immortal cultivator and becoming strong could she protect her family. The immortal master left after settling the matter, giving Li Shuang'er 3 days to say goodbye to her family. And from then on, she stepped into the ranks of the immortal cultivators. Daughter, take this. In Li Shuang'er's boudoir, Zhouman carefully took out a jade box from her bosom and slipped it to her daughter. Li Shuang'er opened it and found 3 black fruits lying inside with a surprised face. Mother, where did this come from? This is what that young warrior gave to my mother before he left, and asked her to pass it on to you. This is the spirit fruit. That young warrior said that this spirit fruit will help you with your cultivation qualifications, so you have to keep it safe, and you mustn't let anyone else know about it, or else it might lead to a murderous death. Mother, what's his name? Will I meet him again in the future? Li Shuang'er gratefully collected the jade box and held it tightly in her arms as she asked. I'm sure we'll meet. You're meant to be. Chapter 019, Zombies? On a large road, Li Changsheng walked alone towards the distance. In front of him, a wooden stick was floating in mid-air. Swordflight was a signature spell that could only be used at will at the foundation establishment stage, whereas chi refining stage cultivators could not use it until the middle to late stages. The early stages would learn the levitation technique first. Using the yuan chi in his body as a guide, he skillfully controlled the small items to eventually reach the point where he could carry people. Swordsmanship is related to the spirit of the cultivator. The aura. The stronger the spirit, the more stable the swordsmanship is. The stronger the spirit, the longer the flight of the sword is. After so many years of cultivation, Li Changsheng's cultivation was still at the first level of chi practicing, but compared to the previous 30 years ago, he had already stabilized at the first level realm. It was as if the meridians in his body had solidified, and breaking through to the second level of chi cultivation was always a little short. Sure enough, cultivating immortality is really hard. If one were to be more serious, he was indeed not considered a cultivator, and did not even have a spiritual root qualification. A 5-system miscellaneous spiritual root, or a hidden one, would be a completely spirit-rootless state in the cultivation world, and the cultivation world wouldn't recognize such a hidden spiritual root. Only a manifest spiritual root is considered a true spiritual root qualification to cultivate immortality. Looking at the sky, Li Changsheng accelerated his steps. He didn't dare to go out at night. After all, this was the world of immortal cultivation, and it was highly likely that one would encounter demonic beasts out in the open at night. Soon he found a dilapidated temple that he had once come across on his way to Xanadu, and now 40 years later, the temple was still standing. The temple had fallen into disrepair. Even the statue of Buddha had been half smashed. There were cobwebs of dust everywhere, and it had been completely unattended. Boom! Outside the electricity flashed and thundered, and soon it was drifting and raining heavily. Li Changsheng found a dry place to build a campfire, and took out the dried food and dried meat and other things he bought in the summer capital from his storage bag to eat while looking at the heavy rain outside. A squirrel ran from the rain. It saw the figure of Li Changsheng, did not dare to come in, looked at Li Changsheng curiously, and finally could only hide under the eaves of the house to stay and wait for the rain to stop. On the roof, several unknown birds were grooming their feathers, and some of them were staring at Li Changsheng with small curious eyes. After eating, Li Changsheng sat on his knees and prepared to rest for the night on this. It would take a little over half a year to get from here to another big city, and by resting at night and catching the big road during the day, the chances of danger would be minimized. On the way there are some villages, small towns, can be used as a landing point. Li Changsheng intends to, a big city go a few decades. The world is so big, he is enough to go a few hundred years, a few thousand years, a few tens of thousands of years, so the cycle is endless. In the latter half of the night, Li Changsheng frowned slightly and looked outside between his raised eyes. Knock, knock. Knock. From time to time, in the heavy rain, there would be the sound of slow footsteps, also step by step, which seemed extremely eerie. Li Changsheng gazed over and saw a dark shadow coming towards the temple in that heavy rain. The squirrels that were resting saw the black shadow and suddenly chirped and fled. Even the birds on the roof became annoyed. Boom! Another heavenly thunder fell, illuminating the sky, and Li Changsheng also saw his face. Steeply it stood up and drew his long sword, a shocked look on his face. The man was covered in wounds. His clothes were broken, his face was pale, the eyeballs had fallen out of their sockets, and the flesh and blood on his body fell off piece by piece as the rain washed over him, as if he were a pile of dead meat. Stepping, the black shadow approached the temple, and through the firelight, Li Changsheng stepped back repeatedly, his eyes wide open. Where was this person? Only 2 words flashed through my mind: zombie. It was a silhouette without any signs of life, with chunks of flesh on its body rotting to the point of being devoid of any vitality. As the rain fell, a maggot died into his body. Even the horrible face was writhing with maggots. This caused Li Changsheng to almost spit out the dried food he had just recently eaten, and the smell of rotting meat hit his face. Li Changsheng retreated step by step, and the birds above him flew everywhere in terror. The silhouette looked at Li Changsheng with his eye sockets without eyeballs open, and suddenly, he slowly stretched out his rotting arm, with chunks of flesh flopping on it, and the bones were already exposed. Slightly opening his maggot-filled mouth, he walked towards Li Changsheng. This scene was still late at night, and even though Li Changsheng had seen several disgusting scenes, this was the only one that scared him to death. He copied the pole at his feet and wheeled it over, only to hear a snap as the humanoid body instantly fell apart. Maggots and chunks of flesh spraying everywhere. The birds on the roof saw this and rushed down to grab the maggots and eat them. This scene made Li Changsheng completely unable to bandage up, and immediately vomited. The body fell to the ground and was completely motionless, but the smell of rotting flesh lingered for a long time. It's true that there's no such thing as a zombie in this world. Is there such a hell of a thing as a zombie in this world? Apparently the corpse was a mortal corpse, though, and there was nothing to kill it. Li Changsheng looked at the birds with a wave of nausea. The birds looked very satisfied after eating the maggots, and after eating they flew to the roof once again and went to rest. Li Changsheng nervously looked at the birds, seeing that they did not mutate or necrosis before putting his heart down. Obviously the body was not contagious, or the whole world would have suffered. This was a world of immortal cultivation. There were souls and auras, immortals and demons, so there must be ghosts and other weird things, so it shouldn't be hard to understand a corpse crawling out of a grave. This place couldn't stay. Li Changsheng hurriedly packed up and rushed into the rain. At this time, the sky had already dawned, which made Li Changsheng's heart relax a little. Thinking back to the scene in the temple, it couldn't help but remind Li Changsheng of the horrible unnameable thing he saw in the black mist. The sky was already bright and the heavy rain had stopped, so Li Changsheng walked on the muddy road, walking as fast as he could. I thought the necrotic human I encountered last night was just an isolated case, but I didn't expect to see another one on the road. This can put Li Changsheng nausea cannot. Immediately copied a thigh on the trunk of the tree wheeled up, the body or new crawling out. The whole body is also full of maggots, all rotten to the extreme. With a single stroke of the stick, the body fell apart, scattering blood and maggots all over the place, attracting many birds to scramble for it. Li Changsheng quickened his pace, feeling that this world was getting more and more disgusting, until he passed by a graveyard, and Li Changsheng was completely shocked. The graves were being peeled open one by one. Some of them still had holes in them, and a body was struggling to climb out of the grave. The scene was too horrible. Why can people who are already dead still crawl out? The word cremation comes to mind. If all people are cremated after death, there should be no such weird things happening. Chapter 020 Longevity True Flame Activation. Ow! In the graveyard, a figure swept across the unconscious zombies with a long tree trunk, and soon he had broken all of them into pieces. Li Changsheng was a bit tired, his brows were locked, and he was holding back his nausea. He could have just left these monsters alone, but as he watched these disgusting corpses crawl out, he couldn't help but want to supersede them. Mud! How do these corpses crawl out? Li Changsheng was helplessly preparing to leave the place when a voice suddenly rang out. These are the work of the corpse refining sect. Li Changsheng was startled, and when he turned his eyes, he saw a young man looking at him with a playful face. The corpse alchemy sect? All of this is the work of the corpse refining sect? Why? The main training of the corpse refining sect is refining corpse puppets, and at the refining stage, the disciples have to touch corpses and awaken them from the simplest of dead corpses first. The corpses of mortals who have been dead for a long time are the best to control and the best way to cultivate. When you reach the middle to late stages of chi cultivation, you will try to refine puppets from fresh corpses, but these corpses have the disadvantage that they are prone to rotting, so you have to change them often or learn various antiseptic measures. When they reach the foundation establishment stage, disciples can learn to cultivate puppets with living people. Starting with mortals, martial artists are best, and at a later stage, they can use cultivators as the best puppets. The man explained with a frivolous face, which shocked Li Changsheng. The body refining sect turned out to be such a disgusting sect. Does the Great Xia dynasty not care if the corpse refining sect commits such egregious acts? Can other sects tolerate it? Of course it can't be tolerated. But nowadays the refined corpse sect has developed to such a strong point that the Great Xia dynasty can only turn a blind eye to it, and the other sects dare not speak out in anger. After all, the refined corpse sect is indeed very strong. Such a refining corpse sect. No wonder others are not willing to join the refining corpse sect. Simply the scum sect of the cultivation world. The disciples of the body refining sect are all perverts, or else they wouldn't have been able to enter the sect. The man nodded in agreement, his eyes looking towards Li Changsheng. Your Excellency is a casual cultivator, right? Sort of. Since the corpse refining sect is doing whatever they want in the Daxia dynasty, then I can only leave the Daxia dynasty, sooner or later. This dynasty is going to be stunk up by the corpse refining sect. Li Changqing felt that this person should also be a casual cultivator and did not look like a bad person. I agree. It would be wise to leave the Great Summer Dynasty. The man nodded approvingly. Brother, do you want to go together? It's good to have a care on the road and leave the Great Xia Dynasty together. Li Changqing thought about asking politely. If the other party didn't agree, he was just about to leave here by himself. I'm not leaving. The man shook his head. Why? Could it be that you want to fight against the corpse refining sect here? Li Changqing asked in surprise. Because I am a disciple of the body refining sect, so why should I leave? The man grinned. When these words came out, Li Changqing's expression was shocked and he hurriedly backed up, looking at the man with an incredulous expression. I'm a newly established disciple, and I happen to be lacking a living puppet, so I met you. Brother, you don't joke. I'm only practicing Qi 1 layer. It shouldn't be appropriate. Li Changqing fell back repeatedly. Martyr corpse refining sect disciples are also dark. So yeah, practicing Qi layer 1. I'm building foundation layer 1. Do you think you can run away? Why don't you just obediently be my corpse puppet and practice for me? The man flipped his hand and a dark shadow was revealed, only to see a fine coffin standing in front of him with a loud bang. Look, the coffin is ready for you. Are you serious? Li Changqing's expression changed when he saw this scene. Sensing the other party's incomparably strong aura, Li Changqing had a sense of crisis at the moment that he would be beheaded by the other party at any time. Of course, I might even be able to make it a little less painful for you if you behave. And I can keep your body for you for decades without rotting, and you don't have to worry about keeping it. Running pretty fast. Before the man could finish his sentence, Li Changqing pulled out his legs and ran away, and in the twinkling of an eye, there was no trace of him. Seeing this scene, the man coldly laughed, flipped his hand to collect the coffin. A spirit light appeared. The man jumped on the flying sword to chase the air. Soon, the man caught up with Li Changqing and didn't mean to rush to catch him. Instead, he said without haste, fellow Daoist, there's nothing wrong with being my corpse puppet, and if it's really not possible I can still find you a female corpse puppet to be a companion. Hearing this, Li Changqing's heart tightened. This asshole was really not going to let him go. Female corpse puppets are too ugly. Does your corpse refining sect have any female disciples? The pretty kind. Introduce them to me and I can still consider them. Your dreams are quite plump. There are female disciples, but I'm afraid they can't look at you. You have to be introduced to know if you can see it or not. Or you call the female disciple to come over now. I can consider it. Li Changqing shouted as he ran. This is the middle of nowhere. I'm the only one in the vicinity. Where are the female disciples? When I've practiced you into a corpse puppet, I can give you to my senior sister to go. Hearing this, Li Changqing's heart was shaken and he immediately asked, dare I ask you, how old are you this year? Zhang is an untalented person with average talent, and he only built his foundation at the age of 50. Oh, then the foundation establishment stage doesn't have a long lifespan. You're 50 years old when you establish the foundation. The remaining 100 years or so to advance to the Zhedan stage is hopeless. When these words came out, the man above him instead fell silent, after which he slowly said, early on, Zhang suffered a serious injury and his days are numbered, not to mention 100 years. I'm afraid I don't even have 10 years to live. Bragging, 10 years of life expectancy is gone, and you don't have a little bit of yin and virtue. Why did you come to harm me? Li Changqing mouthed a silent incantation as he spoke, and his eyes began to glow red. Actually, the reason for refining the corpse puppet is to give it to my senior sister as a gift, so I probably won't need it myself. The man seemed to feel that killing Li Changqing was a piece of cake. Instead he talked more. Just then, Li Changqing stopped. The man chased after him, looked at Li Changqing's back, and said with a faint smile, what? Figured it out? Li Changqing slowly turned around, and the smile on the man's face slightly stalled. Your eyes. At this moment, Li Changqing's eyes seemed to have a red flame burning in them, while his body also had red flames emerging like mist. Let's see just how many years of life you have left to use. Li Changqing's icy words came out, and a red beam of light shot out between his raised hands. All of a sudden the man felt an invisible force searing through his body. You? What have you done? The man looked at Li Changqing in shock. A nameless fire was slowly burning inside him. The feeling was indescribable, as if his life was burning. Longevity true fire. 10 years of life. Burn. With a light exhale in his heart, all of a sudden the invisible red fire of the two men's bodies wrapped around each other, and the man let out a cry of fear from his soul. Chapter 021 Returning to the Town. Avatar, Longevity True Fire, cooldown 10 years. In an open space, Li Changqing half-kneeled on the ground, gasping for breath. He did not expect that he would be so tired after this Longevity True Flame extracted 10 years of his lifespan in one go. It was thought that the activation of the longevity true flame had a lot to do with spirit and cultivation, but after sitting on the ground and resting for a while, he quickly recovered. It should be the same as drawing blood. A little bit of it will make you dizzy, as will drawing life expectancy. The eyes turned to a short distance away. The man had already died with a face full of horror. This guy did not lie, and really could not live for more than 10 years. It would be too much of a loss if he had to consume 100 or 200 years of his lifespan in exchange for it without knowing it was estimated. Walking to the man's front, his death was miserable. He died without resting his eyes. His face was full of pain and horror. Obviously he didn't expect to die in the hands of a cultivator of the first level of chi cultivation. There was no way. The longevity true flame was life for life, disregarding cultivation. And his life expectancy was only 10 years, probably less than 10 years. So naturally, he was bound to die. Li Changsheng squatted down and searched his storage bag after making sure that he was really dead. And then he completely cremated his body with a handful of fire before quickly leaving. At night, Li Changsheng accelerated to a small town and found an inn to stay in. Corpse refining technique. Li Changsheng sat on the bed and looked at a thick book in his hand, which contained the corpse refining sex techniques and various methods of refining corpse puppets. It also said how to break the corpse puppets. So none of those corpse puppets were contagious, and there was still a difference between them and zombies. There were still more than 10,000 spirit stones in the storage bag. Li Changsheng took out a spirit stone and carefully examined it. There was indeed a strong energy flavor within it, and the body emitted a faint energy glow that was very pure. This was the first time Li Changsheng had seen a spirit stone. A spirit stone was enough for an ordinary person to live for more than 10 years without worrying about food and drink. In addition to the spirit stones, there were also several bottles of pills, all of which were pills used at the chi refining stage, and Li Changsheng couldn't distinguish between them. Talisman also has more than 100. A number of herbs, a number of other miscellaneous items. The coffin early in the road Li Changsheng through the burn. Too much space. With these 10,000 or so spirit stones, Li Changsheng basically didn't have to worry about food. The only drawback was that it should be difficult for spirit stones to circulate among mortals. He still had to find the black market to exchange them for gold and silver used by mortals. After doing this, Li Changsheng washed up and then huffed and puffed, and on the second day, Li Changsheng came to the street and casually found a small stall to sit down to prepare for dinner and then continue to leave this hellish place. Alas, I've recently heard that many graves are swindled. It's so horrible that I don't dare to go out in the daytime. Who says it isn't? One of my neighbors was scared silly and still hasn't healed. That swindling dead guy was disgusting. All the nearby villages have moved here, and the people here are trying to figure out how to move to a bigger place. I blame that. Hey, don't talk nonsense, just know it in your heart. Be careful of the walls. Listening to the idle chatter on the next table, Li Changsheng was also stunned in his heart. So it turned out that the corpse refining sect had become arrogant to the point of being known by everyone in this area. These corpse refining sect disciples had completely used this nearby village as a place of cultivation, specializing in taking the dead from the graveyard as objects of cultivation, which was truly unconscionable. After hastily finishing his breakfast, Li Changsheng left the town and continued to walk towards the big road in the distance. On the way, he ran into a zombie, and Li Changsheng ignored it and walked straight away. These zombies are not very aggressive, and after being summoned and discarded, they will naturally fall to the ground again in 4 or 5 days of work at most, and no one will care. After rushing for several days of traveling in this manner, Li Changsheng came through without any danger, until one day, Li Changsheng passed by a small town and his figure stopped. This new town is no other town, but the former Li's village. More than 40 years have passed, and the town is now in a state of disrepair. The townspeople were killed back then, and not many survived, and those who did left were scattered. The houses in that town were abandoned. The town was overgrown with weeds, and all kinds of wild animals roamed the town. Just as Li Changsheng sighed and prepared to go around the town, suddenly his gaze lurched and he saw a zombie wandering out of the room. Seeing this scene, Li Changsheng couldn't help but feel anger in his heart. Even the dead couldn't live in peace. These body-refining sect disciples really deserved to die. Just as Li Changsheng was thinking about whether or not to go over and dispose of it, suddenly his expression stagnated, his figure jumped, and a cold light just brushed past his shoulders. As his eyes turned, 2 figures stepped on flying swords and flew over from left to right. Brothers, we're really lucky to have met a loose cultivator of the first level of chi practicing, just in time to kill and refine the corpse puppet. The visitors were 2 strong men. With Li Changsheng's 50 points of spiritual power, it was easy to sense that these 2 were at the 5th or 6th level of chi cultivation. Without any nonsense, Li Changsheng immediately dashed towards the town in a flash, trying to run. Those 2 people saw the situation, immediately royal sword flying to chase. One of the strong men, in order to save the loss of energy, directly collected the flying sword, jumped down to wildly chase. Li Changsheng ran to the town, flipped his hand and took out a magic longsword, and hid in a corner. When the burly man chased after him, Li Changsheng directly killed him, raising his hand and stabbing his sword over. Once in the black mist, he had fought with four-legged monsters, and had long practiced his martial arts, coupled with his own system attributes. There was no feeling that he could lose against the burly man in front of him. Click! That burly man was also quick-witted, thinking that Li Changsheng was merely dying, but who knew that the long sword in his hand would be shaken out of his hand as soon as he made contact. The burly man finally panicked, but it was too late. With a poof, Li Changsheng cleanly chopped off his head, and under the splash of blood, Li Changsheng disappeared in another flash. Li Changsheng, who was hiding in the dark, touched his storage bag and a dozen silver needles shot out. With Yuan Qi running in his body, that silver needle just floated in midair, ready to sneak attack the other strong man in the sky. The other man not far away was shocked at the sight. He really didn't expect that this casual cultivator of the first level of Qi cultivation was so experienced in fighting that his own senior brother died on the spot without even reaching 2 rounds. The gap between the loose cultivator and the sect disciple is here. The sect disciple's combat experience is not as rich as the loose cultivator's. The loose cultivator wants to mix in the cultivation world. He must have suffered much more than the sect disciple. So under the same rank, the loose cultivator is instead a little bit stronger than the sect disciple. Dare to offend someone from the corpse refining sect, you're dead. With his mouth speaking harsh words, the strong man was cautious, only to see a coffin fly out between his hands. With a loud boom, the coffin fell to the ground, and with a dull sound, a complete figure stepped out of the coffin. Li Changsheng looked at the figure walking out of that coffin, and a trace of shock flashed across his otherwise calm face. Chapter 022, Goodbye to the Old Man. Whoosh! Silver light shot up in the air as the two figures fought to a standstill. The burly man was holding a talisman, with 2 fireballs surrounding him, but facing Li Changsheng's attack. In just a few rounds, he was shocked to find that the explosive power of this Qi practitioner level 1 was unknown how many times stronger than him. Weapons were shaken away with a single block, arms were shattered with a single punch, and leg bones were broken with a single leg lift. In the end, just a punch down. This strong man's heart burst, a mouthful of old blood sprayed out. On the spot 5 viscera and 6 bowels broken unwillingly and died. A flaming talisman shot out with the flip of a hand, destroying the corpse. Turning his eyes, Li Changsheng looked at another zombie not far away. He really didn't expect to see his former hometown in his lifetime. This old folks is no one else but his childhood friend Li Shuyao's mother, Li. At the moment, Li's body did not look like it was rotting, but it had the feeling that it had just died not long ago, and it was pale and had a dead air surrounding it. For this Li Changsheng had once held some grudges against her, just because her own daughter became a cultivator. She was so arrogant and dog-eyed that she broke up him and his daughter. Now that more than 120 years had passed, the old folks who used to be there had long since finished dying, and Li Changsheng could not help but feel a pang of emotion when he saw this old woman again. When he raised his hand, a yellow talisman paper appeared in his hand. Incantations came out from his mouth frequently. In the twinkling of an eye, the talisman flashed with a spiritual light. Li Changsheng once again pointed at the stagnant old woman, and the spiritual light instantly burrowed into the old woman's body. That old woman's originally dull gaze slowly turned to consternation, and eventually looked around blankly. Even though her face was full of misery, her expression was in a trance of panic. I'm resurrected. Even though more than 120 years had passed and the old woman had died, because the body was well preserved, coupled with the fact that it had been refined into a corpse puppet by the corpse refining sect, one of the 3 souls and 7 souls must have been bound within her body. Li Changsheng was merely cracking her corpse puppet effect, briefly returning her soul to its place as if she was reborn. You're dead. Li Changsheng's calm words came, and the old woman turned her eyes to look at Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng? The old woman's face was expressionless. She couldn't control her body's expression anymore, but there was still a puzzled surprise from her tone. After she regained consciousness, the memories of her time in becoming a corpse puppet still slowly recalled. Now that more than 120 years had passed, there should be no mortals in this world who could recognize his original face. So Li Changsheng didn't disguise himself, and was still as young as he once was at the age of 20. It's me. Over 120 years have passed and I never thought we'd see each other again. Li Changsheng smiled, which was as unbelievable as a dream in the old woman's eyes. You didn't die. You became immortal? The old woman's voice was a little stiff, but she was finally conscious. 120 years. No mortal can live to be over 120 years old, plus those 20 plus years of adulthood. That's 140-150 plus years. No mortal can live that long. But Li Changsheng's appearance has not changed at all. Still so young. This is too incredible. The old woman seems to see once, as if in yesterday. You're about to literally leave this world. do you have anything to say before you go? Li Changsheng did not answer her question. Everything was in the past, and it was just a whim for him to disarm the old woman's corpse puppet. The old woman knew she was a dead mortal now, and to be able to come back to life in this way in the resurrection, albeit briefly, had caused her great pain. She looked at this familiar and unfamiliar man as if recalling the youth she had once forcibly torn apart. When she was alive, she did not have a single regret, and only now did she realize that Li Changsheng had long since become a cultivator like her daughter, which was really unbelievable as fate would have it. My daughter, is she alright? There was so much to say, and the old woman ended up thinking of her daughter. When Li Shuya was taken away by the immortal master, her family became extinct, which is a lifelong pain for mortal families. Breaking the fragrance. Who would have thought that the daughter of a cultivator who became a monk would not return home for more than 10 years or decades? The old woman thought about it day and night and day, and even though she had a position of wealth, she was not happy at all. I should have known that I should have let my daughter get married and have a child before going to the cultivation world, so that their family wouldn't be cut off. She hadn't been able to hold a grandchild until she died. The old woman died of illness, and after her death, she was buried in a beautiful manner. Li Shuyao prepared a crystal coffin for her that would not decay for hundreds of years, and also suppressed it with aura, which made the old woman's body look intact. This is also considered to be Li Shuyao's last filial piety. I don't know. I never see her anymore. Li Changsheng didn't say anything about the past because there was no point. Hearing this, the old woman fell silent. Now in looking at Li Changsheng, there was only remorse in her heart. If she didn't block it in the first place, she could have known earlier that it would be goodbye forever after her daughter became a cultivator. And she would have let her daughter get married earlier to have a grandchild first, no matter what she said. And at that time, only the man in front of him and Li Shuyao were the most compatible with each other. It was also her fault for being short-sighted and looking down on Li Changsheng's family, calling their family toadish and delusional for wanting to eat swan meat. Now that I think about it, I was the ugliest woman who ruined my daughter's happiness for the rest of her life. Now that Li Changsheng has also become an immortal master and is still alive and well, wouldn't this be a divine couple if he and his daughter got married? However, it was too late to say more now. She didn't know how Li Changsheng mixed in the cultivation world, and she didn't understand the life in the cultivation world, but she knew one thing, whether it was a mortal or a cultivator, she couldn't get away from the world of people, fame and status anywhere. Nagisa, I was the one who wronged you in the past. I'm already a dead man and I regret it. I shouldn't have broken you up in the first place. Can you still forgive me? Hearing this, Li Changsheng was stunned and turned to laugh calmly. The past is the past. I think you made the right decision in the first place. After all, people have their own aspirations. I've long since looked away. Just look away. Just look away. There was relief in the old woman's tone, and suddenly she fumbled stiffly on her body for a moment, and a piece of jade pendant was taken from the lining of her flashy dress. This is a piece of spirit jade that my daughter specially gave me when she came back. It's something from the cultivation world. I heard it's very valuable. Take it. This is... Li Changsheng took the spirit jade uncertainly. This is a token. Auntie can't do right by you. It's a good thing that you're also an immortal master. If you see my daughter one day, give her this spiritual jade as a token of love. Auntie agrees that you two will be together. The old woman died peacefully. Li Changsheng reburied the old woman and set up a monument. Looking at the spirit jade in his hand and recalling the old woman's last words, Li Changsheng sighed and left the Li family town. Chapter 023, Ancestral Tomb plowed up. A few days later, Li Changsheng quickly arrived at the Lu Plan village more than 300 miles away. When the old woman turned into a corpse puppet, Li Changsheng realized something, and he rushed to the Lu family village. As expected, Lu's village had long since become dilapidated, and all the people in the village had run away or been killed, leaving behind only a pile of dilapidated houses. Li Changsheng didn't care and hurriedly ran to the cemetery on the back hill. When arriving at the cemetery, Li Changsheng saw a zombie collapsed on the ground has long turned into a rotting white bone without movement. Other graves have been dug, some with holes left in them. Li Changsheng's heart sank as he quickly walked to the cemetery in his memory, and his face became gloomy when he saw the grave that had long been dug up. The old graves of my parents were dug up, revealing two white bones just casually discarded on the ground, and his grave was empty, dug up with nothing of value. What made Li Changsheng even angrier was that the graves of his daughter-in-law and daughter were also dug up. It was still empty inside. The mother *******ing corpse refining sect dug up his ancestral grave. Li Changsheng looked at the empty graveyard. His daughter-in-law Li Tsuetsue's remains and his daughter's remains were gone, obviously taken by the corpse refining sect to do experiments. According to the body refining sect's urine, his daughter-in-law's body will certainly be randomly discarded, but his daughter's remains can certainly be used as a corpse puppet. Remember when he buried his daughter, He also went to the town to spend a lot of money to buy a good coffin can ensure that the body for 30 years does not rot. Looking at the graveyard that had been dug up from his ancestors' graves, Li Chang's body trembled with anger, and he made a mental note of this revenge. He must find his daughter and retrieve the remains, and he will also destroy the corpse refining sect. Re-getting his parents' graves as well as his own and his wife's graves, Li Changsheng sat in the graveyard for 3 days and 3 nights. At most, more than 40 years had passed since the death of his daughter-in-law, Cecilia Li, who had accompanied him for some 80 years. I believe, how could he dare to forget 80 years of feelings? And what would be the meaning of his long life if this revenge was not taken? I thought that time flew by and I could look down on the red dust and let go of everything. But now it seems that he is just an ordinary person with a very long lifespan. By the 4th day, Li Changsheng left the Lu family village and headed towards another large city, Purple Spirit City. Purple Spirit City was once a subsidiary city of the Purple Spirit sect. Since it was defeated by the corpse refining sect, the Purple Spirit sect had long been occupied by the corpse refining sect, and its famous disciples died and fled. And nowadays the Purple Spirit sect's disciples who survived have either turned into loose cultivators wandering the cultivation world, either they defected to another clan and went incognito. Within the Great Xia dynasty, there were not only the 2 immortal cultivation sects, the Purple Spirit sect and the Body Refining sect, but there were actually many other large and small sects. When clans fought with each other, as long as they didn't involve the fundamentals of the empire, generally no one would care, and the empire basically couldn't control the matters of the cultivation world, and the corpse refining sect had clearly become one of the great sects of the Great Xia dynasty. Purple Spirit City naturally became a subsidiary city of the corpse refining sect, only because of the corpse refining sect's infamous reputation. The people in Purple Spirit City were also in a state of panic, and the nearby villages and towns were forced to move to the city or flee. So there is a great summer dynasty from the mediation. The refining corpse sect did not make a move on the Purple Spirit City. Only nowadays the Purple Spirit City has been controlled by the refining corpse sect, and occasionally you can see the refining corpse sect disciples often wandering around in the city. When Li Changsheng arrived at Purple Spirit City it was already a month later. There were no more disgusting zombies in the vicinity. Around big cities like this, the corpse refining sect couldn't blatantly do those disgusting things. Only small remote towns and villages like Lu's village and Li's village were the testing grounds for the disciples of the corpse refining sect. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. In order to avenge his wife and daughter, he must be prepared for anything. First of all, the biggest underhanded divine ability. The cooling time of the longevity true flame he had to wait 10 years. Cultivation he also want to improve some. Imperial sword flight this kind of spell he also want to practice. Later escape over the mountains must be used. Since the Purple Spirit sect was destroyed, the Purple Spirit City also followed the decline. Has now become an almost unregulated zone. Scattered cultivators also like this kind of place. Refining corpse sect, although overbearing, but because of the Great Summer Dynasty and the above pressure, the Purple Spirit City is not at all under the control of any sects, but it has become a scattering of cultivators, the forces of all sides of the black eating black nests. 1 or 2 martial artists could always be seen guarding the entrance of the stores on the main street, wearing different clothes, and it was obvious that they all came from different gangs. Li Changsheng hadn't gone far before he saw dozens of people in the distance just killing each other on the street, and the people who passed by were hiding in the distance to watch, but they didn't run. Li Changsheng was also curious to watch on, only to see one person cut off the head of the other, causing the surrounding mortals to gasp. Before the man could rejoice, he was stabbed through the back by another man, and blood sprayed all over the place. This scene actually let the surrounding people look at the heart-jumping blood boiling. Even the child woman also dared to blatantly watch, as if watching a very common drama. Soon the 2 parties were so dead and wounded that they didn't even move the bodies to withdraw, and eventually people dispersed with a sense of purpose. Li Changsheng waited for a while before seeing the official people slowly came over, sighing and sighing to carry the body away. Nothing asked, nothing said. Bloodstains do not have to clean up. The surrounding children are not afraid of it at all. But instead of the curious clapping and shouting there, this strange scene shocked Li Changsheng, but he quickly left without moving. While walking through an alley, Li Changsheng came to another street. The place was brightly lit and filled with women in revealing clothing soliciting customers at the door. Bah! Stinking beggar! No money to come here and dirty the place. In the distance, a woman who looks quite good in a thin skirt dress spat at the beggars on the street and wiggled her butt to walk in front of Li Changsheng. Master, come and have some fun. Li Changsheng was stunned. Looking around, the whole street is rouge and vulgar powder warblers and swallows. There are many men in the street embracing women recklessly, without any shame. I'm just looking, just passing through. Li Changsheng looked at the hidden figure of the woman in front of him and honestly had no interest at all. The woman he had encountered in the black mist could be 100% more horny than any beauty, and having been tortured to death, he had long since raised his immunity to ordinary women. Egu, master, it seems that you are a newcomer. Which man does not steal fish? Today do not steal. Tomorrow steal. Tomorrow do not steal. Sooner or later steal. Come on. I promise to serve you well. The woman looked at the little white man in front of her, where she was willing to let go, and immediately pulled Li Changxing to the next door upstairs with a tug. Li Changxing thought that he could just use this woman to set some words, so he followed him into the room upstairs. Chapter 024, Purple Spirit City. How did you know I was new? Of course I know. I've been in the Purple Spirit City for more than 10 years. Those who haven't seen the world like you can tell at a glance. This is the first time you've come to the Purple Spirit City, right? The pink room was fairly cleanly dressed, and an ambiguous scent filled the air. In this atmosphere and with such an active woman hooking up, the average man really can't hold on. I only know that this used to be a subsidiary city of the Purple Spirit Sect, and now that the Purple Spirit Sect has been destroyed, this city has changed so much. Li Changsheng was lying on the bed with his bare shoulders, and the woman was giving him a massage. Not only is it big, the three cities, burning, looting and extortion are all commonplace here. Moncler Outlet Store, you're lucky you didn't run into this kind of thing, but you're sure to run into it in the future. The woman continued as she moved her hands while massaging. So the man who lives here should enjoy one day is one day, have money to spend immediately. Otherwise one day it is empty can be miserable. Doesn't anyone care? I see that this city is quite prosperous. If it were really that chaotic it would have run out long ago. Ha! Greedy and fearful of death, cowardly and life-thirsty people will only run it. There are a lot of people who get rich overnight here, and there are people who are poor overnight every day. The more this kind of place, the more the three religions and the 9 streams will like it. Master, you're from out of town. My slave will give you a suggestion. When you go out later, you can find a gang to hang out with, so it's much safer. As you can see, I'm a cultivator. Li Changshan laughed. Cultivators would be even better. The gangs out there like cultivators as fighters, with money and women. Where to worry? Cultivators and mortals mixing together? Li Changsheng was a bit surprised. What's the point of that? Loose cultivators can't get along so they mix with mortals. There's food and drink and resources, and there's no shame. The emperor still keeps immortal masters around him. This is also reasonable. Li Changsheng was silent for a while and asked, then what good gangs do you recommend? What kind of status can a casual cultivator like me mix? As soon as she heard this, the woman came to be interested. The ribbon on her fragrant shoulders fell down intentionally or unintentionally, and just like this, she lay on Li Changsheng's back and said, Master, why don't you join our boss's wife's gang? Our boss's wife has a lot of power on this street. Other gangs wouldn't dare to mess with it. The key is that the benefits can be good yet. The girl is not short of ooh. Li Changsheng thought about it. Anyway, he still have to wait here for 10 years' time. If there is a gang to mix, the life is not bad. Look, if it is his own and the Purple Spirit City to mix, I guess I still have to be everywhere to find trouble. Li Changsheng immediately gave the woman a spirit stone, and the woman happily led him right to the boss's wife. What Li Changsheng did not expect was that the boss's wife, a woman who looked to be in her 20s, was actually a cultivator as well, at the 8th level of Qi cultivation, very good looking, with a sinister beauty in her eyes. Her name is Pu Yu, the boss of the Pu character gang. The gangs in Purple Spirit City were varied, and the names of the gangs were also very distinctive, basically preferring to use their own surnames or first names as their gang names. Of course there are also very common names like the Axe Gang and the Big Knife Gang, which died a horrible death. Puyu agreed to Li Changsheng's joining casually without asking or saying anything after sizing him up for a few moments. In Purple Spirit City, as long as you want to join a gang, no matter if it's an undercover agent or betrayal, it's basically a family affair. As long as you dare to join, they dare to take it in. Back and forth with just 2 words. Benefits. Take the money and follow whoever has the money. There is no loyalty. The first time he joined the gang, Li Changsheng was given good treatment. First of all, he was assigned a house to live in, and he was also assigned a woman to wait on him. Because he was a cultivator, he directly had 10 mortal beaters to follow him. The reason why I joined the Poo Word Gang is because Poo Word Gang comes and goes freely. Will not restrict the cultivators. The daily work is also very easy, is to see the red dust a street of a few wind and moon places. If there was a disturbance, first his men would step in to solve it, and only when they couldn't would it be his turn. A few days down the road, Li Changsheng felt very relaxed. Every day he just strolled around the various venues to get acquainted, and the rest of the time was spent hiding in the venues to meditate and cultivate. However, this kind of spectator thing, he as a cultivator still felt that it was a drop in the bucket, and he would feel annoyed when he had to face the flattery of those mortals every day. Ajiao has been with you for so many days now, and you seem to be very unhappy with her. On this day, Puyu called on Li Changxing alone and opened the door. And Ajiao is a woman that Puyu arranged by his side. The appearance is quite beautiful. A mortal woman. So that Li Changxing surprised that Ajiao is still a yellow flower girl. No. I'm happy with it. She's doing a great job. What's wrong? Li Changxing was uncertain. His gaze calmly looking at this enchanting woman in a revealing outfit. Satisfied, why don't you touch her? Puyu said in a cold voice with her beautiful eyes flowing. I'm just not much of a ladies' man. Is that a problem? Li Changxing was stunned. Oh, there's no man under the sky who isn't horny. And the fact that you don't touch her means you're ambitious. And your purpose isn't to come here and hang out. Is it? Puyu looked at Li Changxing and said with a cold smile. These words made Li Changxing look shocked. This woman spoke with good sense. I'll give you one day. If Ajiao can't be your woman, you'll get the hell out of here tomorrow. Puyu didn't bother to pursue Li Changxing when he saw that he was silent, and turned around and left the room after saying a word. Li Changxing froze on the spot. There is still forcing people to touch the female color. He really cannot figure it out. Depressed, he returned to his home, and as soon as he pushed the door, Li Changxing saw a timid red-clothed woman nervously climbing up from her bed. Big brother Li, Ajiao hurriedly shouted in a delicate voice when she saw Li Changxing. The gang leader let me touch you. What did you think? Li Changxing looked at this mortal woman. To be honest, Ajiao's looks were quite excellent. With her figure and looks, she was also a first-class beauty among mortals. You know, I'm not close to women, so if you don't want to, and you like to make reports, I can replace you. Brother Li, please don't change me. I know Brother Li doesn't like Ajiao, but Ajiao doesn't want to be changed to someone else. As soon as Li Changxing turned his eyes, he saw Ajiao's eyes teardrop slipping down and kneeling down. Li Changxing was confused and hurriedly helped her up. What are you doing? Brother Li might have misunderstood the gangmaster. She meant to let me be your woman so that she can keep you. A henchman without ties and soft spots is what the gangmaster is most uneasy about. When these words came out, it dawned on Li Changxing that Puyu meant this. The best way to control a man is female color. Ajiao is Puyu's henchman loyal. As long as Li Changxing got Ajiao, it is the same as controlling him. Chapter 025 Pu Zigang. Puyue used the women under her command to tie up Li Changxing so that it would be hard for Li Changxing to betray her. If Ajiao was fortunate enough to produce an heir with him, it would be even better. And this was the bargaining chip to pin down Li Changxing. What if I were to leave tomorrow? What would the gang leader do? Unless you leave Purple Spirit City, the gangmaster won't give you a hard time. Ajiao whispered, Gangmaster is my benefactor. I am willing to give everything for Gangmaster, and I hope that big brother Li will understand. Hearing this, Li Changxing's heart was clear. It seemed that this hurdle had to be passed. If he breaks away from Pu Zigang, he must leave Purple Spirit City. Otherwise Puyu may be unfavorable to him. Although he is not afraid of Puyu, but he does not want to alarm the snake and make it known because of this matter. Indeed, these days in the Pu Word gang to watch the scene is not too tired, and other gangs are also well water. If you can always go on like this, meticulous for 10 years, but also can be accepted. And he also had to figure out how to figure out the distribution of the strength of the Alchemy Corps sect, and had to contact the cultivation world. And all of this had to be felt out from the Pu Word gang. Brother Li, if you really don't see Ajiao, Ajiao won't force herself. I'll pray for the gangmaster to help you find when you like to come over and serve. Ajiao saw Li Changxing silent on the spot. Her heart was a little aggrieved. She had thought that she would follow Li Changxing through the rest of her life, but she did not expect that Li Changxing was not close to women at all, and did not even touch her. Moreover, Li Changxing had a good-looking face, which was in line with her heart's desire. If Li Changxing was not happy, she could only allow the gangmaster to arrange to follow other cultivators. After all, she was an exclusive maid. That is, she was innocent, and she could only follow a cultivator's men in a gang for her entire life. And it was important to follow the right person for the first time. No, it's just you. Li Changxing looked at Ajiao and sighed in his heart. It is still the same to change. Ajiao is well behaved and understanding. If he is a mortal, perhaps he will gladly accept. However, he was an eternal being who really didn't want to involve a mortal to spend 10 years of light with him. And after 10 years he was surely going to leave the Purple Spirit City, and he would certainly still make arrangements for Ajiao at that time. Hearing Li Changxing's words, Ajiao's heart was delighted. Her face suddenly blushed and her heartbeat accelerated, only to see Li Changxing seemingly casually pulling her to the bed. The moonlight waved down, and Ajiao closed her eyes in delight. After a night, when Ajiao opened her eyes again, Li Changxing had already left the room. Thinking back to last night's scene, Ajiao was already considered Li Changxing's woman from that moment, and her only regret was that Li Changxing didn't seem to love her. After Li Changxing got Ajiao, Puyu was very satisfied, and would even already often bring him around to discuss important decisions. And it wasn't until this time that Li Changqing realized that Puyu was not only in charge of hundreds of women of the wind and moon to make money, but he was even competing with other gangs for a low-grade spirit vein. This low-grade spirit vein was a spirit vein that the corpse refining sect had abandoned, and it didn't have much development value for the sect, so it was prepared to be sold to some of the scattered gangs in Purple Spirit City. For casual cultivators, spiritual veins are the best way for them to obtain cultivation resources, and if they can obtain spiritual veins, developing a cave next to them for cultivation is even more effective. Moreover, the resources in the low-level spirit vein were already considered very rich for casual cultivators, so the dozen or so gangs in Purple Spirit City were all fighting over this low-level spirit vein. The last gang was prepared to hand over 100,000 spirit stones a year in taxes to the corpse refining sect to gain control of the spirit vein, but within a few days, that gang was wiped out by other gangs. Not necessarily the Alchemy Corp sect did not pursue the matter, but instead began to rebid again. According to the Alchemy Corp sect's temperament, the low-level spirit veins were the same regardless of which gang's hands they were bidding on. The most crucial thing is that the gangs have to hold on. Once the gangs are destroyed, the low-level spirit veins must be recovered and bid again, and so on and so forth. There is no spirit of contract at all. The gangs knew that this was a hot potato, but they were also struggling to make headway, as was the gang led by Puyu. In an upscale restaurant, 4 or 5 cultivators walked out with gloomy faces. "Gang master, the Chunzi gang is bullying people too much. Why don't we just do him?" "That's right, dare to mock the gang master. Simply destroy them." After the people walked out, a few loose cultivators who were at the first and second level of chi practicing like Li Changqing fought to get up. Li Changqing followed behind. His face was also a little depressed. If he had known that he would have to go out of the city to fight and scramble for spirit veins, he might as well just leave Purple Spirit City. Now that he knew about Puyue's other property, it would be a little hard for him to get out of it when he wanted to. At this moment, Puyu's face was cold, and the proud valley under the delicate curve was also particularly eye-catching. It must be said that although Puyu does not look so stunning, but her body is excellent. No wonder there are so many men following her. Most of them are diehards. This may also be the reason why Puyu has been single. "Stop arguing and come with me." Puyue was a bit annoyed, and after interrupting the crowd's broken mouths, she immediately led them in a direction. This is not the direction to go to the Street of the Wind and Moon, but the downtown area of the South City, where the atmosphere is slightly better compared to the Street of the Wind and Moon. In the main center of the southern city there was a trading house. This was once the trading house of the Purple Spirit sect, now controlled by the corpse refining sect. The various gangs in the Purple Spirit City had many secret and unspoken deals with this place. Li Changqing thought Puyu was bringing them to the trading house to buy cultivation items, but after going in, Puyu didn't buy anything, but went directly to the top floor. "When you go in there later, no nonsense, or I won't be able to protect you." Just after arriving at the top floor, Puyu solemnly instructed a few other people. Li Changqing curiously followed Puyu up to the top floor. As he came in he was surprised to find that the guards here were extremely tight. All of them were disciples of the corpse refining sect. Suddenly, Li Changqing's complexion shook as a terrifying energy fluctuation swept across. That divine sense was actually a notch stronger than Immortal Mastery Shua on the North City Tower of the Imperial City. If he Shua was a Jiedan stage cultivator, this person must be a Yuaning stage great cultivator. Li Changqing clearly felt that Puyu had become unusually respectful and humble after arriving at the top. With a turn of his eyes, Li Changqing saw a white-haired old man sitting in the doorway with his eyes closed and knees crossed outside a gorgeous palace in front of him, and the powerful divine sense just now was emanated by this white-haired old man, and an invisible pressure vaguely permeated the entire top floor room. "Elder Lu, my daughter Puyue came here by appointment in January." Puyu looked extremely respectful and unusual, not daring to have the slightest disrespect, and even had a kind of groveling, pious look. The white-haired old man opened his eyes, his deep gaze sweeping over everyone present. "You only have an hour to get in." The white-haired old man closed his eyes again after saying this. "Yes, Elder Lu." Puyu didn't dare to be slow. After bowing again, he carefully bypassed the white-haired old man and pushed open the room. Chapter 026, Ji Miaoyu, The Wonderful Sun. The room was luxuriously decorated, with wind chimes hanging everywhere, and faint spirit patterns looming on the floor. To Li Changqing's surprise, this place was extremely lavishly arranged, surrounded by all sorts of spell formations, much tighter than any place he had ever seen. In the front of the room, there was a screen, behind which was a bizarre 5-element octagram decorated lattice, and vaguely, one could see a silhouette sitting behind that screen, obscured by a purple curtain. "My youngest daughter, Puyu, pays her respects to Master Divine Myriad Z." Puyu saw the figure behind the screen and immediately said with increasing respect and care, "You guys come on in." To Li Changqing's surprise, The person who spoke was actually a woman with a clear and soft voice. Hearing this, Puyu immediately walked forward cautiously. Li Changsheng and the others followed, and when they passed through the screen and then the curtain, suddenly an isolating transparent boundary penetrated the body. When Li Changsheng saw the woman sitting on the fragrant wood phoenix chair, his expression was shocked. This woman's cultivation was unexpectedly also an extremely terrifying existence. Her aura was not lower than theirs, and even one or two large segments higher. It's either a foundation stage cultivator or a Jidan stage bigot. Is Purple Spirit City so hidden? The woman was dressed in a purple dress, with a veil on her head, unable to see her appearance, but from the light of her eyes, she could discover that the woman was extremely young, with a figure that could not be seen, wrapped around her body by an extremely wide black velvet coat. There was a purple crystal ball in front of her table, about the size of a soccer ball, and a weird aura was emanating from that crystal ball. There was also some paper on the table with all sorts of weird runes drawn on it that were unreadable. What do you want to count? Divine Myriad's son swept his eyes over the six and asked in a calm tone. My youngest daughter would like to calculate her fortune in this competition for a low-grade spirit vein, so I'm grateful to Lord Divine Myriad. Puyu flipped his hand and took out a large bag of spirit stones, weighing dozens of pounds, and gently placed it next to the table and said. Kamiko looked at Puyu and didn't ask much. Put your hand on the crystal ball. Puyu was a little nervous, only to see him nod, carefully and skillfully weighting his jade hand until it was on the crystal ball. Suddenly, spiritual patterns appeared within that crystal ball, and a purple energy amplitude dispersed out. Okay, Divine Myriad spoke with just a glance. Don't worry about doing it. You'll make it. Hearing this, Puyu's heart rejoiced, and after withdrawing his hand, he was busy being grateful. Thank you Shin Miaozi for your kind words. Li Changsheng looked puzzled. Why do you so trust this big fool? Like a magician. Just a few seconds to determine the fortune? You guys, it's a rare opportunity. If there's anything you want to count, hurry up and ask. Lord God's wonderful son is busy. Puyu's confidence grew after knowing his fortune, and he turned his head to a few of his men. One of the men was equally excited, only to be the first to step forward and respectfully ask. The latecomer wants to calculate his lifespan, so I'd like to thank Lord Divine Myriad's son for that. Put your hands up. The man nervously placed his hand on the crystal ball and withdrew it in less than 5 seconds. You have 30 years of life left to live, so I urge you to have a child as soon as possible to save your posterity. At these words, the man's mind was shaken. There was something he wanted to say, but in the end, he held back many thanks. Lord Divine Myriad's son, I will keep it in mind. Hearing this, Li Changsheng was surprised in his heart. This man was a chi practicing third-layer cultivator. He looked like he was in his 30s. In fact, his real age was only in his 40s or 50s, right? Normally under normal circumstances, his life expectancy is at least 100 years to hit the bottom. How to the mouth of this divine marvelous son then certainly 30 years. And is this divine wonderful son really that powerful? He can even figure out other people's lifespans. Another cultivator walked over to count the love, and divine mythical son also bluntly stated the result. During no more than 30 seconds. Soon everyone had counted once and only Li Changsheng was left. Fellow Daoist Li, it's your turn. Puyu couldn't help but remind Li Changsheng when he saw that he was still frozen. That, I'll just forget it. I don't have anything to count. Li Changsheng laughed and shook his head. He was a bit vain. It's not like I don't want your money. I've paid for the spirit stones. This is a rare opportunity. You don't want to miss the chance. Puyu and the others looked at Li Changsheng with a surprised face. Everyone else was eager to count once. How come Li Changsheng seemed to be reluctant? One must know that being able to have one's fortune told by the divine wonderful son was a great opportunity that could not necessarily be booked in a lifetime for a low-ranked cultivator. In the past, Shen Miaozi would not give outsiders fortune-telling, until after the destruction of the Purple Spirit sect. Shen Miaozi opened up the authority. Low-ranking cultivators also have the opportunity to make an appointment for fortune-telling, which if in the past but would not dare to think of the luxury of wishing. In front of the table, Shen Miaozi also frowned slightly, which caused her to look at Li Changsheng one more time. A low-ranked cultivator who was only on the first level of chi cultivation would even refuse such a heavenly opportunity. She is the God-wonderful son. Any cultivator in the cultivation world can accurately calculate the fate of the existence of the cultivation world. Do not know how many cultivators of the cultivation world of high rank begging her to count all have no chance it. She really couldn't think of any reason why a cultivator of the first level of chi practicing would refuse such a rare opportunity. Lord God Miyako, is this fortune-telling a way to know all things past, present, and future just by placing it on top of the crystal ball? Li Changsheng looked at Divine Mythical Son and asked nervously, what you think is beautiful? The things you need to count are things that need to consume a lot of my spiritual energy. The more you count, the more spiritual energy you consume. If you want to count all of them, the spirit stones you pay will have to be doubled. Shen Miaozi sneered in her heart. It turned out that this man didn't know anything and still wanted to count everything. It was simply delusional. Every day she only receives a batch of guests, and has never rested a day. So many years have passed. She does not know how many batches of guests she has experienced. Where is the time to consume her mental energy to waste on other people's fortune-telling? A loss of money cannot be such a loss. Hearing this, Li Changsheng was silent. It seemed that what results could be calculated had something to do with the time placed on the crystal ball. I'd better not forget it then. Li Changsheng was silent for a moment, and finally decided not to count it. His secret could not be exposed just like that. If it was really counted out by the divine myriad Z in front of him, then he would not be in bad luck. When these words came out, everyone else was shocked and looked at Li Changsheng. It was the first time they had seen such a stupid cultivator. A great opportunity was placed in front of him, but he didn't want it? Divine myriad Z Ji Niaoyu also looked stunned. There really were cultivators who didn't believe in divine spells like fortune-telling. This couldn't help but make the corner of Ji Niaoyu's mouth hang a cold smile. You can't count. But you can't doubt this girl's special ability. Past, present, future, longevity, power, fortune, peach blossom luck, any one of these things under the sky. If you just say it, I can make an exception and count it for you once, and if I'm not allowed to do so, I'll disappear from the cultivation world from now on. The whole room shook when these words came out. Chapter 027, Peach Blossom Luck. Then take a peach test. Looking at Shin Miaozi's fervent appearance, Li Changqing had no choice but to walk over and put his hand on it. In a flash, gusts of purple light surrounded that crystal ball, while intense runes lit up. Divine myriad Z Niaoyu at this moment, her eyebrows slightly knitted, her divine mind probed into the crystal ball. Indeed saw Li Changqing's peach blossom luck. Why is his peach blossom luck this girl? Ji Miaoyu saw the future of her own happy and Li Changqing together, as if a demented girl, loved to death, and also had a baby. In a flash, Ji Miaoyu's mind was touched, as if she had really developed inexplicable emotions towards Li Changsheng, and her face suddenly blushed. It couldn't be. How could she possibly like a little trash from the first level of chi practicing? How could it be? Just as she was about to take another look at what years were really in her future. Click. The measurement was interrupted. Why did you take your hand away? Ji Miaoyu questioned with some anger. They've been measuring for so long. Haven't you measured yet? Li Changsheng smiled awkwardly and said, Of course I measured it. It's just that. Ji Miaoyu looked at Li Changsheng's clear face. She couldn't help but look stunned. This face was exactly the same as the one she had calculated. It was as if it was really her future lover. How could it be? How could she fall in love with such a little trash of the first level of chi practice in the future? It's unlikely that the two will see each other every day in the future, right? How can they develop feelings? She didn't believe it, but it was a hint the crystal had given her, and she had to believe it again. It's just that you're so peachy that I want to look at you a little longer. No. Upon hearing this, Pu Yu and the others were stunned, and the men next to them cast envious glances. Peach Blossom luck was so good that even God Mayoko couldn't help but want to look at him for a little while longer. It was unbelievable. This guy wasn't the super handsome kind of guy, right? But he was indeed the durable kind of white guy. Thanks to the auspicious words of Lord God's wonderful son, I am content. Li Changsheng, however, was shocked in his heart. He had just silently counted 5 or 6 seconds before taking his hand away, fearing that one more second would reveal too much. Although he didn't believe in how accurate any fortune teller was on his lips, this was the world of immortal cultivation and anything could happen. Gang Master, we'd better leave quickly. We can't delay Divine Myriad's precious time. Puyue reacted yes, Lord Divine Myriad. Latecomer will leave first. With that, Puyu led the crowd to quickly leave the room. Ji Miaoyu was stunned, looking at Li Changsheng's back, 10,000 impossibilities flashing through her mind. How could she possibly like such a little piece of trash? This was absolutely impossible. From the beginning until she came in, she had never even looked at Li Changsheng squarely, or even just treated him as a passerby. But why did the fateful image in this crystal ball print her out? For a moment she regretted a little why she hadn't secretly measured his other futures. This crystal ball must be broken. It must be. Ji Miaoyu shook her head. How could her true destiny be such an insignificant little cultivator? Even according to the life expectancy, it was basically impossible. She would fall in love with an inconspicuous chi practicing little cultivator? This is simply a fantasy. At least for now. It was impossible for her to fall in love with such a passerby, and she should rarely see him in the future. She had to receive a new batch of people coming to tell fortunes every day. And there were so many people of all shapes and sizes that in a few days she would completely forget about that man. Lord Divine Myriad Z, calculating and unerring, She's a VIP that even the Violet Spirit Sect's patriarch once had to treat with courtesy. And now that the Purging Corpse sect has annihilated the Violet Spirit sect, it's only because Lord Divine Myriad Z is in the Violet Spirit City that the Purging Corpse sect doesn't dare to do whatever they want. And they're equally deferential to Lord Divine Myriad Z. After exiting the trading house, Puyu spoke about the legend of divine mythical son Ji Miaoyu. The white-haired old man who escorted her was called Lu Mu, a genuine Yuaning stage powerhouse. I heard that apart from Romu, there were many big shots above the Yuaning stage lined up to protect her in the dark. And it was only because of this that the Alchemy Corp sect patriarch didn't dare to touch her. Next to it, Li Changsheng listened to the stunned. How could such a powerful god-wonderful son stay in the Purple Spirit City? Why not go to the palace or a stronger place to get away with it? It seems that the matter of her being able to tell fortunes is true, and next time, she must not be counting for her, or else once her secret of immortality is discovered, it will be a big deal. Puyu spent a full 100,000 spirit stones on this fortune-telling? Less than half an hour. Shen Miaozi is really a money tree. I heard that every day of the year, people look for her to tell fortunes. Only one batch of guests a day. More does not count. The longest queue of gangmasters in Purple Spirit City has been lined up for 1 or 2 years, and Puyu hung up another appointment for fortune-telling 1 year later before he left, which is simply outrageous. Back to a street. Li Changxing took the initiative to find Puyu asked not to go out to kill. Puyu looks a little unhappy. However, she didn't say anything more, so she left Li Changxing to watch the scene. With Ji Miaoyu's auspicious words, she could let go and immediately called on her men to start a war with the Chunzi gang. Every day, they sent people to find the Chunzi gang to fight, and for a while, the people around them had something to watch. Li Changsheng did not expect Puyu to be so thunderous. Hiring martial artists, killers began to kill with Chunzi gang for real, grabbing territory and resources. Other gangs were also secretly helping the two parties. Puyu traveled among the gangs he had befriended every day, borrowing money and people. And dead people could be seen on the streets every day. The city officials are specialized in collecting corpses, do not care about anything in the city, as long as the annual payment of sufficient taxes. Love how to toss all do not care. Naturally, Li Changxing didn't take part in the killing and cultivated at ease in the field every day. But lately it's also been a bit disturbing. People from the Chunzi gang often come to cause trouble, and once they even burned down one of Puyu's pleasure grounds and killed a few women in the pleasure grounds. That time it was such a big deal that Li Changxing even had to step in and fight a few martial artists from the Chunzi gang. Puyu even called for more than 100 fighters to kill to the lair of the Chunzi gang bloodbath. That time the deaths and injuries, but Puyu won. The Chunzi gangmaster were assassinated. 2 months later, Puyu competed for a low-grade spirit vein, and continuously recruited martial artists and low-ranked casual cultivators into the gang, beginning to expand his forces. Half a year later, Puyu had completely taken control of the low-level spirit veins and had reached the peak of his power, with as many as 50 low-level chi practicing cultivators under his command alone, becoming the #1 loose cultivator gang in Purple Spirit City. Unrivaled, Li Changxing naturally became an old oil. Every day is to watch the scene, fights to ensure that they do not go. There are cultivators to make trouble to call people, no cultivators to make trouble to deal with their own, low profile and no sense of existence. As a result of this, his salary was very low. Almost the lowest of all the casual cultivators' men, and naturally, Li Changxing didn't care about it at all. Just so that Li Changxing did not expect is that Puyu this appointment to a year later Shen Miaozi fortune-telling time arrived, and brought him on again. Chapter 028, I really don't want to count. Your gang will get bigger and bigger, and in 10 years, you'll have established a clan. In the room, Puyu had a shocked look on her face. She didn't think she'd be so strong in the future, and she'd thought about establishing a clan in the future. Just, Lord Divine Myriad, you think too highly of your juniors. Where is the place to say you can do such a thing as establishing a sect? And the corpse refining sect is still pressing on top of it. Puyu shook. She would like to establish a clan and build her own foundation, but the refined corpse sect had already become the strongest clan in the vicinity. Although the refined corpse sect didn't care about other people establishing small clans, once a clan was established it was a living target for the refined corpse sect, and it would have to be exterminated in a matter of minutes. The only happy thing, though, is that she'll be smooth and powerful for the next 10 years? This made Puyu feel a little unbelievable. She always felt as if she was dreaming about what she was capable of to have developed to such a point. The other henchmen heard the words of the divine wonderful son, have been shocked, did not expect to follow the Puyu gangmaster can go to the next 10 years after the establishment of the clan. Then they are not the founder of the level of existence in the future. Pension is not to worry about it. My trigrams have never been miscalculated. In addition to the heavens opportunity, your luck is really good. There is no need to ask for anything else. In front of the table, Divine Myriad Z Miaojian frowned slightly as she scanned the room, and there was no man she remembered. Ever since she had told Li Changqing's fortune a year ago, she would think about her heavenly destiny almost every day, but as time went by, she almost forgot about it. However, after seeing Puyu arrive, she was able to instantly think of that man again, and even to this day, she remembers Li Changqing's appearance, which is simply unbelievable. Unfortunately, Li Changqing didn't come today, and she was inexplicably a little disappointed. Having not seen her for a year, she definitely didn't miss it and was no more than a passerby character to Li Changqing. Puyu is now in the limelight, and I'm afraid that a small character like Li Changqing is not qualified to be kept by Puyu. Follow Puyu to a few underlings also have the opportunity to fortune-telling once. Wait until Puyu sent word. Those few underlings have been excited. One by one lined up to wait for the fortune-telling. This is simply a pie in the sky for them, a great opportunity. How can they miss? Nope. After a few minutes, Ji Miaoyu was somewhat tastelessly ready to send them away. Telling the fortunes of Qi refining stage cultivators was very quick. In a few seconds you could know their future fortunes without consuming much spirit at all. Lord Kamioko, there's actually another one. He's out there. He just doesn't count when he says so. Puyu thought of not counting for nothing. Anyway, the money has been paid. Cannot be wasted. The key is that she now also wants to know the fortune of that guy Li Changsheng. Too low-key in the gang. Never participate in the gang's major events. So that instead Puyu remembered him. Oh, why don't you come in? You should have seen him. He came here once a year ago. His name is Li Changsheng. In the hall outside the room, Li Changsheng stood in the doorway in silence, with a white-haired old man sitting next to him. Young man, why don't you go in for a rare fortune-telling opportunity? Lumu was also bored in seeing Li Changsheng standing next to him. He couldn't help but ask. Destiny is all in your own hands. Counting or not counting doesn't change anything. So why go to the trouble of adding to it? Li Changsheng smiled and said, in case you calculate that you'll die tomorrow, wouldn't that make today not at all happy? Ha ha. Hearing this, Rumu laughed out loud. You are quite open-minded. Only lad, you are wrong. Fate, except for the certain death karma which cannot be changed. Other minor fates can be changed invisibly. Little fate can change? Of course, everyone's destiny is changing all the time. And everything you do every day, every choice you make, can change the course of the future. For example, if you have an enemy and you can't beat him, you'll surely die if you go to him now to take revenge. But after you know your destiny, you can choose to give up your revenge. And when you raise your cultivation in the future, you can go back to him to take revenge. And maybe you'll be able to change your destiny. I see. So what is the certain death robbery? Li Changsheng asked somewhat non-committally. The so-called certain death robbery is when you don't know who's going to kill you in the future. That's the certain death robbery. Can that certain death be changed? Of course not. Lumu suddenly became serious. The certain death robbery is certain death. No matter what you do, it won't help. No one has been able to escape the certain death robbery since the beginning of time. Li Changsheng was silent. He would like to calculate when the Alchemy Corp sect would be exterminated, or if he could exterminate the Alchemy Corp sect himself. But this was a secret that he could never let anyone know. Brother Li, the gangmaster wants you to come in and tell your fortune. At that moment the door opened and a battering ram whispered, "Ha, I'm not going in. You guys do the math. I don't want to." Li Changsheng was stunned and waved his hands. He was really afraid and really didn't want to count. No, do you want the master of the gang to come and call you himself? The master of the gang must count when he says so. Hearing this, Li Changsheng was helpless in his heart and could only follow him in. It's him. When Ji Miaoyu saw Li Changsheng walk in, she didn't know why there was some joy in her heart, and the boredom she felt just now was swept away. When she suddenly realized that she would be inexplicably delighted by Li Changsheng's arrival, a touch of shyness flashed across her delicate face. She hastily gathered her emotions and made herself slowly stabilize. This time, make sure to count your future. Gangmaster, I really don't want to count it, or we should just forget about it. You said forget it, but no, it has to be today. Then, I'd better count my peach blossom luck. Li Changsheng looked at Ji Miaoyu. She was still wearing a veil and couldn't see her face, but the clear and innocent eyes between her brows made her heart feel good. Count on it. How many peach blossoms have you blocked in this year? Puyu said this, and the surrounding henchmen all laughed. They all knew that Li Changsheng was not close to women, and even Ajiao, who had always followed him around, had not been close to him a few times. Which one of those women in the moonlit venue didn't want to get close to him? But Li Changsheng was unmoved. Unlike other men, every day nothing to do in the pile of women, when it is really free and happy. Hearing this, Ji Miaoyu couldn't help but take a deep look at Li Changsheng, not expecting this man to be quite special, a good man who doesn't get close to women. But I don't really know what to count. Then I'll decide for you. Just count the lifespan. Puyu thought about it and laughed. Puyu is very interested in knowing the longevity of the henchman. The longer the longevity means that this henchman's luck is extremely good, and it is also very helpful to their own gangs. And the short lifespan means that in the future there may be a great disaster, most likely sacrificed for the sake of the gangs. It was Puyu's own little idea to organize the work by knowing how long his men would live. Chapter 029, His Lifespan? I don't count life expectancy. I'm in good health. I'll live for another 100 years or so. No need to count it. I'll count my fortune. As soon as he heard counting life expectancy, Li Changsheng waved his hands and immediately walked to the table and looked at Ji Miaoyu. Trouble Lord Shen Miaoyu to count your fortune. Where did the flash of nervousness in Li Changsheng's eyes escape Ji Miaoyu's eyes? But she had been staring at Li Changsheng and sizing him up. There was clearly some reluctance when Li Changsheng heard about lifespan, which was too counterintuitive. Ji Miaoyu also wondered how much life expectancy Li Changsheng had. How could such a small cultivator of the first level of qi cultivation be with her in the future? How could he be her true destiny? It was unbelievable. The longest lifespan of a cultivator of the first level of qi practitioner is just 100 years old at the beginning, and some of them do not even live to be 100 years old. Even if the foundation stage cultivator average is more than 200 years old, and she Ji Miaoyu Ji Dan stage cultivator, life expectancy of at least 500 years, the future she is also confident to the Yuan Ing stage. Life expectancy can be increased to 2000 years old again. How to think of the two people are impossible to be together. Seeing the way Li Changsheng hesitated to put his hand on it, as if he was deeply afraid of putting it on for too long, this made Ji Miaoyu sneer in her heart. This time, even if you put 5 seconds, the time is enough, because measuring fortune is enough for 1 second. Put it up. As Ji Miaoyu's words fell, Li Changsheng placed his hand on it, and the crystal ball steeply lit up. A burst of spirit pattern fluctuations revealed itself, and Li Changsheng began to silently count. 1 second. Ji Miaoyu had already calculated his fortune. After a shock in her heart, she didn't delay. Immediately the divine idea turned. The crystal ball in the invisible has begun to transform. The light is getting stronger and stronger. 2 seconds. Li Changsheng's lifespan began to reveal itself, and Ji Miaoyu saw a number 100 years. Seeing this year, Ji Miaoyu smiled lightly in her heart. It was indeed the same as imagined. Li Changsheng was only a small cultivator of the first level of qi cultivation, and would at most live for about 100 years in the future, which was considered a long life for the scattered cultivators who fought in gangs. 3 seconds. Just as Ji Miaoyu was about to put away her divine ability, suddenly the yearly moon flickered and jumped. 150. Ji Miaoyu's complexion was stunned. How come the man in front of her life expectancy would still grow? A careful thought will be relieved. There are many factors that affect the life expectancy. The most critical is still the cultivation. If Li Changsheng future cultivation has increased, the life expectancy will also increase slightly. After all, the future is always changing. 4 seconds. Suddenly, the numbers in the crystal ball jumped again. 200 years. This made Ji Miaoyu look shocked. Why did Li Changsheng's lifespan jump so frequently? It shouldn't be. Could it be that the man in front of him had a big breakthrough in his cultivation in the future? 5 seconds. Inside the crystal ball, the aura flickered and wavered, and it had even become unstable, while in Ji Miaoyu's shocked gaze, his lifespan jumped again. 300, 400, 500, click. The measurement was interrupted, which made Ji Miaoyu fall into a trance for a moment before she could react. As soon as I looked up, I saw you. Li Changsheng smiled awkwardly and asked, "How is my fortune, Lord God's wonderful son?" "Ha? Oh, rich as hell." Ji Miaoyu's words were flat, and she no longer even had the slightest interest in Li Changsheng's fortune. She was now frantic and wanted to press Li Changsheng to continue fortune-telling. Was this really her true destiny? Surprisingly, the lifespan had been inexplicably increasing, only to be abruptly interrupted after 500 years. This is incredible. That is to say, the man in front of her had a great chance to live to more than 500 years in the future. Wouldn't that mean that his cultivation could grow to the Jiedan stage, the same as hers? Could it be that the man in front of him had strong spiritual root qualifications and was a genius cultivator? No wonder the first time she had her fortune told, Li Changsheng would be her true destiny. It turned out to be that he could really live that long in the future. This would make sense. In the future, as their cultivation grows, sooner or later they will be on equal footing, and by then they will have more contact. Maybe they can even become friends, and eventually become Dao couples? Thinking of this, Ji Miaoyu couldn't help but blush, and now looking at Li Changsheng again became even more inexplicably obedient. Wow! Rich as hell. Really? Brother Li, you must take care of me in the future. You are the future richest man. Brother Li, let's rub a meal together tonight and celebrate. Big Brother Li, we'll all have to be covered by you from now on. For a while, the others looked at Li Changsheng in surprise. They really didn't expect that the normally low-profile Li Changsheng would be rich and wealthy in the future, which made Puyu next to him also surprised. Such a low-profile little cultivator of the first level of qi cultivation was actually in existence that would be rich enough to rival a country in the future. Ji Miaoyu's prophecies were never wrong. Saying that Li Changsheng was rich and powerful would definitely be rich and powerful. This golden thigh, how could they not embrace it? And Li Changsheng also smiled with embarrassment. Where is he? What is rich? Probably just unlimited lifespan, immortality, working 10,000 years, 100 million years of accumulated wealth. After Puyu left with the people, Ji Miaoyu sat alone in the room, looking at Li Changsheng's back with some inexplicable joy. Her prophecy wouldn't be wrong, and Li Changsheng was her true destiny. She would be sweetly together with Li Changsheng in the future, and most crucially, they would have a cute baby. At the thought of this, she couldn't help but blush as red as blood, already longing for a better life in her future. In the future, she didn't even have to deliberately change anything. Fate would make her and Li Changsheng closely connected, and even if it was the end of the world, they would meet and fall in love. Now that I think about it, what a great future she has for herself. Just as Ji Miaoyu was rambling, suddenly, the door was pushed open and the white-haired old man Rummel walked in. Following him was another man, hooded and wrapped in a cloak coat, looking mysterious. Uncle Lu. Ji Miaoyu hurriedly sat upright and looked at the visitor. We've already counted once today, so your excellency might want to come back after you've made an appointment. Does this seat still need an appointment if it wants to tell fortunes? Rummel had a solemn face, and before he could speak, the hooded figure behind him was the first to speak, only to see him put down his hood, revealing the appearance of a middle-aged Confucian, looking very elegant and easygoing. Seeing this person, Ji Miaoyu's complexion was shocked, but her tone was not subdued and did not mean to curry favor. So it's the corpse refining sect patriarch who's come to visit. Patriarch Chu, please take a seat. The person who came was body refining sect patriarch Chu Qingye, a powerful person at the god transformation stage. I've long heard of Divine Myriad Sun's great name. This seat has never had the chance to see it, and now that I've just finished busy with the affairs of the sect, I've taken the time to come and tell my fortune. Since Patriarch Chu rewarded me, how could I refuse? What does Patriarch Chu want to count? Shen Miaozi had a calm face, and Rummel was also standing next to him solemnly at the moment, but his expression did not look the least bit flustered, and he did not seem to be afraid of Chu Qingye. Counting lifespans. Chapter 030, The Certainty of Death. Chu Qingye is now in his prime, in the prime of his life and gifted. Its ambition is great, and after destroying the Purple Spirit sect, it is even more spirited, and the scenery is boundless. At the age of 20 to build the foundation, 100 years old to form the Dan, 500 years old to become a baby, 1,500 years old to advance to the god of transformation. The lifespan is directly as high as 5,000 years. If he could break through the transformation of God and advance to the refined void realm, his lifespan could be up to 10,000 years, making it a true bonsai. He is just over 1,500 years old this year, and he has already transformed into the God stage. And with the remaining 3,000 plus years of cultivation time, if his chances are deep, reaching the refined void realm is not impossible. Even if he couldn't reach the refined void realm, there would be more than 3,000 years of enjoyment in the future. And as long as he didn't die, the Alchemy Corp sect would be able to accumulate more than 3,000 years of reserves, and no one would be able to stop him. In the room, Chu Qingye was full of redness. He had long heard that there was a divine wonderful son in the Purple Spirit City, who counted everything and could know the past, present and future. He himself didn't really believe in this kind of thing, but Divine Myriad's reputation for prowess was renowned on the continent, and he had come here idly, only to see Chu Qingye put his hand on the crystal ball. The purple light lit up and an obscure spiritual pattern was revealed. In front of the table, Divine Myriad Ji Miaoyu's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Her own strength was nothing more than the Jiedan stage. Counting cultivators of a lower level than her didn't take much effort. If she were to count powerhouses of a higher rank than her, not only would she have to consume a large amount of mental energy, but her accuracy was also open to question. But basically 8 or 9 was not far from the truth. It would just take a little longer. Ji Miaoyu had thought that counting life expectancy was simply an unnecessary thing. With Chu Qingye's achievements nowadays, he was almost unrivaled in the Great Xia dynasty, and he was in his prime and gifted. So as long as he didn't commit any deaths he would surely live a long life. However, when Ji Miaoyu saw the numbers in the crystal ball, her complexion shook, and at that moment, the purple aura in the crystal ball also steeply turned blood red. Certain death. When the white-haired old man Rumu saw the color of the crystal ball, he couldn't help but look shocked as well, his cloudy old eyes showing disbelief. What certain death? Chu Qingye's expression was stunned. and he drew back his hand at Ji Miaoyu's gesture. Ji Miaoyu was also pale for a point at this moment. Fortune-telling for Chu Qingye consumed too much of her mental energy. After all, this was a matter of calculating heavenly chances. Compared to general spells, mental energy consumption was not a concept. Compared to her own exhaustion, Ji Miaoyu was instead incredulous at Chu Qingye's longevity. Patriarch Chu, the prophecy has come out. I hope you can remain calm after hearing it. Hearing this, Chu Qingye also frowned. You said that the old man can afford it. Patriarch Chu, you still have 10 years of life left to live. When these words came out, Chu Qingye stood up in shock. Ha ha ha, it turned into a fit of unbridled laughter. You're saying I have 10 years to live? That's the funniest joke in the world. You miscalculated. I'm 1,580 years old this year. I just advanced to the transformation god realm. My lifespan can be up to 5,000 to 6,000 years. And even worse, I have 3,000 years of lifespan to live. So what's with the 10 years of lifespan? Ask this great Xia dynasty. Who can help me? Who can kill me? Is there anyone who can invite a powerful person from the outer realm to kill me? You were hit by the certain death robbery. There is no way to avoid it. 10 years later, you will definitely die. Although this girl's trigrams are not allowed for high-level cultivators, but the certain death robbery has never been wrong, Ji Miaoyu said in a flat tone. She was also shocked in her heart. The hallowed refined corpse sect patriarch could not live for more than 10 years. If this matter were to be spread out, the cultivation world of the great Xia dynasty would surely be stirred up. It was simply unimaginable. There are two types of lifespans. One is called natural lifespan. Natural lifespan is well understood. Chu Qingye's life expectancy can be up to 5,000 years or more if he doesn't do anything or if there are no enemies chasing after him. The other is accidental longevity. Knowing that one's lifespan didn't mean that one could die indefinitely within that lifespan. A spirit transformation stage cultivator like Chu Qingye had too many enemies and could die at any time. Ji Miaoyu calculated that his accidental lifespan is only 10 years. That means he can make unlimited deaths in 10 years, and he will definitely die after reaching 10 years, which is called the certain death robbery. Oh, I think you're looking for death. Chu Qingye sank his face, and a terrifying pressure spread out with a boom, and the old man Lumu beside him looked tight, and said at once, Patriarch Chu, destiny is destiny. It cannot be changed. My lady has no intention of cursing you. If you don't know better, I don't mind personally destroying the corpse refining sect. Just by you? Chu Qingye frowned and looked at Lumu. He secretly did investigate Ji Miaoyu's background, but unfortunately, the duo, Ji Miaoyu and Lumu, were not strong in this continent. You can try. Lumu also did not flinch. Even though he was facing the transformation god stage powerhouse in front of him, Lumu seemed to have absolute confidence to fight against him. Ji Miaoyu, who was in front of the table, was even calmer. Surprisingly, she didn't have the slightest difficult feeling because of his pressure. Obviously, this room was arranged with an extremely powerful boundary that could dissolve the aura pressure of the spirit transformation stage. After a long period of silence, Chu Qingye collected his breath to look at Ji Miaoyu. Divine Myriad, since this is a certain death calamity, is there a way to break it? No. It's true that I have many enemies, but I'm afraid the only clan on this continent that can fight against me is that old woman from the Jade Lady Sword sect. Or will they invite powerful people from the outer regions to come all the way here to kill me? Patriarch Chu was overly concerned. The Violet Spirit Sect's patriarch and I were close friends, and I didn't even help when the Violet Spirit Sect was destroyed. So where would I have the free time to deal with Patriarch Chu? Your certain death calamity must be related to someone you have a grudge against. My daughter is only responsible for fortune-telling and knows nothing else. Ji Miaoyu's tone was flat. Everyone had their own destiny. She merely knew the destiny of others in advance, but it was almost impossible to do so against the odds. Chu Qingye left in a hurry by dropping 100,000 spirit stones. This is called retribution, killing too many people, digging up people's graves, not accumulating in virtue, and not having a good death. I just didn't expect that Chu Qingye wouldn't live to see the end of the decade. Lumu, a sigh of relief. Chu Qingye just advanced into the realm of the transformation of the god. There are more than 3,000 years of life to enjoy, then his old bones to live a long time. But the world cannot be predicted. The good years, so wasted. The Alchemy Corpse sect has done all the bad things, and it's only a matter of time before it's overthrown. What I'm worried about is whether Chu Qingye will become even more insane after learning of the certain death robbery. Missy, can you figure out who killed him? No. To figure out who killed him, I would have to consume my own lifespan and waste energy. I'm not going to help him. As expected, the refined corpse sect patriarch Chu Qingye went back and started the devouring plan in advance. The first thing was to go to war with the Jade Maiden Sword sect, and the cultivation world ignited another storm of bloodshed. 2 years later, the Jade Maiden Sword sect's old ancestor, a cultivator at the god realization stage, died in battle. Chu Qingya had temporarily become the strongest person in this continent, but he was still uneasy, and his gaze turned to the Yuaning stage powerhouses in the cultivation world. Chapter 031 Battle Group Alchemy Corp Sect. In the room, Li Changsheng sat cross-legged. His breath around him was hidden, and only after a long time did he converge into his body, practicing qi at the second level. After spending nearly 50 years, he finally cultivated from the first level of qi cultivation to the second level of qi cultivation, which was a big breakthrough for Li Changsheng. With a flip of his hand, a long sword floated in midair, and he jumped lengthwise to stand on it. It looked shaky, but after adapting for a while, Li Changsheng was finally able to fly slowly for some distance. Big brother Li, it's time to eat. At this time, a crisp sound rang out from outside the door. Li Changsheng hurriedly put away his long sword, and Ajiao's figure walked in. Let's eat together. Li Changsheng revealed a smile and pulled Ajiao to sit at the table. 5 years have passed in a flash, and now Ajiao has grown more and more beautiful, revealing a mature temperament between her eyebrows. Speaking of which, Ajiao had accompanied her for 5 years, basically respecting each other, which made Li Changsheng feel a bit sorry for her. After all, Ajiao would always carry affectionate feelings for him, while Li Changsheng didn't have much feelings for her. Ajiao never once said a word of complaint in front of him either, as if everything was done willingly. At best, you can have intercourse once a month, which is certainly not enough for a woman in the prime of her life. 5 years, they do not even have a child. Puyu said many times, let them stay together after even if not to Ajiao name can be. This made Li Changsheng feel guilty for a while. Ajiao is a good woman, and loyal to him. If it were another person I am afraid that he would have already married and had children. It's not peaceful out there lately, so you shouldn't go back home. It's not safe. Ajiao's old home was in the countryside, the outskirts of Purple Spirit City, and although it was also within the city limits, it was a bit far from the city, having to travel dozens of miles on dirt roads. In the past, she would go home every 2 or 3 months, and Li Changsheng had only sent her there once, and then found a few reliable henchmen to escort her there later. Because of Li Changsheng's relationship, Ajiao was also considered a dignified figure. At least no one would bully her in the gang, and the money Li Changsheng gave her every year alone was enough to spend for a lifetime. Okay, Brother Li, Brother Li, it's bad. Something has happened. The gangmaster is calling you. Ajiao still wanted to say something, but at this time, the door of the room was suddenly knocked. Li Changsheng hurriedly got up and walked out. Not long after, Li Changsheng ran out after him with a greeting. Li Changsheng followed to a not-so-luxurious palace hall. At this time the hall was already filled with people from the gang. Those who came were all cultivators from the gang. From the 1st to the 8th level of the qi refining stage, Puyu had already cultivated to the 9th level of qi cultivation, and I heard that he was impacting foundation establishment. The current Pu Word gang has long since become the top gang in Purple Spirit City, with more than 200 qi refining stage cultivators under their command, making it a proper super gang. The so-called tree attracts the wind. Puyu also wants to keep a low profile, but the form does not allow it. The current cultivation world of the Great Xiao dynasty has long been chaotic. The corpse refining sect went to war with the Jade Lady Sword sect, and the Jade Lady Sword sect lost, with its famous disciples becoming hunted and wanted. Now the refined corpse sect has begun to purge the continent of Yuaning stage cultivators again, and many more small sects have been exterminated, so that only the refined corpse sect is orthodox in the cultivation world, and other cultivators can only be reduced to scattered cultivators. This also led to the refined corpse sect becoming the only super sect on this continent, and all the loose cultivators hated the refined corpse sect with a passion, silently forming a tide of resistance. The refined corpse sect has sent a recruitment order, inviting our Pu character gang to join the refined corpse sect and hang the refined corpse sect signboard in the future. What do you all think? Upon hearing this, the room boiled over. Gang master? No way. Once we admit to being under the corpse refining sect, we won't be retaliated against by the high-ranking loose cultivators in the cultivation world in the future. Now that the refined corpse sect is rich and powerful and may rule the cultivation world in the future, it should be the right time for us to hug our thighs now. What's the point of recruiting a small gang like ours? It's not forcing us to fight against those loose cultivators. By joining the corpse refining sect, we can expand our forces and gain the right to develop another spirit vein. That's a good deal. Why not defect? That's right. Now the refined corpse sect had gone crazy to the point that they wouldn't even let go of their small qi refining stage gangs. One had to choose to take sides. If not, the refined corpse sect would be annihilated, which was tantamount to confronting the refined corpse sect. If he sided with the corpse refining sect, he would be complicit, and in the future, he might be slaughtered indiscriminately by the scattered cultivators. Two kinds of forces had already appeared in the cultivation world now. One that stood on the side of the corpse refining sect, and one that was not tainted with the scattered cultivators of the corpse refining sect. As long as it is a disciple of the corpse refining sect, if you see it, you will kill it. You will be sure to be right. And as long as it is a loose cultivator, if you see it, you will report it to the corpse refining sect. You will be sure to be right. It's a dilemma. The right to be neutral is gone, and Puyue only has a day to think about it. Life and death are chosen in this one day. People have their own aspirations. I know that some people are willing and some are not. I won't force you all. I have decided to join the corpse refining sect. All of you will stay if you agree to continue with me. If you don't, I will give you a sum of spirit stones, so that we can all get together and part ways. As soon as Puyue's words came out, the crowd immediately clamored in shock. Many of them were new casual cultivators with unknown identities, but Puyu didn't even count them. At first, Puyu just wanted to defend the interests of the gang, remain neutral, and not participate in any of the disputes in the cultivation world by coming and going. Now that the Alchemy Corp sect was forcing ahead of steam, it was forcing her to take sides, or else she was going against the Alchemy Corp sect. At this moment, Li Changsheng was sitting in a corner, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally looking towards the back. With his superb mental power sensing, there was a very strong aura hidden within that back hall. His eyes turned to that file on the table, and looking at Puyu's gloomy face as he watched the crowd bicker there, he quickly understood. Snap! Suddenly there was a loud bang. The table was broken. The field was instantly quiet. Even Puyu was shocked it seemed. The gangmaster didn't bring you guys too thin, right? If you want money, you have money. If you want women, what are you guys still not satisfied with? Today I take a stand. The gangmaster's decision is my decision. I don't have any opinion. If you guys betray the gangmaster because of this, can you live with it on your conscience? Especially you. You're not that good looking, and now you have a daughter-in-law and a child. Who gave you all this? Everyone has seen the gang leader's character. Can you bear to quit the gang and leave the gang leader? Gangmaster, don't say anything. I'll be the first to side with you. If you say join the refined corpse sect, then join the refined corpse sect. When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. All looked at Li Changsheng incredulously. Who would have thought that Li Changsheng, who was usually extremely low-key, would suddenly come out loud and forcefully to support the gang leader? This was something that Puyu herself hadn't expected, and her heart couldn't help but be touched. For a while, the men who were somewhat entangled were also firm at the moment, and in the end, surprisingly none of them chose to leave. Well, from now on, you are disciples of the body refining sect. Just as the crowd was still discussing how to share the gang's tasks next, inside the back hall, a figure clapped his hands and walked out. Chapter 032, End of Cooling Time. It wasn't until this foundation stage corpse refining sect disciple appeared that the crowd was shocked to realize that Puyu had originally been coerced into joining the corpse refining sect a long time ago. If any of them did not join the body refining sect, then only death awaited them. At the thought of this, all of them couldn't help but look at Li Changsheng with gratitude. He was the one who pulled them back. And the first mission given to them by that body refining sect disciple was to hunt down a gang of casual cultivators in a stronghold outside the North City. They were also given the clothes of the corpse refining sect to change into. There was no other way. Puyu could only do as he was told, and immediately prepared to call on his gang's men to prepare for a siege out of the city. But Li Changsheng was not willing at all. Gangmaster, are you stupid? The body refining sect asked us to go to the siege. It's not like we're going now. Why are you in such a hurry? Let's drag it out for a couple days. Puyu looked at Li Changsheng with a surprised face. She really didn't expect Li Changsheng to be so lazy. She just wanted to solve this matter quickly, so that she could feel at ease to mix in Purple Spirit City in the future. And naturally, Li Changsheng was unwilling to help the corpse refining sect, now that it was all over the place outside, and the corpse refining sect was the enemy of all the loose cultivators in the cultivation world. Sooner or later, it would become a target, and he wouldn't be foolish enough to become cannon fodder. A day is a day if you can put it off. Puyu finally adopted Li Changsheng's suggestion and deliberately dragged on for 4 or 5 days until it was really impossible to drag on any longer. Only then did he take his men and prepare to leave the city. But it was these 4 or 5 days of effort that caused chaos within the Purple Spirit City. The scattered cultivators outside the city suddenly came with hundreds of people. There were Chi refining stage and foundation establishment stage. They killed their way into the city and killed the refined corpse sect disciples when they saw them. The two parties fought each other. The corpse refining sect naturally reacted quickly, and immediately summoned the cultivators in the city who had defected to them to join them in rounding up the scattered cultivators. Puyu was the first to respond, ready to build a career and also to guard his estate in the city. But halfway there, Li Changsheng pulled her back. Hold on. Wait and see. Let them kill each other for a while. Puyu was dumbfounded when she heard this. She is now neither on nor off. and she is also nervous following a large number of henchmen behind her. The shouts and killings in front of them shook the sky, and various spells glowed in all directions. The fight was unusually intense. What are you guys doing? Don't you hurry up and go up and kill that gang of casual cultivators. Just as the crowd was anxiously waiting, suddenly a disciple of the corpse refining sect ran over holding a coffin covered in blood. You're from the corpse refining sect now. You dare to disobey orders. You're traitors. I'll report it to the corpse refining sect, and I'll kill all of you at that time. That corpse refining sect disciple had a fierce face, and he didn't even give any face to these subordinate loose cultivator gangs. Puyu was shocked when he heard this. If the Alchemy Corps sect really won and they didn't go up to help, when the higher-ups of the Alchemy Corps sect blamed them, they'd all be out of luck, and they'd even be put to death. Marred. Still not quick. That corpse refining sect disciple still wanted to curse angrily. Dang. Suddenly, a cold light shot out, and that corpse refining sect disciple's complexion shook as he instinctively raised his hand and blocked the concealed weapon with a sword. You dare to rebel. Come. Wha? Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Li Changsheng had long since taken the lead and rushed out, pressing down on this severely injured disciple of the corpse refining sect. What are you guys waiting for? Come help. Seeing this, the thugs who were more familiar with Li Changsheng immediately rushed up and directly hacked the corpse refining sect disciples to death. This scene shocked Puyu and the other fighters, who froze on the spot for a while, not knowing what to do. Mud. This person insulted the gang leader. Damn thing. Li Changsheng cursed and instantly ducked back into the alleyway to continue observing as if nothing was wrong. Puyu then reacted. Immediately commanded, no, my order is not allowed to go out. Just now that person is his own death. Hear me. I hear you, gangmaster. The crowd shouted in unison. Soon, the battle on the opposite side gradually dissipated, and all of the Alchemy Corps sect disciples were killed in action, and Puyu immediately retreated back with the crowd, changing all of the Alchemy Corps sect clothing on his body in the process. The scattered cultivators overran the Purple Spirit City and began to clear out the remaining members of the Alchemy Corps sect. Puyu thought that the Alchemy Corps sect would soon kill back, but waiting left and right, the Alchemy Corps sect didn't kill back, but instead let the scattered cultivators completely occupy this place. I heard that the Alchemy Corps sect was besieged by the Loose Cultivator Alliance, and that all the Alchemy Corps sect station outside were killed, and that the Alchemy Corps sect had already shrunk its forces and switched from attacking to defending. Puyu with the gang in the city again to maintain neutrality, and began to recruit and buy horses. The forces instead more and more, because in the city of wealth, to those scattered cultivators is also extremely generous. All kinds of bribes. Naturally, there is no big trouble happened. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed, Puyu successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage, becoming a true foundation establishment stage cultivator, and her gang also recruited more than 1,000 chi refining stage henchmen in these 3 years, becoming a small sect-level force that could not be underestimated. This was something Puyu had never dreamed of. Avatar, Longevity True Flame, Cooldown 0. In the room, Li Changsheng watched the cooldown time on the system panel go to 0 and was overjoyed. Ever since he had advanced to the second level of chi cultivation, he had discovered that the cooldown time of the Avatar Longevity True Flame had actually been reduced by a year. What was supposed to be a 10-year cooldown became 9 years. In other words, as long as his cultivation level increased, it was also possible to affect the cooldown time of the Avatar Longevity True Flame, and today happens to be the end of the 9-year cooldown. All that remains is to experiment with the various ways in which the avatar operates. With this thought, Li Changsheng immediately ran to a patch of grass in the back of the mountain where no one was. After making sure that there was no one around, Li Changsheng triggered his divine ability once again, and in the twinkling of an eye there were red flames showing in his eyes. His hands formed a seal and his gaze swept over the grass on the ground. Longevity True Fire. 1 month of life. Burn. With a random thought, the red light dispersed as far as his eyes could see, and a patch of grass under his feet was suddenly scorched by red flames. This flame is not a normal flame mold, but a form of energy that has no temperature and resembles a flame. In the blink of an eye, some of that patch of grass turned straight black and died. Some yellowed, and some were still bright green. Apparently there are small grasses that live for more than a month, and some that don't live for a month that naturally just turn black and die. As time passed, Li Changsheng felt that his own spiritual energy was also slowly depleting, and the longer he maintained it, cold sweat broke out on his body. Eventually the avatar receded after holding out for half an hour. Look at the cooldown again. Avatar, Longevity True Fire, cooldown. 1 month. It seems that burning a blade of grass for its lifetime does not cumulatively increase the cooldown, which remains at 1 month, and at a duration of only half an hour. A constant exchange of lifespans during the half hour does not cumulatively add to the cooldown. We'll have to try critters next time to see if I can increase the cooldown. Chapter 033 Farewell. A month later in the room, 10 rats were eating food in their cages. And in front of the cage, Li Changsheng looked solemn. In the twinkling of an eye, it seemed as if flames were burning in his eyes. Longevity true fire. 1 month of life. Burn. With a thought, Li Changsheng unleashed the longevity true flame at a rat. This time an invisible red firelight revealed itself on the rat. The rat immediately struggled in pain, but quickly returned to normal. Deducting a month of that rat's lifespan didn't affect anything. The rat was in a trance, with a terrified look in its eyes. Li Changsheng didn't care, and then his eyes turned to the other 3 rats, and another month lifespan burned away, and the bodies of those 3 rats immediately had red flames burning, as if there was a red energy being drawn out of their bodies. The 3 rats showed a pained expression and quickly returned to normal. Half an hour later, all 10 rats had had a month's lifespan extracted from them, and the avatar dissipated at that moment. Li Changsheng checked the system again. Avatar, longevity true fire, cooling time, 10 months. Sure enough, the avatar treats sentient beings minus their lifespans, and the cooldowns are cumulative. This gave Li Changsheng a bottom in his heart. The effective time is half an hour, and the lifespan can be deducted at will within half an hour, and the cooldown time increases cumulatively. The next time he unleashed his divine ability would need to be 10 months later. This was his biggest life-preserving card. 10 months later, he would be rushing to the Refined Corpse sect, and that would also be the time when the Refined Corpse sect would have a showdown with the Scattered Cultivator Alliance. The current Pooh Word Gang had spread out to all corners of Purple Spirit City, with more than 1,000 casual cultivators under their command, and even more martial artist fighters. After Puyu became a Foundation Stage cultivator, he even started recruiting Foundation Stage cultivators, and Puyu's name resounded through the streets of Violet Spirit City. Any loose cultivator from outside, even a Foundation Stage cultivator, would have to give her 3 points of face. The disciples of the Corpse Refining Sect had long since given up control of Purple Spirit City, and now that the Corpse Refining Sect was under siege by the Cultivation World's Scattered Cultivation Alliance, its sphere of influence had shrunk, and even though Corpse Refining Sect's patriarch, Chu Chengye, was a God Realization Stage powerhouse, he couldn't do anything in person, and he could only stare at the harassment from the Scattered Cultivation armies. Recently, it was also rumored that Chu Chengye had gone into seclusion and hadn't been in a personal appearance for quite some time. Puyu would go to the fortune teller every other year, while Li Changsheng hadn't been there. Nowadays, Pu Zigang's family is so big that Puyu hardly has any time to rest. She is busy every day, and with so many people under her command, her fortune has never weakened. Many people persuade her to establish a clan. Puyu has always refused. Not yet after 10 years. She does not want to become a headstrong. Said after 10 years? That is after 10 years to say. Have you heard? The Scattered Cultivator Army has hit Corpse Puppet City. Let's see. The Alchemy Corpse sect is going to be finished. Our good days are here. The Corpse Refining sect dares to be an enemy of the entire cultivation world. Sooner or later it will be finished. That's right. Can't beat the Refined Corpse sect patriarch. Can't beat the gang of Refined Corpse sect disciples. The news of the end of the Corpse Refining sect was spreading in the streets and alleys of Purple Spirit City, and the Scattered Cultivator Army formed under the leadership of the original Jade Maiden Sword sect could be said to be overwhelming, killing the disciples of the Corpse Refining sect without leaving a single piece of armor behind. Although the Jade Maiden Sword sect had been destroyed, the disciples of the Sword sect had not been slaughtered cleanly, and they had wandered the cultivation world after becoming loose cultivators, fighting against the disciples of the Corpse Refining sect all the time. Alchemy Corpse sect patriarch Chu Chengye, even if he is a god transformation stage powerhouse. So what? He alone can't run around every day. The disciples under his door can be miserable, every day living in a dream, afraid of walking on the road to suddenly be slaughtered. This stinking man, leaving whenever he wants, is he afraid that I will harm him? In a room, Puyu slapped the table in anger, and between her beautiful eyes, she saw a delicate woman next to her who was somewhat lost in thought. Ah Jiao, I'm leaving. You find a good family to marry in the future. Don't look for me. I'm sorry. Looking at the short epistle, Ajiao burst into tears. He never loved me. He didn't like me. Seeing Ajiao's sad appearance, Puyu hurriedly went up to hug her and comfort her. You didn't tell him that your spiritual roots have mutated and you can already cultivate? In Puyu's opinion, the reason why Li Changsheng abandoned Ajiao was just because she was mortal. Man cultivators have this problem. They can never look at mortal women, even if they are beautiful. Ajiao shook her head and cried even harder. Only Puyu himself knows that Ajiao is a hidden spiritual root. In the cultivation world, although it is not considered a spiritual root and cannot be cultivated, but marrying and having children with such a woman, the offspring is very likely to give birth to a dominant spiritual root. That is, a future cultivator. However, Puyu did not expect that Ajiao's hidden spiritual root had turned into a manifest spiritual root. and with the passage of time was already able to cultivate. This phenomenon of a recessive suddenly mutating into a dominant spiritual root is not rare, it's just relatively rare. So I can only say that Aijiao's luck is also extraordinarily good. And Puyu is also very good to her. And now it's even more so that they can mix together in the cultivation world. This matter, Aijiao had wanted to tell Li Changsheng, but Li Changsheng was very plain to her and respectful to each other, which made Aijiao hold back from telling him, hoping that one day the cultivation would be successful for him to find out by himself. However, things did not go as planned. Li Changsheng unexpectedly left without saying goodbye. Even Puyu did not tell, but left a letter to Aijiao, which is a breakup letter. It's him who doesn't have eyes. My Aijiao is so kind and lovely, how can he bear to abandon it? What a scum! Puyu was also dissatisfied in his heart, even if Li Changsheng was not close to women. Now he even abandoned the woman who had followed him for 10 years. It was simply scum behavior. Gangmaster, I want to cultivate. I want to find him and ask him face to face why he abandoned me. Aijiao tearful eyes. She is heartbroken at the moment. From now on she has to seal her heart and lock her love. Focus on cultivation. Under Puyu's brainwashing, she also has no thoughts about men. Even a good man like Li Changsheng could commit the act of abandoning a woman, let alone other men. Men really do not have a good thing. In the future, she will only concentrate on cultivation and hide Li Changsheng in her heart. Sooner or later, she will find Li Changsheng one day, exceed his cultivation. In defeating him, make him regret abandoning a person who loves him deeply. Words split into two. Li Changsheng left Purple Spirit City and walked alone in the direction of Corpse Puppet City. 10 months had passed. The cooling time of his divine ability had ended, and now that the scattered cultivator army had killed near the refined corpse sect, he naturally had to come over as well. Finding his daughter's body was hopeless, after all. Mortal corpses used as corpse puppets couldn't withstand being tossed around. This revenge is naturally all remembered in the head of the corpse refining sect, and destroying the corpse refining sect is tantamount to avenging his wife and daughter's death. A month later, Li Changsheng arrived at the foot of Corpse Puppet City without stopping, and as soon as he lifted his eyes, he saw that the Corpse Puppet City's vicinity was filled with people and shadows, and there were corpses and wrecks everywhere. Chapter 034, Killing into Corpse Puppet City. Under the Corpse Puppet City, all sorts of stragglers had lost their homes, and many of the people had long since died and run away. But closer to Corpse Puppet City, the more corpses there were on the road. Yellow paper and white flags everywhere. It looked like a dead city. There was a sentry tower camp hundreds of miles away from Corpse Puppet City, and those were the camps of the scattered cultivators, who had surrounded Corpse Puppet City and were waiting to exterminate Corpse Puppet City in one fell swoop. We'll attack Corpse Puppet City tomorrow, so we'll eat and drink well then. How dare you eat something from the city of corpse puppets? It all stinks, haha. In a corner of the camp, a few loose cultivators were gathered around roasting unknown beast meat to talk about the ground. They were all big and thick, with talismans attached to their bodies, as if they were ready to enter combat at any time. In the corner of the crowd, Li Changsheng was also mixed in. On his way to Corpse Puppet City he had found a chance to mix with the army of loose cultivators. All loose cultivators could join as long as they weren't from the corpse refining sect. A small mole like Li Changsheng, who was at the first or second level of chi cultivation, was even more of a visitor. And there were countless people who joined halfway through the process. Now the scattered cultivator army has killed to the door of the refining corpse clan. The momentum is compelling. Scattered cultivator, which one does not want to come to join in the fun? As long as the destruction of the refining corpse clan, just inside the treasure, is enough for them to share. The corpse refining sect has long been a target because of its unconscionable behavior, and in recent years, it has been making crazy deaths, causing a lot of grievances in the cultivation world. Led by the disciples of the original Jade Maiden Sword sect and Purple Spirit sect, the scattered cultivators quickly formed an alliance and hunted down and killed the disciples of the Purging Corpse sect in all parts of the cultivation world. And as their power grew bigger and bigger, the Purging Corpse sect could only contract their power and turn defense into offense. Several silhouettes flew past in the sky with their imperial swords. Their speed was extremely fast, and they disappeared after landing deep within the camp. It's really beautiful. The disciples of the Jade Sword sect really are each stunningly beautiful. I heard that the Jade Maiden Sword sect went out of their way to marry and draw in high-ranked loose cultivators in order to take revenge. That's really a lot of benefits. What's wrong with that? You're jealous. We're all chi refining minions. How can we compare to those Jiedan stage powerhouses? The Jade Maiden Sword sect used to disdain having affairs with male cultivators from the outside world. Each one of them was incredibly high and cold. But now, in order to bring in high-ranking cultivators, they're also putting their blood on the line. That's for sure. The Jade Maiden Sword sect's old ancestor died in battle, and I heard that the Refined Corpse sect's patriarch was also seriously injured, and he closed his doors 5 years ago. the Jade Sword sect master, Fong Shiling, has long since put out the word that whoever can kill the corpse refining sect master, she'll be willing to marry him and use all of the Jade Sword sect's property as a dowry. Let's not talk about that dowry. It's the beauty of that patriarch. I don't know how many Yuaning stage bigwigs she's charmed. Not to mention that the Jade Maiden Sword sect patriarch is a newly advanced Yuaning stage bigwig as well. Listening to the gossip of these chi refining stage casual cultivators, that really opened the eyes of Li Changsheng. All kinds of gossip endless, simply can be out of a book. To be honest, like them, this kind of refining period of small cultivators, at most is a group of cannon fodder. If they meet the refining corpse sect's low-ranking disciples can also pick up a few heads. If they meet the foundation stage or above, it will be difficult to deal with the cultivators. Li Changsheng had already rehearsed the simulation scenario countless times in his mind. He had half an hour to operate. Once it exceeded half an hour, he might have to be obliterated by the corpse refining sect powerhouse. So he had to find an escape route in the shortest possible time before making sure everything was in order. First, he killed the refined corpse sect patriarch and all the Yuaning and Jiedan stage cultivators within the refined corpse sect, and only then would he have a chance to escape. Just the only thing he was worried about was whether or not he should kill the strong people on the side of the scattered cultivator army as well. In the event that he exposed himself and was caught up by someone who had the heart to covet his divine ability, he would truly have no way back. After a night without incident, the next day, the scattered cultivator army began to kill their way towards the corpse puppet city. For a while, countless silhouettes stepped on swords and flew in the sky. Quite spectacular. Li Changsheng was also following the crowd, dashing after the direction of the flying sword. Sword flying is usually only slightly possible when one reaches the 5th level of chi cultivation. Li Changsheng was only at the 2nd level of chi cultivation. So naturally, he had to run on the road like any other low-level cultivator. By the time Li Changsheng ran to the foot of Corpse Puppet City, there was already a killing spree there. Everywhere in the city, there were fires in the sky, swords were constantly in the air, and the disciples of the body refining sect and the army of casual cultivators had long since mingled together. Li Changsheng followed a dozen or so casual cultivators of the same rank and ran to the city, only to see corpses and blood all over the ground. Quick! Search the bodies. A strong man saw the corpse and hurriedly ran over to scavenge it. The other cultivators also went forward when they saw it, and Li Changsheng also pretended to check around. In the distance, there was a single disciple of the corpse refining sect who had fallen behind, at the chi refining stage, and the crowd was even more excited to rush up after discovering it. Under the various low-level talismans, that body refining sect disciple was instantly chopped into mush, and the scattered cultivator army was unstoppable. An hour later, the corpse refining sect was retreating and suffered heavy deaths and injuries, while the scattered cultivator army was gradually occupying Corpse Puppet City. Low-ranked loose cultivators are even more everywhere to burn and loot. Every house in the city are not spared. See burn, a time full of city flames. Miserable. Li Changsheng and those chi refining stage cultivators hang out together. Basically did not put in much effort, just scavenging for treasures everywhere. In fact, there is no treasure. The mortals in the city ran away long ago, and even if there is treasure, it has been emptied by the disciples of the corpse refining sect. At night, Corpse Puppet City was still ablaze with the disgusting odor of burning corpses everywhere, and the scattered cultivator army didn't rest and killed towards the headquarters of the corpse refining sect in the night. This was all too smooth, so smooth that Li Changsheng felt like dreaming. It wasn't until early the next morning that the army surrounded the gate of the corpse refining sect, with 100,000 cultivators on all sides, with chi refining and foundation establishment stage cultivators occupying the majority of them. At best, there were only about 30 to 40,000 disciples left within the Alchemy Corp sect, and this number comparison was almost lopsided. The Alchemy Corp sect was protected by the Protector Formation. At the foot of the sect, countless cultivators started another fierce fight. There were corpses everywhere. Li Changsheng was mixed in the crowd. He was besieging a disciple of the Alchemy Corp sect with a few casual cultivators of the same rank. Soon the corpse refining sect disciple was chopped into mush. Only then did Li Changsheng look up into the distant sky, where a few Jiedan stage bigwigs were attacking the sect Protector Formation. Even farther away, there were still Alchemy Corp sect Jiedan stage cultivators who were fighting other Jiedan stage loose cultivators, and it was a gruesome situation. According to this momentum, once the protective array is cracked, then the refined corpse sect is also finished. This is also quite good. He will not have to personally exterminate the refined corpse sect. Patriarch, we can't hold out much longer. When are you going to come out? In the depths of the corpse refining sect, a Jiedan stage elder was sweating anxiously, and in front of him was a cave, which was the cultivation place of the corpse refining sect's patriarch, Chu Chengye. Obviously, as long as the patriarch personally appear to suppress the scattered cultivation army is more than enough. but I do not know why. The patriarch has been closed not to come out. Even if it is for the sake of a net cannot be so consuming. Chapter 035 Entering the Corpse Refining Sect. Inside the cave, it was deep and dark. In that darkness, a ray of red light was long-lasting. That was the indestructible incense, which could waft out a light fragrance when lit and could last up to a year. In front of the red light, there sat a middle-aged Confucian, his gaze dead set on the indestructible sinking incense in front of him. This was the 10th incense stick, next to the 9 that had burned out, and this 10th was nearing the bottom. Who else could this person be if not body refining sect patriarch Chu Qingye? Ever since he learned that he only had a 10-year lifespan, he had come back and lit indestructible incense, 10 sticks in all. And just like the prophecy in the certain death robbery, he had destroyed the Jade Maiden Sword sect in these 10 years and swept through the cultivation world of the Great Xia dynasty without anyone being able to defeat him. However, in the last few years, the scattered cultivators of the cultivation world fought back and formed a coalition to uproot the various garrisons of the corpse refining sect, spreading like wildfire throughout the Great Xia dynasty. It wasn't until this 10th year that the dispersal army had hit home, and it looked like he was really going to die that year. At this moment, Chu Qingye's face was silent. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and he who had experienced countless lives and deaths could not help but tremble at this moment. Maybe he didn't even realize that he would be so afraid of death. The 10-year period has passed, and the old man is still alive. When the red light of that incense went out, Chu Qingye couldn't help but feel his heart racing. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't die. The shouts of the sect disciples came from outside, and only then did Chu Qingye turn to the outside, and all of a sudden the terrifying might spread throughout the refined corpse sect. 1, 2, as the divine sense swept across the area, the sense of 2 god transformation stage level powerhouses outside the alchemy corpse sect were revealed. Chu Qingye looked at Xinqiang in front of him and was silent in his heart. The certain death robbery, which has been over for 10 years, and he still hasn't gotten through it. But now it seemed that there were 2 great god transformation stage powerhouses coming over to claim his life outside, and he didn't seem to be too far away from this certain death. Could it be that he would die at the hands of these 2 god transformation stage powerhouses? The only opponents that could kill him now were these 2 god transformation stage powerhouses outside. If it was really retribution, it had come a little too quickly. But then again, although Divine Myriad's prophecy wasn't quite accurate, this certain death calamity really couldn't be avoided. Now that he was convinced that the so-called certain death calamity was from these 2 god transformation stage powerhouses, it rather relieved him. Rumbling, the stone door slowly began, and Chu Qingye's figure walked out from the cave. What's the point of panicking? As long as old man doesn't die, the body refining sect won't fall. Yes, Patriarch, you finally came out. We can't stand it anymore. Seeing the spirited patriarch, that elder was overjoyed in his heart. As long as the patriarch was present, their body refining sect would have a chance. I'm going to meet those 2 today. What exactly are they capable of? Chu Qingye let out a cold snort as his figure flew up steeply, instantly arriving right above the sect. The patriarch has come out. Long live the patriarch. When they felt Chu Qingye's majestic and boundless pressure spread out, the aura of the alchemy corpse sect's disciples rose steeply, and their fighting strength seemed to have risen by a layer at this moment. At this moment, Chu Qingye gazed far ahead, looking towards the front, where 2 figures were also revealed. This seat has no enmity with the 2 of you, so why do you want to make an enemy of the old man? Old piker. You condoned your men to encroach on the demon race's territory. You say there is no enmity. I just can't stand the sight of you, old thing, and have specially come to kill you. The person who spoke, stout to the extreme, all the muscles show, face tough, figure up to more than 2 meters, face a handful of beard, looks like 40 or 50 years of age, eyes cold and venomous, the face of the Chu Qingye only thick intention of war. This person was a demon divine transformation stage powerhouse named Wanzhua, who had joined the scattered cultivator army on his own initiative. This was also the main reason why the scattered cultivator army dared to kill the corpse refining sect so blatantly. I've long heard that the Jade Sword sect patriarch is as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, and to rid the people of evil for the sake of a beauty is also considered a great merit. Patriarch Chu shouldn't mind it. The other person was suave, jade-like, and exceptionally handsome, like a modest gentleman, dressed in white clothes that were snowy and young to the core. His name was Zhu Zhengqing, a strong person at the god transformation stage, and also the person Chu Qingye was most afraid of. Looking harmless, but in reality, his strength was even 1 point stronger than him. Is he the one who will be the certain death of the old man? After a moment of silence, Chu Qingye's gaze steeply turned to the other side, where a stunningly beautiful woman in a white dress was in the middle of a battle with an elder of the sect, only to see a golden light shoot out when he suddenly raised his hand. Zhu Zhengqing was stunned at the sight. The golden light was too fast to stop. Spirit, be careful, Zhu Zhengqing shouted. But where could the distant Feng Shiling react? The golden light transformed into a golden rope, and in the twinkling of an eye, Feng Shiling was bound in midair, unable to move. Don't you like her? The old man will give it to you. In addition, all the assets of the Jade Maiden Sword sect will belong to you. All you need to do is to take this woman far away. Old thing, don't even think about it. Senior Zhu, please kill him quickly. In the distance, Feng Shiling hurriedly called out, her voice clear. Patriarch Zhu, you think too highly of Zhu Mao. These only need to be. Zhu Zhengqing smiled blandly and was about to refuse, but in the next second, his complexion shook as a voice transmission came. Your Excellency should have heard of the Swire Immortal Palace. I have half a map and a key. If you don't intervene in this matter, the woman belongs to you, and the half map can be shared with you. If you help them, we can only die together. Taiku Immortal Palace. Patriarch Zhu, you don't want to swindle me. Can you have evidence? Zhu Zhengqing transmitted his voice, and suddenly a spiritual light shot out. Zhu Zhengqing raised his eyebrows and lifted his hand to receive it. He hastily opened the map, and the look on his face changed from cloudy to clear. Zhu Zhengqing hurriedly put away the map and glanced at Feng Shiling in the distance, instantly taking a silent step backwards. Seeing this, Feng Shiling's face was filled with disbelief. How could he betray just by saying betrayal? Zhu Zhengqing, what favor did he give you that you rebelled? Next to him, Wanzhou looked at Zhu Zhengqing in surprise, and at this time, Xu Qingye's transmission also flew over. Taiku Immortal Palace? That's a legendary forbidden place. You have a map? Wanzhuo's expression was stunned, and suddenly a spiritual light flew in, and Wanzhou turned his hand to receive another map. Fellow Daoist Wan, as long as you quit the Great Xiao dynasty, I would like to share the key to the Taiku Immortal Palace with you. What do you think? Xu Qingye's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't believe that with the treasure map of the Swire Immortal Palace, who could refuse? As long as these two were bribed, the rest of the low-ranking cultivators were nothing more than dirt. Wanzhou looked at the map in his hand and his expression changed, but soon he calmed down, only to see him turn his hand and put the map into his spatial ring, turning to look up and sneer. No more nonsense. Suffer death. In a blink of an eye, the sky and the earth changed color, and Wanzhou was covered in fire, killing towards Xu Qingye without saying a word. Chapter 036, Trigger of the Avatar. At the foot of the refined corpse sex mountain, a group of cultivators were in the middle of a desperate fight. Li Changsheng had been paddling, his gaze looking towards the sky. An invisible pressure would sweep across from time to time. Obviously the battlefield had changed. Originally it was 2 transformation spirit stage powerhouses against 1 transformation spirit stage powerhouse. Now it had become a one-on-one. Li Changsheng didn't know what had happened. Was it popular for the powerful to have a fair one-on-one duel? It's over. That god transformation stage big brother betrayed. The moment these words came out, the people around them all panicked. If that god transformation stage big brother betrayed them, then wouldn't they all have to die? Boom! Suddenly, a fiery light fell. The ground shook, and a large mountain next to it was struck by a terrifying energy fluctuation and burst open. Li Changsheng, like the other Qi refining stage cultivators, could only hide far away in a sorry state. By this time, the lower-ranked cultivators had already scattered, deeply afraid of being affected by the 2 lights and shadows in the sky. Each of their battles was so thrilling that one could not see their figures at all. 1, 2, 3. Li Changsheng counted the figures in the sky while hiding in the shadows. He wanted to determine how many cultivators above the Jiedan stage there were in the Alchemy Corp sect. If he missed one, he could have been killed for it. Just as Li Changsheng counted to 30, suddenly, his expression was stunned, only to see that not far away, a stunningly beautiful woman was in the middle of a fight with another Alchemy Corp sect elder while holding a green-colored long sword. That refining corpse sect elder's face was grim. Flipping his hand, a black light was revealed. In a coffin, a corpse puppet flew out. Under the 2 sides of the attack, that woman wearing a green dress had long been somewhat unable to fight. This woman is not someone else. It is the old hometown that he has not seen for 130 years, and also his childhood friend Li Shuyao. I really didn't expect that today's Li Shuyao's cultivation had already reached the strength of the Jiedan stage, and she was magnificent, with a flowing green dress and outstanding color. Now that he saw Li Shuyao's figure again, Li Changsheng's eyes had so much as a trace of trance, but he quickly calmed down. Time is really the best antidote. The kind of emotion he felt for Li Shuyao has long faded away. Thanks to his former wife Li Tsuetsue, Li Shuyao was like his first love, although he couldn't forget it, but as the years went by, it wasn't really a big deal anymore. What's more, the two weren't meant to be on the same page, so there's really nothing left to miss, each with their own choices. His own talent was indeed poor, and after so many years of cultivation, he was still at the second level of qi cultivation. And people Li Shuyao cultivated to the Jiedan stage cultivation in just over 100 years. The gap between the two is obvious. Genius and mediocrity. He is the latter. Ah, poof. Just as Li Changsheng was sighing, there was suddenly a cry of surprise as Li Shuyao was defeated and fell, a mouthful of blood spurting out, and her figure falling right towards his side. Seeing this, Li Changsheng's heart was shocked, and he hurriedly fell to the ground, pulling off the fabric on his body to cover his appearance. It wasn't that he was embarrassed to see Li Shuyao, but he just didn't want to meet up with his former hometown. With a bang, Li Shuyao's figure landed right at Li Changsheng's not far away, and fell into a dog's. This heavy fall, in exchange for a mortal, would have long ago broken bones and died suddenly on the spot. However, Li Shuyao had an aura to protect her body and was completely fine. And at this time, the battle above also seemed to have come to an end, as the aura of the demon transformation god named Wanzhua became weak, with an appearance of imminent defeat. Zhu Jingqing, why don't you help? Manzo shouted at Zhu Jingqing in the distance, anger in his voice. He could have escaped, but he didn't. Zhu Jingqing saw this scene, but he was not moved. He had come to make a scene. Seeing two same-level transformation gods fighting, he would not help anyone. It's over. Elder Wan has fallen. Let's run. Rats scattering from a sinking ship. For a moment the scattered cultivators who reacted panicked, and I don't know who shouted. Suddenly, the crowd were flying towards the outside imperial swords. Seeing this, Patriarch Chu sneered and raised his hand as a divine light flew out. In a flash, the sky and the earth changed, and in the distance, a black light suddenly shot up into the sky, and in everyone's shocked gazes, a coffin rose up out of the ground, right around the outer area. Now that you're here, don't even go. In that coffin, a terrifying aura filled the air, and the Jiedan stage, Yuaning stage corpse puppets walked out from the coffin, and a full 40 to 50 of them just flew in mid-air, surrounding the entire periphery of the refined corpse sect. Some fast casual cultivators wanted to forcefully protrude from the encirclement, but in the next second, the corpse puppet raised its hand and a black light enveloped it, and a large number of low-ranked casual cultivators instantly exploded and died. Seeing this scene, how could they not understand that this was all a plot that had been planned long ago by the body refining sect, a plot to gather the scattered cultivators first and prepare for a clean sweep? And Chu Qingye had been slaughtering Yuaning stage and Jiedan stage cultivators in recent years in order to refine these corpse puppets for his use. Ha! A little carving. In the air, Zhu Zhengqing was also stunned in his heart when he saw this scene, but he quickly let out a cold laugh and didn't care. He traveled to this continent is just a coincidence. Learned that the Jade Sword Sect Patriarch is as beautiful as heavenly fairies. He naturally gladly stayed to prepare for a kiss. However, there is no way. He does not lack beauty. Beauty in the treasure of the Swire Immortal Palace is really insignificant compared to the treasure of the Swire Immortal Palace. What's more, he can now not only get the beauty, but also get the treasure of the Swire Immortal Palace. It's simply a matter of killing two birds with one stone. Why didn't he do it? As for the life and death of this continent, it didn't have anything to do with him anymore. On the other side, Chu Qingye looked at the burly figure not far away, and a kind of arrogant laughter welled up in his heart from the bottom of his heart. This certain death is nothing more than that. As long as Zhu Zhengqing doesn't help, he killed Wanzhua, and after that who can help him? The so-called certain death robbery. It turned out to be this certain death robbery. Chu Qingye held back his laughter, and he didn't dare to slack off. He could never let go of his heart without completely decapitating Wanzhua. What's more, there was also Zhu Zhengqing next to him who was also a major hidden danger. After killing Wanzhua, he still had to guard against Zhu Zhengqing. After all, his certain death must have arisen amongst these two. It was impossible for others to kill him, and only after completely resolving these two could he completely put his heart down. Ah, Patriarch, save. Just at the moment when Chu Qingye was preparing to exterminate Wanzhua in one fell swoop, suddenly, heartbreaking and desperate cries came from the distance. Chu Qingye's expression froze as he turned his eyes to look, and his eyes widened abruptly, only to see that in the distance, an elder of the corpse refining sect's entire body was scorched by a red fiery light, a light that was like a fire but not a fire. And that elder's body was intact, and his clothes didn't show any signs of burning, but his expression was extremely terrified and agonized, and in just a blink of an eye, his vitality was buried in an instant, and there was no breath left. And not far away from that elder, another man covered in flames stepped on his sword and slowly flew up. Chapter 037, Suppressing the Whole Scene. Ah, what's this? Help! Save! No! With that red figure as the center, all the surrounding disciples of the Alchemy Corps sect were all covered in red energy fluctuations all over their bodies, as if they were flames rising with an energy. Li Changsheng just casually waved his hand. and a large number of silhouettes instantly fell to the ground. In a twist of his eyes, his gaze went to the airborne corpse refining sect patriarch Zhu Qingye. Patriarch Zhu, suffer death, longevity true fire, 5,000 years, burn, you. Zhu Qingye was stared at by that horrifying blood-red gaze, and he still wanted to speak, but in a flash, a terrifying energy burned up from within him, as if a wave of energy in his body that should belong to him was instantly drained. Yes, it was a moment. The sensation was too painful, so painful that he couldn't scream in time, as if the space around him was cut off and he didn't even have the ability to breathe. Zhu Qingye woke up only in his dying moments. His certain death turned out to be this man. He did not even know who this man was, and disappeared into the world unwillingly. Everyone was shocked as they watched this scene. The hallowed god transformation stage powerhouse Zhu Qingye's body burned with bizarre red energy around him, as if he was burning up in flames. After Zhu Qingye fell like a kite with broken strings, Li Changqing didn't even look at it again, but instead swept his gaze across the room. 500 years, 1,000 years, 2,000, 200 years. In the blink of an eye, all the disciples of the Alchemy Corps sect, as long as they were seen by Li Changqing, all of them instantly burned up. In a twist of the eye, Li Changqing locked onto another god transformation stage powerhouse, Zhu Zhengqing, as far as his eyes could see. This avatar. Zhu Zhengqing looked at this figure that suddenly appeared, and for a moment, he didn't react as if it was somewhat familiar. In the next second, though, he looked stricken. Longevity true fire, 5,000 years, burn. In just an instant, flames burned around Zhu Zhengqing's body. Ah! Zhu Zhengqing screamed in pain. He was expected to die instantly, but what Li Changqing didn't expect was that his hair instantly turned white, and his face directly aged by 3 points. Not dead? Li Changqing was shocked in his heart, and immediately his gaze froze. And at this moment, Zhu Zhengqing also looked astonished, as if he had seen a ghost. How do you know the Tianyuan immortal sect's secret method of longevity? Before Zhu Zhengqing could finish his words, he was once again transformed into a red flame burning in a blink of an eye. As for Li Changqing, when he heard about the Tianyuan immortal sect, his heart was shaken. He seemed to remember that he had once heard of this immortal sect in the black mist. Could it be that Zhu Zhengqing was a disciple of the Tianyuan immortal sect? Whatever. 5,000 years. Burn. Wait. Me. Ah. The scene that made Li Changqing surprised happened. Zhu Zhengqing had long been dying at this moment, and surprisingly, he was not burned to death even after burning 10,000 years of lifespan. Li Changqing's heart tightened, and he immediately blinked once again. Longevity true flame, 10,000 years. Burn. Li Changqing lacked everything but longevity. Zhu Zhengqing was filled with panic and wanted to beg for mercy, but where would Li Changqing give him a chance? Immediately another 10,000 years of lifespan was burned away. In everyone's shocked gazes, Zhu Zhengqing went from being a suave and handsome young man to a dying old man, and was finally burned alive to lose all vitality. Although the close cultivators did not know what kind of perverted divine ability this was, it was obvious that Zhu Zhengqing knew, but he did not even finish his sentence before he was killed on the spot by this man whose entire body was emitting a horror like a red flame. Tianyuan immortal sect? Aside from Wan's was face changing drastically. No one else had ever heard of this sect. Zhu Zhengqing, a strong person at the god transformation stage, fell in this way, and when he crashed to the ground, everyone froze on the spot. From the beginning, a minute may seem like a long time, but in fact, it's just not even a minute. In less than a minute, 2 great god transformation stage powerhouses fell one after another, and incidentally, there were also all 34 Jiedan stage and Yuaning stage powerhouses of the Alchemy Corp sect, as well as thousands of foundation establishment stage and chi refining stage cultivators. In the next second, Li Changqing's gaze went to the last transformation spirit stage powerhouse, Wanzhua. Wanzhua only felt his scalp go numb, and he didn't even dare to release his divine sense in scanning Li Changqing. Seeing Li Changqing's gaze, he had a kind of despair arise and immediately took off. Senior, spare my life. I'm a good person. I'm a good person from the scattered cultivator army. I'm not from the body refining sect. Please spare me. I'll leave immediately. Wanzhua, at this moment the desire to survive is full, and Zhu Qingye fight he can resist for a while no matter whether he can fight or not, but with the bizarre man in front of him, there is only despair in his eyes. There is not the slightest chance of winning. It is really too horrible and too perverted. If he dared to say a single word of no, I'm afraid that he would end up like the previous 2 god transformation stage powerhouses, not even knowing how he died. Hearing this, Li Changqing hesitated for a split second, and immediately his gaze turned to the entire field. Those Alchemy Corp sect disciples had long since been scared and filled with panic, without any will to resist. But where was Li Changqing willing to let them go again? Waving his hand, a bloody light waved. scattering across the entire field like rain. Ah! Don't! Help! Row! In just an instant, thousands more people below fell limply to the ground, completely losing their lives. When this move appeared, everyone was dumbfounded, and then they looked at the red figure as if they had seen a demon god. Is there really such a perverted and powerful person in the world? From today onwards, the corpse refining sect disappears from the cultivation world. A low voice rang out as Li Changsheng flipped his hand and took out a talisman and stuck it on his body. Under the divine traveling talisman's enchantment, Li Changsheng's sword flying technique was only 3 times faster, and in the crowd's horrified gazes, he slowly fell towards the ground, and after he picked up the spatial rings of the 2 harmonized spirit stage powerhouses, he flew towards the far side. On the way, a disciple of the Alchemy Corps sect accidentally passed by, blinking and screaming in terror, his whole body covered in flames, burning and falling. This scene caused some of the scattered strong cultivators who wanted to follow them to thank them to stop, until he had completely disappeared into the distance. Half an hour had long since passed. Patriarch Feng, if your human race has such a strong person, why didn't you say so earlier, causing me to almost die? Determining that the mysterious powerhouse had flown away, Wanzhou then muttered, where was the frame of the transformation spirit stage left? In front of that powerful person. I'm afraid that his transformation stage wouldn't even be enough for someone to look at. Now recalling the scene just now, his heart was still beating faster and faster, as if he had walked through the gates of hell, and the king of hell looked at him and spared him with mercy. My daughter doesn't know what kind of god he is, but thanks to Senior Wan for his great act of justice. Fang Shiling was also stunned at the moment. Where did she know such a strong person? Just waving her hand, the refined corpse sect was destroyed, not to mention the god transformation stage. It was not possible for a strong person of the refined void realm to do it in the blink of an eye, right? The harmonization stage was possible, and the Mahayana stage powerhouses were even more so. In the distance, Li Shuyao stood dumbfounded, and between her lowered head, she looked at a piece of spirit jade in her hand. This spirit jade was a token that she personally gave to her mother. Your mother told me to give you this. This was what that man said to her. But Li Shuyao clearly remembered that after her mother died, that piece of spirit jade was also buried with her. How could such a strong man know a little person like her? Chapter 038, The 9 Revolutions of the Armor Avatar. In the northern part of the Great Xia dynasty, a stream of light flew extremely fast, and soon he landed in the northern demon race territory. Grandma, it scared me to death. It scared me to death. Below, a group of demonic chi filled the air, and dozens of foxes could be vaguely seen burrowing out of the cave. And all they heard was this fearful, rude remark. What's wrong with you, old ancestor? Those foxes transformed into human forms, old and young. The men looked handsome. The women looked bewitching. Seeing the strong man flying couldn't help but all gather around and be curious. Who else could that burly man be if not Manzo from 6 months ago? This time, old ancestor, I really escaped death. I almost couldn't come back. Manzo's heart still palpitates when he thinks about his experience with the human race to this day. As he watched the crowd gather around him, he also told of his experience 6 months ago. Just a look and a piece of death. 2 same order transformation god in his hands can't last more than 2 seconds. Fortunately I'm on the right team. Otherwise, your old ancestor, I really can't come back. An hour later, Wanzhou was overwhelmed with emotion, and the crowd was shocked to hear it. It was too terrifying for the human race to have such a powerful and strong person. Old ancestor, you're back. Just then, a delicate woman in a white velvet dress walked out of the cave. Let me tell you, your old ancestor, I almost can't come back. Wanzhou saw this woman immediately favored to say again the experience of half a year ago. The woman also listened patiently, and was also shocked when she heard that the human race had such a strong man. Then he's my benefactor. If I ever see him again, I'll have to thank him properly. The woman said gratefully as she listened. Chui, you should be thanking old ancestor me. The corpse refining sect has been destroyed now, and there's a part of old ancestor me in that, right? Manzo grinned. Yes. Thank you, old ancestor. But I know so many cooking skills of the human race. I'll make it for you later. Counting you have a bit of conscience. It's worth it to make a trip for your long dead 50 years old human husband. Hey, what's the name of your cheap husband? His name is Li Changsheng. He's not a cheap husband. He's been very kind to me. A hint of displeasure flashed across the delicate face of the white velvet-clad woman, and after glaring at Manzo, she turned and went to another building that resembled a human house, where faint fireworks soon drifted up. Who else could this woman be if not Li Tsuetsue, once Li Changxing's wife? After discovering that the ancestral tomb of Li Changxing's family had been plowed, Li Tsuetsue found her old ancestor Wanzhou to go forward to take revenge. In the future, she would sink her heart into cultivation, completely forgetting about the life of the human race. and do her best for the Fox clan to grow the Demon clan. As for Li Changsheng, she would also slowly forget. Name: lifespan, immortality. Age: 151. Talent: 5 mixed spiritual roots, judgment, extremely poor. Level: second level of Qi practicing. Strength: 26. Agility: 26. Endurance: 26. Defense: 36. Mental: 50. Skills: transfiguration, cooking, masonry. Avatar: longevity, true fire, cooldown, 3.2 million years. Available attribute points, 1. In a hidden valley, Li Changsheng looked at the system interface with a melancholic expression. A 3.2 million year cooldown? This divine ability was considered completely ruined and could not be used in the future. The cooldown time of an avatar was 3.2 million years, not 320 years, and by the time the cooldown time was over, the yellow flowers would be cold. Now that he no longer had any life-preserving cards, it would be better for him to detach himself from the cultivation world in the future and become a comfortable mortal, hiding his cultivation and mingling with the mortals. The cultivation world is too dangerous. He thought that it only took him 10 minutes to destroy the Alchemy Corp sect, and after spending another 20 minutes to escape, he hoofed it for half a year of continuous flying and hiding. Looking at the space ring on his hand, Li Changsheng thought about it and jerked the space ring down again. Space ring, this kind of high-level item. Wearing it on the hand is too flashy. If it is seen by someone who has the intention to see it, maybe it will start to be mischievous. It took out another jade slip between its flipping hands. A yuan qi struck into the jade slip, and all of a sudden, a section of ancient spiritual patterns surged into his mind. The secret of eternal life. This was the jade slip in the hands of the god transformation stage cultivator Zhu Zhengqing, who turned out to be from another continent and was a disciple belonging to the Tian Yuan immortal sect. And the main cultivation of the Tian Yuan immortal sect's disciples was the longevity skill. The everlasting skill belonged to the heavenly Yuan immortal sect's supreme technique, inherited for tens of thousands of years, and only spirit transformation stage cultivators were qualified to obtain such a jade slip. Speaking of the Tian Yuan immortal sect, Li Changsheng thought of the unnameable object he had encountered in the black mist. Could it be that the monster was related to the Tian Yuan immortal sect? Once every Tian Yuan immortal sect disciple cultivated the longevity skill technique, their lifespan would be a bit longer than ordinary cultivators. When the cultivation level is high, the lifespan also rises. Like Zhu Zhengqing was, he was a spirit transformation stage cultivator. The average spirit transformation stage cultivator's lifespan was only 5,000 plus years, but Zhu Zhengqing's lifespan had more than doubled. A conservative estimate would have to be over 10,000 years, but not over 20,000 years. No wonder he knew about his longevity true flame, which was also recorded in the longevity secret. It was just that this record only mentioned a mouthful, because it was too overbearing. Exchanging a life for a life, and was classified as a forbidden technique by the Tian Yuan immortal sect, and it was obvious that Zhu Zhengqing's jade slip was incomplete, and some forbidden techniques were not recorded at all. However, this everlasting skill belonged to the top tier of techniques, and the various derived spells recorded in it were quite powerful, with a forbidden technique recorded in it as well. The name is 9 Revolutions of the AZ Divine Power. Spirit-building realm cultivators could cultivate, and the so-called AZ, which represented 1 AZ of 60 years, and 9 turns of a Z was 540 years. 1 turn of the AZ avatar, with a loss of 60 years of lifespan, allows a foundation stage cultivator to directly elevate one large segment to Jiedan stage cultivation, lasting for 1 day. 2nd turning Aeon avatar, loss of 120 years of lifespan, allows Jiedan stage cultivators to directly raise one major level to Yuaning stage cultivation, lasts for 1 day. The 3 revolutions of the AZ avatar, with a loss of 180 years of lifespan, allows a Yuaning stage cultivator to directly elevate one large segment to the transformation of God stage cultivation, and lasts for 1 day. This is for ordinary cultivators. All of a sudden lose 60 years, 120 years, 180 years, 240 years of life, really cannot afford the pain. General foundation stage monks cultivated a turn of the AZ avatar, generally less than a critical situation. I'm afraid I cannot afford to give up that 60 years of young life to enhance a large segment of the cultivation of the. However, for Li Changsheng it was a divine level forbidden art that had no drawbacks at all anymore. The downside, if you insist, is that the cooldown time is a bit long. A month's cooldown time. A full year can only be used 12 times. It is really not enough to use. The only pity is that his talent is too low, and now he is still a small cultivator at the 2nd level of Qi cultivation. And if he wants to be promoted to the foundation stage in order to cultivate this 9 revolutions of the armor avatar, he still doesn't know that he will have to wait until the year of the monkey and the month of the monkey. In addition to this top level technique of the everlasting skill, Li Changsheng also found a variety of low-level 5-element techniques, millions of spirit stones, tens of thousands of various talismans, 5 spirit weapon treasures, thousands of various pills, herbs, and a number of miscellaneous items in the 2 rings. Chapter 039 10,000 Serpent Cities Weirdness. In the cultivation world of the Great Xiao Dynasty, legends of mysterious and powerful people had been circulating. After the Alchemy Corp sect was destroyed, the Great Xiao Dynasty became stable within, and the scattered cultivators in the cultivation world gradually established many small sects. The 2 oldest clans, the Purple Spirit Sect, and the Jade Maiden Sword Sect, were re-established to work together to maintain the stability of the cultivation world. Because of the influence of the legend of the mysterious man, the scattered cultivators in the cultivation world had also become a lot more low-key, or at least there wouldn't be any more evil sects like the body refining sect. Within the Purple Spirit City, Puyu was also able to successfully open a sect and establish his own small sect. The mysterious man in the legend of the cultivation world, that is, Li Changsheng, was currently fighting in a city called 10,000 Serpent City. 10,000 Serpent City, a city belonging to the border of the Great Xiao Dynasty, bordering the Shilua Empire. This was also a necessary place to the Shilua Empire, and due to the close communication between the 2 empires at their borders, the city was also extremely prosperous. Within the 10,000 Serpent City, people came and went, with all sorts of shouting and selling in stores, but in a corner of the city, there was an extremely cold and quiet store. There was only a modest place in front of the door with a few bamboo baskets, and a young man sitting in the doorway wrapping them around his head. The store is lined with a small number of baskets of straw mats and hats, all of which are handmade and extremely delicate. Li Changsheng has been living in this place for a few months now, opening a store of his own and doing a little bit of trading, that is, weaving bamboo baskets. The people who came to his store every day were all mortals, and there were very few people who bought his stuff, so that made it a little more cozy and clean. Soon he made up a bamboo basket, cozy lying on a bamboo chair, a pot of good green tea brewed, while watching the comings and goings, while leisurely sipping tea. This life is the end of life. Just a little bit of food money every day. No need to run around for a living, no need to raise a family, no need to retire, and one person will grow old alone. Oh, and he won't grow old either. Brother, how much is this bamboo basket? 100 won apiece. It's expensive. Cheaper, a woman said in a petulant manner while surveying the bamboo basket. Li Changsheng glanced at her, and the woman threw a wink without a care in the world. 90 texts, I think. Gee, it's still a bit expensive. The woman, seeing that there was something going on, hurriedly twisted her body again. 80 texts. The woman's heart was overjoyed. Dizzy deliberately lowered her stature, leaned over and looked at Li Changsheng pitifully. Brother, in the cheaper point, then. Li Changsheng's gaze turned to see the hidden gully, and immediately said helplessly 71. Brother, you're so handsome, can you? 60. Brother, but there's only 41 on me. Don't believe me. Feel it. Fine, fine. 40 is 40. No more bargaining. Li Changsheng a wit. The woman with a happy face paid 41, satisfied with picking a bamboo basket to go. After watching the woman leave, Li Changsheng was speechless as he laid down again. The women in the city of 10,000 snakes had a characteristic of being extremely bold and cheerful, and dressed much more revealingly than within the Great Xia dynasty. The women here are all very articulate, and are especially good at pampering themselves, and I've heard that it's all a trend brought over from the Shilua Empire, especially in summer. The women on the street are dressed in cool clothes, and it is extremely pleasurable physically and mentally to look at the beautiful women on the street every day. Picked up a book on the table. Shilua Strange Story. This is all about Shilua. Some travel novels. Is also a very popular book in the city of 10,000 serpents. Children especially love to read. Just like this the day mingled on. Just when Li Changsheng was ready to close the stall and close the door for a rest, he suddenly came face to face with a woman dressed as a maid. How do you sell this bamboo basket? 100 won apiece. Li Changsheng looked at the woman and said, okay, I'll take 10. Here's the silver. Here you go. Li Changsheng did not expect this woman to be so generous, not even returning the price. He doesn't get to see such a generous clientele in a month. Putting down the silver, the woman added, this is too many bamboo baskets. I'll give you an address, so you can deliver them for me later. Okay, no problem. Li Changsheng thought about a bite. Agreed to. Anyway, idle is idle. Help delivery on him and the modern courier. Service first. The woman gave an address after paying and left. Li Changsheng packed up his things and closed the door, holding 10 bamboo baskets, then walked toward the distant residential area. It's not too far of a trip, and there are fewer people coming and going when you get to the residential area. Soon he came to a large courtyard that was fairly well dressed. Knock, knock. Li Changsheng knocked on the door. There was no response. and after knocking several more times, suddenly the door opened with a creak. "Who are you looking for?" The doorway revealed a discreet head of an old woman. "Hello, I'm here to deliver a bamboo basket. Come in." The old lady sized up Li Changsheng for a few moments before letting him in. Walking into the courtyard, Li Changsheng found that the courtyard was very cold, that the leaves on the ground were piled up, also no one cleaned the appearance. With a roll of her eyes, she was ready to ask where the bamboo basket was kept, but the old woman closed the door and walked slowly into a small room at the entrance. "Old man, where do I put this bamboo basket?" Li Changsheng shouted, but the old lady didn't pay any attention to it, and it looked like she had a little problem with her ears. "Is anyone there? I'm delivering bamboo baskets." Li Changsheng shouted. There is no response. "Cannot put the bamboo basket on the ground and go. According to modern rules, have to be signed by someone to accept it. Otherwise tomorrow others do not recognize it. He still have to post the book." Helplessly, Li Changsheng put down the bamboo basket and started to check around, hoping that there would be a maid underling or something at home to sign for it. Li Changsheng came into the lobby and called out with no response. He came to the side room again, and suddenly a sound of footsteps rang out, which made Li Changsheng greatly happy, and busied himself by walking into the side room and shouting, "Is anyone there? I'm delivering a bamboo basket. Please come out and sign for it." The room was dark. There were no light bulbs in ancient times, and families like this one would not waste lamp oil at this time of year. Just then, a figure suddenly came out of the depths of the room from the side door. A woman's figure. "I can't spare the time right now, so could you wait a moment, please?" The woman's voice was crisp, her tone apologetic. After saying this, the woman turned around and entered the side door. Okay, Li Changsheng could only promise and waited, but after waiting for half an hour, the woman hadn't even finished her work. Is anyone there?" Li Changsheng couldn't wait and shouted. "In." The woman quickly responded, and Li Changsheng hurriedly said, "I'm here to deliver a bamboo basket. Please, I can't spare the time right now, so could you wait a moment, please?" However, before Li Changsheng could finish his words, he only saw a woman's figure walk out from the depths of the corridor, unable to see her appearance, and with the same words as before. With that she turned and walked into the room. "Yes, I can't spare the time right now, so could you wait a moment, please?" Chapter 040, The Strange Reincarnation. "Yes, I can't spare the time right now, so could you wait a moment, please?" Every few moments, the woman's voice rang out, while at the same time the figure of the woman at the end of the corridor stepped out and turned back into the side door. This scene was rather bizarre, making it seem as if Li Changsheng had entered a cycle. Bam! Suddenly, there was a crunching sound from the side door, and the sound was off the loop. It was eerily silent again. Li Changsheng looked at the dimly lit corridor, and after a pause he walked in. The offshoot door deeper in the corridor was a bit brightly lit, and footsteps resounded dully on the floor. "Is anyone there?" Li Changsheng asked, and there was no response. As he walked into the side door, his gaze turned and his expression changed. This side room was a kitchen-like setup, and there was a stove, pots and pans and other utensils inside. But what shocked Li Changsheng was that the woman had disappeared just now. Knock! Knock! Suddenly a rush of footsteps came from outside the door. Li Changsheng turned his head to look. A little girl in a flowery cloth dress walked in. Li Changsheng just wanted to speak. The little girl unexpectedly did not find him as straight up the stairs. That staircase was trampled with a thud. "Wait a minute." Li Changsheng hurriedly chased after him and walked up the stairs, but the little girl's figure was gone. This caused Li Changsheng to frown. His internal breath flowed out, and under the sweep of his divine sense, it caused Li Changsheng to stagnate inwardly. Where was the figure in this room? The scent of the two people from earlier had completely disappeared. Suddenly, Li Changsheng's gaze lurched and he saw a tightly closed room with an unpleasant odor coming from it. Li Changsheng looked at the dimly lit space around him and slowly walked over. The moment he opened the door to his room, his face changed dramatically. Inside the room, there was a tattered wooden bed on which the corpse of a rotting child lay, silk corpse water running down. The child's face had long been distorted, and he didn't know how long he had been dead. Dozens of figures scurried around them, the shadows of rats. Li Changsheng was so scared that he backed up and turned around in a hurry to speed up, always feeling that there was a ghostly shadow behind him watching him. And after he went downstairs and ran out of the room, he realized that his back had long been shocked out of a cold sweat. With a glance at the bizarre side room, Li Changsheng once again stepped back, when suddenly, a movement came from behind him. Li Changsheng's face changed, his figure turned, and his pupils suddenly shrunk. Only a pale face was staring at him with a twisted expression. "Who are you?" Li Changsheng looked at the old lady in horror. "I'm the janitor." "Who are you?" The old woman's vicissitudes and eerie voice rang out. I'm a courier. No, I deliver bamboo baskets." "Oh, the one who sent the bamboo basket. I'll take the bamboo basket." Go away. The old lady nodded and just looked at Li Changsheng with a smile on her face. This made Li Changsheng as if he was in a state of amnesty. He hurriedly walked quickly towards the outside. Just as he reached the door, his figure lurched and he turned his head to look into the distance. That old lady was still standing there smiling and looking at him. This scene made Li Changsheng's heart tremble. He had never seen anything so bizarre in his long life. Even though he was a cultivator and his lifespan was long, he really didn't have much guts. He opened the door in a hurry and walked out. Woof woof woof. A barking sound came from the distance. Hearing this sound, Li Changsheng's heart was relieved. Looking at that doorway puppy or feeling like seeing a loved one. In front of him was the street. Li Changsheng saw figures walking by again. This time he was completely relieved. Suddenly an old man passed by next to him. Li Changsheng quickly pulled him and said, "Old man, what's the situation with this family? There seems to be a dead person inside." "What dead people? There's no one in this house at all. They moved out a long time ago. This mansion has been deserted for decades." The old man looked at Li Changsheng and suddenly said with a weird smile. Hearing these words, Li Changsheng's heart shook once again as he felt his mind go blank and his head seemed to be insufficient. This world should not be so bizarre. Do not bring so play. Li Changsheng were still willing to stay here. Immediately hoofed it to the street, until he returned to his small store. Feeling the people around him, his heart just relaxed. This night, Li Changsheng didn't even sleep well. So he was a cultivator. He could hold up without resting for 3 to 5 days. By the next day, looking at the people coming and going on the street, Li Changsheng quickly forgot about it. He sat in his doorway as usual, weaving bamboo baskets, and watching the pretty women on the street in a cheerful mood. Soon the day passed like this again. "Boss, how much is this bamboo basket?" Just as Li Changsheng was about to close the stall, suddenly a woman dressed as a maid came over. This voice made Li Changsheng's expression froze, and when he turned his eyes, it was indeed the woman from yesterday. Didn't you come here yesterday?" "Ha? I didn't come yesterday. It's my first time coming to your place. How much is this bamboo basket?" The woman looked surprised, but quickly asked again. 101. Li Changsheng said tentatively. "Okay, I'll take 10. The woman took out 1 or 2 silver pieces and continued. "This is too many bamboo baskets. I'll give you an address, so you can deliver them for me later." When the woman said yesterday's address, Li Changsheng was baffled and a cold sweat had broken out behind his back. The woman left, and Li Changsheng looked at the silver on the table, then at the bamboo basket, and then at the sky. He decided to deliver one last time. He packed up his things, closed the door and went to the entrance of yesterday's compound holding the bamboo basket. Knock knock. Li Changsheng knocked on the door for a long time, and suddenly, the door opened and a familiar head was revealed. "Who are you looking for?" "Hello, I'm delivering bamboo baskets. Come in." The old lady let Li Changsheng in after sizing him up. The moment Li Changsheng walked into the courtyard, a sense of familiarity surged through his heart. Familiar ground, familiar fallen leaves, a turn of the eye. That old woman really did not pay attention to him. Slowly walked into the next hut. Ghostly, Li Changsheng came to the side room, and after hesitating for a split second, he walked in. "Excuse me, is anyone there?" "Yes, I can't spare the time right now. Would you mind waiting a moment, please?" As a woman's figure walked out from the end of the dimly lit corridor, familiar words entered Li Changsheng's ears. The woman turned and went into the side door after saying her words. Li Changsheng swallowed his saliva raw and lifted his feet, just taking a step. "Yes, I can't spare the time right now. Would you mind waiting a moment, please?" By chance, the woman's voice came again, and Li Changsheng raised his eyes to look at the woman's figure standing at the end of the corridor. So bizarre. Not knowing where the courage came from, Li Changsheng accelerated his steps, just to quickly run over to see how the woman actually disappeared. Bam! Suddenly, a familiar crunching sound came from the side door, and when Li Changsheng walked over, the woman's figure was long gone. Knock knock. In a flash, a little girl walked in. Chapter 041, in a strange cycle. "Yes, I can't spare the time right now, so could you wait a moment, please?" When Li Changsheng ran to the door, suddenly, a familiar woman's voice came from behind him. Li Changsheng turned his head and saw the figure of a woman walking out of that side door. This scene was as bizarre as it could be. So where did he have the heart to stay here? And immediately rushed out of the room, his body's yuan chi running wildly as his mind went blank. Just after leaving the side room, a figure suddenly revealed itself in the darkness. "Who are you?" "I deliver bamboo baskets." "Old lady, you asked." Seeing the pale and creepy old lady, Li Changsheng was scared to the point of cold sweat. "Oh, I'll take the bamboo basket. Go away." "Good." Li Changsheng, as if on the verge of amnesty, quick steps rushed out of the courtyard. "Wait until outside." Li Changsheng, this is a big breath. Turn his eyes to look at the courtyard. This is really evil. How can there be such a weird thing? Is this the legendary ghosts hit the wall? Li Changsheng did not dare to stay for a long time. After returning to his home he had a nightmare. A pair of pale hands were slowly climbing out of a dry well. By the time the next day, Li Changsheng had become a little suspicious. He stayed at the door, lying on the bamboo chair. No matter who bought the bamboo basket he did not sell. When it was dusk, a scene that shocked Li Changsheng still happened. "Boss, how much is this bamboo basket?" Hearing this familiar voice, Li Changsheng stood up in a mischievous manner, his eyes staring at the woman dressed as a maid. "Not for sale. If it's not for sale, then it's not for sale. Why are you being mean?" Poof. The woman froze for a moment and immediately left with a cold snort. Seeing this scene, Li Changsheng's heart was relieved. Looking toward the woman turned into an alley. He also ignored it, so the ghost hit the wall was cracked. There are monks and ghosts in this world, and it's not uncommon to encounter one or two spooky things. Li Changsheng will not touch this kind of bad luck things. After the peace of mind in the future here to spend a dozen years to change another city to continue to live. The world is big, where he cannot go. Originally thought that this matter would just pass, but unexpectedly, the next day at dusk Li Changsheng was just about to close the stall. That familiar voice rang again. "Boss, how much is this bamboo basket?" When Li Changsheng heard these words, his expression stagnated and his figure paused as he turned his head to see the familiar figure of the maid picking up a bamboo basket for herself and asking questions. "Are you a man or a ghost? Didn't you come yesterday?" No sale means no sale. If it's not for sale, then it's not for sale. Why are you being mean? Poof. The maid angrily dropped a sentence and turned around to leave. Li Changsheng stood in the same place with a dumbfounded look on his face. Thinking of the bizarre events that he had encountered in the past few days, Li Changsheng only felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that he had encountered a ghost hitting the wall again? In a trance his mind went blank again. Then he looked at the figures on the street. There was no repetition. How could he have come across something so bizarre? No, I must have gotten up in the wrong position to get a quick nap. Li Changsheng packed up his things, closed the door and went to bed. But how can not sleep? The next day at dawn, he depressed as usual sitting in front of the door to do business. "Boss, how much is this bamboo basket?" At the moment of dusk, the weird scene happened again. Li Changsheng saw the maid again. The same words. 101. "Okay, I'll take 10. The maid nodded and took out 1 or 2 silver pieces and continued. "This is too many bamboo baskets. I'll give you an address, so you can deliver them for me later." "Good." Li Changsheng nodded dully and watched the maid walk away with satisfaction. Li Changsheng frowned and immediately followed. But as soon as he turned to the alley, the bizarre scene happened again. The maid had disappeared. Li Changsheng looked around through the alley. Where was the shadow of the maid? Li Changsheng came back and sat on the bamboo chair, looking at the bamboo basket in front of him in deep thought. First of all, his mind was clear, and there were no illusions like boundaries around him, so it couldn't be that this 10,000 serpent city was all fake. That courtyard, Li Changsheng will not go there even if he dies. Obviously he was hit by some illusion similar to the ghost hitting the wall. In the end, who wants to harm him? There is no need. Right. He is just an ordinary mortal. Didn't offend anyone. Another day passed. Li Changsheng found that the maid came again. Still the same words, the same action. Li Changsheng full of promise down, but did nothing, for nothing to get 1 or 2 silver. After a month of this cycle, Li Changsheng was close to running out of steam. "Boss, how much is this bamboo basket?" 101. "Okay, I'll take 10. This is too many bamboo baskets. I'll give you an address and you can deliver them for me later." "Good." When the maid was satisfied and left, Li Changsheng silently followed. This time he was very close. The maid kept walking ahead without looking back, and as she turned into the alley, a bizarre scene occurred. Her body began to vaporize and gradually disappeared into the alley. Li Changsheng was sure he must have seen a ghost. He rushed forward, trying to find out what was going on, but to no avail. He saw nothing. Li Changsheng walked back in a depressed manner and took out a detailed explanation of Formation Basics book and watched it. The so-called array, derived through the 5 elements gossip, array cultivation to the depths of the hidden mountains and dense sea, water and fill the stone. Illusion is also a kind of array. Recently, Li Changsheng had been trying to study formations. There were too many weird things in the cultivation world, and if he wanted to honestly get on in this world, he would always need to know something about formations. It was obvious that there was a kind of illusion spell formation in the vicinity, and he was already deeply trapped in it, and if he couldn't break out of it, he might not be able to walk out of this cycle for the rest of his life. In addition to the spell formations, he also studied the essence of talisman making. There were also various kinds of talismans, which could also bring about good fortune and avoid evil, and return the soul to ward off evil. He had to study them as well. 3 springs passed in a flash with this reading. In 3 years, He had turned over all the books on spell formations, talisman making, and the like, and hadn't found anything that could break this phenomenon. "Boss, how much is this bamboo basket?" 1,000 taels. Li Changsheng looked at this maid who had been cycling for 3 years and casually said, "Okay, I'll take 10. The maid agreed straight away and was about to take out her silver. But then she realized that she only had 1 or 2 silver pieces on her. "I don't have that much money on me right now, so I'll come back tomorrow." The maid turned around and left after saying this, which left Li Changsheng in a daze. So that's how it works? Watching the maid leave, Li Changsheng secretly followed her again, and when she reached the corner she once again vaporized and disappeared before his eyes. Returning to the bamboo chair, Li Changsheng fell into deep thought. He had always used various methods to break the illusion in the past, not realizing that this illusion might have a great deal to do with the words he had spoken. Chapter 042 Weirdness reappears. "Boss, how much is this bamboo basket?" 900 taels. "Okay, I'll take 10. The maid felt around on her body and only turned up 1 or 2 silver pieces. "I don't have that much money on me, so I'll come back tomorrow." "That's okay, where do you live?" "I'll go with you to get it," Li Changsheng asked tentatively. "Okay, you're coming with me." What Li Changsheng didn't expect was that the maid had agreed in one breath, only to see that the maid led the way in front, with Li Changsheng following behind, and when it came to the corner, the maid's body vaporized and eventually disappeared. Li Changsheng stood dumbfounded. "I haven't gotten in the car yet. Hey, I haven't gotten in the car yet." After shouting, the maid had long since disappeared, and Li Changsheng waited for half a day without waiting for the maid to come back to pick her up. When he went back, Li Changsheng thought that he must have spoken in a wrong way, and that he would try other words tomorrow. Sure enough, by the next day, the maid came again. "Don't ask. 2 taels of silver you take." Seeing the maid, Li Changsheng said directly. A hint of doubt appeared on the maid's face. "Okay, I'll take 10. The maid felt around her body and only came up with 1 or 2 silver pieces. "I don't have that much money on me right now, so come back tomorrow." "Don't. You've been here for 3 years. Where does your family live?" "I'll go with you to get it." Li Changsheng was anxious and said, "My family lives in the old ancient house in the West End, so come with me." The maid said a word and then walked forward, but Li Changsheng knew that the so-called ancient family old mansion is not the compound that had been there before. Besides, it's the wrong direction. Follow the maid as she turns into the alley. The maid is gone. He is still there. There must be a bug somewhere. Li Changsheng thought for a long time and looked at the stall. He immediately took a bamboo basket and headed towards the old mansion. When he reached the entrance of the mansion, Li Changsheng took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Knock knock. The door to the room opened and a creepy old woman stuck her head out. "Who are you looking for?" "I'm delivering bamboo baskets. Come in." The old woman let Li Changsheng come in, and with a turn of her eyes, the door closed, and the old woman walked toward the small house next to her with her back hitching a ride without even paying attention to Li Changsheng. The scene sent a chill down Li Changsheng's spine. When the old woman walked into the house, ghostly Li Changsheng followed. The autumn wind was cold and chilly, and as expected, in Li Changsheng's shocked gaze, the old woman disappeared in the house. "Are you there, old woman?" There was no response, and with a cool swish behind him, Li Changsheng bravely began to search the hut. The hut was a bit cluttered with a broken wooden bed, some broken bowls and tables, and a few knickknacks that no one else wanted. Li Changsheng's gaze turned to the wooden bed, a single layer of quilt covering it. Li Changsheng carefully walked to the edge of the bed. Yuan Qi flowed in his body, and after determining that there wasn't any living person's scent, he slowly lifted the quilt. With a swish sound, a dozen black shadows violently scurried out. Li Changsheng looked for a moment. In that quilt, a morose white bone was exposed. The wild rats had already made this place their home. This old woman has been dead for I don't know how many years. Even though Li Changsheng was bold, he couldn't withstand such a toss. Not to mention that he really didn't have much guts, and in the face of such a horrifying scene, he hastily retreated. Dum 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 dum. There was a sound of footsteps in the distance. Li Changsheng hurriedly turned around but found nothing. "Is anyone there?" Li Changsheng asked, but there was no response. "What's wrong with me? I can't come during the day. I have to come at night." Li Changsheng secretly cursed and immediately carried the basket out of the courtyard. But in the next second, heaven and earth changed, and as he passed through the gate, his surroundings became steeply eerie. The dogs were gone in the distance. The people in the streets were gone, and it was dim and cold all around. Li Changsheng's face was shocked, and he hurriedly ran to the street. The ground was bleak, leaves covered the street, and the stores in the distance had no more scent of living people. Only a few lanterns smoldered with a grim red fire. The air around him became wet and cold. Li Changsheng looked at the distance. Under the misty shroud, it seemed as if there were silhouettes swaying, and suddenly, A dark shadow walked out from the house in the distance. Li Changsheng was overjoyed in his heart and hurriedly ran over to say hello, but only when he reached the halfway point did he see that it was not a human figure. It was clearly a black ghostly figure. Unable to see the face or the figure. A completely inhuman existence. Hiss. The black shadow seemed to have discovered Li Changsheng. It stopped and turned to look at Li Changsheng. Rush in. Demons and devils show themselves. Li Changsheng was so scared that he pulled out a talisman and recited an incantation that he didn't even know if it worked or not. But it was obvious that the incantation was of no use at all. The ghostly shadow came towards him, and Li Changsheng ran towards the distance in a hurry with a shocked expression. For a time, the entire 10,000 serpents city turned into a ghost city, with a bleak, colorless landscape everywhere. Vaguely, Li Changsheng heard the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling, scaring people with goosebumps. Li Changsheng found his house according to his original memory. To Li Changsheng's surprise, this place was the same as before. His bamboo basket and bamboo chair were all still there. It was unbelievable, but the surroundings have long been bleak. Nothing is left. People are gone. The store is gone, as if a withered and dead city. Li Changsheng hid in the house. Through the window can see the outside while from time to time there are black shadows walking past. They have no face at all. Also cannot speak. One is like a ghost. Is this place hell? I don't know how long had passed. Where did Li Changsheng still feel sleepy? He only felt his scalp tingling. Suddenly, he saw a dark figure walking in front of his stall. Seeing that black shadow, Li Changsheng had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Li Changsheng rushed out and looked at the black shadow and said, "Where is this? I know you're the girl. Get me out of here." That black shadow looked at Li Changsheng and was silent for a long time. Then suddenly nodded as if it had understood Li Changsheng's words. Li Changsheng was overjoyed in his heart, and busily followed the black shadow. This time the black shadow wasn't going the wrong way, but led him towards the old ancient family mansion. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but as the dark figure led him into the alley, there was a voice in his ear. "My young lady doesn't like to receive outsiders, so be careful with your words when you arrive at the mansion later." Li Changsheng's eyes widened as the scene in front of him gradually became clearer, and the black shadow in front of him gradually turned into the maid's appearance. Looking further back, the streets had color as well, only the people were still extremely sparse, almost non-existent. Li Changsheng excitedly took the maid's hand. Chapter 043, I'm pregnant. Yours. Come on. Who am I? Where am I? And who are you? Where are you? What am I doing here? Why did I come here? Are you a man or a ghost? By the wall. Li Changsheng blocked the maid there eagerly. You? What do you want? Looking at Li Changsheng's eager gaze, the maid couldn't help but blush. You're blushing a yo-yo. Big sister. I'm really in a hurry. Can you tell me where the hell is this place? Oh, city of 10,000 snakes. Are you a man or a ghost? I'm human. Then how come there's no one in town? Who says there's no one? Look. Li Changsheng turned his eyes and was dumbfounded. Sure enough, the streets were full of silhouettes, and just like before, the stupid dog in the distance was still happily looking at this side. Li Changsheng took 2 steps backward. For a moment some confusion. What the hell is the situation? How to blink the world all changed like. Hey, basket seller. Are you still leaving? My master doesn't like to wait for people. The maid looked at the foolish Li Changsheng and called out. Li Changsheng came back to his senses, and when he followed the maid to the ancient family mansion, he was still thinking in his mind that he might have really come back. Everything just now must have been a hallucination. No, he'd have to leave this hellhole when he got back. Knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door and the door to the room suddenly opened. Li Changsheng looked up in surprise and saw the familiar old woman smiling to greet him. Ah, Honger, you're back. And this is? Grandma, he's here to deliver the basket. Oh, come on in, come on in. The old woman was enthusiastic. Where was her previous weird appearance? At this moment, Li Changsheng only felt a vicious chill. He had seen it with his own eyes, and the old woman's grimy white bones were still lying in the hut. When I walked into the yard, the leaves on the ground were gone and the yard was clean. Miss, I'm back. There's a guest. The maid called Honger happily walked towards the side room. Yes, I can't spare the time right now. Could you wait a moment, please? Familiar words came from the side room, causing Li Changsheng's mind to be shaken, and when he walked to the door of the side room, he saw that Honger had already walked into the side door. An aroma of rice filled the air. Li Changsheng looked at the corridor, hesitated for a moment, and lifted his foot towards the kitchen. Knock, knock, knock. The footsteps were crisp and low, and he was getting closer to the kitchen. Bam! Li Changsheng's heart I followed slowed down by a minute. Suddenly, he turned his head to see that the imaginary figure of the little girl had not come in. Oops, miss, you're hurt. Suddenly the maid's voice came from the kitchen, and Li Changsheng came back to his senses and walked towards the kitchen. In his gaze, The two figures did not disappear, but instead were clearly revealed to him. One was the maid dressed as Honger, and the other was dressed in a pink apron, with a classical beauty on that delicate face, as if she was an ancient lady. Her skin was fair and snowy, and her figure was graceful, so she was the young lady of the Gu family. So beautiful. You, all right? Li Changsheng asked tentatively. The ancient family's young lady raised her eyes to look at them. The light of those eyes was as clear as water, pure and flawless. Suddenly a flash of blush flashed across her delicate face, and she quickly lowered her head again. No, it's fine. Your Excellency, later. The meal will be ready soon. Such a scene is a heartwarming one. Li Changsheng looked at this scene awkwardly and could only avoid it. As he walked towards the stairs, he once again came to the door of a room on the second floor. By all rights, there should have been a body here. It was the body of the little girl. Li Changsheng listened to the sound of frying downstairs, took a deep breath, and violently opened the room. The eyes gazed at it. Where was the imagined scene? It was empty. There was nothing in it. This gave Li Changsheng a feeling of time and space dislocation, and he couldn't tell if he was in reality or in a dream now. Back downstairs, the meal was ready. Li Changsheng didn't dare to eat as he looked at the table. The thought of corpses and whatnot gave him some chills. This must all be fake. However, it was worth mentioning that the Miss Gu family, also known as Gu Xia, would always look at Li Changsheng with affection, and there was light in those eyes. Li Changsheng didn't know how to come out, walking alone on the way back, as if everything was as usual. The street was still bustling with people coming and going, and in a trance, Li Changsheng felt that he had returned to reality. Upon arriving at his store, bamboo chairs, bamboo baskets, straw mats and hats, everything was the same as before. Is it all an illusion? Li Changsheng pinched his arm. There was pain. This was all true. Then it was all a dream before. Having figured this out, Li Changsheng felt relieved. Everything seemed to be as usual. When the next day came, Li Changsheng was still weaving bamboo baskets at the door as before. Boss, how much is this bamboo basket? Suddenly, a familiar voice came, and Li Changsheng looked up in surprise. What are you looking at me for? How much is this bamboo basket? 100 won apiece. Okay, I'll take 10. With that, the maid fished out a tail of silver from her body and continued. This is too many bamboo baskets. I'll give you an address, so you can deliver them for me later. Hearing this, Li Changsheng's mind was shaken and he froze in place. The maid left after finishing her address, and Li Changsheng sat up in shock and hurriedly followed. When Honger turned into the alley, Li Changsheng hurriedly followed her, and saw that Honger didn't vanish into thin air and disappeared, but instead walked into another street. Seeing this, Li Changsheng's heart was relieved. Sure enough, this was all true. Li Changsheng was overjoyed in his heart. He should have come out. It was all an illusion before. It must be an illusion. Li Changsheng happily returned to the store, cleaned up, and immediately carried 10 bamboo baskets to the ancient family mansion. Knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door, and not long after, an old woman cautiously opened the door and saw Li Changsheng and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "I'm delivering bamboo baskets. Come in." The old woman let Li Changsheng in. "Granny, where do I put this bamboo basket?" "You sign for it." Li Changsheng went in and looked at the clean courtyard. His heart was even more relieved, and just as he turned his head, he saw the old woman walking towards the hut again as if she hadn't heard. This scene almost reminded Li Changsheng of something. Well, in the side room, a figure walked out. "Bamboo basket delivery. Come over here." Hearing the voice, Li Changsheng saw the woman, Miss Gu Xia of the Gu family. Li Changsheng walked over, and just as he entered the side room, the door of the room quickly closed, and before Li Changsheng had the chance to speak, he only saw Gu Xia take the initiative to welcome him with affection. "I'm pregnant." As soon as these words came out, Li Changsheng also smiled on his face. "Congratulations." However, in the next second, Li Changsheng's face stagnated. "It's yours." Ha! Chapter 044, Weirdness is changing. Li Changsheng at the moment is confused. Nima, take over the plate does not take, so take over it. That, are you sure? It seems like we're just, I know what's worrying, but, everyone's constitution is different, so there's that. Gu Xia's face was blushing, and she clearly looked satisfied with Li Changsheng's physique. God has a different physique. Li Changsheng looked at her figure. Such words could also come out of the mouth of a great lady. "I think it's better if we don't meet. I'm afraid." Happy to be a father. Something he'd never admit to. It was too scary here. He had to stay away. With that he excused himself, and when he returned, his mind went blank, always feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Sure enough, the next day, the maid came back. Same words, same behavior. Looking at the 1 or 2 silver pieces on the table, he didn't understand what the Gu family wanted so many bamboo baskets for. In the spirit of professional conduct, Li Changsheng carried the bamboo basket towards the ancient family compound. Knock, knock, who are you looking for? The gate opened and the old woman's head was revealed. I'm delivering bamboo baskets. Come in. It's still the same as before. Clean yard. Old lady playing dumb. And seeing Gu Xia again, Li Changsheng was shocked. This belly of yours? Only a day and a night had passed, and Gu Xia's stomach was already 7 or 8 months old. This couldn't be a dream. Whose baby is this? It was hard for Li Changsheng to imagine who on earth had made Missy's belly bigger. Oh, it seemed like he should have asked how it had gotten so big in one day. At home it's yours. It's definitely my Sagittarius on the outside. It's our secret. Gu Xia had a sweet look on her face as she said the words that made Li Changsheng's chrysanthemums tighten. What? You have a husband? You even cuckolded your husband? This. Li Changsheng Miso stood up, his face full of incredulity. This is too outrageous. Are all the women in the cultivation world so outrageous? What are you afraid of? I'm not even afraid. Gu Xia didn't seem worried at all. I'm afraid of taking the blame. Missy, you'd better let me go. The bamboo basket is placed in the courtyard. I'll leave first. Li Changsheng's scared face a little white. In other people's homes when the husband is not at home is really inconvenient. The key to this is certainly want to rely on their own. He had to hide far away before. Indeed, on the third day, the maid, Honger, came again. Your Missy's belly? How do you know it's born? It's a cute little girl. Honger was surprised, but to Li Changsheng it was a shock. A baby in one day? He was curious, and immediately carried the bamboo basket to the ancient family compound. Knock, knock. This time, he knocked on the door for a long time, and just as Li Changsheng was about to directly push the door in, the door suddenly opened slowly. Who are you looking for? A childish voice rang out, and Li Changsheng looked down as a familiar figure revealed itself. Isn't that the little girl we first met? You've grown so big in the blink of an eye? What did you eat? Is your mother there? Li Changsheng asked in a low voice. My mother is here, the little girl said and brought Li Changsheng inside. Come on, whose wild seed is that? Don't fight, the baby is yours. Lying, see if I don't beat you to death. Grass. When Li Changsheng walked in, he suddenly heard a miserable scream resounding from the side room. It was a man's voice and the sound of Gu Xia's mournful screams. Hearing this scene, Li Changsheng's scalp numb. This is discovered by her husband. Ah, the child is so big, only to find out. Li Changsheng looked at the little girl. In his heart, he only felt as if he came at the wrong time. Suddenly, the beating in the room stopped, and Li Changsheng turned his eyes to look at the doorway of that side room, where a dark shadow stared at him grimly. Li Changsheng frowned, knowing that it was not advisable to stay here for a long time. He immediately put down the bamboo basket and turned around to go out of the courtyard. In the distance, he seemed to hear the woman's desperate screams begin again. Boss, how much is this bamboo basket? At dusk the next day, the maid, Honger, came again, her face as usual. How is your lady? Li Changsheng was still thinking about yesterday's events and couldn't help but ask after her. Is my lady also something you can ask about? Honger looked at Li Changsheng as if she didn't recognize him and said in a cold voice. Boss, how much is this bamboo basket? 101. Okay, I'll buy 10. The maid, Honger, fished out 1 or 2 silver pieces from her body. This is too many bamboo baskets. I'll give you an address, so you can deliver them for me later. Okay. Li Changsheng watched the maid, Honger, leave in satisfaction, and felt a little frightened in his heart. Regardless of that, Li Changsheng carried the bamboo basket and headed towards the ancient family compound. Knock, knock, who are you looking for? The gate opened a crack and the old woman's head was revealed. I'm delivering bamboo baskets. Come in. Li Changsheng walked in, and for some reason, Li Changsheng felt that the old woman smelled like blood. Without minding the old woman, Li Changsheng came to the side room. Is anyone there? Yes, I can't spare the time right now. Could you wait a moment, please? Just as Li Changsheng was looking around, suddenly, an inexplicable sense of vestigial vision came to his mind. With a glance up, he looked into the depths of the side room as a woman walked out of the side door. This time, he saw Gu Xia's figure, and her face still wore a sweet smile, as if nothing had happened. However, when Li Changsheng walked in, a strong smell of blood hit the air. What are you doing? Li Changsheng frowned, just as he wanted to walk over. At the side door, Gu Xia's figure walked out and stood in the dimness, those innocent eyes looking at Li Changsheng. Yes, I can't spare the time right now. Could you wait a moment, please? This caused Li Changsheng's heart to shake, and for some reason, a cold sweat broke out on his back, and this strange feeling once again surged to his heart. Lingering, his eyes flicked to the stairway to the second floor, where a trail of blood trickled down. Li Changsheng's face was shocked, and he was busy turning around and heading upstairs. The closed room was revealed with a loud bang, and bright red blood stained the room, accompanied by a faint smell of blood and a strong stench of decay. Li Changsheng opened the door tremblingly, and in a flash, his pupils suddenly shrunk. On the wooden bed, the body of a dismembered little girl was revealed, the whitened eyes and terrified face, twisted and painfully etched in front of Li Changsheng's eyes. Li Changsheng's mental quality was already strong enough, but in the face of this scene, he still fell back with a face full of panic. Bang! Suddenly, Li Changsheng's body stagnated, as if he felt something behind him, like a figure. In a flash, Li Changsheng's yuan qi was running in his body, and he turned around violently. His face changed solemnly. Chapter 045, A Strange Past. It was a ghastly white face, all splattered with blood traces coming out of his pupils and his slightly open mouth filled with blood red. This scene was like a ghost and monster, making Li Changsheng almost have a cardiac arrest. Our baby's dead. Ooh. With a dull expression, with aggression and sorrow, she jumped into Li Changsheng's arms without a care in the world. At this moment, Li Changsheng felt the icy coldness of Gu Xia's body, as if it was an ice bank, causing Li Changsheng to have a jolt. He hastily pushed her away gently and said, "Who killed them?" "Sunda killed him. He killed our child." "So, I killed him." Gu Xia's eyes were rounded and her face was covered with the color of madness, and this further made Li Changsheng feel a sense of panic inside. "I have avenged our children. I have avenged our children." While her mouth kept repeating the words, her body was trembling, not knowing whether it was excitement or fear. However, Li Changsheng felt the coldness coming from his hands, and there was only one realization in his mind, that the woman in front of him was also a dead person. A living dead man with no temperature. It's okay, let's hurry up and get rid of the body first." Li Changsheng only wanted to escape from here at the moment, and he forced himself to hold back his nausea and fear for comfort. "No, you can't touch our baby, don't you touch her." Suddenly, Gu Xia screamed, as if it were the shrill howl of a necrophiliac, making people's souls tremble. Fine, I won't touch it. There should be bodies down there." Li Changsheng's scalp was numb, and he went downstairs while talking. He wanted to run, but when he reached the first floor, his body shook violently, and he looked into the inner room in horror. "Yes, I can't spare the time right now. Could you wait a moment, please?" A gentle voice came from the depths, and at that partial door, a bizarre figure walked out. It was Gu Xia. In a flash, Li Changsheng's mind was in chaos, looking at the figure deep in the corridor, and then looking at the figure upstairs. Two ancient haze came into his eyes. Ghost. The word was imprinted in his mind, and an inexplicable fear came over him, as if the whole world had changed. Li Changsheng frantically ran outward. He would never come here again. Just as he ran to the gate was pushed open with a loud bang and a figure walked in. "What's wrong with you, bamboo basket seller? Little Red, there are ghosts here. Your lady is." At this moment, Li Changsheng lowered his head and gasped for breath, but in the next second, his pupils suddenly shrunk. Xiao Hong's hands turned blood red, slightly raising his eyes. Her body was flowing with bright red blood. A strong smell of blood seeped out from her clothes. In a trance, a terrifying energy fluctuation suppressed. Lulu. Creeping sounds resounded above his head, and the figure from years ago turned into a standing pile of mixed blood and flesh, as if intestines and chunks of meat had been randomly blended together. Li Changsheng no longer dared to look upwards at this moment. A terrifying pressure had long ago shattered his mind and soul, and he no longer had the courage to look upwards anymore. In a trance, Li Changsheng seemed to be back in the black mist, with only the disgusting and rotting unnameable thing in his mind, which was the deepest fear that had been buried in the bottom of his heart, and at this moment, it completely materialized. In the city of 10,000 snakes there was a handsome young student who made his living by weaving bamboo baskets. His woven bamboo baskets are beautiful and practical, and many people like to buy his baskets. One day, Ms. Gu's family saw the bamboo basket boy and fell in love at first sight, but as a lady of the house, she couldn't express it. He could only arrange for the maid Xiaohong to buy his bamboo basket and have it delivered to the mansion every day. That bamboo basket boy was enamored with Gu Xia the first time he saw her. The two had a love affair and even made peace. But who would have thought that Gu Xia has long been married to a wife, and her husband is a cultivator who is always on the road, traveling to and from the border places of the Shilua Empire. You don't come back for 3 or 5 years. Gu Xia has a secret affair with a young man in a bamboo basket and becomes pregnant. When Sang Ho returned, the child had already been born and grown up to be 4 or 5 years old, so he was naturally furious, and directly threw the child to death in front of Gu Xia and dismembered it. Gu Xia Myriad simply can't stop the tragedy, and is mad with hatred for Sagami. "I won't let you go even if I turn into a ghost." Gu Xia finished this sentence will hang himself, but were the Sangong willing to let go of this pair of adulterous couple? Immediately the body of Gu Xia dismembered and thrown into the ancient well. At the same time, he discovered the little bamboo basket student, and in order to take revenge on this mortal, he did not kill the little bamboo basket student, but designed the most horrible reincarnation formation. From that day on, Bamboo Basket Jr. was caught in an endless cycle. Not more than a month will be crazy and dying before the torture, the whole body by their own hands scratching bloody, face all disfigurement, eyeballs are also by their own ruthless buckle down. The death is extremely miserable, and Red was tortured to death, and the old woman was killed in the hut. After doing this, the Sagittarius wanted to dismantle his spell, but the spell kept running and could not be dismantled. Only then did he realize that Gu Xia had really transformed into a stern ghost had been circulating in this spell formation. Seeing this and realizing that he simply couldn't get rid of the severe ghost that Gu Xia had incarnated, that pharaoh immediately went far away and fled to the Shilua Empire, never to return. On the bed couch, Li Changsheng sat up in shock, and the moment he opened his eyes, he realized that he had long been sweating profusely and was soaked to the skin. Looking around again at the furnishings, a black mist flowed through the room amidst the opulence. In the blink of an eye, he saw a red-clothed female ghost with a pale face, 2 blood-stained eyes, and covered with a horrible black aura standing right beside him. Gu Xia, I'm not a bamboo basket youngster. I'm just an ordinary cultivator. Very vegetable. Don't harm me. Seeing such a terrifying ancient Xia, Li Changxing's body was jolted and he was scared to the point of cold sweat. Nima, people scare people to death? Ghosts scare people to death. Help me kill my Sagittarius and I'll let you go. Gu Xia stopped pretending at this moment, and a terrifying divine thought was transmitted into Li Changxing's mind and heart. What's the name of your husband? What cultivation? I don't know. His name is Ming Gao Hai, a spirit transformation stage cultivator. Upon hearing this, Li Changxing's heart shook. Sister, I'm only at the Qi refining stage cultivation. You're asking me to kill a transformation god stage powerhouse? You might as well simply kill me. Don't say it's a god realization stage cultivator. Even if it's a Jidan stage cultivator, he doesn't have any way to kill each other. It's not like looking for death. If you don't help me, I'll kill you right now. Between the words, Gu Xia transformed into the appearance of a terrifying stern ghost, and a monstrous aura of resentment filled the entire room. Looking at this horrifying scene, Li Changsheng immediately wimped out and immediately made a contemplative gesture. I think it's still something to think about. Chapter 046, 70 years passed in a flash. Sister, it's not that I won't help you. It's just that, look at me, a small cultivator at the refining stage. It's impossible for me to beat a strong person at the transforming spirit stage. You have to give me time. Li Changsheng thought to himself, better to die than to live. If this severe ghost really has a bad brain and kills and eats him now, then he is really wronged. Anyway, let's stabilize the immediate future first. I can't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood right now, and I'm only giving you 100 years. Knight Gu Xia was silent for a moment and said in a stern voice, Oil Grammy? Li Changxing's eyes widened. 100 years? Not to mention 100 years. Even 1,000 years he could not reach the cultivation level of the transformation spirit stage. 100 years was too little. He would never agree to it. He could not leave a handle on himself. I can teach you the ghost shadow reincarnation formation to trap him. Li Changsheng was just about to argue with reason when Gu Xia's voice came, accompanied by a terrifying ghostly aura that instantly calmed him down. I think we can plan again. Looking at that horrible face, Li Changsheng felt that as long as he didn't agree, I'm afraid he would be torn apart by her on the spot. Seeing Li Changsheng in this pretense of contemplation and embarrassment, how could Gu Xia not know what he was thinking? Once you learn the ghost shadow reincarnation formation, you will be able to crack this place and go out. Hearing this, Li Changsheng's eyes brightened. It seemed that learning about this grand formation was necessary. However, once he thought of going to face the god transformation stage powerhouse, he sneaked a look at Gu Xia and showed a sad look again. He must not let him know that he went out and did not come back. You can't catch me anyway. I have a cousin who cultivates immortals in the Shilua Empire and is exceptionally talented. She can help you out. Her strength is at least Yuaning stage. Upon hearing this, Li Changxing's expression was stunned. Then why are you? And she's prettier than me. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng came to anger. I am not close to women. I don't care if she floats. She's got a big valley. As soon as these words came out, Li Changsheng was stuck. His gaze intentionally or unintentionally looking towards Gu Xia's proud valley with a look of surprise on his face. Bigger than you? Well, twice as big, Gu Xia said indifferently. Sure enough, men are all the same. Hiss, Li Changxing's eyes widened. Gu Xia's body, at least her cousin is twice as big. Wouldn't. It doesn't matter if it's big or not. I'm mostly sick of your ex-husband's ruthless face. I'll do this favor. Li Changsheng was mesmerized and suddenly asked, "Is your cousin willing to help you? Is it true? What's her name? Did she marry someone? What is her favorite?" "Her name is Gu Xinxin. She is a disciple of the Vanyin sect, the first major sect in Shilua. If you find her and tell me that I've been murdered, she will help you. She loved to listen to me when she was a child. As long as you help me, I'll let her be your cultivation Dao couple." "Dao couple doesn't matter. First of all, I'm not for your cousin. I purely look down on your ex-husband's ruthless and poisonous face. Immortal cultivators should take removing devils and defending the way as their own responsibility. Even if you don't give me any payment, I'll still be obliged to help you." "Well, I believe you." Gu Xia looked at Li Changsheng's righteous appearance, as if Li Changsheng really didn't want his cousin's beauty by helping her. The rest of the day is good. Kusha sometimes goes crazy and turns into all sorts of horrible shapes and shadows. Li Changsheng, on the other hand, concentrated on studying the newly learned Ghost Shadow Reincarnation Grand Formation. This big formation is exquisite. It was created by Gu Xia's ex-husband, but after more than 100 years of evolution, and being improved by Gu Xia, a super severe ghost, it has already surpassed the big formation at the level of the transformation of God stage. And it is estimated that even if the refined void realm or even a big man at the ensemble stage enters into this formation, it is feared that it will reincarnate for the rest of its life and not be able to get out of the formation. Learning this formation had taken Li Changsheng 10 long years, and there was no one else with this talent, and it took Li Changsheng more than 50 years to crack this formation. By the time Li Changsheng came out, more than 60 years had passed, and counting the years that had passed before that was 70 years. He was now a 220-year-old cultivator at the second level of Qi practicing. Name, lifespan, immortality, age, 220, talent, 5 mixed spiritual roots, judgment, extremely poor, level, second level of Qi cultivation, strength, 30, agility, 30, endurance, 30, defense, 40, spirit, 54, skills, transfiguration, cooking, masonry, handmade bamboo baskets, avatar, longevity true fire, cooldown, 3.2 million years, formation, ghost shadow reincarnation formation, technique, the secret of eternal life, the secret of drawing Qi and practicing Qi, available attribute points, 50. Li Changsheng every year to obtain a little attribute points will be accumulated not to use. Accumulate more time to use again will always be a little strange effect. After all, he only gained 1 attribute point a year, and 1 attribute point gave him a big boost. However, what made Li Changsheng depressed was that the attribute points did not enhance his apparent cultivation. That is to say, the hidden strength that the system gave him, other people can't detect it, and among his attribute points, only the addition of spiritual power will help him in the Qi refining stage, such as the strength of divine sense, the speed of casting spells, and the strength of the soul have been greatly improved. But other people look at him as still a weakling Qi refining stage cultivator. He himself didn't know how strong his comprehensive strength was anymore. Anyway, he basically wasn't afraid of the same rank Qi refining stage cultivators. Even if he encountered a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi practicing, he could resist dozens of deadly attacks with his hidden defense. When Li Changsheng cracked the Ghost Shadow Reincarnation formation, there was an additional copper mirror in his hand. A dim ghostly aura was reflected in the bronze mirror, which reflected a spooky old mansion with a large ancient character showing above the gate. Suddenly, in that copper mirror, in a window inside the ancient mansion, a white figure was ghostly revealed. Gu Xia was dressed in white and emanated, and her whitish ghostly eyes seemed to have penetrated the copper mirror and stared directly at Li Changsheng. This made Li Changsheng's heart tremble, and he hurriedly shook the bronze mirror, and the image inside turned into an ordinary bronze mirror that could reflect his own face. Shady, shady, shady. Li Changsheng let out a bitter smile. Gu Xia is haunting him, not to help him find his ex-husband. She may have to haunt him for the rest of his life. Maybe in the middle of the night will also come out of the mirror to get some air. Not to scare him to death, probably also have to be scared crazy. Hurriedly put the copper mirror into his arms. This is what Gu Xia said. Never put her into the space ring or storage bag. Otherwise she will block the space ring and he won't be able to use the items in the space ring in the future. However, this is good. In case you meet any strong enemy, the bronze mirror is also his side of the hidden bottom card. The transformation of God stage ghosts in the bronze mirror to stay. Cannot see death to save it. Looking at the former 10,000 Serpent City, a flash of 70 years have passed. 10,000 Serpent City stores have long been renovated and remodeled. The former mortal merchants have disappeared. Things are not the same as they used to be, and some of the century-old stores have been replaced by other stores. The years are really a pig-killing knife. Li Changsheng looked at the once small store of bamboo baskets, which had long been replaced by a grocery store, and it didn't miss this place, turned around and blended into the flow of people, heading towards the direction of the Shilua Empire. Chapter 047, The Silo Empire. The Shillua Empire, compared to the Great Xia dynasty, is a bit more open. The women here are basically dressed sprightly, with all kinds of brocades and silks, especially cool in the summer. On the street, those low-cut dresses are everywhere, and super short skirts are everywhere, as if they're afraid that people won't look at her. Girl, please, what are you looking at? Downhead boy. Passing through the town's main road, people and cars were coming and going, and it had been considered a safer zone between the big city and the countryside. The roads are always filled with people coming and going, fields, houses everywhere, and a feeling of being back in modern times. Li Changqing went on foot when he arrived at this place, so he could browse the landscape and see the place at the same time. But just when he saw a standard woman intending to ask for directions, he was disliked by the woman with a look of disgust on her face. Walking with her there are 2 or 3 sisters, each flamboyant, youthful and beautiful, in a trance, as if the modern tour of the young girls. What downhead man? I just purely wanted to ask for directions. Li Changsheng was speechless. This woman was also Tupu Xin. Oh, you've just been looking at us colorfully, and you said you were asking for directions. Where are your eyes looking? That's right, look at the way you're dressed. From the countryside. Right, like a bumpkin. Right, why don't you go ask the men, but ask us sisters for directions? What do you want to do if you don't want to use the opportunity to get close to us? Just so you know, we're not the kind of people who are casual. We can't look at dirtbags like you. Li Changsheng was dumbfounded. Although he wasn't super handsome, there was no need to be so insulting. Dirtbag? Do you have money? Do you have a car? Let alone a carriage. You don't even have an ox cart. Without a car or a house. Don't learn from others to pick up girls. Hurry back to farming. You're still looking. Believe it or not, I'll shout molestation and get the officials to arrest you. Sisters, hit him. Li Changsheng has not yet spoken. All by them. See Li Changsheng in mute like, instantly get an inch. Go up as a wild beating. Li Changsheng suddenly had an illusionary feeling of returning to the modern era and being ruled by a Puxin woman in the world. What the 3 principles, ethics and morals, all of them were abandoned. Naturally, Li Changsheng didn't dare to make a move with these mortal women for fear of accidentally killing them, so he could only pull out his legs and run. Quite a mess. There were some other men in wagons on the road who were laughing. Hey chicks, come up and sit down for a while. We have a car. Give you a ride. Uncle, you're too ugly. We're not going to sit down. Stay wherever it's cool. We're so little. Be careful of being targeted by hooligans. Oh, stare. And don't you mind. Go home and plant your land. Passing carriages and ox carts were able to casually flirt with these very scantily clad women. Li Changsheng sort of somewhat understood the ethos of the Shillua country. Women can be reckless on the street, and men can also be reckless. Looking down on each other, flirting with each other. After seeing 2 other women not far away joyfully getting into a passing carriage, Li Changsheng could only walk on foot with his own bitter gift. The passing carriages ignored him, and so did the ox carts, and it was true that men were very cheap bottom feeders everywhere, and it was men's work to suffer and fight, and it was also men who suffered. The few pretty girls from before also quickly found their way to the carriage and headed towards the city. Finally, Li Changsheng stopped a donkey cart halfway down the road and spent 1 or 2 silver dollars to sit on it. Young man, you're from out of town at first glance, aren't you? Ha? What makes you think that, my lord? Hey, you look more dirt. The donkey car Moncler outlet online said honestly, look at the other young people. Which one does not wear fancy? No matter what, the jacket has to be brocade and silk. Even if it is ragged, also have to wear a piece of it. Otherwise how can it be a young man? This robe of yours, it's only popular in the Great Xia dynasty next door. It's either gray, black, or a solid color. It's too old-fashioned. Once he heard this, Li Changsheng came to a realization. Even the oldest man in the Shillua country was about trends. It was unbelievable. The youngsters in the country of Shillua are all very fashionable indeed. Not wearing robes anymore, only wearing the kind of pants, shirts, and coats, and they must be embellished with a little bit of jewelry on their bodies. Bangles, triggers, gold chains, and there is something to be said for the quality of their clothes. Women must wear silk, lace with floral patterns. Men must wear silk, brightly colored and colorful. The shoes must be leather, real leather. The women are sandals with floral lace. The Daxia dynasty likes to wear the ancient kind of cloth shoes. The better ones are called long boots, which can't be worn for 3 years. Speaking of which, the economic level of the Shillua country was really a notch higher, and there were really more beautiful women, and their minds were opened up a bit. Women in the Daxia dynasty could also go out, but dressed conservatively, not showing their legs, not showing their shoulders, not wearing low-cut dresses, and not going out alone, which was dangerous. And the Silo Empire had no such qualms at all. With short, super short dresses, strapless, and big shoulders. In a trance, Li Changsheng had the feeling of traveling through an era. In this way, after traveling in the donkey cart for more than an hour, the shadow of the city ahead was revealed. The roads in Silo country are also very developed. Surprisingly, they are all paved with gravel. Some of them even pounced on the brick road. And I heard that the more developed areas already have concrete roads. Just on the road almost into the city. The boss's donkey cart stopped, and Li Changsheng was also shocked to look at this moment, only to see the roadside in front of them. 3 women in rags, hair scattered, squatting by the roadside crying. Who else could it be if not the 3 who looked down on Li Changsheng before? What happened to them? Li Changsheng asked. What else could it be? It must have been spoiled and then abandoned by a man. The old man looked as if he had seen it all long ago, with a look of regret and indifference. Isn't that a rape? Why don't you report it to the police? Li Changsheng asked in surprise. Some are forced, some are voluntary. You can tell the difference. It's useless to report to the police, as long as there is no death. Who cares about this? The boss looked clear, a look of regret, but there was nothing he could do about it. Sighing, the oldest man set up the donkey cart again and continued on his way. Won't you give them a ride? Li Changsheng didn't understand. It wasn't right to leave these 3 women on the road just like that. Bring a fart. It's all their own fault. Who let them wear such revealing clothes? Being bullied. Think of us honest people. Think of justice. Why don't they pay attention to it normally? The boss got inexplicably angry when he heard that. Is the way to protect a flower to stop it from blooming? It's ridiculous for you to say that. This is what happens to women in the Silo country. When you have a daughter, you'll go through it too. No need to sympathize with them. Li Changsheng was stunned to listen to the boss's remarks, and when he passed the 3 women, their eyes averted, but they still looked down on the boss's donkey cart in general. Chapter 048 Brother, can I borrow some money? Willow City, one of a very prosperous and famous city in the Shilua Empire. When he arrived in the city, Li Changsheng was also considered to have opened his eyes. People came and went on the street. The ground was paved with marble material, and all the way to see men and women wearing various colors walking on the street. In a trance there was a feeling of returning to the modern era. Few people wore those solid colored robes here anymore, and the stores on either side of them were hung with all sorts of odd decorations. Wind chimes, crystals, glass, large mirrors, and the house is also vintage with an edgy feel. Walking on the street, some men and women who saw Li Changsheng's dress were also casting strange gazes, as if he really looked like a bumpkin. Li Changsheng entered a clothing store and bought a coat and pants, in addition to a pair of real beast leather shoes, which cost him a full 20 taels of silver, and changed from inside to outside. At night, Willow City is even more brightly lit, night and day, with countless handsome men and women on the streets. Li Changsheng was sitting in front of a stall eating a barbecue when he suddenly heard a commotion in the distance. Turning his eyes, he saw 2 middle-aged older men running towards the opposite side in a hurry. By one of the walls of that street, a scantily clad woman had just walked out of what resembled a bar and just collapsed to the ground unconscious. Pedestrians passing by just looked at it and left pretending not to see it. The 2 middle-aged men grabbed and ran over to the woman and kindly carried her on their backs and ran away. Hey, there's another woman being picked up, the owner of the vendor said with a big smile, causing the people eating barbecue around him to laugh and look like they didn't care at all. Li Changsheng is also silent. These women, he doesn't care. In Lu City, as long as no one is killed, the government doesn't care. And these women who often get drunk in nightclubs, in their opinion, all deserve it. No one will sympathize with this kind of people. Good women who come to buy drunkenness in the middle of the night. There are also some women are also eating barbecue in the stall. Also indifference to watch. They seem to be more open and indifferent than the men to see. This kind of also pick up. You men are not afraid of getting diseases. Anyway, playing with each other, not marrying back as a daughter-in-law. What are you afraid of? Words like this came from Li Changsheng, who was also dumbfounded by what he heard. After eating the barbecue, Li Changsheng bought a cup of chilled fruit juice on the street, but also sent a crystal glass cup, commonly known as buy a cup to send juice. Later cups to stay also come over to renew a cup cheaper. It had to be said that the nightlife in the Shilua Empire was much richer than the Great Xia dynasty. After just a few steps, when Li Changsheng walked to another street with fewer people, a woman with a very hot dress suddenly walked up behind him. The woman looked to be about 20 years old and had a good figure, short skirt, low-cut dress, and a pretty face. Brother, do you have money? The woman asked in a low, shy voice. As soon as he saw this scene, Li Changsheng immediately realized what Shilua Empire street women are so unapologetic. Well, yes, why? Can I have some? I can stay with you all day, the woman said shyly, her 2 small hands still unconsciously pinching the hem of her skirt. seemingly a little nervous. Hearing this, Li Changsheng was speechless. Nima, this world is really convenient. Sorry, I'm not interested right now. Find someone else. Li Changsheng smiled. He had long since stopped being a young man. He was over 200 years old and still a cultivator. He had little interest in mortal women. As soon as he saw that a mortal woman, even if she looked beautiful, would be human and old as soon as a few decades had passed, he became even more disinterested. If it was a cultivation woman, that would be of some interest, but he had long since experienced marriage and children, and was interested in beautiful women, but would never invest too much emotional energy in them anymore. After saying that Li Changsheng is going to go, but the woman's face was stunned. A clenched teeth again chased up and said, that you can lend me a little money. My mother is sick. Need to find a doctor to catch medicine. I have no money. Hearing this, Li Changsheng was stunned. This reason was too far-fetched. Shouldn't it be the ex-husband who is addicted to gambling and divorced with 2 children? Or has a younger brother who has to go to school and carries the burden of a family on his back? We don't seem to know each other. Why would you be looking for me? Li Changsheng laughed, trying to cheat him out of money. Did he look that good? However, this made Li Changsheng think of the dozens of dollars he had been cheated by a mother and daughter at the train station before crossing over. It's silly to think about it now. I can make a note, and I can take you to my house, and I promise to pay you back when I have the money. Please. The woman looked anxious, with crystals glittering in her eyes, as if she was about to cry. Li Changsheng looked at her, paused and said, okay, you take me to see your mother. Right now, he had a lot of time on his hands, and anyway, he had nothing to do but see how well the woman could act. Okay. Nevertheless, the woman was overjoyed and hurriedly pulled Li Changsheng's hand and ran towards a residential area. Passing through an alley, Li Changsheng frowned. The depths of this residential area even had slums. There wasn't even a store on the road. Garbage was everywhere. Sewage filth was everywhere. In the distance there were a few drunks hooting and hollering and talking drunk. And on the other side of the doorway next to the dog kennel lay a beggar. The woman was also careful and tense. And when she arrived here she instead looked a little put out. Passing through another alley, the woman took out a cloth bag from one of the bushes, and rummaged through it to pull out a still clean linen dress over her body, which made Li Changsheng think that she was afraid of her mother's reproach to do so. Only then did the woman lead Li Changsheng to a 3-story high, dilapidated courtyard, where the rooms were so old that they were about to collapse, and the only 1 or 2 that were still considered good. When he got up the stairs, a faint fire flickered in a broken room. Mother, Wan Er is back. Wan Er cough cough cough. Walking into the room, Li Changsheng only saw a dozen square feet of broken room, with 4 walls of the house, only some simple furniture and a worn-out big wooden bed. There was a pale middle-aged woman lying on that wooden bed, and Li Changsheng then realized that the woman called Waner didn't seem to be lying about her appearance. And this is? He is. Waner was momentarily speechless. Li Changsheng quickly stepped forward and smiled. I am a doctor. Under Waner's astonished gaze, Li Changsheng pinched the middle-aged woman's wrist, and Yuan Qi flowed out from his body. Li Changsheng had also read books on medicine and alchemy and the like in 10,000 Serpent City, and medicine and alchemy were originally from the same source. And in the cultivation world, medicine was a minor path, used by mortals. Alchemy is the way for cultivators to practice. A high-ranking alchemist must be able to practice medicine, and those who can practice medicine are not necessarily alchemists. The body is weak and the uterus is cold. In addition to the accumulation of labor, there is no big problem. I'll prescribe a few medicines for you, and you'll be fine in a month. Soon, Li Changsheng diagnosed the root cause of the disease. For mortals it might drag on for a few years and then die, but for cultivators, it was not a big disease. Chapter 049, Ghosting Spirit Body. What are you doing? In an abandoned room, Li Changsheng looked at Waner in front of him with a shocked expression. I don't have the money to pay you back, and to thank you for saving my mother's life, I can only give you my most precious first time. Waner's face was incredibly blushing as she gradually removed her dress, revealing her delicate figure. The man in front of her not only knew how to heal, but also gave her money to grab medicine, which was a great benefactor for her. So at this moment she was determined and had nothing to hesitate. Stop! Stop! Li Changsheng was shocked in his heart and hurriedly stopped her. This caused Waner to look startled, and tears fought in her eyes. Does he not see me? Or afraid I'll rely on him and want more money? Shame and low self-esteem welled up in Waner's heart. But other than this solution, she really didn't know how to repay the man in front of her. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Your family is in difficulty. You didn't lie to me, and I'm considered to be a good deed. You don't have to sacrifice so much. A mere few dozen taels of silver were not as valuable as a gold coin. Not to mention the fact that he had plenty of money on him. And I'm afraid that a single spirit stone would be enough for an ordinary person to eat and drink for the rest of their life. If he obtained this woman, he would also be stained with karma. And there would definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. And he himself was immortal, while the woman in front of him was just a mortal girl, in the prime of her life, and in a few more decades she would be old. How could he possibly waste too much emotion on an aging passerby? As he spoke, Li Changsheng put on her coat, without a trace of evil thoughts in his eyes. Mainly because he really didn't want a mortal woman to get emotionally entangled because of him. He'd scatter himself and the decades would be over. But for a mortal woman it would be remembered for the rest of her life. And it's not worth it. You hate my family's poverty and are afraid I'll rely on you, right? Seeing the purity of Li Changsheng's eyes, Bai Wan'er bit her red lips and trembled. Didn't mean that. What makes you think that? Li Changsheng was stunned. So that means you can't see me. I'm ugly, right? Bai Wan'er looked even sadder. You're not ugly. I just think you should find a better one to spend your life with. But you saved my mother and me. I'm willing to sacrifice myself. If you're afraid that I'll drag you down and dislike me for being poor, I won't pester you. Consider this as repaying a debt, said Bai Wan'er again to take the initiative to pounce on. Li Changsheng scared and hastily avoided. Shilua Empire girls are so straight. Well, to be honest, if he were a mortal, and he met such a girl, he would directly marry her without saying a word. But he was not a mortal and could not give this girl a lifetime. Ugh! Li Changsheng sighed helplessly and raised his hand, the shed jacket floating in the air. Under Bai Wan'er's surprised gaze, Li Changsheng once again put on her jacket. Now you understand. I'm actually a cultivator. I'm just passing by and raising my hand. In the cultivation world there are unwritten rules. The general cultivator will not marry a mortal as a wife, unless it is a chi refining stage cultivator. There is really no room for cultivation. Only then will they find a beautiful mortal woman to get married and have a child, to continue the flame. And even if they were looking for a mortal woman, they would only be looking for a rich boy. This reasoning is understood by mortals, and mortals, especially those from rich and noble families, are eager to marry cultivators, so that the chances of generating spirit root offspring will also be greater. That's all potentially a step up in opportunity. I see. I'm sorry. Bai Wan'er was shocked inwardly at this moment, although she was a mortal, but she also understood the status of the cultivators. The cultivator must have married a cultivator. It is impossible to look at the mortal woman, and mortal women are not inherently worthy of cultivators. The lifespan is there. No wonder the man in front of her couldn't look at her. It turned out that the other party was a cultivator, and even though she was beautiful, she was nothing more than a flash in the pan to a cultivator. Not worth mentioning at all. Bai Wan'er's inferiority complex intensified at this moment, and she only hated that her natural life was cheap, that she had no money or power, and that she wasn't a cultivator. She felt that she was indeed no longer worthy of the man in front of her. Just as Bai Wan'er suppressed her bitter feelings within her heart, suddenly, her expression was stunned, and she only felt an unsteady figure being directly embraced into Li Changsheng's arms. This sudden scene caused Bai Wan'er's heart to race, and she froze in place for a moment. What does this mean? Do you suddenly want it again? This was too sudden. She was instead a little shy and nervous. Her face was full of blush and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble as she seemed to be mentally preparing herself. Hold still. That's it. Oh, good. Bai Wan'er obediently hugged Li Changsheng and closed her eyes as if she was waiting for something. And at this moment, Li Changsheng's shocked gaze looked ahead, where a white-clothed woman covered in black aura was floating there with her terrifyingly pale face open. Why are you out all of a sudden? Li Changsheng was shocked as he looked at the opposite side of the nightly ghost ancient Xia. His mind moved and his divine thoughts transmitted. I want this woman. Her physique is a ghostine spirit body, very suitable for practicing my ghost arts. Gu Xia's whitened eyes flowed with terrifying traces of blood as she stared intently at Bai Wan'er's delicate figure. Are you going to make her a ghost? Or possess her to take over her body? Li Changsheng was shocked in his heart and transmitted his voice. She is immortal. Without me, her ghostine spiritual body would have been wasted. It's the same reason as a cultivator. I'm also a mortal, and I didn't live until now. I will not possess or take over the body. I want her to replace me to become the first livingly ghost in the cultivation world. Maybe she can help me to kill my ex-husband. That counting on you. There is not much hope. Gu Xia looked at Bai Wan'er as if she had seen a ghost world treasure. If Bai Wan'er died tragically, she would definitely transform into a severe ghost just like Gu Xia. So you can't force people, right? What are the side effects of your ghost magic? For example, will you be unable to live a normal life after becoming a ghost? Can you live a long life? Li Changsheng was a bit skeptical, but he had no intention of stopping it. If Bai Wan'er really had the so-called ghostine spirit body physique and could really cultivate with success, she might also be able to open up a new path of cultivation. Of course, he didn't have the right to stop it, and even if he did, He couldn't beat the god transformation stage. Ancient Xia, outlive you anyway. She'll agree. I'll never force her, and if you try to stop me, I'll give you a taste of nightmares. After Gu Xia finished saying this, she transformed into a black mist and lunged towards Li Changsheng, and as she approached Bai Wan'er, she even affectionately traced over her delicate figure. Bai Wan'er only felt her delicate body tremble, and a feeling of suffocating softness surged through her entire body. Ah, did he just touch my ass? This. Bai Wan'er's heartbeat accelerated, and she closed her eyes tightly in resignation, already expecting something. Chapter 050, Working as a cook in the Lu Mansion. That night, Bai Wan'er had a nightmare, and Li Changsheng knew that she was expected to experience this nightmare for a month or two long, and for the past month or two, Li Changsheng had lived there, and for that reason, he had refurbished 2 dilapidated houses. In the Shilua Empire, women are also allowed to study in the study hall, and in the future, they can become officials just like men. This has really let Li Changsheng open his eyes. Ancient women, only big families have books. General women can only help the family to do some farm work waiting to marry on the line. Even in the Daxia dynasty, only the great ladies, or female cultivators in the cultivation world have the opportunity to study, and generally the sex will teach female cultivators to read and write, and learn faster than ordinary mortals. Bai Wan'er was the one who, without the talent to cultivate immortality, studied for 2 years in the schoolhouse when she was a child and recognized some words. The tuition was still what her mother had saved for years as far as her father was concerned. Listen to her mother said. Bai Wan'er's father is a cultivator. That year is also to see Bai Wan'er mother is beautiful to force her. Did not expect her mother thus gave birth to Bai Wan'er. It seemed that in the Silo Empire, this sort of thing was common and not surprising at all. Since then, her mother has never seen that cultivator, and does not know what her father's name is, only know that her father's surname is Bai, and Bai Wan'er her mother in the Lu family house to do small work. The so-called small work is to do needlework, cleaning, dishwashing and other small work living. When she got sick recently, her mother had to take time off work to lie at home, and if she took too much time off work, people might not want her to work in the future. And naturally, Bai Wan'er is also working in the Lu house as a laborer, but her mother does not allow her to be a maid, but only to help together to do some rough work, brushing dishes and washing clothes and so on. Being a maid is the same as being a slave. There will be no freedom at all, and there is the possibility of being bullied by the young masters and lords of the Lu residence, which her mother naturally does not want to see. Li Changxing thought that since Bai Wan'er would enter the cultivation world in the future, there was no need to be working at the Lu mansion. It's even enough to give Bai Wan'er her mother a little money for the rest of her life. However, her mother felt that her heavenly life is cheap. Li Changxing's money is absolutely not willing to accept. Working in the Lu house is not included in the food, although tired, but will not be bullied by outsiders. This comfort, she likes it very much. She didn't want to lose this job, so in order to continue to stay in the Lu mansion, Li Changxing took her place for a few days and came to work on the Lu mansion. Auntie White's replacement. Right, what do you know? At the Lu mansion's subordinate division of labor, the housekeeper took out the roster of workers and asked lazily while taking notes. I'm a cook, I can cook, and I can build houses. I was a mason for a few years, and I have a bit of strength, so you can see to it that it's divided. Li Changxing watched as the housekeeper smiled as he ticked off the page of Auntie Bai's name. You're a chef? That's good to know. What all do you know? The butler raised an eyebrow between his eyebrows and took a more serious tone with the handsome man. You should know that more skill is not better. Like Li Changsheng, who knows some technical work. If he does a good job, he still has to keep it, and he may be able to use it in the future. Li Changsheng said the names of some familiar dishes and said them in a good way. It's just right. This time our Missy returns from her fairy cultivation. You have to show your hand. If you please, my Missy, the reward will not be spared for you. If you mess up, you can't eat it all. Hey, okay, Li Changsheng answered with his mouth full, and was immediately brought into the Lu family residence by an underling. The scale of this Willow mansion was just like a palace, not for any other reason, just because the Willow family was a 1,000-year-old immortal cultivation family, and this Willow city was built by the Willow family. It's no wonder Auntie White couldn't part with the job, working as a laborer in the Ryu family. The comfort of it, the so-called immortal cultivation family. Not all members of the Lu clan can cultivate immortality. Naturally, there are also mortals who become the immortal cultivation aristocrats of Lu City. Even if they can't cultivate immortality, it's still a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. If the Lu family kept having children and spreading their branches, as long as there were still cultivators sitting in the Lu family, Lu City would remain standing, and the Lu family would be able to survive without losing their family. When he arrived at the kitchen, Li Changsheng was not polite, and immediately made a breakfast snack to succeed in the job. The Lu family has a lot of people. Eat a meal that would require 1 or 200 chefs to serve together. Li Changsheng is just one of them. Each chef is on a mission, and usually only 2 or 3 dishes per chef are served together at each meal. Today is different. Because the Lu family's eldest young lady has returned from cultivating immortality, there is bound to be a big banquet. From the morning onwards, busy preparing dishes. A chef will have to prepare 10 dishes, and cannot repeat them. Come on, that way keep up. Missy is seated. Speed up. The food must be good. It must be refined, colorful and flavorful. Not bad at all. Do it quickly. When it's done, Missy will have a reward. Hurry up. In the kitchen, all the cooks were puffing and puffing as they started the pots and burned the oil, but Li Changxing was extremely relaxed and cozy, and the long hours of high-pressure physical work was nothing more than a sprinkle for him. However, he was also extremely low-key, watching others cook a dish before he cooked one, during which he was able to slowly and secretly learn the skills of others. From the morning busy to the evening, this dish almost did not stop until the afternoon. Li Changsheng Fong rested down, because it is a short work, cannot be in the burning snacks. After receiving a 1 or 2 silver payment for his work, Li Changsheng walked out of the Lu mansion. Don't you want to step into the cultivation world and be with your elder brother for a long time? What long life? In the room, Bai Wan'er looked at the white-clothed woman floating in midair with a horrified expression. She had been having nightmares since last night, and she didn't expect to come across this severe ghost-like monster during the day. Oh, don't you think about it? Why doesn't your elder brother look at you? Because he's a cultivator. You're not. You're going to be old. Wait for a decade or so and you'll be old and yellow. Who'll like you ah? As long as you cultivate my ghost art, you can stay young forever and become the first ghost cultivator in the cultivation world to repay your elder brother. Night Ghost Gu Xia continuously brainwashed by Wan'er. It was obvious that in Bai Wan'er and hearing Li Changsheng's name will produce emotional fluctuations. She is a person who has been there. Bai Wan'er has long been in love with Li Changsheng, and Gu Xia's words were touching Bai Wan'er deeply. She hadn't thought that she could cultivate even as a mortal, and to be honest, apart from being a little afraid of Gu Xia, she was very heartfelt. This will enable her to travel the cultivation world with brother Changsheng in the future, and she will also be able to stay young forever. So just ask which woman would refuse. And, to tell you a secret about your elder brother, Bai Wan'er's face was stunned, only to see Gu Xia's whitened eyes staring at Bai Wan'er's form. Your elder brother likes it big, and practicing my demonic arts will allow you to develop again. Hearing this, Bai Wan'er's face flushed, and she couldn't help but look at her own proud valley that was already considered good, and then look at Gu Xia's figure. The two were almost the same. Could it be that this doesn't satisfy Li Changsheng? Chapter 051 Lu Shishir. What's this dish? A stunningly beautiful woman in a long green and red dress asked at the family banquet inside the Lu family's palace. Back to Missy. This is called smoothie sashimi. It's made from slices of East China sea spirit fish, dipped in sauce. The flavor is delicious. I see. There is a reward. The woman in green and red nodded and immediately gave the reward. And looking at the whole field, the woman even sat in the first seat. The rest of the older ones instead sat in the side seat. To this woman is even more respectful and abnormal. This woman's name was Lu Shishir, and when she said she was the eldest miss of the Lu family, she was actually over 100 years old. But 100 years old is really insignificant in the cultivation world, and at 100 years old, Lu Shishir was already a gifted bigot who had advanced to the Jidan stage, so her status was not to mention in the Lu family. Even in the Shilua Empire, she was a great cultivator that could not be ignored. Right at this moment, a young man walked over and respectfully gave a big salute to Lu Shishir. Ancestral grandmother. Grandnephew has recently taken a fancy to a girl, and would like an advice from ancestral grandmother. You say. As soon as she heard someone call her grandma, Lu Shishir's eyes turned to the man. It looked like the two were about the same age, but there was a difference of 10,000 miles in seniority and status. This was also the reason why Lu Shishir rarely came to Willow City. Cultivation to the high depths generally have to break the connection with mortals, unless there is a new cultivator among the descendants, who can take charge of the family on behalf of the family. My grandnephew has his eye on a girl and wants to ask his grandmother if it's feasible. Why ask me about such a trivial matter when you decide it yourself? Lu Shishir frowned slightly. Ancestral grandmother made the rule that you shall not forcefully rob the people's women, bully men and women, or tarnish the reputation of the Lu family. Oh, the woman disagrees. Yes, the man returned nervously. So her family is rich and powerful and aristocratic? No, her family is very poor. Her mother works as a handyman for the Ryu family and she comes to help out occasionally. So she's beautiful? Yes. No love of money? Yes. Rather rare. Lu Shishir also narrowed her eyes. A girl from a poor family would refuse the opportunity to enter high society. If it wasn't for the strict family culture of the Lu family, I'm afraid that girl would have become her grandnephew's concubine long ago, and a proper wife would naturally be out of the question. To be honest, this kind of girl was quite common in the cultivation world, but it was rare among mortals. With the reputation and status of the Lu family's wealth, which girl does not think of a step up the ladder to climb the high branch to become a phoenix? To be honest, she herself couldn't figure out what reason a mortal woman had to reject the Lu family. Wasn't this not giving the Lu family no face? Slapping the Lu family's face? This grandnephew of his is not ugly, and there are women who want to marry him lined up, so they can't even be picked over. Must she not? Ryushi looked to this grandnephew of her family. If I can marry her, my grandnephew would like to make her his wife. Grandnephew Lu Trial said seriously. Nonsense. When Ryu Shirshir didn't say anything, Ryu Trial's father glared at him with a look of hatred. It would be better to marry a mortal wife who had no interest in the Lu family as the main wife than to marry a family friend who was a great lady. Moreover, with the Lu family's status family, it was fine for Lu Trial to marry a low-rank female cultivator. Besides, a mortal woman is beautiful again is just that 10 years of youth worth of money. When the time is still immortal, how long can love? His own untalented son? Uttering such foolishness was purely drop-dead behavior. Lu Shirshir also frowned when she heard Lu Trial's words. This grandnephew of hers was really a bit obsessed, not thinking about the interests of the family in the slightest, but even wanting to marry a meaningless mortal woman. Name, give me the address, and I'll go meet it for you. Lu Shirshir thought about what kind of beauty could have charmed this grandnephew of his. In her opinion, even if it is a woman as beautiful as Heavenly Fairy, it is still a mortal one. Since the matchmaker has already gone to say no, she would like to personally go out to see. Lu Trial immediately gave the address and name, and Lu Shirshir wrote it down, then went out and left after dinner. When she had just reached the door, she saw a young man walking out of the Lu mansion with the reward money. The young man was quite handsome, his eyes were clear and frank, his footsteps were steady, and he was obviously a practiced man. Between cultivators, as long as they don't run their body's aura, they can't detect each other's cultivation, and usually when they walk on the street, as long as they don't run their aura, they basically don't have any difference with mortals. Li Changxing did not expect to get a reward, a full 50 taels of silver, which was nearly 2 months of wages for a mortal cook. Just as he stepped out of the Lu mansion, he saw a woman in a green and red dress walk out. The woman also had clear eyes when she saw him. Her face carried a point of high posture of a superior. Her temperament was superb. She should be a family disciple of the Lu mansion. Li Changxing nodded at her, then turned to leave on his own, but to no one's surprise, the woman was traveling the same way as him, and when it came to the ghetto, the woman followed. May I ask who you're looking for? I'm looking for. The tone of Lu Shirshir's voice was flat. To be honest, this didn't even require her to personally go out and do anything. She was just idly coming over to take a look. But before the words were finished, a youthful and beautiful woman rushed over from the yard. Brother Changsheng, you're back. Bai Wanner held onto Li Changsheng's arm with an intimate look, which caused Lu Shirshir to be stunned as she saw the starlight in Bai Wanner's eyes. This one is? Bai Wanner had long since discovered the beautiful woman following Li Changsheng, looking superb in temperament, which was why she was the first to run out and hug Li Changsheng's arm, declaring her sovereignty. I'm looking for Auntie White. Is she there? Ryushi asked politely. My mother? She's resting in the house. Are you? You are Bai Wanner? Lu Shirshir's eyes narrowed, and she realized why Bai Wanner had rejected the Lu family. So it's for this man. It's a bit ridiculous for a little girl to turn down a step to heaven for the sake of so-called love. It's no wonder that little girls yearn for a good love and can do anything for it. But when it comes to actually getting married and having children, how long can love last? Lu Shirshir seems to see through everything at this moment. Love is worthless in front of reality, and immediately and confidently found the white Amma, indicating the intention. I'm the eldest miss of the Lu family, Lu Shirshir, and I'm here to propose marriage this time. Dame Bai, you should know that my grandnephew, Lu Trial, is very fond of your daughter. Dame Bai, whatever conditions you have, feel free to put them forward. As long as I can do it, I can fulfill them. When she heard the name Missy Lu Shirshir, Dame Bai was shocked. That was a true immortal cultivator of the Lu family, and Lu Shirshir's old man was also an immortal cultivator. It could be said that it was all because of Lu Shirshir that there was the present-day Lu city, and for such a big-shot immortal master to personally come to her door to propose marriage was a real tosser. Chapter 052 Extreme in Ghost Body. Missy, I can't make the decision about marriage. As long as my daughter likes it, I don't have any opinion. Auntie White bowed respectfully. She was aware of this matter, and it would have been good for the Lu family to be rich and powerful enough to look at their own daughter. But in her heart, Auntie Bai understands best that the richer the family, the more they look down on the children of poor families. Her daughter married over. Perhaps just a moment of freshness? And after this freshness, The daughter may not even have the right to choose in the future. And she herself had suffered when she was young, where she would not send her daughter into the fire again. So, if your daughter agrees, you agree? In the room, Ryushi said with a narrowed brow. Yes, by dema is not good to explicitly refuse. Can only be pushed to the daughter. Now the daughter is looking at Li Changsheng, and how will escape her eyes? Li Changsheng is good looking, has a good character, is also a doctor, and can make money. To be honest, she cannot wait for Li Changsheng and her own daughter to get well. Okay. Lu Shishir got up and walked outside. Turning around, she came to the small kitchen next door, and between her beautiful eyes, she saw Bai Waner washing the vegetables, while Li Changsheng was chopping vegetables and burning the fire. Missy, seeing Lu Shishir, Bai Waner hurriedly got up, looking a little restrained, and for some reason, a very strong sense of crisis inexplicably rose in her heart, because Lu Shishir was an immortal cultivator. Her appearance was absolutely beautiful, her figure was slender, and she could hardly pick out any flaws. My grandnephew has taken a fancy to you and wants to marry you. Will you do it? Willow asked as she got right to the point. Bai Waner firmly shook her head. You should know that being able to marry into the Lu family can honor your ancestors. You don't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Our Lu family's family style is very strict, and we won't be sorry for you. All you need to do in the future is to enjoy your life, and live comfortably for the rest of your life. Lu Shishir's eyebrows knitted slightly as she continued to talk about the benefits, but Bai Waner shook her head again without the slightest hesitation. This made Lu Shishir feel a little displeased in her heart, and her gaze turned to the handsome man who was cutting the vegetables. I thought that Bai Waner was so confused because she had been enchanted by this man. You're the cook of the Lu mansion. You should know that the Lu mansion is well treated. You shouldn't want Bai Waner to live in such a humble house for the rest of her life. Ha? Me? Li Changsheng was a bit confused. But he had just learned that the young master of the Lu family wanted to marry Bai Waner for initiation. If it was in the past he might have advised Bai Waner. How many young girls in their flowery season, who went forward for love, eventually lost in the firewood and rice, and ended up in a mess. If Bai Waner was still a mortal woman, he would definitely try his best to persuade her to marry over. Even if she ended up being sent to the cold palace, then she would still be able to obtain wealth that ordinary people could not enjoy in their entire lives. The same as picking it up for nothing. However, Bai Waner had already worshipped the stern ghost Guxia as her teacher and was preparing to practice ghost arts and step into the cultivation world, which made it impossible to spend the rest of her life in a dull manner. I don't think there's any need for her to marry now. She'll marry well later, won't she? Li Changsheng said from the heart, with Bai Waner's beauty and future ghost cultivator's identity, surely she is going to marry a cultivator-level existence. Naturally it's impossible to be looking at mortals. Ha, it means it's best to marry him. Hearing this, Lu Shishir sneered in her heart. It really is a pair of infatuated species. It looks like they are still in love with each other. She herself had never been in love. Naturally she didn't understand what was so mushy about that so-called affection between couples, and it was simply unimaginable that they could share the same pain and eat the chaff and drink the sparse for the sake of love. If it weren't for her grandnephew, she wouldn't have gone overboard and lowered herself to meddle in such matters. Can you give her happiness? How big a house? How luxurious a life can you give her? Me? Li Changsheng's eyes widened, and as soon as he turned his eyes, he saw Bai Waner looking over with an expectant gaze as well. This made Li Changsheng ponder. If I marry Waner, give not much house. Find a small village, build a house yourself, get a vegetable garden, reclaim a few acres of land, will not starve to death. A year to her to buy 1 or 2 pieces of new clothes, 1 or 2 pieces of silver will be enough. The future of the child do not need to learn how good, will be able to read and write and know how to do things is good. And the other did not have any requirements. However, on second thought, this is also impossible, and he will not be with Bai Waner. He Ben everlasting, has long since broken the idea of marriage and children. Bai Waner future can only be their own in the cultivation world to break through. I do, but this fell into the ears of Bai Waner, could not help but be full of blush. The heart is already full of sweetness. Where would she care about how bitter the future is? Enough to eat and drink on the line, not to starve on the line. For the sake of cultivation, but also for the sake of eternal youth, so that Li Changsheng could always see her most beautiful side. Lu Shishir's eyes widened as she listened. This is called an ideal? Not even a little bit out of the ordinary. Really is a mortal. Not even a little bit of ambition. Mortal life is just so bland and uninspiring. And just when Lu Shishir decided to take money to smash through their relationship, Li Changsheng's expression changed abruptly. Bai Waner's face also changed drastically at this moment. Her delicate body trembled. She turned her eyes to see her master Guxia unexpectedly floated out of the bronze mirror. That miserable white face, white clothes fluttering, long hair scattered, ghostly aura instantly filled the entire room. Extreme ghost body, another superb physique that cultivates ghost arts. Nightly Guxia's whitish bleeding pupil stared hotly at Lu Shishir's delicate back, and then turned his head to look at his newly accepted disciple Bai Wanner, a ghostine spirit body and an extreme ghost body. This was truly a superb physique that her ghost cultivator had only dreamed of, and she had even encountered 2 in a row. It was truly something that she could not even dream of. This is not to let her ghost art flourish and rule the cultivation world. Gu Xia was agitated with a ghostly aura, and her body was trembling with slight excitement. As long as she took in Lu Shishir and added Bai Wanner, even if she didn't need Li Changsheng's ghost shadow reincarnation formation, she was 100% confident that she would be able to cultivate 2 talented disciples to avenge her hatred. In 200 years, no, in 100 years she would be able to create 2 god transformation stage ghost cultivators, and in the future, she might even cultivate 2 great ghost cultivators who would ask for the Mahayana stage of the cultivation world. Once he heard Gu Xia's voice transmission, Li Changsheng looked at Lu Shishir up and down in surprise. Lu Shishir turned out to be an extreme ghost body, an excellent physique for practicing ghost arts, and all the good things were stumbled upon by the nightly ghost Gu Xia. Li Changsheng's surprised gaze looked at Lu Shishir, causing her eyebrows to furrow slightly. Suddenly, she was shaken. This gaze, these eyes, why were they staring at her? This asshole wouldn't be craving her body. At the thought of this, Lu Shishir's complexion turned cold. The district mortals dared to covet her beauty. She was certainly beautiful, and she knew herself that she didn't know how many men were drooling over her. But that's not something a mortal would dare to desecrate. It's so unknowing. With this thought, Lu Shishir wanted to speak out and rebuke, but in the next second, her expression lurched. Chapter 053, Calling Sister. If Bai Wanner knew that the man she had in mind was a scumbag, seeing one and loving the other, wouldn't it make them break up? Looking at Li Changsheng's lustful eyes, Lu Shishir thought of a good solution. I'm going out to do the dishes. Bai Wanner didn't dare to stay here at all, and when she thought of the horrors that Lu Shishir would have to face next, Bai Wanner could only look at her sympathetically, turn around and walk out. This made Lu Shishir's heart rejoice. Really sleepy, there is a pillow sticking out. Later on, let Bai Wanner know that this man is an old lecher. Humph, see if they can still not break up. It was a bit of a degrading thing to do, but dealing with such a seemingly sweet and eternally young couple made her inexplicably angry. Can you get tired of being together every day and live forever or what? Do you think I'm beautiful or Bai Wanner? Without turning her head back, Lu Shishir asked suddenly as her beautiful eyes flowed, revealing her seductive eyes. If her own identity as an immortal cultivator was put aside, Li Changsheng's clear eyebrows and eyes were extremely suitable for her aesthetics. Unfortunately, this man is immortal. A mortal is still a mortal even if he is handsome. The cultivation world is full of handsome men like Li Changsheng, and she herself is not short of handsome suitors. She was pretty confident that with a little frowning glance from her, she guessed that the man in front of her would have to be mesmerized. With this thought, Lu Shishir moved her lotus step slightly and took a step towards Li Changsheng, and at this moment, Li Changsheng stared at Lu Shishir's delicate figure. Behind him, the miserable white figure of a white-clothed stern ghost slowly floated over. That, Missy, are you afraid of ghosts? Seeing Lu Shishir walking over, Li Changsheng suddenly asked. When Bai Wanner first started ghost cultivation, she went crazy for 3 days and 3 nights, not knowing what horrible nightmares she had experienced. Lu Shishir also had to go through this, and I wondered if she would be able to get through it. Ghost? I'm not afraid. I'm an immortal cultivator. I get rid of demons and defend the way. How let's be afraid of ghosts? What's more, there are no ghosts in the world at all. It's just the ghosts that are haunting the world. Lu Shishir looked at this man, her eyes narrowing slightly. You haven't answered my question yet. Am I beautiful, or is Bai Wanner beautiful? You're beautiful. You're the most beautiful. Ha, men really are no good. Showing their tails so quickly. Lu Shishir didn't expect Li Changsheng's fixation to be so poor. She just blinked her eyes and this man completely fell into her beauty. Then if you are with me, are you willing to separate from Bai Wanner? Hearing this, Li Changsheng was a bit puzzled. Looking at the severe ghost Gu Xia that was gradually closing in on Lu Shishir's back, he said in horror. Separate or not? I don't know, but I'm afraid you and Bai Wanner are inseparable. It's all about becoming a senior sister and sister, turning into a ghost cultivator, and separating a ghost in the future. What? Could it be that this man isn't satisfied with getting one and wants to have both beauties? Lu Shishir's expression was stunned, her eyebrows slightly knitted. This man was not small in courage. Not only did he want her recklessly, but he couldn't even part with Bai Wanner, wanting her and Bai Wanner to be together with this stinking man. Just one step away, she only needed to let this man touch her hand. She could immediately grab him and slap him across the face. Then just in time for Baiwan Air to see this bad man's lustful heart. I'm a little cold. Will you take the clothes off of you and put them on me? Willow Sissy's voice was soft, so like a frown, secretly sending spinach in the fall. I'm sure it's impossible for any man to hold that comment and feel secretly happy that she's interested in him. Li Changsheng also sympathized in his heart when he saw this. It must be cold with a stern ghost hanging behind him, only to see that it immediately took off his jacket and personally draped it over her body, and that night Guxia had already plastered it. Nevertheless, when Lu Shishir saw that Li Changsheng was so proactive that he was so close to her, his proud figure was almost pressed into Li Changsheng's bosom, and this scene instantly made Lu Shishir go up to her head. Just one more step. Ryoshi fell back with a clench of her teeth, unbridled. In the next second, Lu Shishir reacted and said as she pushed Li Changsheng away, "Prodigal son, how dare you take the opportunity to molest me? Really colorful. Baiwan Air, come in quickly, you male." "Ah," Lu Shishir said as she grabbed Li Changsheng's hand and turned around to call Baiwaner, but in the next second, her figure trembled, her pupils suddenly shrunk, her eyes rolled over, and she collapsed in Li Changsheng's arms once again. "That's even less bold than Wan Air," Knight Guxia said with a sinister smile, and in the next second, he transformed into a boundless black aura that enveloped the entire room. In Li Changsheng's stunned gaze, fearful and twisted ghosts swam around the room as if it was a boundless hellish space. Li Changsheng was speechless, suddenly seeing a ghostly face full of white, bleeding and fluffy, whose heart can stand it. At this moment, Lu Shishir's delicate body trembling, the severe ghost Guxia has begun to let her have nightmares. The smaller the guts, the higher the possibility of being scared to death. If it is not an excellent physique to protect the body, in exchange for ordinary mortals, would have long been turned into a vegetative state, never wake up, and will even be directly scared of the heart to burst and die. Hiss. Li Changsheng carried her to the wooden bed next door, and just when he wanted to get up, he saw that Lu Shishir's hands had a death grip on him and wouldn't let go, and his nails were already embedded in his flesh. I don't know how much time had passed, but Lu Shishir opened her eyes in shock, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw that she was surrounded by darkness and a ghostly aura. Suddenly, she saw the handsome figure Li Changsheng sitting on the edge of the bed. She just wanted to ask. Suddenly her pupils suddenly shrunk. Not far away, a twisted and horrible face was revealed in the black gas. Gradually, as if it was like a severe ghost, the white monster approached towards her again. Ga ga ga. A ghostly howl that only she could hear sounded, and Lu Shishir was so scared that her face turned pale, and she directly jumped into Li Changsheng's arms again, her head shrinking inside, never daring to raise her head again. "I'm afraid of ghosts. Stay away. Get rid of her." Ah! Suddenly, she felt something behind her writhing up on her back, and with a sweep of her afterglow, it was a long black hair with blood, growing more and more and more, and eventually a twisted, bleeding ghostly face drifted out from behind her back, grimly and grotesquely staring at her with a deathly smile. Lu Shishir was so scared that her legs went soft, and even though she had Jiedan stage cultivation in her body, she couldn't mobilize the slightest bit of aura at this moment. In the end, she fainted from fear, but her hands gripped Li Changsheng with a death grip, not letting go for a moment. "Behave yourself from now on? Well, this is your elder sister. Call her elder sister." "Sure, senior sister is good. Good boy." Li Changsheng sat in front of the table. Bai Weiner looked at the pudgy Lu Shishir with a face of anxious sympathy. The good beauty was now scared to the point that her liver was scared and her eyes were lightless. She was still clinging to Li Changsheng's side at this moment, already treating Li Changsheng as if he relied on him in general. He himself wasn't any better than Lu Shishir when he was scared by Master Guxia. Chapter 054, Shura Sect. A few days later, Lu Shishir had returned to normal and was fully accepting of the new ghost technique after being given it. At the same time, she also learned that Li Changsheng was only a small cultivator at the second level of qi cultivation, and as she went back, there was something different in the way she looked at Li Changsheng. Naturally, Lu Shishir gave his grandnephew a hard lesson, decisively rejected the marriage, and personally found him another family of great ladies. Auntie Wang was also continued to work by the Lu house, and was also given special care. In the future is not worried about food and clothing. After learning that her daughter Bai Wanner wants to cultivate immortality, Big Mother Bai didn't say anything. Once a mortal has the qualification of spiritual root, he or she will enter the cultivation world, and with good luck, he or she can establish a cultivation family and glorify his or her ancestor. And with bad luck, he or she will be nothing more than a stepping stone in the cultivation world, and will die out in the river of the years. 2 months later, Li Changshan left Luchang. Before he was alone on the road, but now he was accompanied by 2 more stunningly beautiful women. There were 2 top-tier sects in the Shilua Empire, and one was called the Vanity Sect. That is also the clan that Li Changsheng will go to. and he especially wants to see how big, oh, no, how beautiful the cousin of the stern ghost Gu Xia, Gu Xinxin, is. Of course, there was still a need to help Gu Xia take revenge. But of course, now that there were two disciples, if they could drag on for 100 years, the two disciples might be able to help Gu Xia take revenge. The other clan was called the Shura sect, specializing in the Tao of the Blade. Lu Shishir was one of the new elders of the Xiu Luo sect, and the Tang blade-like spiritual weapon on his waist was also handsome, and Li Changsheng had been coveting it for a long time. As an elder of the Shura sect, Lu Shishir naturally invited her senior sister, Bai Waner, to enter the sect. Bai Waner had already cultivated ghost chi now, and it was easy to simulate spirit root qualifications using ghost techniques, and according to the hierarchical division of the cultivation world, she should be considered a cultivator at the third level of the chi refining stage, one small segment higher than Li Changsheng. Ever since Lu Shishir cultivated ghost chi, she had also quickly learned to utilize it, hiding it deep within her body and forming another hidden power. Coupled with her own Jiedan stage cultivation, she was tantamount to having an additional layer of ghost art energy, and after the superposition of the two power systems, she was already vaguely beyond the average Jiedan stage cultivator. The current Lu Shishir was invariably obsessed with practicing ghost arts now, and she was progressing at a rapid pace. Speaking of which, of the three, only Li Changsheng had the worst cultivation level. With the relationship of Lu Shishir, mixing into the Shura sect was a breeze. The Shura sect was located in the middle of a rolling mountain range, and the images of Shura on the various giant stone statues were domineering and awe-inspiring. The luxurious atmosphere of the Shura sect was also worthy of the name of a top-class sect. Just after arriving within the boundaries of the Shura sect, Li Changsheng saw a mountain full of buildings and pavilions, and in every valley there was a large martial arts arena, and vaguely visible Shura sect disciples were crackling and unleashing all sorts of swords and saber shadows on the arena. In the future, we'll be based in the Shura sect. Senior sister, brother Changsheng, do you think it's okay? Lu Shishir whispered, her gaze still somewhat expectant and shy as she looked at Li Changsheng. Even though Li Changsheng only had a cultivation level of the second level of chi cultivation, and his talent was poor, but for some reason, she just didn't mind it at all, and that sense of dependence was getting stronger and stronger. Yes, in the future I'll be able to cultivate with my senior sister, brother Changsheng. You stay too. Bai Waner naturally had no opinion. She was originally immortal, and after cultivating her ghost chi, she had been expecting to step into the cultivation world for a while. Now that she had gotten what she wanted, another senior sister and an elder brother, she felt that she was already very happy. I have no opinion. Naturally, Li Changsheng didn't have the slightest opinion, expecting him to go to the Brahma Sound sect to seek revenge on the nightly ghost Gu Xia's ex-husband. It would be better to drag it out for 100 years, waiting for her two disciples to become accomplished in their cultivation. Anyway, where to go is the same. Mix some days in the Xiu Luo sect. If he mixes comfortably, he stays for a few decades to retire and leave is not too late. Hearing that Li Changsheng was willing to stay, the two women were pleasantly surprised, and Lu Shishir immediately led them to fly into the cultivation sect with their imperial swords. With Lu Shishir's status, it was easy to arrange for the two disciples to go through the back door, and in the sect, Lu Shishir being Bai Waner's master, they could call each other sisters behind their backs. Li Changsheng was also arranged to enter the Shura sect as an odd-job disciple. The so-called handyman disciples are those who specialize in hard labor, raising flowers and grass, picking water and washing clothes and cleaning and other rough work. Li Changsheng took the back door and was naturally placed at the foot of Lu Shishir's mountain peak. Only responsible for cleaning the ground within the confines of Lu Shishir's cave was enough, and he had enough time to be lazy every day. The disciples of the Shura sect had entered the Tao with a sword, and every day they could see the disciples carrying a Tang sword to cultivate their sword chi, and with the growth of their own aura cultivation, the Tao of the sword was getting more and more refined. It was rumored that the Shura sect's patriarch was a sword maniac. His cultivation had reached the god transformation stage, and his sword broke mountains and seas, and the only strong person in the Shilua Empire who could survive his sword was the old patriarch of the oldest sect, the Brahma Sound sect. However, from what Lu Shishir said, the Shura sect seemed to be incredibly strong, but in fact, it was somewhat divided internally. The reason for this was that the Shura sect patriarch had no one left to succeed him. The Shura sect patriarch's name was Wu Yuanhua, a powerful person at the god transformation stage, about 4,000 years old. Lifelong obsession with the Tao of the sword, in order to advance to the refined void realm, has long been closed for many years of cultivation. The clan affairs have been entrusted for many years. The reason for the good internal operation is thanks to one of his granddaughters, Wu Shuyan. Wu Yuanhua had a son in his early years who was also extremely talented, but like Wu Yuanhua, he was obsessed with the Tao of the sword. but the heavens have their own way of working, and Wu Yuanhua's son was killed, and the matter has been suspected to be on the head of the Brahma Sound sect. However, the Brahma sect also never acknowledged this matter. For this reason, the Shura sect and the Brahma sect almost became enemies, old and dead. After the death of Wu Yuanhua's son, Wu Yuanhua did not grieve for long before he closed down and continued to cultivate, continuing to be obsessed with the Tao of the Blade, wanting to break through the transformation of God stage and avenge his son's death. Solely his son left behind his only heir, Wu Shuyan, the granddaughter of Wu Yuanhua. Wu Shuyan is also extremely competitive, equally gifted. Less than 200 years has reached the late stage of Jiedan. At any time is expected to break through the Yuanying, but also can put the clan in charge of the just organized. Unfortunately, Wu Shuyan was amazingly talented and also beautiful, but she was ultimately a daughter. In the future, she will inherit the throne and also start a family, but there has been no one who dares to marry her, or she is also no one to look at. Looking at such a large family business, Wu Shuyan to inherit the great lineage must open branches and spread leaves. Otherwise, once Wu Shuyan has any failures, then there is really no one to succeed. Handing over the Shura sect to others, not for any other reason, just because of being a daughter. She could only have one husband even if she inherited the great lineage. If she was a man, she could have married many women to continue the lineage for the Wu family. In fact, in the cultivation world, it is said that they cut off their love affairs and changed their destinies against the heavens, just for the unattainable road to immortality. In the end, how many people can cultivate to the peak and still end up reincarnating in the dust, branching out for the family, not unlike mortal tradition? Chapter 055, Does effort work? Having lived in the Shura sect for more than a year now, Li Changsheng had long since mixed into an old fart. Every day, he just paddled and played soy sauce at the foot of Lu Shishir's mountain peak, occasionally meditating and cultivating for a while, and the day passed like this. Li Changsheng was casual about cultivation, completely depending on heaven's will. He was originally a 5-system miscellaneous spirit root, or a hidden spirit root, and in the cultivation world, he would not be considered an immortal cultivation physique, so to be able to cultivate to the second level of chi cultivation was already the peak of what he felt. Perhaps in a few hundred years, he could cultivate to the 4th or 5th level of chi cultivation. The Shura sect's handyman area was a very chaotic zone, and those male and female handyman disciples were also basically in a state of hurting. They had very few chances to cultivate because their talent was too poor, and they usually couldn't cultivate beyond the foundation establishment stage. Therefore, the only purpose for these people to join the Shura sect was to mix up their seniority. Just like a college student, mixing up a diploma was enough. Walking in the housing area of the handyman area, those houses were all zoned in small houses connected together, and both male and female disciples were in a mixed state. This was also a point that made Li Changxing quite surprised. In the Daxia dynasty, men and women were not allowed to mix and rarely hooked up together. However, in the Xiu Luo sect, these mixed-sex dormitory handyman disciples instead hooked up with several. Female disciples do not have a few boyfriends that are not considered to have been in love. A male disciple without a few girlfriends would be incompetent. How open. On a large stone pier, Li Changsheng sighed as he watched a woman and a man walk out of a room. Ha! A fight. The pair hadn't gotten much farther when another male disciple bumped into them holding hands and being intimate, and immediately rushed up. The two male disciples twisted and fought while the female disciple ran away, and many people around them gathered around. He'd seen this sort of thing no less than 50 times in a year, and it was commonplace. After watching for a while, Li Changsheng arrived at the outer sect area, where many disciples were practicing their swords on the fighting field. Li Changsheng looked at the beautifully styled tang knife style, extremely envious. The miscellaneous disciples are not qualified to touch the knife. Only the outer disciples will be matched with a magic artifact level tang knife. The main thing is handsome. A martial artist who cultivated blade power to the extreme would produce blade chi, while a cultivator who cultivated blade power to the extreme would produce blade spirit. Unlike flying swords, cultivators practicing long swords can fly with their swords, return all swords to the emperor, and use their swords to face the enemy in the air. Cultivators cultivate sword skills, where the sword does not leave the hand, and only use the sword to transform the spirit, advocating close combat. An ordinary knife, in the hands of a knife cultivator, can be turned into an indestructible sharp weapon. The knife spirit operation, a man cannot open. Li Changsheng got tired of watching for a while, turned around and left the martial arts arena, then went to the lake. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was there, he took out a fishing tool from a narrow crack in the stone wall. He had heard that the fish raised in the cultivation world were all spirit fish, and that eating them could nourish the yin and replenish the yang, strengthening the body, and he had never eaten them. It just so happened that the Shura sect had a lake that was tens of thousands of miles square, and it was stocked with spirit fish, and Li Changsheng had been stealing fish every once in a while ever since he had eaten a spirit fish. Lu Shishir was aware of this and didn't say anything. After all, she also often ate all kinds of fish made by Li Changsheng. Steamed, braised, simmered in soup, barbecued, deep-fried and so on. Find an unoccupied lakeshore, set the bait, and dump the rod in one fell swoop. Even though sometimes he couldn't catch a big fish in a day, Li Changsheng was happy to have the time. Coincidentally, this secret base, he hadn't been caught in over a year of being here. Catch? Just as Li Changsheng was humming a ditty while fishing, suddenly, an old voice came from behind him. Li Changsheng was shocked in his heart, and in the blink of an eye, he saw a smiling old man with a beard walking over. No catch. Li Changsheng looked at the old man and immediately shook his head in denial, followed by a close relationship. Master, you are? Oh, I'm passing by. It's okay, you fish, I'll watch. Looking at Li Changsheng, who was only 20 years old, the old man's tone was gentle, and it was obvious that Li Changsheng was a new disciple who might not know the rules. Fishing was forbidden in this lake, but he didn't blame it. Come, Moncler, sit down. How tiring it is to stand. It so happens that I have a fishing rod. Together, Li Changsheng thought that since he would watch it, he would fish together so that they would be accomplices. The old man did not expect Li Changsheng to be so enthusiastic, and after thinking about it, being idle, he immediately sat down and fished together. The old man obediently took out a jug of wine from his storage bag. Can you drink, little brother? A little bit, but not much. Li Changsheng smiled. He does drink, but never drunk. He is afraid of which drunken words to shake out the secret of Changsheng. But go out, always have to be a little bit of alcohol. Otherwise one day was drunk. That would be bad luck. So before in the Great Xia dynasty, he was quietly practicing alcohol. Not much to drink, but certainly not drunk. As soon as the old man heard that Li Changsheng could drink, he immediately became happy, and immediately took a pot each and drank it. During the period the old man set out that Li Changsheng turned out to be an odd job disciple, and immediately stopped asking more questions. What position does the Grand Master hold in the clan? The old man is also a handyman. Ha, handyman. Oops, you're an old-timer then. Your seniority must be very, very high. Li Changsheng looked at the old man with a face full of surprise. In the sect, there were many elderly handyman disciples. Some of them liked to work in the sect. It was always better than outside. Some of the miscellaneous disciples would go home and start their own families after retirement, and the clan would arrange some clan industries for them, while some retired as casual cultivators. You should indeed call me an old-timer. Little brother, how do you feel about this sect? The old man asked with a smile. It's okay, it's a pretty good mix. Little brother, the handyman also has to have a dream. If you work hard, you may be able to become an outer disciple of the clan promotion. Grandpa, stop. Li Changsheng hurriedly interrupted with a smile. This Moncler outlet online can also draw big cakes. Let me ask you 2 questions. Moncler, you say, a journeyman disciple working hard for 30 years, do you think he can catch up with an outer disciple? It's possible. The old man thought back. Can that catch up with the inner disciples? Definitely not. The old man thought about it and added, but if you work hard, you will definitely be able to surpass the other miscellaneous disciples. Oh, I came in through the back door. While that handyman disciple has worked hard for 30 years, exhausted himself, and is still a handyman. Oh, you're being sophomoric. It's always right to work hard. You don't work hard then you don't even have a chance to get promoted. The old man was a bit displeased, obviously looking down on Li Changsheng for going through the back door. Again, can a handyman work hard for 100 years and become a millionaire? It's possible. If you work hard enough, saving $1 million in 100 years won't be a problem. What about multi-millionaires? Can't. Oh, and the other handyman went home and inherited $10 million and became a multi-millionaire. Chapter 056 Old Man and Granddaughter. A load of crap. By the lake, the old man with the beard had an exasperated face. If you don't work hard, how can you support your family? How can you stand up to your parents? How can you live a good life? How can you? Oh, my parents died long ago. The old man hadn't finished his words yet. When he heard Li Changsheng's words he was suddenly speechless, as if something was stuck. Your parents died? Well, quite a few years. I'm alone now. Li Changsheng smiled, without a trace of sadness in his expression. After all, they were end of life, and he had no regrets. However, this scene was extremely shocking when it fell into the old man's eyes. This kid looks like he's only 20 years old. How can he look so open? A 20-year-old young man, parents died. I guess it is also very sad. So young children died parents. To who can stand awe? Even after the death of his parents, he was still able to laugh at life, which is extremely rare compared to the average person. and the old man would have just assumed a hateful attitude. I'll be damned. For a while, the old man was silent, and his heart was more than a little emotional and guilty. I'm sorry. I didn't realize your parents died so early. I can actually understand how you feel. My son died before me too. My condolences. Hearing these words, Li Changsheng was also stunned in his heart, and he couldn't help but think of the daughter he once had. His daughter also died earlier than him, and the key is that she died of illness, and she did not even marry. If his daughter had married safe and happy, she would probably have blossomed by now. Therefore, he could especially understand the old man's feeling of sending off a white-haired man to a black-haired man. However, it is good that my son, who has left a descendant for the old man, is unfortunately a granddaughter? Alas. Once he said that, the old man couldn't help but sigh again. That's your fault, Moncler. Why do you favor boys over girls? Old me doesn't favor sons over daughters. It's just that I don't feel comfortable with such a large family business without a male to inherit it, the old man said somewhat sheepishly, saying that there was a little bit of patriarchy. Ha, is your family business big? Li Changsheng was in disbelief. Ha ha, it's not that big, it's just a few acres and a few fields, the old man said with an awkward smile. The children and grandchildren have their own children and grandchildren's blessings. You worry a little too much. If I have a daughter, I certainly do not emphasize son preference. As long as the daughter married a good marriage, their own old age property to the daughter's family, and so what? Doesn't that change the last name? Let's just change it. We'll be a cup of dirt when we're old. What do we care about that? Li Changsheng smiled. He is because of the elders. On the assets instead of any care. Walk a place to rent a copy of the assets. The old family house and fields in the past are not all sold well. It does not matter anymore. You can't bring it with you in life. You can't take it with you in death. Old man begs to differ. The old man was silent for a split second and shook his head. How could his family give away such a large asset just by saying so? That's easy too. Have more children. Then one with your family name and one with the husband's family name. Wouldn't that solve it? That's fine. The old man raised an eyebrow at that, and felt better. Li Changsheng and the old man chatted for a long time again. The more they talked, and only dispersed in the afternoon. Over the following month, the two men often met to fish together and soon called themselves brothers. The old man found that Li Changsheng treated life with indifference. Obviously his parents died early. He did not have a little sadness, but instead he looked down on everything in general. Calm as water. This kind of realm, the old man asked himself that he couldn't do it. Little brother, if you were an inner disciple, I really want to marry my granddaughter to you. By the lake, the old man said as he drank and ate grilled fish. I really didn't expect that Li Changsheng was still a chef. He could cook anything delicious and had all kinds of seasonings. Look at you. You're still saying that effort is important, and now you're comparing it to talent. Just be nice to your granddaughter, won't you? You don't understand. It can't be helped. My granddaughter is gifted. Whisper it to you. My granddaughter is an inner disciple, the old man said proudly. Even if you two were together, would you live as long as my granddaughter? This, I am not worthy. Li Changsheng smiled sardonically. The gold content of the inner disciple was indeed very high. The future was at least a Jiedan stage cultivation, and the lifespan could be up to more than 500 years. If you cultivate a little harder, it is possible to reach the Yuanying stage, that life expectancy can be up to 1 or 2,000 years, and he was only a qi practicing stage disciple. If it was a normal qi refining stage cultivator, at best, he would only live for 100 years or so at the most, not more than 200 years, so the comparison between the two is patently inappropriate. Even if the most beautiful beauty, in the eyes of Li Changsheng, it is just a passerby. After 500 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, he still exists, and I am afraid that the beauty has long been deceased. Of course, Li Changsheng was at most over 200 years old now, and his realm had definitely not reached that level, and the beauty was naturally and happily appreciated. Grandpa, why are you here? Just then, a figure walked not far away. A woman. Li Changsheng turned his eyes to look. His complexion was stunned. This woman was dressed in a short white dress. Heroic. Her eyes were cold. Her skin was like gelatinous fat. Her body was proud. And her temperament was even better. With a kind of transcendent temperament that no one should ever get close to. Coupled with a 3-meter-long purple long sword worn at his waist, it was simply absolutely beautiful. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. To be honest, her temperament was one of the most outstanding among the women Li Changsheng had ever seen. The kind of high and cold beauty that made men fall for her. I'm having a drink and a chat with this little brother. Good granddaughter. What's wrong? Little brother? The tall and cold woman had a surprised look on her face, sizing up Li Changsheng, wondering in her heart, this man is handsome. Could he be an inner disciple of the sect? Surprisingly, She could call her grandfather her brother now, so her strength must not be simple, either she was gifted. Which elder's name are you an inner disciple? The woman asked coolly. I'm a journeyman disciple. Handyman? Upon hearing the handyman, the woman's face immediately turned cold. Grandpa, in the future, can you not casually call yourself a brother with the handyman disciple? Quickly go back with me. What's wrong with a handyman? Good granddaughter. I'm a handyman too, and I can't drink and chat with my little brother? As soon as the old man heard this from his granddaughter, he immediately became a bit displeased. He quickly patted Li Changxing's shoulder and said, Little brother, don't you mind? This is my incompetent granddaughter. Inner disciple. Low-eyed. Don't pay attention to her. The two of us will still be fishing buddies in the future. You call me a grandpa, I call you a little brother, each discussing their own. Hearing this, Li Changxing also nodded indifferently, while the tall and cold woman's eyes were wide with disbelief. How did this grandfather of his suddenly chat with a handyman disciple and call him brother and brother? How many years apart were the two? Did they have a common language? Chapter 057, The Wedding Banquet. After a long conversation with the old man, his granddaughter naturally left in anger. Little brother, in a few months, the once every 10 years Soul Abyss Mystic Realm is going to open. Do you want to go in and look for some opportunities? By the lake? The old man asked as he sipped his fine wine. No go. Li Changxing decisively refused. He knew about the Soul Abyss Secret Realm. The disciples in the sect often mentioned it. This Soul Abyss Secret Realm was a famous ancient secret realm in the Shilua Empire that opened once every 10 years. Within it were many herbs and treasures from the ancient times, but because of the boundary suppression, only cultivators below the Yuaning stage could enter it. In the past, there were many cultivators who went in and came out of the Soul Abyss Mystery Realm and soared into the sky, and the resource rewards alone were enough for an ordinary cultivator to enjoy for decades without worrying. That was why the Soul Abyss Mystery Realm was also a major event in the cultivation world of the Shilua Empire. Why? The old man was surprised, not expecting Li Changxing to refuse so decisively. It's simple. Fear of death. Li Changxing said frankly, with his cultivation at the second level of the Qi refining stage to go to the secret realm, that is not equivalent to cannon fodder. What's more, he wasn't too interested in the resources of the cultivation world, and it was even more unlikely that he would go to a place like the secret realm, where he had to fight for his chances with 9 deaths. Little brother is really open-minded. Rare. The old man was stunned, then burst out laughing. If it were any other cultivator, he would be eager to go in and make a break for it. The cultivation world is all about chance, and chance is something you have to fight for yourself. He hadn't really heard of a few cultivators like Li Changxing who didn't fight or grab. Only the kind of old cultivators who had no hope of advancing anymore would gradually fade out of the cultivation world and stop fighting and killing. The two of them chatted for a long time again until dusk before dispersing. Li Changxing returned to Lu Shishir's mountain with 2 big fish in his hand, and without saying hello, he went up the mountain. There were also some disciples under Lu Shishir's door, but she herself didn't take disciples. I heard that it was her father who helped her. Lu Shishir's dad was called Lu Ming, and he was also an elder of the Shura sect, and he was a Yuaning stage elder level figure, and he was also quite a powerful existence in the Shura sect. When he reached the mountain, Li Changxing knocked on the door and walked in. A quick glance around the room revealed a room full of wisps of blackness lingering around the room. On the bed couch, Bai Wanner and Lu Shishir were sitting side by side on their knees, concentrating on practicing the ghost art, and they had already achieved a small amount of success. These two women had also been secretly competing since who knows when, and would spend most of their time practicing ghost arts. Dinner. Li Changxing didn't pay any attention to them, and went to the kitchen to fix the braised spirit fish and served it on the table. Smelling the fragrance, the two women opened their eyes and stopped cultivating. Finally, I can eat the braised fish made by Brother Changxing again. Bai Wanner appeared extremely enthusiastic, but it was Lu Shishir who looked a bit squirmy, and every time she saw Li Changxing, she couldn't help but blush with a flash of blush. She herself was at the Jiedan stage of cultivation, and since she had practiced the ghost art, her cultivation had skyrocketed even more, and also because of the ghost art, every time she saw Li Changxing, that feeling of dependence would grow stronger and stronger. By the way, in 2 days, Elder Bai will set up a wedding banquet in Shura City. Will you guys go with me? In an effort to find a topic of conversation, Ryoshi suddenly remembered and excited said, Elder Bai? Bai Wanner was a bit surprised that there was an elder in the cultivation sect with the same surname as her, but there are a lot of people with the last name White, and that's not unusual. Yeah, Bai Yongnin, late stage Jiedan stage powerhouse, much more senior than me. He organized a wedding and invited many elders and disciples in the sect to celebrate. If you guys go, I can take you guys to eat delicious food. Yes, 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 yes. Bai Wanner naturally wanted to go as much as she could. A wedding banquet in the cultivation world. That would definitely be more luxurious than a mortal's wedding banquet. Okay, let's go together then. We'll eat for free anyway, hee. Li Changqing naturally had no opinion. Who wouldn't go if he could rub it in? 2 days later, Lu Shishir took the duo and flew towards Shura City. Shulua City is a subsidiary city under Shulua sect. Every sect will have such a subsidiary city. Compared to the subsidiary city of the Great Xia dynasty, the handsome men and beautiful women in Shulua City, the strange clothes can be too bright. The street was also full of people coming and going, dressed in all sorts of gaudy colors. Li Changqing was in a trance and was a bit dazzled, but with two big beauties following beside him, he naturally didn't have the chance to appreciate the other beautiful women passing by. Elder Bai's wedding banquet was held for 3 days and 3 nights, and he had heard that he was marrying a female cultivator from the Wu family of the Shura sect. The Wu family was naturally also a famous Xiao Luo sect immortal cultivation family, and the combination of the two families was a marriage. The wedding banquet place was set in the biggest restaurant in Xiao Luo City. The whole building was wrapped up. By the time Li Changqing's 3 people arrived, there were already many sect disciples and noble families coming to support the event. It was very lively. Lu Shishir handed over the invitation and took Li Changqing and Bai Wanner in and then just watched Lu Shishir greet familiar people. Li Changqing didn't recognize any of them, but Bai Wanner was curious and looked around. After working for a while, the 3 of them found a table to sit at and waited for the meal to begin. Lu Shishir was an elder, so naturally she had to go and say hello to the people she knew, and she was busy for a while. The cultivation world sometimes valued human feelings more than the mortal world, and they had to defend each other. Not to mention the fact that Lu Shishir was a truly great beauty. Arriving at this place caused many male disciples to cast stunning gazes. Of course, it also included Bai Wanner, whose beauty had quietly changed her temperament due to her cultivation of ghost arts, detaching herself from some mortal worldliness and becoming even more dusty. After another half an hour, the banquet finally started. A dish on the table. Li Changqing is also no image. Should eat. Halfway through the meal, a pair of red-suited men and women walked in the distance, and only then did Li Changqing get up and look over with his wineglass. The man was handsome and dashing. Just by looking at his age he had already reached middle age, while the woman was extremely young. This kind of age gap, which was common in the cultivation world, was not strange. Elder Bai, congratulations. I wish the two of you 100 years of eternal happiness. As Lu Shishir took the lead, the others naturally agreed and raised their glasses together. Ditto 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 ditto. The middle-aged man, Bai Yongnian, was radiant, full of smiles, and a little more handsome. His gaze swept across the room, ready to drink the cup in his hand. But in the next second, his expression lurched and his smile froze, fixing on a beautiful figure. The drink went down, and his afterglow didn't even leave the figure. Sagittarius. He didn't react until the wine was finished and the woman next to him nudged him, instantly regaining his demeanor and leaving with a smile. The wedding banquet went smoothly, and to Li Changqing's surprise, he did see an acquaintance. That is the granddaughter of the old man at the lake. She even has a table with the elders. The faction is really big, worthy of being an inner disciple. I think the talent is outstanding. It was just a pity that the old man with the beard didn't come. This kind of wedding banquet, the miscellaneous disciples were not qualified to come anymore. He was also tainted by Lu Shishir. Chapter 058. Whose daughter is she? The restaurant was so lively with the pushing of cups, and by the time the meal was over, there were fruits and snacks, and then music, dancing, and comedy shows. Bai Wanner grew up where she had seen so many new things, eating snacks while concentrating on the various talent shows with her eyes. Li Changqing is a person sitting in the corner of the boredom of napping. These mortal comedy, fast bored, the hook listening to music. He has been listening to decades, if not still have to wait for Lu Shishir by Wainer. He estimated that early to go. Lu Shishir was the busiest, and went off to chat with the elders after dinner. Bai Wanner sat alone in the audience seat in the hall, which was a large venue and quite crowded, but not crowded. At this time, a silhouette walked over, his hands holding candies, a little hesitant, and finally walked blandly to sit beside Bai Wanner. Ha! The groomer. Bai Wanner recognized the groom. Bai Yongnian, at a glance. You like to listen to theater too? Bai Yongnian smiled bashfully. Yeah, my mother used to take me to the Lu family to listen to the theater. Bai Wanner didn't have any sense of security at all, saying whatever came to mind. The Ryu family? Is that Lu Shishir's family? Bai Yongnian's mind stirred, remembering that Bai Wanner was at Lu Shishir's table earlier. Yes. What's your name? Bai Yongnian's deep gaze stared at this pure and lovely young girl with a somewhat unblinking look. Bai Wan Air. Bai Waner said, looking unconcerned even though Bai Yongnian was looking at her. Your last name is Bai too? Shouldn't your surname be Song? Bai Yongnian said offhandedly with some excitement. Ha, my last name isn't Song. My mother's last name is Song. Bai Waner looked at Bai Yongnian strangely before concentrating on the stage. And from time to time, she would even clap happily, as if she was particularly interested in everything. Bai Yongnian's heart almost stopped when he heard the surname Song, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. You should be 20. Bai Yongnian continued to laugh in a fake light-hearted manner. I'm only 19. I'll be 20 next year. What month was he born? October. Hearing this, Bai Yongnian's hands couldn't help but tremble. He opened his mouth in shock, but still held back from asking anything more. Looking around, he almost tenderly stuffed the candy into Bai Wan Air's hand. Take this candy and eat it. Ask me for more if you don't have enough. I've got things to do. I'll go first. Bai Yongnian left quickly after saying this. When the wedding banquet reached the evening, most of the cultivators stayed in the city and waited until the next day before returning one after another. Lu Shishir 3 people also stayed, just to take Bai Waner and Li Changxing strolled through the night market. Bought a lot of girls like clothes jewelry party before going back on the second day. A month later, Willow City. Dusk, Auntie Bai left the Lu mansion as usual. She was cured and the people of the Lu mansion didn't have a hard time with her anymore. The money they get for their daily labor can also support themselves. As she walked along the road, she passed by the street stalls and looked at the fresh fruits and vegetables, wanting to buy one to try, but thinking that her daughter had already left for the cultivation world, she gave up. Although she wasn't from the cultivation world, she knew that the cultivation world had a lot of expenses, and when her daughter came back, she wanted to buy her good food with the money she had saved. I really did not expect. Her daughter is also a cultivator of immortality. This is also a good thing to honor the ancestors. The daughter is also outstanding. Just do not know how to live alone outside. But with Li Changsheng by her side to keep her company, she shouldn't be bullied. Lonely back to their own place. White Amma and as usual up the stairs. Her family has 3 rooms. Is when Li Changsheng left the renovation out. She's only nearly 40 and she's certainly fine living on her own. Just as Big Mother Bai walked into the house. Suddenly, God gave a start as she was shocked to see a back. Who are you? There's nothing of value in my house. You'd better go. I won't report it to the police. Just don't break my furniture. Auntie Bai thought that a thief had entered, and immediately spoke nervously, but halfway through her words, her voice came to an abrupt end and her face changed. It's been a long time. The speaker was a middle-aged man, looking quite handsome and dashing. The years seemed to have left no traces on his face, but it left some wrinkles on the face of the White Amma. You, seeing that familiar yet unfamiliar face, Big Mama Bai's eyes widened in shock, full of unbelief. Her heartbeat was almost suffocating at this moment. The man of her heart had finally returned. I came to ask you if Bai Wan Er is my daughter. Bai Yongnian looked at the woman in front of him and frowned slightly. He was a cultivator and the woman in front of him was a mortal. Back then, he saw that Auntie Bai was young and beautiful, and on a whim he forced himself on her. He hadn't cared at the time, and had abandoned the woman the next day, even as it had faded into oblivion. In his heart, which mortal woman didn't want to have an affair with a cultivator? The women of the Shilua Empire were all like that. I just didn't realize that this woman had gotten pregnant and given birth to a daughter who looked 7 or 8 times like this woman back then, and was even more beautiful. The purpose of Bai Yongnian coming here is to ask this woman if Bai Waner is his daughter. Age, month are alright, even preferences are the same. The bottom line was that her last name was also White, and that said it all. You saw my daughter? How has she been? A tremor ran through Auntie White's heart. There was not a trace of guilt in this man's gaze towards her, not even a hint of wanting to catch up on old times. This made Bai Dama's heart ache, and the aggression hidden in her heart wanted to cry out, but she held it back. See, she's doing well. Now you tell me, is she my daughter? Bai Yongnian looked a little impatient. Do you know how much you've hurt me? Do you know how much I've suffered all these years? The more Bai Dama said, the more agitated she became. This man has never loved her from the beginning to the end, and she is already old and yellow. Bai Yongnian will even less likely to look at her. I ask you, have you ever loved me? Don't dream. I don't have the slightest affection for you. You're immortal and I'm an immortal master. Bai Yongnian said indifferently. Now please tell me why Bai Waner's surname is Bai. She is my daughter, right? I'm telling you, she's my daughter, not yours, and you better stay away from her. Then why is her last name Bai as well? Bai Yongnian asked seriously. There are many people with the surname Bai. Why can you be the only one with the surname Bai? Are there no others with the surname Bai? Big Mama Bai said through gritted teeth. Oh, so you've slept with other men named White? Oh. Bai Yongnian sneered. The women of the Shilua Empire are all a virtue. Thinking of getting something for nothing, not keeping the woman's way. The young girls on the street are very open-minded. Today and this man in bed, tomorrow and that man hooked up. It has long been popular. So it's understandable that Auntie White was a little Thai when she was younger. And that comment directly irritated Big Mama White. Chapter 059, Wu Shuyan. Yes, I'm Thai. I just slept with a man named White. But he wasn't you. Bai Wan Er is my daughter. Not yours. Auntie Bai gritted her teeth and growled in aggravation. And she couldn't stop the tears from falling as she forced herself to hold back the feeling of heartache. Having not seen him for nearly 20 years, it was surprising that this man was now coming back just to make sure that Bai Wan Er was not his daughter. And not a care in the world for her. This kind of scum, how could she let him have his way? Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Bai Wan Er is it? I'm going to slaughter her right now. Bai Yang Nian sneered, a faint killing intent showing. With that he was about to walk out of the room, but was stopped by Auntie White. How dare you? What gives you the right to make things difficult for my daughter? We have no relationship anymore. Please let us mother and daughter go. Sparing you is fine. Sparing her is impossible. She's not my daughter, but she is a daughter. So tell me if I should kill her. Bai Yang Nian said indifferently. But she's my daughter. Please spare us. It's the only daughter I have. Then tell me whose daughter she really is, or I'll kill her and make you hate me for the rest of your life. Bai Yang Nian spoke harsh words grimly. Only the anticipation hidden in his eyes could never dissipate. Please leave us alone. She's my own daughter. Oh, Auntie White fell to her knees and wept. Prepare the grave. Bai Yang Nian looked at her coldly and without lingering. He turned around and broke away from Auntie Bai and walked straight out of the room. Don't. She's your daughter. You beastly thing. Outside the door, Bai Yang Nian's body shook and paused. At this time, Auntie White ran out excitedly and said, she's your daughter, but she'll never recognize you. So just die, and she won't leave me. And if you dare touch her, I'll die without letting you go. Big Mama Bai picked up a cloth bag on the table and slammed it directly onto Bai Yang Nian's body. Take your stinking money. Please don't come back in the future. Leave me and my daughter alone with the two of us and leave us alone. Bai Yang Nian looked at Bai Dama who was crying in pain and wanted to stimulate Bai Dama by saying that he would recognize his daughter in the future and that he would help her in the cultivation world, that she would live a long life or something like that. But the words were held back. The secret is known to heaven and earth, to you and to me. With one last look at Big Mother Bai Yang Nian rose up into the air, transforming into a stream of light as he flew towards the outside of Willow City. Brother Chongsheng, you're really not going to the Soul Abyss secret realm? I'm not going. You guys can go if you want to. And by the way, put the bronze mirror on. It'll keep you safe. In the palace, Li Chongsheng refused to go to the Soul Abyss secret realm. Many disciples were already preparing throughout the sect, and Lu Shishir and Bai Waner decided to go inside and make a break for it. The Soul Abyss secret realm was extremely heavy with yin qi, which was just right for them to cultivate, so they had to go. With Lu Shishir leading the group and the protection of the stern ghost Gu Xia and the bronze mirror, their safety was guaranteed. Li Chongsheng was happy to be alone. There were many miscellaneous disciples in the Xiao Luo sect, and he was the most leisurely. A few days later, the disciples of Shura sect assembled, led by Yuaning stage elders, and headed to the Soul Abyss secret realm in the South China Sea. This was a major event in the Shilua Empire, and the other sects would be attending as well, so the competition was sure to be extraordinarily fierce. But Li Chongsheng couldn't see it, and he didn't want to go and join in the fun. Every day, fishing and fishing, nourishing the body, watching the disciples of the sect cultivate, listening to some gossip, the day will be mixed up. Time passed and another year went by. The opening time of the Soul Abyss mystic realm was 3 years, and there were still 2 years to go. You don't have to wait. My grandfather is busy with something. On this day, Li Chongsheng was fishing by the lake as usual, when suddenly, a clear and indifferent voice sounded behind him. Li Chongsheng turned his eyes to see the tall and cold stunning beauty looking at him condescendingly. Oh, did he go to the spirit vein? Li Chongsheng was stunned and asked calmly. Yes, my grandfather is unlike you, lazy and incompetent, not thinking about the clan at all, just lazy and unproductive. The high and cold woman's eyes were full of contempt. Like this lazy and unmotivated handyman disciple, she despised it the most. If Grandpa hadn't been friends with him, he would have been fired. The woman in front of her was no one else. It was the granddaughter of the Shura sect patriarch, Wu Shuyan, a late-stage Jiedan stage powerhouse, and only a step away from the Yuaning stage. In this year or so, Wu Shuyan also knew Li Chongsheng because of her grandfather, the Shura sect patriarch Wu Yuanhua. In Wu Shuyan's eyes, a miscellaneous disciple who didn't seek advancement and still hung out with her grandfather every day must be just greedy for connections. Miscellaneous disciples in the Xiao Luo sect as many as they want. Li Chongsheng is just an inconspicuous one. Wu Shuyan did not expect that his grandfather could be with Li Chongsheng for more than a year. and the relationship is still getting better and better. Nothing, the two of them fished together. The only good thing about Li Changxing's body was that he could cook. This was not useful at all in the cultivation world. Wu Shuyan also often criticized Li Changxing for cultivating hard, but Li Changxing promised on his lips, but his behavior still did whatever he wanted, with no motivation at all. There were too many such miscellaneous disciples, all because their talent was too poor and they had no motivation, so they could only mingle in the sect. For Li Changxing, this kind of miscellaneous disciple, she is also lazy to pay attention to. The two are simply not the existence of a class. If it is not because of her grandfather's easygoing, Wu Shuyan walking on the look will not even look at Li Changxing, and will not have any interactions with Li Changxing anymore. Naturally, Li Changxing didn't know that the high and cold woman in front of him was the future successor of the Shura sect. He had always thought that Wu Shuyan was an inner disciple of the sect, and that she was high-minded and proud, and could not look at the miscellaneous disciples per se. However, Li Changxing didn't care. A month ago, a spirit vein was discovered in the territory of the Shilua Empire, and the sect sent people to survey it at the first opportunity to discover that it was an ancient spirit vein, and that the spirit stone resources within it were unprecedentedly huge. This provoked the various sects of the Shilua Empire to start looting. The Shura sect even started to continuously send people forward to occupy it, and for the sake of this spiritual vein, many sects fought. The Shura sect and the Brahma sect are even more fiercely competitive, and I've heard that they've suffered quite a few casualties from each other recently. The old man told him once, "Let Li Changxing go to the spirit vein to open up a mine." Many of the clan's miscellaneous disciples went. I heard it was very lucrative. Even miscellaneous disciples mixing in, they can mix a lot of spirit stone crumbs in a day. Not to mention the fact that the spiritual vein was near an abundance of spiritual qi, which was also beneficial to the cultivation of the handyman disciples. Li Changxing naturally refused directly. He will not go to those places of fighting and killing. Stay in the clan meticulous, not fragrant. The old man was too late to talk to Li Changxing when he was on his way there, so he asked his granddaughter, Wu Shuyan, to come and inform him personally. Wu Shuyan was reluctant, but grandfather put the word. She can only come over, and in the meantime in the sermon, it felt degrading for her, a powerful Jedan stage person, to have to come and pass a message to a miscellaneous disciple at the chi refining stage. After saying that, she didn't bother to pay attention to Li Changxing and turned around. Chapter 060, With your wisdom can I bluff you? Recently, the Shura sect had been releasing mining missions, and in order to grab that ancient spirit vein, the Shura sect had been forced to bring cultivators to compete. For the sake of that ancient spirit vein, all the sects were fighting for their heads. That benefit was just too great. No sect could hold back the temptation. Resources, in the cultivation world, were the lifeblood of a cultivator. Li Changxing naturally wouldn't go, but things went against his wishes. Just because of his laziness, he was seen by Wu Shuyan many times, and she secretly had people arrange for the odd job disciples to force them to go to the mine. In fact, it is not really mandatory. It is just that Li Changxing is a special case. Other miscellaneous disciples are eager to go to the mine to get a piece of the pie. He is good, dead and not willing to go to the distance. Naturally, it is special treatment. At the foot of the mountain, Li Changxing stood silently in the crowd, his eyes looking ahead. A large portion of the Shura sect's miscellaneous disciples had been requisitioned, and he was naturally forced to be classified as well. I wanted to find a relationship to stay, but Lu Shishir went to the Soul Abyss secret realm and hasn't come out yet. Looking for Wu Shuyan, it is estimated that he will not agree. There is no way. He can only accept it helplessly. If it was just mining, he didn't think there was anything to it. Fighting was definitely out of his league. He no longer had a base card. He couldn't use any of his divine abilities. And with a cultivation at the second level of chi refining, the only base card he could use was the bronze mirror, which had also been taken away by Baiwaner. There was some spirit weapon equipment for the transformation stage on his body, but he couldn't use it. The grade was too low. There were tens of thousands of talismans, so they could protect themselves, but nothing else really. Depart. With an order from the front, 10,000 disciples of the Shura sect set off in great numbers. It was worth mentioning that Wu Shuyan was also in the group, and from afar he saw Wu Shuyan standing dashingly and stunningly above a flying sword in the sky. As for them, these low-level minor cultivators, some of them were running on the ground with light energy, while some of them were using a broken weapon as a flying sword to sway slowly. Compared to Li Changxing, everyone else was excited. In modern terms, this was called a windfall, and a pig standing on a windfall could be blown up to the sky. The miscellaneous disciples could always reap the benefits of going to open a mine, which was much more profitable than working hard in the sect. With the signboard of the Shura sect, Li Changxing's journey was smooth, and a week later, the large troop arrived in a large mountain. From a distance, The crowd could see the rolling hills and mountains ahead, and the thousands of processing plants and camps that had risen up from the ground. There were many camps in the Shura sect. Li Changsheng was placed in a group dormitory when he arrived at the camp, and between the comings and goings, he could see many disciples transporting raw ores back and forth. After lining up for a number plate that night and resting for the night, by the next day they had to be placed down the mine by the foreman. This piece of mining area was occupied by Xiao Luo sect a long time ago, and it can be mined without worry. The sound of killing will be heard from time to time in the depths of that big rolling mountain, and there is the main battlefield that various sects will fight for. The Shilua Empire sects weren't just the Shura sect and Brahma sect. There were other small and medium-sized sects that would naturally come over to get a piece of the pie. The Shura sect and the Brahma sect fought the fiercest, almost mobilizing half of the sect's high-ranking cultivators to start killing and grabbing territory in the mountain range every day. On the way here, Li Changsheng had left his storage bag and space ring in the clan. Going down the mine was not allowed to bring these things, and he, a handyman, would attract trouble if he brought these things. In the mine cave, Li Changsheng wandered around with a miner's hoe. This place was obviously undeveloped, and there were raw spirit stones of various attributes everywhere, and a hoe down would always be able to chip out a little bit of spirit stone, which could be described as abundant. Many miners excitedly waving hoes knocking ping-pong ring, a sack of raw stone mining out. Who mined the most who get more money, which is the same as picking up money. In here to do a month, then outside to do a year of wages more. Can be the handyman disciples excited bad? This is the windfall of wealth. Li Changsheng found an unoccupied place, sat his butt inside, looked at the movement outside, and immediately sat down on his knees and began his cultivation. Soon an hour passed, and Li Changsheng helplessly opened his eyes. The aura here was abundant, and cultivation was a little faster than outside, but it was like a drop in the bucket for Li Changsheng, and it didn't improve much at all. Looks like it's better to be a salted fish from now on. Li Changsheng let out a bitter smile and instantly lay down, smoothly taking out a piece of dry food from his arms and eating it. Everyone else is whimpering and digging, but he's fine. He just sets up and sleeps. It wasn't that he didn't want to make money, but it wasn't bad at all. The millions of spirit stones he obtained from killing 2 god transformation stage powerhouses back then hadn't been spent until now. Can't spend it all, can't spend it at all. Ha ha, get rich, brothers, work hard. You can buy a storage bag this year. Not long after, the excited voices of the handyman disciples came from the distance. Li Changsheng's eyes flickered, and he immediately got up and walked deeper into the mine. Soon he came to the end, in front of all the unmined raw ore. To go deeper you have to mine and dig through here yourself. Therefore, Li Changsheng immediately found another hidden cave to continue lying flat. A few days later, he walked out with a sack of ore on his back, and just like that no one said anything. After all, he was very lazy. There were also all kinds of mosquitoes and beasts around this mountain range, and every day, many inner disciples would patrol the mining area, and if they encountered any powerful beasts, they would directly eradicate them to ensure the safety of the miscellaneous disciples. Just like the soy sauce has half a year long, Li Changsheng has long been mixed into the old grease. A few days before mining a sack of raw stone delivery, the rest of the time is lazy in the mountains. On this day, Li Changsheng wandered around the mines as usual, and when he saw other absentees he hid far away, and soon he found a new mine hole to lie in. However, without lying down for a long time, Li Changsheng frowned, and when he raised his eyes, he saw the sound of wind coming from within a crack next to him. Silky and cool. This greatly surprised Li Changsheng, knowing that this was a 100-meter deep mine cave, almost isolated from the outside. How could there be wind? After a pause, Li Changsheng picked up the miner's hoe and started digging, and as the gap got bigger and the wind got stronger, soon, a hole that could fit a person in was revealed. It was pitch black inside, but it formed a natural passage that led nowhere. As the wind grew louder and louder, Li Changsheng even felt a hint of ice coldness. After hesitating for a split second, Li Changsheng immediately ran to the other side. Hey, 2 senior brothers, I've discovered a secret passage. Come over and take a look. Those 2 burly men were gurgling and gurgling as they dug, and as soon as they heard this they immediately stopped. What passage? Don't you lie to us? We're smart. In your wisdom, do I bluff you? That's true. The duo followed Li Changsheng to that passageway and were surprised when they felt the cool whooshing wind blowing inside. Chapter 061 Monster in the Depths of the Spirit Mine. Let's go tell the foreman. Hearing this, Li Changsheng also thought the same thing. Generally encountering special circumstances, in order to ensure safety, must report the foreman, and then let the inner disciples or elders come over to survey once, to determine that there is no danger before going down the mine. You're silly. How can you bother the foreman and the others with such a small matter? In case there is a treasure inside, won't there be no share for us? The other burly man gave the duo a blank look. This area has long been surveyed by the inner sect brothers. It's definitely fine. Let's go in first and take a look. Don't be afraid, the burly man said and was the first to drill in. The other burly man looked at Li Changsheng and laughed. After you. No, I'll break off. You go in first. Li Changsheng smiled. If he is the first to invite, there is no need to call these two people well. He just wants to find two to explore the road. The strong man saw the situation also did not excuse. Immediately followed in. Li Changsheng stood in place for a while, until they climbed a little far away, to make sure that everything is fine before drilling into it. The passage was long, as if there was no end to it, making 7 turns and winding all the way down. Not knowing how long he had climbed, Li Changsheng only felt that his surroundings were getting closer and closer, and occasionally he could still see dots of spiritual light flickering on the stone walls. Li Changsheng silently measured the distance. According to his projection, they had sunk at least 500 to 600 meters. There was no way for the three to retreat back. They could only continue to climb with a hard head. And soon, the front gradually became spacious, and the three could already walk in a half squat. After another long walk, the passage got bigger and bigger, and you could just stand up and walk. With the help of the spirit light stone, the three of them could see the path ahead, and the surrounding stone walls were damp and gloomy, some smooth and some uneven. Occasionally, one could still see a thin spirit vein linking to the stone wall. Some of the spirit mines had a compelling aura, while others had a sparse aura. The three of them were careful along the way and didn't encounter any obstacles. Suddenly, a bright light came from the front, and the three of them hurriedly accelerated their steps and stepped in to take a look, their eyes widening in shock. The bright light was not an exit, but a shimmering piece of 7 colored gemstones, each as big as a dustpan, and purer and thicker than the spirit ore outside. This is digging up a heavy treasure. There must be an extremely high-grade spirit mine there. The eyes of the burly man in the lead glistened. Spirit stones also have grades. The cultivation world's universal spirit stones are considered lower-grade spirit stones. Just like the raw ore dug outside is enough to process ordinary spirit stones, sometimes one could also dig up high-quality spirit ore, which could be turned into medium-grade spirit stones or top-grade spirit stones after processing. Medium-grade spirit stones and top-grade spirit stones are best used for cultivation, and can also be quickly absorbed to restore cultivation during battle. The higher the quality, the faster the recovery speed and the more efficient the cultivation. The lower-grade spirit stones, or general-purpose spirit stones, were not suitable for cultivation, as there were too many impurities and the absorption was slow, so they could only be used as currency. Of course, medium-grade spirit stones were only used by outer disciples or inner disciples who would have the luxury to use them for cultivation. The top-grade spirit stone is only the rich and the immortal cultivation family will be willing to use it for a long-term supply of cultivation. The miscellaneous disciples will not think about it for the rest of their lives. It's too extravagant. As for extreme spirit stones, to be honest, the cultivation world's extreme spirit stone output was extremely rare, and even if there was one, it wasn't something that the average disciple could see. However, there must be extremely high-quality spirit stones in big clans like the Shura sect and the Brahma sect, and I heard that those were all items that could only be used by cultivators above the god transformation stage. Only the very best spirit stones were also useful for cultivators above the transformation stage to use for cultivation or to restore their aura. As their eyes turned, there was a spacious area in front of them, and at that moment, the three of them stood at the entrance of the cave, and in front of them was a super cavern of hundreds of thousands of square meters. The sky above the cavern was dotted with starlight, dotted with various spirit stones that shook the eyes like a starry sky. Below was the underground river, which was crystal clear, and in the depths of the underground river, it was also glittering with light, as if it was a river of stars, and there were extremely high-quality spirit vein resources at the bottom of the river as well. Those two strong men excitedly jumped into the underground river at once, casually grabbing a handful of them up are all spirit stones. It's almost as good as picking them up for nothing. Looking at this huge cavern, Li Changsheng was a bit moved. So many extremely high-quality spirit veins. No wonder all the sects would desperately coax it. This is real money. According to the reserves of this spirit vein, it is estimated that it is enough for all the cultivators in this continent to enjoy for thousands of years and tens of thousands of years without drying up. Li Changsheng casually picked up a stone on the ground, and there were hints of energy fluctuations in it. Although he was not a foundation establishment stage cultivator, the sense of aura between heaven and earth still existed. It was just that chi refining stage cultivators could not cultivate aura out yet. Seeing that the duo was not in any danger in the underground river, Li Changsheng was then relieved and began to survey around. The two burly men had already ignored Li Changsheng, and were madly picking up ore everywhere, having long been addicted to it. Li Changsheng controlled the spirit lightstone to float in midair. The cavern was bigger than imaginable. Passing through this piece of the cavern and crossing a narrow path to see another cavern. There were not only spirit stones, but all sorts of underground produced gems, too numerous to count. These gems were also a resource. They were just not worth much in the cultivation world, some with a bit of spirituality and some without. After walking around without encountering any dangers, this spirit vein was truly a natural treasure. It had to be said that the cultivation community within the Shilua Empire was truly rich. Suddenly, Li Changxing's gaze lurched and he saw a huge leveled boulder revealed on the surface of the water. After maneuvering the aura stone to fly over, Li Changxing discovered that the boulder was as if it had been cut artificially, tens of meters long and 5 or 6 meters wide and thick. The boulder looked like a stone monument, and the stone material was also a bit different from the surrounding stone walls, with broken places on it, obviously a broken stone monument. There were deep engravings on the boulder, and Li Changsheng flew over. On it was actually a large ancient character. Forbidden. It was a large forbidden character, which greatly surprised Li Changsheng. How could there be such a stone tablet here? Ah! Ghosts! Help! Poof! Just as Li Changsheng continued to probe, suddenly, a heart-rending cry of terror came from the distance. The sound was far away. Li Changsheng's face was shocked and he hurriedly flew back, but when he reached the halfway point, he stopped again. The cries for help were gone, and it was no longer helpful for him to go back and check now. In case he ran into a powerful monster, his own little life would have to be taken. Li Changsheng found a high point to hide in and waited patiently. About half an hour later, his eyes stagnated, and a tattered body floated in the flowing water of the underground river. The body was only half a body left, blood flowing out. The pale face was on its back, looking horrified, eyes bulging out. It's who else could it be if not the strong man who was still with him just now? Apparently the duo had been victimized, and it was just not clear what had killed them. Just as Li Changsheng continued to wait, suddenly, the expression lurched, and reaching out he touched something. It was a severed finger, crystal clear and hard as iron. As Li Changsheng observed the item in his hand, he quickly realized that it was by no means an ordinary person's finger, and that there was an extremely astonishing and faint energy fluctuation within it. Li Changsheng knows a little bit of archaeology. Mortal bones will completely decay and disappear in a dark and damp place in 10 or 20 years at most. A cultivator's bones would last longer because they were protected by aura, and the higher the cultivation level, the longer it took for the bones to decay and disappear. This bone in Li Changsheng's hand was at least 1,000 years old, so the strength of the owner of this bone in his lifetime was at least a harmonization stage level existence. A god transformation stage powerhouse died here and no one noticed? Obviously, Li Changsheng felt that this person should not be from this era, and it would be terrifying if he was a strong person from another century before this spiritual vein was discovered. 10,000 years? 20,000 years? 100,000 years? At the thought of this, Li Changsheng didn't even dare to confirm what kind of terrifying strength the owner of this bone was in his lifetime. A bone that didn't decay for tens of thousands of years. He had never even heard of it. Puff! With a loud boom, a splashing sound came from the distance, and when Li Changsheng turned his eyes to look, he saw a supersized monster leaping up from the underground river and swallowing the strong man's body in one bite. The monster was pitch black with a head as big as a bucket, like a big black fish weighing hundreds of kilograms, but it had a creepy eye on top of its head, and only one eye. It seems that those two people were eaten by this big black fish. The whole cave is colorful, but overall it still looks dim. Li Changsheng put down the broken finger, which was of no use to him. He waited for a long time more, realizing that there were no other monsters, before deciding to go out and talk about it. Regardless of what kind of terrifying creatures were here, the sect disciples would definitely send people to survey and clean up the place when they discovered it, and the only thing he had to do was save his own little life, and he tried not to touch it as long as it was potentially dangerous. After determining that there was no danger, Li Changsheng decisively ran towards the way back. Oh wah 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 wah! Just when Li Changsheng was already about to run near the entrance of the cave, he suddenly stumbled in his expression as the faint sound of a doll crying came from the distance. This cry caused the water flow of the underground river to tremble. In Li Changsheng's astonished gaze, there was a violent tumbling in that river, and a pitch-black figure was revealed. There were a dozen or so big black fish-like monsters. Their size was beyond imagination, and each big black fish had only one eye on top of its head that was like a cobra's pattern, a row of sharp teeth as sharp as swords. They became tumultuous and began to swim toward the baby-like cries. A big black fish passed by Li Changsheng and swam by itself after a glance at him. This scene surprised Li Changsheng, and as if that baby's cry had some magic power, it didn't take long to make all the big black fish have a seizure in the river. They began to tear at each other, tireless, and their huge bodies were torn in half by two other large blackfish. They began to devour each other, making chirping, strange noises in the river that were as chilling as ghostly howls in the darkness. Li Changsheng just crouched in the shadows in shock and watched. About half an hour later, All the big black fish-like monsters all died and just floated in the river without breath. Yo, whoa wow. The cave became eerie, but the baby's cries still didn't look like they had stopped, and they were getting stronger. Li Changsheng hesitated for a long time, but finally decided to go over and take a look. He followed the path along the edge of the stone wall into the distance, and the bodies of the great black fish moved slowly. Each of the bodies weighed hundreds of kilograms and just killed each other to death. It's hard to imagine why they did it. Continuing to walk along the underground river, the baby's cries became clearer and clearer, sometimes intermittent. Li Changsheng didn't know how long he had been walking. If it wasn't for the light of the various spirit minds reflecting around him, he definitely wouldn't have dared to continue. Wow! Not knowing how long he had been walking, Li Changsheng stood on top of a cliff. There was no more road ahead, and the underground river was interrupted here. The endless river water just dropping down like a waterfall, emitting a roar. The bodies in the distance were finally floating here, weighing tens of thousands of kilograms combined, and falling down the river into the abyss. And at that moment, the baby's cries came to an abrupt end. This scene shocked Li Changsheng. The baby's cries were coming from this abyss. Obviously going down from here was out of the question. He didn't have the guts to go down there. Just as Li Changsheng gazed at the bottomless abyss, his pupils suddenly shrunk. In the darkness, a huge eyeball slowly opened, even though the distance was very far, as if it was thousands of meters and tens of thousands of meters. It was so close in Li Changsheng's eyes, as if he had discovered him long ago, and there was light and a sneering smile in his eyes. Do monsters that big exist in the world? One eye is hundreds. No, thousands of meters wide, and it's estimated that a super soccer field wouldn't even hold 1% of that eye. Li Changsheng was so scared that he backed up, his body's yuan qi running, wanting to turn around and escape, but the next second, the river water backed up, the space around him stagnated, an invisible energy ripple emerged. Li Changsheng only felt dizzy. In a turn of the eye, the whole world flipped, the endless river flooded his body, wrapped him up and then stuffed him into a void like a thrown leather ball. The surroundings were dark, and it was impossible to see where the depths were. Suddenly, Li Changsheng's figure shook, and in the distance, a huge eye slowly opened. Those eyes were blood red with endless traces of age, as if they had gone through an endless river of time and had long since lost the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Finally, between the turning of those eyes, space came to a standstill at that moment. Let me go and you'll get everything. An ancient mesmerizing voice rang out from the void, carrying an unquestionable and endless majesty. Those words were like a kind of faith, giving people an absolute fear of his power. Who are you? Li Changsheng asked quickly, but he realized that his spirit had been getting squeezed, as if it would run out at any moment. Mental power, 54-1. Li Changsheng quickly added a little attribute point to his spiritual power, which briefly restored his sanity. I am a being you can never reach. I am a being you can always believe in. The ancient mass sound resounded once again, and in a flash, the space around Li Changsheng changed, and the outline of a super huge figure was revealed. At this moment, Li Changsheng's eyes widened and his face was covered in shock. This guy was just too big, unbelievably big. In front of the creature, its eyes grew smaller and farther away, eventually hanging high above the figure like a bright red moon. In front of it, Li Changsheng couldn't even be considered an ant. Chapter 062. What's your mom's name? O child lost in darkness, follow the guidance of the god of the labyrinth and accept the great mission, providing sustenance for the pups of the light, and ultimately, those born from human bodies will rule the earth after the overthrow of mankind. Ancient mesmerizing sounds resounded in Li Changsheng's mind as he looked in shock at the behemoth in front of him. Vaguely, a beam of light was born in the center of the creature, and a young baby slowly floated down. The cub was no different from a human baby, looking curiously at Li Changsheng with big beautiful eyes. His face is that cute. His eyes are big and curious about the unknown. When he landed in front of Li Changsheng, it was only then that he realized that there was a short sword emitting a strange divine light stuck in his body. The short sword penetrated his body. The baby seemed to be in no pain. Yet it was so shocking. Pull him out and you'll get everything you want to have. The ancient mesmerizing sound resounded once again, and all of a sudden, Li Changsheng's mind was confused, and a power called domination invariably made him submissive. Mental strength, 55-1. When Li Changsheng silently added one attribute point again, his mind became clear once again. Is this your son? Li Changsheng looked at the figure in the void and asked suspiciously. Plucking him, another dominating force surged in, and Li Changsheng's mind was shaken. Mental strength, 56-1. Will you let me out? I'm not playing. Li Changsheng couldn't stand it anymore. It was obvious that this was a setup. As long as he pulled out the short sword in front of him, something terrible must have happened. He looked at the baby's innocent smile and silently walked up and smiled the same way, and between his outstretched hands, he cupped the baby's cheeks. The baby's face twisted and wailed. As the baby's cries rang out, the space around him began to distort, while the baby in front of him suddenly emitted a violent burst of divine light, and Li Changsheng retreated back and forth. By the time he opened his eyes again, the baby in front of him had long since turned into a stunningly beautiful woman. That delicate face was like an egg white blown up, skin like gelatin, innocence and sultriness perfectly blended in her body. The only thing that was different from the other women was that she also had a long sword emitting strange divine light stuck in her chest, and the slightest trace of blood stained her dress. Your Excellency, my slave is injured. Can you help my slave pull out this sword on my body? My slave is willing to give her body to your Excellency. The woman was in a state of despair. Let a person's heart ache. Just listen to the voice have a kind of let a person tend to be attached to the feeling. Mental strength, 57-1. In a flash, Li Changsheng regained his clarity as he looked at the woman in front of him, looking up and down. Do you still have a sword? Li Changsheng asked. Yes, my lord. Will you help me? The woman's face revealed joy and enchantment as she flipped her hand and handed Li Changsheng a long sword. Good sword, good sword. Li Changsheng surveyed the long sword in his hand. Suddenly his gaze turned cold. A cold light flashed, and in the woman's stunned gaze, her head instantly fell off. The woman's head rolled down to her feet, and a hint of doubt appeared in her gaze as she looked at Li Changsheng. Just now, seeing as you were a baby, I couldn't bear to make a move, but now that you've turned into a woman, then I'm not going to be polite. Li Changsheng said in a cold voice. Hurry up, martyr. I'm fed up. Come to this trick every day. Annoyed or not, quickly let me out, or get you this death. Li Changsheng had long been fed up with this trick of being weirdly imprisoned. He had been imprisoned for 30 years in the Black Mist, and another 70 years in 10,000 Serpent City. Grandma, he still came to this trick when he arrived here, and he wasn't going to eat this anymore. The woman did not speak, and together with her head slowly turned into a puddle of blood and water, eventually disappearing. And at this moment, the space around him transformed once again. Li Changsheng's figure was steeply lifted by a terrifying force, and as his figure flew up, the terrifying monster in front of him gradually shrunk, while a blood-colored eye moved in front of him. You find, I, Gan Lin Yang. Don't you dare. I Gamlin old mother. The terrifying energy erupted once again, and Li Changsheng only felt his mind fall into chaos once again. Mental strength, 58-1. Mental strength, 59-1. Mental strength, 61. With each fall, Li Changsheng would directly add a little attribute point to refresh his consciousness so that he wouldn't be controlled by the monster in front of him. And at this time, the monster's figure narrowed down to a certain range, and Li Changsheng finally saw the rough outline of the monster. On the gigantic chunks of superflesh twisted countless twisted heads with no eyes, only a horrifyingly large mouth dripping with unknown liquids, the open mouth devouring something in the void. And above the countless mouths, there was a huge tentacle sticking out, and at the tip of the tentacle linked an even bigger eye that glared at Li Changsheng. It was worth mentioning that at the monster's rear, a long sword emitting bizarre divine light was plunged straight into his body, with silky divine patterns surging, seemingly suppressing the terrifying monster. Humble humans, you, what's your mom's name? Li Changsheng did not give the slightest bit of face and interrupted it with a smile. Don't you dare. Your mom died. Ah. Mental strength, 61-1. Mental strength, 62-1. Mental strength, 63-1. You lost your mother at 1 year old and your father at 2. You peeked at the little girl next door in the shower at 7. And your grandfather died at 8. You're 18 years old and fall in a hole and eat a mouthful of Ricefield Company. You got pissed on by a diabetic at 19 and you said it was pretty sweet. You're 80 years old single your whole life and spend every day with your hands. You're 100 years old. Your daughter-in-law dies. Oh, your daughter-in-law dies when you're 20. Start over. Mental strength, 81. Mental strength, 81-1. Humans, you, what's your mom's name? Go to hell. Oh, Mother Gamlin. With a loud bang, Li Changsheng was suppressed by a terrifying energy, and all of a sudden, he only felt dizzy. The space around him rotated, the monster disappeared, and the picture kept turning. A feeling of mental emptiness rushed over me. Avatar, longevity true fire, cooldown, 3, 190, 000 years. Avatar, longevity true fire, cooldown, 3, 180, 000 years. When Li Changsheng saw that the cooldown time of his divine ability was actually shortening rapidly, his heart was shocked. This old North Nose wouldn't also know special magical powers and throw him into the river of time to be imprisoned forever. Avatar, longevity true fire, cooldown, 3 million years. Avatar, longevity true fire, cooldown, 2, 990, 000 years. Li Changsheng really panicked this time. He began to look for the exit. According to this progress, although he was immortal, but this lifespan could not be so wasted. Wouldn't millions of years have passed by the time he got out? And what a mess. Chapter 063 Dare to Touch My Daughter. Ha ha, Patriarch Wu. I didn't expect it, but you also have today. Today, all the Shura sect disciples, not a single one of them will be left alive. In the spirit vein mining area, countless black-clothed disciples stood up in the air, a haze of light surrounding them, and a bizarre formation flag bubbling with black gas was inserted into the ground. In a flash, the entire mountain range became distorted. As the ghost shadow reincarnation formation took shape, the old patriarch of the Brahma sound sect laughed arrogantly. His gaze looked towards the silhouettes below, and with a wave of his hand, countless disciples flew down and fought with those lower-ranked disciples. For a while, miserable wails resounded from the mountain range mines. Tens of thousands of sect disciples wanted to escape, but they were surprised to find that no matter how much they tried to escape, they couldn't escape the 2 acres and 3/3 of land underneath them, and they could only wait in place to be killed. The ghost shadow reincarnation formation, once entered, those who were not strong in spirituality could easily fall into an endless cycle. Those with strong willpower, or strong divine soul power, would be able to remain calm and not be brought into the cycle by this reincarnation formation, but they would never be able to get out. And when the disciples of the sect died, they would form ghost chi again, which would once again aggravate the power of the reincarnation formation, eventually slowly eroding everyone. Slowly, within the Shura sect's mining area, there was more and more black gas, eventually covering the entire mining area, seemingly without any end. But those who were inside were forever caught up in it. It was almost impossible for cultivators who didn't know formations to crack this formation, and cultivators who knew formations would have a hard time cracking this bizarre formation without a formation stage-level formation reserve. Congratulations, old ancestor, for getting rid of a great danger. Outside the grand formation, an elder respectfully smiled at a black-robed old man. Oh, that old thing didn't die that easily. He still has to be given a bit of a boost. The black-robed old man looked into the depths of the mountain range and suddenly said with a voice like thunder, Patriarch Wu, haven't you always wanted to know how your son died? To tell you the truth, your son was killed by the old man's design, but it's a pity that you don't have any evidence, Patriarch Wu, so you can't blame it on the old man. Inside the big formation, Wu Yuanhua listened to the voices outside. His eyes cracked. He had long suspected that it was the Brahma sect that had killed his son. If not for the lack of evidence, he would have killed the Brahma sect a long time ago. Now that old thing had even admitted it in person and was still chattering and laughing maniacally, it made his pale body shiver with anger as well. With the tragic deaths of the disciples around him, he could feel an inexplicable energy fluctuation around him, but was unable to realize that he had been caught in the ghost shadow reincarnation formation. Ming flying dust, proposed grandma. Looking towards the arrogant figure in the distance, Wu Yuanhua killed the black-robed old man with a flash of his figure. Ming Fei dust is also not show weakness. The two immediately turned into streams of light killed together. All of a sudden the sky and earth, spiritual pressure fluctuations, countless disciples are also in which was shaken to bits and pieces. Pathetic. But outside, Ming Feichen still stood in place, his face grim as he looked at the light and shadow inside. At this time in the field, where there is a big battle, but it is just Wu Yuanhua a person against a ghost shadow to kill. As more and more disciples died, the ghostly aura in the entire mountain range grew denser and denser, and in a short while, this place would be completely covered by the ghost shadow reincarnation formation, and the outside would not be able to see the inside. In a large hall of the Shura sect, 2 figures were revealed. What did you say? All the disciples in the soul abyss mystic realm should be killed as well? The person who spoke had a shocked look on his face. This time the one leading the soul abyss mystic realm is Elder Lu. Do you think you can let them come back alive? But there are other disciples. There are inner disciples. My disciples are all in there. Killing them all would not be enough to make the sect lose a lot. Bai Yongyan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with shock. He didn't care about other people, but his own daughter was still in the soul abyss secret realm. They hadn't recognized each other yet, and their own daughter was gifted, so how could they let her die in there? Moreover, before entering the soul abyss mystic realm, he had been looking for opportunities to get close to Bai Wanner, and the two of them had gradually turned into friends, getting along extremely well. It was just that he didn't dare to recognize her directly for fear of stimulating her state of mind affecting the trip to the soul abyss mystery realm. He had thought that he would find a chance to recognize Bai Wanner when she returned, but he hadn't expected the Wu family's sudden early mutiny to disrupt his process. This was all well and good. After all, he had long been involved in the mutiny in the sect, but the Wu family wanted to kill even the disciples in the soul abyss mystic realm, so how could he accept it? Since when do you care so much about your disciples? The Lu family has not been kind to you. The middle-aged man sneered and glanced at Bai Yongyan, his tone carrying a hint of warning. I don't have that intention. It's just that this is not in the plan, and it was a bit sudden for a while, and I'm afraid of the future strength of the Shura sect. It's not like the Shura sect is owned by the Wu family alone. Our Wu family was also one of the founders. And now that the Wu family has no heir but has never handed over the position of the patriarch, it's all because the Wu family brought this on themselves. But isn't there still the Wu family granddaughter? A woman is worthy of being a patriarch. Since she's not willing to marry the Wu family, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Well, you go down and follow the plan. Yes. Wu Hezheng waved his hand somewhat impatiently and sent Bai Yangyan away from the palace. When Bai Yangyan went out, a figure once again walked out of the palace. Father, I see that Bai Yangyan has a good relationship with the Lu family. Didn't you say that you would let Bai Yangyan be able to maneuver around our two families? How is such a good-for-nothing worthy of negotiating with the Lu family? It was just a matter of going along with the situation in the first place. And to have him as our Wu family's son-in-law is enough to think highly of him. What if he turns against us? Another man asked. Suddenly worried. Against? Would he dare? If he really rebels, a mere Bai Yangyan won't be able to affect the big picture. And by then the Bai family will have disappeared from the cultivation world. What the old ancestor said. The other person also laughed. Bai Yangyan was only a regional Jiedan stage cultivator and the son-in-law of the Wu family, so it was even more unlikely that he would rebel. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Yangyan went back to the house and then shut up alone and drank mulled wine. On one side was the critical moment of the Wu family's mutiny, and on the other side was his own daughter. If the Wu family was allowed to destroy the Lu family, he had no problem with it. But he couldn't accept it if his own daughter was involved. Over the years, he had been left without an heir. The old ancestor of the Bai family was once a Yuaning stage powerhouse, but unfortunately fell, and the burden of the Bai family fell on his head alone. At one time, he was also spirited and prosperous, but now he is only worthy of looking at the face of the Wu family. Mud, dare to touch my daughter. I will never allow it. After drinking another large bottle of wine, Bai Yangyan immediately grabbed the door and rode out into the night toward the sect leader's peak. Chapter 064, finally out. Is everything you say true? In the palace, Wu Shuyan stood up abruptly, her eyes full of disbelief. I guarantee with my life that it's 1,000 times true. Elder Wu, what you need to do now is to send someone to suppress the Wu family as soon as possible. As well as the Soul Abyss Mystic Realms Lu family forces must be notified to pick them back up immediately. Bai Yangyan had already sobered up a large part of the wine at this moment and said quickly, No, my grandfather is trapped. I must go forward to save my grandfather. Wu Shuyan was already a bit flustered at the moment. Wu Yuanhua was the sect's patriarch. The Wu family was actually all supported by Wu Yuanhua. If he fell, the Shura sect would also fall. She never dreamed that the Wu family would secretly collude with the Brahma sect to defect, but she could no longer care about the Wu family. She had to rescue her grandfather as soon as possible. Miss Wu, no, it's too late to go and save the patriarch. We must unite with the other elders to suppress the Wu clan. If we don't take action, it'll be too late. You're the future hope of the clan. Ah, you mustn't be reckless. Bai Yangyan knows that Wu Yuanhua is afraid that he is in a bad way at this moment, and he definitely cannot live. He must tell Wu Shuyan to suppress the Wu family together in order to have the hope of overturning the situation. Going to save the patriarch now would be tantamount to sending him to his death for nothing, and even the clan would be surrendered. This is the sovereign's token. You take it, you lead the people to deal with the sovereign's matters, and you go inform the Lu family's side as well. I have to go and save my grandfather. Wu Shuyan flipped her hand and took out a sovereign's token, directly rushing out of the palace without saying a word. Bai Yangyan looked at the token in his hand dumbfounded. This is a token that represents the patriarch's personal presence. Only this one. Wu Shuyan even handed it over to him without any hesitation. This is how much trust it is. Seeing that Wu Shuyan was far away, it was too late for him to catch up. He immediately clenched his teeth and went out of the palace. Since he had already gone out of his way, he had to put up a fight in order to save his daughter, and stand on the side of the patriarch, and never let the Wu family have their way. He immediately personally ran to the other elders' palaces and began to pull them together one by one to inform the Wu family of the mutiny, while sending people to the Soul Abyss Mystic Realm to rescue the Lu family. According to the plan, the Wu family would send 2 Yuaning stage powerhouses to strangle Elder Lu Ming of the Lu family. There was only one last Yuaning stage powerhouse in the clan, so there was only one Yuaning stage powerhouse who was still loyal to the old patriarch now. The words were split into 2. Wu Shuyan was already flustered at the moment. He immediately summoned 3 elders of the same rank and more than 1,000 disciples under his name to fly towards the direction of the spirit vein all night long. Bai Yangyan has defected. On top of a mountain peak in the Shura sect, 2 figures stood as they saw from afar that Wu Shuyan had left the sect with her people. Oh, a good mutiny, and thanks to him, Wu Shuyan went to his death as well, so it's a relief. Pass the order down. Tomorrow we will start purging the Shura sect, and those who disobey will be killed. Wu He was looking grimly at the huge Shura sect range. In 2 days, he would be the new patriarch of Shura sect, and the Wu family would disappear within the cultivation world. 3 days later, Wu Shuyan led the team to the vicinity of the spirit vein in great numbers, and when she raised her eyes, she only saw a surprisingly eerie tranquility in the mountain range. The surrounding camp had also become an empty fortress. How come there's no one? Wu Shuyan frowned slightly as she looked at the rolling mountains. Surprisingly, there was not a single silhouette. Did Bai Yonyan lie? But this mountain range should be someone in the mining spirit ore. How can a person or not? That mountain range in the fog. Simply cannot see any figure. The divine sense swept away, also not a trace of life chi. It is really difficult to understand. Miss, we'd better go in and take a look. Maybe the sovereign has already killed the Brahma sect. An accompanying Jiedan stage elder guest. Okay, go in and search. Wu Shuyan was eager to save people and immediately flew in with the crowd. When they flew to the spiritual vein near the time, suddenly the wind and clouds changed. Ghostly atmosphere. At first glance there is nothing strange, but in the twinkling of an eye a ghostly shadow appeared in the spiritual vein. In that valley, blood was dripping and corpses were everywhere. Where was there a living person? There were corpses everywhere. Quick, get down there and save the day. Seeing this scene, Wu Shuyan looked shocked. So it wasn't that there were no more people in the mine, but that they were all dead. The crowd hurriedly flew down, looking at the corpses all over the ground, shocking to the eyes. Just as they wanted to continue searching, suddenly their complexion changed drastically, and some disciples suddenly screamed, "Ghosts! Ghosts! Kill! It's someone from the Brahma sect, quickly catch up with him." Several disciples were instantly agitated and abnormal, killing the ghostly shadows in the distance. Wu Shuyan and others see the scene inexplicable. Those disciples one by one and crazy. Actually self-care disappeared in the mountains. Called cannot call. No good. Miss, we've been tricked. This is a spell formation. Run. A Jiedan stage elder's face suddenly changed drastically. He was also a formation master. And although he knew that extremely subtle formations had been set up here, he had discovered it too late. Even if he found it, he'd have a hard time cracking it. The crowd reacted. Just wanted to escape. All of a sudden, because of the ghostly shadows filled, rich ghost gas gushing. In the twinkling of an eye, the crowd has already fallen into the endless cycle of rebirth. Some disciples encountered the ghostly shadows of the Brahma sound sect and immediately fought against them. Some disciples encountered the ghostly shadows of the sect's disciples, and were easily taken away, eventually turning into the sustenance of the ghostly shadows, becoming godly, and the cycle of reincarnation was endless. Wu Shuyan also encountered the ghostly shadow of the Vanine sect, but in her gaze, it was a group of Vanine sect disciples who were besieging her grandfather, and she rushed up without saying a word. However, when she had just finished beheading the disciples of the Brahma sound sect, when she turned her eyes, she saw her grandfather in the guise of a stern ghost just wanting to strangle her neck, and that sense of suffocation made Wu Shuyan almost die on the spot. But when she struggled to break free from her bonds, she turned her eyes back to the original point, and in front of her was still a group of Brahma sound sect disciples who were besieging her grandfather. Wu Shuyan hesitated. She changed winds and continued to break through, but she still couldn't escape the horrific scene of a stern ghost scaring her soul. No matter what path she chooses, as long as the obsession exists, she will never get out of this predicament. Until Wu Shuyan fell into madness, confusion, fear, and endless doubt, and died of physical and mental exhaustion. Finally out. Deep in the mountains, a gray-headed man ran out of the mine. When he turned his eyes and saw the dark sky, and the corpses all over the ground, he couldn't help but be shaken. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed? Looking at these corpses, Li Chongsheng looked shocked, thinking that things had long since changed outside, and that everything here had become a graveyard, and that everyone was dead, or that this place had long been abandoned. Li Chongsheng looked at the corpses all over the ground while sighing at the cruelty of the cultivation world. It is true that age is a pig-killing knife. He was in the depths of the mines, calculating the time based on the avatar cooldown time. Almost 400,000 years had passed, right? Chapter 065, Goodbye Old Man. These corpses were the corpses of miners, and Li Chongsheng didn't recognize them. After all, he was face-blind as a person. In his heart, he thought that 400,000 years had passed, and this spirit vein hadn't even been mined out, so it was really a miracle. Walking upwards in the night, the sound of ghostly howls would be heard all around, and every now and then a corpse would be stepped on under the soles of the feet. In the face of these corpses, Li Chongsheng was calm. After all, he had encountered enough zombies and dead people as a chi refining stage cultivator. He had even seen the severe ghosts, not to mention these randomly discarded corpses. Suddenly, a dark shadow was revealed in front of him, and Li Chongsheng's footsteps lurched. The dark figure looked like a man, with his back to him, digging at something in the ground with a miner's hoe. Li Changxing secretly admired. So late in the evening, in this kind of ghost place still dared to come over to dig for minerals. Really bold. Dude, dig in. Li Changxing walked over and said with a smile. The miner didn't say anything. Still digging nonstop all by himself. Li Changxing didn't care. Just thought to ask what era is outside now. 400,000 years. Should have developed high technology. But as he approached, the miner suddenly stood up and walked off into the distance. Li Changxing hurriedly caught up. Brother. Ask, is it still Shi Luo? Just the moment he touched the figure, Li Changxing's mind was shaken. His body was ice. And vaguely, Li Changxing seemed to realize something. The figure also stopped and slowly turned around. In the darkness, a twisted and rotten face came into view. A few maggots were wriggling out of the eyeballs, and the face was full of rotten flesh, which I'm afraid if it were anyone else would have been scared out of their wits. And Li Changxing just frowned and kicked him away. In that instant, the sky was spinning. Li Changxing hurriedly ran towards the outside, and when he ran out of the mine, he realized that a ghostly shadow was coming towards him in the darkness. Ghost shadow reincarnation formation? Li Changxing discovered the clues at first glance. Wasn't this his most familiar spell formation? The ghost shadow reincarnation formation? He knew how to set up formations himself, and breaking them was naturally easy. Casually picked up a brick on the ground. The body of Yuan Qi running. A spiritual pattern in the brick revealed. Faint ghost Qi convergence to the brick. Transformed a piece of isolation space out. In this way, the ghost Qi within the ghost shadow reincarnation formation would not be able to erode his mind. But he was still in the middle of this formation. And he still needed to find a hidden formation flag in order to break this formation. Boom! Just at this moment, a terrifying aura fluctuation in front of him spread out. Li Changxing was shocked in his heart. This was a sign that someone was still alive and trapped in this place. Li Changxing hurriedly jumped towards the fluctuation. Countless ghosts and shadows wanted to pounce on him along the way. All of them were dodged by Li Changxing one by one. The space around him changed rapidly. It didn't seem to make any difference. But the space around Li Changxing was just like a boat in winter constantly hitting the ice on the surface of the water. And the reincarnation space formed by the ghost Qi couldn't control the half-meter space of Li Changxing at all. Click! Before he could go far, the energy in that ghostly Qi made the brick shatter apart. Li Changxing hurriedly picked up another brick on the ground and carved the spirit pattern again. When Li Changxing came near that energy, he had already used a dozen bricks. Raising his eyes, he saw a ghostly shadow covered in pitch black, which was different from the others, possessing a solid texture and terrifying energy fluctuations. He sat wearily on a boulder, with countless ghostly shadows floating around him, constantly eroding the will of the ghostly shadows. Looking at the dark ghostly shadow, Li Changxing was surprised in his heart. This person had been trapped in this place for at least half a year, but he could still insist on not assimilating to maintain his autonomous will. It had to be said that this person's guts were also superb. At least he was not afraid of ghosts. If you want to live in the ghost shadow reincarnation formation, the first thing you need to do is to be bold and not be afraid of ghosts. Because every moment, the ghosts and shadows are eroding everyone's will, and once the heart is cowed, you'll never get out. Li Changxing carefully walked over. He was worried that this person regarded him as a passing brat and slapped him to death. He would lose a lot of money. Looking at the ghostly shadows that constantly surrounded him, Li Changxing silently approached over a little bit. The distance was close. Just as Li Changxing was about to take another step forward, the ghostly figure suddenly stood up. His figure turned around and looked at Li Changxing. Li Changxing's mind was shaken, and he also froze in place, not daring to move. Unbeknownst to the man, Li Changxing was a strange yet familiar ghostly figure. Suddenly, the black shadow understood and walked towards Li Changxing. Li Changxing's heart and soul were shaken. If he suddenly killed him, his own divine soul might not be able to block this guy's attack. Little brother, how are you still alive? When he approached Li Changxing's half a meter space, the black shadow that could not communicate was able to transmit words all of a sudden. And in the next second it seemed like there was a piece of energy that was isolated. And the black shadow gradually revealed its true body. And a pale and disheveled old man with a beard came into view. Old man fishing? Li Changxing looked at this familiar figure with surprise, thinking that when he came to the mining area he also specially looked around for the old man who fished with him, but never found it, thinking that he might have passed away, and did not continue to look for it. What's going on here? The old man with the beard in a trance was also shaken. He just saw Li Changxing and thought it was another illusion, but when he was ready to get close to have a good chat, the space around him stagnated, and it was as if he was isolated by some kind of energy, and was not in a chaotic daze. It's unbelievable that you can still communicate normally. The Li Changxing in front of him is too real. After all, no one can call him a fishing old man. The only one is that refining stage cultivator Li Changxing. The illusions around him turned into ghostly shadows as well, and everything changed as if this moment was real, and he was filled with incredulity. In the previous 6 months, he had long realized that he was caught in some kind of weird illusion, and he had been trying to figure out how to break it, but it never helped. His will slowly wore away. If he waited a month, he might actually be buried here completely. Li Changsheng hurriedly pulled the old man with the beard to explain the weirdness of the formation of this place. Wu Yuanhua then completely believed that he really did not have a hallucination, and in front of him Li Changsheng really is the living Li Changsheng. He does not have to be confused. Little brother, I have a feeling that my granddaughter is nearby. I even saw her a few days ago. I'll take you to rescue her out. Suddenly, Wu Yuanhua became incomparably anxious and hurriedly grabbed Li Changsheng and leapt up. The terrifying energy spread out, and Li Changsheng only just now realized that he was the original Shura sect's patriarch Wu Yuanhua, and his granddaughter is naturally Wu Shuyan. Soon they found a ghostly shadow. Li Changsheng found that this ghostly shadow was already nearly vaporized. If in a late step will completely fall into the cycle of reincarnation, in terms of her own will, is about to die. Crazy, run away. Chapter 066, The Method of Breaking the Formation. Grandpa, are you for real? When Wu Shuyan's figure was revealed and she saw the real Wu Yuanhua, she was still in a bit of a trance, thinking that she was in another reincarnation. Really, it was my little brother who saved us. Wu Yuanhua held Wu Shuyan's hand with heartache. Feeling Wu Shuyan's cold and trembling hand, Wu Yuanhua's guilt and heartache, Wu Shuyan calmed down for a long time before slowly determined. But the expression is still a bit of a trance. This is the aftereffects of the ghost shadow reincarnation formation. It is estimated that for a long time will not believe in reality. Being in the ghost shadow reincarnation array, the longer the time the more indistinguishable from reality and illusion. Sometimes once completely trapped in their own death do not know, but also feel that has been in reality. 2 days later, Wu Shuyan Fong slowly improved a little. She also said that the Shura sect Wu family colluded with the Brahma sect to defect, but Wu Yuanhua at the moment no longer cared. As long as my granddaughter is okay, it's more important than anything. In the darkness of the night, 2 spirit lightstones shone on the earth. The 3 of them walked in the light. Wu Shuyan walked in the middle, looking at the figure in front of them between her beautiful eyes. This miscellaneous disciple named Li Changsheng was able to crack the ghost shadow reincarnation formation, and was able to save her and her grandfather. It was truly incredible and a matter of great merit. In the past, she had simply looked down on Li Changsheng, but now that she was grateful, she slowly sized him up. It had to be said that aside from cultivation, Li Changsheng, whether it was his state of mind in conversation, or rather his appearance, all belonged to the middle or upper excellent level now. At least, she had never seen any other chi refining stage cultivator with his calm as water state of mind. As if he didn't have much of a quest for any cultivation resources or cultivation in the world, but he was reverent and serious about life, and he wouldn't be extremely excited about picking up a treasure, nor would he show the slightest expression of anger or panic. For some reason, following behind Li Changsheng actually gave her a sense of comfort. Li Changsheng's character was recognized by his grandfather's test, which also showed that Li Changsheng was a person worth handing over. Unfortunately, Li Changsheng was destined to be only a chi refining stage cultivator, and it was impossible to be together with her. If she could really get out, she would not mind giving Li Changsheng a rich life, in giving him nearly inexhaustible cultivation resources, so as to help him cultivate, even though it looked like his talent was too poor, and there was almost not much room for advancement anymore. At least now, she had changed her opinion of Li Changsheng. Behind him, Wu Yuanhua silently looked at his granddaughter and then at Li Changsheng in front. He didn't know why, but he was looking at Li Changsheng more and more obediently. He used to joke about marrying his granddaughter to him when we fished together, and now that I think about it, it doesn't seem like it's out of the question. After all, Li Changsheng owed him a renewed favor, and his Wu family owed Li Changsheng 2 lives. Although Li Changsheng was a chi refining stage cultivator, his character and his personality were very casual, which fit his spontaneous and generous character. It was just that this granddaughter of his was high-minded and proud. There was no way he could look at Li Changsheng. His cultivation level was there. This caused Wu Yuanhua to sigh inwardly, and in front, Li Changsheng walked while looking down and thought, the ghost shadow reincarnation array. He could completely crack it. There was just one problem in front of him. The flags of the ghost shadow reincarnation formation were randomized and hard to find. The larger the range, the harder it was to find. Back then, in 10,000 Serpent City, it had taken him 50 years to crack it himself, and if he were to crack it here, I'm afraid it would have to be doubled. Of course, if you can meet a ghostly figure like the Nightly Guxia as an insider, it would be easy to find. The point was that he wasn't alone right now. He still had both Wu Yuanhua and Wu Shuyan with him. The two of them didn't know the ghost shadow reincarnation grand formation, and it didn't help Li Changsheng in any way. If Li Changsheng was alone, he could totally want to live in this ghost shadow reincarnation formation in style. After all, those mountains, rivers, wild fruit trees, and wild beasts were all real, and he could fill his stomach without starving to death. It could be said that as long as Li Changsheng lived for a long time, he would ghost shadow reincarnation formation would never fall into it, and it would have almost no effect on his life, and he would be able to survive in the formation very well. The only downside would be the lack of exposure to the outside world. But with two people around, the normal cracks are a bit of a challenge. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years is okay. If it is 30 years, 50 years, or even 100 years, he because of immortality does not matter. Wu Yuanhua or Wu Shuyan perennial trapped here. There will always be a person will go crazy, and his secret of longevity may also be discovered. He was trapped in the depths of the spirit vein and thought that 400,000 years had passed, but he didn't realize that less than a year had passed. In that case, the sudden shortening of the cooldown time of his divine ability was due to the unnameable monster in the depths of that spiritual vein giving him a curse that reduced his lifespan or something like that. And if he hadn't been immortal, the curse wouldn't have had any effect on him, and he would probably have long since turned into a pile of white bone dust. Had he known that he would have stayed in the monster's captive space for a little longer, that way the avatar cooldown time would have shrunk by 3.2 million years before coming out and being able to use it. For the next few days, Li Changsheng had been thinking of countermeasures, while still having the leisure to eat wild game. Not at all like being trapped in the reincarnation formation, with a terrifyingly calm mind. There must be a god transformation stage powerhouse sitting outside to maintain the operation of the spell formation, and I'm afraid it's hard for us to escape death even if we crack out now, Li Changsheng said as he ate the roasted meat. So, little brother has found a way to crack it? Wu Yuanhua was excited. He wanted to go out too much. This kind of ghost place. He had long since stopped wanting to stay. Wu Shuyan also looked at Li Changsheng in surprise and did not speak. There is a way to break it. It's just going to be dangerous. Li Changsheng suddenly looked at Wu Yuanhua and asked with a serious face. Patriarch, how old are you this year? I'm, like, 4,000 years old. Don't really remember exactly how old. Wu Yuanhua was stunned and said with some sighs. Li Changsheng was also surprised in his heart when he heard that he was over 4,000 years old. He himself was only over 200 years old. He didn't know what it was like to live to be over 4,000 years old. The cultivation world is really against the odds. Living longer than mortals, more dashing than mortals. No wonder the cultivators are pursuing longevity. You have to be proficient in the ghost shadow reincarnation formation to break this formation. And with my talents, I may not necessarily be able to break it on my own. If I were to hand over the ghost shadow reincarnation grand formation to you guys to learn, then I don't know how many years it would take. But there is an extremely violent and simple way to break it. That is, if the cultivation of the trapped person exceeds the cultivation of the person who set up the formation, coupled with this spirit-patterned brick of mine, one can forcibly break through to the outside and kill the person who set up the formation or just find the formation eye and destroy it. Destroying it from the outside is hundreds of times simpler than searching for it like we're headless inside. When these words came out, Wu Yuanhua's heart shook. It was so simple? But after a moment of silence he laughed bitterly again. Chapter 067, I hope you'll marry Chang Shang. The strong person who had laid down this formation was a god transformation stage cultivator. That is, Brahma sound sex old patriarch Ming Fei Chen, who, like him, was a strong person in the middle to late stages of the god transformation stage. If it was really as Li Changsheng said, he would have to break through to the refined void realm before he could break out and violently break this formation. How difficult it was to break through the refined void realm. He himself had been stuck at the transformation god stage unable to break through, and his hope for advancement was getting slimmer and slimmer. I have a secret art that can help you break through the refined void realm. Just as Wu Yuanhua looked helpless, Li Changsheng's words caused his expression to stall, but the next words shocked him even more. It's just that the cost of this is 240 years of lifespan used once. Consuming 240 years of lifespan can briefly raise your cultivation to the refined void realm. I wonder if the sovereign is interested. Wu Yuanhua's face was filled with disbelief. There were such heaven-defying secret arts in this world? 240 years of lifespan might be a lot for a low-level cultivator, but it wasn't too much for Wu Yuanhua. He himself could live for more than 5,000 years, and a 240-year lifespan was an acceptable level for him, and using it once or twice didn't matter. No. Before Wu Yuanhua could say anything, Wu Shuyan opened her mouth to object. 240 years of lifespan in exchange for a brief cultivation boost. That's too big a price to pay. That's 240 years of lifespan. I'll never agree to that. Wu Shuyan was only a late-stage Jieden cultivator, and her lifespan was only about 500 years. She was still young. more than 200 years old. But that what secret art even had to consume 240 years in one go? If she used it once herself, wouldn't she die with it? With 240 years of lifespan, she could even advance to the next big level by cultivating on her own. She had that talent and self-confidence. So this kind of cost of hurting the enemy 1,000 times and damaging herself 10,000 times, she definitely wouldn't do it. Granddaughter, if we can't get out, what's the point of having more life expectancy? Wu Yuanhua was open-minded. He had already lived long enough. Not to mention he wanted to see what the refined void realm really felt like. A mere 240 years. He could afford it. As long as he went out, he could crush the Brahma Sound sect and avenge his son. This deal was too good a deal. Thinking of this, he immediately looked at Li Changxing and said, "Please also, little friend, teach me the secret arts." Miss Wu, you want to learn too? Li Changxing looked at Wu Shuyan and smiled. "I'm not going to learn." Wu Shuyan glanced at her grandfather and instantly plugged her ears with her slender jade hands as well. Li Changxing didn't care when he saw this. Anyway, this thing is consuming one's own lifespan when one learns it. It's better not to use it as a last resort. Li Changxing didn't care. His lifespan was unlimited. He could use it however he wanted to. He even felt that this 9 revolutions of armor avatar wasn't heaven-defying at all. But what he didn't know was that this divine ability was simply a super divine ability for the average cultivator. Enough to be used as a hidden life-preserving card for a lifetime. He immediately taught Wu Yuanhua the 9 revolutions of the armor avatar. From the first turn all the way to the 9th turn, each turn has a different mnemonic and initiation method. Wu Yuanhua didn't expect the lifespan of each turn to be different, and Li Changxing clearly could have directly taught him up to the 4th turn of the mantra and it would have been enough, but he directly dumped the complete mantra into his hands, and this temperament really made him admire him. He also did not pursue the origin of this secret, and trusted Li Changxing enough. It was already his great chance to get this divine ability. If he could get out alive, he could even put such secret arts into the Shura sect as a top forbidden art, and carry it forward. Wu Shuyan also listened in surprise. She could sense that Li Changxing didn't mind her eavesdropping at all, and didn't realize that there was more than just the 4 revolutions of the armor avatar to choose from. The second turning armor avatar was just right for her own Jiedan stage cultivation, and she only needed to consume 120 years of her lifespan to briefly advance to her Yuaning stage cultivation. This kind of heaven-defying divine ability can be completely used as a life-preserving base card, and in a critical situation, it can suddenly advance and skillfully suppress the crowd, without any match. Wu Shuyan's eyes blinked as she watched Li Changxing earnestly explain the points of the secret art, as if she knew this divine ability well. She couldn't help but look a little bit infatuated. Li Changxing gave her a more and more mysterious feeling, and he also called her grandfather as a brother, and there was even a complete lack of distance in terms of a status gap, which made people feel comfortable. "It's impossible for us. Don't be ridiculous." Shaking her head violently, Wu Shuyan cursed in her heart. She only had gratitude for Li Changxing. She wouldn't have feelings. Soon, Wu Yuanhua learned the 9 revolutions of the Azhi divine principle and then began the enlightenment and cultivation, which takes time. According to the talent and enlightenment, less than a month, more than a small half a year will be able to learn. As for Wu Yuanhua, he was even more gifted, and coupled with having lived for more than 4,000 years, he had a unique ability to comprehend all sorts of techniques and secret arts. In the next few days, Wu Yuanhua began to comprehend the 9 revolutions of the Armor Arcana Divine Principle day and night just as he was obsessed with the Tao of the Blade. After seeking Li Changxing's opinion and consent, he directly engraved the 9 revolutions of Armor Divine Skill onto a jade slip and saved it, which was directly treated as the top divine skill of the cultivation sect, and non-core disciples were not allowed to cultivate it. A month later, he had thoroughly comprehended the 4 revolutions of the Armor Avatar, and all that was left was to experiment, and if he succeeded, he would soar to the heavens, experiencing the strength of a void refining realm powerhouse that lasted for a day. If he failed, there was still Li Changxing present to guide him. "If I go out this time, there are 2 things I must do. Granddaughter, can you promise Grandpa?" On the day before the trip, Wu Yuanhua solemnly looked at Wu Shuyan and said, "Grandpa, if you have something to say, just say it. The first thing is, when I get out I will retire completely to retirement, and you will be the new patriarch of the Shura sect. I believe you can do a good job and bring the Shura sect to new heights." When these words came out, Wu Shuyan was silent, but quickly nodded. "Grandpa, I promise you, I will definitely manage the Shura sect well." She had also been taking care of the cultivation sect all these years, and at the same time, she was also making sufficient preparations for inheriting the great lineage, and she believed that she would be able to do so. "The second thing is that I want you to marry Li Changxing so that I have no regrets." Wu Yuanhua already didn't know how to thank Li Changxing anymore. He had pondered over this matter for a long time and finally felt that the only way to express this gratitude he had for Li Changsheng was to marry him. After all, Li Changsheng had even taught him such a heaven-defying secret art as the 9 revolutions of the armor avatar. So what did he have to say? Hearing this, Li Changsheng was stunned and waved his hand, ready to say something, but Wu Shuyan's face changed greatly with disbelief. Grandpa, what? I think that my little friend has a decent character and good looks. Apart from a poorer cultivation and shorter lifespan, there aren't any shortcomings, so it's more than enough to match you. Wu Yuanhua's face took on a rare serious look. This makes Wu Shuyan a little aggrieved. She is indeed very grateful to Li Changsheng, but the gap between the two is in front of her. How grateful she is. She cannot joke about her future happiness. 10 years, 50 years are okay, but what about after 50 years? Li Changsheng 70 years old. Surely also old. The district refining stage of life is almost half to the end. She was still young and beautiful, and the short-lived happiness was too much for her to take in any way. Chapter 068, Breaking the Formation. Seeing Wu Shuyan's aggrieved tears, she didn't refuse or agree, but her tears had already betrayed her true heart. This caused Li Changsheng, an outsider, to become a bit embarrassed. Patriarch, a strong twisted melon is not sweet. I'm just a cultivator at the second level of the qi refining stage. I'm not worthy of your granddaughter, so don't make things difficult for her. To be honest, if he could really marry a beauty like Wu Shuyan, Li Changsheng would still be willing in his heart. His wife, a mortal, had long since passed away many years ago, and he had long since let it go in his heart. Even if he marries another one, if it is a beauty like Wu Shuyan, which man can refuse? But Wu Shuyan is what noble status, not only beautiful, but also rich assets. He honestly, in addition to cannot say unlimited life expectancy, but also really feel unworthy of her. He could feel Wu Shuyan's reluctance. He himself was a small cultivator in the qi refining stage with poor talent. If he really let her marry him, it would be an aggravation to her. And in the future, I guess I will be laughed at by others in the cultivation world to raise my head. Wu Shuyan was silent, didn't say anything. She was a little afraid to look at Li Changsheng. After all, Li Changsheng had already done her and Wu Yuanhua the kindness of recreating their lives, and helped them so much. If she were to capriciously reject it, it would really be a little bit of an ungrateful feeling. But letting her marry a Li Changsheng at the qi refining stage, if he was gifted, it would be acceptable, and he would catch up with her cultivation in the future. But the key was that Li Changsheng's talent was very poor, so poor that there was no hope of breaking through to the level of the qi refining stage. The gap between the two was too obvious, and in the future, as her cultivation increased, Yuaning stage, transformation of God stage, the two would be in different realms. Their eyesight would be different, and their lifespans would be different. If she really married Li Changsheng, for 100 years at the most, she would have to be a widow for the rest of her life. In this matter, granddaughter, just listen to Grandpa's words. You promise, Grandpa, even if it's just 50 years of happiness, I think it's worth it. If you don't say anything, then I, as a grandfather, will make a final decision. Seeing that Wu Shuyan was still stubbornly holding back her tears and not speaking, how could Wu Yuanhua not know how reluctant she was? But he also can't chill Li Changsheng's heart, isn't it? Even though he is a qi refining stage cultivator, but he can't say anything about their Shura sect, and the Wu family. Short life is short. First happy 50 years, 100 years, when Li Changsheng life end, remarriage still no one want? After explaining this matter, Wu Yuanhua didn't talk nonsense and immediately activated the 9 revolutions of the armor avatar. In a blink of an eye, the wind and clouds changed as a terrifying and boundless energy fluctuation slowly gushed out from within him. Li Changsheng could feel his lifespan burning up at this moment, just like the divine ability, longevity true flame, but his strength also steeply skyrocketed at this moment. In a split second, all the surrounding flowers, plants and trees were windless, rocks tumbled about, and the spiritual light in his body took shape on the surface of his body as an unprecedented sense of abundance surged through his heart. Li Changsheng hurriedly engraved a piece of spirit pattern, turned his head and handed it to Wu Yuanhua. Little brother, I'm counting on you to take care of my granddaughter, when I go out and kill that old pimp to avenge my son's death. Feeling the surging energy within his body, Wu Yuanhua immediately rose up into the air and disappeared into the night sky in the blink of an eye. For a moment, the scene was quiet. Li Changsheng looked at Wu Shuyan with some embarrassment, while Wu Shuyan looked into the void and did not look at Li Changsheng for a second. Grandpa had consumed 240 years of his life for her. He hadn't had much life left in the first place. Wu Shuyan silently calculated that if Wu Yuanhua couldn't break through to the refined void realm, he would be able to use the 9 revolutions of armor divine power 2 or 3 times at the most. Wu Yuanhua had isolated to turn his head to crack the ghost shadow reincarnation array, flying all the way down. No one could stop him, and in a few breaths, He had already forcefully penetrated the bonds of the array. Upon passing through the barrier, the fluctuation of life in the outside world was sensed in a split second. It's really coming out. Wu Yuanhua was still a bit incredulous, and when he turned his eyes to look at the spirit vein, there was only an endless ghostly aura surrounding it. Old piker. Suffer. Wu Yuanhua locked onto a figure in the extreme distance at the first time, and under the sweep of his divine sense, he flipped his hand and took out the 3-meter demonic knife that emitted spiritual light, and his body flashed towards the distant scent of the God Transformation stage powerhouse. In the distance, Brahma Sound Sect Patriarch Mingfei Chen sat with his eyes closed, his expression indifferent. After a long time he opened his eyes and his gaze turned to the middle of the mountain range. This old thing is surprisingly still alive. The Ghost Shadow Reincarnation Array is able to sense the life chi inside, although it is not possible to tell who is alive inside. But the longer it lives means the stronger it is, and there was no one else who could survive for a long time other than the few elders of the Shura sect and Patriarch Wu Yuanhua. Until the last life died, it was naturally impossible for him to rest assured that as long as Wu Yuanhua died, he would be the only super sect patriarch of the Shilua Empire. Just as Mingfei Chen was about to continue waiting, he suddenly became stagnant. Instinctively he felt the scent of death welling up in his heart, and his form flickered away. And just as his silhouette had left its original spot, that place suddenly turned into a piece of powder, as if a terrifying energy had shattered that space. Who? Mingfei Chen's eyes shifted, trying to find out the presence that attacked him, but he didn't find any silhouettes under his left and right sweeps. Suddenly, Mingfei Chen realized something, and he raised his head, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Old piker, didn't expect it. I've come to take your dog's life. An icy cold voice came along with a terrifying energy fluctuation. In an instant, Mingfei Chen felt a terrifying pressure envelop him, and within 100 meters of him, the invisible barrier of the Tao of Blades blocked off the space, leaving him with nothing to hide. You broke through to transformation spirit? Feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations of Wu Yuanhua, Mingfei Chen was shocked beyond words. How was this possible? Even if Wu Yuanhua had made a breakthrough, how could he break out of the Ghost Shadow Reincarnation formation? For a moment Mingfei Chen was incredulous. Not only had the other party advanced to the terrifying refined void realm, becoming the veritable #1 cultivator in the Shilua Empire, but he was also able to crack his Ghost Shadow Reincarnation formation. Didn't that mean that the Shilua sect would completely rule the Shilua Empire's cultivation world? You killed my son. Use your life to pay for it today. Wu Yuanhua didn't have any nonsense. He stood tall and proud in the sky, and when he raised his hand, the space around him stagnated, and countless blade chi swept away. Ah! No! Poof! In the darkness of the night, the miserable wailing of Mingfei Chen resounded. The other Brahma Sound sect disciples saw this and wanted to escape, but where would Wu Yuanhua give them a chance? For a while, the entire mountain range resounded with continuous screams, and under the lock of the divine sense of the void refining realm powerhouses, not a single cultivator was able to escape. In the mountain range, the Ghost Shadow Reincarnation formation ruptured with a loud bang. Countless ghost chi dissipated out at this moment, and the ghostly shadows in the night sky also dispersed with the wind, and everything returned to normal. Chapter 069, Wu Shuyan's Choice. Actually, you don't have to care too much. I don't want to get married for a while. This was said by Li Changshen. Brahma Sound Sect Patriarch Mingfei Chen's flesh exploded and his Yuanshan fled as the surrounding disciples were decimated. Wu Yuanhua dropped a sentence about clearing the door and then left the two of them early to fly away. In the sky, Li Changsheng stood on a flying sword, protected by Wu Shuyan's aura barrier, so he would not fall down. Looking at Wu Shuyan's silent figure, Li Changsheng looked extremely embarrassed. After all, he had saved the two of them, Wu Yuanhua and Wu Shuyan. This favor was too much for them, and Wu Yuanhua had even directly put words in their mouths, so Wu Shuyan's inner kinks at the moment could be imagined. But it was because of this that Li Changsheng felt even more awkward. It was as if he was feeling Wu Shuyan's reluctant mood at all times, and she didn't say a word along the way. When she returned, she would be able to directly inherit the great lineage and ascend to the position of the Shura sect's patriarch, and the gap between the two identities would be even greater. And if the cultivation world knew that she had married Li Changsheng, a miscellaneous disciple at the chi refining stage, wouldn't she lose all her face? Wu Shuyan didn't say anything just because she didn't want to make her grandfather sad and make Li Changsheng sad, hoping that he would know what to do. A few days later, Wu Shuyan brought Li Changsheng to stop by Shura City. Can you have a drink with me? Wu Shuyan finally did speak. Can drink, Li Changsheng returned. Wu Shuyan didn't talk anymore and flew straight to the outside of the city and walked into the city on foot. Along the way, Wu Shuyan again did not speak, just stifling her head to hurry. Li Changsheng also followed silently. Soon they arrived at a rather ornate noble area. and Wu Shuyan breezed into an extremely luxurious palace garden. It turns out that this place is Wu Shuyan's private villa in Xiaoluo City, seldom come to live, within which all kinds of legal formations are added. The aura is also extremely abundant. Flowers, plants and fish ponds, furniture and decoration. Very distinctive. Entering the palace, Wu Shuyan took out a variety of fine wines and the dishes bought on the way to drink between her hands. Sit down. Wu Shuyan signaled and started pouring the wine. Seeing this, Li Changxing felt in his heart that this was going to be a confessional. He was able to accept it, and if Wu Shuyan didn't want to, there was no need for him to force it. Not to mention, he felt that he really didn't deserve such a beauty, whether it was her figure or her posture. Wu Shuyan did not lose out to any of the women he had encountered. So even if he was rejected by Wu Shuyan, even if he didn't want any other compensation, he could accept it openly. He just had to spend 10 or 20 years comfortably in the Xiaoluo sect, then find a chance to leave. Li Changsheng sat down. Wu Shuyan is also not polite, and Li Changsheng just drank a few glasses of wine down. The atmosphere instead eased a little. Wu Shuyan also did not mention anything about whether to marry or not, so naturally Li Changsheng would not mention it either. Soon Wu Shuyan drank with a blushing face, looking a little drunk, but she still kept drinking, and Li Changsheng already felt drunk after drinking 2 pots of wine. Can't drink anymore. She'll probably get really drunk if she keeps drinking, and that would be bad. Unable to do anything, Li Changsheng could only pretend to be drunk and directly fell down drunk on the table. Changsheng? Li Changsheng? When Wu Shuyan saw that Li Changsheng was drunk, she also drunkenly pushed Li Changsheng, and when she saw that there was no response, she drunkenly stood up again and almost helped Li Changsheng up to the room. When he reached his room, Li Changsheng fell headfirst onto the bed. It was only at this time that Wu Shuyan's eyes cleared and she slowly got up. The moonlight waved in, and through the window, it could reflect Wu Shuyan's stunningly beautiful figure. She looked at Li Changsheng on the bed, the moonlight shining on his handsome face. After a long time, as if she had made a great determination, Wu Shuyan withdrew her dress from herself, turned around and entered the bath behind the screen. At this time, Li Changsheng slightly opened his eyes and looked towards the screen in the distance. There was a slight but tantalizing movement coming from the bath, and through the curtain, Li Changsheng could see the hidden figure. Li Changsheng didn't dare to move and could only watch silently, wondering what exactly Wu Shuyan meant. It wasn't until half an hour later that Wu Shuyan walked out clad in a single thin bath towel. She once again came to the bedside. A tantalizing fragrance hit her face, and Li Changsheng closed his eyes and didn't dare to open them. Suddenly, he felt his body being turned over, and a delicate figure silently pressed into his arms. Feeling that seductive figure, Li Changsheng turned awake in a daze. As a man, or he could stand this situation. Thinking in his heart, could it be that Wu Shuyan has always been in a state of shyness, and would not express her heart? Fang accepted with this method of deliberately intoxicating him? The night passed quickly, and when Li Changsheng opened his eyes, Wu Shuyan was already dressed. Her face was still hanging high, and when she saw Li Changsheng waking up, her expression was stunned and a trace of shyness flashed across her face, but she quickly returned to normal. "I'm sorry I can't marry you. I hope you understand." The words came, making Li Changsheng look stunned. "Then you were last night. Consider it a dream, and I don't need you to be responsible for it. God knows, you know and I know." Once these words came out, Li Changsheng sort of understood that the women of the Shilua Empire seemed to like to come to this. Li Changsheng admitted that he couldn't hold it in last night, and it didn't occur to him that he'd be dumped the next day. Wu Shuyan went out of the room. Li Changsheng just wanted to get up when he saw a splash of bright red on the bed, and his heart shook. Obviously for Wu Shuyan, she sacrificed a lot. Just want to use this method to plug her mouth. Just do not want to marry him, but gave him the most precious thing. This makes Li Changsheng a little incomprehensible. After washing up, Li Changsheng went downstairs and saw Wu Shuyan had long been sitting in the hall waiting. Wu Shuyan's face was calm and aloof, and when she saw Li Changsheng walking down, she also opened her eyes without a trace of fondness in her eyes. "Let's go. I'll send you back to the clan." Wu Shuyan flipped her hand to send out her own purple demonic sword and stood up between flashes of her figure. At this time, the Shura sect had long been cleaned up, and Wu Yuanhua had returned to the sect 2 days earlier, directly saving the day and beheading the Wu clan's oldest ancestor, Wu Hezheng. And this mutiny completely disintegrated the moment Wu Yuanhua returned. The elders and disciples who hadn't participated in the mutiny before were all promoted and rewarded, while the elders who had participated in the mutiny were all executed one by one. Wu Yuanhua also brought out the ruthlessness of his youth and took complete control of the situation. After doing this, he went into seclusion and just waited for Wu Shuyan to come back to inherit the throne. And when Wu Shuyan returned, she logically took over the position of patriarch without any hindrance. By the time Wu Shuyan succeeded to the great throne the next day, Wu Yuanhua had also closed his eyes peacefully. His lifespan had already reached its limit, and his true lifespan was actually less than 5,000 years old, which was all due to the dark wounds left behind by the battles he had fought everywhere in his youth. And even if he recovered, he would have invariably consumed some of his lifespan. Chapter 070, Returning to the sect to continue laying flat. Returning to the Shura sect, Li Changxing completely relaxed. Today's Xiao Luo sect is in a state of disarray, with a large portion of the sect's disciples dead or injured, less than 10,000 in size, and a heavy loss of talent. The composite has fallen to lower middle tier levels. Coupled with the death of the old patriarch, the Shura sect had already turned into a second-rate sect. Fortunately, the disciples in the Soul Abyss Mystery Realm came out, and Lu Shishir and Bai Wanner said that when they came out, Lu Ming, the head of the Lu family, was fighting with the forces of the Wu family, with heavy deaths and injuries, and Lu Ming was also seriously injured, so much so that Lu Shishir brought people out, and with the secret help of knightly ghost Gu Xia, he turned the tide of the battle. Upon their return, the Lu family became the nominal number one power of the Shura sect. After learning of the death of the old patriarch, the Lu family did not make the same move as the Wu family's mutiny. Instead, they strongly supported the Wu family and worked together to establish the new Shura sect. Lu Shishir also succeeded in advancing to the Yuanying stage not long after. Wu Shuyan had been busy with the clan's affairs since her return, and she had very little time to rest. It is said that the old master of the Brahmin sect, Ming Fei Dustbody, was destroyed, has long been scared out of his wits closed to recover. Without a few thousand years is not to take over to restore the peak, and the new patriarch is Ming Gao Hai, the same as the God realization stage cultivation. These years also did not dare to openly eliminate the Shura sect. After all, the Shura sect, even if the old patriarch died, but also left a deep heritage in that real refining realm cultivation, the Brahma sect has seen, coupled with the deep relationship between the two families within the Shilua Empire. The Shilua Empire is bound to have the existence of the relationship between the opposition, which the various stakes, Li Changsheng is also too lazy to go into the depths of, as long as it does not delay his mettle with the longevity of the line. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The Shura sect has also stabilized, relying on the extremely deep heritage to add. The strength is also steadily increasing. That spirit vein mines also accounted for a portion of the Brahma sect, naturally accounted for the majority. Li Changxing in this decade can be said to be old and greasy to the extreme. Just in the Xiao Luo zone, mixed food and drink. Every day nothing to do. Here to stroll, there to lie down. Compared to other miscellaneous disciples, he mixed and retired old man. Free to the extreme. Sovereign peak. Li Changxing rode the night from a magnificent palace. Gazing at the palace, he turned around somewhat helplessly and descended the sovereign peak. No one knew that he and the new patriarch, Wu Shuyan, had become extremely close yet strange. For more than a decade, Wu Shuyan would occasionally seek him out for a drink, and according to Wu Shuyan's words, she did so in order to repay him for his kindness. I would always get him for a drink 2 or 3 times a year. Not too many, but the memory was fresh every time. Wu Shuyan also did not provoke the relationship between the two, and Li Changsheng had no intention of refusing. The relationship had always been like this. In more than a decade, the number of times he and Wu Shuyan had intimate drinks added up to less than 50 times. As if a tacit understanding had been formed, Wu Shuyan didn't care at all, and was just as indifferent to Li Changxing as before, only revealing unexpected madness and passion when drinking. Drinking with such a beauty, how could Li Changsheng refuse? And every time it was Wu Shuyan who took the initiative to invite him to drink. Heaven knows, you know and I know. Obviously, Wu Shuyan wanted to repay Li Changsheng's favor in another way. Perhaps after a few decades, when Li Changsheng was old and dead, Wu Shuyan could again find a genius husband to marry in a bright and flawless manner. The two also didn't break this layer of ulterior relationship, didn't pick it out, didn't say it out, and after it was done, Wu Shuyan would leave to enter the cave to cultivate and retreat. Li Changsheng woke up himself to leave alone. Never said feelings, love, just keep this relationship. Li Changsheng was thinking that he was taking advantage of a great deal. People did not want their money or anything in return, and he was just an indisputable second level of qi refining stage handyman disciple with poor talent to the extreme in the eyes of Wu Shuyan. With Wu Shuyan's status, position, cultivation, and talent, to be able to lower herself and Li Changsheng to secretly get along, although there was no emotion, her sacrifice was already great. Silently descending from the sect's main peak, Li Changsheng returned to Lu Shishir's main peak, and just as he reached the foot of the peak, Li Changsheng's gaze lurched, and he saw a middle-aged figure stopping there to wait for something. Elder White. Li Changsheng took the initiative to step forward and respectfully saluted. Oh, Nagisa, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Bai Yangyan was full of smiles when he saw Li Changsheng immediately. and he took out a delicate wooden box between his hands and handed it to Li Changsheng. I heard that Bai Waner is going to break through the foundation establishment. This is the foundation establishment pill, as well as the cultivation pills that can often be used during the foundation establishment stage. Help me give it to her, please. After saying this, Bai Yongnian left. Looking at Bai Yongnian's back, Li Changsheng sighed again in his heart. Bai Yongnian, since Wu Shuyan ascended to the position of patriarch, was also in a high position, entrusted with a heavy responsibility to manage the large and small affairs of the clan, and the power was overwhelming. After that, he would often wander in and out of Lu Shishir's place, surprisingly currying favor with a small handyman like him. Once when drinking, Bai Yongnian told the truth. It turned out that Bai Yongnian was Bai Waner's real father. No wonder Bai Yongnian took so much care of Bai Waner. Li Changsheng thought that Bai Yongnian was trying to pursue Lu Shishir or Bai Waner, which was trying to recognize his relatives. After the Wu family was exterminated, Bai Yongnian used his own strength to protect his wife, who was also a member of the Wu family bloodline. That only female cultivator, Bai Yongnian, who was so sentimental and righteous, even abandoned Big Mother Bai back then, mainly because Big Mother Bai was just a mortal woman, and the old ancestor of the Bai family died for the cultivator's sect. The Bai family is only Bai Yongnian, a cultivator who can hold out without offspring, and now suddenly there is an additional Bai Waner, or an offspring with extraordinary talent. How can he not be excited and sigh that the heavens have eyes? But this matter of recognizing relatives, Bai Yongnian has never dared to recognize. In fact, Bai Yongnian is also a bad person, ruthless outside, killed many people, only this time he did not stand on the wrong side. The wrong side, because of his daughter Bai Waner's reason to turn back to the shore, and therefore got the trust of the patriarch Wu Shuyan. The status is almost equal to the Lu family. It could be said that if it wasn't for Bai Waner, Bai Yongnian would probably have died a long time ago. This matter Bai Waner had been kept in the dark. She even simply regarded Bai Yongnian as a senior uncle or master. After all, Bai Yongnian also often instructed her in cultivation. Although it was of little use, Bai Waner practiced ghost arts, only using them to transform into the realm and aura of a cultivator, and was still essentially a ghost cultivator, with a cultivation method that was very different from that of an ordinary cultivator. Li Changsheng silently put away the wooden box and walked towards the mountain. He is not the kind of person who talks too much, and he doesn't want to break up this matter. He only hopes that Bai Waner can find out on her own. At this moment, he was thinking in his mind that after waiting for a decade or so, he should leave Shura sect, because the nightly ghost Gu Xia had long been furious when he heard that Ming Gao Hai was getting away with being the sect leader. Chapter 071, Venin Sect. In the gorgeous palace, Wu Shuyan looked at the letter in her hand with a dull expression. For some reason, all of a sudden, it was as if a stabbing pain had been felt in her heart, and by the time she reacted, a strong emotion surged through her. Her figure flickered, and in the next instant, she arrived at the peak where Lu Shishir was. The powerful divine sense swept across, and Li Changsheng's aura was indeed gone. Is it really gone? Murmuring softly, Wu Shuyan was somewhat disoriented. It's been 20 whole years, and she's been intimate with Li Changsheng for 20 years, and even last night she spent another night drinking intimately with Li Changsheng. Who knew that she had just returned from her busy schedule when she saw Li Changsheng's parting letter, and in the blink of an eye, he left the Xiao Luo sect without a single lingering thought, leaving her. In the 20 years since she had become the patriarch, Wu Shuyan had begun to voluntarily sacrifice herself just to repay Li Changsheng's favor. He accompanied Li Changsheng 2 or 3 times a year, and couldn't help but increase the number of times he accompanied him 2 or 3 times later. As time passed, Wu Shuyan realized that she had long had feelings for Li Changsheng, the kind of feelings of dependence. She was torn in her mind as well, habit and future lingering in the back of her mind. It was impossible for her to marry Li Changsheng, but she extremely enjoyed the pleasure that Li Changsheng brought by drinking with her. This feeling also made her gradually treat Li Changsheng as her man, and even thought that even if she didn't get married and didn't disclose it, it wouldn't matter if she carried his child. It was even enough to want Li Changsheng to keep retiring in the Shura sect for just 100 years. But Li Changsheng seems to know in his heart that it is impossible for them to be together, and he may have been repressing their relationship as well, and in the end he left her with determination. This feeling of being suddenly abandoned made Wu Shuyan unable to accept it for a while and even cried bitterly. Reason told her that her favor had already been repaid, but she still greedily wanted Li Changsheng to continue to accompany her, and she didn't even ask for anything in return, not Li Changsheng's future achievements, but it still couldn't keep Li Changsheng. Unbeknownst to her, she had long gotten used to the feeling of having him by her side during these 20 years, and even though she was only accompanied 3 or 4 times a year, that was every time she was most relaxed when she was busy for the clan. Sovereign. On the mountain peak, Lu Shishir walked out. She was also in a bad mood at the moment. but she was still surprised in her heart to see the patriarch's visit. After all, the patriarch was busy taking care of the clan's affairs all day long, dedicated and never dared to slack off. It was not too much to say that he could be called a model worker. She thought the sovereign had come to her for something important. It's okay, I'm just out for a casual walk. Wu Shuyan looked back at Lu Shishir then turned and flew away. Speaking of which, he is also quite selfish. Li Changsheng and her not possible. Cannot let people leave the clan to find a daughter-in-law to spread the leaves. At the thought of this, Wu Shuyan's heart ached for another minute. She had some regrets. She didn't know what would have happened if she had gone public with their relationship, but it was too late. The secret between Li Changsheng and her had never been known to anyone, and this was just enough to ensure the honor of her patriarch from being talked about. Perhaps they would never meet again. Li Changsheng was only a journeyman disciple at the second level of the qi refining stage, and in another 100 years he would have to grow old and die, and she had already advanced to the yuaning stage, with a lifespan of 1 or 2,000 years. The destiny of the two of them might end here. Perhaps after 100 years, she would have long forgotten about Li Changsheng, and the secret between them could only be silently sealed in the depths of their memories, never to be known. The Brahma Sound Sect, the #1 super sect in the Shilua Empire, with 100,000 disciples under its doors, had become a super giant sect. Unlike the Shura sect, which majored in the Tao of the Sword, 100 flowers blossomed within the Brahma sect, and there was no major direction, whether it was alchemy, or talisman making, or the Tao of the Sword, the Tao of the Sword, the formation of the spell, or the fist and feet. All of them were able to find professional elder masters in the Shilua Empire, which could be described as the Sea of the 100 Rivers, and there was not anything outstanding, but it was more specialized than any sect. Li Air, hurry up and wash this pile of clothes. If you don't finish it today, don't think about resting. The vast outer area of the Vanity sect, also known as the Handyman area, specialized in cannon fodder disciples who did odd jobs. Li Changsheng traveled a long distance for a year, stopping and going slowly in the middle of the journey, and finally came to the Brahma sect and managed to blend in. It was also quite natural that he managed to become a Vanity sect handyman disciple. Every day's work was washing clothes for more than a year, and now she has become a model worker. Miscellaneous service area. He is honest and honest. Time is long, naturally being all kinds of small shoes, where there was once in the treatment of the Xioluo zone, bitterly dry for a year. Because of the cleanliness of his clothes, he started out washing clothes for the outer disciples, but now he had been promoted to the status of washing clothes for the inner disciples. At the end of the day it's still laundry. Cam. Such days Li Changsheng felt that if he continued to do this, he would never get out of it, and he came to look for the cousin of the knight Guxia. Now after more than a year in the job, not to mention his cousin, he hadn't even seen a single inner disciple. The Brahma Sound sect was highly hierarchical, and if one wanted to meet the high-level elders, there was no door. Li Changsheng thought to rely on their own efforts to climb up step by step, did not expect to end up nothing. It was long dark by the time he finished washing his clothes, and Li Changsheng returned to the collective hut in exhaustion. There were a few beds in the hut but no one lived there. There used to be one but he moved away when he got a girlfriend and now he was the only one living here. I asked you to come here for revenge, not for hard labor. And when the hell are you going to find my cousin? Suddenly, the room was filled with ghostly chi, and the stern ghost Guxia drilled out of the bronze mirror, and that horrible miserable white face looked at Li Changsheng in a hideous manner. You also know that the Vanine sect is heavily guarded, and it doesn't matter to me that I don't have a doorway. It will be hard to see your cousin without 30 or 50 years. Li Changsheng looked at Guxia and also said helplessly, the reason why he wants to climb up step by step like this is mainly because of Guxia, who nagged him every day to rush in and kill Patriarch Ming Gaohai, and he took his head to hit effort if it works. Those old people would have become millionaires long ago. You don't have connections. You won't go to make connections Still letting my mother teach you is it? Tonight you wait for nightmares. Humph. Ancient Xia angrily rebuked and instantly flew into the bronze mirror, and as expected, at night, Li Changsheng had nightmares, and they were one after another. In the dream, he was so scared that he couldn't control his body at all. That was so mean. The nightmares were as nasty as they could be, and the next day he woke up sweating, in a trance, and in general discomfort. After all, a mental attack like a dream is not connected to reality. He can't know that he's dreaming, and will only come to his senses when he wakes up. Alas, it seems there's really no way to reach the top without some connections. Chapter 072 Bribery. My name is Li Air. I am an odd job disciple. A small gift. Please ask Deacon Su to smile. In a gorgeous palace, Li Changsheng respectfully took out an exquisite gift box and placed it on the table. In front of him sat an extremely beautiful woman, clad in a purple sand dress with an extremely hot figure. Her name was Su Menglu. an inner disciple and the top leader in charge of more than 3,000 handyman disciples now. This was also the only inner disciple that Li Changsheng had access to. Li Air. Right. At this moment, Su Menglu's eyes shot a glance at Li Changsheng, then turned to a black fruit in the box, and a color of curiosity arose in her heart. What's this gadget? There were countless people who rushed to give her gifts every day. Mostly outer disciples would give her gifts, and it was the first time for the miscellaneous disciples. This strange man can have the opportunity to come to her, or because the name of an outer disciple every day in front of her, touting Li Air hardworking and enduring to want to promote the outer door, which agreed to meet on the side of the assessment. Lord Deacon, this is called the Blessed Life Fruit, a spiritual fruit that I came across by chance in my early years while traveling in the four directions. Eating one of these can prolong one's life and cleanse one's veins and marrow, and it is even more effective than the marrow cleansing pill. Li Changsheng said respectfully, this is not what kind of fruit that he got from traveling. This is the black fruit that he got in the black fog back then, the effect of which he has not been able to figure out so far. He only knows that the cultivator can wash his muscles and marrow after eating it, and he doesn't know about any other effects. He also kept it because there were no side effects. He spent a month buying his way through the miscellaneous service area with spirit stones and low-grade pills, and bribing the outer gate steward before he had a chance to meet the real leader. The woman in front of him called Su Menglu. One could say so. Su Monroe was the absolute goddess-level deaconess of the miscellaneous service area. She was born as an inner disciple and started managing the clan's affairs after advancing to the foundation establishment stage. And because she was extremely greedy for money, as long as someone dared to send a gift, she dared to accept it. The dozen or so outer disciples she controlled under her name had all climbed up by bribery, and they had all been promoted by Su Menglu's hands. This caused those outer disciples to follow suit and begin to amass wealth in the miscellaneous service area. And the atmosphere was very poor. That's how the relationship was created. Li Changsheng only spent a few tens of thousands of spirit stones to meet Su Menglu. If it wasn't for the severe ghost Gu Xia tormenting him every day to have a bad night's sleep, he would have wanted to hang around for a few more years. When Su Menglu heard Li Changsheng's introduction, she immediately became interested. To be honest, if Li Changsheng had sent some items such as Foundation Establishment Dan, Overflowing Spirit Dan, Second Order Talismans, and low-grade spiritual weapons, she wouldn't have even glanced at them. Picking up the black fruit, Su Monroe gently smelled it. It did have a strange fruity flavor that was refreshing to the mind. It was indeed the basic characteristics of a spirit fruit. Looking at Li Changsheng once again, she opened her mouth and asked, I heard that you want to be promoted to the outer sect? Yes. Unfortunately, there is a quota restriction for handyman disciples to be promoted to the outer sect. I'm full of quota here, and your years of handyman are not up. 3 years to start before you're qualified for the test. So even if you're diligent and hardworking, you'll have to complete 3 years before you can do it. Su Menglu said with some difficulty. Even if the fruit in front of her is extremely rare, she felt that it is not worth much money. At most, it is comparable to the price of a Foundation Establishment Dan. A mere fruit at the price of a Foundation Establishment Dan wasn't worth breaking the ranks to be promoted to the outer sect. Which of the outer disciples she had promoted was not in existence that bribed her with hundreds of thousands or millions of spirit stones? Once he heard this, Li Changsheng already knew in his heart that the woman in front of him was disliking the bribe too little. However, he had come this far. Where would he be willing to go back? And immediately took out another exquisite wooden box between his hands. Please also ask Lord Deacon for more guidance. Disciple really wants to be promoted to the outer sect. Su Monroe's eyebrows knitted slightly. Her slender jade hand picked up the wooden box and opened a slit. In a flash, an extremely pure energy filled the air, accompanied by a strange floral fragrance. Void spirit flower? When she saw the treasure in the box, surprise flashed in Su Monroe's eyes. The void spirit flower was an essential herb for refining the spirit ascension pill. The spirit ascension Dan is the essential medicine for breaking through the Jiden stage. This one void spirit flower can refine a furnace of spirit ascension Dan. If it is taken out alone, it can also be directly exchanged for 2 spirit ascension Dan. It's worth its weight in gold. Lord Deacon has good eyesight. This was bought from a farmer at great expense. The farmer did not know the goods, but let me get a bargain. You're pretty lucky. When Su Monroe heard this, she didn't deny it between her beautiful eyes. For an odd-job disciple to be so rich that he could even get medicinal herbs like void spirit flowers, he did have some skills. In fact, whereas Li Changsheng has the ability, these can be his old capital saved over the years, and that virtual spirit flower is still in the cultivation of the clan to get the reward. Lu Shishir gave him a lot of pills. Wu Shuyan also gave him more cultivation supplies, has not been able to use just. It's true that there are no more promotion slots, but I do have a good job. I wonder if you're willing to do it. Willing. At the foot of a mountain peak, Li Changsheng was holding a broom and staring blankly at the thousands of meters high stone staircase. He had come to the inner sect area as he wished, but he had gone from washing clothes to sweeping the streets, hoping that for all the money he'd spent, he'd only gotten mixed up in such a more miserable errand. Is it an honor to sweep the streets for the elders? Oh, you can see the inner disciples and the elders. This job is not really available to the average handyman disciple. Li Changsheng sighed helplessly, feeling that money was spent in vain, but having come all this way, he couldn't give up, so he might as well bury his head in the sand for now. An hour later, he swept halfway up the mountain. A square appeared. There were several palaces on the square. This was the place where the inner disciples lived. Usually only the very talented disciples were qualified to live on a peak with the elders, known as the core disciples, the true disciples. There were a few beautiful figures on the square who were cultivating on their knees, and some of them were laughing and scolding, so it was like a beautiful scenery line. When one thought of the bitter days in the miscellaneous service area, in looking at the treatment of these inner disciples, it was really a world of difference. Continuing to clean, after another 2 hours, Li Changsheng was finally at the top. This exhausted Li Changsheng enough. Immediately sat down on his butt and took out the fruit jerky and ate it. There were several magnificent palaces on the top peak, and this was where the elders lived. It was similar to the specifications of the Shura sect, and the palace where Lu Shirshir lived was also similar to this place. Just as Li Changsheng was enjoying the beautiful scenery while eating, suddenly, the bronze mirror in his arms trembled. Li Changsheng's heart was startled, and when he turned his eyes, a stunningly beautiful figure flew in from the distant sky. The woman had a white dress that was snowy, long flowing hair, skin like condensed fat, color like grub, and white silk wrapped around her slender legs, adding to the alluring color. Exquisite face, as if a fairy, and most importantly, the proud figure that called out to her body, but perfectly presented and does not look pompous half. Chapter 073, Gu Xin. Who are you? Why are you here? My name is Li Er, an odd job disciple, responsible for cleaning this area. Just in time, you clean a few palaces here as well. Yes. The woman turned around and walked towards a palace after saying this. Li Changsheng answered and then hurriedly walked into another palace, closed the door and took out the copper mirror, and all of a sudden black gas filled the room. That's her, my own cousin, Gu Xin. Go get her. A trace of joy appeared on the miserable white face of the stern ghost Gu Xia. Li Changsheng was also surprised. Gu Xia's cousin was really fairy-like, whether it was her figure or appearance. As far as he remembered, only Wu Shuyan could compete with her. Sure enough, it's more than twice as big. Ha, I'm going to her right now to tell her the truth, but will she believe me? Li Changsheng hesitated. After all, although the two of them were cousins, Gu Xia was once a mortal and Gu Xinxin was a cultivator. The two hadn't seen each other for a couple hundred years, so would they not have recognized each other long ago? You're right. In case she's been having an affair with my ex-husband for a long time, it would expose our plans instead. Knight Gu Xia calmed down. After all, after so many years of not seeing her, Gu Xinxin guessed that she had long forgotten her. The last time I saw her was the day I first married my ex-husband, and I haven't seen her since. You go and test her, and if she's really having an affair with her ex-husband, I'll help you kill her. But I'm just the handyman. Is it too sudden to go and try it out instead? Big man grating. I'm telling you, if you're handsome, you can hook up with a little girl with one glance. Hurry up and go. If you don't, I'll kill you right now. The stern ghost Gu Xia stared at Li Changsheng with large, whitish eyes and looked at him hideously. Really? But I'm not good looking either. Gu Xia was silent. What do you mean? Li Changsheng's face was dark. He was just modest. Gu Xia even acquiesced. Cam, there is such a blow to people. It's true you can't do it with one eye. I guess you have to do it with three. Besides, I tell you, the hardest stain in your cousin's life. And if you have that in your hand, she will be sure to give in. Half an hour later, Li Changsheng knocked on the door of the palace room. Come in. With a crisp voice coming from inside, Li Changsheng walked in. In the blink of an eye, Li Changsheng saw a white figure within the inner room's curtain that was cultivating with its eyes closed. Li Changsheng silently began to clean up, already calculating in his mind what to say. The two had only met once. Would it be bad to suddenly ask someone to do something? In case she slapped herself to death. Soon he came to the bathroom next door. Looking at the hot air bubbling in that bath, the bottom of the pool had a fire inflammation stone that could be automatically heated. This was an energy stone commonly used in the cultivation world. Extremely convenient. That, elder, can I borrow your bathroom for a shower? Hearing these words, within the curtain, Gu Xinxin's eyes twitched as if she had heard wrongly. How dare a journeyman disciple bathe in his bath? Her gaze turned to the distance and she said in a cold voice, try washing down. If an odd job disciple dared to take a bath in her room, it wouldn't be too much for her to just whip him into shape. Just as Gu Xinxin was about to close her eyes again, she heard a thump. Gu Xinxin's eyes widened as she hurriedly got up and came to the bath. and through that veil she saw that a perfectly shaped male figure had actually entered her bath directly. Unbridled. Who let you into the bath? Gu Xinshin exasperatedly chided. Didn't you tell me to try washing it down? Li Changsheng had an innocent look on his face. I said you wash it and try it, not make you wash it. Yeah, I washed it. I tried the water a little low, but it'll do. Once she heard this, she was furious and her face was gloomy. In the sect she often said try, but that was a warning. A normal person could hear it, right? Who in the Brahma sect would dare to be so bold as to bathe in her place? Cootie. Knew it couldn't be. 2. Looking at Li Changsheng's sturdy muscles and perfect body shape, Gu Xinshin calmed down a little. She had never seen such an eyeless handyman disciple. Who in the world recommended him? He must be fired. No, it must be expelled from the division. Fine. You wash it. It might be your last bath. More often. Gu Xinshin sneered and said. She was a great cultivator of the yuaning stage, but she could still be exasperated by an unintelligent handyman. This Lier was also unique. After saying that, she turned around and went to the bed next door. She would like to see how stupid this handyman disciple really is. Later on she would let him know how to write the word regret. Li Changsheng was currently sitting in the bath, thinking about what to do next while bathing. Speaking of which, Gu Xinshin people are still strange good low, easy going, but also let her take a bath in their own bathtub, but also let him wash more. The initial decision is that she's a reasonable person who's approachable. So I'll be testing her out later to see if she's having an affair with Gu Xia's ex-husband. Soon he showered and walked out in fresh clothes. Elder, I'm done washing. By the way, do you have a date? I'll introduce you to a super handsome guy. Seeing Li Changsheng strutting out, Gu Xinshin was about to be exasperated and laughed. Which family is this self-satisfied person from? And he didn't look at what status he had. Looking at the entire Brahma sect, who doesn't know that she's beautiful? Which man can't salivate at the sight of her? Does she still need an introduction? Do I need you to talk too much there if I have a date or not? Say, who recommended you to come in as a handyman? She would have to demote her if she knew exactly which disciple had introduced such a self-centered dilettante over to clean the house. Su Monroe, recommended by Deacon Su. Upon hearing this, Gu Xinshin's expression was stunned. So it was that two-bit disciple of hers, who was bent on only accepting bribes. So no wonder she let such a man who didn't know the heights of heaven come in. Just as Gu Xinshin was thinking about what to do about Su Menglu's dereliction of duty, Li Changsheng's words came in. Elder, you haven't told me if you have a date? Hearing this, Gu Xinshin looked at Li Changsheng suspiciously. No, you don't want to introduce yourself to me, do you? That's not true. I just wanted to tell you a story. Li Changsheng shook his head and looked at the scenery within the curtain with some mischief. You say, once there was a family with a daughter who was a palm reader. That little girl was very naughty. And one day when she was playing with her cousin, she fell into a dung pit in a pigsty, and she rolled around in the dung pit and almost drowned, but fortunately her cousin was smart enough to pull her up. A terrifying aura instantly locked onto Li Changsheng, and in the next second, Li Changsheng's neck was strangled as an icy voice came out. Who told you that? Say, Chapter 074, you shouldn't want this secret to be known, right? That's right, the woman in front of her with the delicate figure, the exploding body, and the pink face had the hardest time talking about anything in her life. When she was a child, she played with Guxia and accidentally fell into a dung pit in a pigsty, and rolled around in the dung pit and ate a mouthful of. Since then, she had washed and bathed no less than 8 times a day, a secret that had been hidden deep in her memory as she grew older, and one that could not have been known to anyone to be right. But how could she not be shocked that this miscellaneous disciple at the second level of the chi refining stage knew this secret? Oh, if you don't let go, you'll be clan famous tomorrow. Li Changsheng wasn't afraid in the slightest. Instead, he still had the leisure to view the beauty in front of him. Anyway, with Gu Xia around to protect him, he definitely couldn't die. Gu Xinshin was shocked. She had treated Li Changsheng like this. How could he still be so calm? Wasn't he afraid of her? Or rather, he's already told the secret to someone else, and as long as he's dead, he has no shame in living himself? You know, a flawless and moving beauty like her is most afraid of having her reputation tarnished. Not to mention the kind of tragic encounter she had as a child. Bent on perfection, she hadn't seen her cousin since she married her. It's been over 200 years now, and cousin Gu Xia is long dead, and no one in the world knows the secret. But now this man knew the secret, and who on earth had told him? It was a stain she could not forget for the rest of her life, and for that she got a very bad case of cleanliness. Feeling Li Changsheng's unbridled gaze, Gu Xinshin immediately backed away and took out a spirit sword between her hands to solemnly say, if you don't get your story straight today, you won't leave alive. Do you believe that I will find 2 storytellers and take your deeds to the foot of the Sex Mountain? Split them into 2 episodes. and take turns saying them for 12 hours a day, so that by then you'll be disgraced and have no more goddess image. How dare you? Do you believe I'll kill you now? I believe it. Do you believe that if you kill me, you'll be ruined and dishonored tomorrow? Li Changsheng put on a roguish appearance of not being afraid of death. This instead made Gu Xinshin's eyes widen. What was this man's origin? How dare he talk to her like this? Tell me, who the hell ordered you to do this? And who told you this secret? Don't worry about that. As long as you do as you're told, I'll make sure no third person knows the secret. You're threatening me? Gu Xinshin's eyes widened as she gritted her teeth. Even so, Li Changsheng sat down on the table and picked up a pot of spirit tea and took a sip. Gu xin, you shouldn't want this shameful matter to be known by others, right? At this moment, Gu Xinshin's whole body was trembling with anger, and she was fully capable of killing this man. But look at his emboldened appearance. He must have some kind of card in his possession. Surely he is not afraid, or he is just looking for death to come, using his lowly dog's life to exchange for his own glory and prosperity. It was easy to kill a chi refining stage cultivator, but if after killing him, her scandalous story was publicized, then what face would she have to live in the cultivation world in the future? When she meets her enemies, they taunt her. Yo, isn't this the goddess who once fell into a cesspool? No wonder no one dares to take her. At the thought of this horrible scene, Gu Xinshin felt shivering. She didn't want to be humiliated like this for the rest of her life. Good. Very good. You've got balls. Tell me, what do you want? Gu Xinshin was forcibly resisting the urge to explode at the moment. She must know exactly who instructed him to do this and why he had come to tarnish her reputation. When the mastermind behind it was completely uncovered, she was breaking the stinking man in front of her into pieces. A map. What? And the privilege of coming and going as you please. What? And, smiled Li Changsheng as he surveyed the beauty in front of him, which caused Gu Xinshin to tremble inwardly. Unable to help herself, she took a step backwards, one jade hand covering her damned fascinating, proud valley. This stinky man really does have the ultimate goal of her body. Cultivation resources, foundation stage, chi refining stage, and jiedan stage. The more the better. Li Changsheng walked away contentedly, leaving Gu Xinshin standing in place with gritted teeth. She must catch the mastermind behind this man. In the end, which bastard even wanted to extort everything from her. She couldn't wait to kill Li Changsheng immediately, but after thinking about it she held back. If it was an ordinary chi refining stage cultivator who would never know the secret, there must be someone behind it. She couldn't slaughter Li Changsheng for the sake of momentary pain. She had to find the mastermind. When Li Changsheng arrived at the bottom of the mountain, he stayed in a separate palace at the foot of the mountain. This was the residence that Gu Xinshin had arranged. In the future he would be able to live here for a long time without having to return to the handyman area to run around. Don't worry, cousin is kind-hearted and thinks too much. She will not dare to kill you, Gu Xia said as he manifested himself as a stern ghost. She knew her cousin Gu Xinshin too well. More than 200 years had passed. She was still as good as before. No matter what she did, she was steady, thinking too much, and indecisive. Now Gu Xinshin must be checking on Li Changsheng's information, but that information must be fake now. After that she would fall step by step because she wanted to find out who was behind Li Changsheng. You said you'd introduce your cousin to me. How come it's now coercion? Li Changsheng was also speechless, making him seem like the villain. Who made you useless? Didn't I introduce it to you? Why don't you go on? You don't dare. Night Ghost Gu Xia, a face of ridicule. Men chasing girls, which is so complicated. As long as the smooth eye, a few minutes to chase, if she is still alive. Li Changsheng chasing her is not expected to use much time. The next day, Li Changsheng was still sweeping the mountain peaks, and when he waited until he reached the top of the mountain, Gu Xinshin had disappeared, thinking that she had gone out to help him look for the map. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Xinshin ran to her disciple Su Minglu's side at the moment to give her a cleaver and a stinky scolding. This made Su Munro scared out of her wits. Master, disciple knows I'm wrong. Disciple will immediately fire that ungrateful handyman. You calm down. Su Munro didn't expect that Li Changsheng had just gone for a day and had caused the master to be so upset. But the master didn't say exactly what he was upset about. Fortunately the master was of noble status and wasn't willing to make a move. Otherwise killing him wouldn't be dirtying the master's reputation. Don't need to. Expect you to change the hassle. Ha! Gu Xinshin left angrily after saying this. Su Minglu froze in place. She didn't know what to do in the end. This Li Changsheng in the end, what does he do for food? Causing her to be scolded. No! I have to find an opportunity to teach Li Changsheng a lesson before I can do it. I can't get over it in my heart if I don't blackmail him ruthlessly. Chapter 075. Who do you take me for? You're going to paint it yourself? The sex map is tightly kept. I can't get it, so I can only draw it myself. In the palace, Gu Xinshin took a pen and paper and began to draw the drawings seriously. Okay, you paint it. How many days to finish? Li Changqing thought about it and it made sense. So he immediately asked. 1 year. What? Less than a year. More than 3 or 5 years. The Brahma sect can be big, Gu Xinchen said with a serious face, but Li Changqing could clearly see the defiance in her eyes. Oh, Gu Xin, let me tell you another story. Li Changqing sneered, while Gu Xinchen waited with her beautiful eyes, staring with wide eyes. Once upon a time there was a man who sold cooking cakes called Wu Delang, and he married a daughter-in-law called Pan Jinlian. Wu Delang is short and ugly, but Pan Jinlian is as beautiful as a flower. One day, Pan Jinlian met a great official named Shiman Cheng, who took an immediate liking to Pan Jinlian and went to hit on her. Pan Jinlian can withstand the seduction of Simon Cheng. 3 or 2 days by his fascination, every day began to cheat behind the back of Wu Dalong. But it didn't last long. Wu Delang found out about their adulterous affair, and in a fit of pique, he sought out the door just in time to run into them. Nihao Wu Delang where again is Simon Cheng's opponent. A foot down, Wu Delang was kicked over and fell to the ground, often sick. This pleased Pan Jinlian, still ignoring Wu Dalong's condition and Shiman Cheng reckless up. What happened afterward? Speaking of this, Gu Xinchen also couldn't help but get into the spirit of urging to ask. Then Pan Jinlian poisoned Wu Daolang with poison. No? Nope. Did Pan Jinlian die? Why is she so vicious? Gu Xinchen had a puzzled look on her face. Even if her husband was ugly, then she couldn't poison him to death. And that Simon Cheng deserves to die for hooking up with Pan Jinlian. Pan Jinlian was soon abandoned by Shiman Cheng, and that Shiman Cheng returned to the cultivation world and became a monk. Ha! Shiman Cheng is actually a cultivator? Where is he? So hateful. I must kill him. Gu Xin angrily stood up and asked. Oh, I'm the Simon King. As soon as these words came out, Gu Xinchen backed up, her eyes full of disbelief. You're that beast Simon Cheng? He. If you don't draw the map properly, the disciples around you will suffer. So think carefully. Li Changsheng sneered. The reason why he said he was Shiman Cheng was nothing more than to tell Gu Xinchen that he was a villain, and that factions did things without principles. This was also a warning to Gu Xinchen not to play smart and obediently draw out the map. At this point, Gu Xinchen had completely believed that the man in front of her was Shiman Cheng. After all, no one could make up such a well-reasoned story, as if it was a real experience. It turns out that the man in front of him is not only a bad guy, but also a lecherous beast who specializes in hitting on other people's daughters-in-law. Luckily she hadn't married anyone, but after thinking about it, such a beast must have been salivating over his own beauty as well. However, she didn't see any appearance of Li Changsheng having any evil thoughts towards her. Is it because you are not someone's daughter-in-law? Or maybe she used to fall into a hole, so she resents this girl? The thought of a cesspool just filled Gu Xin with shame. This secret was the pain of her life. If time could be turned back, she would never have fallen into a cesspool. Draw quickly. Grind your teeth. Believe it or not, I'll put you on the spot right now. Li Changsheng's gaze surveyed Gu Xinchen's proud figure and suddenly said wickedly, isn't it true that after drawing the map, you'll let me go? You still want to negotiate with me? It seems that 2 storytellers will appear at the foot of the clan's mountain tomorrow, and then they'll split into 2 episodes, 12 hours a day. I'll draw. At the thought of a cesspool, Gu Xinchen blushed in fear and immediately sat down and continued to bury her head in the painting. It was just that in Li Changsheng's gaze, Gu Xinchen simply couldn't draw straight drawings, and that proud valley in front of her had instead become a burden to her. It didn't take her long to draw before she had to take a tired break and put the valley on the table to make it easier. You, with a nosebleed. As if noticing Shiman Cheng's gaze, Gu Xinchen turned her eyes to see that Li Changsheng had a nosebleed. It's okay, it's been hot lately. The fire is strong. Hurry up and draw. No slacking off. I'm going out to play. Li Changsheng wiped the nosebleed, turned around and went out of the room. Martyr. Who can stand this? A man cannot stand it. Seeing Li Changsheng go far away, Gu Xinchen couldn't help but look at her proud figure, her face slightly red. And the beast is embarrassed? Li Changsheng pondered as he descended the mountain. In order to lay down the ghost shadow reincarnation array in the Brahma sect, he must have a map. When Gu Xinchen gave him the map, after laying down the array, the rest was none of his business, and all of it would be handed over to the nightly ghost Gu Xia at that time. It was just that Ming Gao Hai was also proficient in the ghost shadow reincarnation formation, so I didn't know if Gu Xia could deal with him. He had just arrived at the palace at the bottom of the mountain, when suddenly his gaze lurched, and he saw a delicate figure had already been waiting in the room for a long time. Lord Deacon, why are you free to come? Seeing Su Manlu, Li Changsheng greeted him with a smile. You even dare to mess with master. You don't want to do it anymore, do you? You're just an odd job disciple. Don't be insouciant, it's your honor to be allowed to do this errand. What? Will snitch now is it? Su Menglu opened her mouth and started to taunt without a good tone. If not for her master's words, she couldn't wait to directly open Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng also looked stunned. Looking at Su Menglu, he instead did not have his usual compliments. Flipping his hand, Li Changsheng took out a bag of spirit stones and threw it onto the table. What do you mean? Is this a problem that can be solved by spirit stones now? I am now. Seeing Li Changsheng act like this, Su Menglu's complexion became ugly. However, in the next second, Li Changsheng silently took out 2 more bags of spirit stones. 1 bag of 10,000 spirit stones. Su Monroe could only earn $10,000 a month if she didn't rely on accepting bribes. If you take bribes, you can get 40,000 to 50,000 spirit stones a month. What do you take me for? I'm telling you now, with your attitude. Pa! Another 2 bags of spirit stones were thrown onto the table. Is it enough? Li Changsheng looked at Su Menglu playfully. He suddenly wanted to see where Su Menglu's bottom line was. I'll let you off the hook this time. Next time, Pa! Su Monroe's tone eased a bit, but in the next second, 2 more bags of spirit stones were thrown onto the table. Actually, it's nothing. The master wants to expel you from the division. I'll be the first to persuade her. Pa! Another 2 bags of spirit stones were thrown onto the table. Su Monroe's eyes widened. This was already $90,000. That's enough. This is over. Pa! Another 2 bags of spirit stones were thrown onto the table. This time Su Menglu was dumbfounded. Chapter 076, You've got it wrong. I'm just counting the money. Pa! The bags of spirit stones on the table were piled up high as 1,000,000. In the room, Su Monroe had a shocked look on her face. She didn't know what to say at this moment. She was shocked at how the man in front of her could be so rich. Such a rich man was only a handyman. His family casually spent some money he could also mix to the outer door. 1,000,000 spirit stones. She could only make money in 2 years. And as a cultivator, she actually couldn't save a single penny. A month of 40,000 to 50,000 spirit stone income, if all smashed in the cultivation resources, simply not enough to spend. Pills, talismans, spiritual weapons, and daily cosmetic expenses, clothes, food and drink. That can be money. That, brother, doesn't need to be so much, just half. Su Monroe took half of it with a wave of her hand. And she was not greedy. She was twice as kind to Li Changsheng, and called him brother. This kind of great grievance species of handyman, she had only seen in her life. Su Menglu took the money and wanted to leave. But in the next second, Li Changsheng pulled her small hand. Su Menglu's heart trembled, and as soon as she turned her eyes, she saw Li Changsheng's meaningful teasing in fascinated light. With just a gentle tug, Su Monroe seemed to lose her composure and sat down on the bed. Li Changsheng didn't say anything, and while looking at Su Menglu, he once again snapped out 2 bags of spirit stones. It had to be said that Su Monroe's figure was also superb, with exquisite features, a proud valley, a waist that was full, and seductive eyes. And when she wasn't putting on a high and cold stance, she was instead even more flirtatious and attractive. Su Monroe was shocked at the moment and looked at Li Changsheng. Suddenly her face blushed, and between her lowered head she realized that the collar in front of her body was a bit low, and that deep gully was thus visible to those evil eyes. Su Monroe finally realized what was going on, and hurriedly covered the proud figure with both hands. Her face was angry, and she just wanted to reprimand. With a snap, 2 more bags of spirit stones slammed into her heart. Li Air, I'm a deacon. What do you want? Even though Su Menglu was a foundation establishment stage cultivator with exceptional talent, and also had a stunningly beautiful appearance, she was still a little moved in the face of such a white boy's money smashing over. At least she couldn't offend the big ingrate in front of her. It didn't hurt to spend money. As long as she coaxed this man, would she still lack money in the future? Once this realization arose, Su Monroe's tone got a little better again. With a pop, 2 more bags of spirit stones slammed onto the table. Suddenly, she felt that Li Changsheng was strangely good-looking, and quite handsome, but also exceptionally rich. Spending money for women never hurts. Such a man, but also very good to control, just a little less talented. With a pop, 2 more bags of spirit stones slammed onto the table. Brother, I admit that I am greedy for money, but I won't sell myself for money. You don't. Snapped. 50,000 pieces of spirit stones were taken out by Li Changsheng. On the table, the ground rolled everywhere, bright and beautiful. Li Changsheng no longer has a bag for the spirit stones, can only be taken out in this way. The loss of the bag's camouflage, this spirit stones appear more fascinating, and Su Monroe's heart slowly collapsed at this moment. Could she do that? Would this be looked down upon by a handyman like Li Changsheng, or would he himself look down upon himself? With a snap, another 50,000 spirit stones slammed out. which made Su Menglu's heart flutter. Just by taking from the man in front of her, she could get so many spirit stones. As pretty as she was, she had never had a man spend so much money on her, nor had anyone ever dared to make such a colorful request of her. Li Changsheng didn't seem to have mentioned what to do. It was all her alone in her whims, but this was already an obvious hint. She could see it even if she was stupid. To be honest, she also longed for love, longed for a beloved boyfriend, but up to now, there really weren't many people chasing after her, probably because she was too beautiful, but instead, not many men dared to chase after her, resulting in the fact that she hadn't really been in love even once up to now. On the contrary, those average-looking, average-talented female disciples of the outer sect, miscellaneous female disciples have people chasing after them every day, changing boyfriends every day, envying her to death. With a pop, another 50,000 spirit stones were smashed out. Su Monroe's heart trembled as her gaze began to soften and become confused. At this moment, Li Changsheng was so handsome in her eyes. Super handsome, no more handsome than this man. A good-looking man who is still willing to spend so much money for her can't be found in a lantern, right? Su Monroe was thinking that if this man pounced on her right now, she might resist, but not for long, and then she would completely fall in. Literally. With a snap, another 50,000 spirit stones slammed out. Su Monroe stared blankly at the piles of spirit stones. As long as she was willing, these were all hers. But why hadn't Li Changsheng said anything yet? And why hadn't he pounced on him? What did he want? Do you want her to welcome her on her own? It must be. Men like that like to play these little tricks and want to feel conquered. With a snap, this time it was 100,000 spirit stones. Clattering spirit stones piled up all over the room. Too many to count. Su Monroe completely broke her defenses. A man so generous and so handsome, she hardly had any reason to refuse. Even if Li Changsheng's talent is a little bit worse. So what? Money is fine. When Li Changsheng dies, she can also inherit the family property, is not it? Thinking like this, Su Monroe's heart's defenses were just a hair's breadth away from collapsing. Snap! Another 100,000 spirit stones were taken out. Until now, Li Changsheng had taken out 2 million spirit stones, and he was still thinking in his heart that this bottom line was too high. A spirit stone in the mortal world can buy to marry a dozen daughters-in-law. And 2 million spirit stones are enough to marry dozens of female cultivators of the same rank. Moreover, he really didn't have many spirit stones left in his body. He probably still had around 10 million. In those years, in the Shura sect, Li Changsheng saved a lot of spirit stones, which were all given to him by Wu Shuyan. And truthfully, Wu Shuyan really couldn't say anything about him. But men with money are cheap. The better Wu Shuyan treats him, the more he wants to leave. After all, he is a long-lived person. A long pain is better than a short pain, and he doesn't want to feel like he's being kept. With a snap, another 100,000 spirit stones slammed out, and Su Monroe couldn't tense up completely. She felt that enough was enough and immediately stood up, her eyes burning at Li Changsheng. Do you love me? Su Monroe asked seriously, and her breathing became slightly more rapid. Li Changsheng still wore a faint smile and did not speak. Instead, he took out another 100,000 spirit stones with a flip of his hand. The sound of clattering spirit stones falling was pleasing to the ear, and Su Monroe's heartbeat accelerated in excitement, completely losing her mind. I do. Su Menglu directly pounced on her, but in the next second, Su Menglu was pushed away by Li Changsheng. This caused Su Monroe to freeze in place, her heart trembling. At this time, Li Changsheng's words completely made her freeze. You misunderstand. I'm just counting how much money I have. You can go now. Chapter 077, Su Monroe who was toyed with. To be honest, over 2 million spirit stones wasted on a materialistic woman. Li Changsheng felt that it was not worth it. He himself did not lack a woman, and was more worthy to give than Su Menglu. From the moment Su Menglu completely broke down and wanted to give her body to him, Li Changsheng completely lost interest. And at this moment, Su Menglu froze in place, watching Li Changsheng begin to pick up the spirit stones on the ground without looking at them. Her heart changed from the surprise she started with, to aggression. This man was playing with her feelings, with her as a person. He must have thought she was a materialistic woman, must have thought she was just a wannabe who could sell herself for money. It was the greatest insult to her, but the truth was that she did love money, and there was nothing she could do to refute it. At this moment, she felt that her worth had become worthless in front of this man, so pathetic and ridiculous. Her dignity also completely disintegrated and her image was destroyed in front of this man. What do you mean? Su Monroe's eyes were covered with crystals. She cried for the first time, or the first time she cried in front of a man, and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing down. She questioned Li Changsheng, the kind of being in front of an odd job disciple who was even lower than her, and it seemed as if she no longer had the feeling of being on top. What the hell do you mean, asshole? Li Changsheng waved his hand, did not even look at her, continued to silently pick up the spirit stones. There is this money to eat, drink and play does not smell good. He is not stupid. Spent on Su Menglu's body. Su Menglu completely collapsed. She had never been so devastated, being toyed with by an odd job disciple, and from the beginning to the end, this man hadn't said anything. It was all in the air. It was all her own whimsy, all her own self-interest, all her own wishful thinking alone. Her dignity, trampled mercilessly in front of this man. In this man's eyes, she's just so materialistic. She's a materialistic woman who deserves to be looked down upon. A clown who can sacrifice her sex for money. Here you go. All for you. Su Menglu roared. And all the spirit stones that had just been put away in her storage bag were taken out, including the black fruits that she had collected 2 days ago, and the void spirit flowers were also taken out. Li Changsheng froze, and when he turned his eyes, he saw that Su Menglu's eyes had long been filled with tears, and she gave Li Changsheng a hateful look as she ran out of the room crying. This scene dried Li Changsheng confused. Had he done something wrong to Su Menglu? In the past few days, Su Menglu was not in the appearance. Instead, he was much more relaxed. Li Changsheng did not care. He did not have to be in so laborious every day. When he took the time, he went to Gu Xin's palace and supervised her drawing, but he couldn't stand to come out after just looking at it for a while. What have you done to my apprentice? Suddenly one day, Gu Xinxin angrily questioned Li Changsheng. Ha, I didn't. Who's your apprentice? Su Monroe. She's my disciple. What have you done to her? She's your protege? I didn't know. We had a fight. Nothing much. Li Changsheng had a frank face. He really didn't do anything. Shimen Cheng, I'm warning you, if you dare to bully my disciple again, I'll take you on even if I have to fight. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Yesterday she took the time to go to see Su Monroe. Found Su Monroe these days soulful. Asked the reason. Su Monroe was not willing to say. Just a grieved Baba cry. This can be the ancient Xin heartache bad. Su Menglu although greedy money, that also has a reason. Gu Xin under some questioning. Su Menglu just said liar bullied her. Specifically how to bully but did not say. I didn't expect Gu Xinxin to be so protective of her own disciple. She didn't care if he was so greedy for money, but now she was biting him back. Humph. Then hurry up with the drawing and don't be lazy. I promise not to bully your apprentice anymore. When Li Changsheng thought of Su Menglu running out in tears, he still sneered and said and left. At night, Li Changsheng wandered within the Brahma sect, looking at the scenery of the Brahma sect while holding a small jerky and eating it, relaxing at ease. There were many disciples in the Brahma sound sect, and even at night, many of them didn't sleep at all, and some of them were still doing hard labor day and night, washing clothes, picking up water, and carrying things. Some disciples were getting away with it, as if they had nothing to do, picking up girls and drinking and having fun. Shilua Empire is so, along with the cultivation world is also so paper drunk. Some male disciples and female disciples hooked up has long become the norm. Discordant voices were coming from a room in the utility area, and a few men were eavesdropping on the walls. There were also men and women in the grove on the far side of the meadow pulling and tugging at each other in unashamed love. Li Changsheng sat alone on the side of the road, looking at the shadows of people coming and going, looking at the sky full of stars, looking at the prosperity and degradation of the Brahma sect, thinking that he was the only everlasting, but instead, he wasn't as spontaneous and happy as they were, getting up and walking off alone into the distance. Suddenly there was a sound of cursing and beating. Mud, I told you to run. If you ever disobey me again, I'll kill you. You're just a dog. Be respectful when you see your master. You hear me. Asterisk. A bunch of people surrounded a figure punching and kicking, cursing and swearing at the top of their lungs, words that were hard to hear. Someone not far away passed by and also took one look and immediately ran away. The beating hadn't stopped yet. Li Changsheng stood not far away. He didn't want to care, but looking at those fierce figures, he had no reason to sympathize. What are you guys doing? Eventually, Li Changsheng walked over and shouted, none of your business. Don't be a nuisance. Those people stopped, but they didn't panic in the slightest. Instead they arrogantly taunted. Everyone's a handyman. Who are you to act like you're the administrator? Mud, boss, I'll get him. A burly man was viciously about to charge up, but was stopped. Li Changsheng wasn't afraid of them. With his strength, he had no trouble at all dealing with these few chi refining stage handymen. Just as Li Changsheng walked up without the slightest fear, those few people suddenly fled in panic. The stewards are coming. Run, Mud. Next time you dare to disobey me, I'll kill you. The other man also viciously kicked the figure on the ground before fleeing. Looking at the gang of assholes far away, Li Changsheng did not chase. Far away, He nodded a greeting to a recognizable steward of the handyman area. That steward seemed to not even see Li Changsheng walk straight away. He knows a few of the miscellaneous service area stewards, and it is just a little bit of money to bribe them. Probably now they have long since stopped recognizing themselves, because there is no money to pay tribute to them, so they will naturally forget about you. Li Changsheng didn't care, which made him walk to the alley and look at the still unmoving figure on the ground. He was covered in blood, bleeding from his mouth and nose, and his hair was disheveled. There was not a spot on his body that was not injured. Chapter 078, Good people don't get good rewards. Are you okay? Li Changsheng looked at the figure on the ground and crouched down to try to help him up. But he moved. No, it's fine. His voice was weak, his face was covered in blood, he was average looking, a bit scruffy, and his eyes held a hateful glare. He climbed up with difficulty, his eyes looking towards Li Changsheng. Thank you, you're really a good person. As he said that, his gaze went to the jerky in Li Changsheng's hand. Eat? Li Changsheng looked at him and revealed a small smile. Flipping his hand, he took out some dried meat and fruits and mentioned them to him. The man took it carefully and wolfed it down with his mouth open. It turned out that this person's name was Busheng, and he was an old disciple who had been a handyman in the Brahma sect for 10 years. Because his talent was so poor, his 10 years of hard cultivation was only a small cultivator at the second level of chi cultivation. There is no hope of advancing in this life. He has basically been set in the path of cultivation, and the best place to go in the future is to retire and go home to find a mortal woman to get married and have children. And because of his cowardly character, the proverbial honest man, he was ostracized and bullied at every turn and had no friends at all. As time went on, he instead became the target of everyone's bullying. The old handyman bullied him, and the new handyman also bullied him. Buzii never dared to resist either, probably because he was so used to being bullied that resisting would only bring more torture. People are all climbing hard, even in a bunch of beggars, that should always look for a more miserable beggar than their own in order to find a little sense of existence. I'm a useless person with no money and no power, even when I'm trying. In an open space, Busheng's face was full of dishevelment, with too many painful memories in his heart that he had long since become numb. No one knew how much he had been tortured. No one could look up to him. And in the cultivation world, he was a complete waste. The cultivation world was concerned with spiritual root qualifications. A good spiritual root with good talent would have a high cultivation level. Those with bad spiritual roots are not gifted. Their cultivation will stop and they will not be able to excel in their lifetime. Everyone is useful and must be useful coming into this world. You don't have to be so discouraged. Li Changsheng seemed to understand his suffering. Whether in modern times or in the cultivation world, everything must have money and connections. Without money and no connections it is difficult to move an inch. If only the world was full of good people like you. Why are some people born with bad seeds and like to bully others? Why don't they have any compassion? Why does he like to bully others when others don't? I'm so cowardly. I can't even kill a chicken. I think chickens are afraid of pain and death too. In the night, Buzin talked a lot and sometimes cried out, like a helpless child, constantly pouring out, constantly complaining about the world, constantly cursing the injustice of the world. Li Changsheng was like a spectator and didn't resent it, just listened silently. You could actually learn a little bit about people, like bribing your superior with a little something, complimenting him on his good looks, kissing his ass or something. One can't be too honest to get rich and live a stifling life. Li Changsheng persuaded him, but Busheng shook his head. He didn't want to do that. All he knew was that he didn't offend anyone. He was decent, but there were just some people who were guilty of trying to bully him, and he didn't understand why that was. His gaze went to a woman in the distance. The woman was very pretty and her clothes were very revealing her long legs, sexy and flirty. I know that woman. You know? She has 10 mates, Burson said as he pointed to the woman walking past. Probably more than 10. The rumors in the handyman area are that she's changes partners often. Some call her and I've heard that she's even had a child by a man and had an abortion. Li Changsheng didn't know what Busheng meant by that, only to hear him continue. In the Shilua Empire, women can get married in second marriages. Nowadays women have a notion that when they're young, they can play casually. They can change countless men, and when they're tired, they'll find an honest man to marry and hide their past. No one knows about her past, and when she gets married, she can still be looking around for a man, looking for something new and fresh to satisfy her ugly, dirty heart. Even if her man finds out, it doesn't matter. The big deal is to get a divorce, and after the divorce go on to find an honest man to marry, and more than enough people to go and marry her because she's got a few things going for her. Until she was old and couldn't play anymore, she collected herself and found a strange place to live out her days in peace, with children and grandchildren, and finally died with a full life. Busheng said and looked at Li Changsheng. Do you think it's funny that such scum can end well? Honest people are peaceful all their lives, but they are miserable all their lives. Everyone's life expectancy is about the same. Why is she so wonderful when she was young, dashing enough, enjoying enough, but we honest people are poor all our lives, regretting all our lives, regretting that we were too honest when we were young, thinking that evil was bad, but in the end, we didn't see the evil reward. Li Changsheng was stunned and looked at Busheng. For a moment he didn't know how to retort. Did he say that maybe she had accumulated virtue in her past life? Burson didn't get an answer and laughed as he took another sip of his own wine. Decades from now, they won't regret the ridiculous and nasty things they did when they were young. And those who bullied me won't regret the honest people they bullied when they were young. And a sentence of being young and unintelligent will be able to cover it up. So I can't do it. I can't be as bad as they are. I can't be as bottomless as they are. They can be dashing and happy, enjoying men and women and debauching their flesh. I can't do any of that. I'm ugly, I don't have any money. I'm a waste of space. Tell me, the human condition. Want me to learn from them? Burson stood up lost. Thank you. You really are a good person. You're my friend. I don't know if I deserve to be your friend. Can we drink together again? Of course. Li Changsheng immediately laughed. Burson gave a rare smile, then walked away forlornly. Li Changsheng watched as he disappeared into the night, and his gaze went back to the distance, where the woman who had just walked into a room and quickly straightened her messy hair and walked out. She was indeed dashing, and could ride her youth to enjoy the pleasures of different men, while she could find strange cities to pretend to be an innocent woman, find an honest man to marry, have children, and live out her old age in peace. She's had a great life and she won't regret the things she did in her youth until the end of her life. She's so happy compared to Bussen. Some are born to suffer, some are born to enjoy, and that fate is convertible. So don't be an honest man, have fun in time, do what needs to be done, don't be too stupid or too bad, live for yourself, don't be a lickspittle, keep goodness in your heart. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If they do offend me, they will be executed even though they are far away. Chapter 079, You Just Want to Play With Me, right? For several days after that, Li Changsheng didn't see the man called Busheng anymore. Li Changsheng didn't care because now he was facing another problem. Su Monroe is back, and she's even more violent compared to before. First, the deduction of wages, less than 1 or 2 pieces of spirit stones per month also directly deducted. Li Changsheng does not care. Su Monroe not only let him sweep the street, but also picking water, washing clothes. In a trance he went back to the once wasted years. There is no way. Su Monlu has a lot of power, can command his men to watch him work. If you do not do it, you have to be beaten. Li Changsheng wants to bribe his men. It does not work. In the long run, he was surely going to make a name for himself, and almost became a target. Su Menglu's men seemed to know that Li Changsheng had offended their deacon, and changed their ways to torment Li Changsheng. Su Monroe, what do you want? Finally, Li Changsheng couldn't take it anymore, being blindly directed by this every day. He didn't even have a chance to go to Gu Xinxin's place. In the palace, Su Menglu had an angry face, and when she saw Li Changsheng looking for her, she just glared angrily at him. Ever since she was insulted by Li Changsheng with money, she hated him. She loved money. But who was Li Changsheng? A broken handyman, to molest her and toy with her. Having lost the meeting in front of Li Changsheng, how could she bear it when she went back and figured it out? What? Shouldn't a punk handyman work more? You're lazy and slippery. And the fact that you weren't fired is the greatest favor to you. If you don't have the ability, don't hang around the clan. The clan doesn't keep idle people. Su Menglu said with cold contempt. She wants to ruthlessly suppress Li Changsheng in terms of status. Rich is terrific. Right. Rich is also a waste handyman. She's still got it in her hands. You have to understand. For you to be able to go sweep the streets under my master's name, that's because I gave you the opportunity. And now you're not thankful for it. And you're accusing me. You've got a lot of guts. Don't you want money? Name your price. And as long as you leave me alone, it's a clean slate from now on. Li Changsheng didn't want to talk nonsense. And now he came over to erase the relationship between the two, so that no one would bother anyone in the future. Who cares about your stinking money? It's useless for you to give more. I'll even give you a charge of bribing your superiors now. Wait for death you. Su Monroe said in a cold voice. Su Monroe, you're sincerely against me. Li Changsheng laughed. Spell relationship right? He has plenty of relationship. Let her cry out later. What the hell? What can you do to me? Su Monroe looked at this man with a cold smile. A man who had trampled her dignity once. Li Changsheng smiled helplessly, and reached for the storage bag between his hands. Want to use money to smash it again, right? Fine. 10 million spirit stones. If you take it out, I promise not to make things difficult for you in the future. Seeing this scene, Su Monroe smiled even more arrogantly. Sure enough, You're still so materialistic. 10 million spirit stones. I can find a daughter-in-law who's gentler than you, prettier than you, and several times more fit than you. No, it's not too much to find 10. Do you think you're worth it? The following offense is looking for death. Hearing the word substance, Su Menglu's face chilled, and immediately, her figure flickered and she wanted to slap over. But the next second, her figure stalled, and she was fixed on Li Changxing's hand. If you dare to make a move, I'll have your master expel you from the division, believe it or not. You, how did you get the elder token of the master? Seeing the elder token in Li Changxing's hand, Su Menglu's eyes widened. This is an elder token. Holding this token, such as the elders in person, hit Li Changxing is the same as hitting the teacher's father Gu Xinxin. How bold she would not dare to hit their own teacher. Unbelievable. Su Monroe, I told you a long time ago, don't mess with me. You just want to go against me. Now it's good. Tearing your face off. Li Changsheng looked at Su Menglu and looked up and down. It's not too late for you to beg me. I can let you off the hook. Scumbag, beast, scum, don't you dare. Su Menglu angrily glared at Li Changsheng. She didn't understand why her master would give such a trashy handyman elder token. What good was he in the end? Moreover, he had only known master teacher for a few days. And he was able to make master teacher bestow the token on him. You're a tough talker. Let's see if your master listens to me or you. Li Changsheng wanted to turn around and leave after saying this. However, just after arriving at the door, Su Monroe's complexion changed and immediately blocked the way. Her gaze was full of stubbornness, disbelief, and aggression. The thought that he had once been suppressed by Li Changsheng with money and was useless, and now that he had just regained a bit of his dignity, he was going to be wiped out by this man again. She didn't understand where this man had gotten such a great ability, and on what grounds would the master give him the elder token. What? Do you still want to stop your master? I can punish you for great disrespect right now. Li Changsheng shook the elder token in his hand and looked at Su Menglu. Su Menglu was a bit desperate at the moment, because Li Changsheng had the elder token of his master. She didn't have any way to move Li Changsheng anymore, and this suffocating feeling surged to her heart. As hard as she wanted it to be, she might not care about the other elders, but Gu Xinxin was so gracious to her that she would never dare to show the slightest disrespect. Looking at Su Menglu's stubborn and hateful eyes, Li Changsheng reacted. Oh, material girl, you just want money, just give it to you. Li Changxing flipped his hand and took out 2 spirit stones and put them in her hand. Now I can go. In fact, Li Changxing is just trying to tease her a little bit, and really do not dare to do anything to her. This elder token, it is Gu Xinxin gave him a special random in and out of the use of the usual cannot be used. Nevertheless, in the next second, Su Monroe was completely enraged and threw the spirit stone in her hand directly. Yes, I'm material, I am material, but it's not something you can just insult. Punk-ass handyman. Su Menglu was so angry that she raised her hand and was about to slap it fiercely, but it was blocked by the elder token in Li Changxing's hand. Su Menglu's jade hand stopped in midair, not daring to go down. As she looked at that elder token, the aggression in her heart finally exploded out. Woohoo! Li Changxing didn't expect her to just cry without any image, crying loudly and sadly, which made Li Changxing directly blinded. He felt as if he had gone too far. No, not really. You keep crying. I'll go first. Li Changxing just wanted to leave, but Su Menglu cried and pushed him away, and as soon as he turned his eyes, he saw Su Menglu glaring at him with a pair of big watery eyes. You just want to play me, don't you? Li Changsheng was dumbfounded, and before he could finish his words, Su Menglu continued. I comply, but you. Su Menglu's aggrieved and stubborn gaze glared at Li Changsheng. You have to give me money. Chapter 080. Do you really want to sell? In the room, Su Monroe was stubborn with shame with stubbornness, and that complex expression of going out on a limb made Li Changxing's heart and mind shake, and his eyes were full of unbelief. That's too much of a contrast. You really want to sell it? Li Changsheng did not think that a high and mighty beauty, who does not worry about food and clothing, could say such words. There is no need to be so materialistic and realistic. In a trance, Li Changsheng felt as if he had returned to modern times. I'll sell. Su Monroe said excitedly and stubbornly, as if she had gone out of her way, and she did go out of her way. Anyway, she was seen as that kind of person by this man, so what else was she arguing about? Didn't you say she's a materialistic woman who only loves money? Didn't you say she'd do anything for money? Okay, she'll go out on a limb. She's all about money. Lots and lots of money. Oh, name a price. Li Changsheng said with a cold smile, while his gaze was also scrutinizing, sizing up the beauty in front of him. 10,000 spirit stones. Su Monroe was silent for a split second and finally gritted her teeth. 10,000 spirit stones? Li Changsheng was stunned and silent for a split second. but immediately smiled and walked forward, flipping his hand. A bag of spirit stones appeared in his hand, not to mention 10,000 spirit stones. If you ask for even 100,000 spirit stones today, I will give it to you. A mere 10,000 spirit stones to get a beauty of such poise. If it was in modern times, Li Changxing could wake up laughing in his dreams. The key is that you are not responsible for it, so it's not a bad deal by any stretch of the imagination. Looking at the bag of spirit stones handed over by Li Changsheng, Su Menglu silently lowered her head. Sure enough, in Li Changsheng's eyes, she was a materialistic woman who could sacrifice everything for money. She's just so cheap, with a million grievances in her heart. She didn't know why, but there was some bitterness and pain in her heart. Nor did she know why she would say such shameful words to Li Changsheng, a handyman. But she didn't resist or refuse. Instead, she silently took it. She didn't even have a feeling of regret in her heart. Instead, her heart beat faster in anticipation of something. Maybe that's what she was in Li Changsheng's eyes. A woman who didn't know shame. The two of them were tacitly understanding. Neither of them were talking, and Li Changsheng was not the least bit polite, and immediately pounced on them. Do you love me? What do you say? Why are you asking this nonsense when you've already taken the money? Time flew by. 2 hours passed. Li Changsheng looked at the woman in his arms who was silently weeping. She had already fallen asleep. To this kind of woman, Li Changsheng didn't have the need to invest his feelings. It was just a deal anyway. Just as he was about to get up, suddenly, his gaze lapsed and he saw a bright red mark on the bedspread. This caused Li Changsheng's heart to be shaken, but he quickly became indifferent. Li Changsheng quickly put on his clothes, and when his gaze turned, he saw Su Menglu's figure tremble. She had actually woken up a long time ago. The secrecy of our relationship is known to heaven and earth. To you and to me, is that clear? Su Menglu didn't respond, and Li Changsheng didn't linger, turned around and left the room, and kindly closed the door. On the bed, Su Menglu's eyes were lax, and her afterglow glanced in the direction of the door. They didn't have any warmth or words of love, just pure transaction, and the feeling lost her to the core. But who was to blame? The most important thing in her life, and the first man in her life, had been taken away from her in such a confused manner. Tears flowed down once again. Su Menglu finally cried out in aggravation, covering the quilt. When Li Changsheng walked out, it was already late, and on the way back, Li Changsheng was distressed. He really didn't expect that Su Menglu was still her first time, which made him how could he still have the nerve to be mocking her in the future. The area around the vanity sect was still noisy, people coming and going, especially the miscellaneous service area. It was still so self-sacrificing. In fact, the cultivation world and the mortal world were not different. Those who don't have the talent, muck around and live a few more years will pass. Talented, if you do not work hard to cultivate. In fact, it is also very easy to degenerate. And later on, even if you mix poorly, you can also establish a cultivation family to slowly develop. Cultivating this kind of thing, without absolute persistence and will, it was really hard to ascend to the top. Often, the strongest person who could climb to the top appeared only once in 10,000 geniuses. Li's second brother. Just then, a weak voice suddenly came. Bunsen. As soon as Li Changsheng turned his eyes, he saw the man covered in wounds, and after not seeing him for a few days, there seemed to be quite a few wounds on Bushing's body. At this moment, Bushing's eyes were a bit evasive and inferior. He was afraid that Li Changsheng wouldn't be recognizing him, but he was still happy in his heart when he saw that Li Changsheng had called out his name at a glance. Li Changsheng hurriedly pulled Bushing to find an open space to sit down. Only then did he understand that Bushing had to do a lot of work every day. He had no time to rest, and this time he still didn't know how he found the time to run out. Usually there wasn't a single day in the handyman area where he was bullied. Everyone looked down on him and were able to bully him at will. Listening to Bushing's mutterings, Li Changsheng was well aware of his hatred for this world. And this hatred was not a general dissatisfaction, but rather the kind of hatred from the soul that had accumulated day after day from birth until now. But he also has family, and it's probably the kindness and low self-esteem he grew up with that made him develop a very cowardly personality. He's afraid to go and talk back to people. He's afraid to compete. He's afraid of being hugged. He only blamed it on his own incompetence, his own talent, his poor cultivation. Indeed, in the cultivation world, without cultivation and strength, if one was still too arrogant, one would die without knowing how, so he could only endure. Only by enduring it would he be able to live long enough to live on in the clan. In the long run, he wouldn't have that fighting spirit, and he could only hold his tongue and never raise his head for the rest of his life. But what did he do wrong? It would be nice if there was a weapon in the world that treated everyone equally, so that no one would dare to be arrogant and bossy, and everyone would have the right to protect themselves. In the clearing, Buzin sipped his drink and chattered again. Oh, you're talking about a gun. Right. The only weapon that can do it without discrimination is a gun. One shot. Everyone is equal. Li Changshang was also a bit drunk, uttering weapons that could only be found in modern times. Guns? A spear kind of gun? No. It's a pistol. You can hold it in one hand. It's this long. It's loaded. I'll draw it for you. Li Changshang became interested and immediately drew on the ground. Soon a model of a gun came out, and Li Changshang also took great pains to explain the structure of the gun, the principle of the gun's power. It was called a head. Next to him, Busheng listened with wide eyes, as if he had opened the door to a new world, and was particularly mesmerized, and kept asking questions if he didn't understand, asking for all the details clearly. He silently noted everything about the gun. Chapter 081, Formation. The reason why Li Changsheng said the gun is also just bragging through the strength of alcohol. This world gun can be built, but the power is not much stronger than the spells, and one cultivates immortality. One is technology. The tech tree is different for both. It's as if modern people invented airplanes when they wanted to fly. Immortalists themselves can fly, and wouldn't be able to invent airplanes. In the time after that, Li Changsheng seldom saw Busheng, and Li Changsheng even made a point of telling him to go to the foot of Elder Du Xinxin's mountain to find him if he had any difficulties, so that he could give him a hand. But Busheng refused. He didn't want to make his friendships impure by helping out, something that Li Changsheng admired. Su Munro never felt sorry for Li Changsheng since then, but every month she would look for Li Changsheng to sell money 2 or 3 times. Li Changsheng, however, did not have the intention to refuse, and the relationship between the two was maintained in such a tacit understanding. Li Changsheng thought, anyway, if you pay the money, you don't have to be responsible. This is also quite good. If you don't want to pay, he would not dare instead. He's afraid of getting into a love affair. Time flew by. Li Changsheng had such a mixed attitude every day, and never practiced. Practicing was just a pretense to pass the time. Soon, the greater part of the year passed in this manner, and Gu Xinxin had drawn a map of the Brahma sect, marking every place. Li Changsheng even went to survey the map after getting it and confirmed that there were no problems before he was relieved. Ghost Shadow Reincarnation Array is about symmetry and precision. Its size according to the size of the area of the place to determine the size of the power of the spell formation. How much spirit stone needs to be consumed. All have to be precisely controlled. If the measurements were not accurate, the power might be weakened or a breach might be revealed. After all, this was also the first time Li Changsheng had set up the Ghost Shadow Reincarnation formation. According to the markings on the map, Li Changsheng first started measuring and arranging with the core sovereign hall as the center, surveying every place that could be arranged in detail, confirming that there was no problem and then moving on to the next place. It's a job that requires extreme patience, and if you get good at it, you can do it by flying straight up into the sky and visually inspecting a circle. Obviously it was impossible for him to fly in the Brahma sect, so he could only rely on his own slow measurements. After spending another small half a year, Li Changsheng was finally able to determine the location and markings, during which time he met many sect disciples holding the Gu Xin elder token were safe to muddle through. Otherwise he would not have been able to do all of these things by himself. All that was left was to make formation flags, and formation discs, and prepare 5 different attributes of top-grade spirit stones. Of course the extremely high-quality spirit stones were the most effective, but looking at the entire Brahma sect, I'm afraid that there were not many reserves, and he himself did not have any. The top-grade spirit stones were also good to get. He had gotten quite a few in the Shura sect. Formation flags are more time-consuming, and the material of the formation flag is different. It must be made of metal, used to link the spell formation aura transportation. It was like the effect of a satellite radio, and once the array flag was destroyed, it would cause part of the spell formation to fail. The special formation pattern of the Ghost Shadow Reincarnation Array was engraved on the formation flag before it could truly work. The so-called array pattern was also nothing more than a small, delicate interlocking spell formation, just like a small gear part that was missing. This was another huge project, and Li Changsheng spent another small half a year hiding in his room carving these formation patterns. From obtaining the map survey to making the formation flag, it had taken him 2 years. When all the preparations were done, Li Changsheng began the step-by-step preparation for setting up the first array eye. First was the first hidden formation eye at the foot of Gu Xin's mountain peak, in a crack in a stone wall. First placing 10 pieces of top-grade spirit stones, before placing the formation flag, and after covering up the location, the first formation eye was dealt with. Brotherly air, what are you doing? The moment Li Changsheng had just gotten up, a voice rang out steeply, causing his mind to be shaken. With a glance, Li Changsheng saw a familiar figure. Bunsen, you wanted to see me about something? Seeing Busheng, Li Changsheng's heart was relieved and he said with a relaxed expression. Busheng looked at the hidden place and didn't care about it. and immediately lifted 2 bottles of wine and laughed. I've come to meet you for a drink and to tell you the good news. With that, Busheng pulled Li Changsheng into a room. Mysteriously. Look. When Busheng took out an item, Li Changsheng's eyes widened in shock. It's a pistol? Li Changsheng took the pistol, his eyes full of shock. But this pistol was obviously very different from the pistol he recognized. This is called the Formation Spirit Gun. I couldn't build the pistol you mentioned, and the bullets were hard to get, so I modified it a bit to become spirit triggered, just like the talisman. Burson scratched his head and laughed. You know formation? Li Changsheng opened the magazines, which were not filled with bullets but spirit stones, and there were also precise formation auras around the magazines. It was obvious that this was a formation engraving technique only for formation masters. The formation patterns on it were very fine and neat, not at all like something an ordinary formation master could carve out. The formations on it were also very simple. Each formation was a triggered spell formation, with a combination of a dozen chain-linking formations such as sudden advancement formations, guiding formations, flame formations, and so on, which were precise to the extreme. I can a little bit, Busheng said with a smile. This was the first formation spirit gun he had developed, and the first person he thought of sharing it with was Li Changsheng. So he ran over to show it to him. Li Changsheng raised the spirit formation gun, took aim, and pulled the trigger, and all of a sudden, the spirit pattern on the pistol flickered. All of a sudden a searing fireball burst open on the wall of a dozen meters away. The speed is superb and the feel is excellent. Li Changsheng surveyed the formation spirit gun with surprise and love. It didn't need its own aura. It only needed a spirit stone to recharge, and it could trigger the fireball formation pattern inside. And the power wasn't small. Mortals can certainly be a shot fatal. Refining period cultivator a shot not dead also have to be injured. This power if it is a little bigger. I'm afraid that the foundation stage is not defended under the also have to eat a big loss. You are truly a genius. Li Changsheng looked at Busheng and praised him heartily. Hearing these words, Busheng felt very happy in his heart. This was the greatest affirmation for him. I told you, born to be useful. You can't do anything in cultivation, but you're unique in formation and creation. If you mass-produce this formation spirit gun and sell it, you'll be rich. Bunsen giggled. I'm not selling it yet. Keep it for defense. With this formation spirit gun, he felt motivated again, as if the door to a new world was opening up to him. As long as he kept researching and transforming the formation spirit gun, sooner or later, he would be able to build a stronger formation spirit gun one day, and by then, a mortal would be able to fight against a cultivator. Li Changsheng was also happy for Busheng. One could imagine what a subversive creation the formation spirit gun would be once it was popularized. After the two of them had a good drink, Busheng went back in high spirits, while Li Changsheng rested for a while before starting the next array. Chapter 082, Killing the Patriarch. Every day after that, Li Changsheng would often be away from home, going out for 2 or 3 days at a time. Arranging the spell formation was really a hard work for him, and it took more than 2 months of busy work before it was all set up. In order to make sure there were no accidents, Li Changsheng spent a few more days checking again to make sure there were no problems. All that's left is the core array disk. On this day, Li Changsheng arrived at the top of Gu Xinshin's mountain peak and found Gu Xinshin at the first opportunity. What do you want? Seeing Li Changsheng, Gu Xinshin had a cautious look on her face, and her pair of jade hands were covering the valley that was proud to the core. This stinky man, he wouldn't want to plot against her. That being said, she was the most beautiful elder of the Brahma sound sect, whether it was her body or appearance. It was unrivaled, especially her own proud valley. Wherever she went she did not cause countless men to look at her. Li Changsheng looked at her cautious appearance and ignored it, flipping his hand and took out a formation disc. Do one thing for me, and when you're done with this, you're free. Gu Xinshin received the array plate with a look of surprise. The construction of this array plate was extremely special. The array pattern on it was incredibly complex and subtle. Unfortunately, she didn't know anything about formations and couldn't see any peculiarities at all. What is this man's origin? That he knows spells? What do you need me to do? Although Gu Xinshin hated Li Changsheng, she had gotten along with him over the past 2 years and found that he didn't seem like a womanizer either, or at least hadn't made any excessive moves towards her. Place this array disc on top of the Sovereign's mountain, in the most hidden place. Just don't let anyone find it. If I'm found out, I'll get 2 storytellers, in 2 episodes, to take turns talking about you nonstop for 12 hours a day. Li Changsheng threatened. Don't you dare. Gu Xinshin said with a shameful face. The thing that she fell into the cesspit when she was a child to death couldn't let others know. Otherwise she wouldn't want to raise her head for the rest of her life. See if I dare, as long as you do as I say. The secret, heaven knows, you know and I know. You, Gu Xinshin looked at Li Changsheng's evil gaze, and immediately sidestepped in shame again. thinking in her heart that this was the last time. Wait. After saying this, she flew towards the sect peak. Standing on top of the summit, Li Changsheng looked at the white-clothed, white-silked Gu Xinshan as she went far away, with some doubts in his heart. This Gu Xin really likes herself? In the beginning, Knight Gu Xia swore, cousin fell in love with you after only 2 glances. You are truly blessed. This was something he didn't really believe. By all accounts he was only a small cultivator at the second level of the qi refining stage. How could Gu Xinshan, a yuaning stage big shot, look at him, secretly shaking his head? He didn't think much about it, and immediately sat down on his knees and waited at ease. Ghost Shadow Reincarnation Array, with the Patriarch's Hall as the center, covering half of the Van Yin sect. When the array is activated, the rest of everything will be handed over to the nightly ghost Gu Xia. As long as she enters the reincarnation array, with the deceased souls of the sect's disciples as the ghostly energy, she will be able to permanently run the array, and it is all but impossible to destroy the array from the outside. And he was considered to have accomplished his mission. He only needed to wait for Patriarch Ming Gaohai to be killed, and he would leave this place with nightly ghost Gu Xia. Half an hour later, Gu Xinshan's figure flew back, and seeing her calm appearance, it was thought that everything went well. Put it away, Gu Xinshan said with full reluctance. Thank you. By the way, is Patriarch Ming Gaohai on Patriarch Peak? Li Changsheng asked with a smile. Of course he is. He is in seclusion, Gu Xinshan said casually, but quickly reacted. You dare to call the Patriarch by his name? A mere odd job disciple who dared to disrespect a strong person like this was really bold. If the Patriarch knew about it, a few of his lives wouldn't be enough to compensate him. Li Changsheng nodded and flipped his hand as a formation flag revealed itself. Just by pinching his hands together, all of a sudden, under the urging of the terrifying spiritual power, Yuan Qi flowed within his body. The formation flag in his hand began to tremble, turning slowly to light up. He wasn't a foundation establishment stage cultivator after all, and activating the formation flag was indeed too slow and would take a bit of time. You, what are you doing? Gu Xinshan looked at Li Changsheng with a shocked expression. Kill the sovereign. As Li Changsheng let out a low gulp, the formation flag steeply glowed with haze, and in Gu Xinshan's astonished gaze, the formation flag rose up in the air, and all of a sudden a strange energy fluctuation invisibly impacted from all directions. Soon the formation flag disappeared into the void and disappeared. Ghost Shadow Reincarnation Formation, take shape. And at this time, Li Changsheng took out another copper mirror from his pocket, and when he reached out, countless ghost qi gushed out from the mirror. Cousin, it's been a long time. A ghostly voice sounded, and Gu Xinshan's eyes widened as she looked at the familiar yet terrifying white-robed stern ghost. Cousin, you're not dead? Protect your husband, cousin, go and return. The stern ghost Gu Xia dropped a sentence and flew into the ghost shadow reincarnation formation, and all of a sudden, a silky ghostly aura filled the sky. Husband? Gu Xinshan froze in place, not reacting for a moment. Oh, your cousin wants to introduce you to me as a daughter-in-law, and if you don't agree, she'll take you away. Li Changsheng's ghostly voice came out. Go, where to? Become a night ghost. Ah, help, what is this? A ghost. Suddenly, voices of fear and mournful screams came from down the hill. Gu Xinshan came back to her senses and just wanted to fly over to take a look when Li Changsheng pulled her back. Don't you go in there, you can't get out if you do. But why did cousin kill those people? What happened to her? Gu Xinshan eagerly said while watching the disciples below screaming. Your cousin has been dead for over 200 years. She was killed by Ming Gaohai, and her child was dismembered by Ming Gaohai. So what do you think happened to her? When these words came out, Gu Xinshan froze in place. She had always thought that her cousin had died of old age. She had never thought that this would happen. It was unbelievable. As time passed, the center of the Brahma Sound sect, encompassing a large portion of the inner disciples within, as well as the Elder's Peak, were all trapped within the Ghost Shadow Reincarnation Formation. Every death of a sect disciple would make the Ghost Shadow Reincarnation Array even more ghostly. From the outside, within the coverage of this Ghost Shadow Reincarnation Array, the ghostly aura became increasingly dense, eventually turning into a black mist in general. Some of the disciples outside tried to rush in, but none of them could escape anymore. The only person who knew the Ghost Shadow Reincarnation Formation was Patriarch Ming Gaohai, and even the elders had only heard of its power, but could not set up a formation to break it. Inside the Patriarch's hall, a dark shadow steeply opened its eyes, always feeling a sense of uneasiness surging through its heart. There was some noise outside, and just as he was about to get up and go out to take a look, suddenly, there was a pause. Openly turn around under. Its pupils suddenly shrink. A horror and twisted miserable white long-hair white woman suddenly into the eyes. Chapter 083, Caught in the Loop. What's that? What's wrong? How come the inner gate area has turned black? Half the time no one comes out. The Brahma sect was in complete chaos, and a month had passed since the appearance of the ghost shadow reincarnation formation. For a month, the entire clan was thrown into chaos, with many of the outer circle disciples breaking in and finding that they never came out again. Gu Xinshin was the only remaining Yuaning stage-grade cultivator in the Vanine sect, and there were only 2 or 3 other elders who survived. A large portion of the inner disciples were also caught up in it, and since the appearance of the ghost the ghost shadow reincarnation formation could not be broken from the outside. Gu Xinshin summoned the remaining Jedan stage elders to let them wait and see what happens, and the rest of the disciples were prohibited from approaching the center area, and for a time, they were able to pacify most of them. But there's always a small number of unbelievers who break in. Li Changsheng had been watching from the top of the mountain. It had been a month and the nightly ghost Gu Xia had yet to come out, indicating that the situation inside was scorching. However, Li Changsheng wasn't worried. The cultivation level of the nightly ghost Gu Xia was at the god transformation stage. Even if he couldn't kill his ex-husband of the same rank, it was more than enough to drag him down. At the foot of the mountain, a figure stood in a corner. Bu Sheng carefully observed the formation in the hidden place. The formation flag had a silky black gas lingering around it, turning into a more complex chain reaction of formation patterns. Looking at it as a whole, the formation flag was already tattered and torn, so even if it was destroyed, it wouldn't be useful in the slightest. He had originally looked for Li Changsheng to drink and chat with him. Since the Vanine sect had fallen into chaos, there were no rules at all, and there was no one to control the miscellaneous disciples, and the outer disciples didn't know what to do. The inner disciples were all thinking of the back way and preparing to run away, and the elders in the sect didn't come out to preside over the situation, only letting them do everything as usual. But the disciples were not stupid. There must have been a problem in the center area. Otherwise, why didn't any inner disciple from the core area come out? Vaguely, you could see bodies falling to the ground inside, and the screams could not be heard. Some bold disciples have long been eager to try to break in and find out. Hey, Buzan, come here. Mud, I'm calling you. Are you deaf? Suddenly, a vicious voice came, and as soon as Busheng turned his head, he was mentioned by a strong man in front of the light screen of the spell formation. A few burly men sneered at the goat-like Busheng, and one of them patted Busheng's head and laughed. Burson, it's your chance to show off. Go in and see what's going on in there and come out and report back to us later. But the elders said they wouldn't let us in. Snap. The loud slap to Busson's face made his pupils shake. That strong man, as if accustomed to the general, did not feel the slightest excessive, but instead calmly said again with a smile. Now I'm asking you to go in. Do you understand? It's fine. The elders won't ask us handymen, much less you, so just go in at ease. With that said, the burly man pushed him around and turned toward the curtain of light. Mud, get in there. There was another thud, a sudden kick of gravity from behind him, and Busson stumbled and kicked his way into the phalanx. Vaguely, he could hear unbridled laughter behind him. Ha ha, this idiot went in and died. Ugh, no one will work for us anymore. Unfortunately, there are as many of these idiots as you want. Who made him an idiot? Ha ha. They don't feel the slightest bit of guilt or shame. Instead, they take pleasure in playing with others. They never sympathize, they never admit fault. They just get worse until they get tired of playing. There is no bad karma for bad people. Change places. Start over. No one will punish them. They will live a good life, while Buzan will just die slowly in pain. Turning his head, Busheng could still see outside, but the silhouettes outside had turned black. A ghostly aura surrounded him, and the sky had turned dim. But inside, it was business as usual. Busheng clenched his fists, wanting to rush out and fight them to the death. But with a shock of ghostly aura surrounding him, he only felt dizzy and could no longer find his way out. Suddenly, a movement came from behind him, and Busheng turned around to see an inner disciple reveal himself. He rushed forward in surprise. Disciple Busheng, senior brother, what happened here? The man looked at Busheng and pointed to the large hall in the distance and said, you can go find Elder Chen. Thanks. Busheng was overjoyed in his heart. There didn't seem to be anything strange here. He excitedly walked inward. Along the way he saw several inner disciples. Some of them were cultivating. Some of them were talking and laughing. There was no horror at all as he had imagined. Soon he arrived at the Great Hall of Elders. There were no guards at the entrance, and he walked in to see a middle-aged Confucian sitting at the table with a sad look on his face. Disciple Busheng, greetings to the elder. Bunsen cried out with a respectful arch. Hold on. I'm busy right now. When I'm done. Okay? Busheng was overjoyed, and immediately waited, only to see the middle-aged Confucian get up and walk toward the inside, and soon disappeared, looking very busy indeed. Busheng waited for a long time, about half an hour or so. Just when Busheng was torn between leaving or not, that middle-aged Confucian finally walked out. Bu Sheng immediately showed a happy face, feeling that the Brahma Sound sect elder was not as unapproachable as he had imagined, and was quite amiable. The middle-aged Confucian came this way, and soon he ignored Busheng and sat down on the table in sorrowful contemplation. Disciple Busan, hold on. I'm busy right now. When I'm done, okay? Before Busheng could finish, that middle-aged Confucian interrupted. Ah, okay. Busheng was shocked in his heart, and immediately did not dare to speak at all, only to see the great hall once again fall into an eerie silence. Busheng always felt that something was wrong, but couldn't tell where, only to see that the middle-aged Confucian was getting up again and walking inside, quickly disappearing. After another moment, that middle-aged Confucian finally walked out. Busheng's heart was relieved, and he just wanted to speak. The middle-aged Confucian surprisingly spoke again after sitting down. Hold on. I'm busy right now. When I'm done, okay? The scene caused Busheng to freeze in place, an eerie sense of vestiges surging through his mind. Elder, I would like to. Before Busheng could finish speaking, the middle-aged man got up and ignored Busheng as he walked towards the inner hall. This scene made Busheng's heart suspicious, and when the elder repeated it for the 4th, 5th, and 10th time, Busheng had already sensed that something was wrong, and even generated fear. He was so scared that he backed away, and finally mustered up enough courage to run out of the great hall. He had just run out and hadn't even caught his breath when a male figure came crashing into him head-on. As soon as Busheng raised his eyes, he saw the senior brother who had shown him the way earlier. Senior brother, the elder you can go find Elder Chen. When these words came out, Busheng's mind stuttered. Chapter 084, Your gun is worthless. Ah, no, put. In the distance, 2 inner disciples were fighting desperately. Their eyes were red, their bodies were already covered in blood, and the intestines of one disciple had been pulled out. Their gazes were filled with horror, as if the other party was an extremely terrifying monster. Busheng fled, but he didn't go far before he saw another inner disciple, and he was just about to go up when his pupils suddenly shrunk. The disciple's body was half black and half normal, and his face had long since lost its normal blood color, pale with fearful dullness. For a moment, it was as if the world around him had changed. All around him was black, and in a trance he was caught in some kind of bizarre loop. Burson tried to find someone to ask for help, but where was another sane person? He ran as hard as he could, and there were no more people around him, only a deep canyon. Inside was a palace of grand proportions. Burson walked over and with a glance around he saw a dark figure crouching in a corner studying something. Suddenly, the middle-aged man stood up and looked at Busheng. Disciple Busheng, meet the patriarch. Busheng hurriedly said with a respectful arch, panic in his eyes. That middle-aged black-robed man looked at Busheng and frowned slightly. How many disciples are still alive out there? Hearing this, Busheng's heart froze and he was busy shaking his head. Disciple is an odd-job disciple. Also just came in. I don't know what the situation is. Miscellaneous disciples? Yes. Ming Gaohai instantly had no interest in asking questions. Obviously the outside had long been chaotic. The ghost shadow reincarnation array was the only one he knew how to set up and break. After all, this array was still created by him. Even the miscellaneous disciples had broken in, so wasn't that certain death? Ming Gaohai turned to himself and entered the palace. He had to find a way to break through the refined void realm before he could do so. If he cracked the spell formation by himself, I don't know how long it would take. That stinky woman Guxia even turned into a severe ghost and ran here to take revenge. Someone must have brought it here. When he gets out, he'll have to catch that guy to whip his skin and gnaw on his bones and knock out his marrow. Busheng watched the patriarch walk into the palace. It was obvious that the patriarch didn't seem to be an illusion. He had a thrill in his heart and ghostly followed him in. When Ming Gaohai saw that a handyman had actually followed him in, he couldn't help but frown, displeasure flashing across his face. A mere odd-job disciple was not worthy of conversing with him, and in the sect, this kind of odd-job man had no use for him either. He was just proper trash. Before he could reprimand him, Busheng immediately took out a handful of peculiar contraptions from his arms, and said with a nervous and pleasing face, Lord Patriarch, this is a weapon that I have created, called the Formation Spirit Gun, and I hope that Patriarch can help me take a look at it. Busan was full of apprehension and excitement plus respect. After all, the figure in front of him was a top powerhouse in the cultivation world, or a patriarch. If he could show his invention in front of such a big shot, he would surely get a high evaluation, and he would have the confidence to do it. Ming Gaohai was also stunned in his heart when he saw that Formation Spirit Gun, but his face was even more displeased. What time has it come to? This handyman even thought of being courteous. After a pause, he took over the Formation Spirit Lance and looked around for a few moments. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but when he opened the magazine and saw the formation inside, a hint of contempt hung at the corner of his mouth. He was originally a patriarch-level formation master, and he couldn't even look at this kind of simple formation pattern. The overall appearance was just a trigger weapon, with a simple construction and a simple and low-grade array pattern. He just looked at it for a while and then laughed coldly in his heart, looking at Busheng, who was nervously waiting for a critique. It was idle enough for an odd-job disciple to come up with such a tie thing. Lifting his hand, he raised the formation gun and aimed it at a ceramic furniture in front of him. He didn't even need Busheng to explain, already touching out how the gun was activated to fire. Aiming, pulling the trigger, and with a thud of the gun, the clay pot in front of him burst open with a loud bang. Seeing the size of the power, the disdain in Ming Gao Hai's eyes deepened. He looked at Busheng with a sneer, and turned to aim the formation gun at his palm again, and just pressed it against the muzzle. Patriarch, don't, it will. Burson looked startled and was just about to stop it when he heard a snapping gunshot. A flame burst in Ming Gao Hai's palm, emitting a burning smoke, while the aura on his palm disappeared, leaving his palm intact. I have to say, this gadget is a bit of fun, but, Ming Gao Hai finally spoke, looking contemptuously at the tense Busheng. This little thing is worthless if I had to rate it. As a cultivator, when the main focus is to cultivate oneself to be strong, and counting on the outside world's weapons, even if they are spiritual treasures, holy weapons, or immortal weapons, is ultimately not the avenue that a cultivator should delve into. This formation spirit gun of yours, there are only 2 words in my evaluation: trash. Ming Gao Hai didn't give face at all, but Busheng's heart was shaken at the moment, and his eyes were full of unbelief. The work he was so proud of had only received the word trash in the eyes of the patriarch. Indeed, the cultivation world cultivation went to cultivate themselves as the main goal, only constantly strong themselves to go against the heavens and prolong life. Without longevity, even the most powerful weapon ever built would be nothing more than a passing fancy. Patriarch, this gun is my heart and soul. It has merit even in how bad it is, right? Busan bit his lip to try to argue a little, with resignation in his eyes. This gun can't even be considered a magic weapon. A magic weapon, in the hands of a cultivator. Do you know how powerful it is? If it's in the hands of a foundation stage cultivator, the power of a sword to kill someone across the sky is also 10,000 times more powerful than this broken gun of yours. Is it wrong for me to say that this gun of yours is garbage? Ming Gao Hai showed no mercy at all. He didn't even bother to talk nonsense with this kind of miscellaneous disciple. To have him critique it was already the best honor for the handyman bushman. Do you expect him to praise this piece of junk for its compactness and portability? Dream on. Undisputed tears fell. This was the first time Busheng shed tears, not realizing that his proud works were such trash in the eyes of the high and mighty patriarch. Alright, take your formation spirit gun and go out. I'm busy, don't bother the old man. Ming Gao Hai didn't bother to pay attention to this handyman disciple, and with a wave of his hand, he threw the formation spirit gun at Busheng's feet. The frustration in Busheng's heart magnified infinitely as he looked at the formation spirit gun at that foot. Sure enough, a journeyman disciple by himself, even if he produced anything, it would be nothing more than a piece of trash in the eyes of the bigwigs. He silently picked up the spirit formation gun, said yes and left the palace. Out of the palace, he was as if his heart was dead, as if he had no faith in the world either. His work was so worthless. Was it really worthless? Indeed, compared to those magic weapon spirit weapons, he really didn't even deserve a weapon, not even a defective magic weapon. The most valuable thing in his entire body was a few spirit stones. With one last look at the palace, Busan left the place lost. Chapter 085, Don't be silly, I don't love you at all. Thanks to S hypnosis charm. Add one more. Thanks again. Outside, Li Changsheng sat on the top of the mountain, waiting at ease. At this time, the vanity sect had long been in chaos, and some disciples had already sneaked away. Gu Xinshan knew the whole inside story, and for a while, she was also weak-minded. She had originally grown up cultivating in the Brahma Sound sect, and with her exceptional talent, she still had feelings for the Brahma Sound sect. Now that she had indirectly helped Li Changsheng to behead Patriarch Ming Gao Hai together, how could she not blame herself? With a glance, Li Changsheng saw a familiar figure walking up. What are you doing here? Seeing Su Menglu, Li Changsheng frowned. He basically didn't interact with Su Menglu lately, because he was too busy, as well as he was already preparing to leave this place, so naturally he didn't want to get involved with anyone. After the night Guxia took revenge, he still had to hand over the bronze mirror to his 2 disciples, Lu Shishir and Bai Waner, and from then on return to the mortal world to live a peaceful life. I've come to. Seeing Li Changsheng, Su Menglu was delighted in her heart. She had originally come because she was worried about Li Changsheng's safety. In these 6 months, Li Changsheng had rarely looked for her, not even once in 3 or 4 months, and it was she who took the initiative to look for him. This always made Su Munro feel as if she was browbeating Li Changsheng. Obviously you're the one who should care the most, aren't you? I'm here to see master. Seeing that Li Changsheng did not treat her well, Su Menglu lost her heart and could only change her words. Obviously in Li Changsheng's eyes, they were nothing more than a monetary relationship with each other, and Li Changsheng wouldn't fall in love with her at all. This was something that even though Su Munro understood in her heart, it still stung a little every time she thought about it. She also did not know since when. Her body and mind had long been Li Changsheng's alone. It was clear that Li Changsheng was a waste handyman, but that kind of feeling could never be broken, and would only get deeper and deeper. Your master is out and busy, so go back. Li Changsheng glanced at Su Menglu then focused on looking down the mountain. You, aren't you going to run? It's dangerous here. Su Munro said softly. Run. Wait a few days, Li Changsheng said. Hearing this, Su Munro's heart was shocked, and she suddenly blurted out, then let's run together. Can you take me with you when you run? Hearing these words caused Li Changsheng to look stunned, turning his eyes to look at Su Menglu's blushing cheeks, that proud figure looking particularly alluring. This can't be in love with me. At the thought of this, Li Changsheng felt a big headache. He was an elder. It was impossible for him to get involved with anyone. Even his beloved wife he had never told his secret. If he brought Su Munro along for the run, what would he do in the future in case she found out his secret? The two were destined to have no end. Lulu, I'll only tell you once. I don't have any extra relationship with you. You're gifted and have an unlimited future. I'm just a small handyman in the chi refining stage. Wait, I don't care. Before Li Changsheng finished speaking, Su Menglu immediately came over excitedly and said seriously, you don't care. You're just being impulsive. Li Changsheng said helplessly, I'm not impulsive. I like you. I just want to be with you. I'm already your woman. Are you going to abandon me? Su Munro's beautiful eyes were covered with crystals and said truly, oh, what about 10 years later, 20 years later, 50 years later? I'll be old. You'll still be young. You can live more than 200 years old, and in the future you'll advance to the Jiedan stage, and live more than 500 years old, and if you cultivate with all your heart and mind, and advance to the Yuaning stage, you'll be 2,000 years old, and I'll have long since been turned into a cup of yellow earth. Li Changsheng spoke of the reality of the two, and it was all he could do to discourage her. But for your sake, I'd rather not cultivate at all. I just want to live with you for the rest of my life, and I'll be satisfied. Su Menglu said sincerely. She had already planned in her heart that as long as Li Changsheng was willing, she would directly give up her cultivation, and from then on, she would grow old with Li Changsheng. For love, she felt it was all worth it, and hearing this, Li Changsheng was shocked in his heart. This is too ruthless. Suddenly, Li Changsheng realized something. Looking at Su Menglu's eyes, he snapped to the realization that she might actually be stupid enough to do all this. Then didn't he victimize such a gifted immortal cultivator? Li Changsheng could be selfish, but he couldn't destroy other people's immortal cultivation prospects. After a moment of silence, Li Changsheng's face turned cold. It seems you still don't understand me. I don't love you at all. I've never liked you from the beginning. You're just a playmate for my boredom. Now you should know. Do you think you're beautiful? Do you think you are as beautiful as your master? I can't even look at your master, let alone you. Don't be silly. Go back. An icy cold word came into Su Menglu's ears, causing her to be struck by lightning. Li Changsheng's words carried boredom. That didn't look like he was pretending. Do you mean what you say? You really never loved me? Su Munro's heart felt as if there was a knife piercing through her heart fiercely and painfully. Oh, you're still so stupid. If I loved you, would I have avoided you for the past 6 months? I've just had enough. I'm tired of playing. Don't you get it? Li Changsheng said with a cold smile. This made Su Menglu like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. So it turned out that Li Changsheng really didn't love her and had been playing with her feelings. Yeah, Li Changsheng never said he liked her from the beginning to the end, and has always paid. Can this be blamed on Li Changsheng? All of this is also her voluntary. Everything is just her own self-inflicted. Tears slid down her face as she was devastated and on the verge of breaking down. When Li Changsheng saw this, his heart shook. Had he overacted? What if the has a brain fart and kills herself? Don't cry. This is the breakup fee. It's compensation for you. Don't bother me in the future. Li Changsheng flipped his hand and took out a large bag of spirit stones, as much as 500,000 spirit stones, which could be considered as compensation for Su Menglu. It wasn't much, but if Li Changsheng gave too much, he was rather afraid that she would think too much. Looking at the large bag of spirit stones on the ground, Su Menglu completely died. So this man is so heartless, and she was just wishful thinking, and Li Changsheng himself had never promised anything to her. Yes, it was all just wishful thinking on her part. Su Munro's heart ached like a knife as she looked at Li Changqing's determined appearance. She held back her grief and wiped her tears, collecting 500,000 spirit stones with a wave of her hand. Well, I won't owe you anything, and you won't owe me anything more, and I won't take this money for nothing. Saying that, Su Menglu, in Li Changqing's shocked gaze, just like that, she removed her clothes and skirt, and her proud figure was completely exposed in front of his eyes. Li Changqing was shocked in his heart, just wanted to stop it, but he stopped it alive. Humph, you're quite the moralist, so come on, follow me into the room. Chapter 086. Thanks to phone, Kai's summoning charm for an extra chapter. Thanks again. Do you love me? Oh, no love. Cut the crap and shut up. I hate you. Oh. Hate it. You've got all the money. Just take it. I'm paying enough. In the room, Su Munro was biting the corner of her lips tightly. Her eyes were full of tears. Probably this was the last time she got on with Li Changqing. She vowed that after today, she would seal her heart and lock her love, become the strongest cultivator in the world, and never touch a man again. Men are scum. None of them good. Since I gave it to this man, let's give it to him once and for all. Thinking like this, Su Munro is also completely relaxed, although the heart is broken, but the person has always been this man's. Li Er, where is the stinking handyman? Man? I don't know how long had passed, but suddenly a clear shout came from the mountain peak. Li Changqing and Su Menglu both looked startled, and when they looked out through the window, they happened to see that Gu Xinxin had already returned. Ah, what to do? If the master finds out that we are finished, Su Menglu's nervous body trembled. If this was discovered by the master or in the master's other palace, then where would she still have the face to see people? The master would probably expel her from the master's school too. Seeing this, Li Changqing quickly calmed down. He wasn't afraid of Gu Xinxin. Don't move. No talking. Li Changqing pressed down on her waist and pulled her pair of small hands. His eyes kept staring at Gu Xinxin outside, but he had no intention of stopping. Humph. Su Munro, you shouldn't want the two of us to be discovered by your master now, right? Hearing Li Changqing's evil voice, Su Menglu's pupils shook and her eyes were filled with disbelief. She inclined her head to look at Li Changqing, a sense of infinite shame and excitement surging through her heart. You won't. In a flash, Su Menglu's face turned red as she clunked and drank with Li Changqing while staring out with her eyes fixed on the outside, fearing that it would be as if Master Gu Xinxin found out that she and Li Changqing were stealing wine. I'm not drinking anymore. The master will find out. Stop. I'm not drinking. Su Munro's eyes were full of nervous panic, but her mouth begged not to drink. But her body was honest and she kept strolling around and drinking hard. Where was Li Changqing willing to let her go? Grabbing the bottle of wine and clunking it while looking out triumphantly. Su Menglu covered her small mouth. Her eyes stared at the master teacher Gu Xinxin outside for an instant. The matter of them stealing drinks must not be discovered by the master teacher. So, she could only hold back her drunkenness while trying not to make any noise. But the more she did so, the more she was on the verge of reaching her limit. Time passed for a long time. Gu Xinxin finally left. When she didn't find Li Changqing, she left the mountain peak. The affairs in the sect were too busy. She still had to gather her disciples together to maintain the functioning of the Brahma sound sect. The sky was becoming dim. The evening sun was setting, and the momentum of the drinking had not diminished in the slightest. It wasn't until early the next morning that Su Munro quietly left the room. With eyes full of drunkenness, another figure walked out of the room, and Li Changqing grimaced with a somewhat pained expression. He was holding the wall and walked out. Nima basically didn't stop drinking last night. Su Munro, this is really ruthless. Obviously it's the last time. She even forced him to drink all night long. Didn't give him any chance to catch his breath at all. She herself was strongly drunk more than a dozen times, but still strong enough to get up and pull Li Changqing to drink again and again. It was too hard. In the center area of the Brahma sound sect, a ghostly aura filled the area. Half of the inner disciples inside had already died, and the remaining disciples were still caught in the cycle of reincarnation. In their own consciousness it seems like they can never get out, and keep repeating the same thing over and over, and by the time they react, it may be too late. Trying to run. Deep in the back of Sovereign Peak, a white-robed stern ghost was chasing a glowing black shadow. Humph! A mere stern ghost wants to swallow the old man. When the old man comes back from taking over the body, he will beat your soul to death. The black shadow said viciously, and then turned into a black light and disappeared. Seeing the black light dissipate, the white-clothed night ghost was furious at the sky, and similarly turned into a black shadow and disappeared. When the black light reappeared, it was already in another mountain forest, his gaze wandering, anger bubbling in his eyes. How did Mingao Hai mess with such a stinking, and still won't let the old man recover in peace? The black light searched around for something while flying quickly. No, we must find a body to take over. He would have liked to cultivate for decades in the cave and wait for the Yuanshan to recover the peak when he picked an inner disciple to take over. Now it was good. If he didn't take over his body soon, he might die at the hands of that stern ghost. Suddenly, his gaze lurched, and he frowned as he saw a figure. This cultivator's cultivation is too low. It doesn't look like an inner disciple at all. No change. Ming flying dust. Suffer. Behind him suddenly came a ghostly figure. That black light suddenly shuddered. The deep gaze suddenly locked the figure in front of him. No matter. Can only just take over him. A terrifying energy rushed into the man's body. In a flash, its figure stalled and suddenly hissed violently and painfully. And the majestic energy rumbled and spread out, causing the nightly ghost ancient Xia to pause briefly as well. It's him. When she saw the man's face, Gu Xia was also stunned. Who else could this man who was suddenly taken over be if not the disheveled and wandering Bushang? At this moment, Bushang only felt a sudden surge of terrifying energy into his body, as if his body was about to explode. And suddenly, there was an unfamiliar shadow in his mind. Patriarch, Patriarch, you. In the sea of consciousness, Bushang looked at the shadow in horror. He recognized, this shadow is not the last old patriarch Mingfeichen. He, little fellow. I'm sorry, your body belongs to the old man. Don't worry, I'll take care of your physical body, so you can rest assured that your soul will fly and break. Mingfeichen indifferently looked at this tiny Bushang soul shadow, his brows slightly wrinkled. This little guy's cultivation was too low, and his spiritual root qualification was extremely poor. With such a talent, he was not worthy of taking over his body. To be able to be taken over by him, it is also the honor of this little guy. If it is not forced by Knight Guxia, how could he choose this kind of miscellaneous disciple boarding? With a roar, he devoured the Bunsen void in front of him. The Yuan Shin of a god transformation stage powerhouse like Ming Fei Chen wanted to devour the Yuan Shin of a lower-ranked cultivator with ease. But when Ming Fei Chen thought that the extremely easy thing would soon be done devouring, the accident happened. Why is your willpower? Ming Fei Chen looked at Bushing's Yuan Shin in surprise. When devouring and fusing, he could also quickly absorb or obliterate all the memories of the devoured person. This process seems simple, but in fact, it was also an extremely critical and dangerous moment. Chapter 087, I'll help you kill the patriarch. It wasn't that easy for the Yuan Shin to take over. Genjutsu seizure also doesn't mean that the stronger ones can devour the weaker ones. The Yuan Shin seizing the body has nothing to do with one's own strength. What the Yuan Shin seized was spelled out was the strength of willpower. It was a competition of living faith. Those who are naturally timid and cowardly will have their beliefs disintegrated by the powerful genjutsu suppression and will slowly be devoured. Let's just say that the metamorphic wills and beliefs of the strong are generally stronger than the metamorphic wills and beliefs of the weak. Therefore, something like faith, which normally seemed useless, was extremely important to the person whose Yuan Shin had seized the body. For example, a gifted disciple is naturally better and has faith and confidence in becoming strong. Disciples with poor talent are inherently more disheveled, confused about the future, hopeless about cultivation, give up, and have poor faith and confidence will. That's why it's very easy for a strong genjutsu to take over a weak genjutsu. Many people think that the strong Yuan Shin seizing the body is the strong seizing the weak. Basically 99% success rate, very few possibilities of failure. Indeed it was, but this time, Ming Fei Chen ran into a weakling whose conviction and will were comparable to steel. Kid, be a good boy and give me your body and die in peace. Why? In the sea of consciousness, Bushang looked at Ming Fei Chen's extremely conceited silhouette, with unwillingness and stubbornness in his eyes. You're a miscellaneous disciple, born as a waste. Even if you have this body you don't have any future. Why do you need to live in this world? The old man will relieve you. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? You should be thankful that the old man commandeered your body. You will never be able to reach my height in your entire life. I am a powerhouse that you will never be able to reach. Handyman like you? I can slap thousands and tens of thousands of them to death with one hand. What qualifications do you have to fight against me? Punk. Rubbish. You'll be devoured by me without fear. I'll keep your body safe, so don't resist. Ming Feichen was actually the first time he had taken over his body. After all, who would be willing to give up their physical body until the last resort? Moreover, the side effects brought about by seizing the body are also very large. For example, seizing a low-ranking cultivator is also equivalent to losing a large portion of the original cultivation, and it will take many years just to fuse and adapt. The most critical thing is that after the Yuan Shin seized the body, although the power of the divine soul seems to be more powerful than the same rank, but basically it has been fixed. It is very difficult to continue to cultivate the power of the divine soul, unless it breaks through to the level above the original strength, but then it will also be weaker than the same rank of the strong divine soul. In Ming Fei Chan's opinion, His own willpower and conviction was much stronger than that of the average low-ranked disciple, and seizing the body was simple and straightforward. However, he did not expect that the disciple in front of him called Bushang would be a stubborn donkey. His yuanshan flickered brightly and darkly, never able to be devoured. If it were an ordinary low-ranked disciple, being taken over by his powerful yuanshan, he would have died of fear long ago. You so-called strong people can just trample on other people's dignity and take over other people's bodies at will. We bottom disciples deserve to be the tools you play with as you please, don't we? I'm not convinced. Ming Fei Chen left a waste. Another waste. He could see the endless contempt and arrogance in Ming Fei Chen's eyes. It seems like everyone in the world is like that, and the weak deserve to be bullied, deserve to be unable to hold their heads up for the rest of their lives, and deserve to live at the bottom of the heap forever. One patriarch was like this, and now there was another patriarch still like this. There was never any consideration for the feelings of the bottom disciples. In their eyes, the bottom people were just garbage, just tools to be played with at will. On what grounds? Don't be impotent and furious if you're a waste. What can you do? District waste will be worthy of doing hard labor for the clan. The clan has raised you for decades is to have the consciousness of sacrificing everything for the clan. You don't even have this realization. You don't even deserve to be a waste. Ming Fei Chen was also arrogant to the extreme. What kind of existence was he? Did he need to reason with a waste handyman? No. The waste is only to be obeyed, only to be submissive, only to be listened to. Wastes who don't listen don't deserve to live in this world. Ming Fei Chen didn't bother to talk nonsense, and immediately began to devour it, helplessly, even though his yuanshan was incredibly powerful. But in the face of such a weak yuanshan, he could only rely on his powerful beliefs to crush him a little bit. He had to use countless visions that did not do any substantial harm to break down Bunsen's beliefs little by little. The despair of the world, the loss of the world's cruelty, the longing for death, the hopelessness of life, the degradation. But Ming Fei Chen never dreamed that Bushang had grown up in such despair, and the more so, the more hateful and stubborn he became, and his conviction grew stronger instead. No, serve, with a roar. A monstrous roar shattered all illusions in the sea of consciousness, and in Ming Fei Chen's terrified gaze, the fragile and tiny yuanshan instead took a bite out of his yuanshan. A pure energy was instantly absorbed by him, slowly becoming stronger. No way. You, never. What do you want? Outside, the night ghost Gu Xia was staring at the body in front of her. She was hesitating to destroy this body. If she waited for Ming Fei Chen to succeed in taking over the body, then it would be very difficult for him to decapitate this person when he was trying to do so. Because she, as a night ghost demon cultivator, had long since lost her human body. She was unable to inflict absolute damage on someone else's body, unless one has the body of a living person like Lu Shishir. By one air, one can cause physical damage to a living person. In other words, she couldn't inflict damage on this body, but she could utilize ghost techniques to inflict absolute damage on the soul spiritually. The more afraid of ghosts you are, the more damage you do. This is why Ming Fei Dust cannot wait to want to seize the body of the reason. He was born bold. As long as the seizure of the body with a physical body will not be afraid of the Li ghost Gu Xia, even if it causes the soul damage, that is also can withstand it. There was no telling how long it had passed, but suddenly, the nightly ghost Gu Xia's embroidered eyebrows raised as she gazed at it. The body opened its eyes. Ming Flying Dust, suffer death. Nightly ghost Gu Xia instantly transformed into a horrifyingly twisted bleeding figure that lunged towards that body. With the boundless ghostly aura enveloping him, Bushang frowned and opened his mouth. I'm not Ming Flying Dust, he's dead. Night Gu Xia's hideous face was stunned, and her eyes held amazement, but they quickly turned icy cold. This kind of ghost trick also wants to fool me. Ming Fei Chen, suffer death. I'm really not Ming Fei Chen. If you keep being unreasonable, I don't mind killing you. Bushing's face was expressionless, not a single fluctuation in his eyes, and there was not a hint of hesitation or fear in his gaze as he looked at the nightly ghost Gu Xia. You're really Bushang? You killed Ming Fei Chen? How is that possible? Night Gu Xia's face was full of astonishment, and it was obvious that she didn't believe it. You know me? This time it was Buzin's turn to be surprised. He didn't recognize this woman. You're a friend of Lier's. I've seen you many times. Night Gu Xia told Li Changsheng and his acquaintance, and Bushang was filled with astonishment, not realizing that a Night Gu Xia existed on Lier. Okay, since you're Lier's man, I'll help you kill Ming Gao Hai so you'll believe me. Chapter 088. I'll have you know, Night Gu Xia had never dreamed that the handyman Bushang, whom she had once not even looked upon favorably, could actually backfire against a god transformation stage powerhouse in a Yuanshan scramble. Can this really happen? It was unheard of for the Yuanshan of a god transformation stage powerhouse to be devoured by a handyman Yuanshan, and it just so happens that Li Changsheng and Busheng are still friends. No one thinks of Busheng as a friend, while Li Changsheng has become best friends with him. In the beginning, the Knight Guxia were all disdainful and even extremely incomprehensible. Could it be that Li Changsheng knew that he was an extremely promising handyman? In any case, she got an extremely powerful helper. She fought with her ex-husband Ming Gaohai, and because Ming Gaohai's cultivation was one small level higher than hers, it was very difficult for her to take out Ming Gaohai, and that's why she was thinking of killing Ming Fei Chen to strengthen herself. Now Busheng's indifferent sentence of helping her kill Ming Gaohai was already beyond her knowledge. Why you again? On the back mountain, at the entrance of a magnificent palace, Ming Gaohai saw the handyman Busheng again. Patriarch, that formation spirit gun, I've already modified it. How many times have I said it? Garbage is garbage. What a bull **** formation spirit gun. Don't bother me with your garbage stuff. A weapon made by you, a handyman, is also garbage, understand? Before Busheng could finish his words, Ming Gaohai said with extreme impatience, handyman trash like Busheng, who as a god transformation stage powerhouse didn't even bother with. If he wasn't a disciple under his own door, he would have directly killed him. But as a god transformation stage powerhouse bullying a miscellaneous disciple at the chi refining stage, it was really a drop in the bucket. Have you ever seen a billionaire personally lower himself to pick up a dime off the ground? Wouldn't even look at it. The strong don't bother to do anything to the weak. Only the weak at heart look for presents from the weak. My guns aren't junk. Sovereign, my guns aren't junk. Really, why don't you trust my abilities? Busheng looked at Ming Gaohai, who was 10 meters away from him, and he silently took out the formation spirit gun from his arms once again. Ming Gaohai looked at the formation spirit gun in Busheng's hand with disdain, the arrogance and contempt in his eyes almost written on his face. You're a wasteful handyman, and your gun is a wasteful piece of trash. Only trash can build trash. A genius disciple wouldn't and couldn't build this kind of trash. Only a wasteful handyman like you can build this kind of trash. You're worthless. Understand? Hearing Ming Gaohai's blatantly mocking words, Busheng also roared in anger. I'll have you know exactly what happens when you piss off a lonely psychopath that the world despises and abandons. Bang! A terrifying energy shot out, and in Ming Gaohai's stupefied gaze, a shot of flame energy exploded on his head. Blood splattered, and a terrifying energy lingered on his head for a long time. The energy flames that shot out from the formation spirit gun pierced through his brain and burst inside his head. Ming Gaohai wasn't even dead at this moment. He just felt his vitality rapidly draining away at this moment. He touched his head incredulously, as if the substance in his head were baking in an instant. It's your own fault. Bang! Another shot rang out, and the flame imprint containing terrifying energy pierced through Ming Gaohai's heart, blood splattering out while a burning heat smoldered on his chest. Burson was finally calming down, but his mouth continued to speak. I added soul power array patterns to the formation spear, and this flame has a soul power attack, as well as an energy storage array pattern that can recharge its own soul power. The stronger the soul power, the more powerful it is. Bang! Another shot was fired, and Ming Gaohai's body took another shot, his chest bursting open. Eventually Ming Gaohai body functions completely zombie. Even the spirit at this moment is also blockade collapse damaged, did not escape. The moment Ming Gaohai's Yuan Shen appeared, the Lich Ghost Guxia had also completely blocked his Yuan Shen. Thanks, with a glance at Busheng, who was already suffering from the consumption of a large amount of divine soul power, the stern Ghost Guxia locked onto the terrified Ming Gaohai. No! This is impossible. How could a handyman have such a powerful weapon? Formation spirit gun. Impossible. Never. Until this point, the Yuan Shen state of Ming Gaohai was still full of disbelief. Why would this happen? He was a genuine late-stage harmonization of God stage powerhouse with exceptional talent. How could he die at the hands of a handyman in the refining stage of a district? Why on earth? Guxia! I'm your husband. Don't kill me, please. The severe ghost Ancient Xia pounced on Ming Gaohai. The endless ghost Qi engulfed him, while Ancient Xia also transformed into the most terrifying and hateful evil ghost in the world, little by little tearing his virtual shadow, his Yuan Shen, his entire energy. Each bite makes Ming Gaohai feel endless pain and despair. This is the pain of the soul, more than 100 times more desperate and painful than the physical body. An hour later, Ming Gaohai was completely soulless, and Busheng got his way out. But before he went out, he had to do one thing. Looks like the Brahma sect is going to be finished. Let's run. Where to run? Take this opportunity to reap more benefits when the spell is cracked. Mud. Why hasn't the second dog come over yet? I'm waiting for fruit to eat. This second dog is so damn inked. Too disobedient. When it comes to beat it up, it's not as good as that idiot Busheng. It's a shame to think of that idiot Bussen. I should have known how good it would be to keep it for a few more days to use. It's probably long dead in there by now. Bones and ashes left. There's a chance it's turning into a severe ghost. Ha ha. Outside, a couple of handyman punks sat at the edge of the phalanx laughing uncontrollably. Just then, a slight ripple suddenly rippled within the spell formation, and a figure walked out. Bussin'? Seeing the figure that walked out, the crowd recognized him at once, their eyes full of shock. Hell, you even made it out alive. Silly, you didn't die in there. I'm a fool. Busheng looked at the men with cold eyes. Yeah, what are you if not a douchebag? Where's the dishabag calling you? Ah, my leg. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the punk's legs instantly burst, his body directly kneeling on the ground, the smell of burning and thick smoke spreading out under the spray of blood. I'm a douchebag? Burson looked to the others and without saying a word fired 2 more shots. The other 2, half of their bodies exploding from their waists, did not die instantly. At this moment, the crowd was at a loss for words, looking with shocked eyes at this man who seemed to be a stranger all of a sudden. Run! Bang! 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 All of a sudden, heart-rending wails of pain came from all around them, as they lost their qualifications as cultivators from now on, and would also die slowly in agony. As Busheng listened to their wailing, he actually felt in a pleasant mood, a pleasure beyond words, beyond imagination. By the time the distant disciples heard the sound and rushed here, Busheng had long disappeared from the spot. From now on, Busheng would never be the same Busheng as before. He would completely change this dirty cultivation world. In your own way. Chapter 089. Could he be Bunsen? Seeing the visitor, Li Changsheng was still a bit surprised. This gun is for you. Busheng saw Li Changsheng reveal a rare smile. You're my best friend. We'll be friends for the rest of our lives. Li Changsheng took the gun and opened the magazine. The formation pattern inside was even more complicated, which surprised Li Changsheng. Don't you use it for defense? Li Changsheng asked. I'm building it later. The patriarch has already been killed by me, and I plan to leave the clan. Hearing this, Li Changsheng's expression was shocked as he looked at Busheng incredulously. At this time, a white-robed stern ghost flew in the distance. Seeing Busheng, Gu Xia just nodded before looking at Li Changsheng and said, with revenge avenged, should we kill all the remaining disciples and elders? The patriarch was killed by Busheng? Li Changsheng asked as he looked at Gu Xia. Yes, Gu Xia nodded as she looked at Busheng. Li Changsheng was a bit incredulous. He didn't expect Busheng to be so powerful. After devouring the old patriarch's Yuan Shun, although his cultivation hadn't risen, the power of his divine soul was already comparable to a peak harmonized god stage powerhouse. Plus, the old patriarch's experience, memories, and techniques were enough to spare him thousands of years of detours. Busheng wanted to leave the clan, live in seclusion and cultivate, and wait until he had enough strength to return. Li Changsheng also planned to leave the vanity sect to live a peaceful life. The two then had one last drink to say goodbye to each other. And the nightly ghost Gu Xia also withdrew the ghost shadow reincarnation formation. And when the center area was broken, the disciples inside were still somewhat in a trance, bewildered and afraid. All in all, half of the cultivators trapped in the big formation died and half survived. After learning of the death of the vanity sect's patriarch, the entire sect was shocked, and the strength of the vanity sect dropped several notches at this moment. Gu Xinxin became the only Yuaning stage powerhouse in the Vanning sect, and the rest of the Yuaning stage powerhouses were naturally all killed by the stern ghost Gu Xia. Busheng left the next day, and in the month after that, Gu Xinxin took over the Brahma sect and became the new sect leader. Cousin, why do I want to be with him? In the gorgeous palace, Gu Xinxin was blushing with shock. Do you believe me? Knight Gu Xia looked at her cousin with a look of hatred. Believe it, cousin? But now there is some disbelief that you have told my secret to that man, Gu Xinxin said in a somewhat sultry manner. Then why did you like him after only 2 glances? Knight Gu Xia teased. Which has? Hearing this, Gu Xinxin's face changed greatly, but soon said sheepishly, but he's only in the refining stage. I just like it, and can't be together. Oh, I only tell you, miss this opportunity. You and want to get him, can only wait for decades, centuries, or even thousands of years later. You can think about it. You do not listen to cousin. Cousin will not be in to help you, Knight Gu Xia said with a cold smile. Ha! Gu Xinxin is a little confused. Not to mention thousands of years, hundreds of years, decades, he will not become an old man. The district of a refining stage can live for how long? But looking at the serious look on the stern Gu Xiao's face, Gu Xin couldn't help but fall into silence. Could it be that he's not at the Qi refining stage, but a hidden powerhouse? God transformation stage? Void refining stage? Or harmonization stage? Mahayana stage? If not, there must be some ulterior motive as to why cousin Gu Xia could be with such a Qi refining stage man. Thinking that Li Changshang was most likely a top-level immortal cultivator, Gu Xinxin couldn't help but be astonished with her eyes. Seeing Gu Xinxin's stunned expression, Gu Xia nodded with satisfaction. This silly white sweetie had really gotten the hang of it. Speaking of which, she was just guessing. How many years had it been? 70 years just in 10,000 Serpent City. And with the addition of these years in the Shilua Empire, Li Changshang had not aged at all. This was only observed most clearly by Gu Xia. In other words, there's only one possibility left. This Li Changshang was definitely a reclusive powerhouse above the refined Void Realm. Void Refining Realm cultivators, their lifespan could reach 10,000 years. Li Changshang hadn't changed in nearly 100 years. There was only one possibility. His cultivation wasn't at the Qi refining stage, but rather, he was a former cultivator of the Void Refining Realm. If it was a harmonization stage cultivator, with a lifespan of up to 50,000 years or so, it would basically be impossible for the appearance to change much. The last is the Mahayana stage cultivator. Life expectancy can be up to 100,000 years, a real old man, and there is not much difference between longevity. On this continent, there were no strong people above the refined Void Realm for the time being. There had been some in the past, but they had long gone to other continents. A small place like theirs couldn't accommodate strong people above the refined Void Realm, and was only suitable for retirement. Gu Xia herself was already a spirit transformation stage cultivator, but in her divine soul senses, Li Changshang was nothing more than a small Qi refining stage cultivator. However, after so many years have passed, Li Changshang has not changed at all. He has not aged and become vicissitudes of life. If this were to be an ordinary Qi refining stage cultivator, it is estimated that he would have died of old age a long time ago. Then there was only one possibility. Li Changshang was not a Qi refining stage cultivator at all. As for Gu Xia, she was a cultivator of the goddess of transformation stage. And under the sky, if she could hide her cultivation to the point where the goddess of transformation stage could not see through her, there was only a great cultivator above the refining Void Realm, and there was absolutely no possibility of a second one. Only cultivators who have reached the level of Hooray or above can do it for 100 years, 1,000 years, or even thousands of years without leaving any traces, like a long life. This was a realm that all cultivators in the cultivation world could only dream of. Above the realm of refining emptiness is a long time to hit the bottom. If it reaches the Mahayana stage cultivation, it is more able to live to 90,000, 100,000 years, and there is not much difference between the long life. Obviously Li Changshang was a superpower that exceeded the cultivation level of the God transformation stage. As for the other possibility, it was the impossibility of impossibilities, an impossibility that Gu Xia could never have thought of in her lifetime. That's immortality. It was even said that Gu Xia could not and would never think in this direction, because in the cultivation world from ancient times, there was no such thing as immortality, and only the legendary immortals could live forever. And in the eyes of mortals, the God transformation stage, or even the Yuanying stage, were all immortal beings who lived forever in their eyes. So in Gu Xia's conception, there was also no pure concept of immortality that existed, and the existences with higher cultivation than her were just super powerhouses with longer lifespans than her. In Gu Xia's consciousness, Li Changshang was in this category, a top cultivator who definitely exceeded the transformation of God stage. There was no second possibility. Did he? Thinking of this, Gu Xinxin looked incredulously at her cousin Gu Xia. It's good that you know. Now you believe your cousin. Hearing Gu Xia's affirmative tone, Gu Xinxin's eyes were filled with a look of shock. It turned out that Li Er was actually a reclusive powerhouse that surpassed his cousin. A moment's reaction made her heart beat faster. If she was with him, wouldn't she be climbing up the ladder? At this moment, she instead felt that she was a bit unworthy. After all, she was only a Yuanying stage cultivator. In Li Changxing's eyes, she was a mole cricket. Ah, cousin, can I really? You can. He just likes your kind. Big. Chapter 090. Do you know how to row? Let's swing the oars. The boat pushes away the waves. The sea reflects the beautiful white tower, surrounded by green trees and red walls. The boat floats gently in the water, and a cool breeze blows in the direction. Are you sure you want to row with me? On the surface of the water, Li Changshang looked at the proud figure on the boat, who was only wearing a semi-transparent veil, her face blushing. I want to row with Nianai. Gu Xinxin was full of shyness. She had already boarded the boat. Her heart was racing. Where was the idea of turning back? This was the first time in her life that she had ever been on a boat. No regrets? No regrets. I'm a Qi refining stage cultivator. Think about it. Li Changshang asked seriously, the oars in his hands fluctuating gently on the water. Think about it. Come on. Gu Xinxin looked at the oar in Li Changshang's hand. Her eyes flashed with amazement, and there was an inexplicable longing in her eyes. Didn't Li Changsheng mean that he wanted her to know what to do and coax her with a fake chi refining stage cultivation? However, she had long known that the man in front of her was a powerhouse beyond the transformation spirit stage level, and had always preferred a life of seclusion, which was why he was unwilling to reveal his true cultivation. Thinking of this, the corners of Gu Xin's mouth even hung up a touch of smugness. Perhaps the man in front of her did not know that she and her cousin Gu Xia had been close since childhood. Gu Xia had told her everything. The man in front of her was 100% a super cultivator above the refined void realm, and he was handsome and of good character. If she had a relationship with such a man, she would be able to walk horizontally on the continent in the future. For the stability of the Brahma sect, she had to find a backer, so she listened to her cousin and had to sacrifice something, and at this moment, it was already in the depths of love. Where could she be allowed any room for thought? Yes, only hearing Li Changsheng's dry, low voice, the oars violently probed into the deep water. All of a sudden, there was a lot of splashing and the boat swayed. Gu Xinxin was the first time she had ever been on a boat. When the boat swayed, she only felt her heart and soul shaken. An unprecedented feeling surged through her heart. She was so frightened that she hastily reached out her jade hand and grabbed the edge of the boat. With the splashing of the water, Gu Xinxin only felt dizzy. Her mind went blank, and she was already a bit seasick. After all, it was her first time on a boat, and within a few minutes, she couldn't withstand the violent impact from the small boat. But where would Li Changxing care about him? He did love boating. After all, it was every man's hobby, or boating with such a perfect, arrogant beauty, and that made it even more of a hobby. Brother, I'm seasick. Can we stop? Gu Xinxin clung to the edge of the boat as the water sprayed and swept up a layer of waves, and the waves hit her delicate body, which had already been covered in water stains. No, Li Changxing didn't give her a chance to refuse at all. His gaze was firm, and suddenly, dark clouds were ahead of him, as if a storm was coming. Li Changsheng frowned. This was a precursor to the coming rainstorm. Sit down. Li Changxing sneered and instantly sped up the rowing speed. Gu Xinxin only felt like she was going to die. She didn't expect how the first boat ride was so thrilling that it was painful and fresh in her mind. Heavy rain drifted in and kicked up a fierce wind, and in the distance giant waves rolled and spewed. This caused Li Changxing's heart to be shaken, not realizing that there would be such an amazingly huge wave on this incredibly wide lake. I forgot to mention that the lake has a name. It's called Lake Cynthia. Li Changxing's face was solemn. Looking at the huge waves rolling in, he was also stagnant, but he was also considered an old hand at rowing, and in the face of such a situation, he also had a way to deal with it. Just by giving a low shout, the oars immediately probed deeply into the lowest layer of the lake bottom, securing the boat. Wow! Giant waves lapped, frightening Gu Xinxin's face with fear and wailing. But where did Li Changxing care about her? After bracing himself for wave after wave of giant waves lapping at him, Li Changxing finally moved, only to see it explode with an endless flood of power, paddling hard toward the front. The small boat child quickly weaving in and out of the huge waves, facing the huge waves bravely forward. Gu Xinxin could only let Li Changxing fool around. Her face had long been trembling with fear, her hands gripping the edge of the boat tightly, not daring to let go for a moment. Once she let go, she would completely lose her balance and fall into the proud and boundless Xinxin Lake. There was no telling how long it had passed, and when a ray of sunlight waved down from the sky, the dark clouds in the sky were gradually dispersing. The boat calmed down and slowly docked at the shore, while Gu Xinxin had long since fallen asleep, and Li Changsheng was leisurely sitting on the boat enjoying the beautiful Xinxin Lake. In the palace, Li Changsheng was a bit lost in thought as he looked at a splash of bright red blood on the bed. Gu Xinxin left early. She was now the patriarch of the Brahma Sound sect, and was very busy with daily meetings, organizing the affairs of the sect, and rebuilding and developing various businesses, and Li Changsheng felt like a soft eater. Thinking of last night's madness, Li Changsheng was also helpless to the extreme, mainly because Gu Xinxin took too much initiative, and he, as a man, really couldn't refuse and had no reason to refuse. Looks like we need to get out of this place fast, Li Changsheng murmured, already planning to go back to the Shura sect and give the bronze mirror to Lu Shishir and buy Wanner first. With a stern ghost on his body, Li Changsheng then realized that he had made a huge mistake. Knight Guxia had been with him for over 100 years, and he hadn't aged in all those years. Would she suspect that she was an elder? In the event that the Knight Guxia knew the secret of immortality, then he would be really miserable, and he would have to be sliced up and studied. In the future, this kind of low-level mistake must not be made again. He must leave this place as soon as possible and get rid of the nightly ghost Guxia. But what Li Changsheng did not expect was that Gu Xinxin was too enchanting, and this craving was for more than a year. It wasn't until 2 years later that Li Changsheng justifiably found a reason to leave the vanity sect. It is worth mentioning that Su Munro has never appeared in the past 2 years. Listening to Gu Xinshin said that Su Monroe has entered the depth of cultivation for some reason. Closed the cave. The temperament has changed greatly. Cultivating hard to the extreme. The future is unlimited. This made Li Changsheng very relieved. She finally had figured it out. It was good that she didn't kill herself. End of the line. In a cave, Su Menglu was surprised to the extreme and opened her eyes. She had been in seclusion for the past 2 years. Her cultivation had been extremely smooth. From the middle to late stage of foundation establishment. All the way unimpeded. Even when breaking through the Jedan stage, she just ate a spirit rising Dan and easily broke through without any obstacles. This is completely beyond imagination. Su Monroe was clearly aware of the fact that advancing to the Jedan stage may not seem difficult, but a single spirit rising Dan wants to break through. Unless it is a heaven-defying demonic genius, there is a very small chance of doing so. And she knew she wasn't gifted to that extent. Yet she did it, and it was incredible. Suddenly, her complexion shook, and an energy within her body that did not belong to her was flowing and traveling away within her body. Is it because he? Chapter 091, Do You Love Your Country? 2 months later, Li Changsheng flew with his sword to the foot of the Shura sect mountain. A few years had passed and the Shura sect had changed somewhat. Li Changsheng flipped his hand and took out an elder token, then strutted in. Soon he arrived at the foot of Lu Shishir's main peak, and without greeting him, Li Changsheng bypassed the sect disciples and arrived at the top of the mountain. After entering the palace, there was no sign of Lu Shishir or Bai Waner. Why don't I just leave you here? I'll go ahead and you wait for them to come back. Li Changsheng took out the copper mirror and said, What? You can't wait a little longer? Don't you want to see them? Knight Guxia laughed. No, it hurts to see too much. Just convey it for me. Li Changsheng smiled. This farewell of his could be an eternity, and it wasn't that he didn't want to see it. It was just that seeing or not seeing it didn't mean much to him anymore. He was a long-lived person. His cultivation was only at the refining stage, and in the eyes of outsiders his lifespan was only a few decades to live, and he should never be seen again after this farewell. If he suddenly saw it again after a few hundred years, then he couldn't explain it. Unless his cultivation had suddenly reached the Jedan stage, that would be possible. Putting down the bronze mirror, Li Changsheng left the room, and the stern ghost Gu Xia had no intention of stopping him, looking at Li Changsheng's back as he left with a calm expression. Hidden world powerhouses are also idiosyncratic and solitary. They really don't have any human feelings. In Gu Xia's opinion, Li Changsheng was definitely a super cultivator above the refined void realm. In the cultivation world, to be able to mix to the level of a powerful person at the refined void realm, whether it was experience, or insights, were not something that these low-level cultivators, could imagine. So Li Changsheng walking away in style was understandable in Gu Xia's opinion. It was just a pity that the two disciples, who were beautiful and incomparable, had been twisting and turning, losing a hidden world powerhouse like Li Changsheng for nothing, and letting her cousin, Gu Xinshin, get a big advantage. After descending the mountain, Li Changsheng looked at the distant sovereign peak, and a stunningly beautiful figure was reflected in his mind. Patriarch Wu Shuyan should be in the clan. Li Changsheng hesitated for a split second or sighed without going to look. His relationship with Wu Shuyan was somewhat subtle, something between a lover and a friend, closer than a friend and a little stranger than a lover. Since we have already parted, it would be awkward to see each other, so it would be better not to see each other. Now he is alone again. From now on, return to the mortal world. Peace of mind to be a submissive people honestly live comfortably on the line. He tried his best not to get involved in the trivial matters of the cultivation world. After casually looking for some disciples to inquire about the situation of Shura sect in recent years, everything was good and there were no major changes. Li Changsheng then left the sect with peace of mind. After leaving the sect, Li Changsheng trekked all the way to another mortal city. Since he had become a mortal, he couldn't be flying on the imperial sword, lest it would be more troublesome to invite the cultivators. He casually chose a big city to live in for a few years, and when he had traveled enough, he went to the next city to continue his travels, eating and drinking and having fun every day in style, one way or another. He had stayed in several major big cities of the Shilua Empire for a few years, with the longest not exceeding 10 years. Name, lifespan, immortality, age, 313, talent, 5 mixed spiritual roots, judgment, extremely poor, level, 2nd level of chi cultivation, strength, 51, agility, 51, endurance, 51, defense, 51, mental, 110, skills, transfiguration, cooking, masonry, handmade bamboo baskets, blacksmithing, avatar, longevity, true fire, cooldown, 2.8 million years, 9 revolutions of the Aeon avatar, formation, ghost shadow reincarnation formation, technique, the secret of eternal life, the secret of drawing chi and practicing chi, available attribute points, 13. Li Changsheng could barely remember how many years he had lived. If it wasn't for the system that was recording it, he wouldn't even know that he was 313 years old. Cultivation is still the same as always practicing the second layer of chi. Without the slightest change, it seems that his hidden 5 mixed spirit root is really a waste of spirit root. In the cultivation world genuinely do not have a lot of future. The attributes were exactly right. All 51 points. Very average. And he liked that average feeling. Spiritual power is a little higher. Spiritual power is high. The perception of his cultivation is a little stronger. It feels quite good. There were still 13 available attribute points left, which Li Changsheng had been saving up, so that he might be able to use them instantly one day when he encountered a special situation. After going around and around, we've finally returned to the original Great Xia dynasty. Li Changsheng looked at the once 10,000 serpent city, and compared to before except for the people have changed. Other things have not changed much. The city wall has been renovated once. The houses in the city have also changed a little bit, but it's not too bad. Walking in the street, there is a feeling of a world apart. As if I remember just came to this city seems to be more than 100 years old, and now the past 100 years. It is really emotional. After so many years of mixing in the Shilua Empire, he was still an ordinary person. Didn't get rich, didn't starve to death, lived a peaceful life, got tired of it, changed the city and continued to live, drifted all his life, and circled back. After a long time, it felt like this kind of day was quite boring. After all, he was an eternal being and couldn't experience the sorrows of others who grew up and then lived and died. After living in 10,000 Serpent City for a few months, Li Changsheng continued toward another city in the Great Xia dynasty. The cultivation world was something he had never stepped into, and he fooled around on the mortal world every day. He's back now for only 2 purposes. One is to pay homage to his father and mother, wife and daughter in this world. After all, he has not gone to pay homage for nearly 200 years, and by the way, he went to see the nostalgia. The other purpose was to continue to hang out in every city in the Great Summer Dynasty for a few hundred years, and then prepare to cross the sea to the rest of the world. Anyway, he had all the time in the world and an infinite lifespan, so if he didn't travel all over the world, it would seem too small a pattern. He also bought a small donkey for this purpose, so that he would not have to walk by himself, which was much more convenient. One day on the road, a group of soldiers suddenly came. Those soldiers still on the same road, running fast from behind. Li Changsheng took the initiative to step aside and wait for the soldiers to pass. These soldiers were mortal armies at first glance, each wearing a soldier's uniform made of linen, and the army didn't look very neat. When the army passed by, the eyes of those people looked at Li Changsheng, and there seemed to be gloating in their eyes. Suddenly, 2 strong men rushed out from the army and pulled Li Changsheng with one hand. "Brother, join the army." "Ha, I'm not in the military. The rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of all. Don't you love our Daxia Empire? Are you a subject of the Daxia Empire?" The 2 burly men glared at Li Changsheng with a serious face. Li Changsheng was also confused. Brother, this kind of scene, it seems like he had encountered it once more than 200 years ago. Dude, I'm not in the military. I'm really not. Do you love your country? A burly man came with a soul-torturing question, his eyes glaring fiercely at Li Changsheng. "I love it." Chapter 092 Heavenly Demon Empire. Li Changsheng was also helpless in the face of these mortals. He wanted to run, but after thinking about it, it was just the right time to go skulking around with them and wait until he reached a big city. Along the way, his little donkey was also bought and eaten by the officer at a cost of 10 taels of silver. And Li Changsheng did not say anything, and his little donkey cost 5 taels of silver and earned 5 taels. Only after that did Li Changsheng realize that there was another war in the Daxia Empire, and this time it wasn't the Shilua Empire next door, but the demon race. The demon race covers an extremely wide area, spanning 2 empires, and has an exceptionally large number of races, hundreds of times more numerous than the human population. In the past 100 years, the demon race had also established an empire called the Sky Demon Empire, completely applying the empire model of the human race to begin to slowly build up power within the demon race. At first, the forces of the demon race were independent races and not much of a threat. The demon race also has a cultivation world and a mundane world. The demon race cultivation world rank corresponds to the human race cultivation world rank, and generally does not participate in secular competition. The heavenly demon empire spanned half of the continent, comparable to the Shilua Empire and the Great Xia Empire combined, which were twice as large. Just because of the appearance of the heavenly demon empire, it made it the 3rd largest empire in this continent, and it also fought against the 2 great race empires. The reason why the Sky Demon Empire had appeared was because a forbidden area had appeared within the demon race. Demon cultivators had been exploring the periphery of the forbidden zone for years, and after thousands or even tens of thousands of years of groping, they had finally discovered a forbidden zone lake. There was a kind of magical power in that lake. No matter what kind of animal it was, as long as it drank the water in the lake, it could be transformed into a half-demon, half-human form. Unlike demonic cultivators, who need to cultivate for years and undergo hundreds or even thousands of years of Taoism before they can transform into human beings, after cultivating to the Yuaning stage, they can completely hide the characteristics of their demonic native form. And naturally there are countless ordinary demonic beasts in the demon race that can't cultivate. They are just like the ordinary mortals in the human race of a nature. That is, the human race often see the cattle, horses, sheep, pigs and dogs like ordinary animals. After these ordinary animals drank from the spring water of the forbidden area, they had transformed into half-human, half-demon forms, and even opened up their spiritual wisdom, turning into mortals in general. As this continued, more and more animals became half-human and half-demon. Thus the Sky Demon Empire was established. The Sky Demon Empire was growing extremely rapidly, almost geometrically, and within a few years, the number exceeded billions of them, and spread to the world of the human race. Now the two empires have long been the Sky Demon Empire. Disturbed Scalp can only continue to conscript troops began to go to the border of the demon race to clean up the demon race, because this was an imperial war in the mortal world. It didn't involve the cultivation world. Demon cultivators drinking the spring water didn't do much good either. And it was obvious that spring water only had a miraculous effect on ordinary animals. Because of the indulgence of the demon cultivators, it led to ordinary animals drinking the spring water and transforming into half-human, half-demon, and opening up their spiritual wisdom, slowly forming the heavenly demon empire. They were jealous and hated the prosperity of the human race and the brutalization of their fellow demon race members. So they began a constant invasion towards the two empires. In today's Daxia Empire, the further north you go the more chaotic it becomes. And many ordinary old people, parents and children are migrating south. If they came across a young, strong man, the soldiers would forcibly conscript him and give his family a settlement payment to buy out the man. Along the way, there were originally only a few dozen people in Li Changsheng's group, but by the end of the day, it had turned into 200 to 300 people. Li Changsheng had also hung out in the cultivation world for decades and knew that the cultivation world and the mortal world were actually separate. Imperial royals among mortals can hire cultivators for protection, but they have to pay a large fee, and the fee is calculated to the clan on a yearly basis. Once there was a war between empires, cultivators could not take the initiative to help either side, and even in the absence of special circumstances, they could only watch the change of dynasties with a bystander's mentality. Of course, once a certain side hired a cultivator, then even if the cultivator went to war it would be against the other side's cultivators, and would not take the initiative to take on the mortal empire royalty. If the rules are broken, then there is no need for the empire to exist, and whoever wants to be the emperor will be the emperor. So who will be in charge of the hundreds of millions of people, and who will run the production and manufacturing? That's why the cultivation community is only responsible for protecting individual gold masters, not the rise and fall of the empire as a whole. The sudden appearance of the heavenly demon empire was also the same. As long as the demon cultivators didn't come out, the human cultivators were not allowed to come out either. Once a human cultivator broke the rules, a random Yuaning stage cultivator could destroy the heavenly demon empire. Then the demon cultivators could also just destroy the human empire. In that case, there was no need for the mortal world to exist. Who would replenish the cultivation world with fresh blood? The roots of monks can be born from the mortal world. In the past, the corpse refining sect had broken the rules of the cultivation world, slaughtering the civilian population to refine corpse puppets, provoking all the loose cultivators in the cultivation world to join in the crusade, and ultimately being annihilated. Of course, the cultivation family would be a special existence, and there are cultivators who do not speak of martial virtues, and there are not a few who slaughter members of the enemy family in order to take revenge. Li Changsheng walked all the way, and the more he walked, the more heartbroken he became. When he arrived in the north he realized that any young, strong man had become a soldier, older men became logistics, and some bold women stayed behind to open stores, fast food restaurants, and make a quick buck and run. The women all ran south, and there were tons of young men in the south who weren't drafted, so they could get comfortable and turn into a world where there were more women than men, desperately trying to make babies. 2 months later, Li Changsheng came to the northern border camp. To here, in want to run basically impossible, already in the battlefield. From afar, Li Changsheng could see hissing and smoke filling the air from the north. The daily battles never stopped. Outside the camp, a corpse of a half-human, half-demon was dragged back by the soldiers, and these corpses were directly made into meals for the soldiers. Even though these animals had turned into a half-human, half-demon state, they were still animals and could still be eaten. It was just that some of the soldiers simply couldn't take it, because it feels like cannibalism. Of course, The demons will also kill human soldiers to eat them, or eat them raw. Generals, eat and drink well, and then you will receive your weapons and go into battle. There's no need to train you. You're all men. Haven't you ever killed a pig or a cow? Killing the monsters of the Sky Demon Minority Kingdom is killing pigs and sheep. No difference. In the camp, hundreds of propaganda soldiers worked day and night to brainwash the soldiers and began to explain to them the basics of going to war, and indeed not having to train. As long as you can hold a knife, see a half-human, half-demon monster go up and cut on the line, and kill pigs and sheep. The combat power are very poor. Most of these humanoid monsters of the Heavenly Demon Empire only used brute force and were no different from ordinary animals, unless one encounters a minotaur, a hog, a tiger, or an elephant head. One is in great danger. Wolf heads, dog heads, sheep heads, and rabbit heads are a bit easier. Chapter 093, A woman changes when she's older. Kill. On the battlefield, a group of human armies and a group of rabbit-headed people armies fought. The only characteristic of the rabbit heads was that they jumped very high, 2 or 3 meters high at a time, but they were all very short, only about 1 meter. There's a very distinct pair of rabbit ears, a rabbit head, a human body, and rabbit legs. Their eyes were red and their numbers could only be described as dense. Rabbit heads also carry carrot-like stick weapons in their hands, which are very small, but jump up and come down with a stick that can also bash a person's head in. That's why the best way to deal with rabbit heads is to wear a sturdy helmet. There are many kinds of helmets, including iron pots, iron hats, or lightweight hats made of leather. As long as the head was protected, all other parts didn't matter. And a single slash swept across a field of rabbit heads. The rabbit head man will also be the language of the rabbit tribe. Can not understand. Both parties are killing red eyes. Rushed into the enemy army is a mess kill. Mortals can always cut down a few rabbit heads if they take to a slashing attack. And a rabbit head swarming a soldier can instantly smash him into flesh and die an unwilling death. The scene was also a sight to behold. As far as the eye could see, countless rabbit heads jumped desperately, and the soldiers could only lean in close and wave at the sky. Li Changsheng held a large sword and paddled at the back. He really didn't want to go to the battlefield, watching the two sides fight. He also tried to hide at the end. The two fallen rabbit heads surrounded and beat up Li Changsheng, catching him off guard. Bang! A stick hit his head. Li Changsheng was stunned and turned his eyes to see a fierce rabbit head man looking at him as if he was looking at his father's murderer. When this stick came down, Li Changsheng surprisingly felt nothing. The opponent's force was too small. His hidden defense was 51 points. On top of the fact that he was a cultivator of the second level of Qi practicing himself, the rabbit-headed man's stick came crashing down on him, and it really didn't hurt, as if he had been stared at by a mosquito. In fact, he himself didn't even know how strong he was, and rarely fought or sparred with anyone. Bang! Another stick slammed into the leg, and Li Changsheng only felt a numbing sensation, as if scratching an itch. Asterisk 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 Q. Li Changsheng kicked over, and the rabbit-headed man was directly sent flying over 10 meters away. Pust! Only to see that rabbit-headed man's face change drastically, as if his internal organs had been directly kicked out. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. A horrified look appeared on the rabbit-headed man's face, and he immediately wanted to turn around and escape. But in the next second, there was a poof. A soldier rushed over and chopped off his head with a single slash. Seeing this scene, Li Changsheng sighed in his heart. He really didn't want to see such a cruel picture. If he was a mortal born and bred in the Great Xia Empire, he might have their kind of determination to protect his family and his country. The perseverance to defy death. Kill one to save his capital. Kill two to earn one. But Li Changsheng wasn't. He didn't have that kind of sentiment towards the Daxia Empire. If he let these half-human half-demons from the Heavenly Demon Empire rule over the Daxia Empire, then the human race would be turned into slaves and left to be slaughtered. In the same way, when the Sky Demon Empire was defeated, it would become an outlawed slave, to be slaughtered and eaten for meat by the human race. Both parties had the look of national hatred, but Li Changsheng did not feel that way. If the Grand Xia Empire was destroyed, the big deal was that he would leave this continent and go to other continents to live. The war between the two sides had no tendency to stop, and Li Changsheng realized that there would be low-level demon cultivators among the rabbit heads, such as the Qi refining stage. There would also be Qi refining stage cultivators mixed in with the human army. The Qi refining stage was on the same level as a martial artist, and basically didn't affect the battlefield. But if a cultivator above the foundation establishment stage joined in, it wouldn't work. Once the foundation stage and above entered the war, the two cultivation communities would follow suit. Li Changsheng always maintained the attitude that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them, and as long as there were no rabbit heads to send them over on their own accord, he would just muddle along inside. Watching the soldiers around him die one by one, Li Changsheng could only mourn silently. He couldn't fight for his life. Charging ahead would get him beaten up by a group of people, which would instead be too much of a show. From afar, he saw dozens of group forces forming on the battlefield. There must be chi refining stage or top-level martial artists leading those people, and they soon became the center of attention. There was a similar situation amongst the rabbit heads, but there were a bit more of them than the human race. Cuckoo! An hour later, loud voices appeared behind the rabbit heads, signaling a withdrawal. The human soldiers chased and killed all the way, and in the end, they didn't chase them too far, which was a short-lived victory. Looking at the battlefield again, there were about 5,000 people in his section of the group, and now only about 1,000 were left, with nearly 4,000 killed in battle, and more rabbit heads died, filling the ground with them. The dead soldiers were buried on the spot, while the rabbit heads were picked up and pulled back for meat, and the ones that couldn't be eaten were dug into a random hole and directly buried or burned. This is the battlefield. It's cruel and realistic. The soldiers went back and were replenished with new soldiers on alert, ready for the demon army to invade again. Back at the rear, many women pushed carts and began to sell fruit or buy the pelts of rabbit-headed men. Some merchants also rushed up and grabbed to skin the rabbit-headed man, and Li Changxing could only sigh silently as he watched their frantic appearance. This place couldn't stay anymore. He had to leave this place. The war between the Great Xia Empire and the Heavenly Demon Empire was none of his business. He didn't want to fight for his life for the sake of that little military honor and revenge. Just as Li Changsheng was silently observing the escape route, suddenly, his expression froze, turning his eyes to the sky. Not long after, a large group of cultivator figures flying with imperial swords flew this way. The immortal masters are here. It's saved. The Great Xia Empire is saved. The soldiers were ecstatic to see the cultivators flying in. With these cultivators sitting in their seats, they had a better chance of winning. However, in Li Changxing's opinion, the moment these cultivators arrived, it meant that the cultivation communities of the two sides were going to engage in war. This is a bad sign. Starting tomorrow, the Immortal Master will lead us into the territory of the Sky Demon Empire to exterminate those half-human, half-demon monsters. Soon the propaganda soldiers were also running around, causing a flurry of excitement among the soldiers. On that day all the soldiers began to form up again, one monk leading an army of 1,000 men. Greetings, gentlemen. This Immortal Master is your new prefect, Li Shuang'er. Please give me more guidance. Immortal Master, Immortal Master, Immortal Master. The crowd was thrilled as they looked at the woman with a point of softness in her stunning beauty, all of them filled with astonishment and respect. Li Changsheng, on the other hand, was astonished as he looked at the extremely dusty and delicate woman in front of him. How many years has it been since we've seen each other? Almost 200 years. Right, and Li Shuang'er is still alive? This woman is not the daughter of the deceased Zhou man who was once in the imperial city. I didn't expect that my cultivation would have reached the Jiedan stage realm by now. If it was a foundation establishment stage cultivator, I'm afraid that she would have turned into an old lady, but Li Shuang'er still looked like she was 20 years old, with more of the temperament of an immortal cultivator. It's really a woman who's 280 times bigger than a woman. Chapter 094, Deep in the Enemy's Territory. By the early morning of the next day, the army set off, and Li Shuang'er flew her sword in the air, her powerful divine sense covering the entire field. Li Changsheng was silently at the very back of the group, wiping a handful of blood from his face. He must not be discovered here. If Li Shuang'er recognized him and he was still a chi-refining stage cultivator, wouldn't the secret of his longevity be discovered? He didn't dare to guarantee that Li Shuang'er was still not the simple girl she once was. After all, after almost 200 years of absence, people do become. However, this made Li Changsheng feel a lot of emotions. What was once a woman who hadn't stepped into the cultivation world had now transformed into a Jiedan stage big brother, and he was over 300 years old, but he was still at the second level of the chi refining stage. The difference between the two was really big. In the cultivation world it really was still about talent. The higher the talent, the faster the cultivation speed, the higher the cultivation level. In looking at himself, really only meta life. People are more angry than people. Kill. When the army entered the Heavenly Demon Empire, an army of dogheads appeared in front of them. Those dogheads all had the form of a doghead, with the legs of a dog, with the two front legs turned into arms, and holding weapons like wolfsbane in their hands. They weren't tall either, but they were 30 centimeters taller than the rabbit heads, and each one of them was fierce with open teeth and claws. Woof woof woof. When the dog-headed army saw the human race, they howled and killed them. The other side had more than 3,000 heads, and the human race had only 1,000 or so. A threefold difference in numbers. Li Shuang'er stood on the flying sword in the air, and didn't want to help. Instead, her eyes looked at the opposite side. There was also a dog-headed demonic cultivator standing in mid-air behind the dog-headed army. Compared to the ordinary dog-headed people, this demonic cultivator was a little bit more like a human being. Without saying a word, Li Shuang'er raised her hand and there was a flying sword streaming away, only to see one hand pinching the knuckles and incantations coming out of her mouth frequently. The speed of the flying sword changed steeply and chopped towards the opposite dog-headed man cultivator. The dog-headed man cultivator was also not the least bit timid, and similarly offered up a glowing bone that steeply grew in size and blocked toward the flying sword. In a flash, the two immortal cultivators were dueling in the air like this. In addition to flying swords and bones, the two also took out a variety of talismans. Lightning and flames has been a sea of fire, wind and cloud changes, playing a fierce and unusual. Below, Li Changsheng slashed and killed a dog-headed man. His eyes would look at the battle above from time to time, and for some reason, he felt that the power of the Jiedan stage was just like that. Probably because he had seen more Yuaning stage and transformation stage cultivators in the Shilua Empire, plus the company of the Stir Ghost Guxia. He had become more and more accurate in judging the strength of cultivators. A dog-headed man killed up, and Li Changsheng kicked it away. He did not want to kill too crazy. To be honest, if he is now one person here, the district of 3,000 dog-headed people under the siege, as long as not to make traps and hidden weapons and so on, he can be enough to one person against 1,000 people. Soon, the battle had come to an end, only to hear a miserable scream. The dog-headed cultivator in the air was decapitated by Li Shuang'er in an inadvertent manner. After doing this, she didn't make a move on the ordinary dogheads either. Because she was a cultivator, she didn't care to make a move on these ordinary dogheads, and this was also the default rule in the cultivation world. As the dog-headed man cultivator died, the remaining dog-headed men were demoralized and immediately retreated down. By the time the dogheads had frantically fled, nearly half of the human army was dead as well. But even so, Li Shuang'er had no intention of going back. Instead, she silently flew forward, and the soldiers were also killed and followed into the hinterland. During this time, we encountered several more groups of dog-headed hordes, and lost another 3 tiers of soldiers, leaving us with just over 200. It was late in the day by this time, so the people found a small camp of dog-headed men, a kennel, and took up their abode. People gathered around, eating dog meat and chatting freely. Li Changsheng sat in the crowd, his eyes looking towards Li Shuang'er, who was sitting cross-legged on a mountain rock in the distance. She didn't order her soldiers to withdraw, which in Li Changsheng's opinion meant that she wanted to exhaust her men all within the Sky Demon Empire. The whole time Li Shuang'er didn't have any extra nonsense, she just kept moving forward. This might also be a common decision of the cultivators in the cultivation world. All of them were just cannon fodder. Thinking of this, Li Changsheng couldn't help but sigh. It was true that the lives of mortals were worthless in the eyes of the cultivators. They could be ignored in peacetime, and in times of war they were pawns that could be utilized at any time. The night was silent, and the next day, the soldiers continued to set off, killing their way deeper into the Sky Demon Empire. As the army rolled over a ravine, it happened to come across a horde of dog-headed men who were fleeing. Kill! Without saying a word, the only 200 or so people left in the army rushed down and chased after the gang of dog-headed men. In the distance, a dog-headed cultivator was also killing towards Li Shuang'er in the air. Li Shuang'er didn't panic in the slightest, and with the magic talismans, spells, and cultivation she had on her body, she fought with that dog-headed man cultivator exceptionally fiercely. In less than 100 rounds, Li Shuang'er once again managed to kill the dog-headed man cultivator, and just as she was about to take a break, suddenly, her eyes moved and she turned her head to look at the army behind her, only to see that at the entrance of that canyon, a group of tiger-headed monsters had long surrounded the place. Their figures were incomparably tall. Each tiger-headed man was more than 2 meters tall, with an unusually stout body and a sharp, ferocious gaze. It's over. It's the tiger heads. Tiger head. It's over. Run. When the soldiers saw that one tall tiger-headed man, they all looked terrified. Naturally, there were some old men in the army who were aware of the strength of the tiger heads, and one tiger head could take on 3 human soldiers without losing a fight. For a moment, the crowd stirred. Roar! The tiger-headed man let out a shocking roar and roared towards the human soldiers to kill them, and that thick tiger hand grabbed and instantly exploded the soldiers' skulls. As soon as the punch went down, a soldier was directly sent flying more than 10 meters away, spitting out blood and fainting on the spot. Seeing this, where did the crowd still have the heart to fight? They all ran away wildly. Naturally, Li Changsheng didn't dare to meet the battle. His eyes quickly scanned his surroundings and darted towards the front. In the face of absolute strength, their human race is nothing more than a dirt chicken and a dog, and can only be slaughtered. Li Shuang'er's eyebrows knitted slightly, looking at those ordinary tiger heads, and then looking at the soldiers who fled in panic. She paused before she wanted to stop them. However, when a stream of light shot out with a loud bang, Li Shuanger's expression was startled, and she hastily clapped her hands together as a golden shield flew out. With a clang, the shield produced a violent clang, and a tiger claw mark was imprinted on top of the shield. And in the next second, Li Shuanger raised her eyes, and a huge figure that was more than 3 meters tall was revealed, while a green light slapped down. Boom! Li Shuanger only felt an unprecedented heavy blow slamming into her, and her figure flipped out with a loud bang, ruthlessly slamming on top of the ground in the distance. Chapter 095 Li Shuanger. In the distance, Li Changsheng was shaken when he saw Li Shuanger's figure smashing down. After hesitating for a split second, his figure lurched and a dozen or so talismans appeared in his hands with a flip of his hand. The breath in his body flowed, and a talisman emitting a green light was attached to his body. The other few talismans similarly flashed with streams of light, and in the next second his figure flashed and jumped toward the huge pit in the distance. Seek death. The air that the tiger-headed man cultivator only saw a man actually jump to the woman's side. Divine Sense sensing under the look only practicing Chi's second layer of cultivation. Immediately furious rushed over, which knew that with a bang, the dozen or so talismans in the man's hand explosively erupted with grey aura. The surrounding mountains shook, and a humanoid monster transformed from the mountains and rocks rose up from the ground. Earth, crack the earth into soldiers. With a low shout, a dozen or so stone men slayed towards the tiger-headed man. Third order? Seeing these stone people, the tiger-headed man frowned, and the aura appeared in the tiger's hand, so it smashed fiercely towards these stone people. After he had completely exploded these stone people, in a flash, the man and woman had long since disappeared. The other soldiers could only busily flee, and were soon caught up by the tiger-headed people, and for a while there were endless screams. All of them died on the land. Only a light shadow in front of him shuttled extremely fast. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and in a few breaths it had disappeared into the jungle. The speed of this speed, compared to the ability to fly under the full acceleration of the Jedan stage cultivators, are a little less than the horse. Li Changxing's speed was augmented by hidden agility. Agility represented speed. Li Changxing's agility point was 51 points. He himself didn't know how fast he was. He only knew that normally he couldn't use his agility points, but every time he added points, he would rain on the parade and wouldn't be biased. That speed. In her arms, Li Shuanger's eyes flashed with astonishment as she watched the scenery around her rapidly regress. The soldier in front of her who was holding her in an extremely fast and furious race was actually a Qi refining stage cultivator. But how could a Qi refining stage cultivator's running speed be so fast? Li Shuanger felt that the other party's speed had long surpassed her as a Jedan stage cultivator. This is still the speed of the light darting. If it is flying, I am afraid that the Yuaning stage will not be able to catch up. Obviously, the Qi refining stage was not his own cultivation level, and must be a human cultivator who had hidden the vast majority of his strength. There were many cultivators in the cultivation world who didn't like to reveal their true cultivation, and this was a kind of self-protection for cultivators, who usually hid their hands. Her master Yi Shu also said, when going out, don't reveal yourself until the critical moment. Always keep a hand, second hand, third hand, usually when needed. Reveal 7 or 8 layers of cultivation is enough. Keep 2 or 3 layers of backup best. You put me down. The tiger heads aren't chasing anymore. I don't know how long had passed before Li Shuanger blushed and said softly. Hearing this, Li Changsheng then made a sharp stop and put down Li Shuanger. Li Changsheng smiled when he saw Li Shuanger organizing her grooming with some embarrassment. Can you release me when we get back? Released? What do you mean? It's just that can you send me somewhere else? I don't want to be here in the northern battlefield. You want to be a deserter? Li Shuanger's face was stunned. Then her face showed displeasure. Such a cultivator who hides his cultivation even wants to be a deserter. Doesn't he know that the 2 races of cultivators in the cultivation world have already gone to war? It's a matter of life and death for the human race, and this man wants to be a deserter. Isn't he patriotic? How can I be considered a deserter? I just don't want to hate fighting. Li Changsheng was speechless. Why don't we just go our separate ways? I'll go back by myself. No, this is already the hinterland of the demon race. You have to come with me so it's safer. Li Shuanger sized up Li Changsheng. As Li Changsheng's face was covered in blood, it was impossible to see his appearance. Then we go back? Li Changsheng was naturally happy to go back with Li Shuanger, so that he could take care of himself on the way. What's the point of going back? We're going to the demon clan's forbidden zone. Li Shuanger's gaze was firm. At this time, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and there was thunder in the sky. It looked like it was going to rain heavily. I'm not going. Upon hearing that he wanted to go to the forbidden area of the demon race, Li Changsheng refused on the spot and turned around. He was an eternal life. His life was too valuable. If he met a Yuaning stage or God transformation stage powerhouse, he would die without even knowing how. At that time, even if he was immortal, He definitely couldn't beat a big brother above the Yuaning stage. He could escape at the Jidan stage, but he couldn't run away at the Yuaning stage. The raindrops dripped down smoothly, getting bigger and bigger, and Li Changsheng hid under the big tree and prepared to part ways with Li Shuang'er. You can't go. If you become a deserter, I won't let you go. Li Shuang'er's complexion was startled, and she immediately drew her long sword in a threatening manner. Big sister, I'm your benefactor. How can you be beneficent? Not to mention how dangerous the demon clan's forbidden area is. There must be Yuaning stage powerhouses in attendance. Aren't you sending yourself to death if you go? Li Changsheng helplessly looked at Li Shuang'er. This girl is not thinking that she is very lucky. Before, if he did not save this niece, is estimated to have died long ago. If you're afraid of death, the human race would have perished long ago. Even if it's in danger, then you have to go. You're a coward if you don't go. Li Shuang'er looked at him with a serious face. She could be said to have deep feelings for the Daxia Empire, and as a human, it was incumbent on her to protect the human race from being devoured by the demon race. The heavy rain was majestic. The rain fell down with a crash. Li Shuang'er was originally wearing a green-colored dress. At this time, she was wet by the rain, and her delicate figure was also hidden. Oh, I won't stop you if you want to die, but you can't make me follow you to your death. Li Changsheng waved his hand and turned around to leave this hellish place. In that case, I'll take you with me. Saying that, Li Shuang'er rushed up and grabbed Li Changsheng's shoulder between her arms. The aura in her body flowed, and the force in her hands gradually increased. However, to her surprise, Li Changsheng did not move at all, without a hint of being suppressed. Sure enough, the man in front of me is definitely a hidden cultivator of the Jidan stage or above. With this layer of judgment, she was even more unable to let Li Changsheng go. The survival rate of the two going to the forbidden zone together was definitely higher. Are you a man? I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? You? Li Shuang'er's figure flashed and blocked in front of Li Changsheng, but when she saw Li Changsheng's face that had been washed clean by the rain, her complexion shook. Benefactor? Elder. Hearing this, Li Changsheng also looked stunned. His heart froze. Finished. His appearance was discovered. This girl has such a good memory? Remembering him after all these years. Li Shuang'er never dreamed that this man was the strange man who recommended her to step into the cultivation world. It's been almost 200 years since they've seen each other, and they've met in this way. Chapter 096, My Last Will and Testament. Li Frosty's parents had died long ago, and her family relatives had flown the coop because of her. She herself was the only one in her lineage who remained alone. Master Ishuo was already old, over 400 years old, and hadn't yet broken through the Jidan stage, and was currently in death closure preparing to impact the Yuaning stage. If you can break through the Yuaning stage, you can live to be 1 or 2,000 years old and your family will prosper for 1 or 2,000 years. Li Shuang'er is gifted. Less than 30 years old foundation building. Less than 200 years old conjugation. Now gifted. The future is unlimited. If there is a great chance, the future impact of the Yuaning is also hopeful. Cultivators who were gifted. It was easy to go from chi cultivation to foundation establishment, and with a little more talent, the hope of impacting Jidan was also high, but because of the limitation of lifespan, it would be very difficult to impact to the Yuaning stage within 500 years of age, unless it was one of those super talented family disciples, nurtured from a young age with all kinds of resources wildly smashed. It was possible to break through to the Yuaning stage at a young age. Li Shuang'er was very young now and looked like she was in her 20s, but when she reached 300 years old, her appearance would slowly become mature and counted as stepping into middle age. The only purpose of cultivators to cultivate immortality is the pursuit of longevity, in order to that life expectancy to fight to the best of their ability. How many cultivators died on the road to cultivate immortality? And at the end of the day is just a speck of dust in the cultivation world. Only after there was really no hope of a breakthrough would they choose to focus on cultivating their family and establishing an immortal cultivation family to pass on the family name. Brotherly urge. What is your current cultivation level? In a clearing, where the heavy rain had somewhat subsided, a man and a woman sat in front of a campfire and chatted. Li Changsheng looked at the excited Li Shuang'er. It turned out that this woman had always thought that his cultivation was unfathomable, thinking that the chi refining stage cultivation he had revealed was fake. But that's right. Which chi refining stage cultivator could live 200 years? Only foundation establishment stage cultivators could live so long. Then there was only one possibility that could live more than 200 years, and that was that Li Changsheng had hidden his cultivation. And the higher the cultivation, the longer the lifespan. This is the consensus of the cultivation community. About the same as you. Li Changsheng could only smile smoothly. Now there is only so much fooling around. If not, let her know that she is immortal. I do not know if she will be killed and eaten like the Tang monk. Wow. Elder brother Li is so powerful. Why didn't you let me worship you as my teacher back then? Li Shuanger's eyes were full of adoration. Her deceased mother was right. She and the man in front of her were destined to meet again one day sooner or later. I'm too busy to take on an apprentice. Li Changsheng were busy traveling around the world. And in the eyes of Li Shuanger, seniors are seniors, busy cultivating every day, which have time to accept disciples. When I go back I must tell my master that I have met a benefactor, just so my brother can become friends with my master. There's a chance. Ha! Li Changsheng glanced at Li Shuanger, and suddenly his eyes shook, because Li Shuanger was too close. That dress was still wet, and looking down from this angle, that deep gully was in full view. Li Changsheng hurriedly turned his face sideways and stood up, saying, "The rain has stopped. We'd better get out of here as soon as possible." "No, we can't leave. We must go to the forbidden area and destroy that spirit spring, or else the demon race will only grow." Li Frosty got up and said seriously, "Are you a fool? Your cultivation is just sending you to your death if you go over there. I advise you to give up. Saving your life is important." Li Changsheng couldn't help but criticize. A character like Li Shuanger who wasn't afraid of death would only not live long in the cultivation world. How could she live long when she would only charge forward in everything? Stay alive and keep practicing. Can't you come back when you're stronger? What's the point of staying alive if the Grand Xia Empire is extinguished? Li Frosty said doggedly. But her family existed within the Great Xia Empire for generations. Nowadays, the rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of everyone, and she is even more duty-bound as a cultivator. What's more, this was still a demon invasion. If she didn't stand up, other cultivators wouldn't stand up either. If they were all greedy and fearful of death, there would be no hope for the human race. So no matter what, she had to go to the Forbidden Zone to fight against the demon race. Even if she died, it would be worth it if she could pull some of the demon race to her back. "Oh, courageous, but I'm not going with you. Let's just go our separate ways." Li Changsheng sighed helplessly. Since he couldn't be persuaded, there was nothing more he could say. People have their own destiny. Everyone has their own destiny. She wants to go to her death. Whether she can survive or not is all her destiny. To Li Changsheng, Li Shuanger was nothing more than a passerby in his own long life years. Benefactor, do you really want to go? If you don't do it for the sake of the Great Xia Empire, aren't you afraid of what if the demon race devours the human race one day? None of my business. Li Changsheng looked at the heartbroken Li Shuanger, and the words in his heart didn't come out in the end. "Girl, it's not that I don't think for the sake of the human race, but I cherish my life. I'm afraid of death. I have the self-knowledge that my own life is the most important. You can despise me. I won't say anything. Before you leave, what other last words do you have? I can help you to convey them." There was only so much that Li Changsheng could do. He wouldn't throw his little life away for any beliefs, because he really couldn't afford to do so. That's not a few hundred years of life. That's an endless amount of life to give up. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. If not in 10 years, then in 100. If not for 100 years, then for 10,000 years. If 10,000 years won't do, then 1,000,000,000 years. If he lived long enough, sooner or later he would be able to defeat his enemies. And if he couldn't beat them, he would boil them down. As for fighting for his life, he's not going to fight for his life. Looking at Li Changsheng's resolute gaze, Li Shuanger was a little disappointed in her heart. But thinking about it, he wasn't wrong. Now looking at Li Changsheng again, a farewell is nearly 200 years. If the next time to meet do not know when it is, perhaps this farewell would be an eternity. And she might actually die in this demonic territory. And when she thought about the fact that she had lived such a big life, concentrating on cultivation, and had never even talked about a relationship, it was a bit of a pity to say the least. As her eyes turned to look at the handsome Li Changsheng, she couldn't help but have a shameful thought sprout in her mind. And it was getting stronger and stronger. What's the harm in going crazy for once when there's a chance you're going to die? I'm sure I won't be going back. So I do have regrets. And I wonder if you could help me out. At this point in the conversation, Li Shuanger suddenly blushed and her heartbeat accelerated. "Go ahead. I'll help you as long as I can," Li Changsheng answered with his mouth full. After all, Li Shuanger was still recommended by him to the cultivation world. As a deceased person after that, if he could help surely he had to help. And it was also considered to be a way to get rid of each other's heart knots. In a flash, Li Shuanger's figure pounced on him, making Li Changsheng's demeanor stagnate without a second thought. Chapter 097, Convergence of the Demon Race. How could Li Changsheng not expect this to happen? On a huge rock, Li Changsheng looked at the distance with some consternation, and then looked at his hands. It was the morning of the third day when Li Shuanger flew away, and she only left the word "do not miss" before she left. Judging from last night, he also argued with Li Shuanger. Li Shuanger looked like she was ready to die, and couldn't be stopped at all. She had already decided to go to her death, so she would be like this with him. Ugh! Li Changsheng sighed and eventually got up to catch up with his current cultivation. If he met a foundation establishment stage cultivator, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to beat them, at least not in terms of cultivation. If it was a close combat, he was confident, but which stupid cultivator would fight close up? Most of them were long-range attacks, unless it was the kind of physical cultivator who might be able to fight him in close quarters instead. No matter how fast he was, he could only run fast on the ground, but when it came to the sky, he was just a weak cultivator at the second level of the chi refining stage. Li Shuang'er said that the northern part of the Sky Demon Empire was the direction of the Forbidden Zone, and it's located north of the border center of the Shilua Empire and the Grand Xia Empire. Following the approximate direction, Li Changsheng set off to the north, thinking that Li Shuang'er wouldn't be so stupid as to be killed before reaching the forbidden area. As long as she didn't encounter a Yuaning stage cultivator, Li Shuang'er was sufficiently capable of escaping with all her might. Along the way to the north, he encountered many different races of demonic beasts on the way, and Li Changsheng could only keep smearing their blood and traveling in their animal skins. In this way, Li Changsheng was able to step through every demon tribe's territory without any danger every time. In the territory of the Sky Demon Empire, it was almost as if all the people were soldiers, and countless ordinary animals transformed into half-human, half-demon states, constantly killing towards the two empires. These monsters do not even know how to plant. The house is still simple wood, stone building, lazy point even directly by the water in the mountains to find a cave even if it is a nest. There was a constant stream of them, and from time to time a large number of abandoned corpses would be met with on the earth, and the bodies were gnawed up by all sorts of wild beasts. Even after turning into a half-human, half-demon form, they still maintained their most primitive animal habits. Carnivores would likewise eat animals of other races. Only after becoming half-human and half-demon, they became much more honest with the wise men managing and suppressing them. Li Changsheng sometimes encountered demonic cultivators on the road. They were much smarter than ordinary monsters and mostly flew in the sky. Li Changsheng didn't want to tangle with the cultivators. He could only take a detour or find a place to hide, as long as he didn't expose his cultivation breath with the protection of the demon blood breath. Even if he was sensed by the cultivators, the life breath wouldn't be suspected. It looked like nothing more than ordinary life breath. Under such a step-by-step approach, Li Changsheng spent 2 months, and finally saw the rolling high mountain peaks in that north. Vaguely, he heard the roar of various monsters and the sound of booming drums coming from a lofty mountain range. Li Changsheng casually chose a tiger skin and tiger head to put on his head, then walked towards that valley. As he got closer, Li Changsheng realized that the aura fluctuations inside got stronger, and there were surprisingly many demon cultivators with extremely high cultivation levels inside. When he managed to blend into the canyon, he only saw the mountains of demon races divided into dozens of races converging together, with a high platform in the center, and on each of them stood a representative demon cultivator at the level of the chief of a different race. And in front of those high platforms, a human cultivator was tied to a stone pillar like this. In front of him was a pot of red-hot oil. Seeing that human cultivator covered in wounds, Li Changsheng's heart was shaken. This Li Shuang'er had really come to die. The human race is not self-conscious. Fellow Taoists, as long as all of our clans work together, up and down, ruling the continent is just around the corner. Above the high platform, all the major races have come. There are tiger cultivators, lion cultivators, wolf cultivators, dog cultivators, pig cultivators, leopard cultivators, cow cultivators, sheep cultivators. The human race is the most despicable race. They brutalize our fellow races and make our race work as cattle and horses to be slaughtered. It's time to turn it upside down and make them our slaves. The other demon cultivator opened his mouth and laughed maniacally. And next to him, Nyo Shio. Matthew gave him a somewhat confused look without saying anything. The human race is no better than a thing, a pig or a dog. On the other side, the pig and dog cultivators nodded with deep approval. God bless our demon race. Let our demon race turn the world upside down and become human again, and later rule the continent. The grass, trees, cows and sheep of the entire continent will be our food now. Eat and drink whatever we want, and we won't starve to death wherever we go. Ox cultivator and sheep cultivator always felt something strange when they heard this and began to seriously think about it. They exchanged words left and right in the manner of human conversation. This time, we also have to thank the old ancestor of the Fox clan for joining us. The human clan no longer has any transformation spirit stage powerhouses, so they're bound to die. At this time, all the gazes of the demon race were looking in one direction, and on that side of the high platform sat 2 or 3 people, the leader of which was none other than the old ancestor of the Fox clan, Wan Zua. Hearing this, the Fox clan's old ancestor Wan Zua didn't say anything. His gaze just looked at the other side of the high platform. Also sitting on the other side of the platform was a cold and handsome man. That man had a pair of gloomy eyes, Even though he was handsome, he had a kind of feminine beauty. Seeing Wan Zhuo looking over, the handsome man just smiled and nodded, and Wan Zhuo withdrew his gaze. He. As far as I know, more than 100 years ago, the three major god transformation stage powerhouses of the Shilua human race were all killed, and the two major god transformation stage powerhouses of the Great Xia human race have long been dead for more than 200 years. Now that the human race is in decline and there are no more god transformation stage powerhouses sitting around, isn't this the best time for our demon race to slaughter them? Eat. The small demons under the stage shouted, cheering and chanting for the chief on the high stage. Old ancestor, must we participate in this war? Beside the old ancestor of the Fox clan, a stunningly beautiful woman asked softly. The human race's god transformation stage powerhouses have already died out, and the heavenly demon empire has been established. War is unavoidable. Right now we can only be considered to be picking up the pieces. If we don't fit in the future when the demon race dominates the continent, we, the Fox race, will have to follow suit and be removed from the list. Manzo said with a sigh. He hadn't wanted to take part in this crap. As long as the Fox clan territory was safe he was satisfied. However, things had developed to this point, and he had to join the demon race to fight against the human cultivators together. But, doesn't the human race still have a very strong mysterious powerhouse? If he appears again, won't we all die? The stunningly beautiful woman's brows knitted slightly as she thought of the mysterious strong man that Wan Zhuo had once encountered. And since then, no one in the cultivation world had ever seen him again, as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. And Wan Zhuo was also worried about this matter at the moment. If that mysterious strong man really appeared, then these demon clan of theirs would be nothing more than dirt. Chapter 098, Chaos and Fighting. This human female cultivator, how dare she enter the forbidden zone alone, simply looking for death. Today, we'll take her and sacrifice her to heaven and cook her and eat her together. Eat. The valley resounded with deafening cries, and when Li Changsheng heard this, he also followed and shouted eat. He shouted as he walked towards the frying pan, and by now there were already a few demon clansmen adding wood to the fire, while others were priming the spices, wanting to follow the human's custom and start making human meat. Hot pot. Li Changsheng realized that the ordinary monsters of the demon race had low IQs, basically obeying command forms and moving sluggishly. He walked over to the frying pan, and the other demons didn't notice anything. A few wolves also came up. Seeing Li Changsheng as a tiger, they showed their teeth in a scornful manner, obviously still naturally fearful of tigers. Li Changsheng pretended to look at them while pointing his finger at them, and then pointed at Li Shuanger who was tied up above him. The wolves were suddenly drooling, each one leaping to go and drag her down. Seeing this, Li Changsheng could only climb up himself. When the other ordinary demon clan saw that Li Changsheng could actually climb the mountain to go there, their eyes widened. The tiger head man would climb a tree I have heard of, but it was the first time that he had seen climbing a pillar. Solely, no one over here noticed. Li Changsheng quickly climbed to the top of the stone pillar and saw that Li Shuanger's breath was weak. Obviously she had been beaten badly. Eyes turned to the distant valley, the high platform, surrounded by cultivators. The key there are also 4 or 5 extremely powerful aura sitting in the town. It is thought that they are all Yuaning stage or above strong. In this situation, Li Changsheng's heart was also tense to the extreme. If he directly flew to take away Li Shuanger, with his physical agility, he would be able to equal the speed of the Yuaning stage. But he was afraid that if there was a God realization stage powerhouse in there, he would really be dead. After thinking about it, Li Changsheng finally didn't take any chances, and between the flip of his hand, Li Changsheng took out an elixir and quietly stuffed it into the mouth of the unconscious Li Shuanger. This elixir was a recovery elixir used at the Jidan stage, and he could only let her recover from her injuries now, and think of a way later. Seeing Li Fenair slowly swallow the elixir, Li Changsheng then climbed down again. In order to discuss these demon clans, Li Changsheng immediately took out various pieces of animal meat from his storage bag. There was mutton, beef, and all of them with bones, as well as pork. It's a clatter of thousands of pounds. When these meats appeared, it scared the other herbivorous demon clans to retreat, while the meat-eating demon clans' gazes shone brightly and drooled, and the goatheads were enraged at the sight of chunks of flesh of their own kind. The minotaurs were tall, each over 3 meters tall, topped with bull heads and horns, their angry bull eyes red. Li Changsheng didn't mind. Instead, he casually threw a few pieces of meat for the surrounding dog heads, wolf heads, pig heads, leopard heads, and tiger heads to share. For a while, those flesh-eating demon clans began to loot, and taking advantage of the chaos, Li Changsheng took out another few thousand pounds of meat from his storage bag. This was a beautiful sight for the surrounding flesh-eating demon clans, and they were all excitedly wailing. The herbivorous demon race, on the other hand, roared in anger and protest, and Li Changsheng didn't pay any attention to them. He actually commanded the meat-eating demon race to start maintaining order, while he started to put spices into the frying pan, as well as diarrhea laxatives. A piece of big bone meat thrown into the frying pan, just like eating hot pot, when the boiling aroma filled the air. Where had these meat-eating demon clans ever eaten such fragrant meat? Not to say that these demon clans didn't love cooked meat, that was because they simply didn't know how to make it. The dogheads were the smartest. Their ancestors had been in contact with people, but they knew the delicacy of cooked meat. And as the big-boned meat was lowered into the pot, the aroma filled the air, causing the surrounding meat-eating demon clans to salivate and look on. And those herbivorous demon clans had long since become furious, and one by one began to charge up frantically. They were already simple-minded and limber, not fully developed spiritually, and all actions were at the mercy of the wise and powerful, or instinct. Now seeing that their own kind was actually being gnawed on by these flesh-eating demon races in front of their faces, how could they stand it? And they all began to wriggle. The meat-eating demon race was also ruthless, and immediately did not flinch. In order to eat meat they began to fight with the herbivorous demon race. The rabbit-headed man was short and hopped around looking hilarious. Seeing this, Li Changsheng clapped his hands and grabbed a rabbit-headed man and directly strangled him to death, tearing him apart on the spot and splattering his blood, causing the surrounding meat-eating demon clans to boil with excitement. When the rabbit-headed man's corpse was thrown into the pot, all the flesh-eating demon clans screamed in excitement. The rabbit-headed man, on the other hand, looked confused and turned furious and joined in the protest. What's going on over there? Mud, why are we fighting? Stop it. How dare you? Stop it. On the high platform, the leader of the demon cultivators realized that the chaos in the distance was getting bigger and bigger, soon affecting half of the canyon. The flesh-eating demon race and the grass-eating demon race fought with blood splattering and killing. Where did they care about the demon cultivators? After all, the half-human half-demons that can come to participate in this level of demon race meeting that is also the leader of each race, just like the head of the beaters and the animals. The temper, the brute force are a bit strong. For a while, half of the canyon had long been in chaos, and as the aroma of meat from the hot pot wafted throughout the canyon, it caused all the ordinary demon clans to become enraged. Where the herbivorous demon race didn't know the nature of the meat-eating demon race, I didn't expect that when it came to this place. They were still dogs who couldn't change their ways and blatantly ate their meat. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? The two parties immediately killed each other. Many tall and big demons have already killed inside. The rabbit head man also did not show any weakness, jumping and jumping with a stick to surround those flesh-eating demons. Dozens of rabbit head man always knocked a tiger head man to death. The minotaur is even better, and can run down a tiger head with one head. The elephant head man was also hot-tempered, and was even the boss of the herbivorous demon clan. An invincible existence. Seeing the flesh-eating demon race provoking them, they joined in, 4 or 5 meters tall, and with one hand they were able to crush 2 tiger-headed people. Looking at the chaotic scene, Li Changsheng was overjoyed in his heart, and his men still kept throwing chunks of meat into the pot, and then fished out the cooked meat and rewarded those meritorious meat-eating demon clans. The scene became even more chaotic and fiery for a while. This kind of deliciousness, how have they ever eaten? More aftertaste than raw food. Unprecedented experience, as if eating an elixir of immortality. Cool. Just as Li Changsheng was thinking of taking advantage of the chaos to save Li Shuang'er, suddenly, his expression stagnated as a stunningly beautiful figure in the distance flew this way. A shocking aura suppressed, instantly locking the entire field. Other demon clans did not feel anything, but the surrounding fox clansmen were each resting on their laurels. Chapter 099, My dearest? Who brought this meat? In front of the hot pot, a clear and crisp voice rang out. And that voice was like a real pearl falling from a jade plate, so that people couldn't help but want to listen to a few more words. The woman's beauty was also extraordinarily out of this world, with 2 fluffy white ears on her head, wearing a fluffy flower knot, and a pair of beautiful eyes that flowed and seduced. Li Changsheng looked at this woman, quite a sense of amazement. I do not know why. He has seen a lot of beautiful women, but only this woman has a kind of beauty that is not a human kind of beauty. Oh yes, that is the beauty of a vixen. The surrounding fox clansmen were trembling in fear, and Li Changsheng subtly retreated to the side. Who brought this meat? He certainly could not admit it, taking this opportunity to naturally mix into the beasts. The other demon clans would not listen to this woman's suppression, and it was only when the leaders of the clans were furious and the aura pressure spread out that they slowly stopped. Come on, who the hell took this meat out and made it? At this time, several demonic cultivators in the sky began to roar, and Li Changsheng was a bit scared. All he could do was keep his head down and start looking around, ready to run. With his speed, as long as it wasn't the transformation god stage chasing after him, he was confident that he could run away. There was no way these stupid-headed monsters could know that he had made the meat anyway, and as long as he didn't admit it, with so many demons present, who knew him? Just as Li Changsheng was rambling on, he suddenly felt a terrible silence around him. Then he felt the legs and feet around him begin to give way to a clearing. Just as Li Changsheng looked up in confusion, his complexion was shocked, only to see that the gazes of all the demon clans were all looking at him in unison, and some of them were shamelessly pointing their fingers at him. Li Changsheng was confused. On the high stage, the Fox Clan woman sized up Li Changsheng. Her pair of charming fox eyes seemed to be able to hook anyone's soul. "Humph, you're the one who burned the fondue." Hearing that fox woman's voice, Li Changsheng was even more baffled. How did these people bite the bullet that he burned the hot pot? Aren't all these people's brains bad? I didn't. I don't know how to burn a fire. I'm not a blacksmith. Li Changsheng shook his head awkwardly. His mouth murmured. He didn't dare to speak out. Most of these demon clansmen didn't know complex languages, so he naturally couldn't reveal himself. "That's him, he cooks the meat. Delicious. That's him, he ate our beef, mutton, and rabbit." Suddenly, a group of dog-heads stood out, pointing at Li Changsheng with unwavering gazes. The other tiger-headed men, the bull-headed men, stood out one after another, all staring firmly at Li Changsheng, some appreciatively and some angrily. The appreciative ones were definitely the flesh-eating demon race, and the angry ones were definitely the herb-eating demon race. Li Changsheng looked at the gazes of the entire demon race. His heart was cold. He realized that these demon races' noses were very spiritual, even if they were turned into ashes. These demon race could distinguish them by their scent. Looking at the crowd of demons, this if they found out that he was a human, these demons would not dismantle him. This is a big game. His gaze swayed from side to side at the moment, already thinking about how to run away. However, as a last resort, he still had to be calm and collected. Maybe these demons were too stupid to see that he was human. After all, he was wearing a tiger's head. The fox woman looked at the man, and her gaze turned to Li Changsheng's hands and feet, before she sneered. Other demon clans are easy to fool, but demon cultivators are not easy to fool, especially those above the Yuaning stage. What's more, she was also a demon cultivator who had once spent decades in the human race and knew the habits of the human race like the back of her hand. At the sign of her gaze, a few fox clansmen grabbed Li Changsheng's arm and pulled him stiffly onto the stage. When Li Changsheng's expression shifted and came to the woman's side, a strange fragrance hit his face, and the feeling actually gave Li Changsheng a feeling of fascination, only to see that the woman had a bewitching smile at the corner of her mouth. Her jade hand lifted up and hooked Li Changsheng's chin. "Gentlemen, I used to cultivate in the human race for a while, and I know the human race like the back of my hand." The woman's words spread through the canyon, silencing the entire room. "This person is not of your tiger head race, but a true human." The moment these words came out, the entire room was shocked and stared at Li Changsheng incredulously. And at this moment, Li Changsheng also looked shocked. How did this see it? His hands? His feet? How is that possible? He's a human. How does he have the head of our tiger clan, and wearing the fur of the tiger clan? Yeah, that's the tiger head. We're not blind. Ordinary demon clans were really not intelligent enough and were skeptical. Li Changsheng suddenly had a kind of grateful look at them. If only the demon cultivators were all this simple and stupidly sweet. Listening to the skeptical voices of the crowd, the stunning woman also let out a sigh, apparently also somewhat unable to stand the wisdom of the ordinary demon race. "I will prove to you now whether he is a man or a tiger." The woman let out a soft cry, and all of a sudden a demonic wind blew by. Li Changsheng only felt a tremor in his figure, and all the camouflage on his body was torn off, and his human figure was instantly exposed in front of all the demon clans. People. It's really people. For a time, all the demon clans were shocked and stared with eyes full of unbelief. Li Changsheng's complexion also changed greatly at this moment, wanting to vanish, but his body was instantly locked by a dozen divine thoughts. And at this moment, on the originally proud and confident face of the stunningly beautiful woman standing in front of Li Changsheng, her smile froze and her expression was stunned. Her beautiful eyes abruptly plummeted and she was fixed in place. This man! Li Tsuetsue's heartbeat at the moment stopped abruptly, as if she had forgotten to breathe, and she looked at the man in front of her as if she had seen a ghost. The memories buried in the depths of her heart for more than 200 years came bursting back to life. Husband? Sage? Li Tsuetsue looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar man incredulously. Her memory seemed to have returned to the Lu family village, the young Li Changsheng that she had once encountered. This man was practically identical to her husband, her Sunga. There was no difference. How in the world could this happen? How could the same people ever appear again? Is the husband reincarnated? With a loud bang, Li Chue's mind went blank, and countless sealed memories instantly flooded out. It's too much like it. It's just too much like it. How could this man be her husband? Her husband died a long time ago. Died of old age. Died of old age together. Spent a long life together. Enjoy the old age death. What's your name? Lee Tsuetsue almost trembled as she asked these words, her gaze deadpan on the man in front of her. Her eyes could not help but also become deeply emotional. As if at this moment, she was still the Lee Tsuetsue from when she was in the human race, and he was still the Li Changsheng from the Lu family village at one time. Chapter 100, of course. Your own life is the most important thing. Kill him, eat him. Lowly humans, all deserve to die. But he makes such good meat. Chaotic voices resounded throughout the canyon, and after realizing that Li Changsheng was a human, all of them rushed again, yelling that they wanted to eat Li Changsheng. At this moment, Li Changsheng was already thinking about how to run. In his current situation, he still had a few transformation stage level talismans on him, so he should be able to drag it out for a while. Plus his 51 points of agility, the success rate of escaping would be at least 5 layers. The most important thing now was how to stall the fox spirit in front of him. She was a Yuaning stage level powerhouse, and with such a close distance, he might not really be able to run away. At the thought of this, Li Changsheng's heart was filled with regret. He should have known that he shouldn't have come here. Underneath, Li San. Li Changsheng looked at the beauty in front of him, and the first thing that came to his mind was to never report his real name. In the cultivation world to report false names. After all, the cultivation world of the Daxia Empire he has already used his real name. In the use of the real name, maybe it can really make a mistake. By the human cultivation world to know his existence. In the Shilua Empire, he used a false name. In the future he will only use a false name. 1, 2, 3, 4 more convenient. No one will know who he is. Li San. Musically. Hearing the word Li San, Li Tsuetsue Dai's eyebrows slightly knitted. Her phase is Li Changsheng, and this person's name is Li San. Not her own phase's name. She used to know when she was in the human race that people would only use one name for their whole life, for the rest of their lives, and they wouldn't change their names. So the person in front of her might have looked like her male friend, practically identical, but it wasn't Li Changsheng, it was Li San. What's more, her Sagittarius was mortal, truly mortal, and had been together for 80 years. Instead, the Li San in front of him was a cultivator at the second level of Qi cultivation, looking 20 years old, therefore, beating her to death. There was no way she would think that this person was her Sagittarius Li Changsheng's. The Sagittarius grew old with her and she even buried him herself. But it's really too much like it. It's too much like it. There is a so-called reincarnation and reincarnation in the cultivation world. And one can only say that one Sagittarius died and was reincarnated as a cultivator, but even if he was reincarnated, it would be a different life. Not his former Sangha after all. Sister, just let me go. I'm good. Li Changsheng's voice rang out as he looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him with a pleasing look on his face. Looking at this man, Trisha Li was in a bit of a trance, but quickly calmed down. She was silent for a moment. If it had been any other man, she probably could have been fine with it, and she wouldn't have fluctuated if she had been killed and eaten by someone else. But this man was too much like the white-knuckled lover from his own mortal world. Even if they are reincarnated, it must be fate to meet here. And how could she bear to watch him being killed and eaten by the demon race? Kill him, eat him, kill him, eat him. The various demon clans in the canyon cried out. Their hatred for the human race was just like the human race's hatred for the demon race. The two parties had suffered heavy deaths and injuries on the battlefield, and both had formed a worldly feud. So now that they saw Li Changsheng, a human, how could they let go? Li Changsheng had one hand shrunk into his sleeve, ready to storm off at any time. But the thought that once he left, Li Xuanger would definitely be killed and eaten, and would never survive, made him torn. What is she to you? At this time, Li Chuichui suddenly looked at the woman on the stone pillar and asked. Hearing this, Li Changsheng froze, looked at that Li Xuanger, and just wanted to say that she was his woman. But on second thought, no, if he told the truth, would these demons toy with him and come up with an incendiary play of two choices? She is an ordinary Taoist friend of mine, not too familiar, Li Changsheng said with a smile. Oh, well then, it's one or the other. Li Chuichui's beautiful eyes narrowed and said, only one of you can live, either you stay and die for her or she stays and dies for you. The room was abuzz with this statement, as if it felt like a perfectly good idea. Li Changsheng's smile also froze at this moment, looking at Li Xuanger, who was awake at this moment. Li Xuanger also looked at the entire demon race, and looked at Li Changsheng. She had some remorse in her heart. Fong. If she had listened to Li Changsheng earlier, and did not blindly barge in, she wouldn't have been captured. Not to mention that she wouldn't have dragged Li Changsheng into it. But when she heard Li Tsuetsue's words, Li Xuanger again wondered what Li Changsheng would choose. She would have been impressed and offered to stay if he had chosen to do so. If he chooses not to stay, choose, eat you or eat her. Come on. One of the two must be eaten. And the other returned to send word that the human race will surely perish. All the demon clans on the field were howling and making a lot of noise. She stays, I go. Li Changsheng hesitated for a moment and immediately said with a pleasing smile. Hearing this, the other demonic cultivators in the sky revealed looks of contempt. It was obvious that Li Changsheng was a person who was greedy and afraid of death. He was just a trash cultivator at the qi refining stage, while Li Shuang'er was a high-level cultivator at the Jiedan stage. The value of the two. It was definitely Li Shuang'er who survived that was the most valuable, because Li Shuang'er going back would be another great battle force, while Li Changsheng's district was naturally not a threat to a qi refining stage piece of trash. But this instead made the other demon cultivators not have much intention of killing Li Changsheng anymore. After all, Li Changsheng was really worthless when compared to Li Shuang'er. Ha ha, what a cowardly, death-fearing human. Get lost, human. You survived. For a while, mocking voices also resounded in the arena. On the stone pillar, Li Shuang'er was also stunned. She hadn't thought that Li Changsheng would really abandon her. Did he really have no feelings for her? Why would he abandon her to live? However, thinking about the fact that Li Changsheng was also the benefactor who recommended her to enter the cultivation world, she couldn't let Li Changsheng stay and die for the sake of her own life. It was a bit heartbreaking, but the end result was that he would die, and Li Changli lived it down. Women are such strange creatures. They obviously want the other person to live, but when they say they want to live, she feels conflicted that they don't love her anymore. When Li Chui saw this scene, she lost some of her heart. This man was really a scum. It was obvious that it was most cost-effective to sacrifice him, a qi refining stage cultivator, by letting Li Shuang'er live, but this man chose to live by himself. Come to think of it, if it had been her own Sagittarius, she might have let her live without hesitation, and Sagittarius go to hell. So, even though the man in front of him resembled the once mortal Sagittarius, it was no longer him at all. You're leaving and she's going to have to die. You really can't bear to see her die? Li Chui asked again with a light smile. There's no way. Only one can live. Of course it's your own little life that counts. But, Chapter 101, what are you looking at? But what? But sister is so pretty and smart. She should have the best of both worlds. Why don't we talk? Upon hearing this, Li Cui couldn't help but let her beautiful eyes flow, her eyes blinking as if she was thinking about something. To be honest, Li Chui's heart still felt compassion once she saw this familiar and unfamiliar man. Even if the man in front of her had long since ceased to be her husband more than 200 years ago, it was highly likely that he was her husband reincarnated, and to meet was to be destiny unfulfilled. Since she had encountered such a predicament, perhaps it was also arranged by the heavens for her to repay her former mortal husband for his kindness for once. After an instant of silence, Li Chui looked at the demonic cultivators in the air. Fellow Taoists, this person wants to negotiate with us. Why don't we give him one more chance? And if he can do it, how about releasing them? When these words came out, those demonic cultivators all looked playful, which gave them some fun to lick. A mere qi refining stage human is simply not enough to worry about, and that human woman is just a Jiedan stage waste, and they, the Jiedan stage and above demon cultivators, are likewise not in their eyes. The human race no longer had any transformation spirit stage powerhouses, so there was even less to worry about. Since Fox Fairy suggested it, we are naturally happy to accompany them, so why don't we just have fun? If this human trash can really do what we ask, it's not impossible to let them off the hook. Hearing these words, Li Shuang'er on the stone pillar's eyes lit up again. Her heart was touched. Sure enough, her man wouldn't be so heartless, and Li Changsheng was also happy in his heart. He did not expect this fox spirit in front of him to be quite reasonable, not worthy of being a demon spirit that had gone to the human race to study. This kid can cook. Why don't we let him cook 10,000 human meals for us? There's nothing difficult about cooking. Any human can do it, and since they want to live, let him go and kill the emperor of the human race and come back for a visit. Then let's trade for spirit stones. How about 100 million spirit stones per person? For a while, the crowd of demonic cultivators were all discussing it intensely, but it was quickly rejected again. Li Changsheng stood on the high platform, and the ordinary demon clans around him showed their teeth and surrounded him, some curious, some hateful, and some playful. This made Li Changsheng not help but think that it would be good if the intelligence of those demon cultivators was as good as these ordinary demon clans simply being good at fooling them. His eyes turned to the figure of the stunningly proud woman next to him, who was truly beautiful. If you don't look at her head on the two pure white fox ears, really no one can reach the beauty. That body, that look, fox spirit are so beautiful, no wonder that Year King Zhou will love Daji so much. Don't love rivers and mountains, love beautiful people. Li Changxing naturally did not recognize the long ago greatly changed Li Tsuetsue. If he knew that the beauty in front of him was once his mortal daughter-in-law Li Tsuetsue, I do not know how shocking it would be. But then again, this time he finally saved his little life for the time being. I don't know what the demon clan will do with him. If he wants money he still has some on him, but there are only 1,000,000 spirit stones. If it's a duel to the death, he's in a bit of a bind. What if he wins and reneges? Next to her, Li Tsuetsue looked indifferent, but her eyebrows were slightly knitted. She could feel the admiring gaze of Li Changxing next to her. This gaze was a little different from the gaze of other men looking at her. Other men who saw her were dying to eat her gaze. After all, she was too beautiful, breathtakingly beautiful, so beautiful that people went crazy. However, Li Changxing's gaze was calm. There was no feeling of wanting to get it, nor was it lewd like other men. It was like the feeling of admiring a piece of absolutely beautiful jade. Unable to help it, Li Tsuetsue suddenly had a feeling in her heart that she wanted to be stared at by him like this. The deepest part of her memory, when she was in the Lu family village, her own mortal husband, Li Changxing, also looked at her like this every day. From the age of 20, saw 100 years old, did not get tired of looking at her? And that kind of emotion that can last for nearly 100 years without changing his heart and not getting tired of it, is the one that is most memorable to her. After all, the man in front of her was not her long-dead husband, Li Changxing, and she also understood that her husband was mortal and had long been dead for more than 200 years. This man, even if he looked like him, was just another life, and she is also now a Yuaning stage fox demoness, and has no more relationship with the human race, and is dedicated to the Tao. To this man called Li San, she is at best nostalgic and compassionate. What are you looking at? Li Tsuetsue rolled her eyes seductive, a charming smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Looking at this familiar and unfamiliar face, Li Tsuetsue looked gentle, but she wouldn't fall in love with this human man either. That kind of gentleness wasn't the gentleness between lovers. Look at you, Li Changxing said frankly, you're the most beautiful big beauty I've ever seen, so I want to look at you for a while longer. That's true, but now that he's under constraint, it's only natural that he'd want to curry favor. Of all the beauties he had encountered, such as Wu Shuyan, Gu Xinxin, Su Menglu, Li Shuang'er, Ji Miaoyu, etc. were all very beautiful, but compared to the vixen in front of him, they were 1 point less demonic. This is also the biggest difference between the demon race and the human race. The beauty of the demon race have a kind of demonic chi. This kind of demonic chi brought about by the temperament of the human beauty cannot learn, is born with that kind of demonic beauty, and the fox spirit in front of you is outstanding to the extreme. Poor mouth, Li Tsuetsue whispered. She had long been immune to this kind of appreciative words. She was gorgeous in her own right and already didn't need any compliments from others. Even if the man in front of her resembled her deceased husband, it was just a face resemblance, and her soul had long since been someone else. Therefore, Li Tsuetsue will not have any feelings for this man. At most, she will treat him as a reincarnation and fate to help him. Li Changxing pondered in his heart at this moment. At this moment, if he wanted to get out, it seems that only the beauty in front of him can help him. In order to get out in one piece, he must first please this vixen before he can. I meant what I said, and I have proof. Li Changxing continued to brazenly praise. What evidence? Once upon a time, there was a kingdom called Shang, and the Shang Empire had a great king named King Zhou, who was so brutal that he caused the people of the world to complain and suffer. But no one was able to defeat King Zhou, so the goddesses in the sky, one of them called Manhwa, couldn't stand to watch, so she sent a vixen named Daji to hook up with King Yu, and sure enough, as soon as he saw Daji, he became obsessed with her, and in the end, King Yu didn't even want the kingdom and the mountains, but only loved the vixen, Daji. Li Changxing was colorfully talking about the details of it, but what he didn't notice was that when Li Tsuetsue heard the beginning of this story was when her heart trembled, her complexion shook, and her delicate face was covered with disbelief. This story, she was too familiar with it. Once there was a man who used to tell her all kinds of strange and weird stories, among which there was a story of King Zhou Daji. How could this man possibly know the stories her Sangha had told? Chapter 102, Boundary of the Forbidden Zone. That's pretty good. Where did you hear that story? Li Tsuetsue's beautiful fox eyes carried a strange light. She knew this King Zhou and Daji story all too well. It was a story that had been told by Li Changxing, a mortal phallus who had been long dead for over 200 years, and she was super fond of hearing it. And it was unbelievable that the man in front of her who looked so much like her dead husband could tell this story. Did the reincarnated mortal Sangha even inherit soul memories? First of all, this man could never be her mortal husband, Li Changxing, who had been dead for more than 200 years, and in her heart, her husband was an earthly mortal. She also stayed with her husband for 80 years back then in return for a favor, so her husband died a long time ago, And even if the man in front of her looked like her dead husband, he was by no means her husband anymore. At this moment, Li Suizue was tempted to blurt out and ask him if his name was Li Changsheng, if he was the former Sagittarius Li Changsheng, but she held back. Reason told her it was impossible. One was a mortal and the other was a cultivator. Ha! It's a story from a book. Of course, it's made up, but it's pretty good. Li Changsheng smiled sarcastically. It seems like he hasn't told a story in over 200 years, and he's only told them to two people, a dead wife and a dead daughter. Hearing this, Li Chuichui's heart was dimmed. There are so-called storytellers among the human race who specialize in telling stories in the city to make money. All kinds of strange and weird stories. Her former husband also used to say that those stories were learned from books. Otherwise, who could make up hundreds and thousands of different short stories? So it wasn't unusual for the man in front of him to know the story of King Zhou and Daji. The storyteller would have told it. Apparently, this Li San, who looked so much like his dead husband, only chose the familiar story of Daji for her to hear in order to curry favor with her as a vixen. Turning her eyes to the high platform, Li Suizue nodded, and immediately waved her hand as a demonic aura filled the air. And in the next second, the two of them, Li Changsheng and Li Shuanger, were brought to the middle of the crowd of demonic cultivators by Li Suizue. Big brothers and big brothers of the demon race, my little one is here to salute you. Li Changsheng respectfully, the demon cultivators here can be demon overlords. There are as many as 7 or 8 Yuaning stage powerhouses. Among them, there are also 2 existences with a stronger aura than the Yuaning stage. They should be God transformation stage powerhouses. Human, you want to live with this woman? We'll give you that chance. At that moment, a burly demon cultivator grinned, but that smile had a somewhat impish look to it. Thanks to all of you big brothers and sisters for your generosity. I wonder what the chances are. I hope that all of you big brothers and sisters can be high-minded and keep it simple. Simple. Li Changsheng was naturally full of obedience. This time he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Li Shuanger had also recovered a bit at this moment, standing in front of Li Changsheng with eyes full of vigilance. In the northern part of our heavenly demon empire, there is a forbidden area, within which there is an ancient formation. If you guys can crack that formation, we will not only release you, but we will also give you benefits. Hearing this, next to Li Suizue also looked stunned. That forbidden area in the spell formation is not 1,000 variations, obscure and difficult to understand. Their demon race after thousands of years also only cracked plus destroyed the outermost layer of the forbidden system. There were also demon cultivators who knew formations in the demon race, but they couldn't even crack it. How could the two human races in front of them crack it? It was obviously something that couldn't be accomplished. Dream on. You guys want us to break the formation for you and be your woo-woo, do. We promise. Li Fanair was a hardcore person. Just halfway through her words, Li Changsheng covered her small mouth full of promises. This auntie is not afraid to die. Don't drag him along. Good. Cool. Let's say in advance. If you guys can't crack it, you won't be able to get out alive for the rest of your lives. I'll send them over. Li Chuichui frowned at Li Changsheng and Li Shuanger, and after a pause, she took the initiative to fly away with them. Next, let's talk about how to annex the human race. Had. Isn't the human army entering our territory? Then let them go a little deeper, and then we'll wipe them out in one fell swoop. After Li Changsheng and the others left, the demon clansmen began to discuss their plans to slaughter with the human army again. The heavenly demon empire was vast, and as he kept flying north, Li Changsheng saw a misty shroud in that distance, as if he couldn't see the end of it. In the sky was this misty barrier, blocking the way to the opposite side. Rumor had it that from ancient times to the present, no demon race had ever been able to pass through this layer of mist, and no one knew what kind of world was behind this mist. That's the spirit spring, right? Just after arriving at the northern borderland, Li Changsheng felt as if he had entered a bizarre environment, which was silent, as if it was another world isolated from the outside world for hundreds of millions of years, and the surroundings were distinctly different from the outside. You could tell from the flowers and plants that most of the trees here were very old, and even if they were only a meter apart, it seemed as if they were tens of thousands of years apart. After entering this outer space, Li Changsheng saw at a glance a lake emitting blue ghostly light in front of him, which was not connected to the outside world, like a pool of stagnant water, yet turquoise blue and deep. The lake was small, only tens of thousands of square meters, but it seemed as if it would never dry up, and there were countless ordinary animals lining up to drink there by the side of the lake, with hundreds of demon amendments with not-so-weak breaths guarding that area. Vaguely he could see the ordinary animals that drank the lake water were undergoing transformation, slowly turning into half-human, half-demon forms. This is the periphery of the Forbidden Zone, and that sacred spring was only discovered in the last 100 years. Li Chuichui led the duo in flight, extremely fast in the demonic aura. They skipped right past the sacred spring and soon arrived within a jungle deeper down. The mists in this place were even heavier, and an ancient aura filled the mists. This is it. Suddenly, a palace was revealed ahead. The palace was so large that it was like a palace, close enough to be seen by the naked eye, hidden in the mist. Only the tip of the iceberg was revealed. That palace didn't resemble the human palaces outside at all, as if it was built of mossy stones from ancient times, old and mysterious. The three of them landed in a clearing thousands of meters away from the palace, and there was no way to pass ahead of them, as there was an ancient curtain of light looming in front of them, blocking their way. This curtain of light had existed for an unknown number of years, and it was actually possible to touch it with the outstretched hand. The demon race had tried to fly over from above, but to no avail. No matter how high they flew, this light curtain was as high as it could go. Even digging a tunnel is, no matter how deep you dig, how deep this curtain of light is, it would be even more impossible to forcefully pass through. Even a god transformation stage cultivator would not be able to shake this light curtain in the slightest. This is the only formation we have found. The only way you can break this formation is to go through it. Don't think about escaping. Without me to lead you, running around will only kill you faster. Litsuetsue disappeared into a stream of demonic chi after saying this. Chapter 103 Ladyboys and ladyboys are different. Do you love me? What time is this? And you're asking? So do you love me or not? Can we break the formation first? I can't break this formation. I just want to know now if you love me or not. In front of the light screen, Li Shuang'er looked at Li Changsheng, who was squatting on the ground to check the formation and asked seriously. She was now very unsure if Li Changsheng loved her or not. Obviously they were already together, but she had a feeling of being on and off, as if his heart had never been in her. The feeling was lost on her. No love. Li Changsheng glanced at Li Shuang'er and whispered. He knew what Li Shuang'er meant. She wanted to be with herself forever, just like a normal couple, sticking together and never separating for the rest of her life kind of thing. But it was impossible for him to be with Li Shuang'er. One was an elder and the other was an immortal cultivator. Li Changsheng didn't even have any lingering memories of Wu Shuyan, Gu Xinxin, Su Menglu, Lu Shishir, Bai Wan'er and the rest of the people. So how could he be with Li Shuang'er for a long time? When these words came out, Li Shuang'er's expression stagnated as she looked at Li Changsheng incredulously. Then why did you do that with me? Why did you do that if you didn't love me? That's when you went to your death before I. Li Changsheng turned his head between words and Li Shuang'er was already in tears. So you're just toying with me and pitying me, aren't you? Yes, it's all by choice. I forced you. I made it my own. I don't need you to save me. I'm going to find them dead now. Li Fenair flew away in anger after saying this. Li Changsheng frowned and wanted to go after him, but from afar he saw a demonic aura rushing into the sky to intercept him. Not long after, Li Chuichui threw herself over carrying Li Shuang'er. If you want to die, kill yourself now. Don't dirty my hands, and don't try to pull our demon race as your back. Li Shuang'er, right? Don't you want to die? I'll watch you die. I'll bury you with my own hands later. Li Chuichui looked at the woman indifferently. From a distance, she saw that they were quarreling. What, love or not? This is the same as the quarrel of a young couple among humans. As soon as she saw this familiar and unfamiliar man, she had no reason to be a little angry. Always feel that this man is their own more than 200 years ago. The reincarnation of the male, trance as if their own male looking for a young lover, general inexplicable anger. Her previous male friend could never make herself angry. This man who looks like her male friend, if he really is a couple with this Li Fingy. It doesn't have much to do with Li Tsuetsue. Just looking at that handsome face just makes her angry. You kill me. Let him go. We won't break the formation. Li Fenair shouted at Li Chuichui. Since Li Changsheng didn't even have her in his heart, then they were considered to be cut off. In the future, everyone had their own. It would be good to be relieved if she went to her death. I break. Li Changsheng hurriedly smiled curtly. No more breaking. Let him go. I break. Li Tsuetsue looked at these two people. You a sentence, I sentence. Other demons cannot see the relationship between the two. Li Tsuetsue pussy also lived in the mortal world for 80 years. Where can not see? Humans are so bent on long, mushy love affairs. Snap. A crisp slap rang out, and Li Shuang'er froze in place, with a bright red handprint on her face. You don't break. Don't delay the great event of the demon race. Get out of the way. Die and kill yourself. Li Chuichui dropped a token and said in a cold voice. This is the pass. If you fly east from here, it's the East Sea, and the East Sea in the south is the human realm. Hurry up and get out. In addition, I have placed a mark in your body. If you dare to set foot in the territory of the Heavenly Demon Empire again, I will know about it, and I will kill you with my own hands at that time. Li Shuang'er looked at the fox face token in her hand dumbfounded. She was even more stupid to know what Li Tsuetsue meant. This was to directly release her. Well, what about him? Li Fener seemed to have forgotten about the slap just now, looked at Li Changsheng and asked, "I'll slap you back if you don't leave. Go go go." "She goes." Li Changsheng was overjoyed in his heart, and immediately pulled up Li Shuang'er and was about to walk together. A powerful demonic aura locked onto the two of them. Li Changsheng had a jolt, and Li Shuang'er also put away her tears and looked at Li Changsheng fondly. "Do you love me? Just pretend I'm dead and don't come back when you get back." Li Changsheng turned away after saying this. Li Shuang'er's mind was shaken, but her heart immediately reacted. So he wanted to stay by himself so I could live and forget about him. Only one of the two could surely survive. The demon race was not that kind. Li Changsheng knew that he had no return this time. That's why he irritated her with the words that he didn't love her so that she could forget about her and start over in the future. At the thought of this, Li Shuang'er was touched inwardly, and after looking deeply at Li Tsuetsue, she flew eastward and soon disappeared into the sky. "So, when can I go back, sis?" Li Changsheng did not expect that this stunning vixen person is weirdly good, worthy of being a foreign student who has spent time in the human race. "Reasonable. You, as long as you crack the formation here, I can guarantee that you'll be able to go back alive. If you can't," Li Chuechui said with a sneer. "Okay, I'll try." Li Changsheng immediately had hope when he got these words. It was obvious that this stunning woman was a man of her word, or a Yuaning stage big brother. Then he was relieved. He was still a bit of a researcher when it came to formations. "That Li Frosty is your lover?" Li Tsuetsue looked at Li Changsheng's back as he seriously delved into the formation and suddenly opened her mouth to ask. Li Frosty, also surnamed Li, also has the word frost, which is the reason why Li Chuechui let Li Frosty go. As if remembering more than 200 years ago, almost 300 years ago, she gave the mortal male acquaintance Li Changsheng become a daughter is called Li Shuangsheng. Anyway, Li Shuang'er didn't know how to do formations, so she wouldn't be needed. As long as this Li San was present, it would be enough. "No, just friends I know." Li Changsheng paused and continued to study the ancient spell formation without looking back. Oh, Li Chuechui couldn't help but feel relieved. If it was really an intimate relationship, she really had some inexplicable difficulties. After all, this man and her mortal husband looked too much like each other. It was simply the same as a mold carved out. However, after so many years had passed, she had long since sealed her heart and locked it away from love, and she would never talk about love in the future. Between her beautiful eyes she looked at Li Changsheng's back, and in a trance she seemed to have seen the mortal male friend who had once worked in the field again, nearly 300 years ago. A very ordinary and common man, saved a pure white little fox. The little fox, to repay the favor, turned into Li Tsuetsue, did his wife accompanied for 80 years. After his death, he reincarnated and reincarnated over, turned into a small cultivator. It is really destiny but there is fate. But humans and demons have different paths. The two of them will not be together after all, and it is impossible for her to think of this little cultivator as that mortal lover. Chapter 104, 10 Years in a Flash. Under the curtain of light, Li Changsheng was studying the ancient formation under his feet. Indeed, this formation was profound and incomparable. It was not at all a formation that should exist in this era. Initial deduction. This formation is not a spirit stone supplying the operation of the formation, but the underground spirit vein supplying for a long period of time. It is no wonder that this formation has not weakened for tens of thousands of years from ancient times to the present. Now that he had no worries, Li Changsheng wanted to run, but when he saw this obscure and difficult to understand spell formation, his was also fascinated. If he could learn a little bit, he might be able to print out some novelty spell formations for future research. At this time in the outside world, the human race and the demon race had long since killed each other. The Shilua Empire and the Grand Xia Empire had jointly attacked the Sky Demon Empire and had already killed their way into the territory of the demon race. This is because the overall number of demon race is almost endless, more than 100 times compared to the human majority. But ordinary demons, after all, IQ is not enough, will only rampage. The human soldiers will be a variety of schemes and traps. Beat the demon race is also retreating. Even so, because of the huge gap in numbers between the two sides, even if 10,000 ordinary demonic humanoid monsters died, the human soldiers would still lose around 1,000. The human cultivation world also joined the battlefield. Their target was the forbidden area of the demon race, ready to stop the demon race's madness by destroying the lake of that forbidden area. But where would the demon cultivators give them a chance? The two parties of cultivators joined the battlefield and also killed each other. The earth of the heavenly demon empire had long since lost a clean piece of land, and everywhere there were corpses, stench, maggots, and rotting flesh. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and this war hadn't ended yet. A large portion of the men of the two empires had died, and in the end, they had to let the women follow them to the battlefield as well. Even old men have to rush into battle to fight logistics. Food and grass is no need to worry about. The two parties killed directly to eat meat, tired of eating raw vegetables. This continent, abundant aura, vegetables and wild vegetables on the ground to grow. Even fertilizer are saved. 10 years of vicious battle has long been not for personal interests fighting. This is a racial battle. The human race and the demon race in order to fight for this continent. The demon race had thought that they would be able to finish the battle in a year or two. But what they never expected was that the human cultivation world had spread a hidden divine ability. It could make a second-order foundation establishment cultivator suddenly explode to third-order Jiedan cultivation, and a third-order Jiedan cultivator suddenly explode to fourth-order Yuaning cultivation. The fourth-order Yuaning stage cultivator suddenly exploded to fifth-order transformation god stage cultivation. Such a heaven-defying technique was circulated in the cultivation world, allowing the human cultivation world to reverse and turn the tide, beating the demon race without leaving a single piece of armor. For a while, the two parties had reached the point where they would die for each other, and they would not stop until they had destroyed each other. The demon race also swore to surrender, and the human race also swore to surrender. The demon race fought to guard the forbidden area, and the human race fought to destroy the forbidden area, and each of them had a reason not to retreat. Sovereign. On a hilltop, hundreds of cultivators were sitting on their knees. They were covered in bloodstains. Their aura around them was domineering to the extreme. Their eyes were sharp and ferocious. It was obvious that these people were the elites among the elites who had experienced the baptism of a 10-year war down the line. At that moment, a disciple flew in from the distance and bowed down to look at a stunningly beautiful woman on the mountain. The woman was dressed in red stained with blood, with only a few points of white on her dress, which apparently should have been white to begin with. The stunningly beautiful woman looked at the disciple and said indifferently, "Patriarch, Elder Bai died in battle in the Tiger Demon Mountain range." That disciple's face was filled with grief and anger, and his throat choked. Hearing this, the other disciples were also shaken. Their elder had actually died in the Tiger Demon Mountain range. Another elder had died in battle. How could they not be sad? I'll make a note of it and head to the Tiger Demon Mountain range tomorrow to avenge Elder Bai. The stunning woman's heart was desolate, but her gaze was sharp and cold. Their Shura sect had too many disciples and elders who had died in the past 10 years. So many that she was numb. Not to mention the Shura sect, but the entire human cultivation world, fighting to this day, had long since died and fled. Originally those scattered cultivators who fled for their lives, were trying to survive, but with the passage of time, the south has long been desolate. Mortals are dying out. Those scattered cultivators hiding, and what can they do? They had thought that the war would end earlier, but now it seemed that they couldn't end it until one side was dead. In the end, the bloodthirsty cultivators are back. No bloodthirsty still want to meddle cultivators. Every day is also fearful. Fearful. Southern metal cultivators, a look up. Everywhere desolate. Not to mention the man. Even a woman is almost no longer. Those who stayed behind were only old men and women and children of 11 or 12 years of age. These people are the last flames of the human race. These years, the main battlefield in the territory of the Sky Demon Empire. But the human realm is not stable. There are always some low-level demonic beasts began to attack those old and young children, and ultimately live in the south of the scattered cultivators naturally cannot stand to see, can only be obliged to remove the demonic beasts, can save a human is a human. It was only at this time that the monks realized that in peacetime, mortals were worse than pigs and dogs, and ordinary mole crickets. But now, without the mortals as the basic disc, the cultivators are nothing, even the roots are gone. The cultivation world is still the cultivation world? Patriarch, Elder Bai left this secret letter at the end, and before he died, he asked my disciple to pass it on to you. Patriarch. The disciple took out a secret letter stained with blood between his hands, and when Patriarch Wu Shuyan raised her hand, the secret letter flew over. When it opened it looked stunned. It turned out that Bai Yangyan was not yet extinct, and had a long-lost daughter who was in the cultivation sect. The new elder Bai Wanner, whom she knew, was loyal to the cultivation Luo sect and was exceptionally gifted, having broken through the Jiedan stage cultivation a few decades ago and becoming the new elder. This Bai Yangyan has never recognized Bai Wanner, silently guarding her to this day, and now the last thought of leaving is to forward this secret to Patriarch Wu Shuyan, hoping that the Patriarch will decide whether or not to tell Bai Wanner. Elder Bai had been really good all these years, asking her, the Patriarch, to make decisions on all major matters, and at the end of the day, even this kind of recognition of relatives had to be left to her to decide. In the human cultivation world, there were two major god transformation stage powerhouses, and one was her, Wu Shuyan. As early as a few decades ago, she managed to break through to the god transformation stage and taught the world the secret method 9 revolutions of the armor arcana, which gave the human race the capital to fight against the demon race, and it's thanks to that man. When she thought of him, Wu Shuyan couldn't help but feel a touch in her heart. After more than 100 years, Li Changsheng had never appeared. He had such poor talent and was still a qi refining stage cultivator. I'm afraid he would have died silently by now. If not, the human and demon clans were fighting like this. If he knew about it, he would definitely come back to help her. But this was the case, and it was obvious that in her heart, Li Changsheng had long been dead, and the secret between her and Li Changsheng would be buried in her heart forever. She had no regrets about becoming his woman. Chapter 105, None of My Business. The second god transformation stage powerhouse was the new patriarch of the Brahma sound sect, Gu Xinxin. She had also managed to advance to the god transformation stage a few decades ago. After she took charge of the vanity sect, she took the initiative to mend fences with the Shura sect, and the two families coexisted peacefully for many years, always safe and sound. Since the invasion of the demon clan, they have joined forces with other large and small clans to fight against the demon clan. However, the invasion of the demon race is extremely rapid. 10 years of war. The human race suffered heavy losses. All the young and strong men are almost dead, and then the old people also went to war. In the end it was the women who had to go to war as well, and after 10 years of fighting, there is no sign of the war ending even now. The various clans had long been nearing the point of running out of gas, and the cultivators who could survive until now were the elite of the elite. In the territory of the Shilua Empire, in a dilapidated town, there was no one living here anymore. Mortals died and ran away. The entire town had long since lost sight of people, and there were signs of disrepair everywhere. A bleak landscape, but in the depths of that town, there was a store that was smoking, and as he approached, it was an ironworker's store. Bam! Bam! It's Elder Busheng, isn't it? I'm Su Munlu, the new elder of the Brahma Sound sect, and I've come to look for you to come out on the mountain on the orders of the patriarch. The fireplace in the blacksmith store was blazing, and a man, bare-chested, was concentrating on punching iron blocks. And at the entrance of the store, there stood a stunningly beautiful woman with respect in her coolness, whose dress was all in green, but her body was streaked with blood. It was pretty much the cleanest clothes she'd been able to find in years. Su Munro sealed her heart and locked her love for more than 100 years. Her cultivation skyrocketed, breaking through the Jedan stage and then going all the way to Yuaning, progressing in a way that she herself couldn't believe. Apparently, she felt that she was getting the hang of cultivation. And as long as she didn't want to think about miscellaneous trivialities every day and concentrated on cultivation, she would always be able to gain some insights. And as for the man who had hurt her, the only man who had ever gotten her, more than 100 years had passed, and that Li Er was presumably dead, and she had gradually faded away from him. I'm just a foundation establishment stage loose cultivator. You'd better go back. Busheng glanced at Su Manlu, and then focused on striking the iron once again. Over the years, Busheng had secluded himself among the mortals to forge iron, and had long since detached himself from the Brahma sect. Even though the demon race had invaded, he did not have the slightest intention of asking about it. Su Munlu looked at Busheng, her eyebrows slightly knitted. If it wasn't for the fact that the patriarch had specifically explained that Busheng was a hidden god transformation stage powerhouse, she wouldn't have lowered her voice like this. And after checking Busheng's information, she was surprised to find out that this Busheng turned out to be a handyman disciple within the Brahma sound sect. Or an underling under her. Who would have thought that a former handyman disciple would have transformed into a hermit Highlander at the god transformation stage? And if it wasn't for the patriarch's special reminder, she wouldn't have been able to contact this Busheng in her entire life. Senior Busheng, now that the human race is on the verge of extinction, you don't care. Are you still a senior? You? None of my business. Ha? The extinction of the human race is none of my business? Does it have anything to do with me? Su Munro still wanted to say righteous words, but halfway through his words he was interrupted by Busheng, who dropped the hammer with a bang and looked at Su Munro with a grim gaze and continued. I just like to watch the extinction of the human race. You can say that I'm greedy for life and death. I'm just greedy for life and death. What do you care? Waiting for a few days I'll cross the ocean to another continent to survive. The extinction of the human race here, does it have anything to do with me? You justice, go ahead and kill. It's better if you die out. Leave me alone. I'm not going to die. Burson re-picked up the hammer and struck it again. He had long been accustomed to solitude and lived well alone. His only regret was that after more than 100 years, he had never heard from his only friend, Li Er. He had once gone to the Brahma sect to ask about it as well, and Li Er had long since left the sect. The sky is the limit, and the two may never see each other again for the rest of their lives. And it's been more than 100 years. Li Er might have gotten old or passed away a long time ago. It's possible. Today's cultivation world cultivators have long been 1 out of 10. There are very few who can survive. Li Er must have died too. Just he sincerely hoped that he is the end of life. Things are unpredictable. Mortals are only a few dozen years. Even if they are cultivators, how long can they live? But, senior, you, Sumunro still wanted to persuade, but in the next second, a terrifying aura instantly locked onto her, while an icy voice rang out. For the sake of the patriarch, I'll spare your life. Keep your little life to sacrifice for the human race, and don't bother me anymore. After Busheng finished speaking, his breath dissipated, and it was only then that Su Minglu took 2 steps backward with a terrified expression. She looked unbelievably at this cold man. His strength was too strong. It felt like it had long surpassed Patriarch Gu Xinshin. No wonder the patriarch held him in extremely high regard. If she really insisted on forcing Busheng, I'm afraid he would really kill himself. Okay, latecomer knows, latecomer excuses himself. Su Minglu was silent for a while, and immediately arched her hand and flew away with her imperial sword. Bu Shang watched Su Minglu fly away before he walked to a fireplace and took out the gold iron that had been burnt into iron and poured it into a mold, waiting until it cooled down. The parts of a formation gun took shape. All these years, he had been making formation spirit spears, forging them by himself with fire, day and night, just to cause the most perfect formation spirit spears under the sky. In the 10 years of the invasion of the demon race, he has even accelerated his progress every day. And if the human race really perishes, he doesn't care in the slightest, and there is no more existence in this world that he should miss. The end of mankind? It's none of his business. Within the Sky Demon Empire, a figure was being chased by a group of demonic cultivators. The figure was delicate, but wretched, covered in blood, with a hint of panic in her eyes. Jie, still trying to run, only hearing a cold laugh coming from the back. The woman's expression stagnated, and in the twinkling of an eye, her pupils suddenly shrunk, only to see the sky, a day vine like treasure green light generous. In a flash, the surrounding earth, a dozen vines drilled out of the ground toward the woman steeply shot. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly urged the longsword at her feet, and at the same time, dozens of talismans shot out between her hands. With a loud boom, more than 10 vines burst open, but 2 were missed, and with this delay of 2 breaths, the vines had long intercepted her, and with a few entanglements, the woman's body was instantly entangled in the vines. The woman urged the sword to cut, but was surprised to find that the vine surrounded by the green light of the great release surprisingly not the slightest damage. Another loud bang, the vines a pull, the woman screamed under. It was ruthlessly dropped to the ground above. Dust and smoke. The woman, a mouthful of blood spit out, has been seriously injured. Take it while you're sick. Several demon cultivators saw this, and immediately did not have the slightest bit of retention, and have transformed into half-demon forms, and under the surge of strength, they chopped towards the woman. Chapter 106, The Human Race is Going to Perish? The woman's face was filled with a look of despair, just moments before she was ready to die heroically. Dang! With a loud boom, 2 golden lights shot out, blocking the demon cultivator's attack. The stunningly beautiful woman's face showed surprise, and in a flash, she saw several human cultivators killing. Not good. Run. Seeing this, the demonic cultivator made a snap decision and turned around to run. Thank you for saving my life. I am Li Shuyao, an elder of the Violet Spirit Sect. The stunningly beautiful woman, Li Shuyao, got up and gratefully said to the flying manly woman, you don't have to be polite. My daughter is Puyue Sect Elder Chun Ajiao. It's a pleasure to meet you. The woman at the head appeared extremely gentle, but on her delicate face there was a murderous and decisive aura. Chen Ajiao, one of the top pillars of the Puyue clan. This woman is no one else, is once Li Changxing's maid Ajiao. Who would have thought that the mortal Ajiao, who was once only a recessive spiritual root, would suddenly mutate into a manifest spiritual root? And the spiritual root qualification was quite good, cultivating all the way, but for more than 200 years, but had long become a party of big shots. Yuaning stage powerhouses. Ajiao herself found it unbelievable, but it had happened. She had never dreamed that she would one day become a big shot on the side of the cultivation world, becoming a Yuaning stage powerhouse with a lifespan of 1 or 2,000 years straight away. She had once wondered if it was Li Changxing who had brought her the chance, because she always felt that she still had some kind of power preserved in her body, and that was all brought to her by Li Changxing. But in the end, she slowly dismissed this idea. If it was really Li Changxing who had brought her the chance, then why had that man never appeared in the cultivation world? Now that almost 200 years and more had passed, if Li Changxing was really a strong person, he would have become famous long ago. But Li Changxing had never appeared in the cultivation world all these years. He had never looked for himself either, and Ajiao had used her connections to inquire about Li Changxing's whereabouts, but she had found nothing. Obviously, Li Changxing was only a chi refining stage cultivator with poor talent, and after so many years had passed, he must have long since passed away, and the man was forever hidden in the back of her mind. slowly forgotten with the passage of time. So it's Elder Chan. Disrespectful. Li Shuyao looked at Chen Ajiao with a shock in her heart and amazement in her eyes. Honestly, the two clans weren't too far apart and their relationship was quite good. And Chen Ajiao, a person she had never met, but had heard of. Because Chen Ajiao appeared almost out of nowhere and her cultivation skyrocketed all the way, entering the cultivation world more than 100 years late. But her talent was so extraordinary that it even surpassed her. An old veteran who had just advanced to the Yuaning stage not long ago. Puyu clan Puyu, talent, but not very good, up to now or Jiedan stage cultivation. But Chen Ajiao has been following Puyu loyal, never thought of replacing Puyu to become the new clan leader. Because of Chen Ajiao's existence, Puyu was able to sit comfortably in the position of patriarch, but recently heard, Puyu in the demon invasion in this decade, was seriously injured. Chen Ajiao has been managed on behalf of the Puyu clan. There is a momentum to replace Puyu. Think about yourself. In the purple spirit sect mixed for more than 300 years, cannot be advanced to the infancy? Which the pain, and who can know? She had followed the patriarch into hiding when the purple spirit sect was destroyed, and after the final destruction of the corpse refining sect, she herself had become a loner, and her family had long since been wiped out. So nowadays, she had become a true descendant of the only Li family. Over the years, he has been even more diligent in learning and practicing, dedicated to cultivation, and finally broke through to the Yuanying stage. But he encountered the invasion of the demon race. Now only one person, struggling so far. Looking back to think about it, he really is a bit miserable. Now the demon race and the human race has long become a great enemy of life and death. The human race with the same enemy, no matter who encountered. As long as the human race can help must be helped. More than one to save a cultivator, will be able to more power. Li Shuyao adjusted her mindset and teamed up with Chen Ajiao to fight against the enemy. The two Yuaning stage-level powerhouses teamed up. The winning rate was greatly improved, and the two quickly became sisters. Heavenly Demon Empire. As far as the eye can see, corpses are everywhere. Blood flows into rivers. There is a sea of fire everywhere. The earth is full of sores, but the grass and trees are extremely lush. Almost every distance you traveled, you could see a group of figures fighting, and every distance you flew, you could see a dilapidated camp. 9 layers of the entire continent's population were concentrated within the Sky Demon Empire, and 6 of those layers died on this earth. The remaining 3 floors are still struggling. The demon race was no better, with heavy deaths and injuries, yet an endless stream of them, because the fertility of these demon races is also very strong. Having a litter in a year, they can grow up and mature in a few years, and then drinking from the forbidden area spirit spring, they can quickly transform into a half-human, half-demon, and thus be sent directly to the battlefield. Almost a constant stream. 10 years down the line, the two parties have long killed Red Eyes. Either the human race disappears on the continent from now on, or the demon race disappears on this continent. There is no room for maneuver. Deep within the Heavenly Demon Empire, within the Forbidden Zone, a human figure was intently studying the formation eye under the light curtain. After 10 years of light, Li Changsheng still hadn't cracked this formation, but he had figured out some of the doorways. As long as he continued to feel his way down the line, he would inevitably be able to crack it open in less than 10 years. Suddenly, a demonic energy surged in the distance, and when it got close, a stunningly beautiful fox demon woman was revealed. 10 years and you still haven't cracked it? The woman's voice was clear and cold, but her tone was still gentle and not angry. There's no rush. Give me another 10 years and I'll be able to crack it, Li Changsheng said without looking back. He had long since sunk into this formation, not cracking it out. He himself was a bit unwilling. 10 more years. Hearing this, Li Tsuetsue let out a sigh, looked at Li Changsheng's back, and opened her mouth. In case you didn't know, the sky has been turned upside down out there for a long time. Oh, another war? Li Changsheng naturally knew that the demon race and the human race went to war, but that was the news 10 years ago. In his thought, a war is only 1 or 2 years. Even if the demon race and how overbearing, this is 10 years past. It should have ended long ago. Yes. Li Tsuetsue hesitated for a split second and said, if you don't crack this place before, I'm afraid the human race will perish. When these words came out, Li Changsheng was stunned. He looked at Li Tsuetsue and asked, extinction? Is that such a stretch? To fight a war, there is no need to the degree of extinction. Right. The two families to fight and kill. Almost on the line, why fight you to death? And not what deep hatred. That's how exaggerated it is. Please crack it as soon as possible. If you can't crack it within a year, I'll send you away from this place. I advise you to leave this continent and never come back. Looking at this familiar but strange man, Li Tsuetsue, still moved with compassion, directly let him go, which is also considered to be the end of each other's final destiny. Chapter 107, Inside the Forbidden Zone. Open. In front of the light curtain, Li Changqing's expression shook, only to see a stream of light appear in front of the formation eye, and when he raised his hand, a crack was torn open by him. The crack was small and had a tendency to repair itself and slowly heal. Li Changqing looked around, hesitated for a split second, and immediately drilled in. After entering inside, the silhouette of the palace came into view. An ancient aura filled the mists, and Li Changqing suddenly had a feeling of traveling to another world. The flowers, plants and trees here were even more distantly lush, and the ground was filled with spiritual flowers and plants, which were more like ancient plants from the primordial era compared to the spiritual flowers and plants outside. Suddenly, a demonic aura flew outside. Li Changqing's heart shook. His eyes looked at the gradually shrinking crack, and his heart began to pray silently. Come on, hurry up and heal, heal, heal. Li-san, why didn't you tell me when you cracked it? The demonic aura revealed a stunningly beautiful woman. Li Dai looked at Li Changqing with slightly furrowed brows, and then looked at the crack that gradually shrunk to only the size of a fist. Ha! I'm sorry, I only cracked it partially, too late to inform you. It's almost healed now. There's nothing I can do about it. Li Changqing looked innocent. He wouldn't be that stupid. With such a strong protective barrier blocking it, the outside couldn't break in. He would have enough even if he dug wild vegetables here to eat for a few hundred or a few thousand years in the future. Where would he let those demon races in? In case there was a heaven-defying treasure here, it would have to be his alone. Is that so? Li Chui's eyes were cold. This man's mind she knew too well. Completely the image of a sinister and cunning little smartass unique to humans. Luckily, she was still taking special care of Li-san because he looked like the face of her dead husband. But she didn't expect that she would backhandedly try to monopolize the treasures in the forbidden area. In a flash, only Li Tsue's terrifying demonic aura instantly skyrocketed, while her figure steeply transformed at that moment. In Li Changqing's astonished gaze, a pure white four-tailed demon fox silhouette appeared before his eyes. That four-tailed demon fox silhouette was tens of meters tall and hundreds of meters long, only to see it raise its head to the sky and drink long and loud. The sound waves spread all around. Hoo. A burst of sounds of different races came from the distance, and countless demonic chi spurted out as Li Changqing's jaw dropped. Li Tsue's demonic narrow fox eyes looked at Li Changqing, and instantly transformed into a wave of demonic chi surging towards the fist-sized crack. Ha, it's finally open. Come on in. A strand of demonic chi rushed into the sky, madly surging towards the fist-sized crack without any obstruction. As the cracks became smaller and smaller, the demonic chi was still coalescing and pouring in, a steady stream. In Li Changqing's dull gaze, a silhouette appeared in front of him. 1, 10, 100, 200. When the rift was completely closed, about 500 to 600 demonic cultivators had entered the interior of the Forbidden Zone. Li Changqing could not have dreamed that these demons would be able to pass through such a narrow crack, while there were still regretful plus envious demons out there flailing about. 11 years of waiting has not been in vain. Human, you have done well. At this time, a tiger-eared strong man grinned as he looked at Li Changqing. His eyes flashed with bloodthirsty killing intent. Tiger Zhao, what do you want? At this time, Li Tsue's figure flashed and blocked in front of Li Changqing. We're all in. This human is useless. What's the point of keeping it if we don't eat it? The burly man named Tiger Zhao said frankly, without the slightest intention of hiding his killing intent. Oh, what about when we get out? Li Chui said indifferently. Tiger Zhao was blinded and touched his head to look at the light curtain outside, then looked at Li Changqing. What if we have to encounter a stronger spell? Who's going to break it? Once these words came out, Tiger Zhao came to a sudden realization, and immediately slapped his head with remorse. Right. Don't eat. It's me who's confused. This human is still useful. It will be useful later on. The other demon cultivators also revealed a dawning realization when they saw this, and the murderous intent in their gazes as they looked at Li Changqing disappeared. Li Changqing was shocked in his heart and cold sweat broke out behind his back. He could feel the frankness and stupidity of these demon clansmen, completely disregarding the consequences and thinking of whatever came to his mind. Luckily, there was a smart fox spirit beauty pointing it out, or else he really might have been eaten by this group of simple-minded demonic powerhouses. At this moment, Li Changqing was also honest. These demon cultivators were a bit untrustworthy. They said that they would release him after cracking the formation, and now, it seems that they backtracked quite dryly. Unlike humans, who could still find a reason to disguise their backtracking. Under the subtle sensing, Li Changqing couldn't help but feel his heart sink. The visitors had 4 or 5 Yuaning stage-level demonic cultivators. There were a dozen or so Jiedan stage-level demonic cultivators, and the rest were second-stage Foundation Establishment stage demonic cultivators. This lineup was too powerful. comparable to the power of a large clan of the human race. The demon race already has a wide variety of species, and there are quite a few strong people in each race. Think about it, if all the species of these demons were merged together, the human race would be exterminated in a matter of minutes. At this time, the demons weren't paying attention to Li Changsheng anymore. Their eyes were all locked on the mists in front of them. In this ancient environment that seemed to travel through, the demon cultivators were instead able to adapt quickly. Some of the demon cultivators started to distinguish spiritual grasses and flowers on the ground based on their intuition, and those that could be eaten were swallowed on the spot, and their demonic power would skyrocket by a hair. There are many ways for demon cultivation. The most common is this devouring of the world's spirits. Simple and violent, direct and effective. The human race, however, will not, because it feels too wasteful, and directly devouring the spirit, although it has an effect, but the medicinal power cannot be absorbed for a few points. Not as good as a variety of spiritual grasses to match, refining into a better elixir. This was also the difference between the demon race and the human race. The demon race will also start self-cultivation after reaching a high level, with the inheritance memories, inheriting various racial talent techniques, cultivating like humans, and also making rapid progress. Li Changsheng followed behind the fox spirit Li Tsuetsue, surrounded by a few fox demon cultivators to protect him. Apparently only the fox clan still understand a little bit of reason, knowing that he still has value to use. Demon cultivators' perception of danger was inherently stronger than that of humans, and the mists ahead were thick. Yet the demon cultivators showed extreme excitement and went all the way without the slightest obstruction. Suddenly, a 3-meter-tall plant in the distance extended countless roots and twined around. Ah! Help! A bull's-ear demon cultivator was entangled, and in a flash, his face turned blood red as the root directly and easily pierced through his body and began to absorb energy crazily. The other race's demon cultivators were amazed at the situation, coldly observing the scene in silence. Only 3 or 2 bull's-ear demon cultivators stepped forward and chopped off the primordial plant before rescuing the unlucky egg. By the time he was rescued, his cultivation had long since fallen a small segment and his body was much weaker. Sasha. Right at this moment, in the mist in the distance, a 3-meter-tall plant actually moved out and began to approach the demonic cultivators, its roots fluttering in the air, and the huge flower on top of that head swaying as if it were a giant beast swallowing the sky. Chapter 108, Protect Me. Protect me. Put. In the mist, a stream of light shot out. All kinds of strange screams ran rampant. A thick cannibal flower fell, and there were a dozen or so corpses on the ground that had been sucked into dryness. The battle entered the end. Li Changsheng hid at the very back, unharmed. He walked to a broken cannibal flower root stem and was surprised to find that this ancient cannibal flower's root stem was flowing with green blood. Some herbivorous demon cultivators didn't care about their dead companions and cupped up a cannibal flower head and ate it. The flesh-eating demon cultivator, on the other hand, looked at the center of the stamen of the cannibal flower and began to gulp down the nectar inside. This cannibal flower is a treasure all over the body, is considered extremely precious herb, take out to refine the elixir when put a little has a very strong stability. Li Changsheng also took a sip of the nectar after looking at the demon cultivators nibbling on the cannibal flower without any problems. The nectar was sweet and melted in the mouth, and a strange energy flowed through the body. After a long time, Li Changsheng licked his lips and tasted back. There was no special feeling. Obviously this nectar was even a dessert for him, and he couldn't grow his cultivation by eating it. His talent was originally poor, and after so many years of cultivation, he was still a cultivator at the second level of the qi refining stage. However, he has long looked away. He was not that cultivation talent. Life is also a refining stage. As long as the long life, the other does not matter. Not far away, Li Chuichui picked up the head of the cannibal flower, and did not mind much to drink a mouthful of nectar. The sweet energy melted in the mouth, and after entering the body, it turned into a strange energy to be absorbed in the body, and it felt that the cultivation level and the spirit did have a slight enhancement, but it was not obvious. She had already reached the yuaning stage of cultivation, and the general spirit material's enhancement to her was minimal, but gathering less into more. As long as it had an effect, it would be enough for her to slowly cultivate with. Between the flow of her beautiful eyes, she looked towards the figure of the man not far away, and for some reason, seeing Li Changsheng unharmed, she was somewhat relaxed. This Li San had a brilliant mind, and was somewhat of the same personality as her mortal male friend from 300 years ago. The only bad thing was that this guy was a bit sinister and selfish, and after cracking the formation before, he even thought of hiding inside by himself without informing her. As far as she could remember, her mortal husband was generous and would be the first to think of her for anything good. Sure enough, this Li San after reincarnation had long since ceased to be the remembered mortal Sagittarius. After all, this is the life of two people. She has nothing to be fond of. She is a fox demon, She and mortal husband Li Changxing does not have a lot of regrets. Old age, happy life, the only regret is that the Li family is extinct. Ha! Suddenly she saw the man quietly take out a few empty bottles from his storage bag, and looked around furtively for a while before pouring the nectar into the bottles and sealing them. Seeing this scene, Li Tsuetsue just felt funny. This kind of thing is precious, but the demon race is never short of. Better than this nectar there are a lot of, which is like this man. Make it look like who will rob with him. The demon cultivators ate and drank enough, and immediately went on the road again. The fox demon cultivators still protected Li Changsheng. A few Yuaning stage cultivators stood in the middle, and in front of them was a bunch of second and third order demon cultivators to open the road. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After roughly half an hour of walking, suddenly, a squirming sound came from underneath the land ahead, and a demon cultivator was curious to check it out. Suddenly, a black shadow drilled out, instantly devouring the demonic cultivator, and only then did the crowd see that the black shadow was blood red in color, with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters thick, looking like an amplified earthworm monster, a bull's ear demon cultivator, 5 meters tall, only to see it shouted, went up and hugged the giant earthworm, lifting his hand and pulling it fiercely into the air. In Li Changqing's shocked gaze, the earthworm monster that was more than 100 meters long was pulled out. When the other end of the giant earthworm came out, it immediately opened its dull mouth and took the opportunity to devour another low-level demon cultivator, completely disregarding its own safety in general. Seeing this, the other demonic cultivators also rushed up, spiritual light appearing in their sharp claws, ruthlessly penetrating towards the earthworm's body. The giant earthworm was instantly sliced into several pieces, but in the next second, the giant earthworm monster simply rolled over a few times before burrowing into the dirt. The flesh-eating demon cultivator frantically gnawed on the giant earthworm's flesh and skin, and spat it out with another mouthful of disgust when he tasted it without much spirituality. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just as the crowd was about to continue on their way, the earth began to tremble. With a loud bang, a maggot-like head emerged from the ground, and they grew larger and larger, transforming into countless black shadows that engulfed towards the demonic cultivators present. Li Changsheng retreated back and forth, and suddenly, his feet lurched, and when he looked down, he saw a mouth the size of a head drilling out of the ground. Li Changsheng only felt a vicious chill as he clenched his right hand into a fist and slammed it down. With a muffled sound, that giant mouth was instantly smashed by Li Changsheng, and the ground shook a few times before stopping. Li Changsheng didn't care. He himself didn't know how much strength he had. Just now it was also an impulse. Silently a few feet down, the giant earthworm arching out of the hole was directly stepped flat by him. So scary. Almost got eaten, Li Changsheng murmured in a low voice, and when he saw the Fox Clan sister not far away, he immediately ran over. Protect me, quick, protect me. I'm so weak. I'm only at the chi refining stage. Sister, quickly protect me. That Fox Clan girl had a stern look on her face as she struggled to fight against a giant earthworm that was emerging. This Fox sister's cultivation is also the peak level of the foundation establishment stage, surrounded by aura protection, but was able to fight with the giant earthworm back and forth, and soon she and another Fox sister together with a difficult to kill the giant earthworm. Only then did he have time to look at the timid Li Changsheng. Fear not. Follow us and we'll make sure you're okay, that Fox Clan sister consoled. If it wasn't for the Fox Clan Saintess Li Tsuetsue specially instructed to protect this human man, they wouldn't have brought this drag, a chi refining stage cultivator. If they didn't have them to protect him, they didn't know how many times he would have died. Great, you guys are awesome, Li Changsheng happily praised. He felt much safer with them protecting him. Suddenly, with a glance, he saw another head emerge from under his feet, and he jumped away in fear. A few Fox Clan sisters naturally noticed, and immediately got busy again. When Li Changsheng turned his eyes, he again saw a giant mouth wriggling out of the ground, and without saying a word, he slammed his fist down in fear. That giant mouth was directly smashed, and soon it was no longer moving. Li Changsheng silently flattened the ground with one foot, while looking at the few foundation establishment stage Fox sisters who were fighting hard against the giant earthworm that was revealed to be more than 3 meters tall. Come on, come on. Li Changsheng hadn't realized how strong he was at this point, and only felt that he had always been a small cultivator at the chi refining stage. Chapter 109, Inside the Palace. In the mist, an ancient bronze-colored palace like an ancient monster presented itself to the crowd. When the crowd of demon cultivators came to the front of this palace, the surroundings had long been a bit blurry, and under the shroud of that mist, it was impossible to see the entirety of this palace. With a command, several demon cultivators rose up in the air, wanting to see how big the palace was, and when they flew out and disappeared for more than an hour and didn't come back, the crowd got anxious. Apparently those demon cultivators that were sent out might not be able to return. Li Changsheng walked to the main door of the palace, only to see ghostly runes carved on it, which he couldn't understand at all for a while, and there was extremely obvious moss on the walls. Looking at the age of it, he didn't know how long it had been. The gate was incredibly thick and heavy, and there were even ancient sealing spell formations revealed on it. It may take 2 or 3 months to crack this formation, so don't bother me. Li Changsheng took out his array flag compass and began to test it. After saying this, the other demon cultivators were also full of anticipation. 2 or 3 months was not too long for them. For the rest of the time, Li Tsuetsue sent her fox sister to guard this place, while the rest of the people started to explore around. They ate giant earthworm monsters from the ground when they were hungry, and drank nectar from cannibal flowers when they were thirsty, and had no worries at all about food and drink. Soon a month had passed, and what was originally 500 to 600 demonic cultivators was surprisingly missing more than 100 people, leaving more than 400 people left. These demonic cultivators went to other places and never came back. Maybe they got lost, maybe they died, who knows? Open. After another month, Li Changsheng's face was overjoyed, only to see the spirit pattern on the gate flicker and dissipate. He also instinctively stepped back while the other demon cultivators stepped forward and began to smash the gate with brute force. Rumble. The heavy door slowly pushed open, and an air of decay came over the room. The inside was empty and dim to the extreme, and there was no organ triggered as Li Changsheng had imagined. The demon cultivators were still very real, and they simply couldn't think of this layer to directly rush in. Mud. There's nothing. Soon there were disgruntled curses from inside. Li Changsheng was sure that there was no danger before he took out his spirit lightstone and walked in. These demon cultivators were born with night eyes and didn't need lighting tools at all. Entering into the large hall, one could only see that it was empty, with no imagined treasures, spiritual weapons and other treasures. The surrounding walls were carved with bizarre spiral patterns, and in the center of the tens of meters high hall, a bronze Buddha statue was situated. That bronze Buddha statue had 6 large hands, 2 in front of it with their hands clasped together, and 4 behind it, each holding 4 bronze ancient weapons, a meditation staff, a wooden fish, a bronze club, and a Buddha bead. This bronze Buddha statue, full of ferocity, belongs to the Fury Buddha, also known as the evil-faced Buddha, with a fat body full of shocking power. The lower-ranked demon cultivators were fearful when they saw this evil-faced Buddha, as if the huge pupils of that evil-faced Buddha were gazing at them. However, soon the high-level demon cultivators were not so afraid anymore. They were already spiritually enlightened and no different from humans. Facing a statue, naturally they did not have much deep fear. That tiger-eared demonic cultivator was so bold that he rose up in the air, jumped in front of the evil-faced Buddha's hand, and grabbed a Zen staff with one hand. It's pretty heavy. The crowd watched in amazement, only to see tiger-eared demon cultivator Tiger Zhao picking up his Zen staff. A demonic aura rushed to the sky, and when the demonic power was poured into the Zen staff, there was actually a Buddhist mass sound that echoed out. In a flash, the air in the entire hall shivered, and the Zen staff emanated a Buddhist light that flickered away. This is a holy weapon? Several demon race great cultivators looked at that Zen staff in shock. Just now that moment of might even seemed to penetrate their body and mind. That was not a Buddhist holy weapon. What else could it be? For a while, the crowd had their eyes on fire, and a few high-ranking demon cultivators transformed into a wave of demonic energy and went to grab the other 4 treasures. Tiger Zhao also did not have greed. After getting the Zen staff surprise, flying down, Zen staff landing, only to hear a roar. The ground was actually also penetrated directly and steadily inserted in the ground, with an invisible Buddhist suppression power. The brute force power of this weapon alone made the hearts of all the low-ranking demon cultivators fearful, so I really don't know how terrifying it would be once they control the power of this sacred weapon. Li Changsheng looked at the Zen staff. His face was calm. To be honest, he didn't feel any power. Even though there was a hint of power, it didn't feel much in his eyes. After the 4 sacred weapons were removed, the crowd of demonic cultivators began to discuss the ownership of the weapons. Weapons in the cultivation world were categorized into magic weapons, spirit weapons, holy weapons, and immortal weapons. The magic weapon, spiritual weapon is common, but the holy weapon is not common, and the holy weapon is after years and years of accumulation of advanced treasures. For example, this Buddhist weapons, after years of baptism, has a Buddhist spirituality, as long as they urge them to bring their own Buddhist mass sound, suppressing evil spirits. Generally saint weapons only appeared by chance in the inheritance. In other words, saint weapons were all spiritual weapons advanced upwards. They were not directly created to be saint weapons. As for immortal weapons, they were even more imaginary weapons, and only immortals had immortal weapons. There are no immortals in this world, so naturally there are no immortal weapons, and legend has it that the strongest cultivator is only at the Mahayana stage level. As for immortals, that only exists in another dimension. Li Changxing didn't pay any attention to them and circled around to the back of the evil-faced Buddha alone, and with a turn of his eyes, his gaze caught sight of a superb mural revealed on the wall in front of him. Just see how the mural describes it. Above the vast earth, an ancient giant poked its head out from the depths of the South China Sea, and its head was so huge that half of the South China Sea's borders could not accommodate its head. That head was covered with tentacles, and on each tentacle was a large, twisted and terrifying mouth, which swept across the earth in one sweep, and countless living beings were directly devoured by it. Above one of the monster's largest tentacles, a blood red eye looked down at all beings, arrogant and terrifying. As the monster gradually surfaced, a streak of pitch-black horrifying energy began to pollute the earth. From south to north, the earth turned black as if it were dead, and in the sky, there was a floating palace, and above the palace, a figure stood in the void. The monster roared angrily at the figure in the void, shaking the heavens and the earth, and the entire continent and the sky were instantly dyed a pitch-black color. With a loud boom, thunderclouds rolled, and a monstrous sword revealed a tenth of its tip from the air, and it was suppressing that terrifying unnameable monster. The mural came to an end. Li Changxing's eyes widened. The monster seemed a bit familiar. He snapped. Wasn't this monster the same big-eyed monster he had encountered in the depths of the spirit vein back then? And this palace, could it be the palace of this mighty powerhouse? Lord, there are coffins here. At this time, the shouts of a wolf demon came from the distance. The demon cultivators hurriedly followed. Li Changxing also came over after a pause. Chapter 110 Ancient Bronze Coffin. It was a bronze ancient coffin, tens of meters long and 4 or 5 meters high, and the crowd could only fly with their swords in order to see the full picture of this bronze ancient coffin. The bronze sarcophagus was covered with traces of age. The lines on it were bizarre. The runes were densely covered, and it was obvious that it was sealed with an extremely tight ancient spell formation. On the bronze ancient coffin was permeated with threads of pitch-black colored liquid, seeping out from the minuscule gap, a black trail flowing down the bronze ancient coffin, making it look even more bizarre. What is this writing on it? On the lid of that bronze sarcophagus, there were 2 ancient divine patterned big words printed on it, and the crowd of demon cultivators couldn't recognize what these words were even after looking at them for half a day. Li Changxing looked at the 2 ancient characters. Although he didn't know where they came from, he could vaguely tell that they were hieroglyphics. Wing. Seal. When Li Changxing pronounced these 2 ancient words, the other demon cultivators all looked at him in surprise. Permanently sealed? Does permanently sealed mean something like that? Li Changxing nodded. Oh, if he says it's sealed forever, I'm inclined to open it up and take a look. Tiger Ear Strong Man said, raised his hand to pry the sarcophagus, but any of his Yuaning stage level of brute force at this moment cannot shake the sarcophagus in the slightest. Other people see this as also have to go up together with the use of spiritual power, but this sarcophagus is like the roots of the ground, still does not move. Just as Li Changxing was thinking about the significance of this eternal seal, a few demonic cultivators looked at him. Human, it's your turn. There's a spell formation suppressing this, so hurry up and break it. The spell formation up here is too complicated. It's even tighter than the light curtain formation outside. If you guys want me to crack it, you'll have to give me 10 years. Li Changxing said with a frown. 10 years? Too long, the tiger-eared demonic cultivator said in a cold voice. That can't be helped. A broken coffin. You guys have to open it. You might as well look for treasures elsewhere. Li Changxing waved his hand. His gaze had turned elsewhere. There was another corridor in the depths of this palace. There should be treasure in there. Li Changxing pointed inside and said. The crowd of demon cultivators paused and immediately rushed inward, and the bronze sarcophagus was left behind. Ha ha, there really is a treasure. It didn't take long for surprise shouts to come from inside, and only after confirming that there was no danger did Li Changxing follow. In the corridor, there were weird threaded lines everywhere, and there was always a very depressing feeling when you walked down the long corridor. Passing through the corridor, Li Changxing saw a pitch-black colored palace, surrounded not by a four-square shape, but a natural shape like a cave. There were 4 other caves extending out around this cave, and there was no telling what was inside. Only an ecstatic sound came from a cave. And as a demon cultivator flew out, he was holding a handful of pitch-black colored beads that looked like pills. For you to eat. The Fox Clan sister took out a black bead and handed it to Li Changxing. Li Changxing took it and smelled it. There was a faint smell of blood, and then looked at the other Fox sisters who had eaten the black beads with gusto. When they ate the black beads, it was obvious that they could feel that their demonic power had increased a little. Li Changxing did not eat it, but put the beads away. His eyes looked ahead, and there was a high platform in the middle of the cave, on which a withered bone was sitting. Li Changxing came in front of the dead bone and observed it carefully. Suddenly, his gaze lurched, and he saw that a section of the dead bone's finger was broken. This made Li Changsheng think of the broken finger he had once picked up in the depths of the spirit vein, which was exactly the same as the bone quality of this withered bone. Unfortunately, he had lost that broken finger a long time ago. It just made Li Changsheng wonder how the two could be separated so far when they were 100,000 miles away. Why don't you guys go check out the rest of the place? And I'll wait for you here, Li Changsheng said while fiddling with the dead bones. But Sister Sacred Fox told us to protect you and not to run around. A fox girl said hesitantly. If you guys don't go, the beads will be gone. So get me more by the way, Li Changsheng said urgently. Okay then, you stay here and don't move. Oh. As soon as the fox sisters heard about the beads, they were immediately moved. Anyway, Li Changsheng couldn't run away here, and no one dared to kill him. After thinking about it, a few fox sisters immediately left the place. Only when he saw them leave did Li Changsheng pull out a piece of gold foil paper from one of the ribs of the withered bone. This gold foil paper is extraordinarily thin, and it is densely engraved with silk hieroglyphics, and it is unbelievable to be able to engrave such tiny and dense words on this gold foil paper. Li Changsheng carefully surveyed it, and vaguely, he could see 4 hieroglyphic ancient characters seal longevity immortal scripture. Longevity sealing immortal scripture, using one's own longevity as a guide. In conjunction with the longevity sealing immortal sword, one can seal the demon god of the ages. Seeing this, Li Changsheng frowned slightly. This sealed longevity immortal scripture seemed to be a specially developed technique specifically for a certain type of monster. But after reading it carefully, this sealed longevity immortal scripture's usage was extremely peculiar. Only that the side effects were just too great. To use their own longevity as a guide to create a variety of sealing spells, but no power. But no one can solve. The fatal drawback is that their own life expectancy is shortened. The cooling time to seal the person's strength of the results of the backlash to determine the random. In other words, using one's lifespan to build a spell formation that has no power but can seal off any strong person to trap an enemy, gaining a corresponding cooldown time based on the feedback of the enemy's cultivation. However, the cooldown time would not exceed the lifespan consumed. Li Changsheng was a bit speechless. Who is sick? Sealing others with their own lifespan still doesn't have any killing power. However, compared to the longevity true flame, this sealed longevity immortal scripture was indeed a much better deal. After all, he himself is unlimited life. As for the cooling time, 3.2 million years of longevity true fire can come out, but also afraid of the cooling time of this thing. Cool a 3.2 million year out if you can. Silently memorizing the activation mantra of the life-sealing immortal scripture, Li Changsheng once again carefully put away the gold foil paper. At this time, the Fox clan sister ran over with gusto, holding pitch-black colored beads in her hands and offered them to Li Changsheng. Naturally, Li Changsheng took it without ceremony, but did not eat it. Unknown things, he naturally will not be the first to eat. These demons eat can increase the demon power. People eat, what will happen cannot be said. He'll have to find someone to eat before he can be sure. Come on, there's a sword here that won't pull out. The shouts of the demon cultivator came from the distance, and the crowd immediately ran over again. And as soon as Li Changsheng heard that it was a sword, he immediately followed. Passing through a passageway, he really found a pile of messily placed weapons at the end of the passageway. All kinds of spirit weapons and magic weapons. All these weapons were casually discarded in this cave. Only one of them was inserted in the big black ground right in the center. A demon amendment was pulling hard on the sword, but it wouldn't budge. Chapter 111, The Monster in the Sarcophagus. This sword was very old, cast in bronze, and it didn't look strange, much less like the appearance of an immortal sword. Instead, it looked like an ordinary sword. But the demon cultivators went up one by one to draw their swords, but they didn't move, which was rather peculiar. Li Changsheng was also fortunate enough to go up and try it out. And sure enough, no matter how much force was used, this bronze ancient sword did not move at all. But when he silently operated the sealed longevity immortal scripture in his heart, he felt a trace of his own lifespan passing away, as if it was like the feeling of the longevity true flame divine ability burning. Although it was just a trace, he obviously felt that the bronze ancient sword became lighter by 1 point. And when it stopped running, the bronze ancient sword was heavy again. Silently loosened his hand, Li Changsheng resentfully retreated to the side. An ox-eared stout demon cultivator stepped forward, only to see his body burst with demonic energy. Terrifying Yuaning stage demonic power amplitude spread out. But the bronze ancient sword still does not move. Even hitting that bronze ancient sword heavily with various spells didn't have the slightest effect. In fact, the demon cultivators were not good at using swords and weapons. They were basically body cultivators, using their cultivation on their own hair and skin, hands and feet as weapons. Only the human race enjoys fighting with a variety of weapons. Of course, if they had a weapon that they could use while they had the chance, they would occasionally use it. Like that holy weapon, even if they didn't use it, they could still use it as a backup means of defense. In the end, The demon cultivators didn't know why this weapon was so hard even after studying it for half a day. It didn't look like a magic weapon, a spirit weapon, or a holy weapon. It was just an ordinary weapon. After all, there wasn't the slightest reaction to pouring demonic power into this sword. Only Li Changxing knew that it was actually an immortal weapon called the Sealed Life Immortal Sword. If so, wouldn't that withered bone sitting in the palace be an immortal? It was a bit unbelievable how there could be an immortal level powerhouse in this world. Since they couldn't get this weapon, the demon cultivators could only give up and casually picked up some good quality weapons and walked out of the cave. Li Changxing stood by the side and watched, casually picking up weapons as well. There are magic weapons and spirit weapons here. Some are broken and some are intact. All kinds of swords and hammers and axes are available. His eyes from time to time look at the bronze ancient sword in the center. This immortal weapon he is bound to get. Just that there are always demon cultivators present around him, so he naturally can't get it. Quick! The sarcophagus is moving. Quick! Suddenly, excited shouts came from the distance. Li Changsheng looked startled and ran over after the demon cultivators. When Li Changsheng ran outside, he only heard a rumbling sound. A few stout demon cultivators with black energy emanating from their demonic power were able to shake that sarcophagus in the slightest. What are you waiting for? Come on all over and push. For a moment, all the demonic cultivators pounced on them, but Li Changsheng did not. He stood not far away and watched the scene with shock. As the demonic power from those demonic cultivators accompanied by the silk black chi enveloped them, the ancient spell formations on the sarcophagus unexpectedly flickered and flickered, brightening and extinguishing. And the sarcophagus was literally being slowly pushed away. What the hell is this blackness? As the sarcophagus revealed the gap, black liquid flowed out of that sarcophagus, becoming more and more dense. A demon cultivator casually touched a hand and tasted it. It had a bitter flavor, but it did not bring him any increase in demonic power. Li Changxing saw the scene as also a little stomach-turning. These demon cultivators are really big. Dare to eat anything, dare to try anything. Completely do not consider the consequences. This bronze sarcophagus is surely lying in the corpse sarcophagus out of the black water. That is certainly a corpse water How dare you drink? Watching that black water nourish and flow outward, it soon filled the ground, but the demon cultivators didn't think it was a big deal. Next to her, Li Tsuetsue was also frowning. After all, she had stayed in the human world for several decades, and she was also a bit squeamish about such things as coffins, and didn't like some of the demon race's big grins. After seeing the black water, she hid to the side in disgust. Her beautiful eyes flowed. She saw that Li San also hid to the side and watched. Her heart was relieved. After all, in order to go out, this man really needs to be protected properly. Rumble. As the sarcophagus opened, the scene inside was gradually revealed. In that sarcophagus, a pool of black water continuously flowed outward, as if there was no end to it. At this time, the black water had already flowed all over the place, and the black water in the sarcophagus began to bubble outward with black gas, and the bitter flavor filled the entire space. When the sarcophagus was completely opened, the palace shook for a minute at that moment. There's nothing here. A demon cultivator is really bold, reaching out in the sarcophagus to fish up, but fishing half a day in addition to black water. Nothing to fish. Just as the other demonic cultivators were also trying to reach out and fish for them. Suddenly, the demonic cultivator's expression shook. There's something. He hadn't even finished speaking when suddenly his entire body was yanked in, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the sarcophagus black water. Seeing this scene, the other demon cultivators stared with wide eyes, and for a long time, the black water returned to calm, and there was no movement for half a day. At this time, another demon cultivator didn't have a long memory, and even curiously came over again, and reached out to fish again. Where did it go? No, he was just halfway through his sentence when, suddenly, his body was unsteady and he was swallowed hard again. Seeing this scene, Li Changxing could only feel his scalp tingling, while the other demon cultivators were even unknowingly trying to get up there, having to see what kind of weirdness was in this sarcophagus. Are you guys crazy? Hurry up and seal the sarcophagus, Li Changxing shouted. While hearing Li Changxing's voice, those demon cultivators were still a bit reluctant and were ready to take another look. However, the next second, the black water in that sarcophagus unexpectedly accelerated its flow and began to endlessly flow outward with black water. Seeing this, the demon cultivators then seemed to realize something and wanted to remedy the situation, but with a loud bang, a black tentacle drilled out of the black water. Hungry! It was a pure black tentacle. A terrifying and twisted giant mouth on the tentacle flowed with black liquid, like a big mouth that had been skinned. It emitted a low and horrifyingly mesmerizing sound, and in a split second, a low-ranked demonic cultivator was instantly bitten by the big mouth. Without the slightest obstruction, It was like eating tofu, directly biting off half of that demon cultivator's body. Seeing this, all the demon cultivators' faces changed drastically, and Li Changsheng was even more shaken, immediately wanting to turn around and run away. But under a lull in his expression, he darted towards the palace inside again. When he got inside, Li Changsheng quickly came to the passageway that was all about weapons, and with a flash of his body, he gripped the seal life immortal sword. The mouth recited in his mind. His own lifespan instantly flowed up, and that immortal sword also erupted with a bizarre divine light at this moment. Dang! With the introduction of longevity into the immortal sword, the longevity sealing immortal sword was easily pulled out. But when he turned his head, his expression stagnated. Chapter 112 The Unnameable Heart? Inside the eyes, black liquid flowed in from the outside. The speed at which this black water was spreading was too fast. Li Changsheng took out his flying sword with a flip of his hand, and flew towards the outside at extreme speed. Ah! Run! Poof! A mournful cry came from the distance, and Li Changsheng's heart tightened, only to see that a large black mouth was tearing into a demon cultivator in the distance. What shocked Li Changsheng was that at this moment, the tentacles were no longer just one, but three, and there was another one in that sarcophagus slowly crawling outwards. The tentacle maw had completely blocked the exit, and Li Changsheng stood in the air in a dilemma. Just at this moment, suddenly a few demonic chi pounced on them, only to see the two fox sisters actually blocked the monster's attack with their bodies, and instantly they were devoured by the big mouth. Blood sprayed, and the segments were cut into two. Seeing this, Li Changsheng's mind shook as another wave of demonic chi rushed in, and in the twinkling of an eye a stunningly beautiful woman was revealed. Follow me! The white fox woman let out a low gulp, pulled up Li Changsheng and then once again transformed into demonic chi and rushed towards the outside. And outside, the other two Fox Clan girls actually rushed directly towards the pitch-black colored tentacle monster as if they were sent to their deaths. In less than 2 seconds, two more fox girls were directly torn apart. Li Changsheng's eyes widened in shock, and at this moment, he had already been taken out by Li Tsuei. They died trying to save you, Li Chui whispered, looking a little sad, but her tone was flat. Indeed, if the man hadn't run inside, how could they have gone to their deaths? And without Li Changsheng, all of them would have to die here. By the time he rushed out of the hall, the outside had long since turned into a black earth. The surrounding plants and trees quickly withered, and wherever the black water went, all the objects rotted and merged into the black water and disappeared. In the distance all the trees were melting in patches. As if the snow was melting, it was shocking to the eye. Li Chui flew up into the sky with Li Changsheng. Hundreds of demon cultivators had already waited there at this moment. Their eyes were wide open as they watched the scene. Surprisingly, their hearts were filled with anger. The demon race is still very close to nature. After all, they are originally in the primitive jungle crawling out of the cultivator. Compared to human beings, they are more close to these flowers and plants. Now that he saw all the plants being swallowed and dissolved under the spread of the black water, he was also unable to express his inner shock with words for a while. Li Changsheng looked down below. In the black water, the giant earthworm was surprisingly still alive. 1, 2, 3, 100, 500, 1000. On the earth, countless giant earthworms were stained with the black liquid, and all of them sprang up long enough to merge with the black water. They burrowed out of the ground and swung up in the air like a twisted tentacle. In addition to all the plants and flowers, the cannibalistic flower monster was surprisingly intact, similarly transformed into a large, twisted and terrifying mouth under the black water, hissing into the air. There's too many. We need to get out of here, a demon cultivator said in a stern voice. He had sensed an unprecedented terror was about to descend, and at this moment, his body was trembling slightly. Look, what are those two monsters doing? Suddenly, a demonic cultivator pointed in shock at the giant earthworms and cannibalistic flowers below, which began to converge towards the palace. Endless black water gushed out, and by now it was already 4 or 5 meters deep, only to see that the giant earthworm and the cannibal flower had long since been corrupted and melted into one by the black water, and in the blink of an eye, they had literally become part of a single terrifying monster limb. They rose up and surrounded the palace, and in the blink of an eye, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 tentacle maws densely surrounded the palace. Rumble! A heavy and terrifying low sound rang out, and that palace unexpectedly began to shake under the shaking of these tentacle maws. Black water splashed on the moss-colored palace, a divine pattern flickered, and slowly cracks began to appear in the palace, and then in everyone's shocked gazes, the palace even slowly shattered and collapsed away. The giant earthworm and the cannibalistic flower fused into one black monster also fused again for a brief moment, transforming into even larger tentacled monsters with a twisted and horrifying supergiant mouth on each tentacle. They began to tear into the palace, smashing it to pieces, disintegrating step by step. As a corner of the palace collapsed, the entire palace was merged into the black water. Seeing this scene, all the demon cultivators, including Li Changsheng, felt as if an unprecedentedly terrifying monster had been born. Hungry! A terrifying mass sound resounded within the palace. In everyone's horrified gazes, the palace burst and collapsed. Endless black water flooded the palace, and in that black water, a huge monster gradually revealed itself. No, it couldn't be called a monster anymore, because it didn't have a specific form at all. It was an object shaped like a heart, pitch black in color. As the outer hundreds of meters long tentacle monster burrowed out of the ground, the outline of its entire body was gradually revealed. The heart, the black heart, it was beating like a heart in the black water. It was what a heart looks like, but it was terribly large. It was as if the entire earth couldn't contain this heart-sized monster. Tens of thousands of meters in length, tens of thousands of meters in width, and thousands of meters in height. This was the most intuitive feeling that Li Changxing saw. The earth wherever the black water went was throbbing with its figure, and every time it throbbed, it was like a pitch-black colored horror clock that made people's hearts despair. Hungry! Another mesmerizing sound that seemed to come from an infinite hell. The horrible-hearted monster, covered in tentacles and twisted mouths, writhing black flesh like maggots under the black water on the ground. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, the monster merely moved one step, and the distant light curtain immediately radiated a dazzling light. The curtain of light only resisted for a moment before it quickly dissipated, and with a click, the curtain of light completely disappeared. The endless black water surged like a torrent toward the outside of the forbidden area, turning toward the Sky Demon Empire. The huge heart-like terrifying monsters were surrounded by tentacled maws, which hissed in all directions as if they wanted to devour everything. It was slow, but with each step, it seemed to bring the fear of destruction to the world. No one could stop it anymore. It was as if an ancient demon god was gradually awakening at this moment, and everyone saw nothing but despair. Quickly, notify the demon race and retreat. At this time, the demonic cultivators finally reacted and hurriedly flew off into the distance. That boundary light curtain was easily cracked, and they couldn't use Li Changsheng anymore, directly flying out of this place. And that terrifyingly huge heart monster didn't care at all about these demon cultivators who weren't even as good as ants. Hungry! An ancient miasma sounded, and it was only moving slowly in one direction. Chapter 113, Monster of the South Sea. The South Sea of the Shilua Empire, a piece of rolling mountains of a kind. This place was full of spirit mines, and in past years, it was not only a paradise for cultivators, but mortals also had the opportunity to earn a lot of labor money here. However, now that the two races have been at war for more than 10 years, the human race has died about 9 layers, and the area around the south is even less populated. As a result, this affluent spirit mining area also became desolate, no longer having the bustle of the past, and a large pile of spirit mines were just abandoned here unattended. Ah, no, please, help. In the middle of a canyon, a woman is being torn apart by a man, and soon the woman gives up her resistance in despair. In this day and age, where is there any dignity or law? After 10 minutes, the man was satisfied and dressed with a smug look on his face. Or the South is good. The North has long been at war, dead and wounded. A refining stage of the loose cultivator is impossible to go to send death. Can only be met in the southern corner of the day in fear. So much for the abundance of spirit mines here. He had enough for his own cultivation just by picking up spirit stones here every day. Today his luck was good. He ran into a mortal woman on the road, and instantly got horny and brought her straight over for a burst of cleaning up. In the war years, women were also resources, and in the peace years, women were all tugging in 250. Where do they dare to be arrogant now? Without the protection of men, women are reduced to a resource for trade. The woman looked young, and at the moment was full of sorrow, protecting her body tightly, with despair in her eyes. Don't pretend to be noble with me here. Now that the Shilua Empire is about to fall, people are dying out, the man said as he looked at the woman. Laozi is a cultivator. It's your honor to you, and you should also work hard to pass on your family for the human race. As long as you follow Laozi, Laozi won't treat you poorly and won't let you starve, the man said with great righteousness. This woman looks average. If not, the Shilua Empire has long been not many people. In the south, meet a young woman has been considered lucky, where still care about beauty and ugliness. The woman didn't speak, just cried helplessly. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of collapsing rocks resounded in the valley, and the man's expression was so shocked that he was on full alert, thinking that he had encountered a demonic beast. Rumble. The sound grew louder and closer, and the man curiously walked to a piece of high ground, and in a flash, his pupils plummeted and he was filled with ecstasy, only to see countless ores emitting various colors of spiritual light gushing out from the cave of that spirit mine, flowing outwards like running water. get rich, ha ha. The man's hands danced with excitement. The spirit mine actually spit out spirit stones on its own, and the more it spat out, the more it soon flooded the entire mountain range canyon kind of, like a river. The entire mountain range covering hundreds of thousands of kilometers was spitting out spirit stones from all the mines. Just as the man was excited, suddenly, his face stiffened again. A tentacle emerged from that spirit river in that spirit stone river. On one tentacle, large, terrifying and hideous blood-red eyes opened steeply, locking right onto the man. That huge eyeball grew higher and higher, bigger and farther away, and in the end, a horrifying and boundless ponderous monster stood in the middle of the spirit river, and the entire heavens and earth were dimmed by a few points at this moment. Hungry, ancient mesmerizing sounds resounded through the heavens and earth as the unnameable monster cried out to the distant sky. The earth crumbled at this moment, and in the mountain range, countless spirit stones shot up into the sky and flew like rain into the sky and down onto the ground in the distance. Not long after, the endless raw spirit stones above the entire land emitted a seven-colored light spreading over the land. The man was picking up spirit stones on the ground in horror and ecstasy. Low-order spirit stone he already can't look at. Middle-grade spirit stone he also can't look at. Upper-grade spirit stone he also walk all the way to throw all the way, until see the very high-grade spirit stone he has long followed to become crazy. The woman looked at the sky in shock. That horrible and boundless monster, as if it was a twisted piece of rotten meat. Its body countless tentacles with horrible mouths swinging in the air. The overall look, as if a huge and boundless mixed pieces of meat blended together in the mold. Can't describe its shape, can't describe its appearance, unnameable thing. The woman where to see this kind of horror monster, has long been scared silly frozen in place. Pust. Suddenly, a scream rang out, and the woman, startled, turned her eyes. On the earth, a tentacle drilled out from the ground. Each tentacle had a bloody mouth. And among a dozen or so tentacles, there would be a tentacle with only large copper mirror-sized eyes rolling back and forth to scan the environment in all directions. The tentacle was just a gentle swing, instantly cutting the man off at the waist. Without even a chance to resist, the man wailed in terror and pain. No! Ah! Help! Quick! Help me! Poof! The man looked at the tentacles with fear on his face. But where in the middle of nowhere would anyone come to his rescue? Eventually he was reduced to a pulp as a tentacle easily shredded his head. The woman was thrilled at the sight, and it seemed to her that she was not so afraid in her heart, because the man who had forced himself on her was actually killed by this horrible monster in an instant, helping her get her revenge. The woman cried out as she fell to her knees in excitement. Thank you, for helping the little girl to take revenge. The little girl will definitely remember your great kindness for the rest of her life, and make offerings. Ah, pust. The woman still thought that this monster was a kind monster, but she didn't know that in the eyes of this horrible monster, human beings were insignificant, an existence that couldn't even be counted as a mole cricket, and in her eyes, it was impossible to treat humans any differently. The poor woman was directly disintegrated and eaten by another tentacle maw, and the only thing she was thankful for was that she died quickly and didn't feel much pain. Hungry, the ancient mass sound once again resounded through the heavens and earth, and the people meticulously living in the extreme distance saw the thousands of meters tall monster, as if fear had descended, causing the hearts and minds of the people to tremble. No one could stop such a huge monster, and no one had ever seen such a horrible monster. She was too strong, and just the image of the unrivaled ugly and unnameable was enough to shock all living beings. At this moment, in the distant northern sky, thousands of cultivators stood in the air with their imperial swords, their expressions of fear, their pupils wide open, all of them looking unbelievably at the pitch-black earth. Wherever the black water went, all the corpses were dissolved and turned into a stream of life energy that surged into the black water, eventually converging on a piece of the beating heart monster. This cheered the heart monster up slightly, wriggling its ponderous, massive form and slowly moving outward. The war had already changed the direction of the wind, and the demon race and the human race stayed where they were, looking at the sudden appearance of this unnameable thing in horror, with only a sense of endless despair in their hearts. It had gone beyond the cultivation world's perception. Chapter 114, Wherever you go, no grass grows. What kind of monster is this? In the northern sky, the demon cultivators and human cultivators backed up. In front of this monster that was like a beating heart, people were as small as mosquitoes. There was no room for resistance. Watching the earth gradually decay and blacken, even the dead bodies were instantly absorbed and disappeared. There was no one left to stop him. Several cultivators disbelievingly attacked the monster in the black water with spells. The next second, a black light drilled out, so fast that in the blink of an eye it penetrated a cultivator's body. And the next second it was swallowed by the big mouth and yanked into the black water to dissolve and disappear. Wherever the black water went, all living beings could not avoid death and disappeared. leaving only pitch-black river water in general on the earth. The black water spread rapidly, expanding towards the entire heavenly demon empire. Those ordinary demons and humans who couldn't fly were able to outrun the speed of the black water flow. Just wanting to retreat, they were submerged in the black water and disappeared. The cultivators could only retreat step by step in despair, no longer daring to get close to the massive heart monster. A sky shrouded in black mist was revealed within the Daxia Empire. A group of soldiers fled blindly to this place, and that black water flowed and chased after them. And wherever they went, not a single piece of armor was left behind. Just as they were despairing, the black water unexpectedly stopped alive a few thousand meters away from the black fog. Soon, as if the black water had encountered some obstacle, it actually diverged from the center, wrapping up the piece of black fog and forming a blank area tens of thousands of kilometers in circumference. People were surprised to find that they had survived. They were all incredulous, and their eyes turned to the black fog behind that, vaguely sensing something. This black fog had existed for just over 200 years, and had once been one of the forbidden zones divided by the Grand Xia Empire that had always existed here. As time went on, no one dared to come near the place. The soldiers realized at this moment that it must have been this black mist field that protected them, surprisingly allowing the black water to diverge away automatically. Hungry. I don't know how much time had passed, but the writhing heart monster moved slowly from the distance, getting closer and closer to the black fog. The heart monster stopped as it approached the black fog, which was also tumbling at the moment. Rolling. Another ancient mesmerizing sound resounded through the heavens and earth, and that black water was boiling at this moment, and the heart monster came to a standstill in the black water. Eventually it took the initiative to bypass the black fog and wriggled in another direction. The cultivators looked at this scene with shock. The black water automatically diverged, and the black fog range actually became a pure land. Apparently there was also a terrifying existence within that black fog. The two parties are incompatible and do not interfere with each other. That huge heart monster writhing in the black water. Wherever it went rotting and dissipating, black water flowed on top of the earth. Through the town, the houses instantly collapsed, everything in the city into wreckage and broken walls. The heart monster writhing, a long gully trailing behind it is shocking to the eye. The demon race and the human race had already stopped fighting, and even unconsciously stood together by this even more horrifying scene. And when even more horrifyingly tall monsters appeared in the Shilua Empire, people suddenly realized what was going on. These two monsters should be one and the same. This heart monster is the heart of that horrible monster. If the two are fused together, then it will be the same as resurrection again. Seeing the destructive power of this heart monster, it is really hard to imagine what horrible doomsday scenario this continent will face if the two become one. Not to mention the human and demon races, there was not a single existence left in all things that could survive. It must be stopped. At the top of a mountain range, cultivators of the human race above the Yuaning stage and cultivators of the demon race above the Yuaning stage united. Only they have the terrifying strength to move mountains and seas, and these mountain boulders were also moved by them within a month after they had exerted all their cultivation. The two clans split another ditch thousands of meters deep in front of the mountain range, and as the black water flowed in, it fell into the ditch, blocked. Watching that black water flow into the ditch, the crowd rejoiced. This ditch stretched for hundreds of kilometers long, and it could hold almost all of the fresh water resources of the Grand Xia Empire. Just as the crowd was excited, 1 month, 2 months, the black water was still getting more and more, as if it was inexhaustible and inexhaustible. Seeing the ditch fill up with black water and then spread, the faces of the cultivators revealed despair. Hungry. In the distance, the heart monster slowly moved in, with no obstacles along the way other than its own extremely slow speed. When it arrived in front of the mountain range, it didn't stop for a second, and suddenly countless tentacles stretched out from the black water, biting into the thousands of meters high mountain range like hooks and claws. In everyone's shocked gazes, the monster like a super jellyfish just rolled over the mountain range to the territory of the Shilua Empire, leaving only a long black trail covered in black water where it passed. Old ancestor, what about the monster? Sky Demon Empire, Fox Clan Field. Black water has long spread to cover the whole field. Countless ordinary Fox Clan fled towards the direction of the East China Sea, and those who did not escape could only die in the black water. There's nothing more we can do. Saving our lives is important at this time. Run with the old man. In the sky, a middle-aged stout man had an anxious face, and the other Fox Clan cultivators were right behind him. But, in the crowd, a pure white stunningly beautiful woman similarly looked at the black earth in the distance with a horrified face. Oceans of black water, unceasing. Who could have thought that there was such a terrifying monster hidden in that forbidden area? If it wasn't for the demon race's wantonness, they wouldn't have unleashed such a terrifying monster. With a turn of her eyes, Li Chui looked towards a man's figure in the distance with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Li San, Do you want to come with us? Li Chuichui hesitated for a split second and suddenly flew over and said calmly. This man was too much like her dead husband. But in the end, this man was not her former mortal husband, and she was only saving him now for the sake of her former mortal husband. To this man who might be the reincarnation of a mortal Sagittarius, she still felt that she could pull a hand. As for feelings, honestly, there were none, and she wouldn't fall in love with a human cultivator. I'll pass. Where are you guys planning to go? Li Changsheng looked at the vixen beauty in front of him. There was a tremor in his heart. This woman is indeed too beautiful. The beauty is unbelievable. But he naturally knows that the other party is a demon race. People and demons are different, and it is also impossible to be together. And he doesn't dare to ask for it. We are preparing to flee this continent. If you come with us, you might still be able to survive. If you don't, we won't force you. No, I have to get back. You guys go ahead and I'll see you around. Li Changsheng looked at the distant earth. His divine sense sensed the immortal sword in his storage bag. If he didn't stop this monster, he couldn't imagine what horrible consequences there would be. And he seemed to be the only one in the world who knew how to stop this monster anymore. And there was no way he was going to run. With this thought, Li Changsheng waved his hand and then flew his sword towards the distance. Chapter 115 Unstoppable. Move. In the sky above the Shilua Empire, a group of cultivators looked at the black avenue that was thousands of meters wide with shock and despair. The monster's size and strength had long since been beyond the reach of cultivators like them. In front of that monster, they were no better than a mole cricket. Even if they were god transformation stage cultivators, they were still just a hair stronger than a mole cricket. From start to finish, any effort they made was futile, and they could only watch as the monster moved slowly away into the distance. And the black water filled the sky, constantly spreading outward until the entire continent was dyed black. Not a single blade of grass or tree was spared, and not a single living being was able to escape the black water's corruption. Gu Xinshin looked at the distant behemoth, despairing in her heart. Far away, her clan was flooded by the black water, and all its roots were reduced to nothing. Every disciple in the surroundings was holding some spirit stones in their hands as they continued to replenish their spiritual chi. They had to decide to leave this place as soon as possible, otherwise they wouldn't even have a place to stand. However, before that, they wanted to see what the monster's ultimate goal was. Hungry. In the distance, in the black water, the monster that was like a beating heart emitted a rumbling mass sound. Ahead was the territory of the Shura sect, and at this moment, hundreds of figures stood in the air above the Shura sect. Everyone possessed a solemn aura of killing, and their aura was extremely astonishing. These people were the last of the fighting forces that had survived more than 10 years of fighting the demon race. Ready! Boom! With Patriarch Wu Shuyan's order, all the disciples drew the demonic swords on their bodies, and in a flash, hundreds of streams of light chopped out, and the earth crumbled. A mountain and river gully revealed itself, and the earth cracked open with a tens of meters wide rift at this moment. The black water flowed on, never ending, and in less than 3 days, the cracks were filled with black water, sharpening and continuing to flow forward. Sovereign, let's go. It'll be too late if we don't. Lu Shirshir, the new elder of the Lu family, softly persuaded. At this time, the Xiu Luo sect had long been covered by black water, full of devastation, and there was not a single piece of clean land left on the earth. What's all the hard work we've done before when we go off like this? Wu Shuyan looked at the distance in despair. Before, in order to save the human race, sacrificed more than 9 layers of human beings, and fought with the demon race for more than 10 years. And in the end, when this monster appeared, nothing was left. The previous tussle became meaningless. It was estimated that there would not be more than 10,000 cultivators who survived today in the entire continent. Humans, not to mention, are almost dead. This also made them realize that there were still existences in this world that were stronger than the cultivation world cultivators, and that was no longer an existence that the cultivators could perceive. In front of it, human beings, no matter how strong they were nothing more than ants among ants, and there was nothing they could do to resist. Go! Wu Shuyan was silent for a long time, her gaze looking to the south, and in the distant sky, the shadow of a monster hundreds of times more massive than this heart monster was revealed. Looking at the even more terrifying monster's shadow, if they didn't run at this moment, then they really wouldn't even have a chance to run. Just as Wu Shuyan was about to lead the remaining sect disciples to leave this continent, suddenly, their gazes lurched, and from afar, they saw a swaying figure flying on a sword slowly flying towards the south. Isn't this cultivator going to die? Practicing chi at the 2nd level. Nowadays, there are still small cultivators at the 2nd level of chi practicing. It's really rare, and I don't know where they are hiding to survive until now. I guess he thought that monster in the south was some kind of treasure. Curious to die. Don't mind him. For a while, the crowd murmured. obviously despising more. Among them, there is not a single cultivator of the chi refining stage. The worst is also the middle and late stage of the foundation establishment stage cultivator. The elite of the elite, the fighting strength that is not to speak of, are all from the killing of the strong rushed out of the strong. Now in seeing that small cultivator in the distance, how to see how to weak chicken, like this weak chicken cultivator, if in the demon tribe land boundary to kill is estimated to live for a day, and now that all the cultivators were ready to run away, this guy flew out instead, surely hiding somewhere to live before. Don't say anything, since it's all over, tell him later when you pass by, or if it's convenient you can take off with you. As Wu Shuyan looked at the figure, she was also stunned in her heart, and she didn't say anything when she heard the disciples' comments. At that moment, she led the crowd towards the figure. Soon, they intercepted the figure. A man, only with a black mask on his face, as if he was afraid of being known for his appearance. That being said, such a weak little cultivator survived, and must have meticulously come out of hiding in the deep forests. Now that he saw them, the cultivators who had come out of the fight, where would he have the face to face them? That's a monster up ahead. I advise you not to go over there. Why don't you leave this continent with us? Wu Shuyan sized up the man with the face mask on his head and said with a clear and cold face, Sovereign, is it convenient for you to give me a ride? I need to go to that monster. Who else could the speaker be but Li Changsheng? Upon seeing the former deceased, Li Changsheng immediately changed his expression and his voice became hoarse. He cannot be exposed. His current cultivation is only a chi refining stage cultivator. How can a chi refining stage cultivator live past 200 years old? If this is found by Lu Shishir, by Wanner, Wu Shuyan, the three women, then he estimates that this life is over. But seeing that the monster was going to melt into one, he was the only one in this world who could seal this monster. So he had to go and seal her. If not, it was really impossible to imagine what kind of disaster this continent or even this world would face. Ha! You're pregnant in the head, aren't you? Asking our clan leader to give you a ride? Don't pull our clans back even if you want to die. That's right. Our patriarch is as beautiful as the heavens. Are you trying to get our patriarch's attention with this clumsy method? You really don't know how to be ashamed. Kid, I advise you to come with us. Don't go and get yourself killed. Go and let him die. Patriarch, I think this man has a brain problem. We'd better not save him. For a while, everyone else was enraged. It was even if this low-ranked little cultivator wanted to die by himself, but he even wanted to drag their patriarch along with him. He was simply out of his depth. What are you doing there? Wu Shuyan, on the contrary, appeared calm as she shot a glance at the masked man and asked. Li Changsheng was momentarily speechless. He couldn't say that he was going to seal the monster. They wouldn't believe him even if he said it. The rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of every man. I will live and die with the human race. Although I'm only a chi refining stage cultivator, the cultivation world has all been destroyed by this monster. I will never allow it. When these words came out, the crowd was shaken and looked at this little cultivator incredulously. This Nima, is this little cultivator so noble? For the sake of the cultivation world, he's not even afraid to die. Chapter 116. Okay, I'll walk you there. Wu Shuyan was deeply touched. Even such a small cultivator could have such great righteousness. As the Shura sect patriarch, what was there for her to hesitate? Patriarch, you can't go. Going is equal to sending death. Yes, sovereign, don't go. For a while, everyone was dissuaded. This little cultivator could die if he liked. But their patriarch was a powerful person at the god transformation stage, and the patriarch was powerless against the monster, let alone this lowly little cultivator. You don't need to be persuaded, and you don't need to come along. I'll send him there alone. After Wu Shuyan finished speaking, he pulled Li Changsheng up into the air. His speed was so fast that it was more than 100 times faster than him flying on his own. Seeing this, the other cultivators froze in place, but in the next second they also resolutely followed. If the patriarch died, they could only fight. Standing by Wu Shuyan's side once more, Li Changsheng was in a trance as if he had returned to the scene when he had first stood on her demon sword. Now that more than 100 years had passed, Wu Shuyan was as beautiful as ever, and even more delicate than before. Looking at Wu Shuyan's back, Li Changsheng sighed infinitely. Even though the two were close to each other, it would be impossible to recognize each other again. It was not that he did not want to, but he could not. If not, the secret of his longevity was discovered. Even if Wu Shuyan wouldn't do anything to him, then it would be discovered by other people who had a heart. At that time, the cultivation world will inevitably be in chaos. His current cultivation strength, close-up can still fight with the foundation stage Jiedan stage, but long distance, it is estimated that the foundation stage cultivators cannot be defeated. Delivered where? Soon. Wu Shuyan led Li Changsheng to catch up with the slow-moving heart monster. Send it high. The highest. Li Changsheng looked at the horrifying shadow in the distance. If he wanted to seal this monster at once, he had to make the two merge into one. If he left one outside, this continent would also be destroyed. His sealing longevity immortal scripture was claimed to be able to seal all things, and with such an unbelievable divine ability of consuming longevity, it was natural that it could seal this monster as well. Wu Shuyan's eyebrows frowned slightly, unsure, but she still flew toward the high ground without refusing. Is this height okay? Not enough. Wu Shuyan flew at a height of thousands of meters again, and at this point, she was already on par with the monster in the distance. What about this height? Almost there. Wait a minute. Li Changsheng looked at the black water in the distance. The heart monster in the black water had stepped within the range of the body. The tentacles between the two are already in contact, and it's only a matter of days before they merge. How much longer do we have to fly? Even though Wu Shuyan was a strong transformation spirit stage powerhouse, keeping at such a high altitude all the time was extremely exhausting. 4 or 5 days. Can you wait? Li Changsheng looked at Wu Shuyan's proud figure and asked. 4 or 5 days? Can. Wu Shuyan was silent for a while. She was a little confused as to what this man really meant. If she wanted to die she could fly there now, but to have to wait. Was it just to see what this monster would look like after it fused? Hungry. In the sky, a terrifying mass sound resounded through the earth, and the monster's silhouette also saw the heart that was slowly moving towards it, and the huge silhouette trembled with excitement. The tentacles gradually came into contact with each other, and suddenly, around the spirit vein, a curtain of light was revealed. There's even a boundary in this spirit vein. Li Changsheng looked at the boundary in surprise. It was about the same effect as the boundary in the demon clan's restricted area. The heart monster seemed to have sensed the existence of the boundary as well, and immediately endless black water gushed out, spreading towards the entire spirit vein. Countless tentacles also reached out from the black water, only to see those tentacles climbing towards the light curtain like maggots. Under the shocked gazes of Wu Shuyan and Li Changsheng, the tentacles enveloped the light curtain little by little and began to squeeze and devour. That light curtain was depleting its energy at an extremely high speed surrounded by black water. It could be clearly seen that the spirit stones on the earth were becoming dimmer at a speed visible to the naked eye. The light curtain was extremely consuming, and the power of the tentacles was so immense that they had surrounded the entire mountain range in order to break this boundary. It was as if densely packed maggots were adsorbed on top of the light curtain, and the endless energy was crazily absorbed and squeezed by the tentacles. Inside, the massive monster's silhouette trembled violently, the horrific and ugly twisted mishmash of flesh and blood on its body trembling as if freedom was close at hand. Click! A crisp ringing sound came from the light curtain, and a crack appeared over the boundary and rapidly extended downward to crack. Hungry! Terrifying ancient mesmerizing sounds emanated from the massive monster, and the earth trembled at this moment. This was no longer a normal earth tremor, but the entire continent trembled under her pressure. It was hard to imagine why this kind of monster existed in this world, completely beyond the energy hierarchy of the cultivation world, beyond the cognitive latitude. Li Changsheng was also tense at the moment, and with a flip of his hand, he took out the ancient sword. Because of the injection of a sliver of lifespan, this bronze ancient sword seemed to recognize its owner, and he could already hold it. Wu Shuyan turned her eyes to see the bronze ancient sword in Li Changsheng's hand, and her heart was stunned. Just this broken sword? It's not even a magic weapon, and it dares to fight against this monster? Unable to help it, Wu Shuyan sighed again. It seems that this man is really determined to die, while she thinks about herself, may not really have that much courage. The thought crossed her mind that when the man rushed down to his death, she would run for it. Bang! The boundary ruptured, and the black water also instantly surged into the valley, and all of a sudden, a monstrous energy rose up to the sky, filling the entire continent. This power was too strong, so strong that it caused everyone to despair, and they couldn't even give birth to a single thought of resistance anymore. In front of this kind of monster, everyone had a thought: death. Countless tentacles waved in the air, and countless large mouths engulfed the air with a low roar, and that huge super heart monster was gradually approaching the body's vapors. The monster's silhouette gently lifted the heart monster with countless tentacles, and suddenly, the body of that principal monster tore apart, allowing the black water to flow into the body, and the heart monster was slowly released into the interior of the body that was like a super space. Boom! Even more terrifying energy fluctuations instantly erupted out, and the entire world trembled at this moment, while that already sufficiently heaven-defying insta-monster was even getting bigger and stronger again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost. Li Changsheng's heart tightened, and he suddenly let out a low gulp and jumped toward the bottom. Under Wu Shuyan's astonished gaze, the bronze ancient sword in Li Changsheng's hand also suddenly emitted a bizarre divine light at this moment. The demonic sword under Wu Shuyan's feet was originally a top-grade spiritual weapon, but at this moment it could not help but tremble. Chapter 117 Seal. In the sky, between the flashes of streams of light, the Seal Life Immortal Sword dissipated and disappeared. Seal Life Immortal Scripture. 10,000 years. Seal. The heart moved at will, and with a roar, the sky and the earth changed color, and the clouds in the sky emerged, as if the milky white energy had been withdrawn from the body. It's you! Upon seeing Li Changsheng's figure, the super-huge eyes of that ancient huge demon god suddenly shrunk. Even though Li Changsheng had already worn a black face scarf, it did not escape her eyes. Thumbs up, steeply, on that tens of thousands of meters tall body, a tentacle with a terrifyingly large mouth pierced towards Li Changsheng's figure. Dang! Li Changsheng's expression stagnated as he pinched his hands down, originally thinking that this unrivaled power would crush him instantly. However, in the next second a layer of milky white ripples swirled around him, and an invisible curtain of light blocked the tentacle maw with monstrous power. In the distance, Wu Shuyan's eyes widened in shock. This low-ranked cultivator had actually blocked the terrifying tentacle attack alive. Wu Shuyan asked herself, if she were to face that tentacle mouth, I'm afraid that before they reach the front of their own body will die, soul flying away. No one could carry that instant of invincible pressure, but this low-ranked cultivator did, and it seemed like there was a layer of invisible energy burning around him. This broken formation again. Die. In just an instant, the terrifying monster let out a rumbling mass sound, clearly recognizing the formation. In a flash, countless tentacles penetrated towards Li Changsheng's figure. Dang, dang, dang. Li Changsheng looked at the tentacles around him. His expression was stagnant. How was this different from what he expected? It's not right that his spells got weaker with each heavy blow, is it? In the light of his eyes, he clearly felt that the forming speed of the spell formation had slowed down and had the momentum of being broken. Insufficient lifespan. A sensation came from his mind, and Li Changsheng's mind was shaken. This was a strand of residual soul consciousness in the life-sealing immortal sword. It turned out to be a matter of longevity. Sealed longevity immortal scripture, activated with a one-day statute of limitations, with the amount of cooldown time determined based on how much longevity is sealed in a day and the strength of the enemy. Simply put, he only had this one day left to use it. 10,000 years was definitely not enough, so let's start with a small goal. Seal longevity immortal scripture. 100 million years. Seal. The idea was transmitted, and Li Changsheng only felt the energy around him burning up rapidly, and in a flash, a terrifying and boundless energy covered him. That super-ancient demon god seemed to have sensed the energy emanating from Li Changsheng, as if he could judge the age of the spell formation, and surprisingly, his pupils shook once again. Die. She didn't want to be trapped anymore. All of a sudden, terrifying might erupted out. The earth was completely fallen and trembled at this moment, but it was quickly sealed within 10,000 miles by Li Changsheng's formation. Above the South China Sea, endless seawater tumbled in, and the surrounding cultivators had their eyes widened at the sight. That seawater poured in, not the usual countercurrent, but directly the entire ocean was moved up alive, and all of a sudden, the sky was covered with seawater, and tens of thousands of meters high waves smashed towards the continent. With a loud boom, the continent seemed to tilt by 1 point at this moment, and the power was as great and terrifying as it was. Endless tentacle maws slammed madly towards the show light curtain without end, without stopping. And, at this time, the wind and clouds in the sky and earth changed, and Li Changsheng's aura also changed abruptly. Above the dark clouds, a divine light shot straight down, illuminating the gloomy earth. Then came 2, 3, as if the sun was peeling away the black clouds, revealing the tip of the iceberg of the life-sealing immortal sword with a brilliant divine light. At an unknown time, that life-sealing immortal sword had turned into a monstrous sword, just like what was depicted in the mural, descending from the sky towards the ancient demon god in the spell formation. Impossible. You even know his immortal technique. Impossible. Immortal technique? Li Changsheng was dumbfounded. He wasn't an immortal, but looking at this amazing power, Li Changsheng was shocked. Feeling the weakening of the spell formation once again, Li Changsheng seemed to understand that this life-sealing immortal scripture wasn't an invincible existence. It was just that before it was completely sealed, it would depend on whether the might of this ancient demon god was strong, or whether he had a long lifespan. Before completely sealing this monster, the ancient demon god was given a short period of time to weaken the lifespan limit of the spell, until after the spell was completely sealed. How many years it was ultimately sealed depended on how much of the spell's lifespan was left. For example, the previous 10,000 year lifespan. Before the complete sealing, the ancient demon god could have the ability to briefly weaken the strength of the light curtain but could not break it. She could only keep weakening the light curtain, and weakening was the same as decreasing the final years of the sealing. 10,000 years of lifespan is definitely not enough. This ancient demon god is too strong. It is estimated that the final ceiling time limit of 10 does not exist. Consume 10,000 years of lifespan, and ultimately can only seal a few hundred years is very good. Maybe 10,000 years wasn't enough. It was possible to be shattered by the ancient demon god. Then 10,000 years of life would be thrown away for nothing, and he could be instantly crushed in the next second. Let's talk. I don't want to be sealed. Everything is fine if you say a condition. Don't seal me. Anyway, he had an unlimited lifespan, and this divine ability was probably something that if he used it today, he wouldn't be able to use it a second time in his life. Just as Li Changsheng was considering whether or not to continue burning his lifespan to completely seal this monster, suddenly, a woman's voice came from his mind. The woman's voice was sweet and clear, like heavenly music. Li Changsheng's expression was stunned as he looked towards the terrifyingly huge monster. It's impossible. You deserve to die for the scourge of the earth. Although I can't kill you, I can permanently seal you indefinitely, and you won't be able to be free in this life. Li Changsheng's cold intent responded. Don't. I'm a friend of the sea goddess Kasuna. Give face. Another voice transmission rang out, and Li Changsheng's expression was stunned. Krishna? Who? It's her in the black mist. Oh. Li Changsheng was silent for a split second before his eyes abruptly changed. Seal longevity immortal scripture. 1 billion years. Seal. Why do you still want to seal me? The voice of the ancient demon god once again came from within his mind, his tone tinged with anger. Because you resisted. I don't resist. Then let's seal it for 1 billion years. Gamlin. Terrifying mass sounds resounded through the earth, and in the sky, monstrous giant swords penetrated down fiercely. In the trembling gazes of all the cultivators, the giant sword pierced through the body of the ancient demon god, and her essence gradually became smaller as the earth cracked open. The figure of the ancient devil god began to fade and shrink, and the energy on Li Changsheng's body also burst out crazily at this moment. The terrifying might scattered the entire continent. Other cultivators only saw the energy on Li Changsheng's body was burning, but did not know that he burned 1 billion years of life. The sealed longevity immortal sword disappeared into the body of the ancient demon god and dissipated into the earth along with the invisible curtain of light, eventually returning to the depths of the earth. Brothers, point to urge more. Give a 5-star praise. Already 7.7 points. Rushed to 9 rating. Verse 10 chapters. The end of the month for the limit. Chapter 118. Your wives have been sealed for 1.1 billion years. When that terrifying ancient demon god was sealed, the seawater in the sky gradually receded. The black water on the earth merged into the underground. Even so, the whole continent has already had 9 layers of land corroded out. The population also perished 9 layers of 9. All the buildings were destroyed. This continent has been ruined. In the sky, Li Changsheng's figure crashed down, and as he was about to hit the ground, he had thought of flinging out his flying sword and flying away in the air. But suddenly, he looked stunned as a stunningly beautiful figure flew in at breakneck speed and caught him. Li Changsheng stood on the flying sword and looked at Shura sect patriarch Wu Shuyan, who was currently filled with respect and humility. Senior, thank you for saving the cultivation world. Do you like disciples? Wu Shuyan looked at the man in front of him with as much respect as he wanted and as much shock as he wanted. I really didn't think that there was such a strong person in the cultivation world. Where is this some kind of small cultivator in the refining stage? This is clearly a strong person in the Mahayana stage of the hidden cultivation world. No, maybe this senior is even more powerful than a Mahayana stage powerhouse. Could it be an immortal? In any case, she had seen with her own eyes that this person had defeated that terrifying monster and restored tranquility to this continent, which was enough to prove that his strength was beyond imagination, and was definitely more powerful than that super monster. I'm not lacking. Li Changsheng's gaze turned, and he saw the Shura sect's disciples standing far away in the distance, obviously treating him as a Jedi master, not daring to come closer for fear of angering himself in general. I'm used to being alone. I'm not taking on any more disciples, so let's leave it at that. Consuming 1.1 billion years of lifespan in one go, Li Changsheng only felt a little dizzy, as if he had overdrawn his blood. He had to find a place to rest for a while. As for Wu Shuyan, Li Changsheng didn't want to recognize each other here. The past was already in the past. If he recognized each other, he always felt that it would be troublesome. He could trust Wu Shuyan, but he couldn't expose his secret of immortality for his own selfish reasons. Once again looking at Wu Shuyan's stunningly beautiful face, Li Changsheng sighed in his heart and finally left with determination. Since they have been separated, let's consider them once deceased, each in peace and not disturbing each other. Has been separated for more than 100 years? In the heart of Wu Shuyan, he may have long been dead, and why should we recognize each other? Adding to the sadness, Li Changsheng flew away. His cultivation still looked like he was just at the second level of the qi refining stage, and his flying stance was wobbly, not looking like an overwhelmingly strong person at all. But this is in the eyes of other cultivators such as Wu Shuyan is sighing. Perhaps this is the style of the absolute strong. No one will ever know his existence. No one knows his real cultivation, as if it only exists in the legend. Elder, may I ask your honorable name? My daughter has set up a monument in your honor, not far away. Li Changsheng stumbled when he heard this and almost fell down. No, I'll see you again sometime. Li Changsheng waved his hand and accelerated his speed by 1 point. Patriarch, I'm afraid such a supreme expert doesn't need the connections of a low-level cultivator like us. Lu Shishir looked at the distant back. Vaguely there was always a sense of familiarity, but couldn't tell. Indeed, a peerless immortal cultivation bigwig like this who could suppress a super-ancient demon god wouldn't even bother to have a relationship with their juniors. They wouldn't be qualified to befriend such a Jedi. Wu Shuyan was silent for a while, and did not return to her senses until the figure disappeared into the distance and said, "This continent can no longer stay. We need to pack up as soon as possible and head to another continent to start over. This continent has been devastated for a long time. The black water has polluted 9 layers of land, and there is not much land left, and it may be infiltrated by the black water with the passage of time. Moreover, those cultivation resources have long been corroded and absorbed by the black water, and the cultivators can't find any cultivation resources on this continent, so they might as well leave this continent and head to a new world to start over." Above the Shilua Empire, a figure stood in mid-air. At this moment, the figure was trembling violently, not coming back to his senses for a long time. Bushing's shock was no less than anyone else's. The terrifying monster was powerful beyond his knowledge, yet it was suppressed by an absolute great man hidden in the cultivation world. This made Busheng greatly shocked. He didn't expect the high point and upper limit of the cultivation world to be so terrifying. He didn't know if he could reach that height, but that absolute immortal cultivation powerhouse had already become the goal he pursued in this life. He secretly vowed to cultivate to a strength that could suppress ancient monsters, and find that mysterious powerhouse to fight it out. But before that, he still had to head to other continents to continue his seclusion and cultivation. This continent had already become an abandoned continent. There was no point in staying any longer. Thinking like this, Bushing's figure fell down and walked into the blacksmith store to start packing up his equipment. Thankfully, this town was not covered by the black water, and he still had time to organize his equipment and collect a little bit of spirit stones to prepare for crossing the sea. Cultivators elsewhere similarly saw the earth-shattering scene where a mysterious powerhouse suppressed the ancient demon god in just a few breaths, a feat that shocked all the cultivators who survived. Sister, do you think that the mysterious powerhouse that suppressed the ancient monsters could be the mysterious powerhouse that slaughtered the refined corpse sect more than 200 years ago? In the territory of the Daxia Empire, a group of cultivators were flying in the air. Looking at the direction of their flight, it should be the East Sea. This was preparing to move away from this continent. Maybe so. The mysterious powerhouse that was once rumored to be a bit similar to this person. The stunningly beautiful woman Li Shuyao had a longing look in her eyes. She had once been the one to witness that mysterious strong man who also wore a face scarf, and was very similar in terms of body shape. Unable to help herself, she took out a spirit jade between her flipping hands, remembering that when she slaughtered the alchemy corpse sect more than 200 years ago, that mysterious powerhouse had also specially transferred her mother's spirit jade to her. That was one thing she had always wondered. Did that mysterious strong man know her? Or knew her mother? This doubt had been tied up in her heart with no way to answer it. And now for the second time, she saw that mysterious strong man suppress the ancient monster in one fell swoop, and his strength had once again refreshed her knowledge. Such a mysterious strong man in the end is what kind of horrible existence? The human race and the demon race war when he did not appear. Obviously the cultivation world and the mortal empire's grudges he did not care to participate. Only like the continent overthrow, or encountered no one cannot solve the great crisis. He will appear in the world. However, it only appeared for a while and then silently disappeared into the cultivation world, as if it had never existed. Leaving her homeland for the first time, it was a long way to travel, and she didn't know when she would be able to see that mysterious strong man's overwhelming grace again, and she vowed that the next time she saw that mysterious strong man again, she would chase after him to ask him about his relationship with her mother, or this spirit jade. Chapter 119, I'm going to be extinct. Master, in the Daxia Empire, there was a piece of dilapidated city in the south, named Haiyan City. This city is located at the edge of the South China Sea and is a city near the sea. Before the fall of the Daxia Empire, this city could only be considered as a small harbor city, making a living by fishing, and was not developed. After that, the human race and the demon race war, Haiyan City has long been in disrepair. The population has long been gone 7 or 8. In the end, the black water descended. The Great Summer Empire was completely destroyed, and the mortals even died 99%. and there were not many mortals left who survived. Nowadays, the city of Haiyan, but there are some mortals. They are the mortals who fled to the south earlier. Mostly old people and children and a few middle-aged men and women. Now old people die. Children grow up. Middle-aged people become old people. And there are hundreds of families in the area. And some of the wandering mortals outside were constantly converging on Haiyan City. The population of a few hundred people, living in the city of Haiyan, was insignificant and bleak. The house is casual. Food and drink are to the beach to fish, but also not hungry. Occasionally, one could still see some loose cultivators passing through Haiyan City. And some of the kindly ones would help the mortals fish for a few days and then live for days before eventually leaving the area with a sigh. Listening to the mortals who stayed behind, these immortal masters no longer intend to stay in this broken continent and are preparing to go to the unknown continent beyond the South China Sea. There are also immortal masters who go east, to bigger and wider continents beyond the East Sea. The mortals could only be envious. They would never be able to leave this continent in their lifetime, unlike the immortal masters who could fly and cross the sea. Indeed, the cultivation resources of this continent had long since been devoured by the black water, and there weren't many resources left for cultivators to cultivate. And the pure land is sporadic. It's just this little piece of land in the south, still scattered. A big piece here, a little piece there. While mortals had enough to live here, cultivators could only wait for death. Boss Lee, how do you sell this cage? $100 a pop. I don't have that kind of money. Do you think these two fish are enough to replace them? Could be. Haiyan City's beachside. There is a small street. Those hundreds of people live in this area. Because of the proximity to the beach, gradually became a bazaar for people to come and go to trade. Li Chongsheng lived here, casually found a dilapidated store, renovated himself to live here, free without money. He lived like a mortal in seclusion, making a living by weaving fish cages every day. The so-called fish cage is a shrimp cage. There is a small cage resting on the link together. Inside put some fish and shrimp love to eat food. Thrown into the sea, the fish and shrimp into the fish cage. Cannot get out. Once the fish cages came out, Li Chongqing's business exploded, and the hundreds of people in the neighborhood knew he sold fish cages, and gradually became familiar with them. Gold and silver jewelry, these things, even if the country is extinct, is also a high value. Jewelry ladies naturally like to have a value. Gold and silver is also a product of nature, rare and exquisite. Men also has a value. Li Chongsheng can only compile 1 or 2 big fish cages out in a day. There are hundreds of people here. In more than a year, more and more people buy his fish cages, mainly because the fish cages will be broken, and they need to be replaced once in half a year. Every day after selling fish cages, Li Chongsheng lies on a bamboo chair in front of the door watching people come and go, wasting his time. In order to promote employment, he also posted advertisements on the door to buy various materials such as bamboo, reeds, wicker, and twine. Some women, children can pick up some materials from outside back. Li Chongsheng all acquisition, also do not need their own everyday running around. As his eyes turned, a 14 or 15-year-old man with an excited face ran from the distance. Master, look what I've caught for you. Just saw the man grab 2 super large lobsters to offer as if to say, this lobster is 3 or 4 pounds. On your knees. Li Chongsheng looked at the teenager and said in a calm tone. That teenager's smile froze, but when he saw Li Chongsheng's eyes, he instantly fell to his knees with a weak heart. Tell me what's wrong. Master, this lobster was given to me by Uncle Zhou. I didn't catch the lobster. There's more. I've done nothing without my master, the teenager said firmly. Oh, and a stiff upper lip. Li Chongsheng sneered. Yesterday. What did you do that you forgot? Yesterday? I didn't do anything yesterday. Yeah, well, yesterday you took some friends and went to beat up some people, didn't you? He messed with me first. I'm the one who hit him. I'm not wrong, the teenager said in a firm, defiant tone. I said, be kind to others. You are young and unintelligent. You think you are right. Do you know that the teenager you beat up is already sick? And there is a sister at home. The two of them depend on each other. And now they can't even afford to eat. You're great. You've gotten good. You've got help. You think you're capable. You dare to beat up anyone who messes with you, right? With that, Li Chongsheng stood up, holding a bamboo piece in his hand. The teenager had fear in his eyes and his body trembled, but he didn't dare to move. Li Chongshou, I gave you your name, and I took you in when you wandered here. I don't want you to grow up to be a bastard who bullies men and women. You have to know that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond the sky, and what you should do and what you shouldn't do. Snap, a bamboo slice went down, and the teenager grimaced in pain, crying out immediately. Master, I was wrong. Snap, ooh, I won't dare again. I shouldn't have ganged up on you. Snap, I'll be nice to people. I know what to do and what not to do. I'll learn. Oh hoo. Some people on the street have gathered around. Everyone knows each other. See Li Changsheng so beat the teenager, and then come up to persuade. It took a dozen hits before Li Changsheng stopped, and he immediately took the teenager to the brother and sister's house with the lobster and fish. Li Changshu apologized and sent a gift, and his sister was full of disbelief when she saw this scene. Master, like his sister now, can I marry her? You can marry when you grow up, and if people don't like you, you can't force them. 5 years have passed in a flash. Master, I'm already 20, false 22, wobbly 23, gross 24 people. I'm still a bachelor. I'm getting old. If I don't get a wife, I'm going to die. I'm going extinct. Master, oh, you're so old. All right, tie the knot. Li Changsheng waved his hand and was instantly pulled by Li Changshu excitedly to that sister's house. The two of them were in love with each other, and once Li Changsheng set it up, the matter came to fruition. Li Changshu married a daughter-in-law, in the side and renovated out a new house. This family will have, and do not have to buy a car to buy a house, every day by weaving fish cages for a living. This life does not have to worry about food and clothing. After another 5 years and their baby, the population of the city of Hoyan rose to over 1,000 and was thriving. Chapter 120, you said. Let me have 10 moves. Name. Lifespan, immortality. Age, 335. Talent, 5 mixed spiritual roots, judgment, extremely poor. Level, 3rd level of chi cultivation. Strength, 51. Agility, 51. Endurance, 51. Defense, 51. Mental, 110. Skills, transfiguration. Cooking, masonry, handmade bamboo baskets. Blacksmithing, handmade fish cages. Avatar, longevity true fire, cooling time, 2.8 million years, 9 revolutions of the karmic avatar. Seal longevity immortal scripture, cooling time, 1.1 billion years. Formation, ghost shadow reincarnation formation. Technique, the secret of eternal life, the secret of drawing chi and practicing chi. Available attribute points, 35. After so many years of experience, Li Changsheng was finally at the 3rd level of chi cultivation. Feeling that his cultivation had increased by a hair's breadth compared to the 2nd level of chi cultivation. Looking at the system interface, Li Changsheng was quite helpless. Especially that sealed longevity immortal scripture with a cooldown of 1.1 billion years. This showed that the strength of that ancient demon god far exceeded one's imagination, and if it wasn't for the fact that the cooldown of this spell formation couldn't exceed the lifespan of the sacrifice, the upper limit of that cooldown would have been estimated to be several times higher. Looking around at the flow of people, this place had gradually prospered, and his appearance had purposely changed into a middle-aged look. It was always uncomfortable. He had been here for almost 20 years. And this continent was estimated to be devoid of cultivators, and during that time he had met some cultivators, but none of them had stayed for too long before crossing the sea. Suddenly remembering that he seemed to have not yet gone to pay homage to his ancestors, he happened to take this opportunity to go to pay homage to his ancestors, and then he would leave this place and forget about living in seclusion in the mountains and forests from then on. As for the other continents, he had no plans to go there for the time being. Perhaps one day when he got tired of staying here, it would be good to go to the other continents to have some fun. He was immortal anyway, and there was always a walk around any part of this world to see. Li Changshu has become a family, also has his own business. Son, daughter also have. The family is happy. To the next day, he said goodbye to Li Changshu left. Only then did Li Changshu realize that he was a cultivator, and before he left, Li Changshu gave him a jade slip and a book. The book was the chi drawing and practicing technique, which was considered to be the most basic technique for cultivators to enter the chi refining stage. If any of Li Changshu's descendants have spiritual roots, they can try practicing this technique. Hidden in the other jade slip was the secret of eternal life. This technique had been cultivated by Li Changsheng, but the effect was average, mainly because his talent was too poor to make much progress in cultivation. If Li Changshu's descendants had spirit root qualifications, they would be able to see the top-level techniques in the jade slip. Remember, after learning this kung fu, do not do wrong, or you will be condemned by heaven. Do not show off and mess up the world. Do good and build up virtue, so as to be able to stand in heaven and earth. After leaving these words, Li Changsheng hit the road and left Heian City. A month later, Li Changsheng came to the remembered Lu family village, which had long been covered by black soil, where there was still the shadow of Lu family village. There were some plants growing on the ground, but the plant was black and looked poisonous. As far as the eye could see, the earth was dark. Some black plants had emerged from the ground, and there had long since been no living beings that could survive on the land. Suwa fortunate black earth is able to stand people. Just a vast black earth. A bleak. Cultivation resources have long disappeared. Do not know how many thousands of years this continent will be able to gradually recover. Li Changsheng couldn't find his ancestral grave either. Everything came to naught, and just as he was about to leave this place, suddenly, a loud bang came from the distance. The earth shook, and when he raised his eyes, a black mist rose straight up in the distance. Seeing that black mist, Li Changsheng looked shocked. He was too familiar with that black mist. The northern border of the former Daxia Empire, the Black Mist area. There are still thousands of families within a 100-mile radius of this place. These people are all mortals who hid here when the black water covered the earth. Just because of the existence of the black mist, these mortals were not devoured by the black water. And over time, they even took the black mist as a holy place and prayed and worshipped every day. And that day, 3 figures flew in the sky. How did this continent turn black? The person who spoke was a lanky, burly man over 2 meters tall, looking very mute and somewhat dull-eyed. Who knows? Forsaken continent, that's how it is. Don't delay your efforts. Hurry up and get to work. The other was an old man with deep eyes, looking at the vast earth, slightly surprised but not concerned. Suddenly, a terrifying and boundless aura radiated out. I didn't realize that there are still mortals and cultivators on this kind of abandoned continent. Only that they are all low-level cultivators. It's really pathetic. Ha! There's a foundation stage cultivator flying this way. You guys go ahead. I want to play with him first. On the other side, a slightly younger man licked his lips with a look of mischievous cruelty. We'll go first then. So hurry up and keep up. The old man snorted coldly, and immediately took the burly man and flew towards the north. The person who stayed behind stood in the air, and his aura at the level of the god transformation stage had already locked onto a cultivator in the distance. The cultivator clearly sensed something, and after a pause, it turned a direction and flew towards the other side, trying to run. Too late. Seeing this, the recalcitrant man instead let out a cold laugh, and his figure turned into a stream of light as he chased after him. In a short while, he caught up with the foundation stage cultivator in front of him. Your Excellency? The person who spoke had a clean-cut appearance and was calm in the face of this recalcitrant man. Something's wrong. It's not easy to come to this continent. I want to kill a few locals to relieve my fatigue. Is Your Excellency not joking? We have no grievances. Why would you suddenly kill me? Seeing that you don't like it, kill me if you want to. I can let you have 10 moves. If... Bang! With the first shot, the recalcitrant man's head exploded into a bloody hole. Bang! With the second shot, the recalcitrant man's chest was easily pierced. The recalcitrant man looked at the man in front of him in horror, only to feel a fearful aura of death fill the air. Thump! 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 You said, let me have 10 moves. 10 shots were fired, and the clean-cut man indifferently put away the formation spear. Who else could this person be if not the passing Busheng? He could have gone to the other continents earlier, but he suddenly realized that black water had a special effect on the array spirit gun's bonus. In order to research a stronger weapon, his party had delayed 20 years in this continent. Now that he was just about to leave this continent, he happened to run into this stubborn man. He didn't want to cause any trouble, but since he had sent himself to the door, he couldn't blame him. Little, you dare to kill me. Suffer death. Suddenly, a mournful voice came into his mind, and as soon as Busheng turned his eyes, he saw a Yuanshin in the recalcitrant man's body coming towards him to take over his body. Seeing this, Busheng didn't dodge and just let the Yuanshin rush into his body. Gah! Your body is mine. No. When that Yuanshin rushed into Busheng's spirit sea space, he just wanted to be cocky, but he suddenly realized that an even more powerful Yuanshin had already been looking at him like a mole cricket. Chapter 121 Stronger in the Outer Regions. Thank you brothers and sisters for the hyped up note. Love reward. Nothing more. Sneak an extra chapter in the middle of the night. Thanks again. This is it. On the outskirts of a black fog, 2 figures stood in the air. Black Bull, it's up to you. The old man looked at the burly man next to him and spoke out. What about those mortals? The Black Bull said woodenly as he gazed at those mortals outside the black mist. Whatever. Killing is fine. The old man said casually. The Black Bull stout man did not speak, and immediately his figure fell, only to see his face steeply hideous, and incantations coming out of his mouth frequently. In a flash, his entire body grew larger and taller, turning into the appearance of a giant over 30 meters tall in an instant. Boom! The earth cracked under 1 foot. Boom! Another kick went down, and the other side of the earth cracked like ice again. In the giant's viewpoint, cracks began to appear around the entire black fog, growing larger and longer. Ah! What's that? A giant monster. The mortals saw the giant and were scared out of their wits, feeling the trembling of the earth. A bottomless crack appeared from the earth, and the mortals who couldn't escape in time fell straight down. This black bull fellow's giant spirit physique is getting deeper and deeper. The old man looked at the huge figure of the black bull and scared in wonder. And the terrifying might emanating from the giant's body was even more than the harmonization stage. Rumble. The earth crumbled completely, and in a circle around the black mist, two curved gullies joined together. The giant's face was hideous, and he suddenly let out a low roar that shook the heavens as his hands plunged into the ground. In the old man's astonished gaze, the black foggy earth that was dozens of miles in circumference was actually slowly lifted up by him. The weight of this piece of earth could be several times heavier than a large mountain. In the case of an ordinary cultivator, even if they were stronger, they wouldn't have the arm strength to move it. As the earth was lifted up, thick black fog rolled over at this moment. When the old man saw this, he looked startled, and immediately 4 stone pillars emitting thunder light flew out between his hands. Whoosh! In the black mist, a tentacle abruptly sprang out and penetrated towards the old man. Humph! When the old man saw this, his face turned cold, and a terrifying energy erupted out around him, and another large red bell was revealed between his raised hands. With an earth-shattering clang, the tentacle smashed on top of the red bell, and the old man's face turned white as a mouthful of old blood sprayed out. Dang! Click! With another heavy blow, the red clock burst open, and under the old man's face, the 4 stone pillars also fell steeply into the 4 directions of the black fog. In a flash, lightning shot out, forming a layer of lightning boundary, while the old man's figure flashed, and with a poof, an arm was easily torn apart by the tentacles. Only then did that tentacle quickly shrink back into the black mist and disappear. Old man Su, are you alright? The black bull saw this and asked woodenly. It's fine. Just go back and connect it again. Suwu looked at his broken arm with palpitations. In any case, he is also a strong person at the level of harmonization stage. He didn't expect that a tentacle of this monster in the black mist would be able to beat him without any power to fight back. I don't know how strong this monster was at its peak anymore. I guess it must be at least a late Mahayana stage monster. At this time, the black fog earth has been lifted by the black bull giant. The terrifying energy spread out. The black bull giant leaped, jumped into the huge pit, footsteps in the air, directly from the bottom of the black fog earth. When he landed again, and the black fog earth contrast, the giant is like a mole cricket in general, the top of his head carrying a super large mountain. The earth trembled with every step, and with every step, a giant's footprints were left beneath his feet, and the mortals who survived could only watch as their gods were moved step by that giant. Ha! Where's Sakju? Within moments, they came to a patch of earth, and as the black bull raised his eyes, he could no longer sense the scent of his other companion. He's dead. Suwu looked at a corpse on the ground from afar, and suddenly, his old eyes narrowed to look in another direction. Come on out. As Suwu's words fell, a figure flew out. Did you kill Sakju? Yes. Bunsen looked at the giant with some shock, and then at the black foggy earth above the giant's head, and faced the old man's inquiry with a calm face. Oh, why don't you run? Suwu asked as he looked at Busheng. I can't run away, and I can't beat you guys. I inherited Sokashu's memories, and your organization seems to be short on manpower, so I guess I should be able to replace that punk Sokashu. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you right now? Suwu asked with a cold smile. It's not like Sokashu is in your bloodline. Would you take revenge for this punk? Bushan said as he looked at the old man calmly. Old man Su, this kid is quite a bit stronger than Bound State. Why don't you recommend him to the boss? The giant black bull said as he sized up Burson. In that case, you're coming with us. You know what happens when you betray the organization, and you have the option to leave before you join. Suwu was silent for a split second, and immediately opened his mouth. Thanks for the recommendation. Busheng arched his hand. Since he chose to join, he naturally wouldn't betray it. This organization's way of action and style coincided with his, just so he could go to other continents to gain a long insight. Afterwards, the three of them went on the road together, with Suwu flying with Busheng, a little faster. The giant black bull had to carry the black mist earth all the time. His speed was slow, and when they reached the East China Sea, the giant even stepped on the void, and just walked on foot on the surface of the sea. When Li Changsheng rushed to the black mist area 2 months had passed, only to see a huge pit tens of miles in circumference and thousands of meters deep revealed. Some mortals were still kneeling and praying for something by the pit, and when Li Changsheng inquired about it, he realized that a giant had actually moved the black mist earth. No one knew why the giant moved the black mist, and Li Changsheng circled around and didn't find any traces of the black mist left behind. To be honest, Li Changsheng had always been fearful and repulsed by the black mist, because there was an existence in the black mist that was the same as that ancient demon god he had sealed. Only now did he realize that the monster in the black mist was called Krishna. He never wanted to think about the past he once had in the black mist, the whole 20 years trapped inside, the darkness and torment. It was painful to think back on it. but then she was kept in her heart and could not be erased. Looking at the empty earth, Li Changsheng suddenly felt as if something had been taken away from him. If she had always existed here, he probably wouldn't have come here for hundreds and thousands of years. Now that it had suddenly disappeared, Li Changsheng was a bit worried instead. One day a month later, Li Changsheng followed the giant's footprints to the edge of the East Sea, and eventually the footprints disappeared. I'm not going to save you or anything. I just want to go to other continents to see the sights. Sooner or later anyway. Li Changsheng looked at the vast ocean, and then looked at the newly built giant ship in the sea. Its figure jumped onto the ship with a leap. Pirate King. I'm going to be. Let's go. Chapter 122 Ghost Ship. Boundless Sea. Compared to the land, the sea is so big that even if all the land is added up, I'm afraid it can't fill up 1/10 of the sea. Above the sea, a large ship drifted alone. Nearby, a figure on the deck could be seen controlling the direction of the sails with a rudimentary compass. As a traveler, Li Changsheng naturally knew that the world was round, and as long as he kept traveling east, he would be able to circle back one day. Li Changsheng is only a small cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refining stage. His body's yuan qi is actually pitifully small. He is not able to fly quickly for a long period of time like other cultivators. Naturally, he can only use the power of the boat. Looking around, the vast ocean has long been no land. If it is not in the storage bag has long been prepared enough dried meat, fruit, water and other supplies. He estimated that he would have to starve to death, die of thirst in this sea. For the first time in his life, Li Changsheng went out to sea, but after traveling for 2 months, he was lost, and there was sea water everywhere without any boundaries. Standing on the deck, looking at the deep blue water, I felt nothing but boundless fear. Think about if an ordinary person falls into the sea, and who will know, just like a grain of dust, quietly left this world. Boom! The sky and earth were suddenly covered in dark clouds, and Li Changsheng eyed the front with a grave expression. Thunderclouds rolled in the distance, and vaguely one could see the waves rolling in. If this were to be slapped by a huge wave, his small boat wouldn't necessarily be able to carry it. Solely he was experienced and knew how to respond. The wind was gusting and the rain was pouring down. Li Changsheng was alone controlling the big boat drifting in the waves by leaning on the sails. A big wave hit. Li Changsheng's big ship managed to be caught in the waves and sank to the bottom of the sea. After a night, the rainstorm stopped and the sea was still covered with the broken planks of the big ship. Li Changsheng stood alone on a plank with a bitter smile on his face. A glance backward showed where there was still land, and he could only move forward with his head now. He picked up the plank and flew with his sword, taking out the plank to float on the surface of the sea to rest for a while every time he flew a distance. When he had rested well, he flew again for a distance, and so on, but he was able to advance slowly. This went on for about half a year. Li Changsheng didn't even know how far he had flown, but the shadow of that legendary continent was nowhere to be seen. Until one day at dusk, Li Changsheng found a giant ship. The giant wheel was gorgeous, with blue, red, green, and yellow lights flickering on it. Music and laughter could be heard faintly. Li Changsheng was overjoyed and immediately flew over with his sword. When he got close, Li Changsheng realized that there were mortals and cultivators on this giant wheel, and none of their breaths were high. There were qi refining stage cultivators, foundation establishment stage cultivators, and mortals were in the majority. Li Changsheng just arrived on the deck. Surprisingly, no one even happened to him, and immediately pretended to be a tourist on the ship and mixed into the crowd. Li Changsheng found that the people on this ship were super enthusiastic. All kinds of food, opera, music, swimming pools, everything, all of them were in a drunken stupor in general, just focusing on having fun. Li Changsheng mingled among them, and it was also inconspicuous. No one ever suspected him. This made Li Changsheng secretly happy. After all, he suddenly encountered a huge ship on this vast ocean with at least 10,000 people on board. The huge ship was beyond imagination. With such a super mega wheel, it was impossible for everyone to be in the same family. And naturally, he was safe and sound. It's worth noting that the rooms on the megaship are mobile, so you can stay for the day if you pay for it. If you don't want to pay, you'll have to stay in a random place on the megaship to transition. Li Changsheng hadn't rested properly for a long time. He immediately found the accommodation area and gave a spirit stone to the reception maid, who then enthusiastically brought him into a room. The room was well equipped, neat and clean, and Li Changsheng fell into a fitful sleep after washing up in the room. It was a long day's sleep, and by the time I woke up the next day, it was nighttime. When Li Changsheng came out, the outside was still bustling with activity. They were all dressed gorgeously, and the women were even all wearing Cheongsam low-cut dresses, and they all looked very hot. It's only natural that all the beautiful women on a giant ship like this one are on a special mission, and men understand that. Li Changsheng hadn't interacted with anyone for fear of being recognized as an outsider who had sneaked onto the ship. After casually walking around and looking around, he proceeded to pay a spirit stone to go sleep in his room. The rest of the time, he just had to wait for the giant ship to dock. No matter which continent he went to, as long as it wasn't the continent he used to be on. Sitting on the bed with his knees crossed, Li Changsheng meditated and practiced for a while. For a long time he opened his eyes and sighed in his heart. Too bad talent is really hard to bear. With his current cultivation speed, simply cannot see. This if replaced with a slightly better talent cultivator. A day of cultivation can be worth the progress of his 1 year of cultivation. This was the gap. So Li Changsheng could only muddle through and swing for the fences. Getting up, Li Changsheng prepared to go out for a walk. When he opened the room, he didn't feel anything yet, but when he stepped outside, a weird scene happened. People are missing. Li Changsheng thought that they had all gone to their rooms to sleep and didn't take it seriously. He came to the deck alone and looked at the vast ocean. The giant ship floated on the ocean, steady as a mountain. And I believe that in a short time he will be able to follow it to the new world for fun. After blowing the sea breeze on the deck for a while, Li Changsheng even took out his reserve of dried meat and ate it. It was a dashing day. After another while, there was still not a single silhouette to be seen. Li Changsheng didn't care about it. Maybe it was because people in the new continent like to come out at night. Li Changsheng returned to his room and continued to meditate and rest. And sure enough, in the evening, there were faintly lively sounds coming from outside. Li Changsheng walked out to see that he couldn't see a single figure during the day. But now there were people everywhere. Just as he thought, the people of the new world were night owls, not coming out during the day, but exclusively at night. Li Changsheng also ignored it and just hid in his room every day to sleep and rest, meditate, and cultivate. It wasn't until one day a month later that Li Changsheng came to the deck as usual, when suddenly, he saw that there were actually cultivators staying in mid-air in the distant sky. Seeing this scene, Li Changsheng's complexion was overjoyed. Finally seeing the cultivators of the cultivation world again, it seemed that he was closer to the continent. When those two people flew closer, Li Changsheng saw that the other party was only at the foundation establishment stage of cultivation, so he immediately beckoned and shouted, "Fellow Daoist, come up." Unbeknownst to them, on the surface of the sea, the two men were looking at the huge ship in horror. "Elder brother, is this what Master said, the ghost giant wheel?" "Yes, Master said that if you see the ghost giant wheel, then it's not far from the ghost abyss." "Senior sister, remember, when you see the ghost giant wheel, you must not go up. If you go up, you'll never be able to get out. Look, it looks like someone is waving from that giant wheel." "Oh, that's a lie. You're screwed if you go up there." Chapter 123, The Ghostly Ghosts. How did it fly away? On the giant ship, Li Changsheng was a bit speechless when he saw those two people flying away. It seems that the quality of the cultivators in the new continent is quite high, unlike him, who sneaked onto the ship, and even mingled for such a long period of time without being discovered. It's really a bit embarrassing. Looking at the empty deck, Li Changsheng didn't care. Anyway, following the giant ship would definitely reach the new continent. He just needed to wait. Returning to the giant ship, Li Changsheng was ready to casually stroll around. But no matter whether it was the first floor, the second floor, the third floor, or the fourth floor, there were no shadows on each floor. And surprisingly, there was not even a reception maid left. It could be that all the food and drink on the megaship is free, so these people are too big-hearted to need hospitality. Just like this, Li Changsheng sat in the hall on the second floor and looked at the empty stage. In the evening there would be people singing opera here. He had heard it before and it was quite good. Looking at the sky, I guessed that it would be evening soon, so I just had nothing to do but wait and watch the play. As expected, when the sky darkened, the lights around that hall roared to life, and when Li Changsheng raised his eyes, the music played. Dang! Only to see two men and women in costumes scuffing their way out from backstage. And as soon as the opera started, people inexplicably started pouring out from all around. Li Changsheng was in a trance as if his eyes were blurred, and he didn't even know why all these people came out in a huff. Seeing so many people, Li Changsheng's heart was relieved and he also listened intently. Just after listening for a while, Li Changsheng felt that it was not interesting anymore and was ready to get up and leave. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the distance. A hunched and sickly pale figure ran out from the crowd. His clothes were old, his face was pale, and his eyes were full of horror. "Ghosts! You're all ghosts! Ghosts! Let me out! Let me out!" the man shouted hoarsely. But none of them paid any attention to him, only to see him running towards the outside with a face full of panic, ignoring the people around him as if they hadn't seen him. Li Changsheng curiously followed. "Ghosts! All ghosts! You're all ghosts! This is a ghost ship! This is a ghost ship! Ghost!" That scruffy old man's complexion was already covered in despair, and his eyes had long been filled with a sense of fear and insanity. "Old man, what is a ghost ship?" Li Changsheng walked forward, and as soon as he exited, The old man looked at him in horror. You're a human? You're a newcomer. You're dead. This is a ghost ship. You can't get out. Ha ha, everyone has to die. The old man stepped back and looked at Li Changsheng. His eyes filled with fear and pity. Turning to him, he laughed and rushed madly to the edge of the deck and leaped into the sea. Li Changsheng's face was shocked, and he rushed over to take a look. The old man did not jump into the sea, but fell to the lowest deck, covered in wounds and bleeding all over the place. Just then, 2 men from the party walked over and dragged him away. Seeing this, Li Changsheng frowned, turning his eyes to the other figures again. They didn't look anything special. He deliberately touched one. The body was normal, not like a ghost. He himself had seen ghosts, the stern ghost Gu Xia was, but these people were normal people. Their bodies all had temperature, and they all had the same sense of touch, even if they were communicating. Li Changsheng once again looked at the lowest level. The blood was gone, as if it had been cleaned up. After a long pause, Li Changsheng returned to the room. Everything was normal. Maybe the person just now was crazy? But how there could be a madman on such a huge ship was clearly out of character. After thinking for a long time, Li Changsheng didn't come up with a clue, and soon the sky dawned. At this time, Li Changsheng ghostly walked out of the room, and as expected, there was no one in the corridor. He quickly came to the second floor, and surprisingly, there was no one left. Thinking of that old man's words earlier, Li Changsheng then realized that something was wrong. It's immediately 1 floor by 1 floor down to look for. Actually really a silhouette is gone. He also made a point of knocking on the door of the room, and there was no answer, which meant that there was no one on each floor. And if the people were gone, where could they run to? Ghosts? Suddenly, a thought rushed into his mind. Li Changsheng only felt a chill down his spine. He once again quickly explored downwards, checking every room on every floor, every corner, and after there was no one, he continued to search downwards, until the lowest deck. Li Changsheng came to the place where the old man jumped last night. There was no more blood on it. Where did the old man go? Li Changsheng was unwilling to do so, and continued to search. Soon he came to the lowest level. It was a power room, surrounded by all the weird formation-driving spells. Under the flickering of spiritual patterns, there was a supply of energy to catalyze the spells, allowing the giant wheel to slowly move. But after searching around, Li Changsheng still didn't find any trace of anyone. From top to bottom, not a single person. This is a super huge ship carrying tens of thousands of people, but during the daytime there is no one left. Is this possible? Knock, knock. Suddenly, a dull knocking sound came from the distance. Li Changsheng walked over, and the sound came up from the underground. Knock, knock. Anyone? Li Changsheng responded, but there was no sound. Li Changsheng searched around and found a secret door. With a snap, Li Changsheng reached out and yanked open the secret door. Inside was a basement, and within the eyes, there was nothing to be seen at all in the dark. Yuan Qi flowed in his body, and his divine sense swept down and found nothing. After a pause, Li Changsheng flipped his hand and took out the spirit lightstone and walked down the climbing ladder. The scene below was completely different from the one above. The iron around it was rusted. There were traces of rust everywhere, and an air of decay came out with a faint smell of rot. The entire underground warehouse was vast, with layers of rusted iron plates separating them. As Li Changsheng walked towards the inside, he suddenly stared at a compartment where a dozen or so skeletons were lying quietly in the corner. Their mouths were wide open as if they were experiencing a very torturous pain. Continuing inward, there was another compartment with 4 or 5 skeletons still lying in it, with traces of dampness running around them. Not knowing if it was seawater or corpse water, the further in you go, the more the smell of decay grows inside. At this moment, Li Changsheng's face was full of doubts, and the shock in his heart overpowered his fear. It was dark and black all around, and the ground was covered with signs of decay, which made it seem like it was long overdue for decommissioning compared to the gorgeous giant ship outside. The entire hamper was rotting away, as if it had existed in a corner for centuries without being repaired. Suddenly, Li Changsheng's expression stagnated and his pupils suddenly shrunk as a terrifying figure walked towards the light in the darkness. At the first sight of him, Li Changsheng only felt his scalp tingling and his whole body tensing up, with only one thought flashing through his mind. Ghosts. Chapter 124, Legend of the Ghost. He couldn't be called a man anymore. It was a skeleton wrapped in skin. The face seemed to be a skeleton face wrapped in a layer of skin. Twisted. Horrible. His eye sockets were deeply sunken and his eyes were soulless, as if he were a real stern ghost, with only fear and despair. Such a silhouette suddenly appeared in the darkness. An ordinary person would have been scared silly. Suo Li Changsheng is also an existence that has seen the world. Zombies. Unnameable things have experienced. There is a strong psychological quality. Are you a man or a ghost? Li Changsheng took 2 steps backward in shock. Save lives. His voice was hoarse to the extreme, and it was only after Li Changxing carefully identified him that he realized that this person was very similar to the one he had seen the day before. It's only been a day. How come the man is even more skin and bones? Li Changxing didn't dare to go up to help him, but took out the fruit and threw it to him. What the hell do you mean this is a ghost ship? Where are all the people here? When the old man saw the fruit, his eyes lit up for a minute, but still with a look of horror. When he did touch the fruit, he barely even had the strength to pick it up, and could only lie on the ground and nibble on it. With the fruit in his body, the old man seemed to have regained some of his strength, and it wasn't until he had finished eating the fruit that he stood back up with a sense of purpose, his face in shock again. His deep old eyes looked at Li Changxing with a point of disbelief in his eyes. And, he asked hoarsely. Li Changxing immediately took out a few more fruits, and the old man hurriedly grabbed them and ate them. When he finished eating, he regained a point of sanity and thought of something, which made him say in horror again, "You're a newcomer, and you're going to be just like me, unable to escape this ghost ship for the rest of your life until your life energy is absorbed by this ghost ship." Life energy? You mean lifespan? Hearing this, Li Changxing was astonished. Don't look at me like a mortal, but in fact, when I arrived on this spectral ship, I was a harmonization stage cultivator. The old man looked at Li Changxing. His eyes were deep and horrified with pity and regret. The old man has been on this ghost ship for 1,000 years. When these words came out, Li Changxing was even more shocked. 1,000 years? 1,000 years without escaping? This was still a mighty cultivator of the harmonization stage. And wasn't the strongest person in the cultivation world a Mahayana stage cultivator? The old man in front of him was actually a harmonization stage cultivator. In the continent he perceived, there were no harmonization stage level powerhouses, not even in the refined void realm. Anymore? The old man looked at Li Changxing and asked. Li Changxing immediately took out the fruits again without any miserliness, letting the old man eat enough at once. The old man wasn't polite. He took it and ate it. Who would have thought that the old man hadn't eaten a bit of food in 1,000 years? Senior, what exactly do you mean by this ghost ship? I didn't find anything when I looked outside. Li Changxing did not dare to say that he had been on it for almost 2 months. Listening to the old man's meaning, this ghost ship has something to do with longevity. He naturally is extra sensitive to longevity. It is better not to say it. That's because your cultivation is too low. Practicing Qi at the 3rd level. I'm getting a few curiosities about how you found this place. Looking at Li Changxing, the old man instead calmed down quite a bit. After all, he hadn't seen a living person for many years, and it was even more unlikely that the Qi refining stage would come here. I'm from another continent, trying to cross the sea to a new one, and have been traveling long distances for a year or two. Li Changxing honestly said that there was nothing to hide about this. Oh, that's not surprising, but your luck is really bad. You just came out and encountered a ghost ship. You'll have to die here in this life. The old man looked at Li Changxing sympathetically. At this time, his strength had also recovered a bit and his speech had smoothed out a bit. Elder, what exactly is the origin of this ghost ship? The spectral ship is a legend in the cultivation world of the continent where I am an old immortal, and it is also the most terrifying specimen of the spectral abyss. The Phantom Abyss is a forbidden area hidden on the vast ocean. This forbidden area is a lost land left over from the ancient times. Within it exist various treasures that are not found in this era. Even the giant physique from the ancient times can be found. As soon as he heard about the giant physique, Li Changxing thought of the Black Mist land where the giants moved away. This gave Li Changxing a new perception of the ghostly abyss. And the spectral abyss is hidden above the sea. The opening time is very unstable. There must be cultivators who patrol the sea for a long time in order to determine the approximate opening time of the spectral abyss. And if you want to know the location of the spectral abyss, you have to find the spectral ship. It's this ship. It will take you to the spectral abyss. Back then, I was so arrogant that I thought the ghost ship was nothing more than that, and I stepped into it with 1 foot, and now I'd become like this. The old man's eyes were full of remorse as he spoke. If I had known, I wouldn't have coveted the immortality pill at the end of the ghost ship. The elixir of immortality? Upon hearing the immortality pill, Li Changxing's face was shocked. Yes, there is a legend in the cultivation world that as long as one dares to step into the ghost ship and follow it into the depths of the ghost abyss, one will be able to find the pill of immortality. And if one doesn't step into the ghost ship, they will never be able to reach the depths of the ghost abyss, and will not be able to find the fabled pill of immortality for their entire life. But it's just a legend. No one has ever seen it or confirmed it, and it was only because of a momentary fascination that the old man set foot on the road of no return. Speaking here, the old man is full of regret. A moment of greed and arrogance completely buried himself. 1,000 years of time he wasted on this boat, so far unable to get out of the trap. But what is the connection between this ghost ship and longevity? Li Changxing asked the most crucial question. Being in the ghost ship, it will always suck your life energy. or longevity. And as long as you stay here for a moment, your lifespan will be reduced by 10 moments. And if you stay here for a year, your lifespan will be reduced by 10 years. The flow of time here is 10 times faster than the flow of time outside. Do you think it has something to do with longevity? And all of your passing lifespan will be absorbed by the phantom ship, turning it into eternal power traveling on until death. Hearing this, Li Changsheng's mind was shaken. If he stayed here for 2 months, wouldn't it be equivalent to having 2 years less life expectancy? Doesn't seem like much, but if there are going to be no cultivators coming up all the time, won't the ghost ship not be able to obtain life energy? And won't it be unable to travel and run on? Li Changsheng asked again after thinking about it. Oh, you're overthinking it. No one comes up for a year. What about 10 years? What about 100 years? What about 1,000 years? These skeletons are proof that there will always be cuties running up here on their own to die. And even if it doesn't, the phantom ship will just stop where it is and drift with the waves until a cutie come on up until you do. Hearing this, Li Changsheng was silent for a while. There will always be cuties in the world. Come up on your own, because in the eyes of the people outside, anyone who stepped into the ghost ship had never gone out. And the outside world even thought that they were happy and had discovered a new world and didn't want to come back as if they had. Chapter 125, The Way Out. Then does Senior have a way to crack it? Li Changsheng looked at the old man in front of him. It was surprising that he hadn't escaped after being trapped here for 1,000 years. Wouldn't one be stuck here for the rest of one's life? There is, but it's almost impossible to realize. The old man was silent for a moment, despair in his eyes. Elder, quickly tell me, what is the solution? This gave Li Changsheng a glimmer of hope. Trapped here for over 1,000 years, the ghost ship has docked a total of 3 times, an average of once every 300 years. When it docks, you can follow the ghosts outside off the ship and reach the phantom abyss. The old man followed down there once. As the old man spoke, the fear in his eyes deepened a bit. The old immortal is also convinced that there is an immortality pill in the depths of the spectral abyss, and that it does indeed exist. Hearing this, Li Changsheng was inwardly shocked. Is there really an immortality pill in this world? However, he himself was an eternal being, so if there really was an immortality pill, it wouldn't be that uncommon. But that place, it's no place for people at all. The moment you get off the boat, everything around you turns a horrible color. Your eyes, your ears, your sense of touch, your sense of hearing, your sense of smell, none of it belongs to you anymore. Speaking here, the old man suddenly had a splitting headache and wailed in pain, holding his head. And then what? I'm old. I don't know. But this is the only way to get out. You have to find the immortality pill, and there's the exit. If not, you won't be able to escape for the rest of your life. The old man spasmed on the ground, as if he had remembered an unpleasant past, and his words trembled, somewhat godlike. Li Changsheng once again took out a variety of fruits for the old man to eat, which made the old man a little better. You mustn't eat anything from the ship. It's all dead and rotten. If you eat it, your lifespan will pass faster and silently. The old man said a lot, and Li Changsheng listened carefully. This made Li Changsheng understand the ship a little better. It turned out that this old man's name was Gong Yanghua, the head of the Gong family of the New Continent Immortal Cultivation family, as well as the Minister of Household of the Vermilion Bird Empire. To Li Changsheng's surprise, the cultivation world of the New Continent didn't have clans to speak of anymore. Instead, the cultivation system was established with the empire as the center. For example, the Emperor of the Vermilion Bird Empire is the royal cultivator in the empire. And the royal bloodline that can control the empire must have an old ancestor of the Mahayana stage sitting in the empire within it. As for the Vermilion Bird Empire's 6 ministers, the worst of them could only be held by a strong person of the harmonization stage level. Officials of all sizes within the empire were bound to be immortal cultivators, and if one wanted to become an official, the first requirement was to have immortal cultivation qualifications, 100 years of cold window training, a high school, into the dynasty as an official, the glory of the ancestors. With such a super empire, the emperor, as a cultivator, would really be able to do hurrah, 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 hurrah as long as he wasn't dim-witted. After all, if an immortal cultivator is an emperor, he can be at least 5,000 years old if he is at the god transformation stage, and 10,000 years old if he is at the refining void realm. The harmonization stage can be a 40,000 to 50,000 years old, and the Mahayana stage is even more powerful, 100,000 years old. Thinking about such an immortal cultivation empire, why would there be any worries that the empire would not prosper and be strong? A chi refining stage cultivator like you won't be able to enter the dynasty as an official in your lifetime, but you can bribe the local stewards and mix up a yaman soldier. After knowing that Li Changsheng was only a small cultivator at the 3rd level of the chi refining stage, He no longer had any hope. Perhaps the youth called Li Wu had died earlier than he had, and there was nothing more to be expected from him anyway, so he was just making small talk. If you can save the old man out, with the old man's ability, let you mix a county magistrate as a thing is also a word. You with the cultivation talent is superior. Recommend you to enter the Ministry of Households. To ascend to the top is also possible. Hearing this, Li Changsheng smiled awkwardly. With this talent of his, it would be considered an offering to become a magistrate. We immortal cultivators go as officials. So what do mortals do? Can't mortals become officials for the rest of their lives? Can't be. As long as it's not a mortal that comes out of an immortal cultivation family, can't be an official for the rest of his life. Even if it's a mortal that comes out of an immortal cultivation family, then it can only manage a small area within the sphere of influence. No real power. Mortals can only be mortals for the rest of their lives. Except that they can't be officials. They can do everything else. Go into business. Farm. Be a soldier. And be a soldier can only be a miscellaneous soldier for the rest of their lives. Work hard in peacetime, and retire back to continue to be a mortal citizen in middle age. In wartime, you go as cannon fodder. You get a pension when you die. And that's it. Hearing this, Li Changsheng was secretly staggered. It was a bit hard to imagine that mortals had such a low status in the Vermilion Bird Empire. In his continent, such as the Great Xia Empire, the cultivation world and the empire were in a state of cooperation, and the empire could hire clan elders to protect the peace of the imperial capital, but they would not go on to become officials. To be an official, one would still have to be chosen from among mortals, and cultivators weren't that interested in being officials. However, in the Vermilion Bird Empire, directly the strongest people established the empire. The strongest people as the emperor to rule the empire. All the resources are owned by the emperor. A pawn is 10,000 years to start. Incredible. Li Changsheng and Gong Yanghua chatted for a long time until Gong Yanghua became a bit tired, and Li Changsheng terminated the conversation. Senior, won't you go up with me? Li Changsheng looked at the skeleton corpses around him. The environment here was too bad. Even though the outside was full of ghosts, it was still better than staying here every day. No, it's more real in here. Outside, not real. Gong Yanghua looked at Li Changsheng with pity, then turned around and introduced himself into the darkness. Seeing this, Li Changsheng had no intention of continuing to persuade. He walked towards the escalator, and the moment he stepped on the steps, Li Changsheng suddenly realized something and turned his head to look into the darkness and asked, "By the way, Senpai, were you the one knocking on the floor before I came down?" "What?" A long, hoarse voice came from the darkness. "It's just, thump 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 thump. Where would I have the strength to make a thumping sound?" "You heard wrong." As soon as these words came out, Li Changsheng's expression stagnated and his eyes looked into the darkness, suddenly feeling a chill down his spine. "That's right, when I first saw the old man, I didn't even have the strength to lift my hand to get the fruit, so where did I get the extra strength to knock on the floor? And who made that thud 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 thud?" Li Changsheng was full of doubts, but it was not good to look deeper into it. Perhaps it was really his own illusion? By the time he stepped out of the basement again and outside, it was dark and there were vague noises coming from all around him. Li Changsheng quietly walked out, and when he came to the place where there were people, with a bang, his mind went blank, and under the laxity of his eyes, white light flashed. Look at those figures again. Where is still a living human being? That are a set of humanoid white bones that do not know how long they have been rotting. Chapter 126, Ghostly Misty Shadow. Within eyesight, there were skeletons everywhere, the nearest one with bits of broken flesh and filth hanging off of it. In the distance a rotting figure sat at a table, nibbling at the rotting fruit on the table. Li Changsheng walked over to take a look. There were still maggots rolling back and forth in that fruit. The rotting corpse opened its mouth and took a bite, full of maggots crawling in its mouth. It looked at Li Changsheng with a weird smile in its eyes. Oh, there were no eyeballs in its eyes, only white wriggling maggots. The surroundings had changed as well. Rusty, the floor was scratched. The pillars next to it were covered in iron that had been rusting for hundreds of years, and the tables and chairs had blood and stained liquids left on them. Li Changsheng had a fit of revulsion as he arrived at the upper floor, full of red, black rust spots, looking like scrap iron that hadn't been used or repaired for hundreds of years. He made his way to the bedroom area and looked at the battered door of the room as a sense of foreboding that would not descend surged through him. With a creak, the door of the room was pushed open and Li Changsheng walked in. The roiling cobwebs were hanging in the room. The beds were all rotting and there were dirty marks on the sheets. In the bathroom, a body that hadn't yet rotted through lay quietly inside. The water had turned putrid smelling, a layer of filthy filth floating on the surface, and vaguely maggots crawling around the side of the tub. This scene made Li Changsheng's body chilled all over. and he felt that his brain was broken and his eyes were broken again. Was everything I saw before a fake? So the room he sleeps in actually looks like this, and he still sleeps in his bed every day? Li Changsheng felt his whole body itching, and hurriedly took off his clothes. His fingertip fire flickered, and his clothes burned. Li Changsheng hurriedly checked his body. Fortunately, it was intact and there were no maggots crawling around, which made his heart loose. In a hurry, he took out new clothes from his storage bag again and put them on. The fire spread in the room, and Li Changsheng walked out of the room as smoke billowed up and the entire room burned. Li Changsheng walked to the deck, only to see the devastation. Surrounded by rust, where there is a clean place, the whole giant ship as if it is shaking. At any time will be buried in the sea. Smoke billowed out and the flames grew bigger and bigger, and the skeletons seemed to not see it, still sitting about their business, some eating, some dancing, some gawking, some chatting, some enjoying the view, some looking off in the distance from the deck, some hooking up with another skeleton. Li Changsheng's mind was already strong enough, but seeing these skeletons or rotting figures, Li Changsheng only felt that he was in the middle of a hell. Where was there a single living person here? There were horrifying figures everywhere, and a faint airy aura lingered in his heart. No, he had to get out of here. This place would break down. There wasn't even a place to rest anymore. Li Changsheng looked at the ocean outside. Flipping his hand, a flying sword was offered out. Li Changsheng jumped onto the flying sword with a long leap to take off in the air. Seeing that he left the ghost ship, Li Changsheng was still a bit surprised, but the next second, he turned his eyes. The rusty spots on the ghost ship were gone, and it turned into a gorgeous giant ship, on which there was a lot of noise, people coming and going, and the lights were bright and lively. The illusion of this giant wheel was too terrifying. He had to leave this place. Just as Li Changsheng flew toward the distant sea, the figure of the ghost ship disappeared, and the sea became extraordinarily tranquil. Mist drifted up around them, and Li Changsheng thought he had flown away from the ghost ship, but when he raised his eyes, his pupils suddenly shrunk. Ahead, a ghost ship slowly made its way through the mists and back to him. Shocked in his heart, Li Changsheng immediately turned his body around and flew in another direction. I don't know how long I've been flying. The sea outside was shrouded in mist, and it was horribly silent. Just when Li Changsheng was relaxing, in the mist, the bizarre lighted cruise ship slowly revealed itself. This scene made Li Changsheng completely dumbfounded. It turned out that what the old man said was true. As long as he got on this ship, he would never be able to escape. Li Changsheng tried a few more times without dying, but could get the same result every time. And finally he returned to the ship helplessly, gazing at the figure that had turned into a normal human. Li Changsheng, where he still dared to make contact with them, and could only stand indifferently in a corner, not even daring to sleep anymore. Don't struggle, just be quiet and wait for the phantom ship to dock and you'll have a chance to get out. Back in the basement, Li Changsheng met that old man Gong Yanghua. How much longer then? Li Changsheng asked. I don't know, as little as 3 or 5 years, or as much as 100 years, depending on whether you can live until then. Gong Yanghua looked at Li Changsheng wryly, obviously not believing that he could last until then. 3 to 5 years, in the ship 10 times the flow of time, that is 3 to 5 decades. Li Changsheng is only a qi refining stage cultivator, at most live 100 years. In Gong Yanghua's eyes, after 30 to 50 years, Li Changsheng would be an old man and wouldn't be of much use. If it was a little bit of luck, the ghost ship would take 30 to 50 years to dock. Then Li Changsheng would definitely have died long ago. Where could he have escaped? If 100 years of docking, the ghost ship is more than 1,000 years to pass. It is estimated that he himself cannot hold out. Li Changsheng has also long been transformed into a white bone one. Hearing this, Li Changsheng fell silent. His divine sense swept into his storage bag. There didn't seem to be quite enough food in there. He had to economize in order to do so. After chatting with Gong Yanghua for a while longer, he went out. Since the passage of time here was more than 10 times that, he couldn't meet with Gong Yanghua too many times. Li Changsheng returned to the deck and found a place where no one was around. And not knowing if the place was clean or not, he took out a sheet and wrapped it around his body. And just like that, he was ready to wait it out. With his cultivation level, he wouldn't starve to death if he ate 1 meal a day, even if it was only 1 fruit. And the reserves in his storage bag were enough to sustain him for decades. This flash, 3 years passed, on the ship is 30 years' time, but unfortunately his system attributes just increased by 3 points. It seems that in this ship card bug brush attribute points is hopeless. On this day, a cultivator flew in from outside. He was also the same as when he came in just now. There was no difference with the others. All day long stupidly white-whoring the giant ship, and also chatting with the skeleton figures on the ship. Naturally, Li Changsheng had no interest in finding him, and continued to stay alone by hiding in a corner. For a month or 2 he would go to the old man to get some information, and when he finally realized that he just couldn't get any more, he didn't go down to him. After all, every time he went down there, he had to post a little bit of dried fruit and jerky or something, and it was a bit of a giveaway. A flash of another 3 years has passed. Li Changsheng has become very sloppy, unkempt, looks a little disheveled. In this kind of place, still care about the image of the fart, do not even need to take a shower. The cultivator who came up earlier seems to have gone crazy. It's pathetic. Chapter 127, Stopping at the Abyss. On the ghost ship, Li Changsheng looked at the fruits in his hands, his eyes already somewhat blank. Looking at the system, this is the 11th year. There was another middle-aged man in the distance who had long since turned insane. That middle-aged man is actually the young man from 11 years ago, and by spending 11 years on the phantom ship, he's expended 110 years of his life. Nowadays, he had long been starving and skin and bones, his eyes were frightened and crazy. If not for the aura in his body to maintain his energy, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. After another year, that middle-aged old man really died. I don't know if he died of hunger or shock. After death, the body just rots and stinks in the corner and no one cares until it turns into a fresh white bone a year later. After another year, Li Changsheng felt that he didn't have much food left in his storage bag. If he lasted a few more years he would have to reach the bottom. It was worth mentioning that a few more cultivators had taken the initiative to fly on board this year, and these people were really brave, just like him back then. However, unlike before, these cultivators seemed to have prepared for it, and only later did Li Changsheng pretend to be a ghost on the ship before he overheard that the ghost abyss was about to open, and they were specially boarding the ship to prepare to gamble on an immortality pill. Seeing that their cultivation levels weren't high, they were all at the foundation establishment stage. Their guts were really big. Until 2 years later. At this time, there were already more than 20 cultivators on the ship, which caused Li Changsheng to be ecstatic inside, indicating that the ghost ship was about to dock. These cultivators were also wary of each other, not knowing each other and appearing alert, while Li Changsheng was hiding in the shadows and secretly observing. No one would notice him even if he looked as scruffy as he did. Docking. Get ready to disembark. That night, the sea breeze was strong, and in Li Changsheng's days he heard someone shouting excitedly. Li Changsheng excitedly stood up. The light finally flickered out of his eyes and looked out, and as expected, the outline of the land was revealed under a misty shroud in the distance. I didn't realize that after 15 to 6 years, land had finally appeared. More than 20 cultivators also stood on the deck in excitement, and under Li Changsheng's puzzled gaze, those ghosts on the ship unexpectedly began to walk off the giant ship one by one in an orderly manner. Seeing the other cultivators follow, Li Changsheng was also ready to follow, but suddenly, his expression stagnated and he saw an old man walking out excitedly not far away. Seeing Gong Yanghua, Li Changsheng silently stopped. According to time, it is now only 16 years that have passed, but on this ship it is 160 years. Only Gong Yanghua knew how long he had been on this ship. It was impossible for a small cultivator at the third level of qi refining to live to 160 years old. Even if he did, he would still be an old man. If he found out that he was still alive, he would probably guess that he was an elderly person, which would be a big trouble. Helplessly, Li Changsheng carefully followed behind the crowd and waited until Gong Yanghua got off the boat and disappeared into the land mists before he followed along. The moment he stepped into this misty land, Li Changsheng only felt a wave of nausea surging through his heart. The vision around him began to blur, and in the next second, he felt his surroundings turn blood red, and his eyes seemed to be acting up again. With a roar, he blinked and saw the silhouettes around him become illusory, and in another blink, those ghosts had turned into skeletons. Ah! What's this? What kind of monster are you? Suddenly, a scream of fear rang out, and Li Changsheng raised his eyes to look at it. Where in the surroundings was the shadow of the cultivator from just now, replaced by a piece of monster like a rotting piece of meat and greasy intestines intertwined and mixed together writhing on the ground. Those living people just turned into a pile of maggot-born monsters in Li Changsheng's eyes, without a single human appearance on their bodies. Crawling on the ground like a slime made of flesh and blood, they wrestled, and some of them fled away, but made human noises. Monsters! Monsters! They screamed in terror, attacking each other or moving away. Li Changsheng looked at himself, was intact. Just look at the surroundings, had long turned blood red. The trees were also made up of blood red chunks of flesh, long indistinguishable, and the flowers and plants on the ground were reduced to shredded flesh and intestines. The earth had also turned into a general place covered in the entrails of rotting intestines. Filth everywhere, and a wave of nausea surged through him as the rotting stench intertwined with the mingled blood and flesh. Where was this a spectral abyss? It was like being in the guts of a monster, and he was like a food that was about to be absorbed by the monster's guts. There was no longer a single person around, and the mixed blood and intestines in front of him were randomly kneaded into a ball of meat, so disgusting that Li Changsheng wanted to vomit. when suddenly a meat block-like monster came towards him. He opened his rotting mouth and wriggled his greasy body. Li Changqing looked shocked on the spot and backed up. Refining stage, go to hell, monster. The creature spat, but it was already somewhat muffled with the unpleasant sound of chunks of flesh rubbing together. The monster attacked towards Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng hurriedly dodged. Not that he couldn't beat this monster, but this monster was extremely disgusting. He didn't even know how to do it. Li Changsheng ran towards the jungle. The monster chased after a while and then stopped. And in Li Changsheng's eyes, there had long since been no trace of the world of flowers and plants around that a normal person could see. The mists also turned to a state of blood and fog, surrounded by a world of intestines and rotting flesh, decaying and festering. It's hard to imagine how a normal person could possibly withstand such mental torture, with no end, no direction, and writhing intestines and chunks of flesh everywhere. Occasionally, a sausage of flesh could be seen on the bloody flesh next to him, burrowing out of the rotting entrails and swinging toward his figure as if to devour him. The further in he went, all he saw was that bloody expanse, and Li Changqing nearly collapsed. In trying to turn back, he could no longer find his way back, for the entrails all looked the same, as if they were still moving, and the way back was long gone. Just when Li Changqing was confused, a chewing sound suddenly came from the distance. Li Changsheng walked up. A corner, a moving rotten meat and blood sausage is chewing on another rotten meat and blood sausage. Their mouths emitted gurgle 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 mixed sound. There is no more human voice. Suddenly, that fast rotten meat saw Li Changsheng's figure, and in that rotten meat's eyes, Li Changsheng was just like them, a pair of monsters made of rotten meat. Seeing that writhing piece of meat chasing after him, Li Changsheng turned around and ran, and he didn't know how long he had been running, and the blood mist around him was getting thicker and thicker, until Li Changsheng made a mistake and slipped into an abyss, sliding down the world of viscera made of that greasy blood and flesh, all the way to the bottom. When Li Changsheng saw the scene in front of him, his eyes widened. Brothers and sisters, 8.4 points. This rise is also too fast, is still 0.6 points. 9 points evaluation. Burst more 10 chapters. Never break their word. Give a 5-star praise. Thank you. Chapter 128 Ghosts and Shadows. Sir, come here. In front of Li Changsheng, more than a dozen naked and delicate women were tied on top of a pile of rotting meat mass, and their backs seemed to be linked to that meat mass. Some of them hung with their hands tied above their intestines. Others hung from their necks, but that wasn't even a problem. Looking at each of their shapely bodies instead had a way of creating an extremely perverted mind. The dozen or so beauties seemed to have grown completely on Li Changsheng's aesthetic, their writhing figures carrying a seductive flavor everywhere, even though they were surrounded by rotting chunks of flesh and intestines entwined with slimy blood and water. It didn't detract from their beauty in any way. Li Changsheng looked at this scene with shock, and violently trembled in his heart. These women must be fake, and even with a glance, he knew that they were fake, but it was just so fake that it could quickly make people abandon all the guilt of wanting to pounce on them. With a loud bang, Li Changsheng's mind went blank, and under the dizziness, the scenery around him shifted for a while. Where is there any beauty in front? That is a huge tumor monster. As if a pus-flowing lump was born under a big tree. The disgusting tumor was blackish-brown. On the writhing flesh ball, countless tentacles twisted and rolled. Those tentacles had a dozen twisted human faces growing on them, and pained wailings came out from the tumor monster. With a turn of the eye, Li Changsheng saw that on the other side, a figure was wrapped in a tentacle with a face full of joy. His body was pierced through and his intestines were ripped out. He surprisingly didn't show any expression of pain at all. There wasn't a single piece of clothing on his entire body. His flesh and blood were being ripped off one by one, and the disgusting and twisted human-faced monsters were excitedly ripping off the man's flesh and blood, until the man was completely dead and out of breath. His face didn't show a single point of pain. Instead he looked mesmerized. This was too terrifying. And for a while, Li Changsheng couldn't tell if he was in reality or illusion. There were many large dark trees around, under which large or small tumor-like monsters sprouted, writhing under the trees with rotting and disgusting tentacles, pus intertwined with flesh and blood, as if they were embryos with a human face growing inside. Just then, in the darkness and the distance, a figure came this way. Li Changsheng quickly spotted him, but didn't get a good look at his face. He stopped when Li Changsheng noticed him. Li Changsheng turned his eyes to look away and that black shadow moved again. And when Li Changsheng looked at him again, that black shadow immediately stopped walking. This was not a normal human reaction. Li Changsheng only felt a chill down his spine. It was as if he saw a dark shadow trembling around the black shadow. Li Changsheng turned around and ran. His speed was extremely fast, equivalent to the speed of the early Yuaning level. He could feel the dark shadows behind him getting closer and closer and closer and closer and closer. Li Changsheng didn't dare to turn back, and ran wildly with no life. And under the big trees around him, Those tumor-like monsters shook in the darkness, twisting and perverting their perverted figures, like a sheet of rotting demons, striking his nerves all the time. Suddenly, light appeared ahead, as if it were two worlds, black on one side and white on the other. Li Changsheng quickened his pace. He could feel the figure behind him getting closer. Vaguely, a black silk thread, as if hair, appeared in front of his eyes, a scoop of the afterglow. Those black silk threads are getting more and more. Li Changsheng is even fast to feel that there is a silhouette behind him that is already close to sticking up. Suddenly, Li Changsheng's footsteps stopped and he turned around with an open heart. And when he saw the black shadow, his pupils suddenly shrunk. It was a monster without a human face, all black, only half a meter away from him. Li Changsheng could clearly see that his body seemed like moldy mildew, and his entire body was permeated with a rotten smell. He has no body and is not a human body, just a monster assembled from a community of mold that looks like a human. The countless densely packed molds on that body quivered, and when Li Changsheng turned around, the molds on his body unexpectedly and shyly all came to a standstill, hiding into the darkness of his body, and all actions came to a standstill. At this moment, Li Changsheng's heart stopped, cold sweat broke out on his spine. Ghosts have been seen, let alone this disgusting monster. He took a step back, and the dark figure didn't move. He was sure that as soon as he turned around, the creature would devour him immediately. Ah! No! Help! A heart-rending wail came from the distance. Li Changsheng's mind was shaken. His afterglow swept away. It was a cultivator also running wildly, but obviously his speed was too slow. A black shadow pounced on the cultivator, instantly engulfing and kneading him into a sarcoma, turning and rolling under a large tree, slowly forming a tumor-like monster, a small football-sized tumor monster. Seeing this, Li Changsheng's spine went cold as he slowly backed away. When Li Changsheng swept over with his afterglow, the monster even moved again, which scared Li Changsheng to the point of sweating, and he no longer dared to be distracted to look more. Light came from behind. Li Changsheng stepped out of the dark area with one foot, and the tentacles around the monster danced as if in warning, or as if in mocking sneer. But where did Li Changsheng care about so much? He also had no way back. He would rather face the unknown than to be turned into a tumor by this monster to stay under the big tree for the rest of his life. Think about yourself, really have a problem. A good long life. Honestly, stay in the original continent, how good. Have to come out to wander the world, but also accidentally to the ghost ship. Now it's good. Everywhere there is the possibility of losing their lives. Think about it, their intestines are going to repent. The city set is deep. He wants to go back to the countryside. When Li Changsheng stepped out of the dark area sweating profusely, the black shadow unexpectedly gave up and directly turned around to leave. This made Li Changsheng's heart relieved. It seemed that if he wanted to get through this, without the speed and strength of the Yuaning stage, it would be almost impossible to escape. Luckily, he had been averaging his points, and his agility represented speed, and hadn't fallen behind, or else he really would have died without a trace. Just as Li Changsheng was sighing, he suddenly felt loose and soft under his feet, and as soon as he looked down, Li Changsheng saw a blue fleshy ball-like thing revealed. In another turn, a thick forest of super mushrooms revealed itself on the white, hazy ground. It was really a super mushroom forest. Each mushroom was tens of meters high, and there were hundreds of meters high large mushrooms, and there were various colors of mist on the ground, all of which looked poisonous. And Li Changsheng was currently standing on top of a large green mushroom, which was fluffy and soft, and also very flexible. As far as the eye can see, there are really super mushrooms everywhere, tall and short, fat and thin, long and short, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple and all kinds of colors of large mushrooms. Chapter 129 Mushroom Forest. A world of mushrooms, all highly poisonous as far as the eye can see. Couldn't see exactly what was down there, but could vaguely see more dense little mushrooms emerging from the ground. A layer of mist shrouded the fog, and with the help of elasticity, Li Changsheng jumped onto another large mushroom, which made him look at the dark forest behind him with a heartbeat. Compared to that dark forest, Li Changsheng felt that it was much brighter here, or at least not as scary. But Li Changsheng didn't dare to act rashly anymore. The dark forest was followed by the mushroom forest. How could it be a safe place? He could only stay where he was, observing the situation, and currently standing on the head of this big mushroom which was more than 100 square meters. He didn't notice any danger. There was still some food and fruits in his storage bag, enough to sustain him for a year or two. Listening to the old man, Manhwa said that this is the only way to get out. He must find the exit to be able to do so. If in the turn back is also impossible, he never want to go through the dark forest again. It is estimated that want to return to the ghost ship is impossible. Gong Yanghua was a big shot at the harmonization stage, and it wasn't surprising that he had once been able to go back. Just like this, Li Changsheng waited in place for a long time, 1 month or 2 months. Li Changsheng was not moving a bit. Finally, one day, Li Changsheng saw a figure jumping around on a mushroom. Li Changsheng was thinking of jumping over after him, but in the next second, a miserable scream rang out. Li Changsheng saw from afar that the man jumped onto the purple mushroom, which instantly vaporized, and the cultivator stepped on the ground and just wanted to fly up in the air when a purple root from underground penetrated his body and dragged him into the ground mists. Seeing this scene, Li Changsheng was so scared that his liver and gall bled. A life was lost like this. It was simply horrible. He is fortunate that he is more meticulous and has not dared to move. The cultivation world can only live for a long time if he is meticulous. And there are rash people who like to rush. So let them rush first. Li Changsheng silently memorized the key point that purple mushrooms should not be stepped on, and his gaze turned to the side. Just as a huge purple mushroom head was right in front of him, it didn't look like a fake in any way. Li Changsheng was silent for a moment, and took out a fruit between his hands, ate the flesh, leaving only a core to throw over. The purple mushroom head suddenly emitted a purple mist, followed by an instantaneous vaporization, and the kernel fell into the ground. Vaguely, Li Changsheng heard the sound of devouring. It was very slight, like the friction sound of densely packed maggots squeezing together, making one's scalp numb. Seeing that the kernel was surprisingly effective, Li Changsheng was overjoyed in his heart and once again took out a fruit and ate it, keeping the kernel and throwing it towards another yellow mushroom head. A dull sound rang out. That yellow mushroom head did not disappear. Li Changsheng's heart was relieved, which made him jump over. Everything was safe, and Li Changsheng jumped out a dozen mushroom heads in a row as he did. I can't eat anymore. I'll eat tomorrow. Li Changsheng ate a dozen fruits in a row, has already eaten to hold up. In eating down also want to vomit. There was no hurry anyway, so he immediately rested on the mushroom head. A month later, he was already in the depths of the mushroom forest, with endless mushrooms as far as the eye could see, and the dark forest was nowhere to be seen. On this day, Li Changsheng met 2 more cultivators, a man and a woman, both young men and women. When they saw Li Changsheng, they immediately chased after him, and Li Changsheng's heart sank as he cautiously stood up and looked at them. Chi refining stage? It's a miracle to have survived until now. Sensing Li Changsheng's cultivation aura, a hint of surprise flashed in the man's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by disgust, because Li Changsheng was also pudgy at the moment, looking like an unkempt beggar. Dirty, little beggar, you lead the way in the front. We'll follow you, okay? The other woman showed a bright smile and a light face, but it was so disgusting to say. It's blatantly obvious that he's being used as the big bad seed. Stouting ahead, Li Changsheng could feel the woman's disgusted gaze, but pretended to be very kind and gentle, which was very annoying. After thinking about it, Li Changsheng took out a leftover fruit core and threw it onto another mushroom. Seeing that nothing happened, Li Changsheng then jumped over. Surprisingly, it can still be like this. Seeing this, the pair of cultivators were astonished. Why hadn't they thought of that before? Following the jump, Li Changsheng then opened his mouth. Sorry, I don't have anything to throw. Do you guys? Yes, spirit stones. The man laughed and casually took out a spirit stone ready to hand it to Li Changsheng, and was immediately stopped by the woman next to him. You're silly. Spirit stones we throw ourselves. Why bring this little beggar? Hearing this, the man immediately reacted, and in a sudden realization, he threw the spirit stone onto another mushroom head. Seeing that the spirit stone was fine, the duo jumped straight over it. Little beggar, not allowed to follow over. Oh, dare to follow over. We'll throw you down to feed mushrooms. Seeing that the spirit stone had an effect, the woman didn't forget to look at Li Changsheng and uttered a threat. Li Changsheng just watched them leave and waited until they were out of sight after they left. Only then did he silently memorize the mushroom that the two of them had just jumped over to follow them. Gee whiz, if you say you won't follow, you won't follow. There's 2 spotters. Cootie. No, I'm not. Li Changsheng's eyesight was amazing. Even if it was 1,000 meters away and covered by a faint mist, he could still vaguely see the silhouettes of the two of them and silently note down the path. Speaking of which, these two were really lucky. Li Changsheng had been following them for a month and surprisingly, they were fine. It's so convenient to follow silently without having to do anything yourself along the way. But the good times didn't last long. After another month, Li Changsheng stood on a mushroom head. Looking at a mushroom head in the distance, 2 fresh corpses fell on the red mushroom head. They had grown little mushrooms all around them and looked extremely scary, covered in mold. The death of these 2 is not a tragic one. Looking at the red mushroom, Li Changsheng carefully recalled. He seemed to have stepped on red mushrooms before, but nothing happened. Could there be any difference between red mushrooms and red mushrooms? Li Changsheng sat on the blue mushroom and contemplated while observing the changes in the 2 corpses, until those 2 corpses rotted and deteriorated. Growing dense mushrooms, Li Changsheng did not leave. The putrid smell accompanied by moldy spots made people nauseous and vomit. Li Changxing still calmly sat in place. He had seen this kind of scene too many times, and had long been able to face it openly. It was only until the pair turned into white bones that Li Changxing stood up and took out the fruit kernel and threw it onto another mushroom head. It seemed that he had already realized what the red mushroom head represented. His face was as calm as water. He had been delayed in this area for 2 or 3 months. He had to find a way to leave this hellish place. Chapter 130, I advise you not to come over. After pondering for a small half a year, Li Changxing hadn't realized anything. This was really as bad as his own talent. Since you can't realize it, just don't step on the red mushrooms, and not the purple ones either. Standing on the mushroom head of 100 meters high, the mushroom head rose up in the layers of mist in the distance, and the end could not be seen at all. But in the depths of that mist, it seemed as if there was a heavenly gate made of mushrooms that was revealed. I guess that's where the mushroom forest ends. Li Changxing continued to take the kernel and threw it at another mushroom head, making sure it was fine before jumping over. Sometimes there weren't enough fruit kernels to go around, so they were replaced with spirit stones. After another month or so like this, Li Changxing saw the silhouette. A middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged on the head of a large mushroom in front of him. Judging from the aura emanating from his body, he was a Jiedan stage cultivator. Seeing that middle-aged man, Li Changxing only paused for a moment before he changed directions and threw out the spirit stones, seeing that it was fine before jumping over. No one can be trusted in the mushroom forest, and if someone is suddenly being playful with you, they must be taking advantage of you. It's only parents who are the most trustworthy people under the sun. Just as Li Changxing raised his eyes, he saw that the middle-aged man stood up and similarly took out a spirit stone and threw it out before jumping towards him. Seeing this, Li Changxing frowned, and immediately started throwing spirit stones at another mushroom head without hesitation. That middle-aged man sneered at the situation and also quickly followed. Little brother, there's no need to run. I won't harm you. How about we all buddy up together? From a distance, Li Changxing heard the man's voice. Li Changxing immediately replied back, Senior, it's dangerous here. Let's just go our separate ways. I really don't want to harm you. The middle-aged man was a bit confused. This chi-refining stage kid could harm him? Joke. This is the spectral abyss. You're bound to die alone. I know this place fairly well. It's fate for us to meet. I know the exit. As soon as he heard the exit, Li Changxing's heart was moved. But he definitely didn't believe this man's bull. I know about the exit as well, so I don't need to bother Senior. Hearing this, that middle-aged man's expression shook, followed by an inner ecstasy. How does he know what the exit? The outside world rumors. Follow the ghost ship can enter the depths of the ghost abyss, and the depths of the legendary immortality drug. The cultivator's life pursuit is not immortality. But how do people out there know where the exits are? They're just blowing smoke. From ancient times to the present, any cultivator who entered the interior of the spectral abyss had never been able to walk out alive. Even so, there are countless cultivators who are not afraid of death, or cultivators who have reached the end of their cultivation want to break in and try their luck. Maybe they can find the immortality pill, or those who once came and have long since stepped into the new world. Hearing Li Changxing once he said that he knew about the exit, the middle-aged man was still heartened. It was rumored outside that there must be an exit in the depths of the spectral abyss, but it was hard for all the mouths to say the same thing, and no one knew who was telling the truth. It was rare that he came across a low-level cultivator. He had to catch him leading the way in front and utilize it a bit before he could do so. Thinking like this, that middle-aged cultivator quickly leaned towards the side, throwing spirit stones to explore the road. This kind of small trick he would have done a long time ago, and this was also the most crucial reason why he was able to walk here. Although some of these mushroom heads were very weird, the chances were pitifully small. Out of 1,000 mushroom heads, I'm afraid that there would only be 1 or 2 weird mushrooms, but with his Jiedan stage cultivation to protect his body, he was able to survive. Soon the middle-aged man was about to catch up with him, with 2 purple mushroom heads and 2 red ones ahead of him. Seeing this scene, Li Changxing couldn't help but look over. First of all, the imperial sword flight is useless in the mushroom forest, because on the skeletonized ground, there will always be weird roots that suddenly kill. Even Yuaning stage cultivators are hard to avoid. It must be on the mushroom head to be the safest. Only to see that middle-aged man throw out the spirit stone, and when it was thrown at the purple mushroom head, as expected, the purple mushroom head quickly vaporized and the spirit stone fell down. The middle-aged cultivator seemed to have expected this, and his gaze turned to the 2 red mushroom heads, both of which could stand people. Only he hesitated. He was aware that the red mushroom head had the weird power to suddenly spew out poisonous mist, which possessed different effects. There are hallucinogenic fogs, paralyzing fogs, moldy fogs, corrosive fogs, and so on and so forth. The paralyzing and moldy poisonous fogs were fine. As long as his aura protected his body, he could minimize the shielding damage. The most critical is to encounter the hallucinogenic and corrosive poisonous fog. Once infected with the possibility of dying, disfigurement is considered light. Hit the hallucinogenic poisonous fog, fall down will certainly die. Li Changsheng stared intently at the two super large red mushroom heads. Every time the spirit stone was pressed up, the red mushrooms popped up with a faint mist, as if the mushroom heads were breathing in and out. He also wondered what the middle-aged man would choose, just so he could observe the change in the mushroom head. Kid, come here, I really won't hurt you, the middle-aged man shouted at Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng said with a wry smile, Senior, I advise you to give up, or you will really die. This was not a joke. With Li Changsheng's fighting strength, if this middle-aged man dared to harm him, he could definitely kill this person by surprise. Moreover, he still had a life-preserving card on him. That was the formation spirit gun that Bushing had given him. Even if he encountered a god transformation stage cultivator, this formation spirit gun would still be able to have a strong killing power. Once the middle-aged man heard these words, his heart was already furious. A mere mole in the chi refining stage dared to mock him and curse him. The middle-aged man thought that the death Li Changsheng said was killed by mushrooms, and in his heart, he already thought that he would definitely torture him to death when he passed over, and then he would waste his cultivation before letting Li Changsheng lead the way in front of him. Looking at the red mushrooms, the middle-aged man took out various talismans between his hands, only to see the talismans explode into various curtains of light, clinging to his body. The middle-aged man made a jump and came to the head of a red mushroom. Just as he was about to make a quick running jump to another mushroom head, a bizarre scene occurred. As the mushroom head spat out the red mist, before that middle-aged man had time to explore the path with the spirit stone, in a split second, his face changed, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and his face was filled with panic. Ah, stay back, ah, only to see the middle-aged man running wildly on the mushroom head as if he had seen some horrible monster. But in Li Changsheng's eyes, he couldn't see anything. That middle-aged man ran wildly all the way. His figure directly fell down. A miserable scream rang out, and vaguely, Li Changsheng heard the sound of blood and flesh being devoured by countless small friction insects coming from him. This sent chills down Li Changsheng's spine. Turning his head to look at the red mushrooms not far away, he no longer dared to jump on them. Chapter 131, Seven-Colored Mushroom. Time flew by. Another month or so passed. Li Changsheng was jumping around on the mushroom head. He was closer to that center mushroom skygate. Neat mushrooms grew on either side of the heavenly gate, like a heavenly ladder rocketing up to nowhere equally. In the blink of an eye, two silhouettes were revealed in the distance, and they were similarly jumping towards the heavenly ladder. They were far away from themselves, and they didn't seem to have time to greet each other. They were all constantly trying out mushrooms, and there were a few more figures in front of them, who had already reached the front of the heavenly gate, and were climbing upwards. Li Changsheng looked back, and there were a few more silhouettes coming up behind him without slowing down. Seeing Li Changsheng looking over, they even arched their hands in a friendly manner. This made Li Changsheng feel bad, feeling like he was being used again. After walking for another distance, the cultivator behind him was still following closely, his gaze fixed on the mushroom he had jumped over, which made Li Changsheng feel furious. After a pause, he simply stopped going to the heaven's gate and jumped towards the mushrooms on the other side. When those cultivators came over, they looked at the heaven's gate and then at Li Changsheng, who had long since gone off course, and couldn't help but curse. Mud, not even going to the heaven's gate to keep us from following. Don't let me run into you again, I'll kill you if I do. After the burly man cursed a few times, he flipped his hand and took out a spirit stone and threw it out. Seeing that there was no problem, then he jumped over. At this moment, Li Changsheng kept exploring ahead. Red mushrooms were not touched, purple mushrooms were not touched, and just to be on the safe side, even though he had already familiarized himself with the pathfinding of the mushroom forest, he still tested each and every mushroom. What was in the heavenly gate? He didn't care anymore. There might be an exit, or there might be all kinds of treasures, but right now he just wanted to get out quickly, and it wasn't too late to go in after the heavenly gate. Several days later, Li Changsheng stood on a super large blue mushroom, and in front of him, a mushroom passageway was revealed. The mushroom passage was underground, with no more fog around it, like a passage separated by a special boundary that led nowhere. Li Changsheng stood on the mushroom head and threw a fruit down below. The fruit fell intact, and no monsters came out for half a day. Li Changsheng jumped onto other mushrooms again and walked inward step by step until a long distance away, the passageway below reached an end. The passageway below couldn't be seen, and one had to go down in order to walk inward. Naturally, Li Changsheng wouldn't be that stupid to go in. He silently memorized this place, then continued to walk forward. Mushroom forest. Except for red mushrooms and purple mushrooms, all other mushroom heads can be stepped on. After another month, Li Changsheng looked at the vast mushroom forest. and no longer knew where he was. Just as Li Changsheng felt despair, a low voice suddenly rang out. "You're not dead?" Hearing this voice, Li Changsheng turned his eyes and saw an old man looking at him in surprise, his face full of astonishment. "You recognize me?" Li Changsheng's heart stuttered, but on the surface, he still somewhat pretended not to recognize this old man and said, "Aren't you Li Fifth?" "No, you've recognized the wrong person." Li Changsheng smiled and shook his head. "All right." Old man Gong Yanghua was stunned in his heart, but his face immediately changed into a smile. "Since it's destiny, you should go with me. I know the secret of this mushroom forest." With a wave, the old man jumped toward the mushroom head in the distance. Seeing this, Li Changsheng hesitated for a split second or followed. Sensing, Gong Yanghua's chi was much better, and his cultivation was much more profound. Li Changsheng could not detect his specific cultivation, and thought that if the other party wanted to kill himself it would be almost easy. After a pause he followed anyway. Jump, only to see the old man standing on the mushroom head. Li Changsheng followed him up to see that it was actually the kind of mushroom passageway that he encountered a month ago, and it was obvious that there were many such passages in the mushroom forest. "It's dangerous down there," Li Changsheng asked doubtfully. If you follow the old immortal, I guarantee you'll be fine." Gong Yanghua smiled when he immediately took the lead and jumped down. Seeing that he was really fine, Li Changsheng hesitated for a split second and immediately jumped after him. Obviously, this old man had guessed his identity, the one he had seen before in the ghost ship, but Li Changsheng would never admit it. "Elder, what's in that heavenly gate?" Li Changsheng asked while following Gong Yanghua. "Heaven's gate? There's no exit in there, and there's no immortality pill. The old immortal went in once," Gong Yanghua said as he walked. "What's buried in the heaven's gate are the white bones of cultivators, and some books on growing mushrooms left over from the ancient times. It's not worth much. The main thing is that there are mushroom monsters inside. It's easy to go in, but hard to come out." The two of them walked and talked as they stood in the mushroom passage. The mushrooms around them were thick and sturdy, each as if they were big trees, and there was a misty fog in the distance, but there was nothing going on in this place. Following the passageway inside, it suddenly became dim. "Elder, where is this place? The most valuable treasures in the mushroom forest are these passages." Gong Yanghua looked mysterious. "See the bright light ahead? See, 7 colors," Li Changsheng said in surprise. At the end of the passage there was indeed a 7-colored glow. The two of them advanced all the way, and suddenly, a chewing ghostly sound came from both sides of the passage. "Don't look both ways." At this time Gong Yanghua's voice came. Li Changsheng was shocked in his heart and hurriedly stared at the 7-colored light in front of him without slanting his eyes. On both sides of the passage there are mushroom illusory evil spirits that can seduce the soul and disorganize the mind. If you are not strong-willed, you will be confused, and once you step out of this passage, you will surely die. Hearing this, Li Changsheng was shocked in his heart. This mushroom forest was really alarming everywhere. Li Changsheng only remembered the red mushrooms on it, which were hard to resist even for a Jidan stage cultivator, let alone him, a tiny chi refining stage cultivator. The ghostly sounds around them didn't affect Li Changsheng, and the two of them traveled along, and when they came to a wide area, it suddenly opened up. Under Li Changsheng's astonished gaze, a 7-colored mushroom more than half a man's height was revealed. There is also a natural pool at the bottom of the colorful mushrooms, and the water in it is surprisingly full of aura. This was no ordinary water. This was spiritual water crystallized from aura. Here it is. Gong Yanghua's eyes were also glowing at the moment. We're lucky to have come across such a large 7-colored mushroom. Gong Yanghua reached out his old hand and plucked off a piece of 7-colored mushroom meat as if it were crunchy ice. "Here's a piece for you. Eat it." Is this edible?" Li Changsheng asked with some skepticism. "If you don't eat it, then the old man will not be polite." Gong Yanghua laughed and instantly opened his mouth and wolfed it down. The mushroom still had a faintly fishy odor, and Gong Yanghua was surprisingly unafraid of it. Chapter 132. Colorful Mushroom. When eaten, it can increase cultivation and spirit root qualification. The 7-colored mushrooms, also known as spiritual root mushrooms, had the effect of cleansing the spiritual roots, and could even quickly recover the consumed aura energy, a 3-pronged effect that was perfect. After Li Changsheng saw that Gong Yanghua ate it alright, he also ate a small mouthful. The flavor was very light, like a yam crisp with a fishy taste. The mushroom melted in his mouth and turned into a surge of energy into his body. Li Changsheng didn't feel that his spiritual root qualification had improved. Instead, his cultivation increased by a trace. As for the energy consumed in his body, Li Changsheng didn't consume much energy and didn't feel it. How? Gong Yanghua couldn't help but narrow his old eyes as he felt the renewed vitality in his body. "It works well, just the flavor is a bit bland." Li Changsheng laughed awkwardly. "The flavor is a bit bland, but the effect is very good. Do you know how the old man came over these 1,000 years?" It's by relying on this 7-colored mushroom, or else I would have died long ago. No wonder Gong Yanghwa's cultivation level had risen so quickly and unfathomably. It turned out to be all because of the 7-colored mushrooms in the mushroom forest. Li Changqing just ate a few bites, feeling that the 7-colored mushrooms didn't have much of an effect before becoming tasteless. However, he still picked a part of it and put it in his storage bag for backup. The spiritual water condensed underneath the mushrooms that was a rare treasure. Drinking a mouthful of it could instantly restore the energy consumed, absorbing it much faster with the spirit stones. Li Changqing similarly took out a crystal bottle and filled a pot. Perhaps he could use it one day when he broke through to the foundation establishment stage. The two of them finished eating the entire 7-colored mushroom, and only then did Gong Yanghua leave satisfied. Back on the top mushroom head, Gong Yanghua led Li Changqing onward. Elder, do you know where the exit is? I know. I'll take you there later, Gong Yanghua said without looking back. This made Li Changqing's heart rejoice. He didn't expect Gong Yanghua to really know where the exit was. This was much more reliable than others. With Gong Yanghua leading the way, everything was much smoother, and he led Li Changqing around to look for the 7-colored mushrooms, and Li Changqing ate and loaded up many more. A month later, Li Changqing was surprised to find that his cultivation had risen to the 4th level of qi practicing. It seems that this 7-colored mushroom really has a miraculous effect. Just his own talent is too poor to eat it. Not much effect at all, but the accumulation of less becomes more, which is much stronger than his bitter cultivation. After having no more worries, Li Changqing immediately began to scavenge around for 7-colored mushrooms just like Gong Yanghua. There are passages where the colorful mushrooms are small, passages where the colorful mushrooms are large, and passages where the colorful mushrooms are absent. This all depends on luck. After more than a month like this, Gong Yanghua had been taking special care of Li Changqing, which made Li Changqing feel good. Gong Yanghua didn't ask much about his origin, and Li Changqing also kept his mouth shut and didn't mention that he knew Gong Yanghua. The two of them were so silent that they only focused on finding the 7-colored mushrooms. Apparently, Gong Yanghua had been trapped here for more than 1,000 years, mixing up a lot of experience, and was as familiar with everything as he was, coming and going unhindered along the way. It was unknown how long he had been wandering in the mushroom forest. About half a year or so. Li Changqing's cultivation level had risen another small segment to the 5th level of qi practicing. This surprised Li Changqing. If he kept binging on the 7-colored mushrooms, he felt that he could keep eating until the 9th level arrived. On this day, Li Changqing stood on a mushroom head with a white misty foggy fog in front of him. There were no more mushrooms. Gong Yanghua said before flying down, "Follow me down." When Li Changqing heard this, he jumped down, and as expected, there were no more mushrooms in front of him, just an ancient green stone road. Turning his eyes to look behind him, the mushroom forest was getting farther and farther away, and surprisingly, there was an end to it. Following Gong Yanghua as he continued to walk forward, the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet except for the white mist. It was not known how long he had been walking. A dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Li Changqing gazed at it and an ancient and magnificent towering palace was revealed. It was said to be a palace, but it was not a palace. It was more like a heavenly gate, which was open, and there was even a heavenly gate inside. Before walking closer, Li Changqing saw a white bone in the doorway, and there was a glass cup next to the white bone. The heavenly gate was wide open. Gong Yanghua walked straight in, and the second heavenly gate remained open. The second heavenly gate was the same as the first, and there was still a white bone in the doorway, and a glass beside the white bone. Li Changqing looked upwards. This heavenly gate stuck straight into the clouds. I don't know how high it was. The surrounding area was skeletonized. The two gates were far apart, and there was a mist shrouding the surrounding area, so it was hard to see the whole picture. But vaguely, Li Changqing felt that this heavenly gate was going upwards all the time. This is the real Heaven's Gate. The Heaven's Gate in the mushroom forest is not Heaven's Gate. Gong Yanghua spoke as he walked, and Li Changqing sighed as he followed. Elder, this heavenly gate is the exit? Perhaps. The old man has been here before, but has not gone to the end, and who knows what is at the end. Gong Yanghua sighed. What does the white bone at the door mean? Li Changqing asked suspiciously. Oh, you'll find out later. Gong Yanghua gave a faint smile and continued to walk forward. Li Changqing silently counted the gates and finally stopped at the 20th gate. Because the door to the 20th gate was closed, and it was covered in weird runes and ancient statues of monsters. In front of the gate was a pentagram spell with a glass filled with green liquid floating in the center of the spell. Seeing that glass, Li Changqing was inwardly shocked. This spell formation and this green liquid were too familiar to him, like the yellow spring wine encountered in that black mist. Drinking one cup reduces life expectancy by 100 years, but the liquid in this cup was a little thicker than what was seen in the black mist. Do you know what's in this glass? At this time, Gong Yanghua looked at Li Changqing and said. Hearing these words, Li Changsheng shuddered inwardly. He finally realized the purpose of Gong Yanghua bringing him here. I don't know. I just know that if you drink this wine, you may die or you may live. If you survive, the gates will open. If you don't, you will bleed to death from 7 holes like those white bones. Gong Yanghua stared at Li Changsheng and said word by word. This. Li Changsheng looked horrified. Senior, did you call me here just to drink this? Apparently, Gong Yanghua didn't know exactly what kind of wine it was, only that those who drank it in the past, some died and some were fine but died when they drank the second cup. In his opinion, this must be a poisonous wine from the ancient times, and it was completely random whether he would die or live after drinking it. Right, little brother. Don't say that the old man is harming you. The old man sees that you, a chi refining stage, can survive until now. You should be lucky. I think, a cup of wine will not kill you. Chapter 133, I'm still alive. Senior, are you not joking? This is too dangerous. 50% chance of dying. At this moment, Li Changsheng took 2 steps backward with fear on his face. Even though he knew that he wouldn't die after drinking this wine, he couldn't show that he knew the true effects of this wine. Fortunately, this old man didn't know that this wine was Yellow Springs wine. If he knew, he might have died even faster, and he wouldn't have been able to keep the secret of his longevity. Sure enough, there's no such thing as someone who is inexplicably good to you, let alone in this claustrophobic abyss. If you don't drink it, you're going to die right now, and if you drink it, you might live. Gong Yanghua said indifferently. He looked at Li Changsheng. If this kid hadn't given him a few fruits back then, he wouldn't have been so nice to him. The reason why he was able to bring him to the 7 colored mushrooms was just a matter of passing. Anyway, in his eyes, Li Changsheng was bound to die, unless he was really lucky. Li Changsheng's face shifted at the moment as he looked at Gong Yanghua and took the wine cup. Drink, Gong Yanghua indifferently urged. Li Changsheng revealed a hint of hesitation, but gritted his teeth and directly drank it. The green liquid flowed into his mouth, and all of a sudden, he felt a wave of energy dissipate in his body, and he knew that this was the sensation of his lifespan passing away. However, it didn't affect him in the slightest. He just pretended to be in pain for a minute and then had a blank look on his face. Gong Yanghua also looked at him seriously, and when he saw that he was fine, a trace of surprise flashed through his heart. See, you've got to be really lucky. And the old man didn't do you any harm, didn't he? At this time, Gong Yanghua revealed a kind gaze, as if nothing had happened just now. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, the gate slowly opened. Gong Yanghua was filled with a look of surprise. The heavenly gate was finally open. The two of them walked in, and Gong Yanghua suddenly looked shocked as another gate appeared in front of them. His scowl darkened as he walked up to the front door, which, as expected, was in front of another pentagram spell and floating glass filled with a green liquid. Little brother, it's your turn. Gong Yanghua was silent for a moment, then suddenly turned his head to look at Li Changsheng amiably and said, Senior, aren't you going too far? I survived the first time. Can you guarantee that I won't die in this cup? Li Changsheng's face shifted with a look of horror. Oh, there are no guarantees, but do you have a choice? Gong Yanghua looked at Li Changsheng with a sneer. The first time was good luck. The second time might be good luck again. Anyway, there's no one else here, so if you don't let Li Changsheng drink it, you can still drink it yourself? Senior, you are truly despicable. Li Changsheng took the yellow spring wine as soon as he could, a look of pain and despair on his face. Little brother, you shouldn't resent the old man. The cultivation world is weak and strong. This is the unchanging truth of the ages. The old man brought you here to utilize you, and just so you also know that being weak is not qualified to complain about the world. If little brother is lucky enough not to die this time, I will still take good care of you as always. Li Changsheng was silent, looking at the yellow spring wine in his hand. It's a look of going to death as he took a mouthful and smothered it. Gong Yanghua was also looking at Li Changsheng nervously, as if he was also concerned about his death. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Ha ha. Li Changsheng pretended to be in a general ecstasy of escaping from death. He had to act like this or else Gong Yanghua might find out something. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The gate slowly opened once again. Gong Yanghua couldn't wait to be surprised by Li Changsheng's luck. His eyes turned to the gate and he couldn't wait to step in. Li Changsheng hesitated for a split second and also followed him in. But when he saw another gate in the mist, he immediately looked startled and turned around immediately. Trying to run? As soon as Gong Yanghua turned around, he saw Li Changsheng turn around and try to escape, and his figure flashed to stop him. Elder, as you can see, I drank 2 cups of poisonous wine for you. My luck might have run out long ago, so just let me go. Maybe this heavenly gate is a fake. There's actually nothing inside. Li Changsheng said as he pretended to plead in pain. Even if you don't have it, you still have to drink it. Little brother, I believe in your luck. As long as you help me open these heavenly gates, I promise that I will never kill you. Gong Yanghua said seriously. If you dare to play smart, then don't blame the old immortal for sending you on your way early. Hearing this, Li Changsheng was inwardly shocked. Sure enough, this old man was not as amiable as he thought. Or was he himself too wishful? Helplessly, Li Changsheng walked to the front door. Looking at that yellow spring wine, Li Changsheng showed various tangled and painful expressions, and also prayed in front of Gong Yanghua. Gong Yanghua just watched silently. In his opinion, Li Changsheng didn't die twice. His luck was really good. He was even a little skeptical if the wine was really poisonous. But the bodies at the door outside had proved that the wine was poisoned, and most people wouldn't last more than 2 glasses before they died. To this day he doesn't understand what the real point of the poisoned wine is. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. Another glass of wine went down. Li Changsheng pretended to have a hard face, turned to be bewildered, and then to be ecstatic. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Ha ha. See, the old man thought you were lucky. Gong Yanghua is also a little surprised at this moment. 3 cups down. This kid is not dead. Have to say it is a miracle. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The gate slowly opened. Gong Yanghua led Li Changsheng inside, and not surprisingly, another gate blocked the way. Once again, Li Changsheng utilized his talent for acting, tangling, praying, complaining, and deciding. Gong Yanghua is also calm, shocked, amazed and puzzled. Glass after glass goes down. Door after door opens. No more. I can't drink anymore. Senior, I really don't want to drink anymore. It's too much. It's holding me up. I don't know how long it has passed. Li Changsheng collapsed at the gate, his stomach bulging. More than 100 cups of wine in a row. Whoever can stand it. At this moment, Gong Yanghua was also looking at Li Changsheng with a burning gaze, as if he had seen a treasure. More than 100 glasses of wine in a row and he's still alive. Who would believe it? No, drink this one quickly too. Elder, look at me. I didn't die even after drinking so much. Why don't you try drinking a cup as well? Maybe this wine isn't poisonous at all. Hearing this, Gong Yanghua's expression was stunned as he looked at the green liquid in his hand and fell into deep thought. Indeed, the fact that this kid didn't die after drinking more than 100 glasses of wine could only mean that this wine wasn't poisonous at all. But if it wasn't poisonous, then what was the point of this wine? Why don't you try a drink yourself? The old man doesn't have that blessing. It's better if you drink it for the old man. Chapter 134, The Yellow Springs Palace Within the Heaven's Gate. No one knew how many paths there were in this gate, but Li Changsheng drank a month's worth of yellow spring wine because of it. Avatar, Longevity True Fire, cooldown time 2.7 million years. During this month, the cooling time of his divine ability, the Longevity True Flame, had been reduced by 100,000 years, which meant that these Yellow Springs wines had reduced his lifespan by 100,000 years combined. This Heaven's Gate seems to be never-ending. Li Changsheng drank no less than 10 cups a day, and he drank 300 to 400 cups a month. It wasn't until the last gate opened that there were finally no more gates in the way ahead. Here it is, finally, the palace. Gong Yanghua walked in with excitement and snapped his head up to see a superb palace on a grand scale. The palace was as if it was situated in the sky, lofty and tall as if it was a flooded beast. Gong Yanghua excitedly walked over, and under the open door, a layer of green mist suddenly enveloped the palace. Gong Yanghua's complexion shook. In front of him was a green pool the size of a lake, and the entire palace was covered in green liquid. Trying to fly over was impossible, including that the air was beginning to fill with a green mist, a little more dense than the pool water. Li Changsheng saw the super pool-like green liquid, as if the entire palace was immersed in this green ocean. So much poisonous wine. Senior, you're not going to let me drink it all, are you? Gong Yanghua looked at Li Changsheng. Drinking for a lifetime wouldn't be enough. It was obvious that the pool water in this palace wasn't for drinking, it was for them to swim through. Moreover, now Gong Yanghua was very skeptical whether that green liquid was poisonous wine or not. In front of this kid has been drinking for more than a month, but nothing happened, when it is a miracle of miracles. Little brother, swim over first to see what's inside. Maybe there's an immortality pill inside. Gong Yanghua actually didn't know what exactly was in this palace, but it had all come to this point, and the thought of the immortality pill made him excited in his heart. And he raised his hand and patted Li Changsheng with a gentle smile. Little brother, you must understand that it was the old man who brought you here, so don't forget the kindness that the old man has shown you. Mother Gamlin. Li Changsheng cursed in his heart, but his mouth was full of reluctance. Elder, you're asking me to die. How am I going to swim through so much poisonous wine? I think it's better to forget about it. It's already here. How can I forget about it? What's more, You're fine after drinking so much poisonous wine, so maybe you've already developed antibodies. The old man believes in you. With that, Gong Yanghua pushed Li Changsheng and entered the green mist. With a clatter, Li Changsheng jumped into the green pool of water. The pool water was cold, and just after entering it, Li Changsheng felt a slight tingling all over his body, and his lifespan was frantically passing. But this feeling had no effect on Li Changsheng at all, and instead, he was still enjoying it. Senior, I'll go in first, Li Changsheng shouted and immediately swam inward, while silently checking the lifespan in the system interface. Avatar, longevity true fire, cooldown 2, 690,000 years. Avatar, longevity true fire, cooldown 2, 680,000 years. Just by swimming 100 meters, the cooling time of his divine ability was shortened by 10,000 years. The pool water here is really all yellow spring water. Suddenly, he thought of something. If he let Gong Yanghua in, wouldn't he just die? However, for the time being, he couldn't call him. In case there was nothing inside, he would have to count on Gong Yanghua to find him an exit when he went out. With this thought, Li Changsheng continued to swim inward. Avatar, longevity true fire, cooldown 2, 670,000 years. Avatar, longevity true fire, cooldown 2, 660,000 years. Watching the cooldown time of the divine ability continue to decrease, Li Changsheng was ecstatic inwardly. If he regularly soaked here for a while, when the cooldown time ended, he wouldn't have to be afraid of Gong Yanghua. Suddenly, Li Changsheng saw the depths of the palace, where the shore was, and there seemed to be 7 colored flashes of gorgeous light inside. Li Changsheng curiously swam over, only to realize that the entire palace was a super large swimming pool, surrounded by green liquid. Even the air was filled with rich green liquid. Almost no one could pass through here. In Li Changsheng's opinion, I'm afraid that only a Mahayana stage powerhouse would be able to force themselves to stay here for a while. Swimming to the shore in the middle, Li Changsheng climbed up, and with a glance, he saw a courtyard in the middle, and when he stepped in, a burst of 7-colored haze enveloped him. In the middle was actually a large tree that shimmered with colorful light and bore 48 colorful fruits. Vaguely, he could see a green smokescreen surrounding him, the two complementing each other. Under the big tree there was also a white bone. The white bone was crystal clear. I don't know how long it had been dead. It was unbelievable that someone else would have come in here. Only a stone tablet was seen in front of the white bones, on which a passage was written. I am Emperor Longsong of the Qinglong Empire. If anyone comes here, I would like to offer a jade slip of the Qinglong Imperial Scripture, and I only ask that Your Excellency take the Great Seal of the Divine Dragon and send it back to the Qinglong Empire, which will worship you as a permanent imperial master of the state, and will share its riches with the Qinglong Empire. Seeing this, Li Changsheng's heart was shaken. So this person was the Emperor of the Green Dragon Empire, Long Song. And there was a small paragraph below. This fruit is the fruit of long spiritual life. Eating one can increase one's cultivation by 1,000 years, and it can also be called the fruit of longevity, which is not too much, but it is not the fruit of immortality. This is obviously the text recorded by Long Tsang. Long Song thought that this is the fruit of immortality. Eat can live forever, but did not expect at the end of life, but did not achieve the effect of longevity, but only increased the cultivation of 1,000 years. Looking at those 48 7-colored spirit fruits, Li Changsheng's eyes were glowing. If he ate them, wouldn't his cultivation soar directly to the heavens? Li Changsheng picked up a piece of the Divine Dragon Great Seal on the ground, only to see 8 large characters written on the Dragon Seal. By the mandate of heaven, both live forever. This is the Dragon Seal. Whoever gets it will be the son of heaven. In addition to the Divine Dragon Great Seal, there was also a jade slip. A yuan chi surged into it, and the complete Green Dragon Emperor scripture technique in the jade slip was revealed. Li Changsheng looked at the white bones, and then looked at the Divine Dragon Great Seal. The Dragon Seal of the Qinglong Empire was left behind in the ghostly abyss. This kind of place, who dares to come? If they come, they will have to die. It's only long-lived people like him who can get here in peace. With a turn of his eyes, Li Changsheng plucked a long spirit longevity fruit. This one was 1,000 years of cultivation. Li Changsheng thought about it. He had been cultivating for so many years and was still a small cultivator at the 5th level of Qi cultivation, so he didn't know how much cultivation he could grow by eating this fruit. After a pause, Li Changsheng took a bite. Long spirit life fruit. Melt in the mouth. Sweet and delicious. Delicious and cannot stop. In a flash, a wave of energy erupted out from the body. Infinite power converged in the body. Li Changsheng's heart was shaken. He immediately sat down on his knees and began to transform the yuan qi in his body. Chapter 135, The Remorseful Gong Yanghua. I don't know how long had passed, but in the green mist, Li Changsheng slowly opened his eyes. Chikyu first floor. Feeling the gradual metamorphosis of the Yuan Qi in his body and the silk aura pouring into his body, Li Changqing's eyes were filled with a shocked look. A long spirit longevity fruit had allowed him to break through to the foundation establishment stage, which was just too unbelievable. He had been stuck in the Qi refining stage for more than 300 years, and now a long spirit longevity fruit had allowed him to break through to the foundation establishment layer. It was simply an unexpected blessing, like a pie in the sky. Slightly clenching his fist, the aura in his body flowed, and compared to the cultivation level of the Qi refining stage, it felt like the sense of power at this moment was a bit more real and a notch higher. Looking at the remaining long spirit longevity fruits, Li Changsheng hurriedly got up and plucked all of them without a single one left. After packing up a bit, Li Changsheng searched around in detail again, and after realizing that there were no more other valuable items, he began to take stock. There is an old man Gong Yanghua outside. If he goes out like this, he will definitely search his body, and the fruit and all kinds of treasures will belong to him. If he didn't go out, he had nowhere to go out. Li Changsheng undeadly searched around again, and still didn't find an exit, which made his mind and soul a little helpless. There was no way he could hand over the treasure on his body, so he could only get Gong Yanghua killed. The old man was using him anyway, and as long as he was introduced, he would surely die. Avatar, Longevity True Fire, cooldown 2.4 million years. Looking at the system, the avatar's cooldown time was constantly shrinking, and as long as one was in this environment, one's lifespan was decreasing all the time. Li Changsheng wasn't in a hurry. He immediately sat down on his knees again and swallowed another long spirit longevity fruit. 1,000 years of cultivation exploded out within his body, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a terrifying energy that impacted his body. Unfortunately, Li Changsheng's talent was too poor, and even though his cultivation had suddenly skyrocketed by 1,000 years, his progress was still slow. If this is replaced by a pig, Ida can become essence. Randomly, a better talent cultivator terror has long reached the Yuaning stage or even the God transformation stage cultivation. After a long time, Li Changsheng opened his eyes and looked at his cultivation skyrocketed to the mid-foundation establishment level, his eyes full of surprise. 2 long spirit longevity fruits eaten, and it skyrocketed from the 5th level of Qi cultivation to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Ask who under the heavens can do that. After looking at the cooldown time of the eye pass again, it was still early, while Li Changsheng continued to start devouring the fruit. A little bit of time passed. Outside, Gong Yanghua was anxious. Divine sense swept across. He unexpectedly could not sense the breath inside. Apparently there was a special isolation spell formation in this hall, and it was not known if that kid had died in there. Gong Yanghua looked at the green mist in front of him, hesitated for a split second, but still reached out and probed between his hands. There didn't seem to be anything strange about it, but when he gently inhaled a mouthful of mist into his body, a strange change occurred. In a flash, he only felt a mental jolt, as if a very important energy had been instantly drained from his body. Gong Yanghua's face was shocked, and he hastily ran his energy, but he found nothing. He was puzzled in his mind. His spirit was exhausted for a minute at this moment. After a pause, he took out a mirror. When he saw this pale face, he found that the white hair on his head had grown a few more points at some point. Just as he was wondering, a thought formed in his mind as he looked at the green mist in front of him. Just as he was about to try again, a voice suddenly came. Elder, I've found the pill of immortality. It's in the Dan furnace inside. I can't open it. Really? Hearing this, Gong Yanghua's mind was shaken and his eyes were filled with disbelief. His gaze looked at Li Changqing in the water. He was surprisingly still intact until now. This means that swimming in it is perfectly fine. There was just a thought in his head of what it was, and he couldn't get it out of his head. Really? It says longevity furnace. It must be longevity elixir inside. Senior, quickly come in and open it. You and I will live forever together. Li Changqing was sincere and said more than real gold. Gong Yanghua's heart was touched. Immortality. If he could live forever, who else under the sky could deal with him? Then wouldn't he be invincible? Well, the old man. Gong Yanghua was excited and wanted to swim in, but when he saw the green mist, his expression hesitated again. Little brother, are you not lying to me? Li Changqing did not expect this old man to be so cautious, and immediately laughed. Senior, with your wisdom, can I bluff you? The immortality elixir is inside. If you don't come, no one can get it. I'll go inside and wait for you. With that, Li Changqing swam inward, still splashing in the pool water. Seeing Li Changqing swimming happily in the water, Gong Yanghua's doubts subsided a bit. Thinking that Li Changqing couldn't play any tricks, he was fine in there, so how could he be fine on his own? After a pause, his figure flashed, and he actually did jump into the water. Don't look at him as old, but his physical and mental abilities are still much stronger than lower-level cultivators. Seeing that Gong Yanghua really swam in, Li Changqing silently looked at his system interface. Avatar, longevity true fire, cooldown 0 years. In fact, he could go out and directly get Gong Yanghua killed, but that would instead feel cheap. He wanted Gong Yanghua himself to know how to write the word despair. When Gong Yanghua swam to the shore in the center, he himself didn't notice that the energy around him was rapidly draining away. His mind at the moment was already covered with thoughts of immortality, and he had long forgotten the perils of this place. Where's the immortality pill, little brother? Gong Yanghua excitedly looked around, but did not find the so-called immortality Dan furnace. Just he himself did not realize that his voice has long become weakened in vicissitudes of many. You're about to die. Can you tell me where the exit is? Li Changsheng climbed onto the shore and slowly stood up. Looking at his face instantly pale, his hair instantly turned white, and his breath was weakening indefinitely. Li Changsheng cautiously looked at him, ready to trigger the divine ability to end his life. I am an old man. I am an old man. Gong Yanghua looked at Li Changsheng and was just about to speak, when suddenly, his complexion shook, and a strand of white hair fell off into his hand when he raised his hand. It was then that he realized his body had long been dying and his life expectancy was running out. What is going on here? The lifespan of the old man. Gong Yanghua looked at himself incredulously, and then looked at Li Changsheng in horror and shock, realizing something in his mind. The shock in his heart had reached the point of disbelief. You're the Long. How could this be possible? The young man in front of him was actually a true elder, and he finally realized that the so-called poisonous wine was not poisonous wine at all, but yellow spring wine. For every second you stay here, life expectancy passes exponentially, 100 times, 1,000 times. Chapter 136, Mushroom Sky Gate. The exit should be in the Mushroom Heavenly Gate. The old man before he dies only ask you for one thing. If you go out, must go to the Vermilion Bird Empire Gong family. The Shangshu token to the old man's descendants. Vermilion Bird Emperor Scripture. Right here at. Gong Yanghua eagerly spoke pale words, and eventually broke off his life before he could finish, his eyes still full of pleading and sadness. Ugh. On the shore, Li Changsheng looked at the dried-up corpse and sighed in his heart. If this old man didn't have murderous intentions towards him, he probably wouldn't have died, but since he knew the secret that he was an elder, how could he let you live? Picking up Gong Yanghua's spatial ring, a spiritual qi was poured into it, and soon, a palm-sized token appeared in his hand. This Shangshu token is extremely peculiar, with a pattern of a vermilion bird and the word Shangshu on it, and the material is like fragrant wood and spiritual jade. There was also a Vermilion Bird Emperor scripture in the spatial ring, which should be a technique that all Vermilion Bird Empire immortal cultivators would cultivate. Just like the Green Dragon Empire's Green Dragon Emperor scripture, the ring also contained tens of thousands of spirit stones, some pills and such, and a number of other miscellaneous things. Name, lifespan, immortality, age, 352, talent, 5 mixed spiritual roots, judgment, extremely poor, level, late foundation stage, strength, 51, agility, 51, endurance, 51, defense, 51, mental, 110, skills, transfiguration, cooking, masonry, handmade bamboo baskets, blacksmithing, avatar, longevity true fire, cooling time, 0 years, 9 revolutions of the karmic avatar, seal longevity immortal scripture, cooling time, 1.1 billion years, formation, ghost shadow reincarnation formation, techniques, the secret of eternal life, the secret of drawing chi and practicing chi, the Green Dragon Emperor scripture, the Vermilion Bird Emperor scripture, available attribute points, 52, avatar, longevity true fire can be used again. This is his biggest bottom card, not as a last resort or cannot be casually used. Once used must die a large number of people, to eliminate all hidden dangers. As for the divine ability, sealed longevity immortal scripture, 1.1 billion years was just too long. It was equal to being completely wasted, and if you wanted to eliminate the cooldown time, you couldn't just keep spending it here. His cultivation had also skyrocketed to a late-stage foundation establishment cultivation after eating 4 long spirit longevity fruits, just one step away from breaking through to the Jiedan stage, and he had used the spirit rising pill to try to break through before. But unfortunately, after using 5 spirit rising pills, there was still no successful breakthrough, and the spirit rising pills had run out. The main thing now was to find a way to get out and then find a way to get the spirit rising pill. After circling around again and confirming that he hadn't missed anything, Li Changsheng left Gong Yanghua's body in the courtyard of the 7-colored tree and buried it before leaving the area. After exiting the palace, Li Changsheng walked towards the bottom. This heavenly gate was stretching all the way down. Through a heavenly gate, Li Changsheng returned to the original mushroom forest area. With his memory, he jumped towards the depths of the mushroom forest, and to be on the safe side, he used a spirit stone to scout the way with each mushroom he jumped. The The shadows of cultivators could be seen vaguely in the distance, but Li Changsheng had no intention of paying any attention at all. No one was trustworthy here. The cultivators who dared to come here, which one of them was not a ruthless person? All of them came in with the determination of certain death. After wandering in the mushroom forest for nearly 3 months like this, Li Changsheng once again saw that mushroom heavenly gate. Li Changsheng had also thought about the truth or falsehood of Gong Yanhua's words, but no matter what, he still had to try to find out. Jumping along the super mushroom head, there were no more shadows of cultivators at the entrance. There were not many cultivators entering the core of the spectral abyss, and even fewer ended up arriving here. The mushroom heavenly gate was close at hand, and unlike the mushroom forests elsewhere, the mushrooms here were neatly organized and stretched all the way upwards, leading to nowhere. Those mushrooms seemed to be floating in the air, like a heavenly ladder. Li Changsheng jumped upward step by step. The mushroom color of each step was also different. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. If he accidentally stepped on red or purple, his little life would be lost. Li Changsheng jumped upward step by step, and when he was tired, he sat on the mushroom head to rest, and when he was rested, he continued to jump upward. After jumping for about a month or so, Li Changsheng felt that he was already at a height of 10,000 meters, and when he looked around, he could see the mushroom forest below. In a flash, the flat, mushroom-headed paved skywalk ahead revealed itself, and at the end of the sky road, Li Changsheng saw figures. Li Changsheng's arrival attracted the attention of quite a few people, who just glanced at it and then stopped paying attention. Li Changsheng silently walked over and reached the end after walking more than 1,000 meters. With a loud bang, the surrounding scenery changed, and the sky in front of him turned into a mirror, with blue skies, white clouds, and clear skies, reflecting the incomparably wide view of the sky as far as the eye could see. The floor was exactly like a mirror, so smooth that it looked like it was empty and it didn't look like it was empty. Li Changsheng stared in shock. At the end of the sky, roughly dozens of miles away, there was a floating island. On top of the floating island, a heavenly ancient tree stuck straight into the sky. Its lush branches and leaves were enough to cover the entire island. Vaguely one could see that above that ancient tree, there were a few points of starlight glimmering. It looked like fruit. New fellow Daoist, in front of you is the everlasting fruit tree. As long as you can get past it, you'll live forever. At that moment, a man said with a low laugh, "The everlasting fruit tree? But how do you get there from such a distance? Everyday mushrooms will grow in this sky." A flash of light, and the mushrooms extend all the way to the island. But there is only one way, and you must memorize the location of these mushrooms in a quarter of an hour to make your way to that floating island. The man warned kindly. "Thank you for your guidance, fellow Daoist." Li Changsheng arched his hand at the man and said, he really didn't expect this man to be so kind. But Li Changsheng just gave a polite thank you, and immediately sat down on his knees just like the other cultivators. The scene once again fell into an eerie silence, as if none of them were willing to talk much or interact with each other. Naturally, Li Changsheng wouldn't say much and just waited for the others to move. As luck would have it, by the next day, which wasn't really a second day, just a fixed hour later, everyone was on their feet. Li Changsheng followed suit and stood up, looking at that sky. The mushrooms are out. Suddenly one person exclaimed. Li Changsheng gazed at it, and sure enough, mushrooms grew in the sky, like a meandering line, crooked and not regular at all. Some were connected, some were far away. In just 15 minutes, those mushrooms and lines disappeared in a flash. Not disappeared, but just blended in with the sky and hid. These mushrooms were also all in various colors, among which there were purple and red paired together. And Li Changsheng was shocked to find out just by sweeping a glance that the number of these mushrooms was at least as much as 100,000. With a quantity like that, it's hard as hell to memorize it all in 15 minutes. Thank you for the support of brothers and sisters. 8.6 points. There is still 0.4 points short. Brother give a 5-star praise. The impact of the 9-point evaluation. Burst more 10 chapters. The end of the month for the limit. Thanks again. Chapter 137, Others spell memory. I spell lifespan. Asterisk 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 so many mushrooms. Who the hell remembers? When the mushroom sky bridge disappeared, some cultivators cursed. There is also a forbidden air boundary here, so you can't fly over at all. And if you want to go over you have to take the mushroom sky bridge, and if you fall down, you will definitely die. To memorize over 100,000 mushrooms and dozens of miles of routes in a quarter of an hour is honestly simply impossible. Not to mention the fact that you can't see the route mushrooms clearly in the distance. But everyone didn't give up. After all, across the street was the everlasting fruit tree, so close and so far away. Li Changsheng looked at the disappearing mushroom catwalk in surprise. His mind was a muddle. Naya, he forgot all about it. This is the kind of flyover he can't remember for the rest of his life. By the second day, the mushroom catwalk was once again revealed. And different from yesterday's, the catwalk route was surprisingly changed. Completely randomized route, 12 hours a day to change a line, which who can remember? However, it soon became clear that there must be a pattern to these routes, and pens and paper were taken out to record them. Li Changsheng rummaged through half a day. In the ring, the storage bag, there is no pen and paper. This is embarrassing. He so loved to learn. How can he have no pen and paper on him? If only I had a cell phone. Click. Just take a picture or record it and follow it. At that moment, a suave man walked out. Fellow Taoists, I'll go first. The man was seen arching his hand and jumping into the air as the crowd looked on in shock. Instead of falling, he continued to walk towards the air, taking one step forward from memory even though there was no shadow of the mushroom catwalk. At first it was fine, not going too fast or slow. Then it slowed down and you ended up having to think for a while before you got there. It stopped just as he stopped over 1,000 meters away. Oh, I told you, how could he memorize all of it? Now he's finished. He's definitely coming back. Mother asterisk 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 her. It's a good thing I didn't follow, or I'd be dead too. Everyone gloated as the man did indeed turn back after an hour or so. To be able to step on the air and come back from memory, that was also a very powerful cultivator. Li Changsheng was amazed in his heart. If it was him, he would definitely not be able to do it. It might not even go 100 meters. Shame, shame. When the man came back safely, he just said a faint word and silently walked to the side to sit up on his knees. Li Changsheng walked to a corner and saw a tombstone. That's what it says on the tombstone. Mushroom Sky Bridge, 999 meters long, composed of a total of 999 mushrooms. If you want to pass through this place, you only need to silently recite the 4 words of longevity tip in your heart, and you can deduct 1 year of your life expectancy to redeem the next mushroom tip. Seeing this introduction, Li Changsheng's heart was shaken. Consuming lifespan again. It had to be said that this was tailor-made for him. Some cultivators could only look away when they saw this tombstone. 999 mushrooms. That's a lifespan of 999 years. Even a Mahayana stage powerhouse may not be able to live for such a long time. However, if a genius cultivator arrived at this place and could memorize the location of most of the mushroom skybridges, and consumed his lifespan to prompt them once in a while, he would still have a good chance of passing through. Li Changsheng silently walked back. He was not in a hurry to try to go up to the skybridge. Instead, he watched the other cultivators groping for the rules every day with a pen and paper. It was really a waste of time and sleep. If you are tired, you can meditate and rest on the side, and no one will be bored enough to disturb them. After all, the cultivators present do not know each other, and there is no conflict of interest here. Li Changsheng just waited here for more than a month, during which 1 or 2 more cultivators climbed up from the mushroom forest, after which there were no other cultivators. A number of people are trying to cross the mushroom catwalk, but most of them come back after only a few dozen meters. After all, this vast sky, the bottom is an endless abyss. Transparent underfoot cannot see anything, just walk by memory. If a footstep on the air is the death of the road, and how many people dare to try? Li Changsheng silently studied for more than a month, and found that there really was no pattern to follow. It was simply a line to the head, changing every day, and not giving any tolerance for error. Although the brains of most cultivators were a bit more agile than mortals, this memory was not that powerful, and 999 meters was just too far away. Li Changsheng looked at the floating island in the distance. A heavenly ancient tree was revealed on that floating island, and there was a spiritual light flickering on it, like a fruit from an ancient tree. As far as the eye could see, it was the floating island that was most likely the exit. No wonder none of the cultivators who had entered the spectral abyss from ancient times to the present day had been able to get out. It's this overpass that I guess 99.9% of people can't cross. Even if a Mahayana cultivator came, he would have to lose thousands or even tens of thousands of years of life down the road. Who could stand this? Fellow Taoists, I'll go first. Finally, on this day, Li Changsheng opened his mouth a quarter of an hour after the mushroom sky bridge appeared. Everyone looked at Li Changsheng in shock, and when he took his first step, everyone was showing disdain. One step takes so long to hesitate. Can you do it? Know where the second mushroom is? The one on the left. Step on it. Ha ha. No. The one on the right. Step on it. For a while, everyone was gloating, and when Li Changsheng took his first step, he was hesitating about his next step. Longevity Q. The heart silently recited a sentence, and all of a sudden the life energy in the body flickered away, as if a year's lifespan had been taken out of the body in a space, and in front of Li Changsheng, a second mushroom revealed itself, likewise flickering away. Li Changsheng looked at the cultivators behind him. They seemed to be unable to see this tip. It seemed that this tip was exclusive. Li Changqing took the second step, and the tip really worked. Longevity Q. Silently reciting a sentence. The longevity is reduced by 1 year, and the mushroom silhouette appeared in front of him once again. Li Changqing silently compared it with the mushroom sky bridge he saw before, and it was exactly the same, so he let go of his heart. Looking down from here, the clear sky below, empty, towering. If there is a fear of heights standing here, I'm afraid that the legs have long been scared to walk. Solely this was still surmountable for most cultivators. Longevity Q. Longevity Q. Li Changqing consumed his lifespan every time he took a step for the sake of stability. Anyway, he had an unlimited lifespan, so it was useless to use it. It's slow at first, then it's much smoother, and sometimes it still drains 3 or 4 years of life expectancy in a row, and will prompt 3 or 4 mushrooms together. The cultivators who had originally mocked Li Changqing slowly became frozen down. It's only 200 meters. I can walk there too. 500 meters already. This guy has such a good memory. It's 1,000 meters. He's definitely not going to make it. It's 2,000 meters. He actually made it to 2,000 meters. 5,000 meters now. How is that possible? I'm so sorry I didn't follow him. 10,000 meters now. Big brother, come back for a second. Chapter 138 Loss of 5 Senses. Longevity Q. In front of him, a mushroom shadow flickered as Li Changqing took a quick step. Eyes raised, the floating island in front of him was getting closer. From here, the rough outline of the floating island could already be seen. The sky-high ancient trees were ancient and unusual, and in the mist, the roots of the tree at the bottom of the floating island climbed up the branches, and at a glance, one could only use the word spectacular to describe it. The sky-high ancient tree did hide crimson fruits. Li Changqing's heart was excited. Maybe this was really a tree of immortality. If that was the case, he would be the only one to enjoy it. Glancing backward, all that could be seen of the mushroom sky gate in the distance was the shadow of a mushroom, the silhouette long gone. Without hesitation, Li Changqing once again activated the longevity prompt and began to move on. Longevity Q. Even though he was only a meter away from the floating island, Li Changqing didn't jump over directly, but honestly triggered the mushroom prompt and walked up step by step. From the moment he stepped onto the floating island, Li Changqing then felt the feeling of a real continent, as if he had regained his life. He couldn't help but shout at the distant mushroom skygate where his aura was running in his body. Fellow Taoists, I have arrived at the floating island. We will meet again. The words shook like thunder and echoed in all directions, and the cultivators who were still discussing far away from the entrance of the mushroom skygate suddenly heard this echo and their eyes widened. He's really past it. Is that possible? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Everyone was frozen in place, with shock and envy in their eyes, to think that someone could really reach the floating island without any problems. It was estimated that he would be the first person to do so. At this moment, Li Changqing stood on the floating island, gazing far into the distance, and looking up, he could see a fist-sized fruit hanging from that ancient tree in the sky. Li Changqing flipped his hand and a spirit sword shot out. Dang! As the spirit sword flew off trying to chop off a fruit, an amazing scene occurred. The fruit was incredibly hard, and was actually intact when it was chopped by the spirit sword. Li Changqing was surprised in his heart, and immediately slashed a few more times, still unable to shake it in the slightest. Is that what the fruit of immortality is? Li Changqing was amazed and immediately flew away, but after a few jumps, he realized that it was impossible to fly in this place. It's the Forbidden Air Junction again. Li Changqing had no choice but to run to the ground floor of the large tree and climbed up by picking at the large lump of bark. The thickness of this tree could not be described in words. Just the large cracks in the bark were more than a meter thick. Stepping on it was like stepping on a rock. It was hard and unparalleled, and his body was estimated to be just a little bit bigger than an ant when compared to this large tree. Consuming several days of effort, Li Changqing finally was able to climb to a tree trunk. From here, the tree trunk was like a thoroughfare to the sky. It was wide and broad, the outside was covered by the leaves, and it didn't feel at all as if he was in a big tree. If he hadn't known it was a big tree, I'm afraid he would have thought this was what the world looked like. Continuing upward, the avenue formed by the trunks of the trees went up far and wide, and was not too difficult to parallel, except in its twists and turns and ruggedness. After a few more days, Li Changqing walked through countless forks in the general branches of the trees, and finally he was able to find a watermelon-sized red fruit. Just the fruit roots that linked the branches were arm's length thick, which was truly astonishing. Li Changqing couldn't wait to hold a hand. To his surprise, this watermelon-sized fruit was easily picked by him, and he couldn't shake it in the slightest with his weapon instead. After picking the fruit, Li Changqing sat on the tree trunk and took out his dagger wanting to cut it open and take a look. However, the dagger was surprisingly hard as iron again after stabbing down, and could not be broken at all. However, Li Changqing found it easy when he bit it with his mouth. One bite down, the skin of the fruit broke, and a piece of flesh just bit down. Li Changqing tasted a mouthful and felt that this fruit flesh had all kinds of sweet, sour, bitter and spicy flavors, and would constantly change. Strange and incomparable. When the entire pulp was tasted and then swallowed, Li Changqing only felt bitter, sweet and sour in his mouth. His tongue was almost numb, but the fine aftertaste was endless to the extreme. Feeling the changes within his body, Li Changqing frowned slightly, feeling that there was nothing special about it either. This is the everlasting fruit? Or perhaps one has long since lived forever and simply cannot experience the effects of immortality? There was also no feeling of energy bursting in his body. Li Changqing just felt that the fruit had a unique flavor. He couldn't feel anything else. The only thing that was certain was that the fruit should be non-poisonous, and he hadn't felt any uncomfortable sensations up until now anyway. Somewhat unwillingly, or because he hadn't eaten enough, Li Changqing looked at the big watermelon in his hand and immediately took another big bite. I have to say, the fruit has a unique flavor, with multiple flavors, and you can't stop taking one bite and wanting a second, and after that, a third, and you just can't stop. Snap! Just when Li Changqing had eaten a large part of it, he himself did not realize that his mouth had long been numb, and the sound around him was gone. Perhaps there was no sound in the first place. The air around them couldn't be felt anymore, and the sky was darkening. It was only when he had completely finished eating an entire fruit that he froze in place. There was darkness before his eyes, and there were no more sounds around him, not even the sound of air moving. Touch, hearing, taste, smell, sight, everything's gone. Li Changqing looked at the darkness around him in horror. That feeling of being completely cut off from the outside world struck fear into his heart. I can't see out of my eyes? Only then did Li Changqing cry out in shock, but he opened his mouth, but he couldn't hear himself speak anymore, as if he had opened his mouth to say something but it didn't come out. This feeling is unprecedented, unheard of, and more painful than the real blind, deaf, and numb kind of feeling. Li Changqing felt around, but that sense of touch was gone as well. He only knew that it was the trunk next to him, but could feel nothing more about it. At this moment, Li Changqing completely panicked. All the perceptions around him were gone, and he was still fine. If he were to fall from here, he'd have to burp headfirst. The bottom line is that he probably doesn't even feel the pain of falling to his death. For a moment, Li Changqing was at a loss, looking around at the darkness. Oh, he couldn't even see the darkness anymore. It was truly black without blackness, and the silence around it was so terrible that it was as if the mind was only conscious without any perception of the world. How could he not have imagined that this fruit would possess such a strong poison, losing all your abilities while you were completely unconscious? This is not a fruit of immortality. It is clearly a fruit of life and soul. Li Changqing was so scared that he sat in place and didn't dare to move. Even if he did, he only felt moved in his consciousness, but he didn't know how to move at all in his sense of touch. Chapter 139 Attempted Recovery. Darkness. This was Li Changqing's first feeling. He only had consciousness. Any outside senses were gone. He knew where he was. The tree was under his feet. It was big, but his body couldn't feel any perception of the outside world. The feeling was especially hard, so hard that he wanted to die. It was all he could do to stay still where he was. Sound, smell, and sight all gone. Li Changqing's mind was filled with remorse. If he hadn't been greedy, he wouldn't have become what he is today. If a monster or person was eating him and killing him at this time, he probably wouldn't be able to perceive it until he died. He was like a rock on the ground. Nothing but a soul consciousness trapped in a body like that. If this kept going on, Li Changqing felt that it would be better to actually die. The aura in his body flowed, and Li Changqing continuously used it to run it around his body. At least this way one could see the feeling of aura slowly running through the body, and there was no telling how much time had passed. Li Changqing had been struggling with that dark and painful loss of his 5 senses. If this really went on forever, Li Changqing would almost collapse. 10 days, 20 days. Li Changqing felt that the aura in his body had been depleting, which was the reason why he hadn't eaten. As a cultivator, with the increase in cultivation, it was possible to go for a long time without having to eat, and the higher the cultivation, the longer one could starve. Of course there was a limit to this. Once the aura could not supply the rate of starvation, the physical ability would continue to decline and eventually die slowly. A month later, Li Changqing was already feeling weak and had very little aura left in his body. It seemed that the time a foundation establishment stage cultivator could starve was only at the limit of a month or two. But this hunger, too, he could not experience, having long since lost all senses. Just when Li Changqing was in despair, suddenly, he felt a trace of weight. The feeling of weight pleased him so much that he hastily tried to move a point, only to realize that his whole body had long been numb, as if he had forgotten how to move. When the body is unconscious, even if the mind is awake, It cannot dominate any part of the body. He could only move his body instinctively, trying again and again. I don't know how long had passed, but Li Changsheng was finally able to move his body, but he was rolling his body, and his voice and sense of sight, taste, and smell were still lost. There was no sound, no feeling, no pain when he rolled. He just felt himself rolling, and it was as if this body was not his own. Finally, his conscious mind felt itself stop, and he tried stretching his legs the next time he tried, and after hundreds of attempts, he was finally able to make the stretching motion instinctively and numbly. He couldn't see it, but was able to repeat the motion with his brain commanding it, by sensing the weight around him. The heavy sensation of his legs touching different places allows him to form a memory, but not feel the sentience of his legs. He knew from memory that it was the legs. He memorized both legs, kept repeating the feeling of heaviness instinctively, and although he still didn't feel anything, the feeling of heaviness wasn't brought on by his body or the feeling of hindrance when his feet touched something, a feeling that couldn't be described. When, after a few days, he seemed to be able to move his legs freely, he tried to sit up, and that memorized movement alone made him try it thousands, tens of thousands of times. He felt like he was sitting up, because the memory of the weight of his leg placement after sitting up was different. He could feel the heaviness coming from his legs, the sense of hindrance, and although he couldn't perceive the sensation of his legs, the heaviness of his body, the heaviness of the ground, he could still experience it. All that's left is the heavy feel of the hand. This was the most difficult. The hand was in a state of complete nothingness, as if the hand didn't exist at all, but Li Changsheng still swung his arm instinctively from memory. He didn't know if his arm was swinging, but he was just swinging instinctively, and even though it looked as if his arm was swinging to the outside world, Li Changsheng couldn't feel it in the slightest. He could feel the weight of his two hands on the ground now, that visualized them in his mind, slowly growing from nothing. The hand appears, right on the body. After a few more days, the hand seemed to move. As the heaviness disappeared when the hand was raised, he couldn't see the hand. He couldn't even feel the movement of the hand being raised, but it all formed a memory in his mind. He had to visualize his hand in his mind. Think of him swinging and lifting it, but it looked a little weird to outsiders. This sequence of movements was constantly manipulated just from memory, and what little aura was left in his body began to move. Li Changsheng relied on the memory of his hand touching the storage bag. He didn't know if he touched it or not because there was no sense of touch, but the aura continued to be released in glimpses and attempts, and on the outside it looked as if fruit or spirit stones were coming out of the storage bag. Some of them reached his hands and rolled out again, and Li Changsheng couldn't catch them because he couldn't feel them at all. A spirit stone fell onto his hand. He couldn't feel it. The spirit stone fell onto the ground. The sound he couldn't hear. Li Changsheng just tried again and again and again until he felt a sense of heaviness when he had a large handful of spirit stones in his hand. The feeling pleased him physically and mentally, and he knew he had succeeded. He tries to throw away the spirit stones in his hand, then tries again, starting with a handful of them. Then there was half a handful of spirit stones, and he had a newfound appreciation for the sense of heaviness. It wasn't until half a month later that a spirit stone appeared in his hand, and he could sense the faint sense of heaviness. There's no sense of touch, pain, sound, taste or smell. By resense and memory alone, he visualized entire body parts and a sense of space. It's the same as learning math by drawing diagrams in your head and doing problems. It's all about memory and a sense of three-dimensional space. Eventually, a fruit appeared in his hand, and he could feel the heaviness. Whatever appeared, he was able to get it out of the storage bag with his consciousness and aura. He knew it was fruit in his hand, but he couldn't see or feel it, and he had to find a way to eat it. He began to open his mouth, and the motion of opening his mouth relied on memory and imagination. He didn't even feel like opening his mouth. He just opened it instinctively. He gripped the fruit, this feeling of heaviness getting easier and easier, and he knew he had a hold of the fruit, and he mustn't let him fall out of his hands. He raised his arm by memory and instinct, a dangerous maneuver. The sensation of lifting he didn't know, but the feeling of heaviness would be something he would slowly perceive. Close to his chest, he slowly moved upwards, the feeling of obstruction making him imagine the fruit moving upwards over his body. Stopping at roughly half a meter or so, he started trying to open his mouth to eat. The action went on for days, and he didn't even know if he had bitten into the fruit, and the complete loss of all five senses was incredibly hard to bear. As the juice from the fruit flowed into his body, he could feel an energy converging within him. He knows that he got the fruit. Chapter 140 New Senses. Heavy Senses. On the big tree, Li Changsheng's side was piled with spirit stones, and he was mechanically nibbling away at the fruit at the moment, sometimes comically failing to nibble at the fruit and having to try dozens of times to eat it with a modicum of accuracy. It's been a year, Li Changsheng murmured in his heart. He looked helplessly at the darkness in front of him and just mumbled as he ate the fruit. It was only when the fruit entered his body and generated energy that he was able to maintain a movement by memory and instinct, imagining eating the fruit and eating it all. Until it was finished he couldn't quite put his finger on whether it was finished or not. He hears no sound, has no taste, no touch, no smell, no sight. The sensation was so numbing and unpleasant that even after a year, he could only imagine the various movements he made today out of thin air. He had to repeat each movement several times or even dozens of times before he could gradually become coherent. He is now able to get up and walk. Walking would bring him a sense of heaviness, and he imagined everything around him. Imagined himself standing on a tree trunk with darkness all around him. The space outside he could no longer imagine. Simply imagining the trunk of the tree under the ground. How much space around him? He did not dare to go too far. If he fell down directly, he could not feel it. He could only be in the dozen or so meters of the original place by memory within the scope of repeated groping. Through the sense of gravity to imagine the scope of the surrounding space. It was so painful he didn't know how he got through it. Now the hands and feet can be visualized from memory, and so can your own body. But any perception is gone. Through the sense of heaviness, Li Changsheng gradually became skillful. The sense of heaviness of his arms touching the ground, the sense of heaviness of his legs and feet touching the ground, and the sense of heaviness of his body touching the ground. These heavy senses are superimposed to form a new perceptual system. But this perception system was weak, so weak as to be negligible, and at least now he was able to eat normally and live. Still, he probably wouldn't feel a thing if someone suddenly came along and killed him. The food in his storage bag was almost finished, so he could only think of ways to conserve food, and then use the spirit stones to absorb the aura in a bid to support himself for a little longer. Li Changsheng had to insist on using his hands and feet every day, feeling around like a four-legged beast for heavy sensations, and then forming memorized shapes in his mind. When there was no heavy feeling on the outside when he touched it, Li Changsheng immediately knew that the outside was empty, and that he might have reached the edge of the tree trunk, and then started to climb upwards along the edge. After climbing for a certain distance, the width of the tree trunk was getting narrower and narrower. So Li Changsheng formed a relevant memory in his mind and visualized the rough outline of the large tree. It was a very boring and torturous job, and Li Changsheng had to keep honing this action every day in order to survive, trying desperately to visualize the world around him. Another year had passed, his food had run out, and he didn't know if anyone had come in from outside, but he was lucky he wasn't dead, and over the course of the year, his movements had long been fluid, his hands and feet much more coherent, and his range of motion had become greater. To survive, he found a fruit. The tree was full of this fruit, which he hated when he found it, and had simply given up picking it in the first place, but he had to live, and since he had lost all five senses, he didn't need to dwell on the pain. He was originally an eternal being, so how could he give up hope of living because of the loss of his five senses? Silently holding the fruit and eating it, suddenly, he looked shocked. The taste, pain, bitterness, sweetness and sourness that the fruit brought to him was surprisingly restored. This made Li Changsheng feel the joy of rebirth, and he immediately wolfed it down. That moment of satisfaction left him wanting more. The mesmerizing taste, the sensation of the flesh of the fruit in his body, everything seemed to come back. The loss of 2 years of taste in this moment to restore is so clear and so real, an unspeakable feeling, almost make his whole body trembling crazy. He wanted to scream out, but the voice cannot be heard. When unconsciously, the pulp was finished, Li Changsheng was still savoring the feeling. Gradually, the sensation numbed again. Lost, all five senses disappeared again in this instant. The sense of taste was gone. This caused Li Changsheng to panic a little inside and eventually disheveled up, but it also brought him new experiences. Flavor experiences that he had never noticed before that were fresh in his mind, and senses that he had never noticed gaining before that directly refreshed his worldview. This gave Li Changsheng the urge to search for the next fruit again. With that goal in mind, he began to feel his way around the trunk of the tree, and when the second fruit was eaten, he suddenly realized that the feeling of heaviness was much more real. He could now fully visualize the various movements of his body, and when he wanted his hands would appear, and when he wanted his feet would appear. Even though he didn't feel it, the heavy sensation of touching the trunk became clearer and clearer, each touch allowing him to reconstruct his body's structure and deepen his body's imagination once again. A month later, he found a third fruit, and this time he decided to savor the festive taste that fruit brought. After the first bite, Li Changsheng frowned slightly. The imagined taste sensation did not appear. There's no more sweet and sour, but the voices around me seemed to appear. Hoo 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 hoo. It was the sound of the wind, the sound of a breeze blowing by. And though there was no sense of touch, the sound was indeed heard, so clear, so terribly clear. The sound of leaves swinging appeared, and how pleasant it was. As the second sip went down, the sound of mushrooms pulsing in the distance appeared. and it was as if he could hear echoes in the distance of someone yelling over to the side of the floating island. The sound is small, but very clear. It turns out that the fruit allows you to regain one of your 5 senses, and in the process of eating it will allow you to regain all 5 senses until the fruit is finished and the 5 senses are gone again. The sounds around him appeared, but Li Changxing couldn't feel his body's sentience. The wind was supposed to be cool. He couldn't feel it. He could only hear it. It was like listening to the radio, only going to the feeling of the wind blowing through his body, not being able to imagine it, and what he didn't care about before, he especially wanted to experience now. Li Changxing didn't dare to eat too fast. The pulp didn't have any taste in his mouth, but the more he ate, the clearer the sound became. He could only numbly chew the pulp, hoping to hear the sound for a little while longer. The sounds around him were so clear that he concluded that there was no sound of anyone around, and if there had been someone, he would have been able to hear them clearly. It's been over 2 years, and still he's over here alone, so forlorn and lonely. Until the fruit was finished, Li Changxing was still reminiscing about the beauty of the sound, until the sound faded again and everything went dead silent. Chapter 141, The World of Resense. Year after year passed, and Li Changxing forgot how many years he had been here. At this moment, he was standing on a big tree, walking idly, holding a fruit in his hand. He savored it as his gaze reached the opposite side, at the mushroom sky gate. Even though the distance was far, he could clearly see some figures swaying, which was amazing. He saw the world again, but he saw it differently. What he saw in his eyes was so far from what he had imagined. And the colors? He closed his eyes, and he could reimagine the new world. The eyesight of his eyes also reached a staggering tens of miles away, and nothing around him could escape his sight. But unfortunately, he could only see the world now, but not perceive it. As the fruit disappeared from his hand, his vision was once again plunged into pure darkness. That blackness is not blackness, but truly invisible blackness, not the blackness that normal people see when they close their eyes. Everything was restored to the resense world. Li Changxing began to readapt to the resense with his memory, and everything around him had already constructed a new map in his mind. He no longer needed his eyes to see everything around him. The entire large tree on the fruit. He counted to a few thousand when he did not finish counting. This is still his small area of the fruit. Outside also this occupies the entire floating island of the tree has not reached. Think of the number of fruits to the point of counting. Enough for him to eat for decades and centuries without worrying anyway. Looking at the system age, it turns out he's been here for 10 years. He had been waiting for the restoration of his 5 senses. 10 years of light had flashed by, and as an elder, he seemed to have discovered a new sense, which he called the heavy sense. The so-called sense of gravity is a new sensation imagined through the kind of gravitational hindrance to the ground around you. The sensation of obstruction produced by the foot on the trunk of a tree. The sensation of obstruction produced by the hand when groping for it. This new sense, which cannot be expressed in words, he differs from the 5 senses. You can only feel out the heaviness through the painless impeding sensation. Once the sense of heaviness reaches a certain realm, it can directly strengthen the 5 senses and bring about new experiences. Nowadays he didn't rely much on his 5 senses. He could even reflect the original world in his mind through his imagination. And what was in front of him was fresh in his mind. With a step of his feet, he walked smoothly over and touched the heavy sense fruit between his raised hands. Even a hint of hindrance would allow him to quickly form a 3-dimensional memory in his mind. And that was the fruit of what he saw in his vision. These fruits had to be saved, and he had to keep collecting them. He had to cultivate his heavy senses to the point where they went beyond the 5 senses, and he didn't know what effect it would have. A kind of divine sense scanning that cultivators practiced was again different from this heavy sense. The divine sense swept out and perceived the life breath, and sometimes the life breath would not be detected if it did not move. If they encountered a high-ranking cultivator, their divine sense would be even more unable to scan them, and the heavy sense will be able to enhance this power of divine sense in all directions. Once he was in this fruit, he released his divine sense, and surprisingly, he was able to scan any life form. And even that Jidan stage cultivator dozens of miles away was able to clearly scan the specific segments, clearly visible. How big the gap between each cultivator was. He could also detect it clearly through his divine sense. Magically, if this were to happen before, he could at most sense which cultivator's cultivation was strong and which was weak, and he couldn't tell exactly how much stronger and how much weaker it was. Moreover, he was even more unable to detect cultivators stronger than himself, but now he could directly detect the exact segment. This is the reinforcing effect that comes from heavy feeling. Now Li Changxing would eat a fruit every day, and each time the fruit would give him a different experience, that of heavy sense strengthening. As the sense of heaviness became clearer, he instead adapted to this loss of his 5 senses to the world. It was still hard, but each time he ate the fruit during it gave him a new experience of the 5 senses to remember. Time passed and another 10 years passed. At this time on the big tree, Li Changsheng could already move freely. Even though he didn't have his five senses, he was able to see the world just like a normal person. Even more normal than the average normal person. His eyes were closed now, and he was able to judge the world by his sense of gravity without needing them. With one step, it was as if an invisible ripple was formed under his feet, and the surroundings could be clearly transmitted into his mind and transformed into images under the heavy sense. He didn't even have to look. He could just easily walk to any location and pick a fruit to his hand at will. He could see the fruit now through the heavy feeling in his hand, casually biting down on a bite as the sense of touch appeared. The feeling of the wind around you against your body. The sweaty hairs on your body can feel the flow of the air around you, and you can feel a slow flow of energy from the air into your body. The water vapor in the air could be cooled by Li Changsheng's perception, making him feel as if he was immersed in a water world. The feeling is marvelous in a way that was once unrecognizable. The friction binding from his clothes instead made it a little harder for him to get up, and he had no qualms about taking off his clothes and using his whole body to press against the special sensations nature brought. Just like this, after another 10 years, Li Changsheng was already able to walk around and go explore this floating island a little bit. He was able to explore the floating island through the resense world with his eyes closed, seeing more truly than his normal eyes, and he didn't care about his five senses anymore. It was as if one could still perceive every marvelous feeling of the world without the five senses. After another 10 years, Li Changsheng realized that his five senses were slowly recovering. That's a whole new kind of recovery and can be turned off at any time to enter the world of resensing. Another 10 years had passed, and Li Changsheng had now completely adapted to the world of heavy senses. The world without five senses was even more marvelous than the world of five senses. He could go through the world of heavy senses to constantly strengthen the world of the five senses, as if he was cultivating a new self with a completely new stance. After another 10 years, Li Changsheng had restored the five senses world, switching back and forth between the five senses world and the heavy senses world as he pleased. After another 10 years, one day, Li Changsheng arrived at the center of the floating island, which was empty and had nothing. But in the gaze, that empty place has a burst of ripples revealed. Obviously this place has been set up a special boundary. The general cultivator simply cannot be detected with the naked eye. Suddenly, Li Changsheng closed his eyes and shut down his five senses. His feet gently collapsed, and the world of heavy senses was revealed. Ahead, an invisible super ancient palace was revealed, and deep within the palace, a teleportation spell formation was revealed, and inside the palace, Li Changsheng sensed a deep, bottomless cage in which an unnameable ancient monster was sleeping.